What is the sensation of being a system like? Ever since Yi Tian infuriated the system that coveted him, he has become the system. Traversing through myriad realms, he pilfers the essence of worlds. Transforming into the great villain system, he aids antagonists in overpowering protagonists. Upon arriving in a world where men are inferior and women superior, I, as the great man system, bestow upon my host a modicum of charm each day, inciting the empress' covetous gaze. As the Genesis system, the brilliance brought forth by a delusional youth shatters the will of the world. At that moment, the shoe descending from the heavens was a mere 0.01 centimeters from my handsome visage, and from the corner of my eye, I could perceive the infatuated gaze of a nearby beauty. I believed that in a quarter of a second, I could catch that shoe with one hand. Smack! I, Yang Tamlei, the master of the Tanleg sect, have embarrassed myself. In a faint whisper, Yi Tian caught wind of this statement. And then, an ambulance arrived. Beep, beep, beep. With a shoe print imprinted on his face, Yi Tian lay within the ambulance. This martial arts tournament has turned me, a mere passerby, into collateral damage. His mind was in disarray, the explosive sensation causing him to spit blood. Just as he hovered in this haze, a mechanical voice emerged in his mind. The multiverse creator system has detected a host, please select binding. Once bound, the host must complete tasks as directed by the system. Failure to comply will result in annihilation. His thoughts were chaotic, and this bothersome voice persisted. Annoyed exceedingly so, as an exemplary youth from Zhuan, Yi Tian, relying on his indomitable will, retorted without hesitation. Bind yourself elsewhere. Cease this noise. After all, he was a champion of eternal diamond status. What did this infernal voice want him to bind? A bank card? Did it covet the 6 coins in his account for an initial recharge? Not a chance. Ding, please select binding. Bind what? Yi Tian was resolute in his annoyance towards this voice. System, it'll be damned. Ding, please select binding. Get lost. Bind your grandfather. Ding, 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 ding. A series of alert sounds echoed, as if the program had frozen. Yi Tian was thoroughly exasperated. Ding, ding, ding. Why don't you explode along with ding, ding? With his eyes wide open in fury, Yi Tian awakened from his stupor, finally greeted by a moment of silence. Why mention 2 breaths? Because after 2 breaths, boom, his mind was engulfed in a deafening roar. The system had exploded, and Yi Tian, just regaining consciousness, rolled his eyes and fainted once more. When Yi Tian awoke again, it was already dusk. His mind was now filled with a vast expanse of memories. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Tian comprehended the recent events in an instant. He couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation. He had nearly been bound by a nefarious system. Once bound, this system treated its host as a puppet, assigning tasks to enhance itself. After playing several hosts to their demise and seeing a few basic functions activated, it was poised for takeoff. The system had set its sights on Yi Tian, who appeared to be rather dim-witted. Little did the system expect to encounter someone like Yi Tian, who resolutely refused to bind with it. After repeated refusals, the system was thoroughly enraged. Now, Yi Tian had inherited the system. In other words, Yi Tian had become the system. Among the myriad of extraordinary protagonists in novels, which one does not regard the system as their father? The multiverse creator system, true to its name, is capable of traversing countless realms. Yet, it was not as formidable as imagined. The original system was merely a shell under the arduous cultivation of its predecessor. Now that Yi Tian had inherited it, he possessed only some basic functionalities. For instance, creation, endowment, calculation, replication, recording, summoning, and hundreds of other abilities. These are merely foundational functions, all still in their nascent stages. To reach a level where he could confront the heavens and the earth, he would still need to traverse the multiverse to select hosts for development. Of course, Yi Tian could also opt to operate independently in another world. After all, unlike the previous system, which was merely a program reliant on a host for survival like a parasite, Yi Tian, as the system, possessed the capability for autonomous action and thought. Ah, you're awake. The nurse changing the 4 exclaimed upon seeing Yi Tian open his eyes. The patient is awake. Patient in bed 6 is awake. The young nurse shouted as she dashed out of the ward. Yi Tian was perplexed, and the next moment, a vigorous elder rushed into the room. Slap! The old man grasped Yi Tian's hand tightly, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. Young brother, it is I, old Yang, who has wronged you. I have put your life in jeopardy. Who are you? I am Yang Tanlei, the master of the Tanleg sect. O Yi Tian pondered, gripping the old man's hand firmly beside the bed. 20,000. Otherwise, I will call the police to resolve this. Yang Tanlei. Ultimately, Yi Tian got his wish. He completed the discharge procedures and stepped out of the hospital. With the power of the system fully activated, Yi Tian drew energy from the natural world. 0.1. 0.1. As a system in his own right, Yi Tian was well aware of numerous avenues to acquire system points. Extracting energy from nature was one. The emotional beliefs of people constituted another. For Yi Tian, his functions were manifold. To set them in motion, points were indispensable. Once he accumulated sufficient points, Yi Tian would be akin to Aladdin's lamp. He could achieve anything. In the days following his discharge, Yi Tian extravagantly rented a private room in an internet CAF. Not for gaming, of course. As the system, Yi Tian was fervently enriching his knowledge base. Through a computer in the internet CAF, Yi Tian spent 5 days and nights, documenting tens of thousands of films, over 100,000 songs, millions of classic novels, and various academic texts. Finally, after meticulously recording the plot of a film starring a teacher from the neon country on a train, he wearily logged off. What is the sensation of being a system? Ever since Yi Tian infuriated the system coveting him, he has transformed into the system. Traversing through countless realms, he siphons the essence of worlds. Assuming the role of the great villain system, he aids the antagonist in vanquishing the protagonist. Upon entering a world where men are revered and women subjugated, I, as the great man system, bestow upon my host a touch of charm daily, drawing the empress' covetous gaze. As the transcendent creation system, the radiance brought forth by a delusional youth causes the very will of the world to shatter. At that moment, a shoe plummeted from the heavens. Mere 0.01 centimeters from my handsome visage, I caught a glimpse of the infatuated gaze of a nearby beauty. I believed that in a quarter of a second, I could catch the shoe with one hand. Slap! I am Yang Tan, the leader of the Tanleg sect, and I have made a fool of myself. Yi Tian vaguely heard this proclamation. And then, the ambulance arrived. Beep, beep, beep. With a shoe print imprinted upon his face, Yi Tian lay within the ambulance. What a ridiculous martial arts tournament. Even as a mere bystander, I was caught in the crossfire. His mind was clouded, the explosive sensation causing him to spit blood. In that hazy, half-conscious state, a mechanical voice emerged in his mind. Ding, the multiverse creator system has detected a host. Please choose to bind. Upon successful binding, the host must complete tasks as directed by the system. Failure to comply will result in annihilation. His thoughts muddled, this bothersome voice persisted. Irritated exceedingly so, as an exemplary youth from Zhuan, Yi Tian, relying on his indomitable will, retorted without hesitation. Bind your sister. Be quiet. After all, he was a seasoned diamond contender. This infernal voice demanded binding for what? A bank card? Did it covet the 6 coins within my account for a first recharge? Not a chance. Ding, please choose to bind. Bind what? Yi Tian was resolute in his disdain for the voice. System, I am furious. Ding, please choose to bind. Get lost. Bind your grandfather. Ding, 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 ding. A barrage of prompt sounds echoed as if the program had encountered a glitch, pushing Yi Tian to the brink of exasperation. Ding, 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 ding. Why don't you explode with ding, ding? With eyes wide open in fury, Yi Tian finally regained consciousness after uttering that phrase, only to be met with a serene silence. Why is it termed silence? Because after 2 breaths, boom, his mind was engulfed by a deafening roar. The system had exploded. Having just awakened, Yi Tian rolled his eyes and fainted once more. When Yi Tian regained consciousness again, it was already evening. His mind now brimmed with a plethora of memories. Upon opening his eyes, he understood the recent events entirely. A wave of trepidation washed over him. He had nearly succumbed to a nefarious system. This system, upon binding a host, treated them as mere puppets, issuing tasks to enhance its own power. After having perished several hosts, witnessing the activation of several core functions, it was poised for ascendance. The system had set its sights on this seemingly dim-witted Yi Tian. Yet, the system could never have anticipated encountering someone like Yi Tian, who resolutely refused to bind with it. After countless rejections, the system was utterly infuriated. Now, Yi Tian had inherited the system. In essence, Yi Tian had become the system. Reflecting on the myriad of awe-inspiring protagonists across various novels, who does not regard their system as a paternal figure. The multiverse creator system, true to its name, could traverse countless realms. Yet it was not as formidable as one might envision. Originally, the system was but an empty shell after the diligent development by its predecessor, Yetion, upon inheriting the system, found it bore only basic functionalities. These included creation, bestowal, computation, replication, record-keeping, summoning, and hundreds of other abilities. These fundamental functions remained in their rudimentary stages. To achieve the capability of challenging heaven and earth, one must traverse the multiverse to select hosts for development. Of course, Yetion could opt to operate independently in a foreign realm. After all, unlike the previous system, which was merely a program relying on hosts for survival, he possessed the autonomy to act and think. "Ah, you're awake," exclaimed a nurse, startled upon seeing Yetion open his eyes as she was adjusting in foredrip. "The patient has awakened. The patient in bed 6 is awake," she called out, rushing from the ward. As Yetion pondered this, a vigorous elder dashed into the room. Slap! The elder grasped Yetion's hand firmly, tears welling in his fierce eyes. "Young brother, it is I, old Yang, who wronged you. I put your life in jeopardy. And you are?" "I am Yang Tan, leader of the Tan-Leg sect." Oh, Yetion pondered, gripping the elder's hand tightly. 20,000 otherwise, he'll call the police to resolve this. Yang Tan. Ultimately, Yetion's wishes were fulfilled. He completed the discharge procedures and stepped out of the hospital. With the full power of the system at his disposal, Yetion began to extract energy from the natural world. 0.1. 0.1. Being the system, Yetion was acutely aware of numerous avenues to acquire system points. Extracting energy from nature was one such method. Human belief and emotions constituted another. For Yetion, his functions were vast and varied. To set them in motion, points were indispensable. Once equipped with ample points, Yetion would be akin to Aladdin's lamp. Anything could be achieved. In the days following his discharge, Yetion indulged extravagantly by renting a private room in an internet CAF. Not for gaming, mind you. As a system, Yetion devoted himself to voraciously enriching his knowledge base. Through a computer in the CAF, Yetion tirelessly recorded tens of thousands of films, over 100,000 songs, millions of literary masterpieces, and an array of academic texts over 5 days and nights. It was only after meticulously documenting the plot of a film starring a certain teacher from Neon Nation on a train that he finally logged off, utterly fatigued. Chapter 2. Yetion Pi. The villain system. The system has finally taken on a semblance of functionality, at the very least. Upon opening the system interface designed by Yetion, the omniscient information rivals that of the renowned search engine. In this era dominated by vast data, Yetion's creations might seem trivial. However, if one were to traverse through myriad realms, particularly to ancient times or vibrant urban landscapes akin to Blue Star, these tools would undoubtedly serve as invaluable enhancements. Preparation is nearly complete. Well then, it is decided, my first world to traverse. In a voice steeped in melodrama, Yetion's finger pressed upon the cover of a novel. In the next breath, a flash of white light engulfed him, and he vanished. Thud. The novel fell to the ground. Closing with a soft thud, the cover revealed the title. The versatile master of the urban realm, the national goddess's soft rice, is truly fragrant. This is a complete world, with an intricate entertainment system, a well-defined global structure, and a historical trajectory that in the bustling metropolis of Mohai City, radiant office towers are filled with the busy silhouettes of workers. According to the latest census, the world now boasts a staggering population of 9.6 billion. This density of humanity has left individuals gasping under the weight of complex work and employment pressures. The average person's means of relaxation often involves various forms of entertainment and media. Consequently, the entertainment industry has flourished to unprecedented heights. Today, one of the giants in the entertainment sector, the Lee Group, has faced near collapse after its notorious misdeeds were unearthed by a top hacker and laid bare for all to see. This scandal has sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry, becoming a topic of fervent public discussion. In the upper echelons of Mohai City, within a luxurious 600-square-meter apartment, darkness enveloped the space. A chilling wind rushed in through shattered windows. A dapper man in a suit knelt on the floor, his gaze vacant, blood oozing from his battered forehead. Beside him lay the lifeless bodies of a middle-aged man and woman, their warmth fading in the cold pool of blood. "Didn't you say that if I bowed my head, you would spare them?" A raspy voice emerged, devoid of the former impulses of a privileged youth. In that moment, Li Kuan's heart was as cold as ashes. Before him stood a man, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You didn't bow deeply enough. That is your error, and it has led to your parents' tragedy." The casual tone of the man cut through the air. "I only wished for them to live." They have not wronged you. The kneeling man's nails dug deep into his flesh. Now that they were dead, what significance did further words hold? The man's words drew a bitter smile from Li Quan. Our Li family may have lost, but we did not lose to you, Lin Fan. We lost to the woman standing beside you. With that declaration, Li Quan's weary mind, compounded by overwhelming emotions, finally succumbed, and he collapsed to the ground. What difference does it make? You're so inept at courting women yet dare to contend with me. Shaking his head, Lin Fan produced a silver needle. Were it not for your sister being my little wife, you would already be dead. With a flick of his finger, he propelled the needle, infused with a trace of spiritual energy, into a pressure point on the unconscious Li Quan. Let us make you a eunuch and an idiot. Living should be quite agreeable. Lin Fan's lips curled into a signature, devilish smile. He then stepped away, walking through the cold blood of Li Quan's parents without a trace of hesitation. The breeze, though gentle, felt icy to the bone. In the dead of night, Li Quan awoke from his stupor, his eyes devoid of clarity. In a daze, he uncorked a bottle of red wine, bypassing the corpses of his parents, and staggered to the balcony. He climbed over the railing, gazing at the ceaseless neon-lit city below, tilting his head back to drink deeply from the bottle. Lin Fan. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan. In his madness, Li Quan's voice grew indistinct. The hatred within him had become ingrained in his very being. Yet, the feeling of despair also permeated his body. Lin Fan had murdered his parents. His fiancée, he stood steadfastly by Lin Fan's side. And now, even his sister had been lured into ruin by Lin Fan's charms. The Li group was in shambles. He could even feel his mind growing foggier with each pulse of blood circulating within him. Lin Fan could turn people into fools, and he had not escaped that fate. Once the foremost heir of the four prominent families in Mo High City, Li Quan now found himself utterly destitute. Thanks to that leeching scoundrel. My life is truly wretched, so be it. Living as an idiot holds no meaning. He gazed down at the street below, standing on the balcony of the towering building. A sense of finality washed over him. Ding! Emotion levels detected. Would you like to bind the Yi Tianpai villain system? Just as Li Quan was ready to relinquish his ties to this world, a voice halted his descent. Yi Tianpai, the villain system? Ding! Host has spoken. Binding process initiated. 1.100 in less than the blink of an eye. Before Li Quan could process the events unfolding, Yi Tian, now embodied as the system, eagerly completed the binding. Unlike the previous system, Yi Tian had autonomously modified several mechanisms. For instance, the former system required the host's explicit consent to bind. Now, upon merely uttering a single word, the host would be deemed to have approved the binding, allowing Yi Tian to bind with Li Quan before his shocked expression. Simultaneously, Yi Tian, with professional diligence, transmitted the fundamental functionalities of the system into Li Quan's mind, while also dispelling the lingering effects of Lin Fan's influence on his brain. The villain system. As the cold wind swept through, holding the bottle of wine, Li Quan processed the information transmitted to him. His eyes began to clear. Such a thing exists in this world, with the information provided by Yi Tian. Li Quan regained his rationality, excitement bubbling within him as he accessed the system's exchange interface. Entertainment categories: songs, Qinghua Ci, 500 points; Glorious Years, 500 points; Kikujiro's Summer, 500 points. Literature: The Three-Body Problem, 5,000 points; 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 3,000 points; The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 3,000 points. Film and television scripts: Iron Man, 4,000 points; Full series of Naruto, 10,000 points; The Kind-Hearted Little Pancreas, 1,000 points. Skills category: Not available. Current points: 0. For over half an hour, Li Quan was engrossed in the Azure system interface, captivated by the potential to ignite a cultural wave within this world. His grip on the wine bottle tightened, and the despondency in his eyes was replaced by a profound hatred. Lin Fan, our story is far from over. Chapter 3. The phone. How does one acquire points within the system? Like every individual bestowed with the system, Li Quan felt an urgent need for the points required to purchase items after witnessing the treasures within the system. Points could be obtained by contending for the protagonist's destiny. Yi Tian did not conceal this. It was merely one of the pathways through which he could reap benefits in this world. Only when the rules of this novel's universe became malleable could Yi Tian seize the opportunity to extract a substantial amount of the world's essence from the cracks in its structure. The rules of this narrative revolved around the protagonist, Lin Fan. Upon informing Li Quan in a mechanical tone, Lin Fan's foundational information flooded into Li Quan's consciousness. Upon receiving Lin Fan's details, Li Quan sighed heavily. So he is the protagonist, and I am the villain, ha ha ha. But what does that matter? I possess a system, and that is sufficient. Li Quan appeared composed. I shall ensure that you, Lin Fan, pay for my parents' blood with your own. Observing Li Quan's rapid emotional adjustment, Yi Tian, existing within Li Quan's mind, nodded approvingly. This initial host was indeed a fine choice, having perused the entire text. Yi Tian was aware that Li Quan was a significant antagonist in the early chapters, clashing with the protagonist for over 100 chapters. His intellect and vision made him an excellent candidate to counter the world's favored son, exploiting Li Quan's hatred for the protagonist and the fact that Lin Fan had usurped his fiancée, the main heroine Qili, offered considerable maneuvering opportunities. In fact, before entering the world of the versatile master of the urban realm, the national goddess's soft rice is truly fragrant. Yi Tian had conducted considerable research. His reasons for coming here were twofold. 1. This novel world leans heavily towards entertainment, lacking any formidable martial prowess, so there was little fear of encountering powerful adversaries. 2. Of course, this world does not lack for special powers. Through the narrative's omniscient perspective, Yi Tian was already aware of the remnants of ancient martial arts that existed within this realm. Gaining access to ancient martial arts was one of Yi Tian's primary objectives, as it would afford him a degree of confidence when traversing into other worlds with higher martial capabilities. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Mo High City, a lavish mansion exuded opulence. Such an estate rivaled the hundreds of square meters worth over 100 million found in the city center, in a room within the manor. 2 women are present. Xia, do not be disheartened. Indeed, some actions taken by your uncle were too extreme that I found myself compelled to side with Lin Fan. The woman, dressed in sleepwear and still stunning without her makeup, gently comforts the girl, no more than 15 or 16, nestled in the blankets. The 2 women embody beauty in their distinct forms. One, graceful and dignified, exudes elegance. The other, pure and radiant, possesses a sweet charm. Anyone with even a passing interest in the entertainment industry would readily recognize the woman in sleepwear as the current national goddess, Qili. That I do not blame Sister Qili, Li Xia murmurs, biting her lip. When I severed ties with my father, I ceased to be a member of the Li family. Yet, now that he is bankrupt, I cannot bear the thought of my beloved elder brother and the others becoming homeless. Tears cascade down the girl's cheeks. Outside, a gentle voice emerges. Your parents and brother have already fled to America. They had purchased numerous properties and businesses there in advance, ensuring their comfort. Lin Fan. Li Xia's eyes brighten upon seeing the newcomer. Is what you say true? Have I ever deceived you? Lin Fan replies, a knowing smile illuminating his face. Just as he instinctively reaches out to ruffle Li Xia's hair, he notices the unyielding presence beside him and hesitates. Perhaps it is for the best that her parents have gone to America. Qili, listening to Lin Fan's words, feels a mixture of emotions. Her father and the Li family have long been connected, which is why she had an engagement with Li Quan. The Li family's current downfall is, in part, due to her public accusation against them. Yet, how could the Li family engage in such sordid affairs? Ultimately, they have received their just desserts. Suddenly, Li Xia's phone rings. Hesitantly, she answers, hello, brother. As her sweet voice resonates, Lin Fan, discreetly eyeing Qili's curvaceous form, freezes in surprised. Li Quan, her brother? Wasn't he supposed to be rendered a fool by his own poison? Why is he calling? A sense of foreboding envelopes him. On the other end, silence prevails. Li Xia's expression shifts from confusion to anxiety. She had defied her family to follow Lin Fan, causing a rift that had yet to heal. Brother, are you there? Despite her brother's consistent affection towards her, a sense of dread lingers in the air. It shouldn't be my brother calling. Lin Fan inexplicably exhales a sigh of relief, but the next moment, a voice breaks through the silence. Xia, our parents are dead. The voice of Li Quan carries a tone of suppressed despair as he gazes upon their lifeless bodies. His words leave the 3 in the room utterly paralyzed. Li Xia and Qili cannot fathom the death of the 2, while Lin Fan struggles to accept that Li Quan has not succumbed to madness. How is that possible? I saw them on the news just yesterday. Brother, are you lying to me? Li Xia fights to maintain her composure, her trembling voice akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. I have never lied to you. Li Quan's tone steadies as he sighs softly. Xia, return home. Our parents will be buried tomorrow. With a crash, her phone slips from her grasp, shattering upon impact. Li Xia stands in shock, flooded with memories of her parents. If you leave with that man, we shall sever all ties. Her father's voice echoes resolutely. Xia, do you realize how many women that man has? And you are still so young. Her mother pleads desperately. Father, mother, I'm sorry that I wish to pursue my love. You will never understand. Her determination had been unwavering. How long has it been? It feels as if just a minor disagreement had occurred, and yet, they are no longer alive. as Li Xia descends from the bed. Her dazed expression causes Lin Fan to furrow his brow. Xia, please remain calm. We cannot be certain it was your brother who called. Get away. How could I not recognize my brother's voice? You deceiver. Why did you say my parents went abroad? They are dead. It is your fault. If you hadn't forced my parents into bankruptcy. Tears flow incessantly from Li Xia's eyes. Why did she ever leave with Lin Fan? He established Tianyu Company, leading to her parents' downfall. Their deaths are undeniably linked to their financial ruin. Without hesitation, Li Xia storms out of the room. Standing still, Lin Fan's eyes flicker with uncertainty. What has transpired? Is Li Quan truly sane? Did his silver needle fail? Lin Fan, what is happening? Are uncle and aunt dead? Chili, still within the room, covers her mouth in disbelief. I am unsure. I shall investigate. Witnessing Chili's expression, Lin Fan's thoughts spiral into chaos. He hurriedly departs the room. Outside in the manor, Lin Fan spots a car exiting the premises. Watching Li Xia drive away, his expression darkens. An aura of power surrounds him, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. He had assumed Li Xia would not venture far and could be stopped. To his surprise, she drives away. He cannot allow her to meet Li Quan. Otherwise, the truth of his involvement in their parents' demise will inevitably surface, potentially implicating even Chili. The danger in his gaze intensifies as he watches the taillights of the car vanish. He retrieves his phone, seeking a contact and dialing. Hello, Brother Lin. It has been a while since your last call. You are remarkable. Your Tianyu Company has taken down the Li family. The voice on the other end booms. Wang Biao, I require your assistance with a matter. Lin Fan's tone conveys unassailable authority, prompting the burly man on the line to compose himself. Brother Lin, whatever you need, just say the word. I need you to eliminate someone. Lin Fan's voice is resolute, causing Wang Biao's brow to furrow. Who is the target? Wang Biao contemplates, aware that killing is no foreign task for him. Yet discerning the identity of the target is crucial. Li Quan. Lin Fan's words carry gravity, now that Li Quan has regained his faculties. He poses a significant threat, a ticking time bomb. As long as Li Quan lives, he will be a source of relentless trouble for Lin Fan. Wang Biao inhales sharply at the mention of the name, Brother Lin. If this is carried out, the aftermath may be difficult to manage. Wang Biao hesitates, knowing Li Quan is not an inconsequential figure. Despite the Li family's downfall, he was once among the elite in the underworld. I will take responsibility for any fallout. Just ensure his demise, and I promise you a pay-yuan pill.as for the body disposal, that I have connections in the military. Pay-yuan pill? Wang Biao's voice rises involuntarily at the mention of the reward. Indeed, Lin Fan's response is curt. All right, Brother Lin's wishes are my commands. I will contact you in an hour with confirmation. At this moment, Wang Biao's enthusiasm is unprecedented. I leave it to you. Clean up the remains afterward. With Wang Biao's agreement, Lin Fan feels a sense of relief. After all, Wang Biao is an ancient martial artist, a being surpassing ordinary humans, possessing strength comparable to ferocious beasts. Such individuals are rare, which is why Lin Fan has chosen to keep someone like Wang Biao, who holds potential value within his inner circle. Just as he chooses his women, they must possess exceptional beauty. On the top floor of the building, Li Quan sits by the shattered window. Below, the coroner has removed his parents' bodies. The vast house is engulfed in darkness. Lin Fan, in his quest for Chili, orchestrated a grand scheme to frame the Li family for exploiting numerous first-tier actresses while collaborating with a world-class hacker to siphon vast assets, creating a FAAD of tax evasion for their company. To the world, the Li family is deemed corrupt, and in their eyes, Lin Fan is the hero who has rid the world of evil. Even Chili was deceived by Lin Fan, serving as his witness. Alone in the empty house, Li Quan speaks to himself, his voice echoing in the silence. Yet, having read the complete narrative of this world, perceives no ulterior motives. To defeat a villain and gain two love interests is a typical plot for the protagonist. The author of this novel is indeed peculiar. In the portrayal, Lin Fan is not a man driven by an overwhelming sense of justice. Rather, he is a protagonist who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. The artwork leans towards the darker side. Yet despite this, the book remains quite popular among a significant portion of readers on Blue Star. Regaining his composure, Yution did not forget the fundamental essence of the system. At that moment, a chime echoed. Li Xia's favorability towards Lin Fan has decreased by 20, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. Another chime followed. Qi Li's sensory perception of Lin Fan has diminished by 2, granting the host an additional 2,000 points. The protagonist's luck had dropped by 200 points. The voice of the system resonated in Yution's mind, momentarily bringing Li Quan back to his senses. The points were a result of his recent phone call, proving that such interactions could indeed yield system points. As he murmured to himself, Li Quan summoned the system interface. filled with a plethora of items he wished to exchange. Ye Tian observed all of Li Quan's actions. Within mere hours of arriving in this world, he had already felt the immense benefits Li Quan provided him. Binding with Li Quan meant that the antagonist, who was fated to die by suicide, had instead survived, causing chaos within the world's rules. Just recently, after receiving the news of her parents' demise through Li Quan, one of the heroines, Li Xia, found herself at odds with the protagonist. In such circumstances, the world's flaws became evident. Even though the world's regulations would swiftly rectify this, Yu Tian had, in that fleeting moment, extracted a considerable portion of the world's essence. If one were to gauge the amount of points, the essence he had drawn equated to 40,000 points. Allocating 1/10 of that to Li Quan as the host was quite systematic. Let us exchange for a handgun, Li Quan suggested softly after rummaging for a moment at a handgun. Yi Tian muttered, waving his hand. The system interface displayed 2 large characters. None. Chapter 5. The heroine turns against him. None. Upon seeing the system's response, Li Quan's brows furrowed slightly. It was time for Yi Tian to step in and clarify. The weapon shop is not yet operational. Please use 1,000 points to unlock it. Unlocking requires 1,000 points. After seeing this demand, Li Quan cursed the system for its greed. Fine, let's unlock it. Without hesitation, Li Quan understood that weapons would prove useful in the future, still too young to spend points like this. Yi Tian thought as he waved his hand again. Ding, congratulations to the host. The weapon shop is now open. As Yi Tian's mechanical voice announced this, Li Quan eagerly opened the weapon shop brick. 5 points kitchen knife, 10 points dagger, 12 points baseball bat, 15 points. One weapon after another was displayed. When Li Quan scrolled to the very bottom, he saw the last item, the one requiring the most points. Diamond-studded empty bottle, 99 points. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Even with his cultivated manners, he felt the urge to curse. None of these weapons even included a firearm. They were starkly different from his expectations of handguns, machine guns, Barrett rifles, tanks, warships, and star destroyers. Is this all the system has to offer? Li Quan asked, somewhat discontented. In response to Li Quan's inquiry, Yi Tian could only express his helplessness. He was merely a rudimentary system at this stage, far from the level where he could create objects merely through thought. The weapons in the shop were hastily replicated by Yi Tian himself. The brick was copied from a wall in a luxurious estate, and the kitchen knife was modeled after a kitchen knife. If it weren't for the unsuitability, he might have even replicated a toilet plunger. As Li Quan voiced his question, Yi Tian responded in a formal manner. The weapon shop is continuously updating. This statement wasn't just a perfunctory response to Li Quan. For Yi Tian, it was indeed true. If a tank were to appear beside Li Quan, Yi Tian would dare to replicate the entire tank and place it in the weapon shop for sale. Upon receiving the system's reply, Li Quan felt slightly reassured. Yet, it still stung to think that he had essentially squandered 1,000 points without any immediate benefit. The system recommends a new user point usage plan. As Li Quan was about to withdraw, Yi Tian hastily reminded him, but 3,000 points are in hand. How could spending it on your system be appealing? As the prompt resonated, a conspicuous option appeared on the entire system's exchange interface, displaying a discount. Storage space, 1,000 points cubic meter, discounted. This single option caught Li Quan's attention. For him, this item could indeed provide considerable convenience. After consuming 1,000 points, Yi Tian generously granted Li Quan a cubic meter of space. In the next moment, Li Quan could feel his consciousness connected to an inexplicable space. With a slender hand, he picked up a shard of sharp glass and attempted to mentally command, collect. The space trembled. In an instant, Li Quan realized that the shard of glass had truly vanished from his grasp. With another thought, the glass returned to his hand. After a moment of silence, he opened the system's weapon shop again. He exchanged for a dagger. 12 points were deducted. A plain dagger, lacking any distinguishing features, appeared in Li Quan's hand. As he flipped the dagger in his grasp, he mentally commanded it to be stored in his storage space. While a single dagger might offer limited harm, a concealed dagger could yield unexpected surprises. Creaking sounds echoed from the window. Li Quan's ears perked up. He knew the front door had opened. The only one with a key to the house was his sister, Li Xia. The lights in the house flickered on, and a tremulous voice emerged from the woman. Brother, you're back. Li Quan turned to see his sister, a head shorter than him, and offered a comforting smile. Brother, what happened? Upon noticing the wounds on Li Quan and the evident bruising on his forehead from a head injury, Li Xia's heart nearly stopped from worry. He had pleaded for their parents. Yet he had not spared them either. Li Quan's voice remained calm, but Li Xia felt her heart being twisted in anguish. Who did this? Observing the 2 conspicuous pools of blood on the ground, hatred surged in Li Xia's reddened eyes. Initially, she had thought their parents succumbed to the pressure of debt and took their lives. Only upon arrival did she discover it was murder. You don't want to know. Xia. Witnessing his sister on the brink of a mental breakdown, Li Quan understood that she could scarcely bear any further shock. Was it Lin Fan? Li Xia suddenly raised her head to look at Li Quan. One must admit, a woman's intuition is remarkably acute. Li Quan fell silent. It was him. He killed our parents and sought to turn me into a fool to cover his crimes. No longer concealing the truth, Li Quan laid the facts bare. Li Xia's perception of Lin Fan has reached a negative value of -100, turning against him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 points. 1 silver lottery card. Yi Tian could only clap in delight. This was indeed a bombshell. Upon receiving this news, it could be said that Lin Fan had thoroughly lost one of his heroines. Yi Tian could distinctly sense that with one less heroine on Lin Fan's list, the entire world's rules fell into disarray, and the essence of the world began to flow out uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian voraciously devoured it. Li Quan did not conceal anything from Li Xia. He had contemplated whether to hide Lin Fan's identity as the murderer from her. The dilemma stemmed from the fact that once his sister learned Lin Fan was the culprit, her character would inevitably make her a target for Lin Fan's silencing. Yet, Li Quan found it impossible to hide the truth from his sister. She had the right to know how their parents had died. As for Lin Fan's schemes, with the system at hand, Li Quan believed he could safeguard his sister. I will go find him. Li Xia's voice trembled, her figure swaying before collapsing to the ground. Li Quan sighed deeply and immediately lifted Li Xia from the floor. I will take care of our parents' revenge. You just rest well. As the world's rules rapidly repaired themselves, Yi Tian reveled in the vast amount of essence he had stolen. The complete rupture between Li Xia and the protagonist allowed Yi Tian to reap a staggering benefit of over 500,000 points. Chapter 6, 2 lottery cards. With 500,000 points, Yi Tian could completely transform his capabilities. Skill evolution, combat technique, LV1, LV2, LV3. LV9, LV10, max, consuming 100,000 points. Skill evolution, danger warning, LV1, LV2, LV3. LV9, LV10, max, consuming 100,000 points. Having pushed these two critical skills to their utmost limits, Yi Tian refrained from touching the remaining 300,000 points. The host could afford to be without points. But as the system, he needed to retain some for contingencies. Should the host find himself in dire straits, he could still provide a powerful trump card. The skill shop has been updated. After soothing his sister, Li Xia, to sleep, Li Quan's attention was drawn to the system's voice. Skill shop, Grandmaster level combat technique. 10,000 points. Grandmaster level danger warning. 10,000 points, though only 2 options were available. Upon seeing these skills, Li Quan's eyes undoubtedly lit up. Since learning that Lin Fan possessed the prowess akin to that of a martial arts master, Li Quan's yearning for power has been incessantly intensifying. Now, the 2 skills available in the system's skill shop undoubtedly promised to facilitate his transformation from an ordinary individual. System, exchange for both skills. Ding, the exchange was successful. Points deducted. Yet, in the next moment, Li Quan felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins. As blocked acupoints were flushed open, and a torrent of inherited memories flooded his mind. Is this the sensation of power? Clenching his fists. Although Li Quan's physical strength had not markedly increased, his mastery of Grandmaster-level combat techniques empowered him to confront 100 versions of his former self. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Squinting at the figure outside through the surveillance screen, Li Quan's eyes narrowed. Ah, the dog behind Lin Fan has come. Standing at the door was a burly man with a face full of beard, Wang Biao. A man he knew all too well. Once fiercely loyal to Li Quan, he had swiftly switched allegiances upon Lin Fan's arrival in Mo High City, on numerous occasions, when they attempted to deal with Lin Fan. Had it not been for his warnings, Lin Fan would not have escaped so effortlessly. Now, his purpose for coming was not hard for Li Quan to surmise. Opening the door, Li Quan's gaze met Wang Biao's. Did Lin Fan send you to take my life? Li Quan remained calm. It seemed that Li Xiao had come to a realization. Wang Biao did not deny it and sighed symbolically. Li Xiao. I am sorry, but Lin Fan is not someone you can offend. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Biao's eyes as he lunged at Li Quan, aiming for his heart, in Wang Biao's mind. As a traditional martial artist, there was no doubt he could eliminate Li Quan. The sooner he resolved this, the sooner he could return. However, his expectations were overly optimistic the moment Wang Biao extended his claw. Li Quan's inner alarm surged to its peak. In an instant, Li Quan ducked to evade the strike, countering with a powerful elbow strike that landed heavily on Wang Biao's side. One elbow could rival 3 punches. Even though Li Quan's strength still fell within the realm of an ordinary person, Wang Biao staggered back, unsteady on his feet. Once halted, Wang Biao felt a piercing pain. Glancing down, he discovered a dagger had inexplicably lodged itself into his side. How could this be? He had seen no dagger in Li Quan's hand moments before. Ah, Li Quan. Blood poured forth as Wang Biao's veins bulged. You seek death. A heavy, earthy-hued spiritual energy enveloped Wang Biao's arm as he charged at Li Quan like a rampaging bull. System, exchange for another dagger. Ding, 12 points deducted. The host now had 1976 points remaining. Moo. Before Wang Biao's assault could reach him, a rush of air from his low growl had already tousled Li Quan's hair. The attacks of a traditional martial artist, even at the yellow rank, were far beyond what Li Quan could withstand at that moment. If he were to confront Wang Biao head-on, he would suffer a dire defeat. Thus, he sought Wang Biao's flank. Empowered by Grandmaster-level combat techniques, Wang Biao, despite his ferocity, was riddled with vulnerabilities. With a swift motion, a dagger materialized from thin air and plunged into Wang Biao's abdomen, with a sharp slice. Li Quan poured all his strength into the dagger, his eyes unblinking as he made a decisive cut. Time seemed to still as an overwhelming scent of blood filled the air. Wang Biao, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsed to the ground. Ding! The host has slain Lin Fan's subordinate. Lin Fan has lost an arm, rewarding the host with 15,000 points, 1 bronze lottery card, as Wang Biao's life faded. Li Quan summoned the body into his storage space, leaving no evidence behind. Calm, resolute, and astute, Yu Tian, who witnessed everything, could clearly sense Li Quan's metamorphosis. At that moment, if Li Quan were to open the system panel, he would discover an ancient martial arts shop newly added to the system. Within the shop lay a scroll of secret techniques. Bull's secret art. This was undeniably the ancient martial arts manual Wang Biao had cultivated. A bronze lottery card, and he still possessed a silver lottery card. What treasures might these 2 cards yield? Curiosity stirred within Li Quan regarding the system's rewards. He decided to first use the bronze lottery card. In silent concentration, Li Quan crushed the blue card. Boom! Amidst a radiant glow, a medal appeared before him. Gentleman's medal description. A man of elegance, unparalleled in the world. The wearer exudes an aura of righteousness from within. Holding the medal, Li Quan sighed. In terms of temperament, after years of living as a wastrel, his demeanor had indeed become overly somber and cold. Strangers would undoubtedly harbor a negative first impression. Li had always kept her distance. And this was likely part of the reason. Temperament is cultivated from youth, and altering it is a formidable challenge. The arrival of this medal was beyond his expectations. If a bronze lottery card could yield such a treasure, he eagerly anticipated the silver lottery card. Taking out the silver lottery card, he crushed it. Boom! A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, materialized before Li Quan, emanating a powerful aura. Summoned entity, bull description, a common villager summoned from the primordial realm. Having mastered the bull's secret art to perfection, his strength is at the advanced level of the mysterious rank. Note: as long as his basic needs are met, the bull will be utterly loyal to the host. As Yu Tian explained, he transmitted the hierarchy of ancient martial arts into Li Quan's mind. The mysterious rank. It turned out that both Wang Biao and Lin Fan were ancient martial artists. With Wang Biao's prowess at the initial yellow rank. As Li Quan digested the information in his mind, his worldview began to reshape, gazing at the bull before him, whose presence dwarfed Wang Biao's by over tenfold. He understood that no matter how skilled he became, he could not inflict even the slightest wound on the bull with a dagger. Had the bull been present earlier, his parents could have evaded Lin Fan's treachery. Chapter 7 means the bull was, in fact, an unexpected creation of Yu Tian. Initially, he merely sought to perfect the bull's secret art, never anticipating success. Subsequently, he replicated Wang Biao's corpse, using it as a vessel. And through the constant impact of the perfected technique, it manifested into the towering form before him. Finally, he altered its appearance and imbued it with some basic knowledge. A brand new summoned entity had emerged. Yu Tian was genuinely astonished by his own feat. It appeared that in the future, should he acquire the Sunflower Manual, he could potentially forge an invincible Eastern figure, with the evil repelling sword spectrum. He could create a Yu Bukun.asa system. There remained many abilities yet to be fully comprehended. In the dead of night, dingling on the cold ground, a shattered phone vibrated violently due to an incoming call. A long finger picked up the phone. The caller ID read, Lin Fan. Hello, Wang Biao. How did it go? Have you dealt with Li Quan and Li Xia? Just use spiritual energy to turn her into an idiot. I still want that woman. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the phone. However, he did not hear Wang Biao's response. 1 breath, 2 breaths. On the other end, Lin Fan's brows knitted involuntarily, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Indeed, a chilling voice soon reached his ears. Lin Fan, both my sister and I are alive and well. You are surely disappointed. Lin Fan, you scoundrel, a murderer. I will exact my revenge. Just wait. The woman's hysterical voice echoed before the call abruptly ended. Beep beep. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Fan's expression darkened. Crack. The phone in his hand slowly shattered, contorting, mirroring his current demeanor. On the other side, having hung up the phone, Li Quan continuously comforted his sister, who wept in his embrace. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? I miss Mom and Dad. Brother, please don't leave me. You are my only family. I won't go. I will protect you from now on. Now, hurry and sleep. Brother, stay with me. The following day, news of the chairman and chairwoman of the Li Corporation's demise spread like wildfire across the globe. The entire entertainment industry was thrown into an uproar. Many sensed an impending upheaval in the cultural realm. Outside, a light rain fell. In the hall, two portraits stood, prompting those clad in black suits to bow their heads in silent tribute. Li Quan stood beside his parents' portraits, watching as individuals approached to lay down white chrysanthemums, his heart heavy with sorrow. Beside him, Li Xia had already wept into a state of distress. The faint scent of incense wafted by, and Li Quan looked up to see a woman clad in a black dress, her skin as pale as snow. Approaching his parents' portraits, she elegantly inclined her body, preparing to place the white chrysanthemums down when a hand suddenly grasped her wrist firmly. There is no need for Miss Qi Li to participate in my parents' funeral. Li Quan's voice emerged devoid of emotion, causing Qi Li to tremble slightly. Raising her gaze to meet Li Quan's cold eyes, she opened her mouth to say something, ultimately managing only a single phrase. I'm sorry. I never anticipated Uncle and Aunt would take such a step. Suicide? Li Quan fixed his gaze on Qi Li's eyes. Perhaps only Mr. Lin Fan, who shadows you, Miss Qi Li, knows the true cause of my parents' demise. His words rang out without a hint of disguise. In an instant, all present at the funeral exchanged glances, each one a keen observer. Those who attended this funeral were not naive. In a mere breath, they grasped the vast implications of Li Quan's statement. What do you mean, Li Quan? Qi Li, indeed, was perplexed by his insinuation that nothing. Li Quan placed his exquisite wrist down. Why haven't I seen Mr. Lin Fan today? Isn't he always by your side? He is unwell. Qi Li recalled Lin Fan's words to him. Is it truly an ailment? Who can say? Li Quan presented a document to Qi Li. Please inform Mr. Lin Fan that I, Li Quan, am formally suing the director of Tianyu Company, Lin Fan, for the murder of my parents. The atmosphere erupted with shock at his proclamation. What nonsense are you spouting, Li Quan? Qi Li gazed incredulously at the document in her hands. It was only now that she realized Li Quan was markedly different today. This moment, he stood as a figure of unwavering justice, his demeanor exuding an undeniable conviction. The glimmer in his eyes reflected a profound disappointment directed at her. Just listen well. Li Quan inhaled deeply, his expression turning complex, ultimately resolute. Additionally, next month, I shall formally withdraw from our engagement. Henceforth, we shall have no ties. His solemn declaration brought moisture to his eyes, resembling a man utterly disenchanted by a beloved. What an act! No wonder this masterful performance was redeemed with my 5,000 points. Yi Tian observed the drama with keen interest. Withdraw the engagement? Qi Li stared at the reddened eyes of Li Quan, momentarily stunned. It seemed that Li Quan truly felt as though his heart had turned to ash. Witnessing Li Quan's demeanor, Qi Li felt her own emotions swell. For a fleeting moment, she believed his current state was entirely her doing. Had she not delivered the final blow to the Li family, leading to his parents' demise, he would not be in this state. Would he? Yet, on second thought, Li Quan had squandered so many women in the entertainment industry, and his descent to this level hardly warranted sympathy. Grasping the document tightly, she replied, I will convey your message to Lin Fan, and I hope you find solace, Mr. Li. As people gradually dispersed, the rain outside intensified. Ding! The system announced that Li Quan had caused Lin Fan to be doubted by many, disturbing the tranquility of the female lead, Qi Li, rewarding him with 2024 points, bringing his total to 14,000. Lin Fan's protagonist luck diminished by 100 points, leaving him with 7,500 points. Listening to the system's voice, Li Quan regained his composure. He took Li Xia's hand and called out behind him, let us head to the company. Bang! The bodyguard, Man Yo, splashed through the water, closely following Li Quan. Meanwhile, in the manor, Lin Fan took the document from Qi Li. Lin Fan, tell me honestly, are you involved in the deaths of my uncle and aunt? Qi Li queried directly. Without hesitation, the funeral, Li Quan, adorned with the gentleman's medal, had articulated words that tugged at her emotions. Although Li Quan was of poor character, Qi Li believed he would not fabricate such allegations regarding serious matters. Qi Li, do you not know what kind of person Li Quan is? He is merely slandering without evidence. Akin to a child, Lin Fan gently took the woman's hand in his. Li Quan clearly harbors feelings for you. He undoubtedly wishes to eliminate me to possess you entirely. Li Quan has proposed to dissolve our engagement. Withdrawing her hand from Lin Fan's, Chi Li's mind recalled Li Quan's expression of utter disappointment at the funeral, leaving her momentarily flustered. I have matters at the company. I must take my leave. As Chi Li departed, Lin Fan, alone in the manor, wore a markedly somber expression. Sumi, Li Quan, you still underestimate the power I possess. The document in his hand crumbled into shreds. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. Calming himself, it appears I must resort to the assassin organization left to me by my master. Li Quan, you will not survive this night. In the car, Li Quan browsed the system interface. System, how many points are required to exchange for the details of all the parasites and corporate spies within the Li Corporation? Finally remembered to consult the system. Ye Tian shook his head and waved his hand. The complete set of information requires 4,000 points. 4,000 points. Li Quan hesitated momentarily, but considering the current state of the company, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Exchanged, a USB drive materialized in his hand, plugging it into his computer. He perused the contents of the USB, his eyes gleaming brighter. The system truly delivers excellence. This information is astoundingly comprehensive. It is sufficient to hand over to the police, enabling them to apprehend the culprits based on the provided evidence. He never anticipated so many infiltrators within Tianyu Company. With the documents in hand, Li Quan promptly dialed the police. The previous night, as he slept, the system had gifted him a comprehensive guide on opposing the protagonist. Among the various strategies, calling the police was a stroke of genius. Upon his arrival at the company, the police were escorting bewildered individuals out. Li Quan, what is going on? Several company elders were led past him, calling out his name in confusion. Quick, find a way to get us out of this, or clarify to the police that we are innocent. Li Quan, who reported the crime. We must uncover that individual. At this age, how can you still be so naive? Li Quan shook his head with a smirk. It was I who called the police. Everything you have embezzled from the company over the years will be returned. My legal team will pursue your crimes to the fullest extent. What? The words of Li Quan sent shockwaves through everyone present. The crowd of company employees who followed behind were equally astonished by Li Quan's nonchalant declaration. They initially believed the arrests were a targeted attack from rival companies, considering many among them were key figures and stakeholders. Are you mad? Li Quan, do you think this will save the company? Removing us core members will only lead the company to ruin. Even your father turned a blind eye to us. Who do you think you are, daring to call the police? The individuals restrained by the police shouted angrily at Li Quan. However, their fury was merely impotent rage. They never anticipated that the once timid Li Quan would take such decisive action today. Chapter 8. Making the female lead fall for the host Li Corporation. CEO's office. After cleansing the internal strife within the company, Li Quan indisputably became the president. Reviewing the stacks of documents on his desk, he remained surprisingly composed. Following the extensive exposure of negative information online, the stock of Li Corporation had plummeted to its lowest point. Film, music, literature, if not for insufficient evidence preventing official intervention, Li Corporation would likely have faced total obliteration. Even so, public animosity towards Li Corporation had reached an exaggerated level. Having purged the internal discord, everything lay in disarray. Habitually, he opened the system interface. Within it lay a plethora of songs, scripts, and literary masterpieces that could ignite a cultural frenzy, yet were ill-timed for release. Under the weight of infamy, even the finest works would receive little attention. This led Li Quan to reflect on the principal figure responsible for the company's downfall, Dark Rose, a world-class hacker. Had it not been for Dark Rose exposing all the company's scandals and fabricating those fictitious events, Li Corporation would not have faced such a calamity overnight. Ding. The system's character data had been updated. Yutian's prompt signaled that Li Quan was indeed perceptive. The current situation of the company necessitated the identification of a breakthrough. Dark Rose was evidently one such opportunity. Following Yutian's notification, Li Quan opened the system once more. Character data marketplace. Dark Rose, 2,000 Lin Fan, 8,000 Chi Li, 3,000. Scattered throughout were profiles of dozens of characters, many of which Li Quan had never heard of. System, can I gain access to their complete profiles by consuming the corresponding points? Ding. The host answered correctly. To his surprise, the system possessed such capabilities. Gazing at the character data list, Li Quan's attention lingered on Lin Fan for a moment before settling on Dark Rose. System, exchange for Dark Rose's information. Without hesitation, he proceeded. To Dark Rose was a thorn lodged in the throat of the company. Unless resolved, even if the company survived this ordeal, similar crises would inevitably recur. Ding. Points deducted. The host now has 8,000 points remaining. Dark Rose name. Black Rose age. 18 measurements. Background. At 8 years old, her family perished in a fire. She was saved by a boy who subsequently vanished, leaving her an orphan raised in an orphanage. As she grew, Black Rose exhibited extraordinary computer skills. Utilizing her hacking abilities, she has relentlessly pursued the truth behind the fire and the identity of her savior, only to inadvertently expose information regarding an international assassin organization, leading to her current state of being hunted. Current status: under threat, seeking Lin Fan's assistance, coordinates, map. Observing these words, Li Quan raised an eyebrow and smirked. At such a time, he must not allow Lin Fan to meet with Dark Rose. It would be best if those pursuing Dark Rose succeeded in eliminating her. With such thoughts in mind, Li Quan picked up his phone and directly dialed his legal team's number. Hello, young Master Li. How's the lawsuit against Lin Fan for the murder of my parents coming along? Well, young Master Li, we still lack sufficient evidence. Li Quan was not surprised by his lawyer's response. Then gather the evidence, involve the police, and have Lin Fan cooperate at the station. The lawyer on the other end sounded puzzled. They could indeed rely on the existing evidence to summon Lin Fan, but how could they expect him to provide any useful information when they were accusing him of murder? Do as I say. With that, Li Quan hung up. He had never seriously considered that he could successfully bring Lin Fan down. After all, the evidence was scant. Moreover, Lin Fan's connections evidently reached into the military. The primary purpose of the lawsuit was to distract Lin Fan, making it likely that the Dark Rose would face dire straits without his assistance. Leaning back in his chair, Li Quan mused about the rewards the system might bestow upon him once the Dark Rose met her demise. Just then, the system's notification sound startled him. Ding. System task issued. Make one of the female leads, Dark Rose, fall in love with the host. Time limit: 5 days. Task success: reward of a golden lottery card. Task failure: system detachment. System task. Li Quan was momentarily taken aback by the task issued by Yi Tian. The penalty for failure was so severe, he could not allow the system to detach. Without it, he would not know how to manage the Li Corporation, let alone deal with Lin Fan. However, this task posed a dilemma. As a villain, isn't it common knowledge that robbing the protagonist's love interest is the key to destabilizing the protagonist's mindset? Do I really need to be taught? Yi Tian shook his head, realizing that it was essential to find a time traveler or a reincarnator for the next host. Eventually, Li Quan rose from his seat. He instructed the brawny man to escort Li Xia home while he drove to the location of the Dark Rose. If he were to complete the system's task, then nothing must happen to her. At the same time, he needed to delve deeper into her background. System: was it Lin Fan who saved the Dark Rose during that fire years ago? Yes. Yu Tian did not conceal this. After all, he had purchased all the data on the Dark Rose. Does the Dark Rose know that Lin Fan is her savior? No, due to the difficulty in locating some evidence from that time. She only considers Lin Fan a friend. What evidence? Li Quan detected the key in Yu Tian's words and quickly seized upon the lead. In response to Li Quan's barrage of questions, Yu Tian conjured a luminous screen before him. It depicted events from a decade ago involving the Black Rose family. Inside a house, flames raged. The girl was struggling to pull her mother, who was barely conscious, while beside them stood a boy with a worried expression. The mother handed a necklace to the boy, which contained a photo of the three of them. Take Mei Mei away," the girl cried, while the boy gritted his teeth and lifted her away. The girl thrashed wildly, and a red-hot steel pipe struck the boy's back. The girl fell silent, staring blankly as the boy, despite his pain, saved her from the inferno. The brief image played out, and Li Quan managed to view it while waiting at a red light. He had not expected Lin Fan to possess such qualities. The fire had been caused by an assassination target gone awry due to Lin Fan's master. It was a fact unknown to all. Yi Tian divulged this directly, leaving Li Quan momentarily speechless. The missing evidence must have been that necklace, right? Li Quan was not foolish. After watching the entire footage, he grasped the information presented. After all, could an external object truly remain intact for decades without a scratch, as depicted in television dramas? And the scar, Yi Tian added, revealing the scene where the steel pipe struck Lin Fan's back. Having recently obtained the transformational pill, Lin Fan's body had undergone a metamorphosis, leaving no scars whatsoever. After witnessing the system's omniscient explanation, Li Quan felt utterly astounded. Without these two critical pieces of evidence, it was no wonder the Dark Rose had never considered Lin Fan her savior. Chapter 9. Dark Rose, Black Rose. Does the host wish to expend 2,000 points to acquire the two pieces of evidence? Yes. Li Quan had just begun to think along those lines when the system anticipated his decision. Anticipation? Li Quan had yet to realize that Yi Tian had been subtly guiding him all along. Understanding the entirety of the novel, Yi Tian knew precisely how to amplify the loopholes within this narrative world. Ding! Points deducted. The host now has 6,000 points remaining. Gazing at the necklace around his neck and touching the slowly emerging scar on his back, Liquan smirked at a tea present. His authenticity as the Dark Rose's savior from 10 years ago far surpassed Lin Fan's. He wondered how regretful the Dark Rose would feel upon realizing that she had turned her childhood savior's company into its current state. That, of course, this was merely the foundation. Liquan had not forgotten the system's task. Within 5 days, he must make the Dark Rose fall in love with him. Even with the identity of her savior, careful maneuvering was still required. In a luxurious apartment building, a woman with fair skin and long, slender legs crossed on the sofa, her nimble fingers rapidly dancing across the keyboard while her dark hair cascaded casually behind her. Checking the time, she bit into a lollipop and picked up the phone on the coffee table to dial. Hello? Lin, aren't you supposed to come to my rescue? Why does your location show you're at the police station? Her eyes glinted with mischief as she twirled a few strands of hair around her neck, adorned with pink headphones. On the other end, Lin Fan looked at the police officer before him and the group of lawyers behind him, taking a deep breath. There are some matters to handle here. I will be a few minutes late. Make it quick. A weak woman like me cannot handle those guys. I understand. I will be there soon. Lin Fan's tone was affectionate, and a fleeting glimmer of possessiveness flickered in his eyes. After hanging up, he turned to the police officer opposite him. Is there anything else you need to ask? Please do so quickly. 5 minutes later, the officer closed his notebook and nodded at Lin Fan. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. You may leave. I will remember your face. Your dedication is commendable. I will relay this to your chief. Lin Fan smiled lightly, appearing to compliment the officer. As he reached the entrance of the police station, several officers blocked Lin Fan's path. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid we need to detain you for a while longer. What is it? Lin Fan's expression darkened. If they did not provide a valid reason, he would not let this slide. We just interrogated a group of individuals involved in money laundering under the guise of a certain company. A significant portion of their testimonies implicated you and Tianyu Company. We now have reason, and it is necessary for Mr. Lin to accompany us to clarify the situation at the station. Money laundering? They implicated me? Lin Fan chuckled angrily, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Take me there. I want to see which adversaries are behind this. Following the police to the interrogation area, Lin Fan found himself surrounded by a large group of individuals, all apprehended in one sweep. Initially intrigued, his expression gradually stiffened as he recognized these people, his own spies embedded within the Li Corporation. Mr. Lin, you finally made it. Hurry and get us out of here. Several middle-aged individuals, tears and snot streaming down their faces, rushed toward Lin Fan, who pushed them away in disgust. What evidence do you have? You can't just detain us like this. Despite his disdain for these individuals, they were still his subordinates, and he would fight for them. Mr. Lin, you should take a look at the evidence we have gathered. One officer displayed the computer screen to Lin Fan. Each entry detailed specific dates and times of criminal activities, leaving Lin Fan shaken. How is this possible? This data is irrefutable evidence of their crimes. Protecting these criminals under public scrutiny would change the nature of the situation entirely. Who provided this information? Lin Fan inhaled deeply and inquired. Mr. Lin, it was Liquan. He somehow obtained this evidence and reported us. Mr. Lin, please save us. If Liquan's lawyers get involved, we will spend the rest of our lives in prison. Liquan. The mention of this name left Lin Fan utterly bewildered. How could this be? Even his father could not have collected such information. How did he manage to acquire it? Had Liquan been playing a deep game all along? Mr. Lin, you are currently implicated in instructing others in money laundering, tax evasion, and misappropriation of substantial company funds. We need to detain you temporarily. Let me make a call. Realizing the situation was more troublesome than anticipated, Lin Fan had no choice but to leverage his connections. In the apartment, the woman stretched lazily, observing Lin Fan's location on her computer. Still at the police station, her delicate face furrowed in concern as Black Rose picked up her phone. 7 or 8 red dots were clearly heading toward her direction. She would have to rely on herself. Packing her computer, putting on her bracelet, and grabbing her phone, she stepped out of her room. Bang! She was met with a blunt object when Black Rose regained consciousness. She found herself in a swaying vehicle. Her mouth was bound with a roll of bandage, and her hands and feet were tied. A few burly white men in the vehicle glanced at her, but said nothing. The vehicle was still moving, and she had no idea where they were taking her. Her phone and computer were missing, and even her bracelet, which could connect to the internet, had been taken. In a moment, Hei Mei felt her heart plummet. She had placed too much faith in the online world. Had she merely glanced through the peephole before departing, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Now, she could only pin her hopes on Lin Fan. Apart from him, there was no one else who could comprehend her predicament. Suddenly, She felt the entire carriage lurch forward. The vehicle came to a halt. Had they arrived, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Then came a series of gunshots, unexpected and jarring, claiming the life of the driver in an instant. In that moment of chaos, the four burly men in the compartment exchanged glances, promptly drawing their weapons and fleeing the vehicle as the gunfire outside intensified. In stark contrast, Hei Mei shrank back, her body curling into a tight ball. Was Lin Fan coming to her rescue? Or had these men encountered an even more ruthless group? As she pondered, the gunfire gradually ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Yet, none of the assassins returned to the carriage. Come down, it's safe now. A soothing voice emanated from beside her. Hei Mei looked up to see a man clad in a tailored suit, his eyes exuding a refined charm. His gentle demeanor, coupled with an aura reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, elevated her initial impression of him to great heights. However, there was something vaguely familiar about this man, though she could not place it. Did you single-handedly eliminate all 5 of them? She questioned incredulously, still grappling with disbelief. Indeed, he replied succinctly, his mind predominantly preoccupied with the system. Ding, the host has replaced the protagonist Lin Fan to save Hei Mei, rewarding the host with 3,000 points, bringing the total to 7,000. The protagonist Lin Fan's luck points have decreased by 100. Can I return these recently purchased firearms? Li Quan lamented, surveying the weapons in his storage space with a pained expression. Just moments ago, the system had updated the weapon shop, finally introducing firearms. Yet, these guns came with only 1 magazine, and ammunition was not available for sale in the shop, the prices of the guns exorbitantly high. Ding, the system replies, items from the system are non-refundable. Though he had expected such a response, Li Quan still felt the system's palpable malice. This host fails to understand that in a world where ancient martial arts prevail, one should engage more with such practices rather than rely on firearms. In that moment, an idea struck him. Ding, the system has updated to version 2.0. The 2.0 version of the villain system includes a new feature, recycling. Recycling. The host can exchange any items deemed valuable for points within the system. Note: ancient martial arts manuals have extremely high recycling value. This new feature brought a surge of joy to Li Quan. Who are you, and why did you save me? Hei Mei asked, astonished by the man's composure. I did not save you. I merely had a grudge against those men, and your rescue was incidental. Is that so? Her gaze held a hint of skepticism, yet she could find no other rationale. Just then, Li Quan coughed up a few drops of blood. What's wrong with you? Hei Mei exclaimed, noticing his pallor. In the next instant, she spotted a large pool of blood on the driver's seat. He had been shot. You're injured? Panic surged within her. We need to get you to a hospital. This is a gunshot wound. A hospital? Li Quan shook his head, stifling his discomfort as he parked the car in the garage. During this time, his complexion grew increasingly ashen. All right, you can leave now. And you? What will you do about your injury? Hei Mei's gaze remained fixed on the wound on Li Quan's back, bewildered by his insistence on remaining strong despite the circumstances. I'm accustomed to dealing with my own injuries, he replied, a wave of melancholy enveloping him. Under the influence of the gentleman's medal, this sentiment resonated deeply within Hei Mei, leaving her speechless. This man seemed to harbor a story. With a sudden thud, Li Quan, clearly struggling, fainted. Unintentionally or otherwise, his access card fell beside Hei Mei. If I truly depart, I fear I shall never forgive myself. She looked at the unconscious Li Quan. Hei Mei felt a stirring within her. Despite his enmity with the assassins, he had nonetheless become her savior. Grabbing the access card, she hoisted Li Quan and exited the vehicle. System, I haven't compromised anything, have I? Li Quan, still in a state of unconsciousness, communicated with Yi Tian in his mind. Please trust in the system's master-level acting skills. I believe. After a moment of hesitation, Li Quan inquired, System, does your recycling channel accept anything? The system will assess the value of recyclable items. Those valued under 1 point will not be exchanged. Yi Tian inferred Li Quan's intentions. Does the system accept bodies? I have 6 corpses in my storage space, and they are overflowing. Yi Tian was taken aback. Goodness, are you treating it like an incinerator? Upon evaluation, the total value was 6 points. Would you like to recycle and convert them into points? Yi Tian did not refuse. If he wished, he could infuse energy into these corpses, effectively transforming them into 6 formidable warriors of the highest caliber, a deal too good to pass up. Recycle. Though the points were paltry, for Li Quan, it primarily served to free up space in his storage. Meanwhile, after sorting out matters at the police station, Lin Fan arrived at Hei Mei's apartment. Upon discovering it was empty, he dialed Hei Mei's number. No answer. Has something happened? A sense of unease began to swell within him, akin to the feeling of losing something that rightfully belonged to him. The inability to reach Mei, coupled with her failure to contact him, led him to suspect she might have been taken by the ghost teeth assassins. Had it not been for those troublesome individuals delaying him, he would have arrived much sooner. Reflecting on the root of his troubles, Lin Fan mentally noted Li Quan as well, that he scrolled through his phone to retrieve a number given to him by his master, a contact for an assassin organization he had initially intended to employ against Li Quan, but now found himself compelled to use prematurely. Ghost Teeth was also an assassin organization, and his master's contacts would undoubtedly have information on them, allowing him to trace Mei's whereabouts. When Li Quan opened his eyes, he found himself bandaged across the torso, while Mei was seated on a nearby sofa, typing away on his computer. Seeing this, Li Quan remained unfazed. The system had already concealed sensitive information from Mei, and he had no fear of her uncovering anything. You're awake. Mei's eyes glimmered with complexity upon seeing him. You are Li Quan, the current director of Li Group. For Mei, as long as she had access to a device connected to the internet, discovering someone's identity was not a challenge. She was familiar with the sole heir of Li Group. The reason she had not recognized him was that the Li Quan she encountered today bore little resemblance to the online persona she had researched. The aura he exuded was one of gentle melancholy, a stark contrast to the image she had formed. How did you know? Li Quan slowly rose, feigning surprise. My personal appearance is confidential. You must be quite proficient with computers to have accessed my information. I was just browsing, Mei instinctively denied. Little did she know, the universe had a wicked sense of humor. Just days prior, in an attempt to aid Lin Fan, she had deliberately tarnished Li Group's reputation, leading to its collapse. Yet today, she found herself rescued by the very person she had wronged. Although their interaction had been brief, Mei's perception of Li Quan had undergone a profound transformation. She felt as though she were the one who had committed an unforgivable sin. Well then, if there's nothing else, you may leave, Li Quan said casually while putting on his clothes. Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment. May I stay with you for a couple of days? I noticed that more ghost teeth assassins have arrived in Mo High City, and I fear that stepping outside will result in my capture. Predictably, Li Quan sighed at the system's capabilities. Even the world's top hackers struggled to evade the false information disseminated by the system. Can you cook and do laundry? I can. Mei's eyes sparkled at the inquiry. I am quite skilled at gaming. Then go prepare a meal. There are ingredients in the fridge. Mei's expression fell. Moments later, she emerged from the kitchen, her finger wrapped in a bandage, pain etched across her face. How about we just have instant noodles? She suggested, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Li Quan stared blankly at the several packets of instant noodles in the corner. Ding, given the host's current situation. The system recommends redeeming master-level culinary skills. Ye Tion's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Li Quan promptly opened the skill shop and found master-level culinary skills, 5,000 points, with only 7,006 points remaining. He hesitated. System, redeem. Despite the cost, he trusted the system's offerings, believing they would not lead him astray. Ding. Master-level culinary skill successfully redeemed. It is advised that the host also redeem a menu, or else the culinary skill cannot be activated. Divine egg fried rice, 2,000 points. Perfect seafood soup, 3,000 points. Fortuitous mapo tofu, 5,000 points. Must I spend more points to acquire a menu? Li Quan felt a pang of regret as he recalled spending 1,000 points just yesterday to unlock the weapon shop. That it appeared he had indeed been taken for a ride. Ultimately, Li Quan exchanged for a divine egg fried rice, upon seeing him head towards the kitchen. Mei wore a curious expression. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of cooking emanated from within, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. How delightful. Mei instinctively followed the scent towards the kitchen. Inside, Li Quan was busy with both hands. Hot oil crackled at the bottom of the pan as he poured in the well-beaten eggs. Amidst the rich fragrance of eggs, a plate of rice was added. At that moment, Li Quan skillfully tossed the pan, the spatula separating the grains of rice, while delicate strands of egg, like exquisite craftsmanship, perfectly enveloped each grain under his deft movements, under his exceptional skill. The aroma of the fried rice seemed to materialize, causing Mei, who merely watched and inhaled the fragrance, to swallow repeatedly. What a level of culinary art! Li Quan continued his movements, and with his other hand, he picked up some soy sauce, pouring it in. Like a painting on a sand table, each grain of rice transformed astonishingly in hue upon the addition of the sauce. Adjusting the heat, he finally sprinkled in the chopped green onions that had been prepared earlier. Covering the pan, the scents of the green onions and eggs melded perfectly in the warm pan. It's ready to eat. Just at the right moment, Li Quan lifted the lid, and a rich fragrance instantly filled the entire kitchen and living room. Mei, with her mouth watering, took a bite of the rice. In an instant, the soft and glutinous rice burst in her mouth, and the lively strands of egg seemed to come alive, making it hard to resist biting down. With her eyes closed, Mei imagined an endless rice field, where little chicks flitted about harmoniously. This feeling was akin to being newly born, bathed in a mother's embrace, welcoming the morning sun, utterly enchanting. After just one mouthful of fried rice, tears brimmed in Mei's eyes as she recalled her mother, who had passed away 10 years prior. This truly egg-fried rice. Holding the bowl, she felt this was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Li Quan's eyes were also red as he savored the fried rice, reminiscing about his mother. The divine egg-fried rice given to him by Yi Tian was a universal kindness. Even though Li Quan had prepared it himself, he still felt like a mere diner. Ultimately, the two of them finished a large pot of fried rice amid their choked emotions. Yi Tian rubbed his forehead, feeling embarrassed as his host for being so uncouth. Having shared a meal at the same table, the relationship between Mei and Li Quan had transformed from strangers to a closer acquaintance. "Your cooking is wonderful," Mei exclaimed sincerely. She felt particularly justified in her decision to stay. Li Quan collected his emotions, recalling the system's requirement for him to maintain a cool demeanor, and casually remarked, "Wash the dishes." "Sure." Mei replied without hesitation, "Shall we have egg-fried rice for supper too?" Indeed, to win a woman's heart, one must first captivate her stomach. The master chef skills bestowed upon him by the system were not entirely in vain. That night, the bustling night scene of Mo City remained as vibrant as ever. On the rooftop of a tall building, the chilly wind howled. Lin Fan gazed towards a shadow that seemed to meld with the night. Squinting slightly, "Are you Blood-Eye, the contingency left by my master?" Old servant greets the young master. The figure knelt on one knee, its voice raspy like an old tree shedding its bark. "Tell me about our assassin organization. What is its current scale?" "Yes, young master," Blood-Eye replied respectfully. "When my master departed, he left behind a vast legacy of ancient martial arts. With these teachings, I have developed our assassination organization in the United States to the pinnacle. There are over 1,000 ordinary assassins and 69 martial artists among them, including myself, with 5 having touched the threshold of the Earth stage." As Blood-Eye spoke, pride filled his tone. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. In this current age of martial decline, Earth stage martial artists were indeed exceedingly rare. The presence of 5 who had reached the threshold of that level of power qualified them to stand toe-to-toe with even some small nations. No wonder his master had entrusted this organization to him as a backup plan. However, it seemed excessive to employ this assassin organization against Li Quan. But with Wang Biao, who usually helped him with dirty work, having failed, this was the only option left. "Do you know of the Ghost Tooth Assassination Organization?" Lin Fan inquired about the currently missing Mei. "Ghost Tooth?" Blood-Eye appeared taken aback for a moment. "Young master, our assassin organization is called Ghost Tooth. Upon hearing this response, Lin Fan realized, "The assassin organization left to me by my master is you, Ghost Tooth. It was my fault for not informing the young master sooner." Blood-Eye lowered his head. "I do not blame you. It is not too late to know now." With that, Lin Fan returned to the topic at hand. "Did you capture a woman named Mei in Mo City today?" "Mei? You mean Dark Rose?" "Young master, this indeed occurred." Upon hearing the name Dark Rose, Blood-Eye seemed to recall something. "Release her. She is my woman." "This." Blood-Eye hesitated before saying, "Young master, Dark Rose was abducted not long ago." "Who?" Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with menace. "Why is everything going awry today?" "I do not know. The other party killed 5 of our Ghost Tooth members, and we have been searching for that person." "Useless," Lin Fan reprimanded. Blood-Eye lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Deploy all personnel in Mo City. We must find Mei." As Lin Fan spoke, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. "Whoever took Dark Rose, no matter the motive, must be found and killed." "Yes." Blood-Eye recognized the young master's gravity regarding this matter. Turning away, Lin Fan calmed himself slightly. "If there's one more thing. Please, young master, help me kill someone." The old servant will do whatever it takes. Without even inquiring about the identity of the target, Blood-Eye understood that, in his perception, there were very few people in this world whom Ghost Tooth could not assassinate. The person is called Li Quan, an ordinary man living on the top floor of Tangchun. "I want to see him dead tonight." Chapter 12. The Strength of Man Nyo on the top floor of Tangchun. A day had passed, and the damages to the house had nearly been repaired. In her room, Li Xia, with her long hair cascading down and dressed in a pink and white gown, looked like a princess from a fairy tale. However, this princess now sat on her bed, clutching a pillow, with red eyes lost in thought. She still had not emerged from the sorrow of her parents' passing. "Why hasn't my brother returned yet?" Li Xia pouted. glancing at the towering figure of a strong man by the door. The man was stoic, and after a few moments of silence, he replied somewhat sheepishly, "I don't know." "Fool, do you really not know why my brother made you my bodyguard?" Li Shia felt exasperated. Throughout the day, her exchanges with the hulking Man Yo had not exceeded 5 words. This big guy was utterly taciturn. Regarding Li Shia's complaints, Man Yo lowered his head, once again falling into silence. Ding-dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. My brother is back. Hearing the doorbell, Li Shia's eyes brightened, and she sighed in relief. Finally, she wouldn't have to face this mute anymore. "Miss, it's not the young master." Man Yo, looking at the outdoor surveillance, became serious. Li Shia paused slightly, and through the monitor, she saw a figure shrouded in a black cloak outside the door. Ding-dong, the cloaked figure pressed the doorbell again. Still, there was no response from within. If sensing something, Blood Eye slowly raised his head and saw the camera. Inside the house, Li Shia, upon seeing the true face of the person outside, let out a frightened scream. It was a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed ready to drip blood. A face that resembled crumpled rice paper, pale as a bloodthirsty ghost. "So you've seen me, huh? He. The figure outside, Blood Eye, chuckled eerily. And with his keen hearing, he naturally heard Li Shia's scream. In that case, I must be rude." Extending his withered hand, Blood Eye struck the metal door with great force. Crash! In an instant, the entire door was pierced by Blood Eye's palm. Crack! With a series of strange sounds, the door was ripped apart by him, using both hands. At the level, he could distribute his spiritual energy throughout his body. A mere door was no obstacle for Blood Eye. Upon seeing Man Yo and Li Shia inside the house, Blood Eye grinned. 2 people. Then, recalling the photo Lin Fan had given him earlier, his brow furrowed again. "Where's Li Quan? Who are you? What do you want?" The scene of the alloy door being torn apart was too shocking for Li Shia, causing her voice to tremble. "Little girl, it seems your brother isn't home," with cold pupils scanning the surroundings. Blood Eye confirmed that there was no 4th person in the house. In that case, I can only take you to the young master. Blood Eye had not forgotten Lin Fan's second target, Li Shia. This woman was said to be as. A strange smile formed on Blood Eye's face as he transformed into a shadow of black and red, swiftly approaching Li Shia. As for Man Yo, who stood beside her, he was completely disregarded. An ordinary bodyguard posed negligible threat to him. Even with a gun, soon, Blood Eye would pay the price for his disdain. Boom! A heavy, earthy yellow spiritual energy instantly swept across the entire living room. Man Yo stepped forward, delivering a fist as heavy as a mountain directly towards Blood Eye's face. "What is this?" Watching the fist rapidly enlarge in his vision, Blood Eye's pupils constricted. A martial artist. This unexpected turn of events occurred too quickly. Blood Eye's spiritual energy surged wildly within him as he attempted to evade Man Yo's punch. But it is already late. A sudden thud reverberated through the entire floor, causing windows on several levels below to shatter instantly. Amidst the neon glow of the night, a magnificent spectacle unfolded. As I glanced at Blood Eye, he found himself completely wedged between the wall, facing Man Yo and Li Shia, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from him in all directions. With a cough, blood mixed with his internal organs spilled from his mouth, and Blood Eye stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the individual he had overlooked throughout the ordeal. Perfected at the mystical stage, how could this be possible? His words were laced with profound shock, and the excruciating pain coursing through his body made him tremble uncontrollably. As long as I am here, do not think of harming the young lady. Man Yo's deep voice resonated with unwavering loyalty. Li Shia, behind him, was utterly stunned into silence. She had never imagined that the bodyguard Li Quan had provided her would possess such superhuman strength. "I never expected a master like you would willingly serve as a mere mortal's protector." Blood Eye's voice remained hoarse, devoid of its previous mocking tone. Chunks of debris fell from the wall as he coughed up blood and gritted his teeth, extricating himself from the wall. This humiliation will be remembered by the ghost teeth. With a fierce glare at Man Yo, Blood Eye departed, heavily injured. Man Yo did not pursue him. His speed was not swift, and if he strayed too far from Li Shia, he could not guarantee her safety. Li Quan was unaware of the events that transpired in the house. However, as the system, Yutian, had gleaned everything through Man Yo, he held no doubts regarding Man Yo's strength, and the outcome matched his expectations. Blood Eye had ultimately retreated in a state of disarray. Little did he know, ghost teeth had already infiltrated the mundane world. Yutian had far more thoughts regarding the happenings on Man Yo's side. In the original novel, Lin Fan summoned the Ghost Teeth Assassin organization only upon discovering the spatial barrier. Their premature appearance was undoubtedly due to Li Quan. "So eager to eliminate my host, yet I have not consented," Yutian mused, casting a glance at his accumulated points. In merely one day, through exploiting the world's loopholes repeatedly, he had amassed 1.2 million points. Such a bounty should allow him to exist in this world for a considerable duration. In a dim alley of the vibrant city, Blood Eye endured the pain from his extensive bruises. Slowly settling onto the ground to mend his injuries, he was severely wounded. He could hardly fathom that an ordinary person would have a master of such caliber guarding them, perfected at the mystical stage. He too had achieved the same level. Yet, the other party was simultaneously at the pinnacle of power, the pinnacle of power, the pinnacle of speed, the pinnacle of control. These terms indicated an ancient martial artist attaining the utmost peak in a particular domain. That hulking figure had undoubtedly cultivated a certain power-based ancient martial arts manual to its zenith. Moreover, his earlier disregard for the opponent had led him to suffer significant losses in this unexpected confrontation. It seemed that to complete the young master's task, he would need to enlist 2 more top assassins from Ghost Teeth. Blood Eye contemplated this. Having witnessed Lin Fan's temperament, he dared not return to report in such circumstances. Chapter 13. Yi Tian's tactics, however. As the saying goes, what one fears will come to pass. Just as Blood Eye was thinking of avoiding Lin Fan, he glanced up to see a charmingly sinister man at the entrance of the alley. Master. Upon seeing the visitor, beads of sweat broke out on Blood Eye's forehead. Enduring the pain, he knelt on one knee. Failed to complete the task. Lin Fan's words carried an invisible weight. It is the old servant's incompetence. I did not anticipate that a perfected master would be present there. Enough. The words, laced with anger, caused Blood Eye to fall silent immediately. After a moment of quiet, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Seemingly calming himself, put aside the matter of Li Quan for now. I have new tasks for all of you in Ghost Teeth. Please speak, young master. Blood Eye responded earnestly, knowing that Mang Niu was a formidable opponent. And he hoped the new mission would allow him to prove himself anew. I want you to assassinate Cheng Jun, the leader of the Magic Sea City Military District. Cheng Jun? Blood Eye instinctively frowned. Is he not the named disciple of our master and also your senior? This fellow is filled with greed, coveting the treasure trove left for me by our master from the very beginning. If he is not eliminated, he will become a future threat. Is there a problem with killing him? No. Blood Eye lowered his head, his tone gradually firming, compared to Li Quan, who was protected by a perfected Mang Niu. The greatest challenge posed by Cheng Jun was merely his soldiers. Very well, I will grant you 3 days. In 3 days, I expect to see Cheng Jun's head. Lin Fan patted Blood Eye's shoulder. If the task is not completed, do not let any member of Ghost Teeth appear before me. The old servant understands. Blood Eye forced a bitter smile, realizing that their top-tier assassin organization, Ghost Teeth, had only just emerged in this world. It was already looked down upon by Lin Fan, their young master. Now, be gone. Yes. And during the excruciating pain, Blood Eye left the empty alley. Once the surroundings fell into complete silence, Lin Fan produced a mirror to scrutinize his face. The protagonist of this world certainly appears to be a heartless individual. As he spoke, Lin Fan's appearance gradually transformed, ultimately reverting to Yi Tian. Indeed, the Lin Fan who had just assigned Blood Eye a task was none other than Yi Tian. With his control over human cells, Yi Tian found it trivial to alter his appearance to resemble another person. Coupled with his master-level acting skills, he could even engage in a performance that would leave Lin Fan questioning reality. However, the world's will might not permit such a display. In the brief hours since his true form appeared in this world, Yi Tian had already noticed that his points had been significantly depleted, up to 600,000 points, merely counteracting the world's will's repulsion. Nevertheless, he deemed such expenditure worthwhile. In his ancient martial arts marketplace, a new manual had emerged. Mang Niu's secret technique, Black Blood secret technique. The additional Black Blood secret technique had been copied from Blood Eye. This manual's level was evidently superior to Wang Biao's Mang Niu secret technique. The perfected realm of Mang Niu's secret technique equated to the perfected mystical stage, while Black Blood secret technique could potentially reach the perfected earth stage. With this acquisition, Yi Tian felt no apprehension regarding Lin Fan being outmatched by Li Quan. Of course, the Black Blood secret technique also clearly surpassed the value of 600,000 points. What truly made Yi Tian feel his journey was not in vain was the mission he had just assigned to Blood Eye, to eliminate Cheng Jun. Cheng Jun was an immensely pivotal character in the original novel that he held a brotherly bond with the protagonist Lin Fan, their camaraderie akin to that of blood brothers. Yet, that was not the crux. The key point was that Cheng Jun was the head of the Magic Sea City Military District. If Ghost Teeth, the assassination organization, represented Lin Fan's underworld forces, then Cheng Jun served as Lin Fan's shield in the legitimate realm. Regardless of which powerful figure Lin Fan offended, or which villain he eliminated, Cheng Jun would do everything in his power to protect him. In the novel, Cheng Jun existed solely to help Lin Fan clean up his mess and elevate his status. Yi Tian fully understood Lin Fan's formidable backing, which was why he had previously instructed Blood Eye accordingly. Ghost Teeth was Lin Fan's underground force, while Cheng Jun represented his legitimate strength. Ideally, these two factions should have complemented each other in Lin Fan's hands. yielding a result of 1-1. However, with Yution's intervention, it had turned into a scenario of 1-1. When the left and right arms of Lin Fan collided, the gains Yution could acquire would undoubtedly exceed 600,000 points. This was the true purpose of revealing his identity. In comparison to Li Quan, Yution's tactics against Lin Fan were undoubtedly more seasoned and far more lethal. When Yution reverted to the system and returned to Li Quan's consciousness, he learned through Li Shi's phone call about Blood Eye's intrusion. Lin Fan is truly relentless. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Quan immediately deduced that the assassin was Lin Fan's man. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, Meng Niu was by Li Shi's side. However, relying solely on Meng Niu was not a sustainable plan. It was not that he doubted Meng Niu's strength, but given the current circumstances, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Who could predict how many ancient martial artists might accompany Lin Fan's next arrival? Even hiring a bodyguard team might not guarantee Li Shi's safety against ancient martial artists. Ding Bodyguard Marketplace opened. Host may browse. Yution's voice resonated appropriately. Li Quan opened the system panel and navigated to the Bodyguard Marketplace. Meng Er Niu, 1,000 points. Monthly, Strength, Perfected Mystical Stage, Pinnacle of Power. Meng Sen Niu, 1,000 points. Monthly, Strength, Perfected Mystical Stage, Pinnacle of Power. Meng Lu Niu, 1,000 points. Monthly, Strength, Perfected Mystical Stage, Pinnacle of Power. There were a total of 6 individuals, all possessing identical strength, identical pricing, and even remarkably similar names. Li Quan was oblivious to the fact that these 6 bodyguards were all crafted from corpses that Yution had salvaged from him for a mere point. Had Yution not been reluctant to spend substantial points at this moment to simulate the Black Blood secret technique, those 6 individuals in the bodyguard marketplace would have all reached the perfected Earth stage. Having grown accustomed to the system's unpredictable tendencies, Li Quan was more concerned about the strength of these 6 bodyguards. To his astonishment, they were all at the perfected mystical stage, a truly formidable realm. With these 6 bodyguards, combined with Meng Niu, Li Shi's safety would be thoroughly assured. As he observed the bodyguards, Li Quan's brow furrowed with concern over his insufficient points. Points, indeed, were in short supply. Whether it was dealing with Lin Fan, revitalizing the company, or protecting his sister, a considerable amount of points was essential for action. Yet, he found himself with a mere 6 points. The looming threat posed by Lin Fan intensified Li Quan's yearning for points. It was only natural. As a host, an insatiable desire for points was necessary to avoid stagnation. Chapter 14. Recognition. The break with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, within the manor, Lin Fan had been waiting alone for an extended period. As time passed, his expression darkened. How could a top assassin from Blood Eye take so long to handle someone as ordinary as Li Quan? This raised doubts about the capabilities of the assassin organization. He wished to inquire about the situation at Blood Eye, yet ironically, he lacked their contact information. Thus, he could only wait and wait. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, filled with fury, Lin Fan departed from the manor. Determined to personally assess the situation with Li Quan, it wasn't long before he stood atop a tall building. Clearly observing Li Quan's residence, the shattered glass outside indicated a disturbance of ancient warriors' spiritual energy. However, the details within remained unknown to him. His greatest question lingered. Where was Blood Eye? Clearly, Blood Eye was not dead, so where had they gone? Even if the mission had failed, they should have relayed some message. Yesterday, Wang Biao's silence had compelled him to reach out. Now, Blood Eye's absence was equally perplexing. Unbeknownst to him, Yution had previously impersonated him and had severely reprimanded Blood Eye. Now, the entire Ghost Tooth assassin cadre dared not appear before Lin Fan. With a mind full of questions, Lin Fan returned to the manor. If it weren't for Li Quan's lawsuit against him for the murder of his parents, Lin Fan would not have found himself in such a predicament. He would have simply taken his silver needles and paid a visit. Now, due to that lawsuit, all eyes were fixated on Lin Fan, preventing him from making any rash moves to him. The priority remained finding Black Rose. With her assistance in concealing his whereabouts, he could freely pursue his endeavors. The following morning, within the tranquil and opulent house, Black Rose rose early to tidy up the rooms. What motivated her diligence? Certainly, it was due to Li Quan's egg fried rice. As saliva pooled in her mouth, Black Rose inadvertently swept a necklace off the floor. Upon seeing the necklace, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she picked it up. It bore unremovable burn marks, and at its center hung a heart-shaped pendant that could be opened. Compelled by a strange instinct, Black Rose opened the pendant, revealing a yellowed photograph. Upon seeing the picture of a family of 3, Black Rose felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This necklace. Why do you have my belongings? Li Quan placed the prepared egg fried rice on the table and snatched the necklace from her grasp. That is mine. My necklace. Return it to me. Black Rose, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed at the necklace now in Li Quan's possession, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. That I have kept this for 10 years. How could it possibly belong to you? Li Quan's words left her momentarily stunned. In an instant, memories of the fire from years ago resurfaced, along with the image of the young boy who had been injured while saving her. You. Black Rose looked at the man before her, feeling utterly bewildered. She remembered, when she had treated Li Quan's back injury yesterday, there had indeed been a distinct scar on his back. That scarred in that moment. Black Rose seemed to uncover something profound. She had seemingly found the boy she had been searching for over a decade. You are that boy? What? Li Quan's expression turned incredulous. That little girl in the photograph. It's me. It's me. Black Rose pointed at the necklace, fixing her gaze on Li Quan. Did you save a girl 10 years ago? Is it you? In a heartbeat, surprise, joy, and disbelief flickered across Li Quan's face. Yes, it was me. Tears of excitement streamed down Black Rose's face, her delicate features reflecting her tumultuous emotions. She had never imagined she would reunite with her childhood savior under such circumstances, saved by Li Quan in her youth. And again yesterday. What a twist of fate. Ding, the host replaces Lin Fan as Black Rose's savior, earning 2,000 points. The protagonist Lin Fan deducts 200 luck points, leaving him with 7,300 points remaining. If you are indeed that girl, then this necklace rightfully belongs to you. Li Quan extended the necklace toward Black Rose, his tone imbued with relief. Black Rose did not refuse, her clear eyes fixed on the man before her, still choking back tears. With this bond of savior firmly established, Black Rose's relationship with Li Quan noticeably deepened. For the past decade, she had tirelessly pursued two goals: to uncover the cause of the fire and to locate the boy who had saved her. Now, she had found an answer to one of them. In her eyes, Li Quan had become her sole remaining family. Li Gu. I managed to contact Lin Gu. He assured me that the ghost tooth assassins will no longer pursue me. Black Rose shared this good news with Li Quan. It seemed that Lin Gu was indeed a formidable individual. Li Quan smiled gently. If I have the opportunity, I wish to meet him. Upon hearing Li Quan's words, an uneasy expression briefly crossed Black Rose's face. She was acutely aware of the conflict between Li Quan and Lin Fan. Their animosity was so severe that it could be described as a vendetta. As a friend to both Lin Fan and Li Quan, Black Rose found herself in a precarious position. She feared that if she revealed her identity as Dark Rose, Li Quan might abandon her. The weight of this concealment tormented her deeply. Lin Gu mentioned he also wanted to meet you, but regrettably, he lacks the time. Black Rose fabricated an excuse. What a pity. Li Quan sighed without suspicion. This trust only intensified Black Rose's guilt. Li Gu, I need to step out this afternoon. It should be quite safe without any ghost tooth members around. Li Quan did not press further. In the afternoon, Black Rose arrived at a meticulously maintained house. Before her stood a young man whose spirit appeared somewhat diminished. Lin Fan? Xiao Mei, I finally found you. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan approached excitedly, intending to embrace her, whispering words of comfort in her ear. However, Black Rose took a step back. Lin Fan, did you call me out here for a specific purpose? She directly broached the topic. This unfamiliar attitude and tone rendered Lin Fan's smile frozen. Was she angry because he had failed to rescue her on time yesterday? Xiao Mei, I do indeed have something to ask of you, Lin Fan stated, retrieving a document from the nearby desk. I would like you to help me investigate how these documents were acquired by the Li family group. The documents laid out on the table contained information about corporate espionage. Lin Fan had been preoccupied with this matter from the beginning. To keep it concealed from the media, he had even enlisted Cheng Jun's help. This issue needed resolution urgently. Otherwise, if Cheng Jun could not contain it, Tianyu Company's fate would not differ much from that of the Li family. Investigate the Li family. Black Rose furrowed her brow. What is it? Lin Fan failed to detect the change in her tone. Can we not coexist peacefully with the Li family group? Peacefully coexist? Lin Fan raised his head, feeling as though a line had been crossed. Black Rose. Why do you harbor such thoughts? Tianyu Company must thoroughly absorb the Li family. Is there no possibility for reconciliation between you? Isn't that what we have always planned? Lin Fan sensed something was amiss with Black Rose today. Taking her hand gently. In time, Tianyu Company will become the largest in the entertainment industry, and you will be a foundational figure. In that case, Black Rose inhaled deeply, shaking off Lin Fan's hands. I'm sorry, Lin Fan, but I can no longer assist you in investigating the Li family group. Chapter 15. The 5-year agreement. What did you say? Lin Fan's entire demeanor shifted, his gaze sharp as he regarded the woman before him. It made no difference how many times he repeated it. Faced with the subtly threatening aura emanating from Lin Fan, Black Rose's eyes brimmed with disappointment. She realized she had misjudged Lin Fan all along. After their conversation, she deeply recognized that harming Li Quan for Lin Fan was simply not worth it. Seeing his chosen companion adopt such an unyielding stance, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Gradually tempering his intensity in recent days, an inexplicable agitation had made him irritable. Regretting his earlier outburst toward Black Rose, he realized she was not a naive girl like Li Xia, waiting passively for him to console her. From now on, I will discreetly ensure the network security of the Li family group. Out of friendship, I will not take any action against Tianyu Company. Leaving those final words, Black Rose donned her headphones and turned to leave. Watching her depart, Lin Fan could no longer contain his frustration, delivering a powerful punch into the air. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated throughout the floor. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan roared, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. First, Li Xia betrayed him. Then, Wang Biao went silent. Now, corporate spies had been discovered. Furthermore, he had inexplicably lost contact with Ghost Tooth. Now even the Black Rose regards him with such disdain. Lin Fan feels as if there exists a powerful entity orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, a vast web that continually closes in on him. Yet, until this moment, he remains oblivious to the identity of this hidden force. Buzzing on the ground, a shattered phone vibrates, displaying an incoming call from Chung Jun. Calming his agitated emotions, Lin Fan answers, "Hello, Brother Jun Xiaofan. I have great news, monumental news." A robust voice resonates from the other end of the line. "What good news?" Lin Fan inquires, puzzled. "The treasure left by Master has been located." "Really?" Lin Fan is momentarily taken aback, his face soon lighting up with joy. "Where is it? Let us meet to discuss the details." When Black Rose returned to the house with her computer bag, Li Quan had already departed. A small note lay on the table. "There's something at the company. This house is now yours. Let us gather again when time permits." This guy. Gazing at the desolate house, Black Rose's tone turned melancholic. However, after a moment's reflection, she sighed softly. Indeed, the Li Corporation is currently in a precarious situation, making it impossible for Li Quan to spare time to be with her. Once again, she finds herself alone. Black Rose powered on her computer, preparing to surf the internet. A news alert caught her attention. Li Corporation press conference, attended by current director Li Quan. Clicking on the article, she found herself watching a live press conference. 2 million viewers were already watching live, and the number continued to rise. On stage, facing hundreds of reporters, Li Quan remained unfazed. Observing this scene, Black Rose fell silent. The live chat was abuzz with activity that I never would have guessed. Li Quan is quite handsome in person. Humph, a dapper facade. Who knows how many abominable deeds he's committed behind the scenes. Sigh, speaking of which. He's rather pitiable. When calamity strikes, both parents gone, and at such a young age, he had to step up. Mr. Li, could you confirm if the allegations made by Dark Rose regarding your company's scandals are true? A reporter posed the question bluntly. Li Quan smiled lightly. I believe there will come a day when the truth is revealed. He refrained from offering a direct answer, understanding that any response could lead to extensive media interpretation. The day the truth is revealed, Black Rose felt a tremor within her. Mr. Li, did your parents commit suicide as a result of the company's bankruptcy? Another reporter inquired. For journalists, any information regarding the Li Corporation had the potential to make headlines. Seizing the opportunity presented by Li Quan's press conference, they aimed to extract every detail. Upon hearing this question, Li Quan paused, then slowly shook his head. Amidst the throng of reporters and millions of viewers, they did not commit suicide. They were murdered. Gasps filled the room. Mr. Li, is what you say true? Do you know who the murderer is? I know the murderer, and I have already initiated legal proceedings against them. Li Quan's tone remained steady. Yet the reporters and live audience were far from calm. Murder? Li Quan claimed his parents had been killed. Who is it? Mr. Li, can you tell us? The journalists, sensing a sensational story, pressed on. Li Quan shook his head. This is a personal matter. I will ensure justice is served to the perpetrator, but I cannot disclose further details. I convened this press conference to announce that my 5-year cinematic masterpiece, directed by myself, will premiere at the end of this month. A movie release. Upon hearing Li Quan's words, everyone exchanged glances. The live chat shifted from the topic of Li Quan's parents to the upcoming film. Ha ha, can you believe it? At a time like this, he's promoting a movie. I laugh. He's trying to ride the wave of corporate collapse to advertise a film. This is quite the maneuver. A press conference turned movie promotion. Just a clown. Does Li Quan really think a film can resurrect his company? I once he watch anything from such a morally bankrupt corporation. The entire press conference descended into chaos, with his objectives largely fulfilled. Li Quan made his exit. Upon returning to the company, he found the internet ablaze with the revelations he had just disclosed. During the press conference, Li Quan broadcasted two key pieces of information: the death of his parents and the film announcement. Each served a distinct purpose. The tragic news about his parents was a strategic move to apply pressure on Lin Fan, ensuring that under the scrutiny of countless netizens, Lin Fan would think twice before acting against him or Li Xia. The second announcement, promoting the film, was motivated by his connection to Chile. Buzzing, Li Quan's phone rang. The caller ID revealed Chile. Seeing this name, Li Quan knew the fish had taken the bait that he answered. Hello. After a brief silence, the woman's voice emerged. Our engagement is set to be annulled next month, correct? Yes. So. Your film is set to premiere at the end of this month. Her tone conveyed confusion. After all, it was a commitment they had made, and though it would yield no results, she still intended to honor it. Li Quan responded calmly. 5 years ago, at the age of 18, both he and Chile entered the entertainment industry due to their family backgrounds. Their parents had arranged their engagement, which Chile resented, prompting her to seek an annulment. Li Quan, unable to swallow the indignity of being rejected by a woman, proposed a wager. In 5 years, they would each present their finest cinematic work, and the one with the superior piece would determine the fate of their engagement. This agreement had not been forgotten by either. Silence ensued on the other end of the line, until Chile finally spoke. At the end of the month, my film will also premiere. If you keep your promise, I will win, and the annulment should be proposed by me. Still as stubborn as ever. Without further words, Li Quan hung up. Chapter 16. The Murderer. Opening the system panel, Li Quan observed that he now possessed 3,000 points. These points were accrued from the rift created between Black Rose and Lin Fan. Navigating to the entertainment marketplace, he found listings. Forrest Gump, 20,000 points. The Truman Show, 20,000 points. Your Name, 18,000 points. Each of these films could be viewed for just 1 point. Having watched 6 films, Li Quan was in awe of the selections available in the system. Almost every film requiring over 10,000 points was worthy of reverence in this explosive entertainment era. Chile's defeat in this 5-year wager had become inevitable. System, redeem Chile's personal information with my 3,000 points. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan hesitated no longer. Through the system, he recognized that Chile was the female lead, the supposed love interest of Lin Fan's the antagonist. He understood he had 2 choices: to make her his own or to eliminate her. Ding, points deducted. Host information successfully redeemed. Name: Chile. Age: 23. Measurements: 92-60-88. Background: had a crush on the host before turning 18. When she confessed at 18, she was rejected, leading to resentment and the decision to refuse the engagement. Distancing herself from the host for 5 years. During this time, she discovered the host's various immoral actions, resulting in her complete disillusionment. Recently, she orchestrated a scenario where Lin Fan could heroically rescue her, subsequently asking Lin Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend, thus entering a closer friendship with him. Staring at the information before him, Li Quan felt momentarily bewildered. Did Chile confess to me? Why do I have no recollection of that? Isn't it said that the host is a scoundrel? Yution teased him lightly, but soon after, projected a memory into Li Quan's mind. In the vivid image, a girl in a purple dress, standing on a patch of grass adorned with violets, held a gift box. Her bare face radiated purity as she paced back and forth, glancing at a distant castle model, her small face beaming with bashful delight. The girl was Chile, seemingly preparing to confess. Drawing out her phone, Chile summoned all her courage and sent a pre-composed message. Li Quan, I declare you. If you declare me too, can you come to the castle we've built together? After sending the message, the girl covered her face, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Soon, her phone vibrated with a reply. Get lost. Don't ever show your face to me again. Staring at the message, the girl froze, unable to comprehend why Li Quan responded in such a manner. After all her preparation, how could it have turned out like this? Tears began to stream down her cheeks as she slowly crouched down, sobbing. Did I really send such an outrageous message? Upon witnessing the message and the memory, Li Quan felt profound skepticism. Seeking clarity, Yution shifted the memory. On a soccer field, he saw Li Quan drenched in sweat. Outside the football field, a woman with a beguiling visage cradled his clothing. Her gaze fixated on Li Quan, brimming with infatuation. That moment, Li Quan's phone, resting nearby, vibrated. As this scene unfolded, Li Quan began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, the next instant, the woman picked up the phone from the ground, her lips curling into a smirk as she composed an inappropriate message in response to Chile. Shortly thereafter, She deleted the message. It all became cleared. Li Quan offered a wry smile, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He recognized the woman with the fox-like face. Her name was Chiu Mei, a woman who had ascended through the ranks solely by leveraging her physical allure. Now a first-tier star, she was slightly inferior in status compared to Chili. Had it not been for her vile interference, the outcome between him and Chili might have been entirely different. Regret washed over Li Quan. Had he recognized Chili's growing distance and sought clarification, their fates might not have culminated in such a predicament. Yet, the host's thoughts were misguided. Yetion interrupted, stating, "This is the arrangement of the will of heaven, even in the absence of Chiu Mei. There would be others like Li Mei, Yang Mei, or Wu Mei to obstruct you. As the saying goes, one cannot defy destiny. Is that so?" Li Quan felt a slight alleviation upon hearing Yetion's words. Yet his heart remained unsettled. Ding! The assassin mall has been activated. If the host requires anything, orders can be placed. The first order is free. Free, you say? Intrigued by the voice, Li Quan opened the assassin mall. Level 0 assassin, 50 points per use. First order free. Level 1 assassin, 100 points per use. Level 2. Level 9 assassin, 20,000 points per US. As he scanned through the assassins, Li Quan deduced the system's insinuation. System, do you wish for me to hire a killer from the mall to eliminate Chiu Mei? Ding! The host should not malign the system. Ultimately, Li Quan proceeded to initiate the free first order from the assassin mall. On the internet, the statements made by Li Quan during the press conference had surged to prominence after several hours of fervor. The majority of netizens were captivated by the unfolding events. Li Quan's parents had been murdered. Who was the true culprit? What were his thoughts on releasing a new film? The Li group once again became the focal point of public attention. Inside her room, Hei Mei's slender fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as lines of code filled the screen. Moments later, a dozen surveillance feeds materialized on her computer. These feeds were from the entirety of the surveillance system in the Tangshan building. Li Ji's parents were murdered. Who could the perpetrator be? Previously, Hei Mei would have never exerted such effort to investigate, but now, as Li Quan was both her benefactor and friend, she approached the matter with unwavering determination. The footage was from the night before last, and Li Quan's parents had been at home then. Muttering to herself, Hei Mei's hands flew over the keyboard with remarkable speed. In no time, the footage was adjusted. Before 7 o'clock, there were no anomalies in any of the areas. However, around 7:30, several camera feeds suddenly went dark. One by one, the cameras continued to lose their feeds. This was not a mere disconnection. It was as if an external force had swiftly disabled the cameras. Observing the sequence in which the cameras were destroyed, it was evident that the assailant was methodically approaching the upper floors, namely, Li Quan's residence. With no footage available, the assailant had meticulously dismantled all the cameras, leaving no trace in their wake. Such power was utterly unfathomable. Since the cameras were ineffective, the facial recognition system should possess some information. Right? The perpetrator surely did not anticipate that the facial recognition locks on every door could, in the hands of Hei Mei, transform into a rudimentary surveillance tool. Many households in Tangshan were equipped with facial recognition locks. Upon retrieving the footage from around 7:30, a figure appeared in the recognition videos, unclear, yet not entirely indistinct. The timing of the figure's appearance coincided precisely with the moment the cameras in the building began to fail. After scrutinizing the man's features, Hei Mei found it hard to believe. The person in the footage was Lin Fan. Chapter 17. Master-level hacking skills. Ding. Hei Mei's perception of Lin Fan has reached 0. Disappointment reigns, and the host gains 8,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck diminished by 500, leaving him with 7,100. Engaged in conversation with the supermarket owner, Li Quan was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. System, what transpired on Hei Mei's end? The female lead, Hei Mei, has discovered that it was Lin Fan who murdered the host's parents. Yetion's mechanical voice carried no emotion. He found out. Li Quan was slightly surprised. All the cameras had been destroyed by Lin Fan, leaving no evidence behind. Otherwise, his legal team would not have been at a loss regarding Lin Fan, but he never anticipated that in such a short time Hei Mei would fully comprehend the events and their truth. It seemed she had self-optimized, seeing the additional 8,000 points on the system panel and recalling the tragic fate of his parents that night. Li Quan's expression darkened. Little brother, do you truly intend to buy out my entire supermarket? The front desk owner brought Li Quan back to reality. Buy? Li Quan inhaled deeply, his tone resolute as he wrote a check for the owner. You can leave now. Li Quan surveyed the supermarket. All right. Clutching the check, the owner remained incredulous. System, what is the total value of all items in the supermarket if converted to points? Li Quan eagerly inquired of Yetion. Indeed, by purchasing the entire supermarket. Li Quan aimed to reclaim various items and exchange them for points. Ding. The total value of all items in the supermarket is 300 points. Ye Tian provided his assessment. These items, if given to him, could only be stored in the system mall to diversify its offerings. Should he ever traverse to a post-apocalyptic world, they might prove useful. Yet ultimately, Yi Tian could replicate these items using points, rendering them less appealing to him. Upon hearing the system's valuation, Li Quan couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This was a medium-sized supermarket, with its contents worth over 5 million, and yet it amounted to merely 300 points. Will the host recover all items from the supermarket? Yi Tian inquired. Yes, recover them, Li Quan conceded. Though the points were meager, every little bit counted. In the blink of an eye, the entire supermarket, along with its shelves, vanished without a trace. Ding. The host has received 300 points, bringing the total to 8,300 points. Hearing the system's notification, Li Quan glanced at his point balance, then at his bank balance. The method of purchasing items to exchange for points was not feasible given his current assets. However, with the additional 8,000 points, he could finally redeem something he had been eyeing in the system mall. System, exchange for master-level hacking skills. Ding. Exchange successful. 5,000 points deducted, leaving the host with 3,300 points. The reason for acquiring master-level hacking skills was Hei Mei. Li Quan had not forgotten the task assigned to him by the system. The reason for parting ways with Hei Mei today was merely to explore a different approach to their relationship. 5 days' time. Nurturing their bond could not afford to be neglected. Upon returning home, after a day apart, Li Xia clung to Li Quan, unwilling to leave his side. While the likes of Man Nyo and Superman were undeniably impressive, the person who provided her the greatest sense of security remained her brother, Li Quan. Struggling to disengage from Li Xia, Li Quan reluctantly retreated to his bedroom. He powered on his computer as the screen illuminated. Li Quan felt as if a gateway to another world was slowly opening before him. Master-level hacking skills. These were the level 9 hacking techniques replicated from Hei Mei, refined to a higher echelon. This meant that Li Quan's hacking skills now surpassed those of Hei Mei. His hands flew across the keyboard. In mere minutes, his computer screen was flooded with one window after another, each containing information Li Quan sought. The company had been slandered for tax evasion. A quick search revealed that the true evader was Tianyu Group, which had defamed the Li family while simultaneously pinning the blame on them. Furthermore, allegations of him coercing numerous first-tier female stars could be disproven, as Li Quan uncovered evidence detailing the conversations between those actresses and Tianyu regarding the smear campaign against the Li family. Was this the allure of master-level hacking skills? Staring in awe at his hands, Li Quan realized that the challenges facing the Li Group were trivial in comparison. If he so desired, he could expose Tianyu Group's scandals one after another. The entire internet would come to understand that the Li family were victims of slander, while Tianyu was the true source of malevolence. Possessing such power, Li Quan restrained himself. This was a trump card he intended to reserve for the final moment to present to Lin Fan as a parting gift, denying him any chance of redemption. Calming his emotions, Li Quan traced the digital footprints left by Hei Mei on the Li Group's secure network, successfully locating Hei Mei's Dark Rose email account. Hello, you must be Dark Rose. Li Quan composed a message and sent it. He chose not to conceal his ID or identity. In the quiet of the room, Black Rose is currently conducting an in-depth investigation into Lin Fan. Fueled by a burning rage, throughout an entire afternoon, due to the matters concerning Li Quan's parents, she meticulously scrutinized Lin Fan, Tianyu Company, and the connections that stood behind him. The revelations were shocking, revealing that Lin Fan had ascended to his position as a director of Tianyu Company through threats directed at the families of major shareholders. Black Rose uncovered numerous accurate records detailing how those who opposed Lin Fan and their loved ones were ruthlessly murdered by his underlings, with military personnel concealing his actions. In just a few months in Imo City, his hands were already drenched in blood. Black Rose could hardly fathom how many lives Lin Fan had taken prior to this. It was laughable that she had once regarded him as a friend, effectively aiding a villain. Suddenly, a notification chimed in her email, catching Black Rose's attention. Her account, Dark Rose, was not easily discoverable. Hello, are you Dark Rose? Upon reading this message and recognizing the sender, her mind momentarily blanked. Could it be Li Quan? Had he discovered her true identity as Dark Rose? Panic surged within her. However, after a brief moment, she realized that the message was directed to the Dark Rose account, not to her as Black Rose. This meant that while Li Quan had found Dark Rose, he remained oblivious to her real identity. Chapter 18. The Enchanted Castle. With this clarification, Black Rose exhaled deeply. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "How did you find me?" Li Quan's response arrived promptly. "I heard you are a top-tier hacker. Can you assist me in investigating something?" "Investigate?" Black Rose, seated before her computer, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. As Dark Rose, she retorted, do you not resent my actions against the Lee family? Yet you still seek my help. If you uncover the truth, I will not hold your actions against the Lee family against you. Lee Kwan's words were simple, yet imbued with sincerity. Upon reading this, a surge of joy filled Dark Rose's heart. Li Kwan was indicating that he could forgive her actions, which meant she need not be troubled by concealing her identity as Dark Rose. What would you like me to investigate? Black Rose felt no doubt. On the other side of the screen, Lee Kwan shook his head. Indeed, a woman ensnared by love often loses her clarity of thought. If they were strangers, Black Rose would have surely dismissed Lee Kwan's forgiveness, and their conversation would have ended there. However, Lee Kwan refrained from confronting her, instead continuing the dialogue. Can you find out what caused the fire at the Happiness Community in Mo High City on the night of May 7th? 2. This particular inquiry caused Black Rose to pause. She was all too familiar with the timeline and location. The fire Lee Kwan referred to was the catastrophic blaze that had claimed her parents' lives 10 years prior. Why investigate this? It seems unrelated to you. A friend of mine lost her parents in that fire. I want to help her uncover the truth. Li Kwan's words rendered Black Rose momentarily speechless. So, he was doing this for her. Was he willing to reconcile with Dark Rose simply to aid her in investigating that tragedy? Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Black Rose typed, why are you so kind to your friend? As soon as she sent the message, regret washed over her. She was conversing with Lee Kwan under the guise of Dark Rose, and such a question could easily raise suspicions. Just as she contemplated retracting her message, another notification from Lee Kwan arrived. I like her. Stunned by this revelation, Black Rose covered her flushed face with her hands, unable to suppress a smile. Li Kwan's unconventional confession filled her heart with delight. Yet, regarding the fire from years ago, despite her years of investigation, she still had no answers. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but I fear I cannot uncover the truth. With that message sent, Black Rose braced herself for Lee Kwan's potential disdain. Yet the thought that all of this stemmed from his concern for her lightened her heart. The anticipated words of hatred never materialized. Li Kwan sent over a folder containing some materials he had gathered, which could prove useful in the investigation. I await your news. After sending this message, Lee Kwan logged off. Concerning the fire, Black Rose's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she opened the documents. The target, Mo Duanjiang. Strength, Earth level perfection. Current residence, Happiness Community, Mo High City. Task receiver, first killer of Ghost Tooth, Lin Tianhong. May 7, task submitted. Task completed. Ghost Tooth Killer. Lin Tianhong. Upon examining the dossier, Black Rose's delicate brow furrowed tightly. Previously, it was her discovery of the connection between the fire and Ghost Tooth that had led her to investigate their internal matters, resulting in her being hunted by them ever since. Lin Tianhong was no stranger to her. He was Lin Fan's mentor, the foremost killer of Ghost Tooth. While she was uncovering the fire's connection to Ghost Tooth, Lin Fan had come to her aid each time without ever revealing his ties to that organization. As the disciple of the top killer of Ghost Tooth, did Lin Fan truly remain unaware of his connection to them? How absurd. Every time Ghost Tooth assassins pursued her, Lin Fan's timely interventions could not simply be attributed to luck. The truth regarding the fire's origin was becoming increasingly evident. It was all becoming clear. Black Rose trembled, a mix of anger from feeling deceived, relief from the truth coming to light, and regret for having befriended Lin Fan surged within her. A woman with a powerful imagination often requires little guidance. Meanwhile, in another room, Lee Kwan, passing time by browsing a system page, received a notification chime. Ding! Black Rose's perception of Lin Fan has fallen to -100. A mutual enmity. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20,000 points. 1 silver lottery ticket. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 1,000. Now standing at 6,100 points. A sense of satisfaction washed over Lee Kwan. He pondered the significance of protagonist luck. This metric represented the extent of Lin Fan's protection by the world's will, akin to the strength of a protagonist's halo. So, if we deplete Lin Fan's protagonist luck, it will be time to eliminate him. The system affirmed this notion. Soon, Li Kwan's thoughts drifted to his parents, lying in a pool of blood. His desire for vengeance against Lin Fan had never waned. The system prompted him to use his lottery ticket. Regaining his focus, Lee Kwan did not forget the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Enchanted Castle. Following the system's announcement, an introduction to the item appeared. Item: the Enchanted Castle. Address: Number 1, Xianglin Suburb, Mo High City. Description: this is the fantasy castle that the host once vowed to build with Chili, containing many of the host's regrets. Gazing at the description, Lee Kwan felt an unease wash over him. As memories began to resurface, rising, he grabbed his car keys, deciding to pay a visit. The Xianglin suburb was a realm far removed from the city's hustle and bustle. Upon arriving at his destination, Li Quan paused, taking in the scenery before him. Before him stood a castle resembling something out of a fairy tale, surrounded by imposing walls. Within those walls lay a sea of violets. The gentle breeze stirred the blossoms, releasing their delicate fragrance. Following a path through the flowers, Li Quan arrived at the castle's grand entrance. It was complete, just as she had described years ago. Li Quan inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the system's generous gift. Pushing open the castle doors, he entered and was greeted by warm and beautiful decor. What drew his attention were the photos adorning the walls. The first photograph depicted two children, the girl innocently holding the boy's hand, both gazing at the camera. This was our beginning. The second photo captured the two, both aged 7, faces smeared with dirt, yet laughing as they pointed at one another. This time, we both loved to laugh. The third photo, each subsequent image showcased the growth of the two children. Viewing these heartwarming snapshots of childhood friends, a smile involuntarily crept upon Li Quan's face. The photos continued until they reached the age of 18, where the boy and girl held hands, the girl shyly glancing at the boy, her face betraying a hesitant fondness. That time, I had no idea you liked me. The series of photos came to an abrupt halt. Ascending the staircase, Li Quan expected to find more photographs adorning the walls. On a nearby table lay several diaries, varying in age. The system had recovered all the diaries Li Quan had lost over the years. As Yi Tian recounted this, a hint of melancholy surfaced within him. Those diaries contained the most genuine feelings of Li Quan, the antagonist of this tale, towards Qili, his childhood companion. After spending several hours in the castle, Li Quan left with a heart full of melancholy. Upon returning home, Yi Tian's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, Level 0 Assassin 001 has completed the mission. Had the assassin completed the task? Chapter 19. A juicy scoop, one after another. Regarding the assassin's mission, do not misunderstand. Li Quan did not send the Level 0 assassin to eliminate Xiao Meihua. Rather, he gave her an opportunity to redeem herself. Today, Li Quan's remarks at the press conference had already dominated a significant portion of the trending topics. Tonight, the audience was particularly numerous. In such a context, the first-line actress Xiao Mei's post on Weibo instantly shifted the focus of the entire internet. I am guilty at the age of 17. I stole a month's worth of living expenses from a female dormitory mate, causing her to go hungry for a month. 18. I tampered with Li Quan's phone messages, leading to misunderstandings that shattered their relationship. 19. My pursuit of Li Quan was in vain, and I slandered him, accusing him of a dissolute personal life, resulting in ongoing online harassment against him. Now, at 23, I have come to deeply acknowledge the numerous sins I have committed. I confess everything. I wish to be a good person. This lengthy confession, spanning over 500 words, left Xiao Mei's fans in disbelief, feeling as though their world had crumbled. Was this truly the reality of their idol? As more spectators arrived and read the entirety of her post, exclamations of shock filled the air. Wow, how utterly shocking. A woman could be so depraved, still given a chance to be a good person? Perhaps she should consult the authorities. Knowing one's mistakes can lead to improvement, but allow me to make a call to the police first. This revelation is monumental. It could be discussed for a month. The comment section of Xiao Mei's post erupted. In this age of explosive information, even the slightest disturbance could stir a frenzy. Within an hour, her post garnered hundreds of thousands of shares, leading to an unprecedented surge in traffic. The trending list quickly filled with topics surrounding Xiao Mei's post. In a separate makeup room, a large movie promotional poster adorned the wall. Before the vanity, Qili, dressed in an off-shoulder gown that accentuated her figure, displayed a graceful silhouette highlighted by her delicate collarbones. Her fair neck framed a heart-shaped face, and her lightly tinted lips were alluring. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of deer in a deep forest, harbored unspoken regrets. Qili. Outside the makeup room, her manager rushed in, brimming with excitement. What's the matter? Why so jubilant? Qili inquired, a hint of curiosity sparkling in her eyes. It's about Xiao Mei, the manager said, suppressing their exhilaration. The Xiao Mei who always marginalized you is finished. As the manager spoke, they handed Qili their phone. Look, she publicly admitted her wrongdoings. It's beyond description. Xiao Mei is finished? Qili received the phone, her brow furrowing in confusion as she read the confession. I am guilty at 17. At 18. I tampered with Li Quan's phone messages, leading to misunderstandings that severed their relationship. Upon reading the initial portion, Qili was struck dumb. At 18. She had been misled by Xiao Mei's actions, resulting in her estrangement from Li Quan. The realization pierced her heart. Had she misunderstood Li Quan all along? As she continued reading, Qi Li sighed softly. Ultimately, it was a missed opportunity. Had she known the truth before turning 20, perhaps she could have rekindled her relationship with Li Quan. But now, she was no longer that impulsive girl. All right, let us prepare our movie's promotional material. Time is of the essence. Put your phone away. She returned the phone to her manager, her expression becoming composed, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves began to rise. Have we completed the theme song for our film? Qi Li queried. The manager shook their head in resignation. Qi Li, your standards are too high. With so many songs you find unsatisfactory, we can't quickly find something of quality. I can reach out to several renowned composers in our circle, and I'll also post on Weibo to seek songs that we cannot be careless with the theme song for a film we've prepared for so long. Understood. Despite feeling drained by the situation, the manager remained diligent. The immense fallout from Chiu Mei's revelation led to a flurry of mockery directed at Li Quan's Weibo account, which had been inundated with comments from those who had previously scorned him. Wow, Li Dong, what kind of relationship did you have with the goddess Qi Li? If Chiu Mei's claims are true, I must reconsider my opinion of you, Li Dong. You managed to reject that vixen Chiu Mei. Could it be there's something peculiar about your orientation? Hey, are you not going to say anything? This is a prime opportunity to clear your name. The comment section buzzed with lively banter. Among the jesters, some remained merciless. Observing these comments, Li Quan's fingers danced across the keyboard, in a realm of virtual shadows. Employing his masterful hacking skills, he unveiled the browsing histories of these individuals, disseminating them across their respective social media. Did they truly believe they could gain an advantage over him online? Following this little escapade, the comment section swiftly fell silent. The majority scrambled to manage the latest posts on their timelines. Yet, Li Quan had locked their accounts for a day, ensuring they would witness the gradual dissolution of their fabricated personas. The following day, as expected, Chiu Mei found herself incarcerated. The public's fervor regarding the topic gradually subsided. However, just as this juicy scoop waned, another, even larger revelation emerged. World-renowned hacker, Dark Rose, confesses at the police station, admitting to defaming Li Corporation. Moreover, she reported Lin Fan, a board member of Tianyu Company, for alleged murder. This news sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Is this week the superquake week of the entertainment world? First, the Li Corporation faced scandal. Then Li Quan's parents were murdered, followed by the Chiu Mei incident. And now this. Goodness, Dark Rose has confessed. We were wrong to blame Li Corporation. Apologies to Li Corporation for the previous slander. This twist was so dramatic it could belong in a novel. Upon waking and seeing the news while washing up, Li Quan was utterly taken aback. Dark Rose had turned herself in and implicated Lin Fan, clearing Li Corporation's name. While this act could restore Li Corporation's reputation, it would not spare her from imprisonment. What a foolish girl. Thinking she could contend with Lin Fan this way that he still possessed over 6,000 units of protagonist luck, going to the police station was akin to walking into a trap, alerting the snake in the grass. Chapter 20. This song is called. Indeed, as the internet erupted, Tianyu Company issued a statement. Distorting the truth is utterly ridiculous. Anyone can stand up and spout baseless claims and be considered credible. Our board member has always been forthright. If there are any investigations, we welcome the police at any time. Should there be no evidence, we hope the authorities will punish those who spread falsehoods about our company and its board members. This lengthy statement resonated with righteousness, and many previously boisterous netizens fell silent upon reading it. Such confidence. Li Quan was astonished by the post. Did they truly believe they had erased all evidence? Li Quan instinctively thought this, but it didn't add up. Hacker levels like Dark Rose could easily uncover Tianyu Company's flaws. Host, I have some bad news. Yi Tian's voice suddenly chimed in. What news? Li Quan felt a jolt of unease. Lin Fan now possesses the leverage to negotiate with the nations of this world. Therefore, he has no need to conceal his past crimes, as various countries will aid in covering them up. How is that possible? Li Quan was completely shocked. Host, would you like to spend 8,000 points to purchase Lin Fan's personal information for further details? Yi Tian presented the option. Purchase. Li Quan made the decision without hesitation. The urgency of the situation compelled him. Ding, purchase successful. Points deducted. Host now has 15,300 points that name. Lin Fan age. 23 level. Early Earth stage. Capable of fighting above his level. Background. Taken as an apprentice by Lin Tianhong at the age of 7. He learned the art of medical needles. When he turned 14, Lin Tianhong reached the pinnacle of the heaven stage and ascended to the upper realm. Before ascending, Lin Tianhong left Lin Fan with 2 items. 1. The Ghost Tooth Organization. 2. The Vault Key. The Ghost Tooth organization is the largest assassin organization in the world, founded by Lin Tianhong, gathering the most ancient martial artists. The key to the ancient martial arts treasury is the gateway to a trove filled with martial arts manuals and elixirs that Lin Tianhong had amassed after vanquishing various ancient martial arts families. Lin Fan, having located the treasury, now possesses the leverage to negotiate with the state. Is this truly the reason behind it? After absorbing this information, Li Quan felt a sense of urgency. Indeed, the protagonist, no matter the adversities faced, inevitably encounters great fortunes that can reverse the situation. That if the system allows Lin Fan to fully exploit the treasures within the treasury, would I not be at his mercy? The host's understanding is commendable. Must I then rush to the treasury to thwart Lin Fan? Li Quan's words were tinged with uncertainty. There is no need, Yi Tian advised. The ancient martial arts treasury has now become the focal point for the world's elite. Your chances of confronting Lin Fan upon your arrival are exceedingly slim. The host might consider an alternative approach. Yi Tian displayed Lin Fan's personal profile, highlighting the protagonist's fortune. Sometimes, undermining the protagonist's fortune is the most effective means of confronting him. Protagonist's fortune? Upon hearing this term, which had been mentioned several times by the system, Li Quan began to take it seriously. The host must recognize that 1,000 ordinary individuals with protagonist fortune are far more challenging than a master at the pinnacle of the celestial tier. Thus, Lin Fan's time spent assimilating the inheritance from the treasury may indeed present an opportunity for me. After Yi Tian's almost enlightening remarks, Li Quan experienced a moment of clarity. The methods to diminish a protagonist's fortune are merely to eliminate his underlings and seize his romantic interests. Lin Fan's actions have inadvertently afforded him and Qi Li precious moments together. At that moment, Li Quan noticed a new post on Qi Li's social media, seeking a theme song for the movie. At the Bund area of Mo High City, in a vast studio, Qi Li concluded her promotional speech, exhaling a sigh of relief. Come on, Sister Qi Li, have a sip of water. It's over. Her manager approached with a bottle of mineral water. The promotional video had been completed, yet there was still no news regarding the theme song. Qi Li took a sip, feeling somewhat fatigued. She had several candidates for the theme song in mind, but none met her expectations. If a suitable one did not present itself by the end, she would have to settle for them. Oh, don't worry. Director Lin has already contacted me. He mentioned he has a theme song that suits our film. Now, the person Director Lin arranged for should be arriving soon. Lin Fan is helping us find a theme song. Qi Li's brows furrowed slightly, though she did not harbor any animosity towards Lin Fan. The man who had once saved her, his strong sense of purpose made her uneasy. Not long after, a man appeared before Qi Li and her filming crew, dressed in a simple trench coat. With tousled hair partially obscuring his forehead and eyes that sparkled like stars, he was not one of Lin Fan's emissaries, but rather Li Quan. Upon his arrival, Qi Li instinctively averted her gaze. Having seen the explosive post about Xiaomei the previous day, she had struggled to sleep afterward. In the past, she had harbored disdain and repulsion for Li Quan due to his cold rejection and his scandalous private life. However, following the revelations about Xiaomei, she realized that she had long misunderstood Li Quan. Now, she found herself at a loss regarding how to face him. I saw you seeking a theme song for the movie online. So I came, Li Quan stated plainly. Qi Li's exquisite features reflected confusion. This film was the one she and Li Quan had agreed upon 5 years ago. Why would Li Quan assist her? Did Director Lin also understand music? Her manager looked skeptical. The manager's remark. Li Quan responded with a gentle smile. Not really, that I merely understand a bit because of someone. With that, Li Quan's calm gaze fell upon Qi Li, stirring a complex whirlwind of emotions within her. Your Li family out of funds. Has the chairman been reduced to writing songs for money? A disdainful voice emerged from behind. Wu Liang. Director Lin actually sent you. Upon seeing the newcomer, the manager rushed forward with enthusiasm. Li Quan cast a sidelong glance. Due to the matters concerning the treasury, Lin Fan had indeed been too preoccupied, leaving it to a company artist to represent him to Qi Li. Highlighting his presence, compared to your Lin family profiting from murder, my situation is indeed a tad less glamorous. The nonchalant tone of Li Quan's words carried a sense of carefree elegance. His words clearly pricked Wu Liang. It's laughable to keep mentioning things without evidence. Enough, stop bickering. At that moment, Qi Li finally interjected. Since you both are here to provide a theme song for the movie, please share your songs with me. Upon hearing Qi Li's words, Wu Liang shook his head. No, Miss Qi Li. Your film is a love story. My boss has instructed me to sing the song for you. Let Li Quan give you his lyrics, and then we'll leave. My song needs to be sung by me. Li Quan stated firmly. Both men were eager to sing, causing Qi Li to frown slightly. Who will sing first? Why don't you go first? I'm afraid if I sing first, you might feel embarrassed to follow. Wu Liang remarked bluntly. The song he brought today was a collaboration between several renowned composers in the capital, commissioned by his boss Lin Fan. It was bound to rank among the top 100 in today's music charts. As a top-tier singer himself, Wu Liang held Li Quan in utter contempt regarding singing. Then I'll go first. Li Quan did not shy away. What is the title of the song? Sitting nearby. Qi Li's curious gaze scrutinized Li Quan. The song is called Later. Chapter 21. Golden lottery card. Ding. The host consumes 3,300 points to exchange for the song. Remaining points. 12. 000. Ding. The host consumes 5,000 points to exchange for master level singer skills. Remaining points. 7,000. In Li Quan's mind, two mechanical notifications from the system echoed. The recording studio was well equipped. Li Quan picked up a guitar and took a seat. Adjusting the strings. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at that moment, Qi Li sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from Li Quan, as if he had returned to a position that rightfully belonged to him. The guitar in his hands, alongside the accompanying instruments, slowly wove together a melancholic melody. Upon hearing this tune, Qi Li instinctively lifted her gaze. It was at that moment that Li Quan's soft, melancholic voice began to emerge. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately, you have long departed, vanishing into the crowd. With just the opening lines, they reached the song's emotional crescendo. The entire studio fell silent. At that moment, there was only music. Only the act of listening. Later, I finally understood through tears that once some people are missed, they are gone forever. As she heard these lines, Qi Li was momentarily stunned. Jasmine petals fell upon your blue pleated skirt. You softly whispered that you loved me. I lowered my head and caught a whiff of fragrance. You feel the same, quietly lamenting in regret. If only we hadn't been so stubborn back then. We wouldn't feel so much regret now. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are never to return, forever gone, never to come back. There was a boy who loved that girl. As the 5-minute song concluded, Qi Li's eyes had already turned red, glimmering with unshed tears. Li Quan's deep voice and impeccable singing skill bore witness to countless hours of practice. This song was undeniably written for her. Is missing someone truly just about missing them? This song reminded Qi Li of the precious moments she shared with Li Quan before the age of 18, moments that could never be recaptured. A sudden pang of heartache surged within Qi Li. What circumstances must have inspired Li Quan to compose such a song? I've finished my part. Do you need to go next? Li Quan inquired, setting down the guitar and turning his gaze toward Wu Liang. Faced with Li Quan's words, Wu Liang opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless. As a fellow singer, he understood all too well that in terms of singing ability and songwriting, he could not compare to Li Quan in any aspect. If he forced himself to sing, it would only be a humiliation to Li Quan. Don't get too smug. Wu Liang spat out a parting shot before leaving in disgrace. In the recording studio, only Li Quan and Qi Li remained. This song. Qi Li was at a loss for words. It's suitable as the theme song for your movie. You're not afraid that my film might overshadow yours? Qi Li managed to compose herself, shifting the conversation back to the film. I just don't want you to suffer too much of a loss. Li Quan's remark instantly extinguished all of Qi Li's emotions. Humph, such arrogance. Qi Li's delicate face puffed up, a rare display of pride surfacing. While I admit that your song is wonderful, the film is an entirely different matter. Even seasoned directors have faced defeat at my hands before. Confidence is commendable. Li Quan replied nonchalantly. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Wait. Qi Li wanted to call him back, but found no reason to do so. Perhaps I have been too harsh on him in the past. Alone in the recording studio, Qi Li's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Leaving the stunning photography team, Li Quan made his way directly to the police station. Still troubled by the chaos caused by Heimei, she had created quite a mess, and naturally, it fell upon him to clean it up. While Heimei's approach of attacking Tianyu Corporation online was effective, it was unexpected that Lin Fan would coincidentally discover the location of the treasure vault. This revelation granted him support from various nations, rendering him impervious to any public opinion. Upon arriving at the police station, Li Quan witnessed Heimei being forcibly ejected. You are all complicit, a den of thieves, she exclaimed, extending her slender finger, her silver teeth glinting as she pointed at the two officers who had thrown her out. Just then, a sleek black McLaren pulled up beside her, and as the window rolled down, Li Quan's voice rang out. Get in. Yelling is a waste of breath. Brotherly. Heimei stammered, momentarily taken aback by the man before her. Inside the car, as she took her place in the passenger seat, she found herself at a loss for words. I didn't expect you to be the Dark Rose, she finally managed to say. Li Quan sighed, his tone laced with resignation. I didn't want to keep it from you. I feared that once you learned I was the Dark Rose, you would despise me. Hei Mei fiddled with the hem of her black skirt. Her gaze fixed ahead, sitting upright and visibly anxious. If anyone else were the Dark Rose, I would want them dead. But since it's you, I'll just have to punish you by making you do housework for a month. Just housework? Hei Mei's lips parted in surprise, feeling that Li Quan was being overly lenient. Then how about making me do housework for a lifetime? Her cheeks flushed crimson, stealing glances at Li Quan. Lost in her thoughts. Ding, congratulations, host. One of the female leads, Hei Mei, has fallen in love with you. You are awarded a golden lottery ticket. The voice of Yi Tian echoed in Li Quan's mind, causing him to almost lose grip of the steering wheel. The task of conquering Hei Mei is complete. How unexpected. A golden lottery ticket. A gentle reminder from the system followed. Do not be overly joyful, host. You are currently being besieged by a large group. What? Li Quan's heart raced as he glanced outside. The sky was overcast, and he was driving along a desolate road lined with abandoned buildings. I'm being besieged. His brows furrowed, and after driving a short distance, a line of triangular roadblocks appeared ahead. Behind the roadblocks stood a large group of armed white soldiers. Damn. Seeing this scene, Li Quan immediately turned to flee. However, the road behind him was also blocked by a multitude of people. Are they here for me? Host consumes 100 points. The system can inform the host about the origins of these people. Go ahead and deduct. With 7,000 points remaining, Li Quan could still afford the cost. Ding. Host remaining points, 6900. Yi Tian didn't hesitate to respond. Not long ago, Lin Fan, who could enter the treasure vault alone, stated that any country willing to present the heads of you and Hei Mei would receive 2 entry permits from him. Is that so? A chilling glint appeared in Li Quan's eyes. After obtaining the treasure vault, he still wants to eliminate me. He also aims to kill Hei Mei, which suggests that her actions today have crossed his bottom line. These American soldiers were willing to take such great risks to serve as pawns for someone else. Upon a cursory glance, there were over 500 of them, each armed to the teeth. Li Quan fell into contemplation, pondering how he might escape. Faced with so many guns, even a wild bull would be of no help. Host seems to have forgotten that you still possess a golden lottery ticket. Right, the golden lottery ticket. Li Quan felt a glimmer of hope. System, use the lottery ticket. He felt a rush of tension, hoping for a stroke of luck to help him through this crisis. Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a character. Summon character. Yi Tian. Description. A powerful entity unrivaled in this world. Combat power. Chapter 22. Carnage. As the panel displaying this information appeared before him, Li Quan inhaled sharply. It seemed he had struck gold, summoning a legendary figure. In the desolate area of abandoned buildings, over 500 heavily armed American soldiers regarded the McLaren that had intruded into their encirclement with mocking eyes. A black lieutenant approached an older white general adorned with military insignia. General, we need to act swiftly. If the military of Xia country discovers us, it could spell trouble. The white-bearded general scoffed. The Qing army is our support. There's no need to rush. I fail to understand why Lin Fan would offer 2 permits for 2 seemingly insignificant youths. That moment, the vehicle stopped in the middle of the road, and the door opened with a click. A young man stepped out, clad in a sharply tailored suit that showcased his lithe, powerful frame. His strikingly handsome face bore dark red pupils that seemed to conceal a bloodthirsty demon. A playful smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. Who is he? At the sight of Yi Tian exiting the vehicle, the general and lieutenant exchanged glances from a distance. This man was not their target, but rather an associate of the target. General, how should we handle this? The lieutenant looked to the older general for guidance. Furrowing his brow, the general waved his hand dismissively after a moment's thought. Kill him. Since he's not the target, there's no need to leave a complete corpse. Understood. The general's orders were swiftly relayed down the chain. In mere moments, dozens of soldiers behind the roadblock raised their AK-47s, aiming at Yi Tian. In such a situation, one would expect anyone to falter or flee in panic. Yet, the man appeared unfazed, walking leisurely as if strolling through his backyard. The 30 or so American soldiers standing before Yi Tian felt their hearts race inexplicably as he drew closer. Li Quan. Who is he? Can he really deal with those soldiers? Hei Mei asked anxiously, watching Yi Tian's back from inside the McLaren. Why Yi Tian had suddenly appeared in the car, leaving her bewildered, and he had merely told Li Quan, "Leave it to me," before exiting. Even now, Hei Mei was filled with questions. He should not be able to. Li Quan swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian. Open fire. The commander's voice jolted the 30 soldiers back to reality. In that brief moment, they realized they were drenched in sweat. Steeling themselves, the soldiers did not hesitate and pulled the triggers aimed at Yi Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets wove a net through the air. tearing towards Yi Tian in an instant that moment. Li Quan and Hei Mei, watching from a distance, thought they were doomed. The surrounding American soldiers shook their heads in disdain, believing they were dealing with a formidable opponent. But wait, the bullets did not hit him. A particularly observant soldier suddenly shouted in shock, and all the American soldiers turned their eyes to the unbelievable sight. The bullets hung suspended mere centimeters from the man's body. Failing to make contact. My God, is this some sort of superpower? The ordinary soldier gasped. The white general's pupils contracted in disbelief. He was an ancient martial artist, not weaker than Lin Fan. Yellow-tier ancient martial artists could enhance their physical form with spiritual energy. Shan-tier ancient martial artists could envelop their bodies with spiritual energy, while Earth-tier could separate their spiritual energy from their bodies. It was as if this young man could effortlessly halt the bullets. He must be an Earth-tier ancient martial artist. Why hadn't Lin Fan mentioned that these ordinary individuals had an Earth-tier ancient martial artist protecting them? The general's bad premonitions escalated rapidly. Gazing at the nearly 1,000 AK bullets before him, Yi Tian's dark red eyes narrowed slightly. Let me try out the feeling of claiming lives. Clang. A sound reminiscent of a broken string echoed. In the next moment, crimson energy streaked through the air, transforming the bullets into deadly projectiles that pierced through the heads of the 500 American soldiers. Puff, 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 on the quiet road. The scene unfolded like a dark artistic tableau beneath the overcast sky. In the blink of an eye, all the American soldiers lay dead, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Yet not all had perished. Yi Tian spared the white general. Lin Fan knows I'm here and still sends you to your deaths. What a clever strategy to as he spoke. Yi Tian continued walking past the rigid white general, vanishing into the distance. Wah, what just happened? Barton stammered, his lips trembling. He had brought 500 elite soldiers, yet in a single encounter. They were all wiped out. The only reason he was spared was likely due to disdain. After a long moment, the desolate road filled with the pungent smell of blood brought Barton back to his senses. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the words of that grim man as he departed. Lin Fan was aware of my presence and still sent you here to meet your demise. What a clever scheme indeed. Lin Fan, the fury in Barton's hawk-like eyes was almost palpable. Before arriving, Lin Fan had described them as mere ordinary individuals, which had already raised his suspicions. How could two ordinary people possibly be worth 2 slots to enter the treasure vault? They had fallen into Lin Fan's trap. He had never mentioned the existence of the Reaper. The purpose was clear, to use that Reaper's hand to lead them to their doom. In an instant, Barton understood. The architect of all this chaos was none other than Lin Fan. Compared to Yi Tian, who had brutally slain all his soldiers, Barton now harbored a deeper resentment towards Lin Fan for orchestrating this deception. Humans tend to indulge in their imaginations. That why Yi Tian privately chuckled at Barton's predicament. The reason for not killing him was to have him deal with Lin Fan. The words he had spoken to Barton before leaving were, of course, fabricated, and his goal had been accomplished. Where did that senior, Yi Tian, go? After traversing that stretch of road, Li Quan's racing heart was still unsettled. Back to the system, Yi Tian casually replied. Indeed, it had reverted to the system. But the will of this world was rife with malice towards him as an outsider. Every second, he had to expend enormous amounts of points to counteract the world's will. In the future. If it weren't a matter of life and death for the host, Li Quan, Yi Tian had no intention of emerging. Returning, Li Quan understood. Senior, based on the ancient martial arts hierarchy, what level of power should you possess? Recalling the massacre that Yi Tian had so effortlessly unleashed, Li Quan still felt a shiver of dread. The level of power displayed far exceeded his comprehension. The opponent had previously unlocked a fraction of their strength. Utilizing Earth-level perfection to annihilate American soldiers, Yi Tian continued to weave his tale, asserting that only a small portion of strength had been unlocked. This portrayal of a master would only serve to cement his reputation further. However, it was true that he had employed Earth-level perfection against those soldiers. After acquiring the Blood Eyes Black Blood secret technique, Yi Tian had directly pushed it to perfection, endowing himself with its power. Consequently, certain physical traits had undergone subtle changes, such as his blood-red eyes. Although Earth-level perfection was still a significant tier below the highest echelons of ancient martial arts in this world, the power it manifested was already extraordinary. Familiar with the original plot, Yi Tian understood that the strongest ancient martial artist in the world at this moment was Lin Fan. At the initial stage of Earth-level, T.O. casually unlocked such strength. Could he truly be that formidable? Li Quan marveled inwardly. He increasingly felt that the golden lottery card that had selected Yi Tian was a stroke of divine luck. Meanwhile, Lin Fan swirled red wine in his glass within the villa, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in high spirits. Despite Black Rose's betrayal and the inexplicable disappearance of Ghost Fong, he had discovered the treasure vault left by his master. This alone filled him with immense joy. However, a string of unfavorable news had begun to erode his patience. Casting a sidelong glance at the young man before him, Lin Fan lightly parted his thin lips. Did you ruin the song I gifted to Chili? A terrifying pressure enveloped Wu Liang, causing him to break into a sweat as he fervently defended himself. Lin, director, it's just that Li Quan is utterly detestable, relying on his acquaintance with Miss Chili to force her to accept his song. Is that so? Lin Fan set down his wine glass and slowly rose from his chair, approaching Wu Liang. I am a doctor, and I can tell you are lying. I doubt Wu Liang was at a loss for words as Lin Fan exposed him on the spot. All right, I was just joking. How could you possibly lie? Suddenly, Lin Fan smiled and patted Wu Liang on the shoulder. If you messed up, you messed up. It's no great matter. The abrupt shift in attitude left Wu Liang swallowing hard. Yet he sighed in relief, immediately bowing. Thank you for your forgiveness, Chairman. Thank you, Director Lin. Thank you, Director Lin. I have a new task for you. Lin Fan's words caused Wu Liang to freeze. Given the choice, he would have preferred to decline. Indeed, the new task Lin Fan proposed left Wu Liang incredulous. I have a pill. You must find a way to make Chili take it as he spoke. Lin Fan placed a transparent pill in Wu Liang's hand. What kind of pill is this? Wu Liang's voice quivered with fear. She must take it before 8 p.m. tonight. Lin Fan did not respond to Wu Liang's question, but instead patted his shoulder. This time, do not mess it up. All right, Wu Liang numbly nodded, clearly aware of the threat hidden within Lin Fan's calm words. Lin Fan had no intention of letting that matter slide. This task was his final opportunity. As Wu Liang departed, Lin Fan gazed longingly at Chili's flawless portrait on the wall, his eyes filled with tenderness. On my first trip into the treasure vault, I found the perfect Awan pill for dual cultivation. Chili, heaven has already indicated that we are meant to be together. Lost in reverie while staring at the photograph, Lin Fan thought of the missed opportunity to kill Li Quan, with those Americans involved. Li Quan should have met his end, right? Yet, he pondered why Ghost Fong's group had suddenly gone silent. Otherwise, there would have been no need for those Americans to intervene. Buzz, a call from his pocket interrupted his thoughts. Seeing it was Chung Jun, Lin Fan answered, Brother Lin, is there something wrong? Junior Brother Fan, did you mislead us? On the other end of the line, a stocky man wiped the sweat from his brow. Panic etched across his face. What misinformation? Weren't you supposed to exchange 2 slots for entering the treasure vault for Li Quan and Dark Rose's heads? Chung Jun's tone rose slightly. Those Americans sent 500 men, and they attacked Li Quan right here in Mo High City. Oh, were the bodies preserved? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the Americans' operational capabilities. That it would be best if Li Quan's body was delivered to him intact. Preserved? Chung Jun's voice was taut with suppressed anger. The 500 corpses, aside from a hole in their heads, look no different from living beings. That is good. Lin Fan paused mid-sentence, suddenly taken aback. You said 500 corpses? Yes, all 500 American soldiers were completely annihilated. Chung Jun emphasized, his tone growing heavier. If my people hadn't discovered it first, this would have exploded across the internet. These individuals died while ambushing Li Quan. Junior Brother Fan, did you conceal something in your previous message? Impossible, Lin Fan firmly denied. How could Li Quan possess the capability to annihilate 500 armed soldiers? But that is the truth, Chung Jun fretted. Among those 500 American soldiers, only their general remains alive. Not long ago, that general represented the American military and stated that we had deceived them. He declared that there would be no further negotiations regarding the treasure vault. They intend to seize it by force. We must pay the price for the deceit we have wrought. Absurd. Lin Fan struggled to articulate his feelings. He felt as though he had been ensnared. What should he do now? Chung Jun clearly regarded Lin Fan as the epicenter of this situation, previously and now, especially after Lin Fan acquired the treasure vault. Investigate. Lin Fan's voice turned icy. Thoroughly uncover the truth. Whether Li Quan possesses the ability to annihilate 500 soldiers or if the Americans are concocting schemes. Until we ascertain the truth, ignore the Americans. Understood. Chung Jun nodded, and the call ended. Bang! Lin Fan abruptly hurled his phone against the wall. Annihilate 500 soldiers. Li Quan, you have concealed yourself well. He was not foolish. The Americans had no reason to fabricate such a story. The current situation likely indicated that something genuine had transpired. Yet, he could neither acknowledge nor deny it, as that would reveal his stance. All he could do was bide his time until he absorbed the inheritance from the treasure vault and reached the celestial stage. Chapter 24. the concert when Li Quan returned home with Black Rose. He found Li Xia with her brows furrowed, lips pouting, and an expression of anger on her delicate face. "Brother, who is she?" Upon seeing Black Rose, Li Xia immediately exhibited strong hostility. Li Quan raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "She is our housekeeper, Black Rose." Previously, Li Quan had claimed he would punish her to be a housekeeper for concealing Dark Rose's identity, making her his lifelong housekeeper. Black Rose had taken that as a declaration of affection, feeling flustered along the way. But now, what was happening? Had she truly become a housekeeper? A housekeeper? Li Xia looked at the stunning woman before her with suspicion, thinking she could easily be a top model. "You are so young, yet you act like a resentful concubine." Li Quan directly flicked Li Xia's forehead. "I am your brother, not your lover." "What kind of tone is that?" Hearing Li Quan's words, Li Xia was momentarily speechless, puffing up her cheeks in indignation, unsure how to retort. She pulled out her phone and angrily tossed it onto the sofa. "Chili just messaged me, wanting to invite you. Look for yourself." With that, Li Xia hugged a nearby plush toy and stormed back to her room in frustration. "Chili?" Li Quan's eyes glimmered with surprise. Picking up Li Xia's phone, he began to browse through her chat history with Qlid. It was Chili who had initiated the conversation with Li Xia in the chat messages. Li Xia's attitude cannot be described as amiable. Indeed, although Chili has always taken great care of Li Xia since the rupture with Lin Fan, Li Xia has categorized Chili, who stands on Lin Fan's side. Among her adversaries in the chat, Chili's primary message is that her concert is about to commence tonight, and she hopes both Li Quan and Li Xia will attend at a concert. With how busy he has been lately, he nearly forgot about it. Just a week ago, before he acquired the system, he had been bustling about for Chili's concert, epitomizing what it means to be an ardent admirer. A week ago, this concert was a sacred platform for the acclaimed actress and pop diva. Chili, reflecting on the past, now feels burdensome for Li Quan, who perceives it as an undesirable history. This shift in mindset has arisen since acquiring the system. Presently, Li Quan finds himself less interested in Chili's concert. However, considering that Lin Fan has accessed the treasure trove and entered a rapid growth mode, Li Quan understands that he must expedite his pursuit of Chili's affections. Thus, he feels compelled to seize this opportunity to connect with her at the concert. As night falls, after dining with the enigmatic Li Xia, Li Quan switches to a white Pagani and heads to Chili's concert alone. As Li Xia has chosen not to attend, the concert venue is the Central Stadium in the heart of Mo City. As the recognized national goddess of the entertainment industry, Chili's popularity is formidable. Even with a seating capacity of 100,000, the venue sold out long before the event. As the concert's commencement nears, millions of online viewers have already gathered in various live stream rooms, eagerly awaiting the performance. Being an actress, her aura will shine even brighter after tonight, a bustling intersection in the vibrant city. Li Quan gazes at the red traffic light, feeling contemplative. Yeon remains silent, timing it with the original plot. Tonight is when the male lead, Lin Fan, confesses his love to the female lead, Chili, solidifying their relationship. However, since Li Quan is still alive, Chili cannot let go of her feelings, making any resolution between Lin Fan and Chili tonight impossible. Nonetheless, the will of destiny will not allow such a gap to remain unaddressed. It will undoubtedly guide Lin Fan to take action. It seems trouble is brewing, and Yeon senses it vaguely. Upon entering the concert hall, Li Quan finds himself amidst a sea of people. The excitement before the performance highlights Chili's immense popularity. He bypasses the audience and makes his way directly to the concert's backstage area, where it is notably quieter. There, he unexpectedly encounters a familiar face. "Wu Yang, are you here to sing as well?" Li Quan casually calls out to the somewhat shifty individual. Li Quan. Wu Yang appears stiff, wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "Sister Chili needs someone to accompany her on a song. So here I am. Is that so?" Li Quan's eyes narrow with suspicion. This guy feels the need to explain himself. "Why are you sweating so much?" "It's a huge concert. I'm a bit nervous." The explanation sounds plausible, yet the flaw lies in his attempt to justify himself to Li Quan. Li Quan's instincts are sharp. Wu Yang is certainly hiding something. Just as he is about to inquire further, a soft voice interrupts. "You're here." Turning to the source, Li Quan sees Chili, who tonight is adorned in a delicate lavender gown, her hair elegantly styled, lending her an air of grace. Her eyes, devoid of excessive embellishment, shine like a myriad of stars. Below her delicate nose, her lips glisten with a hint of gloss, exuding a subtle allure. The swan-like elegance of her neck, complemented by her exquisite collarbone and the flowing gown, remains flawless. Has Shia not come? Chili's gaze dims slightly. It seems she still harbors resentment towards me. After all, You side with Lin Fan, Li Quan states bluntly, causing Chili to appear anxious that my relationship with Lin Fan is not what you all perceive. Almost instinctively, Chili seeks to clarify the misunderstanding, perhaps influenced by Chiu Mei's prior revelations that proved Li Quan's innocence. Or perhaps due to the heartfelt rendition of Later he performed earlier, Chili's disdain for Li Quan has undergone a notable transformation. And is that so? Li Quan responds with a hint of self-mockery. You need not explain anything to me. Chili opens her mouth, but words fail her. Sister Chili, it's time. Her manager glances at the time, reminding her. Understood. Chili nods, redirecting her attention to Li Quan. You may go to the resting area behind. It's quieter there. Li Quan offers no further comment, merely nodding. Just then, Wu Liang rushes out from behind. Have you had water? The first set is half an hour long. It's tough on the vocal cords. Water? Chili casts a peculiar glance at Wu Liang, but ultimately nods. I've already had some. That's good. Everything must prioritize protecting your voice. Although tonight's concert is grand, do not harm your foundation. Wu Liang exhales deeply, a look of sincerity gracing his face. Thank you. Chili politely acknowledges him. At 7:30, when Chili takes the stage, the concert erupts into a frenzy. Various streaming platforms capture her every move with clarity. On stage, Chili's voice, accompanied by elegantly dancing backup performers, gradually fills the atmosphere, soothing the audience's excitement. Backstage, Li Quan observes Chili through the screen, and as time passes, he notes a significant shift in the concert's energy. However, as he watches Chili, he furrows his brow. With his keen insight, he can clearly see that for some unknown reason, Chili's condition is rapidly declining. After one song concludes, Chili leans against the piano, beads of sweat dotting her face, having disrupted her makeup and revealing her exquisite yet pale countenance. All right, dear audience, that concludes the first set. I have prepared more new songs for the next. Her tone remains steady as she addresses the audience, who murmur in disbelief. Wasn't the first set supposed to last 30 minutes? It barely exceeded 20. Unable to provide an explanation for the audience's confusion, Chili struggles to suppress her physical discomfort as she retreats backstage. Unbeknownst to the audience, she nearly collapses from exhaustion. Sister Chili, what's wrong? A female manager rushes to support her, panic etched on her face. Take me to the resting room. Breathing heavily, Chili's face has inexplicably flushed. All right, hold on. The manager, suppressing her own concerns, helps the swaying woman toward the private resting area. Along the way, several backstage individuals notice the unusual scene and glance curiously. Inside the resting room, the manager sets Chili down on the sofa and immediately declares, "I'll fetch a doctor." Chili, arms crossed, bites her lip, her hair now slightly disheveled. No need for a doctor. I'll handle it. A gentle voice interrupts as a man enters Chili's private resting area. Director Lin Fan, the manager exclaims, relief flooding her features. Thank goodness you're here. Please, see what's wrong with Sister Chili. Having known Lin Fan for some time, the manager is aware of his exceptional medical skills. Yet this situation seems troublesome. Lin Fan frowns slightly. You should leave. I need to administer acupuncture, and I can't focus with someone else present. All right. The manager nods repeatedly, oblivious to any impropriety in Lin Fan's request, a testament to the protagonist's aura dulling her senses. Regardless of the sounds that may arise, do not enter, and do not allow anyone else in. Lin Fan instructs the manager. Understood. She replies, leaving the room. With the manager gone, Lin Fan sits beside Chili, a smile gracing his lips as he takes a sip of the tea on the table. How are you feeling? Did you have Wu Liang drug me? Chili, sharp-witted, recognizes the truth at her age. Achieving such status in the entertainment industry requires intelligence that Wu Liang's earlier comments on stage alerted her to the fact that she had been drugged. And Lin Fan's timely arrival unmistakably marks him as the orchestrator behind it all. I know this isn't right, but we are pressed for time. Lin Fan does not deny it, effectively confirming her suspicions. Chili, do you know? There exists another world beyond ours, a world far more splendid than this one. Lin Fan's eyes glimmer with longing. The Huan pill I gave you can maximize the potential of your physique. After tonight, we will both enhance our abilities. Ascending to the higher realm is merely a matter of time. There, we can punish the wicked and become a pair of immortal lovers. How glorious would that be? Lin Fan, Chili grips the edge of the sofa, her breath becoming increasingly erratic, yet her gaze remains clear. I am deeply disappointed in you. Ha ha ha. That's all right. When the effects of the drug overwhelm you and you collapse into my arms, I assure you, you will find satisfaction. Lin Fan leisurely savors the bitter tea, confident that the techniques from the medical immortal's secret tome will ensure Chili's complete surrender. After all, he has employed them on numerous women before, and each one has succumbed to longing for him. In the backstage rest area, Li Quan gripped Wu Liang's neck with a chilling expression. Upon noticing the unusual spectacle on stage, his thoughts immediately turned to Wu Liang, who had previously exhibited erratic behavior. Under the relentless interrogation of Li Quan's fists and feet, Wu Liang, filled with trepidation, divulged everything. Lin Fan. Upon acquiring this information, Li Quan felt a surge of unexpected emotions. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would resort to such methods concerning Qili. Ding system task initiated. Rescue Qili. Success reward. Silver lottery card. Failure. Qili's chastity lost. Description. Qili is in peril, currently. No one but the host can save her. Friendly reminder. Qili is presently in her exclusive resting room. With a clear objective, Li Quan wasted no time and dashed toward the destination. Along the way, he contacted Yi Tian. System, can the esteemed Yi Senior from today still make an appearance? Li Quan understood that Lin Fan's strength was at the initial stage of the Earth level. This realm was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Even a brute like Man Yo would be ineffective. Thus, his only hope was that Yi Tian could step in again. Otherwise, he would likely become mere fodder. Yi Tian had anticipated this situation. After all, with the protagonist's overwhelming combat prowess, if he did not intervene, no one could save the day. However, he could not just appear without compensation. Yi Tian needed to negotiate a fee for his second appearance within a single day. Ding. Yi Tian is willing to assist the host. But the condition is that the host must personally kill Lin Fan within 1 week. You want me to kill Lin Fan? Why does Senior Yi propose such a request? Ding. Upon the protagonist's demise, the other party can gain the world's fortunes. Is that so? Li Quan remained somewhat perplexed. Then, Senior Yi must possess the strength to eliminate Lin Fan, correct? Ding. Those not of this world cannot kill the protagonist of this world. Understanding the situation, Li Quan nodded earnestly. Since that is the case, I shall comply with Senior Yi's request. After all, he and Lin Fan were destined to face life and death. 7 days would also serve as motivation for himself. Ding. Main quest generated. Task. Eliminate Lin Fan. Task deadline. 7 days. After a brief exchange, Li Quan arrived outside Qili's resting room. In the corridor, Qili's manager paced anxiously, occasionally clenching her fists, hoping fervently for Qili's swift recovery. It was imperative to note that over 100,000 live audience members and tens of millions of netizens were watching the concert. If something were to go awry, it could inflict severe repercussions upon Qili. As the manager's mind raced with concerns, a figure brushed past her, heading straight for Qili's resting room. Li Quan. Hey, Chairman Lin is administering treatment to Sister Qili. Don't disturb them. As she spoke, the manager hurried to intervene. But it was already too late. Li Quan's hand had already grasped the doorknob. It's over. If this interrupts Sister Qili's treatment, I shall never forgive myself. The beautiful manager's face twisted with regret. In the midst of her despairing expression, the door swung open, revealing the scene within. There lay Qili, feebly sprawled on the sofa, her long hair in disarray, her elegant gown torn in places, exposing large swathes of her delicate skin to the air. In the room, Lin Fan had shed his shirt and was loosening his belt. As the door opened, the gazes of Li Quan and the manager froze him in place. Chapter 26. Overwhelmed. What are you doing? The shock of the scene caused the female manager's eyes to widen as she shouted in fury. She no longer regretted failing to stop Li Quan. Instead, she felt relief. Had it not been for Li Quan pushing the door open, she would have remained oblivious to the true situation. If Lin Fan had succeeded, she would have been haunted by guilt for eternity. Oh, caught in the act, Lin Fan's demeanor remained largely unchanged in response to the manager's accusation. It must be said, as the protagonist, Lin Fan possessed remarkable composure. You've come right to me. His gaze locked onto Li Quan, an icy glint emerging in his eyes. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could keep this secret forever. In that moment, Li Quan, acutely aware of the impending danger, felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent emanating from Lin Fan. Within a heartbeat, 2 silver needles loomed large in the pupils of both him and the female manager. The early-stage, Earth-level Lin Fan, fueled by murderous intent, was not something Li Quan and the manager could evade. System, if Yi Senior does not act soon, I am finished. In this dire situation, Li Quan could only communicate with the system in his mind. Calm down. Suddenly, a dark red spiritual energy emerged, halting the 2 silver needles midair. The unexpected turn of events caused Lin Fan to narrow his eyes in astonishment. Behind Li Quan and the female manager, a man with a sinister appearance materialized from the shadows. Itsu, the one who has been secretly protecting Li Quan. Feeling the immense pressure, Lin Fan's expression turned grave. No wonder Wang Biao had fallen. The blood I had gone silent, and even the 500 elite soldiers had perished. Senior, what benefits has Li Quan provided you? I, Lin Fan, can offer you double. As long as you follow me, I could even grant you a spot in the upper realm. Realizing that Yi Tian was no ordinary opponent, Lin Fan attempted to recruit him. Had it been anyone else, the protagonist's natural charm might have swayed them. Yet for Yi Tian, the protagonist's allure was nothing but a joke. I have no interest in being a bodyguard. Rather, I am quite keen on beating you. His dark red eyes glimmered ominously in the shadows as he stepped forward, appearing before Lin Fan. How is this possible? So fast. Lin Fan, filled with dread, enveloped himself in spiritual energy, trying to create distance. However, Yi Tian's hand had already latched onto his throat like a vice. Crack. As Yi Tian slightly raised his arm, he effortlessly hoisted Lin Fan into the air. Ga. With veins bulging on his face, Lin Fan struggled in vain. Unable to break free, he had never anticipated that this man would unleash his full strength from the outset, denying him any chance to adjust. Had Yi Tian been privy to Lin Fan's thoughts, he would have scoffed. Did he think he was one of those mindless antagonists? For Yi Tian, once he decided to kill the protagonist, even if the latter were merely an infant, he would unhesitatingly unleash a nuclear weapon if he possessed one. Yi Tian understood that he likely could not kill Lin Fan, but that did not deter him from trying. Crack. Lin Fan's face turned from red to blue as Yi Tian's grip tightened around his neck. You bastard! Boom! Amidst Lin Fan's labored roars, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from within him. A surge of spiritual energy rising to unprecedented levels. He had broken through the critical moment. He advanced from the initial to the mid-stage of the earth level. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy gradually pried Yi Tian's hand away. Lin Fan glared up with a fierce expression. You are strong, but you do not realize that my true strength is always one realm above my current level. Now, in the earth realm, I am invincible. Bang! The ground beneath Lin Fan's feet crumbled into dust, collapsing in layers. He transformed into a cannonball, hurtling toward Yi Tian with immense force. That I will kill you, with a fierce roar. Lin Fan closed the distance in an instant. Yi Tian merely raised his hand. Thud. A downward slap reverberated through the backstage area of the concert, sending the enraged Lin Fan crashing to the ground like a frog. Sprawled and defeated, crouching down, Yi Tian seized Lin Fan by the hair, lifting his defeated head like a mangy dog. Have you never heard of the extreme realm of the earth level? Breaking through the ranks, that's what you've got. As he spoke, Yi Tian withdrew a sharp knife from his system space. I've been rambling for too long. With that, he aimed the blade at Lin Fan's temple, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Just then, an unusual wave enveloped Lin Fan. Clang! Yi Tian's attack was thwarted. This was the first time Yi Tian had genuinely been blocked, though it was aided by an external object. A white orb slowly floated from Lin Fan, encasing him completely while rapidly healing his injuries. After several seconds, that I will remember you. No matter who you are, I will surely kill you. Now healed, Lin Fan gazed mournfully at the orb in the air, his hatred for Yi Tian surging like a tidal wave. Until we meet again. With a casual wave at Lin Fan, Yi Tian's demeanor incited a rage that threatened to shatter Lin Fan's teeth. However, he dared not linger. The protective orb's defensive time was limited. He needed to distance himself from this godlike man. Her speedy events orchestrated tonight, all ruined because of this man. As Lin Fan departed, Yi Tian approached the still dumbfounded Li Quan, patting his shoulder. Kid, remember the conditions of my assistance. With that, Yi Tian refrained from applying further pressure and vanished into thin air. This encounter marked the first true meeting with the protagonist of the entire narrative. Yi Tian's system shop had undergone a complete overhaul. He had not anticipated that this protagonist had cultivated over 20 ancient martial arts manuals, 3 of which could be extrapolated to the heavenly level, alongside several pieces of equipment. For instance, that set of silver needles, the divine orb, and the Huan pill. Yi Tian had replicated their templates. With sufficient points, he could mass-produce them. The system. Is there any way to help her recover? The lounge has transformed into a space reminiscent of Syrian decor. Li Quan felt helpless as Chi Li, with her eyes closed, mindlessly rubbed against herself. 100 points have been deducted from the host. Clearing the effects of the drug from Chi Li's body, Yi Tian directly deducted this amount for Li Quan, who certainly had no interest in witnessing such peculiar antics. A soft moan escaped Chi Li's lips as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing her predicament, she hastily grabbed a nearby pillow to shield her modesty, retreating to a corner of the sofa. Thank you for saving me, she said cautiously to Li Quan, her voice laced with hesitation. Though under the influence of the drug, she was aware of the events that had transpired, understanding that Li Quan had rescued her from danger. Not only that, he had refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability and had instead helped to rid her of the drug's effects. This alone elevated her perception of Li Quan significantly. In that moment, her gaze towards him carried a newfound warmth. Chapter 27. The Crown Song Deity. Ding Qi Li's perception of Lin Fan has reached 0. Utterly disappointed, the host gains 20,000 points, and Lin Fan's protagonist luck diminishes by 3,000, leaving him with 3,100 points. As expected, Li Quan received Qi Li's 20,000 points, along with a silver lottery card as a reward for completing the system task. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would be his own downfall, losing not only the female lead but also having his protagonist luck. No need to thank me. We are acquaintances after all. Li Quan replied, his tone lacking warmth, even hinting at a sense of distance. This made Qi Li's grateful smile appear somewhat forced. Li Quan, you seem different from before, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She showcased her delicate profile as she gazed at him with a hint of longing. Is that so? Li Quan responded blandly, perhaps the death of my parents has opened my eyes to certain truths. This statement silenced Qi Li. Indeed, it was only after this man's parents passed away that he began to change. I was a bit harsh and neglectful towards you before. I apologize, Qi Li said softly. Her voice tinged with hope. If possible, could we be friends again? There is no need for such words. Li Quan shook his head. Once we annulled our engagement, there was no need for further contact. His response created a barrier within Qi Li's heart. Just then, the female manager rushed in with several medical staff. Sister Qi Li, you're awake, she exclaimed, her tone brimming with surprise as she saw Qi Li sitting quietly on the sofa. No longer in a state of disarray, and I'm feeling much better, Qi Li replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, she added, we still need to have a doctor examine me. I wouldn't want any lingering effects. As she spoke, the manager gestured for the medical staff to approach. Minutes later, several doctors conferred and nodded. Miss Qi Li has no injuries, but there are residual effects from the drugs, with a couple of days of rest. She will fully recover. Phew. That's a relief, the manager sighed in gratitude. Then, she suddenly remembered something and called out to the doctor, by the way, will Sister Qi Li still be able to perform at the concert? I'm afraid not, one doctor replied, shaking his head. It's not about any lasting effects. Given her current condition, performing would likely lead to her fainting due to exhaustion. What? The manager was taken aback. Initially, she thought it was a close call. But now the situation had become exceedingly complicated. Outside, the concert was set to host an audience of 100,000, with millions more watching online, with Qi Li having already delayed her appearance for so long. The discontent was palpable. If she were to completely withdraw from the performance, it would not only jeopardize the ticket sales, but also severely impact her career. I'm fine, Qi Li insisted, fully aware of the concert's significance. She steadied herself against the sofa, making an effort to rise. However, as she swayed, she fell back onto the sofa. Sister Qi Li, don't hurt yourself. The manager draped a coat over her shoulders. If the concert doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Don't risk your health. I cannot allow that. Qi Li, with her pale yet ethereal face, exhibited a rare stubbornness. I've prepared for this concert for a year and promised my fans a spectacular show. I cannot break that promise. In your current state, you can barely stand. How can you sing? The manager's face was filled with concern and urgency. Observing the scene in the lounge, Li Quan took it all in. Ding, detecting changes in the host's emotions, a new task is issued. Reclaim the concert. Task success. Reward. A random movie. Task failure. No penalties. Description. The host previously went to great lengths to organize the concert for Qi Li. Undertaking various responsibilities. This concert was crafted by the host. Why should it benefit someone else? The host must take the stage that rightfully belongs to him and crown himself as the song deity. The system's task caught Li Quan by surprise. Ye Tian shook his head inwardly. As he had been dutiful in his role as the system, he understood that Li Quan wished to salvage the concert for Qi Li, but felt too embarrassed to admit it. Thus, he could only present it as a task to provide Li Quan an opportunity to save face. Within the task, Yi Tian refrained from explicitly mentioning helping Qi Li and instead framed it from another perspective. Li Quan clearly found this approach appealing. In the lounge, realizing that she truly lacked the energy to perform, Qi Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I should let everyone know, this concert is cancelled. Ultimately, it was Qi Li who made the announcement. The manager nodded eagerly and rushed to make arrangements. As the people in the lounge departed, Qi Li instinctively glanced at Li Quan's spot, only to find it empty. In the concert group chat, the manager sent a message, all members, please inform the audience outside that tonight's concert is cancelled. The message spread, igniting a flurry of reactions in the group chat. What happened? There is still so much time left. Why is it ending suddenly? Yeah, the audience numbers are surging. How can we cancel at such a critical moment? Did something happen to Sister Qi Li? One message after another flooded in, and Qi Li finally spoke up in the group. A sudden situation has arisen, and canceling was unavoidable. Well, if the group leader has said so, others sighed in resignation. Their reluctance palpable. The camera crew chimed in. Sister Chile, we just saw someone from backstage go on stage. Was that arranged by us? Someone has gone on stage, seeing the messages in the group. Chile furrowed her brow. She turned to the television mounted on the wall of the lounge, which displayed a 360-degree view of the stage. The audience was already engulfed in a frenzy. At that moment, a man stepped onto the stage, gradually capturing everyone's attention. The stage was dimly lit, yet Chile immediately recognized him. Li Quan in the darkness. A spotlight illuminated Li Quan as he stood in the center of the stage. Microphone in hand. Welcome, everyone, to my concert. His words, akin to a gentle spring breeze, resonated throughout the venue, leaving the audience bewildered. Isn't this Chi Li's concert? Who are you? What do you mean, my concert? Yeah, who is this guy? Get off the stage and let Chi Li perform. What is going on with this concert? We don't recognize you. As expected, chaos erupted among the audience, with many shouting for refunds. Witnessing this scene, Chi Li in the lounge sighed softly. She could guess that without her presence, the audience would not tolerate this. However, facing the ire and skepticism of the crowd, Li Quan, standing on stage, merely smiled calmly. Now, let me present you a song, Blue and White Porcelain. Chapter 28. The Crown Song Deity, continued. As Li Quan's voice resonated, the stage lights began to shift, in the midst of soft and vibrant illumination. An ethereal background melody enveloped the concert. This music momentarily quieted the previously raucous venue. With the enchanting prelude steeped in ancient charm, many audience members found their attention drawn to the stage, where Li Quan stood. Grasping the microphone, Li Quan unleashed his masterful vocal prowess, his lips parting slightly to sing. Plain clay outlines the blue and white. The vase adorned with peonies mirrors your first makeup. The sandalwood fragrance wafts through the window. My thoughts are laid bare, on rice paper. The brush pauses at this point. His voice seemed to be imbued with an ancient essence, and his captivating tone, amplified by the accolades of a master, transported the audience into a dreamlike world reminiscent of Jiangnan's misty reign. The exquisite lyrics and impeccable singing left everyone in awe. The concert fell silent, the music continuing to play. The charm of the rendered glaze and the painting of beautiful maidens has been privately cherished. While your smile, like a bud waiting to bloom, disperses a thread of beauty to places I cannot reach, the azure sky awaits the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises gently. Separated by countless miles across the river, beneath the bottle, I inscribe the elegance of Han calligraphy, as if I were foreshadowing our encounter. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight has been salvaged, blurring the conclusion, much like the exquisite blue and white porcelain, which is beautifully self-sufficient. Your eyes carry a hint of laughter. Every word is utterly impeccable. Li Quan's voice, neither aged nor juvenile, resembles a jade-faced scholar from a book, captivating all who listen. The audience at the concert had long since shed their earlier anger. Major platforms broadcast images from the concert, with astonished comments floating by. This song indeed possesses something extraordinary. It is simply marvelous. I have a premonition that this song will surely become a sensation. The timbre of this man's voice is captivating, in the face of countless doubts. The best way to silence them is through undeniable talent. Li Quan has undoubtedly achieved this. Moments later, as Blue and White Porcelain concluded, everyone who had heard it felt a lingering desire for more, with some even calling for an encore. Next, he continued to present another song. The brightest star in the night sky. Li Quan's gentle and unpretentious voice is soothing to the audience, though some still expressed confusion about the absence of Chi Li. They harbored no ill will towards Li Quan. With the endorsement of a gentleman's medal, Li Quan left a first impression that was far from off-putting. The song Blue and White Porcelain had opened many hearts. After Li Quan's words were spoken, the system, represented by Yi Tian, cooperatively emitted a prompt. Ding! The host has exchanged for the brightest star in the night sky, deducting 500 points. Such a sum could hardly purchase a classic song. This was due to Li Quan having shattered a silver lottery card just before taking the stage, allowing him to obtain a one-time discount card for the entertainment mall. This liberated him from any reservations. As for the background music and lighting, they were arranged with a deduction of 2,000 points from Li Quan by Yi Tian. Now, those in charge of sound and light, hearing the singing from the stage, felt no intoxication, as they were in the back, facing their own equipment, chilled to the bone, nearly calling for a priest to exorcise the spirits. Amidst the collective attention, the background music for the second song gradually emerged. Featuring an entirely different style, as the accompaniment reached its crescendo, Li Quan raised the microphone, his unembellished voice delivering the lyrics. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the lonely sighs and whispers of those who gaze upwards? A contrasting style, a different ambience. Under the soft, colorful neon lights, Liquan shone like a star, dazzling in the eyes of all. In the lounge, Chi watched the man on stage, resembling a constellation surrounded by the moon. Her eyes filled with surprise, admiration, and an unspoken infatuation. Previously, when she was about to be violated by Lin Fan, this man appeared, preserving her purity. Just when she was prepared to abandon the concert and face the questions of countless fans, he stepped forth once more to resolve everything. That it turned out he was so exceptional. He is far more suited to that stage than I am. Can the brightest star in the night sky remember the silhouette that vanished into the wind? The deep voice, paired with a song of exceptional quality, led the concert fully into Liquan's rhythm. One song concluded, and another began. An hour passed, and the audience was left in astonishment. Viewers in various live streams were equally stunned. After so many years, I finally witnessed the emergence of a new star in our music industry. How many songs have we heard? Each one is a new masterpiece. Who is this man? From now on, I shall only support him. I declare, even Jesus cannot intervene. This night was destined to be sleepless for countless listeners, including Chi, clad in pale yellow pajamas that could not conceal her proud figure. She sat at the edge of her bed, her thoughts lingering on the man who had just graced the stage. With a sigh, she rubbed her brow. Her fair fingers picked up her phone, aimlessly scrolling before she opened her calendar. The day after tomorrow marks the end of the month, the moment when her 5-year agreement with Liquan would come to fruition. In the past, she might have dismissed this agreement with a laugh, not giving it much thought. However, now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an urge to escape. Does the conclusion of their agreement signify the end of her bond with Liquan? The day after tomorrow is indeed the end of the month. How swiftly time passes. After the concert, Liquan quietly returned home. The system panel displayed a remaining balance of 15,000 points and a movie lottery card. System, utilize the movie lottery card and see what I can obtain. Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the film Titanic. Yi Tian's voice resonated. Liquan was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the selected film. It was indeed this movie. In the system mall, the prices of various films varied, and Titanic was among the most expensive. The next day, as expected, the entertainment industry erupted. The response to last night's concert was monumental. Liquan's identity was subsequently revealed. Upon learning that the mysterious singer was a director of the Lee Group, the fervor in the entertainment network suddenly fell into a strange silence. After all, the Lee Group had recently been embroiled in various scandals. Originally, the Black Rose had come forward to clear the Lee Group's name, but for reasons unknown, it had fizzled out. Consequently, the Lee Group still remained a black-hearted company in the eyes of numerous netizens. Yet, Liquan's performance yesterday had undoubtedly earned him the title of a divine singer. Thus, online reactions polarized. One faction recognized Liquan's talent, while another questioned his character. Countless netizens debated Liquan's talent versus his integrity. The focal point of the discussion, Liquan, posted on Weibo. The content bore little relevance to the concert. After 5 years of filming abroad, the movie Titanic will officially premiere the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. Everyone is welcome to watch. Had this been before, Liquan's post would have attracted a swarm of gossipers and trolls, garnering little attention. However, now, his post rocketed to the trending topics, still promoting the movie. Chairmanly, if that fails, we could focus on the music. Liquan, where can I hear your songs? Haven't they been released yet? The Titanic that took 5 years to film. How old were you 5 years ago? Director Lee, a flood of comments inundated the platform. Leveraging the momentum from yesterday's concert, Liquan hardly needed to promote the movie. Not long after, Chi Li's movie trailer was also disseminated, prompting excited reactions from netizens. Creating a stark contrast with Liquan's situation. System, since Chi Li has no lingering feelings for Lin Fan, does it still hold significance to cancel my engagement with her? Observing the Weibo situation, Liquan voiced his ongoing doubts. His intent in pursuing Chi Li was to diminish Lin Fan's protagonist aura by removing the leading lady from his life. That goal had now been realized. Frankly speaking, Chi Li now seemed to hold little value. In response to Liquan's inquiry, Yi Tian patiently explained, do not underestimate the protagonist. They are the embodiment of the world's fortune. The closer one gets to the end, the more likely a counterattack will occur. Unless you can make Chi Li's perception of Lin Fan reach a -100 level, akin to what happened with the Black Rose and Li Xia, or ensure Chi Li falls completely in love with you, uncertain factors will always linger. Is that so? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Liquan regained his serious demeanor. As night fell, the vibrant discussions among netizens continued. In the tranquil night, within an extravagant room, waves of potent spiritual energy emanated. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, the energy around him gradually intensifying. Before long, a burst of dissipating mist-like energy surged outward from him. Radiating in all directions, gently opening his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickered within Lin Fan's gaze. He had not anticipated that the divine pill left by his master in the treasure vault would allow him to break through 2 realms. Achieving the pinnacle of the Earth stage, clenching his fist, the surging power alleviated much of the gloom within Lin Fan's heart. Now, when facing that man, he would surely eliminate him. Recalling the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Yi Tian yesterday, Lin Fan felt it was a disgrace he would carry for a lifetime. However, the events of the previous day had also instilled a sense of calm within him. What he truly lacked were capable subordinates. Had someone from Ghost Tooth informed him of Li Quan's presence at the spectacular concert, he would not have acted so recklessly. After all, now that he was aware of the opponent's trump card capable of annihilating 500 soldiers, he would likely have opted for a more measured approach. Frustrated, Lin Fan slammed his fist down on the chair. Why had those Ghost Tooth operatives disappeared for so long? Grabbing his phone, he thought of Qing Jun. He was the only one who could help him track down Ghost Tooth's whereabouts. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered the call. After several more attempts, the result remained the same. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Lin Fan. In the past, Qing Jun had never failed to answer a single one of his calls. Suddenly, a few shadowy figures flitted past outside the window. Who could that be? The aura of a perfected Earth stage was revealed, and Lin Fan's gaze turned icy as he focused on a dark corner of the room. Young master, it is us, your loyal servants. A raspy voice announced as 5 elderly figures clad in black robes slowly emerged. Seeing the 5 elite assassins of Ghost Tooth before him, Lin Fan's expression softened, and his imposing aura diminished. Why have you only just appeared? Where have you been during your absence? His tone bore unmistakable anger. This caused the leader, Blood Eye, to quiver slightly. Please calm your anger, young master. We have been away to fulfill the tasks you assigned us. Blood Eye wore a pained expression. The young master had previously stated that they should not appear before him unless their tasks were completed. Now, having returned with good news, he was met with inquiries about their absence. Tasks? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Did I assign you any tasks? A few days ago, you instructed me to lead the entire Ghost Tooth organization to assassinate Qing Jun. Blood, I presumed the young master had simply forgotten. Assassinate Qing Jun. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. When did I ever give you such an order? Qing Jun is my senior brother, my ally in the official realm. Why would I want him dead? But, Blood, I struggled to comprehend. The young master indeed assigned this task to me. You even mentioned that Qing Jun coveted the key in your possession and wished to monopolize the treasure. Absurd. Lin Fan's fury erupted, interrupting Blood Eye's words as he seized him by the collar. So your return signifies the completion of this so-called task. Blood Eye suddenly fell silent, as under normal circumstances he would have confidently proclaimed his success and awaited the young master's praise. However, now, faced with Lin Fan's overwhelming wrath, he reluctantly produced a package from behind his back. This is Qing Jun's head. You are courting death. Upon seeing the package, Lin Fan's heart bled. With a mighty palm strike imbued with Earth stage perfection, he struck Blood Eye's head. Bang! Blood Eye did not have the chance to utter a plea for mercy before he perished. The 4 elite assassins behind him immediately knelt in unison, pleading, Young master, forgive us. You are utterly useless. What good are you to me? In the face of Lin Fan's rage, the assassins dared not utter a word. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Chapter 30. Slander and defamation. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with malice. Qing Jun was dead, and his own manpower was severely lacking. Contemplating this, Lin Fan ultimately refrained from taking action against the remaining assassins. You have 2 hours to summon all the ancient martial artists and Ghost Tooth assassins in Demon Sea City. Yes, the 4 elite assassins, as if granted a reprieve, complied in a dimly lit room where a lamp flickered. Li Quan lay on the bed, habitually browsing through the system interface. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, the system itself, was fervently absorbing the points generated by the world's emerging loopholes. Unexpectedly, the assassins had proven quite capable. The cause of this loophole was, of course, Qing Jun's demise. If one were to assess Lin Fan's luck as the protagonist at this moment, it should be dwindling to around 2,000. The protagonist had reached this critical juncture. Yi Tian could keenly sense that the world's will was becoming increasingly anxious. This meant that Lin Fan, as the protagonist, was about to receive the core privileges befitting the heir of fate. Yi Tian vividly envisioned a metaphor, is a rampage imminent. The uncertainty remained whether it would be an explosive surge in the protagonist's strength or an encounter with a noble benefactor. If it were the former, Tian would be delighted. Having copied Lin Fan's legendary ancient martial arts manual and equipment yesterday, within less than a day's time, Tian had already perfected one of the Heaven Stage manuals. He had achieved Heaven Stage perfection, the pinnacle of this world. Yet, if the enhancement were to come from the protagonist encountering some noble benefactor, that would indeed be intriguing, amidst the soft glow of orange candlelight. The vast expanse of the treasure vault revealed its majestic form. Lin Fan walked ahead, followed by 50 ghost-tooth assassins of varying strengths, all genuine ancient martial artists. They ventured deeper into the vault. Everyone could distinctly sense a rich flow of spiritual energy. The vault contained 5 hidden doors. Lin Fan pointed toward one of them. I have already opened 4, and the elixirs and manuals I obtained are barely sufficient. Tonight, you will assist me in opening the final 5th door. Yes, young master, the 50 assassins bowed respectfully. Soon after, they arrived at a stone door. All of them focused their spiritual energy. Only when their combined strength reached the required threshold would the hidden door unlock. Speaking thus, Lin Fan boldly placed his hand against the wall. Witnessing this, all the ghost-tooth assassins joined in. The combined spiritual energy of the 50 ancient martial artists was substantial. In no time, the 5th hidden door began to tremble violently and slowly rose. If you had been here a few days ago, I would have already opened all the hidden doors and even begun to leverage the treasures within to ascend to Heaven Stage. Watching the door rise, Lin Fan's internal fury only intensified. Young master, please calm your anger. The 4 top assassins lowered their heads, enough to go retrieve the valuable items from the vault. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan chose not to dwell further on the matter. The yellow-tier assassins, upon hearing Lin Fan's orders, swiftly entered the treasure area beyond the hidden door. Bang bang. In the next moment, the ancient martial artists who had entered the hidden door were forcefully expelled by a surge of spiritual energy. Who? Lin Fan's sharp gaze turned toward the hidden door, revealing his Earth Stage perfection aura. He had not anticipated anyone being inside. However, a pressure of spiritual energy even more vast and overwhelming than his own emanated from within the door. This aura, was it Heaven Stage? Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly. Ha! Out there is Lin Tianhong's disciple, Lin Fan. A hearty laugh rang out as a scholarly figure, holding a folding fan, appeared before them. Who are you? Lin Fan sensed that the person before them bore no ill intent. I am an old friend of Lin Tianhong, the scholar said, lightly waving his fan. You may call me Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai? Lin Fan was initially puzzled, then suddenly jolted. Could it be you are the legendary strategist Bai Yujie, who achieved Heaven Stage during the last era? Bai Yujie nodded. I did not expect that after all these years, you would still remember my title. Uncle Bai, have you not reached Heaven Stage? Why did you not go to the upper realm with my master? Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Bai Yujie shook his head. I promised your master I would remain to guard the treasure vault until it was opened. Should anyone else open it, I would eliminate them. However, if you were to open it, I would assist you in achieving Heaven Stage, and we would ascend to the upper realm together. I see. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within. This was indeed a Heaven Stage expert, and moreover, a being of exceptional intellect. After calming himself slightly, Lin Fan deliberated before speaking. Uncle Bai, I have encountered troubles in the secular world. Could you assist me? Oh, Bai Yujie arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me your concerns. Lin Fan then recounted his experiences over the past 10 minutes, detailing his encounters with the celebrity Qili, the young lady Li Xia, and the hacker Black Rose, culminating in the issue surrounding Li Quan. When Bai Yujie heard that Li Quan was under the protection of a perfected Earth Stage expert, his brows furrowed. Lin Fan's narrative concluded. Bai Yujie nodded slightly, revealing a knowing expression. Xiao Fanzi, I have a plan that could turn your current disadvantage around. In the long, endless night, in the women's prison, Xiaomei felt as though she had descended into hell after spending a day there. She yearned to escape, to flee, yet such a thing was impossible. She could never return to her former glorious days. Each time she thought of this, she was reminded of that fateful night. The cold, mechanical assassin had pressed a blade against her neck, demanding she publicly disclose all her crimes. Xiaomei would never forget that moment. Lost in thought, she suddenly saw a shadow. Bang! A swift strike from the assailant knocked her unconscious. When Xiaomei slowly regained consciousness, it was already the next day. Morning light filtered through the window, and she found herself no longer in prison, but in an elegantly decorated room. Before her stood 2 men. One, a middle-aged man holding a folding fan, and the other, a young man in casual attire. Hello, Xiaomei. Lin Fan was the first to speak. You are Lin Fan? Indeed. Nodding slightly, Lin Fan spoke again. First, congratulations to Miss Xiaomei. Due to insufficient evidence, it cannot be confirmed whether you have committed a crime. So you have been released. I am innocent. I don't have to go to prison. Xiaomei covered her mouth, her face a mask of astonishment and disbelief that it felt as though, upon waking, the entire world had transformed. Yes, you are innocent. Lin Fan nodded, then shifted his tone. The guilty party is Li Quan. Li Quan. Xiaomei was perplexed. What about him? He threatened you, demanding that you publicly clarify his disreputable private life. He coerced you into fabricating non-existent events solely to cleanse his tarnished reputation. What? That can't be true. Xiaomei instinctively replied. To this, Lin Fan's tone grew more serious. It is true. If you do not expose Li Quan's vile nature, you may find yourself returning to that frigid prison. At this point, even Xiaomei's typically delayed comprehension kicked in. This is slander. Lin Fan wants me to thoroughly discredit Li Quan. Chapter 31. Stay Steady. Today marks the film's release day. The promises made 5 years ago culminate today. In Chili's heart is a whirlwind of complex emotions. Sister Chili. Look, Xiaomei has been released, and she has posted something new. The agent placed the phone before Chili. Xiaomei. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar name, Chili took the phone and glanced at the post. Li Quan. You scoundrel. The title alone made Chili furrow her brow slightly. She continued reading. On the night of April 27th, I arrived at room in Building A of the Haiheng community on the Bund, where Li Quan and I had clandestine meetings for a year. That I thought this long-awaited rendezvous would be a perfect beginning. A bittersweet ending. However, to my shock, upon entering the room, I was met not only by Li Quan but also his friends, who subjected me to inhumane torment. Moreover, Li Quan forced me to use my media account to publicly confess my supposed wrongdoings to cleanse his dirty secrets. I understood his motives. He has always been fond of Chili. This was his scheme, to use me to rehabilitate his image so he could reappear before her as a virtuous gentleman. Li Quan also promised that once this post was published, he would secure my future. I dared not resist, nor could I. By the next day, I found myself in prison, and only then did I realize how naive I had been. Li Quan had abandoned me. If it weren't for the police's astuteness, how could I have been released? I misjudged him. I should have seen his true nature when I discovered his exploitation of the girl group. A lengthy article unfolded. By the time Chili reached the last word, her hands trembled slightly. How could this be? Xiaomei's post had nearly paralyzed the internet. Initially, Li Quan's popularity soared due to the hype surrounding his concert. Now, with such an explosive revelation, netizens could only say that Li Quan's story was incredibly intricate. Of course, many questioned Xiaomei's claims. These individuals were largely fans enchanted by Li Quan's music. Do you have any evidence for these accusations? If Li Quan were indeed the scoundrel you claim, how could he compose so many heartfelt songs and sing them so beautifully? Xiaomei retorted. His songs are penned by those renowned songwriters. Do you believe one person could write so many songs, but his singing is so captivating? How do you explain that? Xiaomei shot back. Singing. Haven't you heard of lip-syncing? Each skeptical netizen found themselves countered by Xiaomei's replies. Her earnestness instilled a sense of belief in many. Chili scrolled through the posts and comments, her delicate brows knitting tightly. Unable to contain herself any longer, she sent Xiaomei a private message. Why are you lying? What lie? Xiaomei quickly replied, as if anticipating the inquiry. Li Quan was not lip-syncing. I saw it clearly. Oh, is that so? Xiaomei brushed it off nonchalantly. That was a mistake on my part. His musical talent is commendable. Surprised by this admission, Chili did not expect Xiaomei to concede her earlier misjudgment. Yet, this was not what concerned her most. After a moment's hesitation, Chili typed, Do you truly know Li Quan? Is his character as deplorable as you claim? Humph. It seems you have been deceived by Li Quan. Xiaomei's chat box displayed an image. I in the picture, Li Quan and Xiaomei lay on a bed, covered by a blanket. The second image. Li Quan was surrounded by two beautiful women. The third image. Followed by a series of scandalous videos of Li Quan. As Chili viewed these, her heart grew cold. Trembling, she pressed the power button, feeling as though a bucket of icy water was being poured over her. And no matter her prior doubts, the ironclad evidence rendered her arguments utterly feeble. Had Li Quan been masquerading all along? Was this truly his real self? Uncle Bai, what a brilliant scheme. Truly, your cunning is unparalleled. I raise a toast to you. Within the expansive estate, Lin Fan lifted his glass at the dining table, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He felt as though he had finally placed Li Quan, a man who deserved to be trampled, back beneath his heel. Such schemes are merely a matter of timing. Bai Yujie humbly waved his hand, dismissing the praise. This only further highlights your capabilities. Uncle Bai, Li Quan drained his glass. But I must say, Uncle Bai, your face-swapping technique is simply astonishing. The photos and videos are impeccable, just a minor skill. Bai Yujie shook his head. Lin, since you cannot let go of that person named Chili, you can approach her tomorrow. Don't worry about the past. We will arrange a heroic rescue for you to explain. Bai Yujie had an astute understanding of human nature. As for the online situation, Li Quan, alerted by Black Rose, finally comprehended what had transpired. Xiaomei's words were blatant slander. System, should I clarify this? Or should I simply blacken Xiaomei's account? Such a trivial accusation posed negligible harm to Li Quan. However, it did not mean he wished to witness such things. The host should focus on tonight's film. Yi Tian's response was succinct but pointed Li Quan in the right direction. After guiding Li Quan, Yi Tian's figure appeared on a certain street. As the system, he had previously locked onto the changes surrounding Xiaomei and activated predictive functions. Thus, he was already aware that a character intended for the second book had arrived in the world of the first. Bai Yujie was a cunning individual, and his strategies, as described in the original work, were more terrifying than his actual strength. This was the treatment afforded to the protagonist, Lin Fan. TSK, shaking his head. Yi Tian grinned. What a pity. All the calculations fell short of accounting for me. I emerged early, and it wasn't handed to me. Understanding the opponent's formidable schemes, Yi Tian did not intend to let him survive beyond a single episode. Now was the opportune moment to eliminate this formidable threat. Of course, the opponent was a peak heavenly stage expert. While not particularly strong in combat, Yi Tian did not underestimate him. Thus, after glancing at the system space, Yi Tian's thought shifted. The remaining 1.5 million points were rapidly consumed. In no time, 1 million points vanished, and 5 individuals materialized before Li Quan. All 5 were peak heavenly stage experts, along with himself. 6 against 1 should be a stable match. Chapter 32. A surprise attack by Yujie was undoubtedly with Lin Fan. Finding Lin Fan was no challenge for Yi Tian. The convergence of the world's fortunes was all too evident. Accompanied by the 5 peak heavenly stage experts, Yi Tian rushed toward a certain direction. Within the estate, Bai Yujie and Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger at this moment. Bai Yujie was earnestly instructing Lin Fan. To ascend beyond the heavenly stage, one must reach the realm of transcendence into sagehood, a symbol akin to that of an earthly immortal. Transcendence into sagehood? A flicker of yearning crossed Lin Fan's eyes. Uncle Bai, your cultivation methods should be capable of reaching that realm, right? Indeed, Bai Yujie replied, a hint of pride crossing his face. If the rules of our world allowed for the existence of those who transcend into sagehood, I would certainly be among them. Uncle Bai, you truly are unmatched in both intellect and strength. Since meeting this elder yesterday, Lin Fan felt a sense of fortune in all his endeavors. Once he dealt with Li Quan and reclaimed Chili, Black Rose, and Li Xia, and then broke through to the heavenly stage, he could ascend to the upper realm and revel in freedom. Too much flattery, too much flattery. Bai Yujie waved his fan, clearly pleased by Lin Fan's compliments. However, just as he began to feel a sense of elation, he sensed a hint of danger. In an instant, a silver needle flashed before his eyes. With a sharp gaze, Bai Yujie opened his folding fan. Amid the sound of a beetle's buzz, a terrifying shockwave surged forth. Lin Fan was blown away, and the silver needle rebounded, causing Bai Yujie to stagger back several steps. Scanning the surroundings, Bai Yujie's eyes revealed a grave intensity. This offensive indicates that the opposing force is undoubtedly formidable. A myriad of questions arise within. Is there yet another entity of his caliber in the lower realm? After Bai Yujie's voice resonated, Yi Tian, toying with a silver needle, made his entrance. Itsu. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer. You know him? Bai Yujie inquired, glancing at Lin Fan behind him. He is the Earth-level consummate protector of Li Quan. Lin Fan's tone brimmed with resentment. Earth-level consummate. Bai Yujie's eyes narrowed. He is not merely Earth-level consummate. He is at the celestial level. Celestial level? How can that be? Just the other day, he was merely Earth-level consummate. Lin Fan nearly lost his composure upon hearing Bai Yujie's words. Having consumed the divine herb left by his master, he had ascended through 2 lower realms and thought he had caught up to this individual, only to discover that the latter had distanced himself far beyond his reach. I cannot believe you have a celestial-level master to protect you. After making his move, Yi Tian cast a glance at Lin Fan. His expression grim. Observing Yi Tian's demeanor, Lin Fan felt a slight relief, thankful that Bai Yujie was by his side. Since you are aware of my presence, then there is no need to expend unnecessary effort. Bai Yujie unfolded his fan, his demeanor becoming somewhat casual. With a mere phrase, he understood that the intention was to eliminate Lin Fan. However, he had not anticipated that he, Bai Yujie, would be the celestial-level being in question. What a pity, you had the perfect opportunity to eliminate me just earlier. Yi Tian's gaze darkened, and after uttering this statement, he turned away with a sense of resignation. Lin Fan exhaled deeply. After watching Yi Tian depart, Bai Yujie's expression relaxed slightly. Yet, In that fleeting moment of ease, .5 terrifying waves of spiritual power erupted behind Bai Yujie, akin to 5 volcanoes in full eruption. In that instant, Bai Yujie's scalp tingled. He sought to retaliate, but found himself devoid of time. Boom! The ground tremored beneath him. In an instant, the quintet of celestial-level powers sent Bai Yujie, flying like a scrap of cloth. Uncle Bai! Lin Fan shouted. With a resounding thud, Yutian appeared behind Lin Fan, rendering him unconscious, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Bai Yujie felt his mind go blank. In a daze, he beheld the 5 assailants. Along with Li Quan's protector, fixating his gaze upon these 6 celestial-level entities, Bai Yujie, overwhelmed with emotion, spat blood. It dawned on him that Yitian had merely been drawing his attention, with the true intention of allowing the other 5 to encircle him from behind. 6 celestial-level beings. Such a scenario had never crossed Bai Yujie's mind. Damn it. You have 6 celestial-level beings to deal with me, and you resort to ambush. Yet, despite his reluctance, he found himself powerless. The leader, Yitian, casually thrust a silver needle into Bai Yujie's vital point. With a flick of his wrist, he reclaimed the body. After executing these actions, Yitian glanced at the unconscious Lin Fan before departing with the 5 celestial-level protectors. If circumstances permitted, Yitian would undoubtedly eliminate Lin Fan. However, gazing at the shifting skies, he understood that if he acted, a bolt of lightning would inevitably descend. With Bai Yujie dealt with, Yitian refrained from immediately returning to the system. He had another matter at hand. The military district was in disarray following Qing Jun's demise. Fortunately, a general had recently been dispatched from the capital to quell the turmoil. In an office within the military district, an elderly man with graying hair scrutinized the documents on his desk, which contained information regarding the investigation into Qing Jun's murderer. After a thorough examination lasting a day and a night, the old man had pinpointed the suspect. Goeya. Qing Jun was also an ancient martial artist, one of the profound tier that kill him. Even if Goeya dispatched 5 assassins, they would inevitably leave traces behind. Goeya, the old general, was perplexed. How could this neutral international assassination organization target Qing Jun? Because someone is orchestrating it. A man's voice unexpectedly interjected. The old man looked up to find a young man seated casually in a chair before him. "Who are you?" he inquired, his gaze growing stern, filled with an unfathomable wariness towards the stranger's sudden appearance. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I can reveal to you the true culprit behind Qing Jun's demise." "Who is it?" "Lin Fan." Lin Fan. Hearing the name, which was not entirely unfamiliar, the old man shook his head without hesitation. He and Qing Jun were like brothers. How could he possibly harm Qing Jun? "You have already identified the assassin as a top killer from Gueya. Oh, you not know that Gueya operates under Lin Fan's command?" Yitian casually poured himself a cup of tea. "Gueya is under Lin Fan's command." "Absurd," the old man exclaimed in anger. "How could someone who willingly shares the ancient martial treasure with the nation collude with assassins?" To counter such skepticism, presenting evidence was paramount. Therefore, Yitian placed a stack of photographs onto the old man's desk. "These photographs serve as my evidence. You may examine them at your leisure." Chapter 33. Film screening. The photographs were undeniably authentic. For Yitian, fabricating evidence was one of his most adept skills as a system. Noticing the old general's momentary stupor, Yitian stood up, brushed off his clothes, and stated, "I have other matters to attend to. I trust you will not let any perpetrator escape, right?" With a slight smile, he did not linger. The old man watched the stranger depart. He frowned and picked up the stack of photographs left on the desk. Upon flipping through the images, the old general was jolted. In one photograph, Lin Fan appeared calm, with 5 Gueya assassins kneeling before him. In another, a strange corpse lay at Lin Fan's feet. The third. The photographs Yitian provided not only pertained to Qing Jun, but also bore witness to Lin Fan's prior killings. After a considerable time, once the last photograph was examined, the old man trembled, his eyes ablaze with intense fury. It turned out that Lin Fan had deceived them all along. Grabbing the phone on his desk, he dialed a number. "Hello, this is the Mo High Military District. I am the Commander-in-Chief. Issue a nationwide Level 1 wanted order for the murderer, Lin Fan." The sky was drizzled with a light rain as Yitian observed the fortune of the heavenly path, a smile gracing his lips. Although he could not directly eliminate Lin Fan, other methods were not beyond his reach. Upon returning to Li Quan, he continued preparations for the film. Within a single day, he had disseminated information regarding Titanic across various media outlets, including a brief teaser. While netizens continued to hurl insults at Li Quan, many expressed astonishment at the snippets of the upcoming film. Such a style of film, quite rare, Just a few clips left me breathless. How did that ship sink? What a disaster film. The Lee Corporation has officially announced it as a romance. The leads are quite appealing. There's something intriguing here that I heard the Lee Corporation invested over $1 billion in this film. Although many believe Lee Kwan's character to be reprehensible, a portion of the audience had already reserved tickets for Titanic. As for Lee Kwan's character, there was yet no definitive evidence released. Rational individuals were less inclined to cast an outright judgment on Lee Kwan, even as countless voices online demanded that not a single ticket be sold for Lee Kwan's film. The tickets were still moving at precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. Titanic officially premiered across major cinemas. In a small theater, a man, thoroughly bundled up, held his phone and spoke to the live stream with feigned enthusiasm. You all know about the Lee Corporation's Titanic, right? Here I am in the theater watching it. The streamer bought a ticket for this film. The streamer is actually supporting Lee Kwan. Apologies, but I'm switching my allegiance. The live stream had initially attracted few viewers. But after the streamer's comments, the audience began to dwindle. In response, the streamer hurriedly attempted to retain their attention. Please don't leave just yet. I'm here to give you a live broadcast, showcasing just how terrible this movie is. To avoid detection, I even sought out this small theater with minimal standards. Don't you want to see what this so-called masterpiece by Lee Kwan is truly like? With that, the audience softened their stance. It's worth a look. I'll see how much I can endure. Others remained dismissive, not interested. I haven't even watched the self-directed separation of the Violet by My Goddess. Why waste time on this? Indeed, tonight's screenings featured not only Lee Kwan's film, but also the stunning production. Compared to Separation of the Violet, Titanic seemed utterly deserted, with many theaters barely half full. Relax and enjoy. I'll set up the best angle for you. There are no security here, and the audience is sparse. As the streamer noticed the rising viewer count on his phone, he felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, riding on Lee Kwan's coattails was far more effective than his previous attempts at garnering an audience. With the phone positioned, the film commenced, the screen illuminated with a hazy image, revealing a grand ship docked at the shore. The mournful and sorrowful background music envelopes one, drawing them into its depths. Is this a black and white film? Immediately, there are harsh critics emerging in the live chat. The visuals progress, accompanied by this melancholic melody, vast oceans, submarines, shipwrecks. The narrative unfolds gently. Gradually, the cacophony of insults in the chat diminishes, as viewers become entranced by the unfolding tale. Concurrently, the number of viewers steadily rises. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, then 1,000,000. The host beside remains oblivious, entirely absorbed in the cinematic experience before him. As the audience witnesses the iconic scene of Lucy and Jack standing at the ship's bow, arms outstretched against the wind. Smiles unconsciously grace their faces. When the ship collides with the iceberg, many sit up, tension etched on their features. At last, as Jack's fate is revealed, tears cascade down countless faces. What film is this? I weep. Is this the essence of love? A masterpiece. Undoubtedly a masterpiece. From a humble live stream, the exposure of Titanic ignites fervor among numerous seasoned cinephiles. Various film critics and content creators eagerly upload the latest clips and segments. If a commendable work can be overlooked due to poor promotion, a true masterpiece, regardless of its subtlety, will inevitably ascend to the pedestal it rightfully deserves. The ensuing uproar draws in many curious onlookers. Is that Lee Kwan's film? Surely, it cannot be that good? I chuckled. People genuinely flock to see his film. Predictably, those fervently endorsing the movie attract scorn. In response, many boldly retort, you may question Lee Kwan's character, but do not insult my affection for Titanic. The disparagement of Lee Kwan's integrity has always been one-sided, with critics too willing to acknowledge only what aligns with their views while remaining willfully ignorant of the complete narrative. Such foolishness invites disdain. Open your eyes and watch the film. The tide of public opinion shifts dramatically. Following the emergence of Titanic, a multitude of Lee Kwan's supporters spring forth like mushrooms after rain. Although somewhat surprising, the intended outcome is achieved. Lee Kwan removes his hands from the keyboard. The reason for the million viewers in the live stream, and why it hasn't been shut down, lies in Lee Kwan's clandestine machinations. This fire is destined to ignite. He merely hastened its kindling. Chapter 34. The abduction of Chile. On the bed, Chile's long, graceful legs are intertwined as she gazes at her phone. Watching her film's box office soar, its success is inevitable. Yet, an overwhelming sense of joy eludes her. Lee Kwan's film is now in theaters too. Upon glancing at Titanic's box office ranking, her brow furrows. It remains outside the top 100. Despite his claims of surpassing her, Has he merely been feigning all along? After witnessing the so-called evidence of Li Quan's alleged shortcomings today, Qili cannot reconcile her feelings. Discovering the dismal performance of his film only deepens her disappointment. Li Quan has clearly disregarded their 5-year agreement, treating the film as an afterthought. Indeed, 5 years can change a person. With that thought, fatigue washes over her. She mindlessly refreshes the box office rankings, intending to rest, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Titanic, previously languishing outside the top 100, has inexplicably leaped into the top 50, a jump of dozens of positions. How can this be? Her eyes widen in disbelief. And upon refreshing once more, the film's rank ascends 2 more spots. In less than half an hour, Titanic has entered the top 10 for the month. It is now merely 3 spots shy of her own film. Violet's separation at this rate, it will soon surpass her. How is this possible? From outside the top 100 to the top 10 in less than 30 minutes. Such an escalation. This box office growth suggests that the 10th position is far from its peak. Realizing the urgency, she opens the box office forum. I bought tickets for Titanic, anticipating the experience. It is nothing short of a masterpiece. I swear, it is the finest film I have ever seen, bar none. Setting aside Li Quan's character, this work speaks for itself. The forum is inundated with comments related to Titanic, leaving Qili astounded. Even the top 3 films of the year have not sparked such fervent discussion. As she peruses the myriad of comments, it is clear that those who have seen the film are utterly captivated, their emotions deeply engaged. Returning to the box office rankings, Qili is struck with realization. Titanic has now claimed the top spot for the month. How can this be? In a single night, it has eclipsed the previous leader, creating a chasm in the rankings. His film has surpassed the one she has meticulously crafted over 5 years. Gazing at the radiant number 1, Qili is at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Should she admire Li Quan's talent while lamenting his character? The night slips away in a blur. The next day, Li Quan is roused from slumber by a phone call. On the other end is Qili. Let us meet. I'll be at the CAF downstairs from your office. Her voice is somewhat cold. Li Quan yawns in response. Sure. An hour later, in the CAF. Qili and Li Quan sit across from each other by the window, watching the traffic outside. Qili sighs. I lost the agreed-upon competition. Therefore, you may dissolve our engagement. Hearing her words, Li Quan stretches lazily, aside from dissolving the engagement. Did we not agree that the victor could maintain the engagement indefinitely? Upon hearing this, Qili's heart skips a beat. So, after defeating me, he plans to reveal his true self. Disappointment swells within her. I cannot accept someone like you as my partner. Li Quan chuckles lightly, non-committal. You think too much. That I have stated that I will not retract my decision to dissolve the engagement. From this moment forth, I, Li Quan, am no longer your fiancé, and you, Qili, are no longer my fiancé. Adjusting his attire, Li Quan rises. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Qili, taken aback by his decisiveness, asks, Wait, do you have nothing to say to me? What is there to say? Do you want me to justify Chiu Mei's article? His words leave Qili momentarily speechless. If you do not trust me, what does it matter how much I explain? With that, Li Quan strides away. Watching him depart, Qili feels an emptiness within. It seems she has lost something profoundly significant. He is a scoundrel, unworthy of your affections, she mutters defiantly to herself, taking a deep breath. She exits the CAF. However, just as she reaches the door, a masked man swiftly knocks her unconscious and drags her into a vehicle. Back at the company, Li Quan stares at the key in his hand. Furrowing his brow, it appears I must deal with the slanderer Chiu Mei before I can hand over the key to the castle. Yetion observes this scene, shaking his head in silence. This foolish host, if he views Qili's castle as the key to winning her over, then he should not hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, presenting it now could raise the favorability to over 60%. Now, alas, she has been abducted by Lin Fan. I must follow the plan I devised for the host to win over the female lead. Speaking to himself, Yetion waves his hand. Ding, system task issued. Task, heroic rescue. Success rewards. Gold lottery card. Failure results in Qili's demise. Description, Lin Fan becomes a top-level fugitive, driven to desperation, abducting Qili to utilize her unique abilities to overcome his challenges. Assistance is needed to rescue Qili. Yetion's task is set, and upon reviewing it, Li Quan's gaze turns icy. Lin Fan has returned, and he has directly taken Qili. System, how many points do I have left in a dilapidated building? Lin Fan awakens Qili as her beautiful eyes flutter open and take in her surroundings. They fixate on Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan? Anger flares in her expression. You brought me here. What do you intend to do? This is kidnapping. Qili, Lin Fan sighs. I did not wish for this, but the soldiers were pressing too hard, and I had no choice but to resort to such measures that I did save you once. After all, though Lin Fan's words quiet her, the coldness in her eyes remains. If you hand over your unique abilities, we will be even. Dream on. Qili rarely loses her temper, but she acknowledges she misjudged him in the past. Lin Fan scoffs lightly. The union would benefit us both immensely, but if you refuse, I will not force the issue. He then produces a dagger from his belongings. After all, the blood of your unique abilities holds immense power. Relatively speaking, the allure of your blood far surpasses that of your physical form. Chapter 35. Li Quan is dead. The vehicle sped down the highway. Li Quan, behind the wheel, had long since pressed the accelerator to the floor. System, where is Lin Fan? Li Quan's expression remained calm, yet Yi Tian could sense the urgency bubbling beneath the surface. His concern for Qili, though unspoken, was palpable. Ding, the host has been connected to the target's location. As Yi Tian spoke, a map materialized before Li Quan's eyes, revealing a journey of over 40 minutes. Vroom. The vehicle surged forward at an even greater speed. Observing Li Quan's state, Yi Tian could not help but sigh. The map was accurate, yet Li Quan had taken several convoluted routes. He was destined to arrive too late. Yi Tian's reasoning for this was to ultimately facilitate a connection between Li Quan and Qili. This time, he had calculated the host's involvement as well. When Li Quan arrived at the dilapidated building, Lin Fan had already departed. On the cold ground lay a woman, her body pale, exquisite as ice crystal jade, yet devoid of any color. Her blood had been drained away. Staring at the scene before him, Li Quan felt as though a heavy bell had struck his mind. Disbelieving, he approached Qili, his eyes reddening. Memories of her surged through his mind. Innocent childhood friends, growing up together, and unspoken feelings. How could it be that everything was just beginning, and she had suddenly vanished? System, save her. You can save her, right? For the second time. Li Quan lost his composure. The first time had been when he watched his parents perish before his eyes. Ding, the system can help the host sustain Qili's final breath. Please take her to the hospital promptly. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Hospital, to the hospital. Upon hearing there was still hope, Li Quan felt as if he had grasped the last lifeline. He swiftly lifted the cold Qili and rushed into action. Creak. With a sudden break, Li Quan exited the vehicle, cradling Qili. That he had already contacted the hospital's director while still in the car, and upon his arrival, a swarm of medical staff hurried toward him. You must save her. Grasping the hospital director's collar, Li Quan teetered on the brink of losing control. Rest assured, we will do our utmost, the director assured him. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan remained skeptical of these limited doctors. System, can they truly save Qili? No. Yi Tian replied honestly. To Li Quan was momentarily at a loss for words. No. Then why did you make me bring her here? Qili's condition was critical due to excessive blood loss. She required a transfusion to survive, yet this hospital had no matching blood type for her. Then where can I find it? Li Quan's tone softened. After all, finding a blood type shouldn't be too difficult. However, the system's next words shattered his resolve. No hospital in the world has a matching blood type for Qili. How is that possible? Li Quan clutched his head, unable to comprehend, but Yi Tian continued without hesitation. The host's blood type is compatible with Qili's. Mine? Yes. Are you willing to donate all your blood to save Qili's life? As the rain intensified in the night, this evening was destined to be extraordinary. Morning arrived. The woman's elongated eyebrows fluttered slightly. The faint morning light illuminated her profile, resembling a princess awakening from a fairy tale. As her gaze wandered, Qili observed that the hospital room was devoid of anyone. A bouquet of violets swayed gently in the light breeze, filling the air with fragrance. Surrounded by this environment, Qili nearly believed she was dreaming. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Creak. The hospital door opened, and a young man with a gentle demeanor entered. He appeared to be recovering well. Yi Tian casually pulled over a chair. You are that senior. Qili recalled meeting Yi Tian when Lin Fan had drugged her. Call me Yi Tian. I am a friend of Li Quan. Oh. Qili's heart brimmed with confusion. Did you and Li Quan save me? Indeed. And where is Li Quan? Upon uttering his name, Qili felt a twinge of complexity within her heart. She had not anticipated that their parting would be so unpleasant, only to discover he had ultimately saved her. Li Quan. Yi Tian did not respond immediately, but rather posed a question in return. What kind of person do you perceive Li Quan to be? Li Quan? Qili shifted slightly, her mind recalling the image of Li Quan from the concert, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. He is a man of exceptional talent. As she spoke, Qili recollected the materials Chiome had sent her. A bitter expression surfacing. However, I cannot accept his character. If he saved me, I am grateful, but to be friends. Character? Yu Tian casually switched on the television mounted on the wall. He accessed social media, where the top trending post was an apology from Chiu Mei. I am sorry. I have slandered Li Quan's character. The subsequent content was entirely a clarification. The comments below were rife with vitriol directed at Chiu Mei. Sometimes, seeing is not believing. Yi Tian stood and sprayed water on the nearby violets. Clarified, upon witnessing the situation, Qi Li was momentarily stunned, then furrowed her brow. What a coincidence. I just woke up and saw Chiu Mei's clarification. I am not a child. You can inform Li Quan that he need not pressure Chiu Mei. That will only breed my disdain for her. Do you believe Li Quan pressured Chiu Mei to issue a clarification? Yu Tian's hand halted, and he inhaled deeply. His tone suddenly heavy. A man willing to die for you needs to rely on this to prove his sincerity? Yi Tian's words pierced Qi Li's heart like a sword. What did you say? Her voice trembled. What happened to Li Quan? He is dead. Because you were lacking blood, he willingly allowed the doctors to drain his blood to save you. All the blood coursing through your veins is Li Quan's. Every word Yu Tian spoke resonated clearly in Qi Li's mind. Li Quan was dead. She turned to Yu Tian, her heart feeling as though it had been cleaved in two. Dead? He died for saving me. Tears streamed down Qi Li's face uncontrollably. No, this cannot be true. You are lying, right? Li Quan is not dead. He is alive. How could he die? Qi Li shook her head with difficulty. Her emotions spiraling out of control in that instant. Li Quan sacrificed his life for you. Yet when you awaken, you question his character. I feel he deserves better. No, it is not like that. Qi Li shook her head frantically. Her face drenched in tears. Indeed, why had she doubted Li Quan? For her sake, he willingly relinquished his life. Could there be a more genuine emotion than this? In a daze, scenes of Li Quan flashed through her mind. The girl said, when we grow up, I'll marry you. The boy retorted, you are a girl. It should be me who marries you. Isn't it the same? We can be together for a long, long time. The girl held a bouquet of flowers. How long is a long, long time? The boy asked. As long as the violets bloom. Silly, those are flowers. They wither in a month. Chapter 36. Li Quan lives approaching the bedside. Yi Tian placed 3 items on the nightstand. These were the last belongings Li Quan entrusted to me for you. Glancing at Qi Li, who was engulfed in profound sorrow, Yi Tian chose not to disturb her further and exited the room. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort, his objective had been achieved. Now, with Lin Fan's fortune waning, it was time to resolve the situation. Inside the hospital room, as Yi Tian departed, only the sounds of weeping echoed. After what felt like an eternity, once Qi Li had cried herself hoarse in the cold hospital room, her gaze finally settled upon the items on the bedside. There was a letter, a key, and a ring box, Li Quan's final gifts to her. Summoning her frail strength, Qi Li reached for the letter. Qi Li, knowing you has been the greatest fortune of my life. You know, after winning our bet. The first thought that crossed my mind was how to renege and prolong our engagement. But you never gave me the chance. That confession ring will have to wait until later to adorn your finger. There will definitely be a later. Plop as she read this. Qi Li's tears fell onto the paper. Who could have imagined that their last meeting yesterday would be the final farewell? Do you remember our childhood? You once said you wanted a castle filled with violets, where you would be the master. I thought it was too much trouble and refused to accompany you, which made you angry. So you built your castle alone. Eventually, we grew distant. You matured and no longer dreamed of castles. You do not know, do you? I secretly built the castle for you. If you have the time, do visit. This season, the violets are in full bloom. It will surely be beautiful. Wailing, with her eyes now dry from crying, the regret in Qi Li's heart was beyond description. At the airport, Lin Fan held an identification card. It was not his own, yet his current face bore a striking resemblance to that of the person on the ID. The disguise technique passed down to him by Yu before his demise had proven somewhat effective. Lin Fan mused that as long as he boarded the plane and went abroad, the world was vast, with plenty of places to escape to. He could hardly believe that an existence as formidable as Li Quan's guardian, a consummate being at the celestial level, could be so commonplace abroad. As Lin Fan indulged in such musings, a man casually took a seat beside him. To his astonishment, it was none other than Li Quan's protector. Upon seeing Yi Tian sitting next to him, Lin Fan was nearly overwhelmed by the impulse to flee, although he had ascended to the celestial level himself, thanks to the blood of the exquisite furnace body. There was a world of difference between the early and perfected stages of this realm. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He had altered his appearance. Surely this formidable figure could not penetrate his disguise. Could he? Care for a smoke? Yi Tian glanced at Lin Fan, offering him a cigarette while holding one in his mouth. Lin Fan, preoccupied with the desire to subtly distance himself from Yi Tian, instinctively accepted the cigarette. With a flick, Yi Tian ignited it and gestured for Lin Fan to take a puff. Thank you. Lin Fan managed a stiff smile. requesting Etion to light it for him. Out of courtesy, he took a drag that you've been poisoned, came Etion's casual remark as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the words. Yet, Etion offered no further explanation. Suddenly, Lin Fan clutched his throat, his eyes wide and vacant, as he choked violently. You despicable, fear-laced Lin Fan's voice as he glared at Etion that he wished to voice more, but his body betrayed him. Collapsing to the ground, concerned onlookers rushed to his aid as the white smoke escaped his lips. Etion turned his back on the crowd and departed the airport. Accessing the system panel, he noted, the protagonist is deceased. The current points amassed total 10 million. In a vast expanse of white, Li Quan had been present for a considerable time at a certain moment. The space quivered slightly, and a figure shrouded in black mist, obscuring its features, materialized before Li Quan. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and saving Chile. Reward, golden lottery card. You are my system. Li Quan marveled at the entity before him, experiencing his first glimpse of the system's true form. Indeed, host. Does this mean I am dead? Observing the boundless space around him, Li Quan inquired of Etion. Why? Etion nodded. At this moment, your spirit is preserved within the system's realm. Can I return? Li Quan's voice wavered with a faint hope. He still had family and a beloved in the mortal realm. He did not wish to lose them. Why? Etion paused momentarily before responding. Yes, but you will forfeit something in the process. What will I lose? Li Quan's curiosity was palpable. You will lose me. Time swiftly passed, and a week had elapsed. The song Titanic, which Li Quan had once performed, now dominated an era. The melodies he sang at the concert had transformed into cultural phenomena. On this day, the clouds were fluffy like cotton, and the breeze was gentle. 18 Number 1. Xianglin suburb, Moheshi, a vehicle came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a flawless jade leg stepping out. Sister Chile. Would you like me to accompany you? Inside the car, the concerned manager asked once more. No need. I wish to explore alone. Clutching a key, Chile forced a weary smile as she stepped forward. A familiar floral fragrance enveloped her senses. After a brief walk, a vast expanse of violet-hued violets greeted her. Looking up, she beheld a castle amidst the floral sea, a vision of dreams. Chile's castle. The sight of those 5 words brought tears to her eyes once more. He did all this alone. Why? Oh, why did he not tell me beforehand? Why did he bear so much for me? As she walked through the sea of flowers before the castle, the gentle breeze played with her hair, and the beauty of the scene was undeniable. Yet, the one who should have shared this moment with her was absent. Chile. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. The woman turned sharply. It was him. He was alive. In the flower-laden expanse beneath the clouds, she rushed into the man's embrace. Beneath the myriad stars, Li Quan stood alone on the castle's balcony. We've established our relationship, yet I still shyly return home. Have I not succeeded in my pursuit? He swirled the red wine in his glass, a look of helplessness crossing his face. By the way. System. Is Lin Fan still lurking in the shadows? System. A cold gust swept through, and Li Quan fell silent. Producing the golden lottery card from his possession, he gazed at the starry sky. Thank you for guiding me from that fateful night when I contemplated ending my life. To the person I am now, perhaps, your future holds the most brilliance. Chapter 37. A fantastical world of male inferiority and female superiority. Upon returning from the novel world, the urban all-purpose expert in the national goddess's sweet life, Yi Tian assessed his gains. Points. 10 million. Ancient martial arts manuals. 47 volumes. Military weapon templates. Numerous. The items available in the system's marketplace had significantly expanded compared to before his immersion in the fictional world. A panel displayed the pathways to this realm, indicating that Yi Tian could return to Li Quan's world whenever he wished. In the ensuing 3 days, Yi Tian traversed various nations, visiting key military bases, and meticulously replicated the templates for those forbidden nuclear weapons within the system's marketplace. Although the points required to create nuclear arms from the templates were astronomical, Yi Tian was the system. Only the host could procure such weapons. Enough of this. I am ready for the second world. The term abduction of common women refers to powerful individuals forcibly taking ordinary women to marry them or make them concubines without the consent of their families. Lin Feng could never have imagined that just 2 days after his arrival in this new world, he would encounter such an incident. It was not he who was abducting women, but rather a woman brazenly attempting to claim him in broad daylight. Little man, why not submit to your sister? A voluptuous woman clad in a red dress lifted Lin Feng's chin, her alluring lips exuding a tantalizing fragrance. That moment, Lin Feng found himself before a grand estate. Bound by ropes, his clothes disheveled. Surrounding him, Numerous women gazed at him with unabashed interest, their expressions revealing their intentions. Lin Feng felt absurd in his predicament. It was evident that being a man without any strength meant one could not wander carelessly. This was a fantastical world where men were inferior and women superior. In this realm, the primary labor force consisted of women. Recruitment for the army was conducted among women, generals were women, ministers were women, and the rulers of the empire were mandated to be women. Female cultivators constituted over 80% of the population. In this world, men were expected to remain at home, engaging in embroidery, grooming, and playing musical instruments. Rarely did men venture into the martial world, and those who did had to tread carefully, for a moment's inattention could lead to being drugged by a woman, resulting in loss of both wealth and virtue. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the perils of this world. Sighing deeply, Lin Feng understood he could not escape. In this fantastical realm, women were generally endowed with martial prowess. How could he resist? Closing his eyes, he prepared to endure the impending torment. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from outside the courtyard. The estate's door was shattered. Who dares intrude upon my Chiu residence? The matron's gaze fixated on the courtyard as she heard the commotion. Through the thick dust, a striking figure clad in white, wielding a spear, emerged before all. This woman possessed long legs akin to jade sculptures, her figure evoking feelings of inadequacy in those who beheld her. And her fair neck supported a face that radiated cold indignation. Chiu residence? Such audacity! Even the men selected for the imperial court are not to be touched, her chilling voice echoed, causing the matron, Chiu Rong, to turn pale. Men selected for the imperial court. Her gaze trembled as she looked at the bound Lin Feng, and she hastily knelt before the woman in white. But my lady, I am guilty beyond redemption. I was blind to her intentions. She is the one who captured him. This matter has nothing to do with me. Chiu Rong pointed accusingly at the nearby female steward, desperately attempting to absolve herself. The steward, drenched in sweat, could only stammer in confusion. Humph, a bunch of scoundrels. The abduction of a common man is a capital offense. Without heeding their pleas, the woman in white swung her spear, conjuring a silver dragon that roared forth. Instantly, the estate collapsed, burying all within. Lin Feng, however, found himself in the grasp of this woman. Gazing at Lin Feng's innocent expression, the woman furrowed her brows. A man, you ought to be aware of the treacherous world we inhabit. Had it not been for me today, you would have undoubtedly lost your virtue and found yourself in an irreparable situation. As she spoke, the woman deftly severed the ropes binding Lin Feng. From this moment forth, you shall not stray beyond 100 paces from me before entering the capital. Understood? Thank you, General Bailong, for your rescue, Lin Feng replied, his heart heavy with gratitude. Had he not wished to avoid the capital and that so-called selection, he would not have strayed from his party. In this world, he was labeled as the most handsome man in Qingyun City, thus earning the title of showy man for Lin Feng. This title was far from a compliment. In this realm, being a showy man was merely a pretext for a humiliating selection process, gathering handsome men from across the empire under the guise of a contest, only to subject them to a series of trials to determine their fate. In the realm where progression from the first to the second round brings favor from certain officials, leading to indulgence, or even becoming a minor consort, an advancement to the third round attracts the attention of female dignitaries. While those who reach the fourth round face the queen, and further still, the princesses, culminating in the empress at the fifth, all unmarried men in the nation aspire to become distinguished scholars in the capital, hoping to attach themselves to a formidable woman worthy of lifelong commitment. After a night of profound contemplation, Lin Feng finally deciphered the deep-seated malice this world harbored towards men, which prompted his solitary escape. However, a remark from Bailong on the way out of Qiufu extinguished Lin Feng's thoughts of fleeing. It appeared that a journey to the capital was now inevitable. Accompanying Bailong, Lin Feng returned to the inn where all distinguished men took refuge in Nanxiong Prefecture. Outside the inn stood armored female guards, while inside, men preened before mirrors, either clad in pink garments or donning veils, playfully bantering with an air of shyness. Upon his first glance, Lin Feng was nearly repulsed. The pervasive atmosphere of effeminacy was something one could only truly appreciate through experience. As soon as he arrived, several men adorned with flamboyant makeup approached him, swaying their bodies with feigned concern. Lin brother, are you all right? So many men aspire to be distinguished, yet you seem so resistant. With your looks, you could easily attract the attention of a female minister. The surrounding men chimed in with their encouragement. In response, Lin Feng could only force a smile at these effeminate figures before finding an excuse to retreat to his room. Closing the door behind him, he pondered the implications of the phrase. With your looks, you could attract a female minister. Gazing at the pink bed linens, he inhaled deeply, questioning whether, in this world, men were destined to live off the affections of women. Ding. The host's grievances reached the heavens. Activating the Yi Tian brand. Beautiful man system. System. Oh, my dear system. At last, you have arrived. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Alone in a world surrounded by women and effeminate men, he felt utterly disheartened. Thankfully, the system, an essential tool for traversing worlds, had manifested. Host. Lin Feng realm. Ordinary person appearance. 96 charisma. 70 skill. Culinary arts points. 0 Chapter 38. The ancient emperor of Black Spring sold the system interface, displayed merely a personal panel. Devoid of a marketplace or exchange mode, appearing as rudimentary as one could imagine. This was not due to Yi Tian's deliberate simplification or concealment of features, but rather a consequence of his recent misadventure. Every crossing into a new world faces the rejection of its will, a challenge Yi Tian had anticipated. However, he had underestimated this world, nearly being crushed by its will upon arrival. He managed to salvage a few 100,000 points. Yet much data was lost. Fortunately, he successfully identified this host for the journey ahead. Now bound to this host, Yi Tian was confident that he could recover his losses swiftly within this fantastical realm. What capabilities does the system possess? As a traveler, Lin Feng demonstrated a remarkable adaptability to the system, surpassing that of Li Quan. In response to his inquiry, Yi Tian elaborated. This system specializes in lotteries. With sufficient points, a Tier 9 draw could yield an atomic bomb. Lin Feng gasped in disbelief at the prospect of acquiring such power. But how do I earn points? He posed a novice's question. Yi Tian patiently explained that the most straightforward method to accumulate points was through the consumption of items, converted into points. Do not underestimate this approach. In this world, treasures can be worth millions or even billions of points. Consumption of items? Lin Feng pondered briefly before asking, System, how much is this item worth? He produced a pitch-black jade pendant from his possession. Upon seeing it, Yi Tian's lips curled into a sly smirk. The black jade is worth 500 points, and it contains a remnant soul valued at 500 points. Is there truly a remnant soul within? And yet, it is valued so little? Lin Feng stared incredulously at the pendant in his hand. For days, a faint voice had echoed from within, claiming to be the ancient emperor of Black Spring, lamenting his downfall at the hands of enemies and seeking revenge through Lin Feng. Initially, Lin Feng felt exuberant. Believing himself to be the protagonist destined to assist an elder, it was this belief that had emboldened his solo escape. Yet upon activating the system, Lin Feng grasped the reality. His golden finger was not this so-called elder, whose worth was eclipsed by the black jade itself. Convert it to points. Lin Feng commanded without hesitation. As his words fell, a devouring force enveloped the black jade. Under the oppressive threat, the jade quivered violently. And a spectral figure materialized, casting a bewildered and furious gaze around. I am the ancient emperor of Black Spring. Who dares to destroy me? The ancient voice was rife with confusion and resentment. Nevertheless, the devouring force did not relent. In a moment of futile struggle, the specter was consumed by Yi Tian. What a splendid host! A grand gift upon our first meeting. The presence of the ancient emperor of Black Spring within the pendant was undoubtedly genuine. In the narrative of In a fantastical world where men are inferior to women, the emperor held a position akin to Lin Feng's mentor, guiding him to greatness, only to be betrayed in a bid for Lin Feng's body. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2,000 points. The system's notification chimed. Lin Feng nodded slightly. This enabled him to conduct 2 Tier 3 draws. Eagerly, he initiated the first, yearning for strength, for in this world, power was paramount for men. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 4 points of appearance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a critical hit. You have additionally gained 10 points of appearance. Host. Lin Feng realm. Ordinary person appearance. 96 fort, 10 charisma, 70 skill. Culinary arts. What sorcery is this? Lin Feng gaped at the sudden increase of 14 points to his appearance that he longed to admonish the system. This is a fantastical world. Do you comprehend? It is a realm where monsters can raise cities, and demonic cultivators can conquer 2 at once. Lottery rewards should include items for survival, such as the Eastern Emperor Bell or the Xianyuan sword. Even a basic cultivation method would suffice. How navi? Yi Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. Although he had absorbed the ancient emperor of Black Spring, the system now housed thousands of powerful cultivation methods. Yet, the rules of this world dictated that utilizing any of the emperor's techniques to elevate a man's strength would come at a far greater cost than in other realms. Thus, Yi Tian had devised a different approach for the host, focusing on attractiveness, by transforming the formidable women of this world into enamored admirers. Lin Feng could simply beckon for whatever he desired. Knock, knock, knock. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xiaoman, Vice Commander Mu Yun is summoning all distinguished men for an urgent matter. Understood, Lin Feng replied, gazing at his own handsome visage in the mirror, sighing deeply before donning a mask to accept this fate silently. Downstairs, a commotion ensued. Distinguished men stood together, glaring at a corner of the hall, where a delicate-featured man Saturday Jing Wenxuan, to investigate. You dare to search us? This is excessive. Excessive, the androgynous man retorted coldly. Do you comprehend the value of my barrier-breaking pill? My family procured it from the feathered immortal sect at great expense, only to discover it has been stolen. The barrier-breaking pill could only be consumed by men, hence one among them must be the thief. The men across from him were unyielding. Last time it was the 5 spirits robe, and now the barrier-breaking pill. Why is it always your possessions that go missing? Perhaps you should ask yourselves. With so many thieves among you, you hardly deserve the title of distinguished men. Jing Wenxuan's voice dripped with frost. Then he turned to a nearby woman, tears welling in his eyes. General Yun, you must see justice for this young man. That pill was acquired by my family through great hardship. The man directed his plea towards a woman clad in light green, her ample bosom and enticing curves accentuating her allure. Her hair styled elegantly revealed delicate brows framing her spirited eyes, and her petite nose led to soft, luscious lips. Such a goddess-like figure should have been the object of countless pursuits. But within this world, it was evident she was not. Seeing the beautiful man on the verge of tears stirred Mu Yun's compassion. He was indeed the most exquisite among these distinguished men, and had long captured her admiration. Witnessing his distress ignited a fierce determination within her. Rest assured, Jing Xiaoman, I shall unmask the thief who robbed you. Chapter 39. You are the murderer, bring me some men. Search everyone. Mu Yun commanded, gesturing to the female guards behind her. Shortly after, a screen was erected in the hall on the first floor, behind which stood men subjected to humiliation as they were searched. These men were eliminated from suspicion. Jing Wenxuan, seated in a chair, remained remarkably calm. General, there is nothing, a guard reported, shaking his head at Mu Yun. Any news from the team searching upstairs? Report. The general has found something. A team from upstairs rushed down, their shouting bringing a momentary hush to the chaos. All eyes turned to the leading female guard, who held a precious elixir. Behind her was a masked man, stirring curiosity among the onlookers. Seeing that the vital elixir had been recovered, Jing Wenxuan approached with a smile to take it from her. How did you find it? Mu Yun followed Jing Wenxuan, directing her question to the leading guard. Reporting to the general, we found the elixir in the boudoir of this Lin Xiaonan. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's gaze sharpened. As a gentleman, how could he behave in such a disgraceful manner? I did not steal the elixir. Someone has framed me. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on but had to explain himself. He had not anticipated that even before arriving in the capital, someone would be conspiring against him to force his early exit. Framed? Why would anyone frame you? Mu Yun's youthful face displayed a mixture of anger and disbelief. Casting a glance at Jing Wenxuan, who was exhibiting a strong desire to show off, perhaps because of my good looks, Lin Feng replied, exuding self-importance. His narcissistic remark left those around him momentarily speechless. In this era, where men of such brazen vanity were nearly extinct, it was indeed a sight to behold. Humph, ridiculous, Mu Yun scoffed, shaking her head. Is there a single gentleman here who is not of exceptional beauty? Wearing a mask to feign mystery. How absurd. With a swift motion, she struck Lin Feng's cheek, and a gust of wind caused the mask to slip off. Lin Feng's visage was revealed. Mu Yun and the female guards were momentarily stunned, gazing in awe at his striking features, reminiscent of a figure from an ancient painting. Lin Feng struggled. The 2 female guards holding him instinctively loosened their grip. Why have you let him go? He stole my elixir. He must be punished and expelled from our ranks, Jing Wenxuan cried out, his voice piercing through the art. Mu Yun's eyes flicked to Jing Wenxuan before resting on Lin Feng. Lin Xiaonan, are you saying you have been wronged? Her voice softened considerably, contrasting sharply with her earlier tone. Yes. Lin Feng's expression was one of resignation, with his enhanced appearance granted by the system. He had anticipated such an outcome, which was why he had donned a mask. Now, Mu Yun's attitude made him feel as if he were merely a pretty face. It was a frame-up. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth for you. Lin Xiaonan, I shall restore your honor. Mu Yun patted her chest proudly, a foolish grin on her face. Lin Feng was taken aback. Aren't you going to ask me for the critical information? I wish to clarify how I was framed. I want to prove my innocence. But alas, before he could speak, She believed him without demanding evidence. The host's ignorance of the power of beauty amused Yi Tian, who simultaneously issued the first system task. Ding system task released. Task: prove that Jing Wenxuan framed the host and identify him as a disciple of the demon sect. Task success: 1 level 5 lottery draw. Task failure: no punishment. Description: the host is the third target of the demon sect's disciples. Their scheme has failed, leading to inevitable troubles ahead. IT is advised that the host retaliate. Task deadline: 1 instance sticks worth of time. Lin Feng mused to himself, glancing at the scheming Jing Wenxuan before turning to Mu Yiyun. General Mu, I have discovered who has framed me. Oh, Mu Yiyun's eyes widened in surprise. Initially, she believed Lin Feng was indeed the thief. But given his adherence to her ideal standards of a partner, she had not intended to investigate further. Such a perfect man committing a minor transgression was entirely understandable. However, Lin Feng's assertion that there was indeed someone who framed him changed the narrative. Who was the culprit? It is he. Lin Feng pointed an accusing finger at Jing Wenxuan. In an instant, the attention of everyone in the hall shifted to Jing Wenxuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Mu Yian clearly did not expect this. Lin Xunan, do you have evidence? Yes, evidence. Everything must be substantiated. My room has been tightly secured. Only Jing Wenxuan has entered under the pretense of seeking guidance on composition. Thus, he must be the culprit. Lin Feng declared confidently. As the system spokesperson, Yi Tian was astounded. This new host's storytelling ability rivaled his own. Lin Feng's words were fabrications, but doubts lingered among the crowd, achieving the intended effect. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng added, General Mu, may I trouble you to search Jing Wenxuan's storage bag? I believe it contains the compositions I wrote for him, which would prove he indeed visited my room. Is that so? Mu Yiyun propped her chin on her delicate hand. Regarding Jing Wenxuan, Jing Xunan, may we see your storage bag? On what grounds? Jing Wenxuan was visibly shaken, bewildered by Lin Feng's nonsensical claims, seeking guidance on composition and visiting his room. These were entirely fabricated. Why should he allow them to inspect his storage bag? The weapons and bodies belonging to the demon sect within it would be exposed. In such a case, no one would care whether he had framed Lin Feng. You refuse because you are afraid, Lin Feng interjected, delivering a sharp retort. Jing Wenxuan's expression darkened. How can a mere man allow his belongings to be scrutinized? This infringes upon my privacy. If you are not framing me, I will compensate you with 10,000 primary spirit stones, Lin Feng declared grandly. Although he possessed none, he found the term easy to utter. The onlookers were clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity. I refuse. Jing Wenxuan ground his teeth. Jing Wenxuan, surrender your storage bag. We need to inspect it. Mu Yiyun's tone turned cold. Lin Feng had offered a considerable compensation, yet Jing Wenxuan continued to refuse, casting doubt in her mind. Very well. If you show me your storage bag, I shall forgive you, Lin Feng suggested casually. Inspect my storage bag. Jing Wenxuan instinctively wanted to decline, but soon realized that Lin Feng was merely an ordinary person with no true energy. He could not possibly open it. How long will it take? Just a moment. Your storage bag appears quite exquisite, Lin Feng stated. It cannot be shown to anyone else. Jing Wenxuan emphasized. Agreed. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Jing Wenxuan handed over the storage bag from his waist. As Lin Feng held the palm-sized storage bag, he silently urged the system. System, devour it. Transform all contents into points. Hurry. What audacity. Yi Tian was astonished by Lin Feng's audacity. However, he was equally swift in action. In an instant, all items within the storage bag were consumed. Yi Tian received 100,000 points, returning 1/10 to the host. Ding, all items devoured. The host gains 10,000 points. Current total, 11,000 points. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment all contents vanished from the storage bag, Jing Wenxuan's face flushed crimson. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the previously chaotic hall fell into silence. Mu Yiyun, witnessing the scene, tightened her grip on her sword, her brows furrowing slightly. Lin Feng, what have you done? Amidst the myriad of weapons imbued with spiritual marks, why has the connection suddenly severed? Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as dark tendrils of energy began to seep from Jing Wenxuan's body. Without the suppression of certain unique weapons, the demonic aura surrounding him could no longer be concealed. Disciples of the demon sect? Jing Wenxuan did not await Lin Feng's response. Instead, he found himself encircled by a formidable group of guards. A member of the demon sect? How could this be? My heavens, there has been a fiend among us all along. Fear gripped him. Around him, the effeminate men clutched their delicate fingers, shrinking behind the female guards. Meanwhile, Mu Yiyun protectively shielded Lin Feng and turned to Jing Wenxuan, inquiring, As a disciple of the demon sect infiltrating our Tianwu Empire's elite, what is your purpose? Purpose. The methods employed by my demon sect to infiltrate the empire require no explanation. Jing Wenxuan's fists cracked with tension. How infuriating. After hiding for so long, to be exposed in such a manner, his eyes began to shimmer with a dark light as he fixed his gaze upon everyone present. Ultimately locking onto Lin Feng. It is you. I shall remember your face. When we meet again, I will surely kill you. With that menacing proclamation, Jing Wenxuan leaped away, soaring out of the inn. A mid-stage foundation-building demon cultivator. Observing the departing Jing Wenxuan, Mu Yun furrowed her brows, aware she could not intervene. Suddenly, a silver dragon formed from true energy-charged past, carrying the retreating Jing Wenxuan to the front of the inn. The ground trembled as a massive crater appeared. Jing Wenxuan lay bloodied at the bottom of the pit, his eyes void of life. As the dust settled outside, the graceful legs of the white dragon general emerged. Upon seeing the newcomer, the inn's occupants finally exhaled, their hearts easing. How could a demon cultivator appear? The white dragon's stunningly cold visage bore a hint of confusion. The vice-general, Mu Yun, approached the white dragon and recounted the sequence of events. Is that so? After glancing at the lifeless Jing Wenxuan, the white dragon turned her gaze toward Lin Feng, a flicker of admiration gleaming in her eyes. Prepare yourselves. We shall set off again after a short incense stick-s time. So soon? Mu Yun was taken aback. No overnight stay? The white dragon shook her head, her expression grave. Upon departing, I sensed the situation outside. There have been frequent disappearances of young men in this area. The common folk attribute it to flower thieves. However, given the circumstances, I suspect demon cultivators are involved. To minimize incidents, we must depart quickly. Is that so? Mu Yun's demeanor turned serious. As evening fell, the convoy escorting the elite young men embarked on the long journey to the capital. Shortly after they left, two aged figures arrived at the inn. Upon seeing Jing Wenxuan's body in the crater, both figures trembled violently. My dear grandson, the old woman among them, surrounded by a swirling demonic aura, was filled with anguish. That convoy of young men. I will have them all accompany my grandson to the afterlife. The old man beside her nearly crushed his skeletal staff and raged as he gazed at the still operating inn. A gigantic skull slowly materialized behind him. With a resounding crash, the entire inn, along with all its occupants, was reduced to ashes. On the tranquil forest path, more than 20 carriages moved steadily. Inside the last carriage, Lin Feng silently tore apart the pink decorations. Opening the system panel, he read, Host, Lin Feng, Realm, Ordinary Person, Attractiveness, 110, Charisma, 70, points, 11,000. Ding. Task completed. Expose Jing Wenxuan's true identity. The host earned a level 5 lottery worth 10,000 points. A level 5 lottery. He silently wished for a stroke of luck to obtain something to enhance his strength. With hands clasped, Lin Feng inwardly prayed. Observing this scene, Yi Tian knew his host's wishes would not be easily fulfilled. After all, it was called the Handsome Man system, not the Invincible system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Medal of Masculinity. Item, Medal of Masculinity. Description. Wearing this grants the host an increase in masculine charm, enhancing attractiveness by 10 and charisma by 30. The Medal of Masculinity. A sense of dismay washed over Lin Feng upon seeing this item. He resolutely refused to wear it. He silently protested against the system. System, let us have another level 5 lottery. Lin Feng was determined. He could not believe his luck would remain so dismal. Surely, he deserved something substantial to bolster his power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Illusion. Skill, Illusion. Description. The host's attractiveness enhances the potency of the illusion. At last, a skill. Lin Feng felt a glimmer of hope. He was no longer powerless. However, the stronger his attractiveness, the more potent the illusion. Pondering this description, Lin Feng silently retrieved the Medal of Masculinity from his possession. During the somewhat bumpy journey, there were no amusing events. With 1,000 points remaining, Lin Feng decided to engage in a level 1 lottery out of boredom. Ding. Consumed 10 points. The host has won a case of beer. Ding. Consumed 10 points. The host has won 50 skewers of grilled meat. Ding. Consumed 10 points. The host has won a set of seasoning powders. Having spent less than 100 points, a table laden with barbecue appeared. The system truly understood him. Lin Feng took a hearty swig of beer and bit into a skewer of lamb. The juices burst forth as the tender, springy meat danced on his tongue, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the carriage. This is delicious. A woman's voice suddenly interrupted from outside. Lin Feng paused mid-bite, pulling back the carriage curtain. A woman clad in black, adorned with a golden lotus embroidery, rode alongside his carriage. As Lin Feng revealed his visage, her elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Are you pouring yourself a drink? Young master? Might you be in need of a drinking companion? Chewing his meat, Lin Feng had grown immune to such flirtations. Would you like some? He offered her a skewer and a bottle of wine. Oh, the black-clad woman was taken aback by Lin Feng's casual demeanor. Had it been any other man, they would likely have rebuffed her with disdain. How could I refuse an offering from such a charming young master? She replied, allowing a strand of her silky hair to fall across her exquisite face, playfully smiling. After handing over the grilled skewer, Lin Feng casually remarked, 10 spirit stones. Spirit stones? The woman was momentarily stunned before she regained her composure. Ha! You're quite the amusing little man. As she laughed, she leaned closer to the carriage, lowering her voice. Little man, I could offer you 10,000 spirit stones for a night of pleasure. What do you say? Ding! Should the host lose their virginity, the system will automatically disengage. Yetion's voice chimed in at this moment. He was intent on crafting a perfect host. If the host became entangled with someone, his task would be significantly diminished. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng grimaced. It wasn't that he lamented the inability to accept the woman's proposition. Rather, he feared that if a demon lord were to abduct him, the system would cease to exist. What a predicament. No thank you. Just give me 10 spirit stones. Lin Feng replied defiantly. The woman held the reins, her interest piqued, tossing a storage bag to Lin Feng. She gazed at him, lingering on his handsome features for a moment too long. Little man, we shall meet again. Ha ha. With a delightful laugh, the woman rode away. You're the one who is small. Your whole family is small. Lin Feng grumbled in frustration. Lin Xiaomon present. Soon after the black-clad woman departed, Mu Yun rode up, urgency in her demeanor. She lifted the carriage curtain, and Lin Feng donned a half-mask. What is it? Did that woman do anything to you? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Mu Yun's pure countenance was marred with worry. In response, Lin Feng appeared puzzled. No. Why? Do you know her? No. Mu Yun shook her head, her expression grave. But that woman is formidable. I cannot see through her strength. You must be cautious. Lin Feng pondered, about to draw down the curtain, when Mu Yun hastily interjected. Wait, Lin Xiaomon, I have something to say. Earlier at the inn, I may have been a bit rude to you, so I've prepared a small gift as an apology. As she spoke, Mu Yun nervously produced 2 porcelain vials under Lin Feng's gaze. This is a barrier-breaking pill and an energy-nourishing pill. Handing the 2 vials to Lin Feng, she continued, there is no need for such formality. Casually accepting the 2 pills, a smile spread across Lin Feng's masked face. Seeing him so pleased, Mu Yun beamed as well. This is from my salary over the past few months. Thank you. With that, Lin Feng closed the curtain. Outside the carriage, Mu Yun wore a blissful smile. As she watched the carriage, she resolved to stay close to Lin Feng and protect him silently. Inside the carriage, Lin Feng rubbed his face in exasperation. In one hand, he held the 2 vials containing the pills, and in the other, the spirit stones offered by the black-clad woman. How frustrating. The system simply refused to enhance his realm or strength. Without true energy, he couldn't even open a storage bag. The truth of whether that woman truly bestowed the spirit stones or merely handed over an empty storage bag remains a mystery. System, devour, Lin Feng silently intoned, and a force of absorption enveloped the storage bag on his right hand. Ding! The absorption was complete, and the host earned 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Lin Feng was bewildered. Ding! Inside the storage bag, there lay 10,000 primary spirit stones. Yetion interjected with a timely reminder. What? She just gave me 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Feng was taken aback. That woman in black must be exceedingly wealthy to casually part with such a fortune. It is likely that even those in the golden core stage possess little of such financial extravagance. Thankfully, he had not offended her previously. The system queried, does the host truly believe that the other party bestowed such a bounty without expectation? Yetion's words were somewhat sardonic, suggesting that there must be ulterior motives. Lin Feng's thoughts halted as he recalled the woman's words. Spending a night with her would cost him 10,000 spirit stones. Now it appeared that he had already spent those stones. Could it be? Panic began to seize Lin Feng. While he was lost in these chaotic thoughts, a demonic wind, wrought from malevolent energy, swept across the official road outside. The caravan of handsome men came to a gradual stop. At the forefront, Bai Long gripped his silver cherry spear, his gaze sternly fixed ahead. Before him appeared an elderly man and woman, accompanied by dozens of women clad in black. The ominous aura emanating from them was unmistakable. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the Bone Elders. Chapter 42. Annihilation of the sect. Bai Long's eyes reflected deep concern. These two figures were notorious within the realm of demonic cultivators, among them, the old crone. Bone Granny was a formidable practitioner at the first level of the Golden Core, while the old man, Skeleton Elder, possessed the prowess of perfected foundation establishment. Both were prominently featured on the wanted list of the Tianwu Empire. Although Bai Long had the capability to engage in battles beyond his rank, he felt little confidence in confronting these two. Surely, they were aware that this caravan belonged to the Tianwu Empire? Why then do they obstruct our path? After assessing the situation and realizing he could not win, Bai Long attempted to resolve the conflict with words. You are Bai Long, the one ranked 10th on the Tianwu Empire's talents list? Indeed, Bai Long replied, gripping his spear with a furrowed brow. He sensed the escalating demonic energy emanating from the two elders, a clear indication that they were preparing for combat. So it is you. You are the one I wish to kill. With a tremor of his staff, Skeleton Elder unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy directed at Bai Long. I shall shatter your limbs and refine you into a puppet to accompany my dear grandson in death. With a mighty roar, Bai Long enveloped himself in a silvery dragon of true qi. Everyone scattered into the surrounding woods for safety. The guards rallied to protect the handsome men, aware that reconciliation was impossible. Bai Long shouted to the others behind him. Humph, think you can escape? Bone Granny commanded her followers. Capture everyone. Yes. The cadre of demonic female disciples behind her displayed eager and lustful glints in their eyes. The caravan of handsome men was a veritable treasure trove of exquisite beauty. Lin Xiaoman, Mu Yiyun rode up to Lin Feng's carriage. Is there trouble? Lin Feng's carriage was at the rear, and he was unaware of the unfolding situation. Yes, there is trouble. Mu Yiyun's face was etched with urgency. Lin Xiaoman, mount your horse. I will take you to safety. As dusk descended, the sky darkened rapidly. On a narrow forest path, Mu Yiyun urged Lin Feng to ride swiftly. Behind them, for black-clad female demonic cultivators relentlessly pursued. Humph, how dare you ride in my presence? Among the four, a woman with dark lips brandished a flying dagger. As she channeled her true qi, the black blade shot forth. With a sickening thud, the poisoned dagger pierced the side of the galloping steed. The horse, racked with agony and venom, bolted wildly toward the trees. Lin Feng and Mu Yiyun were thrown from the saddle. Shadows descended around them as the four female demonic cultivators surrounded them. Lin Feng, you must escape. I will hold them off. Mu Yiyun staggered to her feet, determination shining in her eyes. Since the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the man of my dreams. If you manage to escape, I hope you will remember me. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding demonic cultivators swiftly subdued Mu Yiyun, who had intended to speak further. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. If not for her verbosity, with her mid-foundation establishment strength, she could have held her own against these four mid-foundation establishment foes. Heh, look at this physique. This man is top-notch. Once the four women had dealt with Mu Yiyun, their predatory gazes fell upon Lin Feng, who was now unmasked. Xiaoman, is there anyone who isn't top-notch, compared to the debauched men of the brothels? He was leagues above? Why not have a go? The female demonic cultivators exchanged glances before focusing on Lin Feng, who had just revealed his flawless, sculpted visage, an exquisite specimen. Absolutely exquisite. Let me be first. One of the demonic cultivators hastily began to disrobe. The others, not wishing to be outdone, suppressed their desires while frequently glancing at Lin Feng. System, activate skill. Illusion, Lin Feng intoned. Little man, I'm coming. Among the four demonic cultivators, the woman with dark lips dashed toward a large tree and began to sway upon it. The remaining three found their partners, embracing one another with expressions of ecstasy, as if Lin Feng had already been violated. The power of the illusion was indeed remarkable. Glancing at the lewd scene, Lin Feng hoisted the unconscious Mu Yiyun and made his escape. On the official road, Lin Feng sprinted, but with his lack of cultivation, he could not run far. A dark wind howled above, approaching rapidly. Bone Granny's figure gradually came into view. A striking beauty. The puppets crafted will surely be stunning. Her voice slithered like a serpent, cold and laden with menace. The immense pressure made Lin Feng break into a cold sweat. System, illusion. This illusion was Lin Feng's last hope. However, it was evident that the disparity in strength between him and the old crone was vast, rendering the illusion ineffective. In contrast, with a mere flick of her wrist, a tremendous force struck Lin Feng's nape, causing his vision to darken and consciousness to fade. Bone Granny prepared to gather the two unconscious figures. Her murky eyes suddenly sharpened. In her line of sight, a woman in black riding a horse appeared gradually. The woman bore a crimson vertical line on her forehead. Her deep, tranquil eyes imposed great pressure upon Bone Granny. Her nose was unadorned, and her lips glistened, remnants of some roasted delicacies. The woman's countenance was unfamiliar to Bone Granny, yet the golden lotus embroidered on her black robe made Bone Granny's pupils constrict. Elder of the heavenly demon sect, Bone Granny, pays respects to the Lotus Demon Lord. Slowly kneeling, Bone Granny displayed utmost reverence. There were thousands of sects within the demonic path, yet only 3 supreme figures governed them. Each of these 3 bore the title of Demon Lord. Bone Granny had not anticipated that the world was so vast that she would genuinely encounter one of the Demon Lords. The Heavenly Demon Sect. The woman regarded the elderly crone before glancing at the unconscious Lin Feng, her eyes narrowing slightly. You have laid hands on this man. Bone Granny felt a suffocating dread. Forcing herself to nod. This is Lin Xiaoman. To touch him is to invite war between the royal family and our demonic path. Ilian's words were laden with gravity. This assertion left Bone Granny bewildered. The conflicts between their demonic faction and the royal family were far from rare. Interrupting the Lin Xiaoman caravan was a common occurrence among the disciples of various demonic sects. Yet, Ilian continued. Disregarding the harmony between our demonic path and the royal family, acting independently, I believe your heavenly demon sect has lost its right to exist. What? Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Bone Granny was utterly horrified. Were they truly facing annihilation? Chapter 43. The heavenly demon sect practices the heavenly demon secret tome. The woman spoke. A bloodthirsty smile graced her lips. I happen to have control over the poison within you. With those words, Bone Granny's eyes widened slowly, and a stream of blood energy surged from her body like a frenzied serpent. Despite her golden core strength, she found herself utterly powerless. Not only Bone Granny, but the skeleton elder, who was still battling by long, and the other demonic cultivators also felt their blood energy dissipating. This is the Demon Lord. Only a Demon Lord possessed the power to dictate their fates. The skeleton elder's face twisted in terror. Why? Why does the Demon Lord wish to obliterate our heavenly demon sect? Far away, in the demonic realm at the intersection of the 3 great empires, the heavenly demon sect stronghold, thousands of demonic cultivators suddenly felt a tremor of foreboding. The sect leader at the nascent soul stage and several female elders soared from the sect, enveloped in profound dread. Without a moment's hesitation, all the high-ranking members of the heavenly demon sect knelt in a particular direction under the moonlit night. That direction was the very heart of the demon spirit realm, where 3 towering statues of the demon lords loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Forgive us, great demon lord. Have mercy upon us. Led by the sect's leaders, tens of thousands within the sect bowed in trepidation. Alas, they were destined to receive neither response nor absolution. The ominous bloodlust radiating from the statues was akin to the scythe of death, steadily siphoning the life force from every member of the heavenly demon sect. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the sect fell silent, leaving behind an eerie stillness. One by one, cultivators and demon practitioners sensed the abnormality and gathered in small groups. Upon witnessing the situation within the heavenly demon sect, the entire demon spirit realm erupted in chaos. The demon lord has made his move. How could this be? What had the disciples of the heavenly demon sect done to provoke the wrath of the demon lord to the point of annihilation? Silence. This concerns the demon lord. Do not delve into the reasons. As Lin Feng gradually regained consciousness, he felt something enveloping his mouth, a living creature probing within his oral cavity. He struggled momentarily to catch his breath. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng was taken aback, his gaze widening in shock that a woman lay atop him, her form draped only in a thin veil, her soft body rubbing against him, with strands of her flowing hair failing to obscure her exquisite profile. Ah, the woman released her lips from Lin Feng's mouth, a teasing smile gracing her face. Awake now. What are you doing? Lin Feng inhaled the fresh air, his expression one of astonishment. Shouldn't he have been captured by that old hag? What was his current predicament? Observing the expression on the young man's face, the woman smirked. Little brother, it was I who saved you. Leaning slightly forward, she revealed a hint of her cleavage, her lips brushing against Lin Feng's ear as she whispered. So, I expect your gratitude in return. Having saved you, shouldn't you offer yourself to me? Are you trying to force me? You are far too enchanting. The woman caressed Lin Feng's cheek, her eyes glimmering with an increasing possessiveness. Fear not, I shall take responsibility for you. A demon is a demon. One should not expect her to treat Lin Feng with courtesy. System, help me. Lin Feng swallowed hard, desperately calling out to Yi Tian. What should I do? This woman is even stronger than that old hag. Have I merely leaped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? If she forces me, will I not be compelled to endure? As he spoke, Lin Feng cast another glance at the woman's alluring figure. System, could you perhaps be lenient? Just this once that after all, she saved my life. Tian rubbed his temples. This was a fantasy world. If one lost their vitality, it was gone for good, impossible to conceal. Without the first time, how could the second-generation Empress of the Palace take notice of him, let alone gain entry to the Imperial Treasury? Indeed, one of Tian's purposes in this world was to access the Imperial Treasury. He had roughly estimated that its contents were worth at least 10 billion points. After entering the treasury, he could disregard Lin Feng, but until then, this was his bottom line. Ding, the host still possesses over 100,000 points, allowing for a single 6th-level lottery draw, which may yield unexpected rewards. Tian reminded Lin Feng. A 6th-level lottery? Lin Feng paused, then resolutely thought, very well, I can only place my hopes on this lottery now. Please do not let me down. Grant me an escape route. With this thought, his points were deducted, and the lottery commenced. Ding, congratulations, host. You have consumed 100,000 points to draw and obtain the Hand of Kato Takashi. Item, Hand of Kato Takashi. Description, System, are you messing with me? Upon seeing the lottery result, Lin Feng felt despair wash over him. Was he destined to become merely the man behind this woman? Though he did not entirely oppose the idea, the cost of losing the system was too great. Tian shrugged. After all, she was the Demon Lord, one of the strongest beings in this fantasy world. What could he possibly do? He had only arrived in this world and bound himself to a host less than a day ago. The woman's demonic powers had surged uncontrollably, and all the host needed to do was satisfy her once. He need not worry about the method. Tian pointed out the last remaining path. Satisfy her? Lin Feng gazed at the woman on him, her eyes brimming with desire. Slowly lowering his head, he looked at his right hand. The next day, Lin Feng rode a horse along the official road. Making his way, having been captured by that demoness yesterday, he wondered about the fate of Bai Long and the others. Given the circumstances, Lin Feng felt no obligation to attend the selection for the most handsome man in the capital. Yet, today the system had issued him a task. Be the first in the handsome man examination. Success reward, 8th-level lottery failure penalty, erasure of 1 kidney. Description, the handsome man assessment of the Tianwu Empire is imminent, and outstanding men from various cities and continents are attending. The host must also attend and prove himself as the most exceptional man of the Tianwu Empire. System, to be honest, I have no expectations for your 8th-level lottery. Valued at 10 million points. Wearing a mask, Lin Feng felt a slight ache in his right hand. After so many lottery draws, he was truly exhausted. In response to Lin Feng's grievances, Tian waved his hand. Ding, system update version 2.0. Update details. A brand new lottery experience. From now on, each lottery will feature a display of the roulette items. I can now see the lottery wheel. Lin Feng felt invigorated. If you hadn't updated this, I would have suspected that all the items I drew were rigged by you. Upon opening the system panel, he found indeed an additional lottery wheel had appeared. 1st-level lottery, cigarettes, beer, peanuts, sunflower seeds, drinks. 2nd-level lottery, beauty, charisma, handgun, breathing techniques. 3rd-level lottery. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng realized that the system contained a plethora of valuable items. It seemed his previous misfortune in drawing had merely been bad luck. Excited by the updated system interface, Lin Feng retrieved a pink storage bag. The pink storage bag was compensation from the demoness when Lin Feng departed. Initially, he felt insulted, adamantly refusing to accept it, as he was not for sale. However, after Tian informed him that the bag contained 100,000 spirit stones, Lin Feng reconsidered. The system could convert all spirit stones into points. The storage bag could be exchanged as well. Chapter 44. A once-in-a-millennium beauty within an opulent building, a woman clad in black leaned against the viewing platform. Her demeanor languid. Who would have thought that to such an extent, one would go to such lengths to preserve their purity? Truly a commendable man. Reflecting on her experiences from yesterday, the woman licked her lips. Where is the great demon lord? Here, my lady. A woman shrouded in black mist extended her jade-like long leg, revealing her alluring figure. I have a task for you. Please, demon lord, speak. The woman bowed slightly to the figure in black. Protect a man. Protect a man. Is this crucial for our declaration of war against the righteous? The brow of the great demon lord furrowed slightly. Very much so. The woman in black toyed with her cascading black hair. If you were to come to harm, I cannot begin to imagine the consequences. On the official road, Lin Feng had already traversed a significant distance according to the map provided by the system. During this journey, he had engaged in numerous lottery draws, all consuming 10,000 points for 5th-level draws. Such extravagant spending would surely elicit cries of injustice from the previous host, Li Quan. However, compared to Li Quan, Lin Feng's experience with points was far from satisfactory. Having converted 100,000 spirit stones into 1,000,000 points, he had already expended a substantial amount. What had he drawn? Beauty 50, Charisma 70. Sword 1, Mask 1, firearms, and various items. His strength had increased from an ordinary person to the late stage of Qi refinement. Only the boost in strength to the late stage of Qi refinement brought Lin Feng a modicum of comfort. Yet, with such significant increases to his beauty and charisma, he now felt overwhelmed. Lin Feng sensed that encountering any woman would no longer be safe. With the mask drawn from the system's 10,000 point lottery, he finally felt a semblance of security. This mask could be adjusted to cover either the upper or lower half of his face at will, entirely conceal his visage, and even alter the mask's color and style. This was precisely what Lin Feng needed in the vast expanse of the system space. Yi Tian surveyed his system interface, having absorbed the Black Spring Ancient Emperor and accumulated over 100,000 spirit stones. He had essentially recovered his losses from coming to this world. Moreover, the system now boasted over 5,000,000 points. It was time to venture out and set some plans in motion. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the perfected Essence Infant Dao Cannon before him, integrating it into his being. The rich true energy surged into Yi Tian, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Points were rapidly consumed. Perfect foundation establishment. Golden core first layer. Golden core second layer. Golden core completion. Essence Infant first transformation. Essence Infant second transformation. Essence Infant completion. As Lin Feng opened his eyes, he resembled a monk emerging from deep meditation. Having undergone a profound transformation, at this point, he had achieved power without the need for tribulation, for Yi Tian did not belong to this realm. After a long day of travel, Lin Feng finally arrived at a large city, Jiuxian City. The bustling streets were teeming with people. Based on his recollections, Lin Feng understood that this was one of the major cities of the Tianwu Empire, albeit with notoriously poor security. Upon entering the city, a golden dragon palanquin caught Lin Feng's attention. Finding an inn, Lin Feng refrained from wandering aimlessly outside that he could sense. Even with a mask adorning his face, numerous female cultivators continually scrutinized him, and along the way, several women playfully whistled in his direction. This caused Lin Feng's countenance beneath the mask to darken. Seated within the confines of his own room, he could finally relax somewhat. To him, people were the greatest threat. After resting for 2 days, he planned to set off again. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng retrieved 2 pills from his possession, gifts from Mu Yiyun the previous day. Now at the late stage of Qi refinement, Lin Feng aimed to elevate his strength to the perfect stage of Qi refinement, ideally reaching the foundation establishment level. Although the security within this city left much to be desired, he figured that remaining indoors would pose little danger. With the full moon hanging high in the sky, Yi Tian, having temporarily left Lin Feng, appeared within the black market of Jiuxian City, donned in a mask. After surveying his surroundings, he stepped into a small room. Young master, are you seeking information? The beggar gang possesses all the details within Jiuxian City. What would you like to know? Is it about the royal figures visiting today, or perhaps the details regarding the city's heiress's suitors? A ragged woman approached Yi Tian with a lewd expression. Really? So comprehensive? Yi Tian's tone was smooth. The beggar woman nodded with pride. Of course, anything you wish to know, we can provide. Can the information be disseminated through clandestine channels? Yi Tian inquired. The beggar woman nodded eagerly. I will take you to meet the leader. Under her guidance, Yi Tian entered a room where an elderly woman with murky eyes Saturday disseminate information. What message does our guest wish to spread? And how widely? Publicize a man, proclaiming him to be a once-in-a-millennium beauty, and ensure that all of Jiuxian City knows within 2 days, Yi Tian stated without hesitation. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in the elderly woman's dull eyes. This was indeed a lucrative business opportunity. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, payable in one lump sum. With a casual gesture, Yi Tian tossed 10,000 spirit stones onto the floor, the clattering sound creating a significant impact. After placing the stones, he provided the elderly woman with relevant information about Lin Feng. That I trust you will execute this flawlessly. Otherwise, as he spoke, a terrifying aura gradually emanated from him. Yuaning, the elderly woman and the beggar woman gasped in shock. Rest assured, we will deliver. Both women bowed deeply in deference to that moment. Yi Tian had already stepped outside. Once he had completely departed, the elderly woman and the beggar woman slowly regained their composure. Instruct everyone in the beggar gang to take action, the old woman commanded, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Had Yi Tian not revealed his strength, she might have considered him an easy mark. But now, he was a Yuaning expert. Such a being could easily serve as an elder in a first-rate sect, a presence one could not afford to offend. after leaving the black market. Yi Tian returned to the system. Observing Lin Feng diligently refining the breaking barrier pill, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Once the news was released, experience-gathering creatures would continue to appear, bringing him rewards. This was not harming the host. It was simply the treatment a protagonist deserved. As for whether this would attract significant trouble, Yi Tian would have pondered this previously. However, there was no need for concern now, especially since Lin Feng had bodyguards. With this thought, Yi Tian gazed into the void where demonic energy surged like an ocean. That night, as the beggar gang initiated their operations, within mere hours, news of the once-in-a-millennium beauty spread rapidly. What? That man's visage resembles a celestial being descended to earth. He is the most perfect man in existence. That man.is exceptionally enduring, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was diligently progressing towards the perfect stage of qi refinement. All of this unfolded around him. The following day, upon slowly opening his eyes from meditation, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of relief. His strength had reached the perfect stage of qi refinement. I truly possess a talent for cultivation. Noticing the remaining pill, Lin Feng resolved to gather his strength and directly challenge the foundation establishment level. However, the commotion outside caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Donning his mask, Lin Feng opened the wooden window to observe the street below. For some inexplicable reason, a large group of women had gathered outside the inn. Where is Lin Feng? Have him come out. Is he truly as perfect as they say? I must see for myself. Once in a millennium beauty, it sounds like mere exaggeration. The cacophony outside was overwhelming. From their conversations, Lin Feng discerned his name, leaving him bewildered. Were these individuals here for him? How had his name spread? He's in there. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd spotted Lin Feng peering out of the window and exclaimed, "It's him, just as depicted in the painting, wearing a mask. Look at that figure, that Adam's apple. He's a true beauty." Quickly shutting the window, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. What was happening? How had he inexplicably gained fame overnight? Sensing a hint of danger, Lin Feng concluded it was prudent to leave Jiuxian City ahead of schedule. Arriving at the back door, he chuckled, "I knew this little man would escape through here." A woman clad in a luxurious gown, adorned with golden embroidery, leaned against the wall, her gaze towards Lin Feng laden with mischief. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Yan, one of the 4 young ladies of Jiuxian City." The woman confidently approached Lin Feng, reaching out to unveil his mask. "Let me see what this so-called once-in-a-millennium man truly looks like." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and took a step back. "Don't provoke me. The intrigue in the woman's eyes deepened. In that case, I'll offer you 100 spirit stones for a glimpse at your face. Keep that paltry sum for yourself," Lin Feng scoffed. Indeed, after experiencing the lavishness of that female devil, 100 spirit stones seemed trivial. Such arrogance. To dismiss 100 spirit stones. Jin Yin fanned herself. "What about 500 spirit stones?" Upon hearing her offer, Lin Feng paused for a moment. "Let's do this. We shall compete in strength. If you win, you may see my face. If you lose, you owe me 1,000 spirit stones. Oh, you wish to challenge me? I am a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Jin Yin regarded Lin Feng with skepticism. "Furthermore, I do not strike the elderly, nor do I strike men. If you're afraid, then do not obstruct my path." Lin Feng was also incensed. What nonsense about not striking the elderly or men? Why did it sound so irksome? His words ignited Jin Yan's temper. "Very well, man, I will fight you using only half of my strength." "Let us begin. Are you ready?" Lin Feng asked. "Humph, it has already begun," Jin Yan declared as she charged towards him. In response, Lin Feng raised the gun in his hand. Bang, the bullet was discharged. Jin Yan, rushing forward, suddenly sensed danger. Channeling her true energy, she prepared to resist with all her might. Unfortunately, the bullet's speed was too swift, and its penetrating power was formidable. With a piercing sound, her true energy barrier was breached, and the bullet exploded upon impact with her shoulder. With a pained cry, the woman staggered back several steps. "You've lost." Jin Yin, seething, dropped the storage bag in frustration. "But I will return once I recover." As the woman departed, Lin Feng picked up the storage bag. This truly 1,000 spirit stones. Gazing at the throngs outside the inn, he seemed to have discovered a lucrative opportunity. That day, not far from the inn, a platform was erected. Wins allowed one to remove his mask, while losses incurred a debt of 1,000 spirit stones. This peculiar platform attracted many challengers, yet few could produce the required spirit stones. Nevertheless, by day's end, Lin Feng had accrued 5,000 spirit stones. These mid-stage foundation establishment contenders posed no threat at all. With 5,000 spirit stones earned, that translated to 50,000 points. Lin Feng rewarded himself with a 6th level lottery. Ding, consumed 100,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Heart-Wrenching Sorrow. Remaining points, 550,000. Skill, Heart-Wrenching Sorrow. Description. This skill, when invoked, can evoke a protective instinct in the opposite sex. Its effectiveness is contingent upon the host's appearance and charisma. Upon seeing this skill, Lin Feng found no fault in it. He even felt fortunate, for it was certainly more agreeable than the previous 6th-level lottery reward. At the City Lord's residence in Jiu-Xian City, 4 stunning women gathered around a stone table, each deep in thought. The 9th princess visited our Jiu-Xian City yesterday to pressure my mother into aligning with her faction. The palace is rife with undercurrents. This is certainly not the time to take sides. Among the women, one donned a white silk gown, her clear apricot eyes revealing her gravity. Sister Bai Xiao, do not overthink it. The City Lord can handle it. We must simply avoid causing trouble for our elders. Beside her, a woman in red offered comfort to the one in white. Speaking of avoiding trouble, Jin Yin, whom did you provoke? Inquired another woman in black, fanning herself with interest. Jin Yan's expression soured. Sisters, I told you not to laugh at me. The next day, Lin Feng, masked and armed with a rifle, returned to the platform, seizing the opportunity to profit from this lucrative venture. Following another day of fervor, Lin Feng's fame as a once-in-a-millennium beauty had thoroughly permeated Jiu-Xian City. The number of challengers seeking to test Lin Feng had noticeably increased, yet against his technological weapons. Those below the perfect stage of foundation establishment stood no chance. Once again, Lin Feng effortlessly secured victory in a match, earning another 1,000 spirit stones. The audience below buzzed with murmurs. Most women disparaged the defeated woman for her lack of ambition. Unable to even manage a minor man, which is quite embarrassing. Is there anyone left? Lin Feng is reloading his gun with bullets. With no one around today, he scans his surroundings and realizes that more and more people are gathering. As the crowd thickens, he finds it increasingly difficult to maintain control. I have come to seek your guidance. A feminine voice emerges, and a woman in a white dress appears on the arena. Oh, isn't that the City Lord's daughter, Bai Xiao? This is getting interesting. Bai Xiao, the young City Lord, is ranked 9th on the Tianwu Empire's talents list. Her strength is at the perfected foundation stage, even possessing the power to challenge Golden Core experts. Perfected foundation stage, able to challenge Golden Core. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng coughs lightly. I'm done for today. I will return tomorrow. Tomorrow, Lin Feng plans to flee shortly. Haha, interesting. Bai Xiao observes Lin Feng's actions, speaking in a calm tone. Are you afraid of losing to me, fearing that I will unveil your mask and expose your unseemly appearance? Lin Feng scrutinizes the woman a bit longer. You know what I look like. I have no interest in knowing, Bai Xiao retorts, her voice unyielding. In just one day, news has spread throughout Jiu-Xian City. Do you really think I am unaware of your methods? You know best whether the face beneath that mask is ugly or handsome. A murmur rises from the crowd below the arena. Bai Xiao's few words reveal considerable information. At that moment, a woman in a black dress, accompanied by 2 others, approaches the arena. Everyone, the title of once-in-a-millennium handsome man attributed to Lin Feng was spread by the beggars gang. And no one knows his true appearance. Such a mask has sparked so much speculation. Lin Feng, you truly have a deep scheme. The woman in black claps her hands, her tone filled with admiration. Yet her smirk reveals her mockery. The young masters of the Heian and Jin families have also arrived. Many in the crowd recognize the identities of the black-dressed woman and her companions. Lin Feng is taken aback. It turns out someone has indeed spread the word about him. The crowd grows more agitated, their gazes toward Lin Feng hinting at barely concealed anger. Lin Feng remains unfazed. As long as it does not involve his spirit stones. Think what you will. I shall take my leave. Stop. Bai Xiao's voice is frosty. Remove your mask. Return the spirit stones one to those who challenged you and failed. Then leave Jiu-Xian City. If it were any other time, Bai Xiao and the other young ladies would have ignored Lin Feng's deceitful actions, even when Jin Yin suffered setbacks because of Lin Feng. They would not have taken such drastic measures. After all, Jiu-Xian City is not known for its good order. However, with the 9th princess now in Jiu-Xian City, the 4 young ladies witnessed the extent of the rumors surrounding Lin Feng and had to step forward. They could not allow Lin Feng's baseless rumors to tarnish the 9th princess's impression of Jiu-Xian City. Upon hearing Bai Xiao's cold words, Lin Feng's brows furrow beneath his mask. What if I refuse? Then I shall remove your mask and let everyone see your so-called once-in-a-millennium handsome face, Bai Xiao declared, transforming into a white silhouette that instantly appeared before Lin Feng. So fast. Lin Feng's pupils constrict. Indeed, those in the top 10 of the talents list are all extraordinary. He has no time to dodge. With a light tug, his mask is ripped away. The moment Lin Feng's face is revealed. Bai Xiao, who had exuded an icy demeanor, is momentarily taken aback. The noise from the arena and the crowd below falls into silence. Everyone feels as if a Cupid's arrow has pierced their hearts. What a stunning visage! His lips, perfectly proportioned, his nose straight and refined, and those deep-set eyes draw one, and he appears as if crafted by divine hands, with dark brows partially obscured by strands of hair. A flawless visage, a fleeting breeze brushes through, a wisp of black hair falling down. Lin Feng sighs inwardly. System, activate skill, melancholic sorrowed, in an instant. Lin Feng's eyes, which should have sparkled with joy, are instead filled with a tinge of sorrow. He gazes directly at Bai Xiao. You did it. You unveiled my mask. His words are laced with self-mockery. As he speaks, Lin Feng tosses the storage bag containing the spirit stones onto the arena. Since Xian City does not require my presence, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Feng turns to depart. Wait. Bai Xiao blocks Lin Feng's path. Gazing into the man's sorrowful eyes, she feels a rush of regret. She had misjudged him, causing him pain. Her attitude should not have been so rigid. Apologize, retain him. Bai Xiao wants to say something, yet finds herself at a loss for words. How will Bai Xiao imprison me? Lin Feng's expression remains unchanged, though he feels a twinge of anxiety. If she truly intends to imprison him, he finds himself powerless. He cannot fight nor flee. All to blame is the system for not granting him more strength, leaving him so passive. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Xiao looks at his impeccable face, her gaze momentarily faltering. This, your mask. Bai Xiao returns the mask she had taken off. Receiving it, Lin Feng puts it back on without saying a word and walks away. Once Lin Feng departs, the crowd erupts in excitement. A breathtaking beauty, an absolute gem. Such a man, if he could spend a night with me, I would willingly lose 10 years of my life. Truly a once-in-a-millennium encounter. Just one glance has stirred my heart. Tonight, I must visit the brothel for some relief. What tricks! What ugly man! Upon witnessing Lin Feng's appearance, everyone dismisses their previous thoughts. This is indeed a once-in-a-millennium handsome man. Meanwhile, the 4 young ladies of Xian City display varying expressions. I told you not to act impulsively. We could have resolved this differently. Jin Yin, adorned in a golden embroidered gown, bears a sorrowful expression. I shouldn't have told you. You've ruined my chances. After seeing Lin Feng's face, Jin Yin is filled with regret. What a fine young man, and now he has been driven away. The other 3 women are at a loss for words. As the scheme was proposed by the woman in black, supported by the woman in red, and executed by Bai Xiao in white. No, I must chase after him. Help me bid farewell to my family. Contemplating the situation, Jin Yin feels increasingly regretful. As a woman, if she does not take the initiative, there will be no story left with that man. Are you insane? Bai Xiao furrows her brows. Do you even know where that man is headed? Who cares where he goes? Am I afraid he will harm me? I actually hope so. Bai Xiao is momentarily left speechless. Bai Xiao, I believe Jin Yan's idea is quite good. The woman in red, among the 4, continues to gaze in the direction Lin Feng had departed. You agree with Jin Yan's thoughts? Bai Xiao's brows knit together. The woman in red, Hong Ling, squints her eyes slightly. Do you believe in love at first sight? Bai Xiao's heart skips a beat. What do you mean? I want to pursue that young man. Hong Ling does not hide her intentions. Jin Yan grows anxious. Hey, that young man is mine. Haha, you 2 are truly something. The woman in black chuckles and shakes her head. A charming young man. Women are drawn to him. Count me in. You all. Bai Xiao feels as if she is meeting these 3 sisters for the first time. On the flat road, Lin Feng senses an odd discord as he looks at the 3 women surrounding him. He had barely left Xian City when the 3 young ladies caught up. Upon learning he was headed to the capital, they immediately insisted on joining him. Lin Gongzi, are you heading to the capital for something specific? Hong Ling rides alongside him. Among the 3, only she has not clashed directly with Lin Feng. I am going to participate in the handsome man examination. Remembering the 40,000 spirit stones he has to compensate along with these 3 and Bai Xiao, Lin Feng decides not to dwell on the matter for now. Participate in the handsome man examination? Jin Yin, who overheard Lin Feng's words, turns her horse around. Lin Feng, do you intend to marry the rulers of the Tianwu Empire? Do you have insights? That is not acceptable. How can you marry those female ministers? Jin Yin is anxious. The situation in the Tianwu Empire is tumultuous. Countless lives are at stake. You cannot get entangled in this. Oh, surprised by the internal affairs of the Tianwu Empire. Lin Feng listens intently. The woman in black, Wu Yin, also chimes in. The Tianwu Empire is currently in disarray. A man as handsome as you would be better off following me. I am at least a disciple of the Xuanwu sect. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitches. As Lin Feng departs from Xian City, the topic of the once-in-a-millennium handsome man only escalates. Hundreds of women who have witnessed Lin Feng's appearance now firmly believe in his title. Like an amplifier, Lin Feng remains unaware that his reputation has begun to spread to several surrounding cities. Chapter 47. Home Raid the Abyssal Forbidden Zone. This is one of the most dreaded forbidden areas for all cultivators in the world. The deeper one goes, the more perilous it becomes. It is said that even nascent soul experts cannot remain in this area for more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet, in the central region of the Forbidden Zone, a woman sits cross-legged above a surging black spring. The space ripples, and a thick black mist appears beside her. What is happening? Is there a situation? The woman, seated in a meditative posture, gradually opened her eyes, her golden lotus glowing brilliantly in the darkness. "I have some news to report to the Demon Lord," she announced. The Grand Demon bowed respectfully to her. "Please, do share." With the Demon Lord's consent, the Grand Demon began to speak. The events of the past few days in Jiuxin City, particularly those involving Lin Feng, unfolded before them. This little man has even earned himself the title of a once-in-a-millennium handsome man. Ilian chuckled, but her tone turned slightly icy. The people of Jiuxin City should count themselves fortunate that he was not harmed. Otherwise, the city would have faced annihilation. "Demon Lord, should we eliminate those young individuals surrounding Lin Feng?" Having witnessed the Demon Lord's attitude towards that man, the Grand Demon was fully aware that Lin Feng was the Demon Lord's cherished possession. "In no need," Ilian replied, shaking her head. "That man will guard his virtue. Continue to observe him. Once I emerge from my seclusion and enhance my strength, I will seek him out personally." In the midst of the Tianlang mountain range, Lin Feng and Jin Yin quickened their pace. This area was notorious for banditry. They needed to pass through swiftly. Wu Yin's serene visage now bore a hint of seriousness, while Jin Yin remained unconcerned. "They are just bandits, and no matter how many come, I'll slay them all." As soon as she spoke, a row of great trees obstructed their path, and a formidable group of female bandits stood before them. "Miss Jean, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking?" Hong Ling suggested, exasperated. "Bandits, are they?" Lin Feng, masked and observing the scene, felt a pang of discomfort. Many of these bandits were brazenly exposed, and their unkempt appearances nearly made him lose his composure. The bandit leader, a bald woman, brandished her blade and commanded her cohorts, "Sisters, we have business. Keep the men as our captives, and eliminate the women." To the bandit leader, the four of them seemed easily manageable, leaving no room for negotiation. As the bandits charged, the three young ladies from Jiuxin City instinctively stepped forward. Wu Yin was at the peak of her foundational stage, renowned on the genius rankings. Hong Ling was at the later stage of the foundational level, capable of challenging the genius rankings. Jin Yan's strength. The trio represented the elite echelon of their age. Upon colliding with the bandits, they swiftly dispatched them with overwhelming force. They were cultivators at the foundational stage. The bandits finally realized their predicament, but by then, it was too late. Just as Wu Yin was about to deal with the last remaining bandit leader, Lin Feng intervened. "Let her take us to her lair." About half an hour later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at an empty mountain stronghold. The bandits that had ambushed them were the last remnants of the gang. Entering the stronghold's treasure vault, Lin Feng surveyed the rusted axes and the scattered treasures with a disapproving shake of his head. "How impoverished. System. Have all the valuable items here been devoured for points?" Ding. Host gains 10 points. "Only 10 points?" Lin Feng shook his head, feeling as though someone had squandered their youth. Ding. Host has raided the bandit stronghold, activating the system's annex function. Home invasion. Function. Home invasion description. After each raid, the host's strength will increase accordingly. New function. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt invigorated. Could raiding enhance his strength? "You should have mentioned this sooner." He was ecstatic. With this new feature, attaining greater power was within reach. Opening the home invasion panel revealed a map centered around Lin Feng. Numerous glowing points appeared, indicating potential targets for raiding. The intensity of the glow represented the treasure's abundance. Adjusting the map, he discovered that the capital was a veritable treasure trove. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In the Tianlang mountain range, there were also many worthy targets. It was about time. "You should have activated this function earlier." Lin Feng straightened his posture. Leaf Tian shook his head in disbelief. After leaving the stronghold, Lin Feng was brimming with confidence, while the three women looked on, perplexed. "Come, let me teach you to wield a weapon that requires no expenditure of true energy to deal with all cultivators below the foundational stage." With a grand gesture, Lin Feng handed each of the three women an AK-47, only effective against those below the foundational peak. "Then I likely have no need for this," Wu Yin remarked, aiming the weapon curiously. "Isn't this the weapon you used in the arena?" Jin Yin inquired. glancing at Lin Feng, that a man like you should not resort to such crude weaponry. I have even cruder weapons. Would you care to see? Lin Feng retorted playfully. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, he took a deep breath. As long as you can wield it, I can remove my mask. This. The three women abruptly looked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Is that true? That would be splendid. Let us begin our training. System, bear witness. I have not compromised my integrity. I merely... Host, I understand. Lin Feng marveled at the rapid adaptability of the cultivators. Within the span of merely 2 incense sticks, they had nearly mastered the weapon. After Jin Yin emptied a magazine, all eyes turned to Lin Feng's mask. There was no hesitation. Lin Feng removed his mask. Why should a man fear revealing his face? Gulp. Jin Yin swallowed hard. Wu Yin was left in awe, and Hong Ling's gaze was unwavering. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng distributed several magazines to each of them. I intend to represent justice and cleanse the entire Tianlang mountain range of bandits. If anyone has regrets, they may withdraw now. His words were so enticing that Hong Ling gazed at Lin Feng's face, whispering to herself, completely absorbed. Chapter 48. Pursuit. Lin Feng underestimated the power of beauty and charisma. The reason these 3 women had followed him from Jushin City was his striking appearance. Even Bai Xiao had contemplated pursuing Lin Feng, but as the young city lord, she could not leave. Observing the 3 women before him, now utterly infatuated, Lin Feng chose silence and began to follow the map of potential targets. With the 3 women trailing behind, they traversed mountains and valleys. Lin Feng arrived near a medium-sized bandit stronghold and accessed its information. Black Tiger Stronghold, notorious for its crimes, worthy of a raid. Foundational late stage, 1 foundational mid stage, 2 foundational early stage, 3 chi refinement stage, 10 common followers, 100. After reviewing the information, Lin Feng realized this stronghold was manageable. Thus, there was no need for stealth. Striding boldly to the entrance of Black Tiger Stronghold, the guard, a female bandit, spotted him first. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Sisters, there's a stunning man outside, an absolute gem." Where? Hearing of a man, several bare-chested women rushed to the entrance. "Wow, he's far more handsome than the brothel's top courtesan. What are you waiting for? Capture him and present him to the chief." "Hold on, let's see what this little man intends to do." "What do I intend to do?" Hearing their banter, Lin Feng raised his AK. Rat-a-tat-tat. In a storm of gunfire, a multitude of female bandits fell lifeless to the ground. What kind of weapon is that? The surviving bandits, filled with terror, could hardly comprehend how their comrades had perished. Before they could ponder further, another volley of bullets rained down from behind Jin Yin and the other 2 women. "Let us go inside." Lin Feng gestured to the 3 women. Upon entering the stronghold, the surviving henchmen stood cowering behind several imposing figures. "Who are you to trouble the Black Tiger Stronghold?" The leader, a middle-aged woman, spoke coldly. "Do you know that we have the backing of the Black Tiger sect?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered nervously towards Wu Yin before settling on Lin Feng. "If you leave this little man behind, I might consider this incident forgotten." Licking her lips, the bandit leader's eyes gleamed with greed. Bang! Lin Feng shot directly at the leader of the Black Tiger Stronghold. Blood gushed from her head as the leader, still wearing a greedy expression, collapsed heavily to the ground. Did the chief just die? The other bandits were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, it was as if a tree had fallen, and the entire stronghold erupted into chaos as everyone fled. "That's convenient." Lin Feng observed the now desolate stronghold and proceeded directly to the treasure vault. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have successfully raided a stronghold, earning 100,000 points. Ding! Host receives feedback. Realm has reached the foundational stage." Feeling the surge of nearly tenfold true energy within him, Lin Feng glanced at the empty treasure vault, satisfaction blooming in his heart. This was the ideal system he had envisioned. Emerging from the treasure trove, a multitude gathered in the village square. Among them were men and women, the elderly and the young, captives of the Black Tiger Mountain stronghold. What fate awaited them? Ignoring their plight would surely lead to their abduction or even execution by rival factions. Hong Ling approached Lin Feng's side. "Let us take a moment to rest. Shortly, I shall arm each of them with a firearm, and we will proceed to cleanse the bandit dens together." Lin Feng's words left Hong Ling and the others in astonishment. Was such a course of action not exceedingly reckless? Throughout the night, until the deep hours, Lin Feng had raided 7 strongholds, including that of the Black Tiger Mountain. His team had swelled to over 300 members. Lin Feng's own strength surged to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, with his points soaring to an astonishing 1.2 million. And what consequences awaited him? Each of those 7 strongholds had formidable backers. and Lin Feng had offended 7 factions akin to the celestial demon sect. Yet, he remained unperturbed, initiating a 7th-level lottery. The million-point lottery was Lin Feng's first foray into this realm of chance. The items on the roulette dazzled his eyes: cloud explosive bombs, golden core enlightenment, 7th-level spell books, teleportation, and the body of the cauldron. Everything was desirable, save for the 5th. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the body of the cauldron. Item: body of the cauldron. Description: the host's strength enhances, increasing the attraction of the body of the cauldron towards the opposite sex. The body of the cauldron. Lin Feng inhaled deeply upon hearing Yu Tian's voice. His mind swirling in confusion. A million points, and he received this. Well, he should have been used to it by now. The following day, Lin Feng intended to continue his plundering journey. However, the sects of the strongholds he had decimated sought him out. Dark as ink, ominous clouds loomed above, and a powerful golden core cultivator exuded a heavy pressure downward. You are the ones who annihilated our sect's outpost in the Howling Wolf Mountains. The woman in the sky, robust and imposing, spoke with a voice like a heavy bell. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. At that moment, Jin Yan stepped forward, her long hair cascading. I am the young master of the Jin family from Exine City. Do you have an issue with my destroying your worthless stronghold? The woman in the sky's eyes ignited with fury. How fortuitous, for our Gui Sha sect and your Jin family are sworn enemies. Today, I shall first eliminate you, the young master of the Jin family. Boom! It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The woman in the sky was no ordinary golden core cultivator. She was likely a high-level golden core cultivator. Perhaps beyond the 7th level. Run! Disperse! Lin Feng roared at the crowd while wearing a mask. As for the captives he had rescued the day before, he could not save them. He might not even escape himself. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, Jin Yan, Hong Ling, and Wu Yin instinctively fled in all directions. Lin Feng's speed was commendable, thanks to his recent breakthrough to mid-stage foundation establishment. Yet, that woman in the sky paid no heed to anyone else. Pursuing Lin Feng relentlessly, his heart raced with increasing urgency. Hadn't she just declared her intent to kill Jin Yan first? That fool Jin Yan had attracted such formidable enmity, simply by existing. Perhaps it was due to the host's body of the cauldron that she had taken notice. Yi Tian remarked, "You've caused me great trouble. Think of a way to help me escape." Lin Feng anxiously urged the system. Shaking his head, Yi Tian was about to employ some covert tactics when he suddenly sensed something and paused. Perhaps the host should remove the mask. It may afford you salvation. What? Lin Feng was perplexed. There is an extraordinary woman nearby observing you. You might sacrifice a bit of your appearance. Yi Tian suggested. While Lin Feng was left speechless, sacrifice his appearance. What did that imply? Had he ever needed to rely on his looks? Chapter 49. The 9th princess you cannot escape. The high-level golden core elder of the Gui Sha sect hovered above Lin Feng. A fierce gale swept through, dislodging Lin Feng's mask. Upon seeing his face, the elder's satisfaction grew. Come with me to the Gui Sha sect. I shall take you as my consort. A chill coursed through Lin Feng. It seemed all women in this world thought with their lower halves. Once he became powerful, he would incite a revolution among all men. A massive hand formed from pure energy loomed over Lin Feng, casting a deep shadow. Just as he prepared to be ensnared, a radiant golden light surged from behind him. The elder's attack melted away like snow under the sun, and even the dark clouds above were torn apart by the golden brilliance. In an instant, silence descended upon the world. Tap, tap, tap. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Gui Sha sect, you are not a demonic sect. It seems this is not the first time you've forcefully taken men. The woman's voice, calm yet authoritative, resonated. Who are you? The elder in the sky questioned, suddenly wary of the woman who had appeared beside Lin Feng. The one who had disrupted her energy was no weaker than she. You are not worthy to know my identity. The woman halted beside Lin Feng, casually gesturing behind her. Li Gong Gong. Dispose of her. Yes, your highness. The command echoed. Lin Feng saw and emerged behind the elder in the sky. He raised a feather duster toward the elder of the Gui Sha sect. A nascent soul cultivator. The woman above was filled with dread, realizing she had no chance to evade. As the feather duster swept through the air, a mist of blood erupted. Gulping, Lin Feng was left in shock. The formidable woman had been vanquished by a mere sweep. The woman gazed at Lin Feng's astonishment, a smile gracing her lips. You must be Lin Feng. You know me? Lin Feng turned to regard the woman. Dressed in a golden robe, she exuded an ethereal beauty, her delicate features framed by elegant brows and captivating phoenix eyes. Her alluring red lips enhanced her graceful visage. I have heard much about Lin Gongzi's reputation in Exine City. She chuckled lightly. Today, I finally meet you. Indeed, you are a striking figure, a rare beauty not of this world. Exine City. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. As people likely believed he had orchestrated that information himself, this day, he remained clueless as to who had disseminated that news. Offering a polite smile, he diverted the conversation. Thank you for your rescue. May I inquire your name, my identity? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Ji stood with her hands clasped behind her back. I am Ji, the 9th princess of the Tianwu Empire. 9th princess? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. As a princess, it was no wonder she had such a formidable guardian. You need not feel constrained by my status. Let us regard each other as friends. While saying this, Ji bent down to retrieve Lin Feng's mask. You are heading to the capital, I presume. How did you know? Ha ha ha. Lin Gongzi, do not overthink it. Ji gestured toward the distant official road. Upon passing the Howling Wolf Mountains, you shall reach the capital directly. I inferred your journey from this. Since you are heading to the capital, may I accompany you? But Lin Feng thought of Jin Yin and the others. Ding side quest released. Reach the capital within 3 days. Success reward. Godly culinary skills. Failure. No penalty. All right, we shall travel together. Lin Feng turned to the 9th princess, his expression solemn. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once, in the relatively smooth golden dragon jade carriage. Lin Feng gazed out at the scenery, lost in thought. If I am not mistaken, Lin Gongzi, your visit to the capital is for the male showcase assessment, is it not? Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Ji initiated the conversation. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. This reply caused Ji gaze to flicker. In truth, I do not wish for you to participate in today's assessment. Lin Feng's interest peaked. Previously, Jin Yin and the others had mentioned the assessment. And now Ji expressed disapproval. This realization made Lin Feng acutely aware of the peculiar nature of the showcase. Why do you say that? This year's assessment, Ji pondered before sighing. Speak frankly. Our Tianwu Empire finds itself in dire circumstances. Externally, we face pressures from 2 nations and demonic factions. Internally, the royal family is embroiled in a struggle for power, leading to chaos. Ji continued, revealing her thoughts without reserve. Prior to last year, our empire had already faced numerous crises, which have now erupted in full force. The reason I advise you against participating in this year's showcase is that we have guests in the capital. Guests? Lin Feng seized upon this crucial detail. Indeed, guests, Ji sighed. The Western Buddhist kingdom, the Northern Huns, and more than a dozen first-rate demonic sects have all come to the capital this year. They are eyeing our royal family, waiting for us to crumble. The assessment for the talented young men is imminent, and those ambitious individuals are filled with enthusiasm. At this point, Ji raised her gaze to the man before her, who appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting. Not only do you possess a celestial appearance, but you also have the physique of a furnace. If you participate, you are certain to be among the top 3 of the talented young men. However, if it comes to that, in the midst of this group of demons lurking, it may be difficult for our royal family to ensure your safety. Upon hearing Ji words, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He had not anticipated the situation would be so dire. At this moment, going to the capital would likely be in vain. Nevertheless, glancing at the system interface displaying the task of securing the title of the most talented young man, Lin Feng felt helpless. Could he truly retreat? The cost was a kidney. With a sigh, Lin Feng ultimately had to suppress his conscience and replied, Thank you, 9th princess, for your concern and for sharing the truth with me. However, participating in the assessment of talented young men is my dream, and I do not wish to back down at this moment. This declaration left Ji momentarily stunned. Lin Feng, you are indeed quite different from other men. Over the next 2 days, there were no pursuers, no robbers. The journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. After all, the 9th prince was accompanied by the golden dragon and imperial carriage, a symbol of the direct royal lineage of the Tianwu Empire. Within the Tianwu Empire, who would dare to obstruct their path? As the evening sun cast its golden rays, Lin Feng finally caught sight of a colossal city in the distance, resembling a great dragon lying on the ground. Presenting itself before him, this was the grand city of the fantasy realm. At first glance, the city walls appeared as majestic as mountain ranges. The lingering aroma of smoke and fire imbued the capital with a vibrancy distinct from the modern cities of his previous life. Ding! The host has completed the task. Reward. Divine culinary skills. After a brief appearance, Yi Tian returned to the depths of the system as the imperial carriage of the 9th princess arrived at the city walls. The guards respectfully bowed their heads. The 9th princess has returned. Awaiting Jiyu was not the soldiers within the city, but a woman of gentle demeanor, possessing a certain sickly beauty. In this world, any woman who stepped into the realm of cultivation, nurtured by the continuous flow of true energy, was fundamentally not unattractive. Of course, certain cultivation techniques could influence one's appearance, but that is another matter. Sister Wu, Jiyu stepped out of the dragon carriage, Why did you not take care of your injuries and come out like this? Alas, that something has happened. The fifth princess, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, appeared somewhat lost. Hearing this, Jiyu glanced at the city gate, her gaze flickering. Let us return to discuss the capital. Within an elegant pavilion, Jiyu, the fifth princess Jiyu Jiao, and Lin Feng, who wore a mask, gathered. Sister, who is this? Jiyu Jiao inquired, glancing at Lin Feng, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Allow me to introduce, this is Lin Feng, a friend I met on my journey, Jiyu replied, patting her elder sister's shoulder. Rest assured, Lin Gongzi is one of us. Feel free to speak openly. Indeed, one of us. Over the past 2 days, Lin Feng and Jiyu had grown quite familiar with each other, perhaps due to Jiyu addressing him not with diminutive terms like little man or young master. Lin Feng was more inclined to engage in conversation with her. Well then, the fifth princess Jiyu Jiao shifted her gaze from Lin Feng's masked face back to Jiyu. The empress recently issued a decree. The position of imperial daughter, crown prince, will be officially determined in 3 days. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiyu's heart tightened. To whom will the position of imperial daughter be granted? None. Jiyu Jiao shook her head. The empress stated that the position of imperial daughter is directly related to the assessment of talented young men. The assessment of talented young men? Jiyu felt a hint of confusion. How could such matters be connected to the imperial daughter? Jiyu quickly clarified. Because our Tianwu Empire's assessment of talented young men has piqued the curiosity of the other 2 nations and the demonic sects. They wish to participate as well. In light of this assessment, the 2 nations and the demonic sects have each sent a man, and they have allowed our Tianwu Empire to send 3 men to determine which nation's talented young man is the best. If we lose, we must cede Nanxiongzhou for them to divide. And if we win, Jiyu suppressed her rising anger. Jiyu Jiao sighed. Then they will agree to refrain from interfering with our Tianwu Empire for 1 month. What a remarkable arrangement between 2 nations and 10 demonic sects. Jiyu was filled with indignation. Such an unequal agreement. And that woman still agreed. The fifth princess silently nodded. The Tianwu Empire is weak. We cannot refuse this challenge. The empress has assigned the 3 positions representing the Tianwu Empire to our princes. She knows we have divided into 3 factions, so we and the 13th sister have 1 spot together. At this point, Jiyu understood. Then whichever of us 9 princesses sends forth a man who shines brightly against the 2 nations and 10 sects, that woman will pass the position of imperial daughter to whom? Jiyu Jiao nodded. When does the assessment begin? Jiyu inquired. Tomorrow is the first round, during which 2 will be eliminated. That soon. Jiyu felt a sense of urgency. Have the men representing us been chosen? Yes. I and the 13th sister have invited a man who is recognized as the most handsome man in the entire central continent. As she spoke, Jiyu cast a glance at Lin Feng, then whispered to Jiyu. I have seen him. That young man indeed has potential. In terms of appearance, Jiyu looked at Lin Feng, who had remained silent. If not for the significant gap, he wouldn't contribute much to the assessment. The upcoming inter-country competition will focus more on talent. That most handsome man from the central continent. Please bring him to me tonight. I want to have some assurance. All right, Jiyu Jiao nodded. Be careful. The capital has grown more chaotic recently. After concluding their conversation, Jiyu Jiao hurriedly departed. As the 5th princess left, Lin Feng felt a sense of unease. System, did you not say that I should complete the task of securing the title of the most talented young man? What is the current definition of the most talented young man? Are these 2 princesses referring to the comparisons with foreigners? Post has complete understanding. Yu Tian's voice emerged, calming Lin Feng's tumultuous emotions. But, Lin Feng reflected, if that is the case, then do I not even have a spot to compete? The host can strive for it. Wow, system, you are not coveting my kidney, are you? Lin Feng now pondered what level of lottery would allow him to regain his kidney. Naturally, this was merely a thought. Under the system's overwhelming influence, Lin Feng reluctantly approached the 9th princess Jiyu. You know, I believe it would be better if I participated in the assessment of talented young men on your behalf. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiyu paused. No need. Her tone was somewhat serious. I am speaking sincerely. Look, my strength is at the mid-stage of foundation building. I can compose poetry and write lyrics. Enough. Jiyu's tone grew notably firmer. As a man, do you understand how dangerous the assessment of talented young men is? Countless wolf-like eyes are watching. If you appear and are taken away by someone else, what shall I do? Stunned, Lin Feng was taken aback. This woman seemed to harbor different sentiments towards him. Yet, that was my dream. Lin Feng thought of the system's task, betraying his conscience as he spoke. His eyes also dimmed, the skill heartbroken activated, sadness permeating the air. Once this skill was unleashed, it deeply affected Jiyu, resulting in Lin Feng being pulled tightly into Ji Youyu's embrace. Her ample bosom pressed against Lin Feng as she whispered into his ear, "Once I seize the imperial throne, I will grant you whatever you desire." In that moment, the ninth princess Ji Youyu unabashedly revealed her innermost ambitions to Lin Feng. That night, the high-hanging full moon enveloped the entire capital in a silvery glow. In a certain room within a courtyard, a gentle knock echoed on the door de Ji Youyu, who was practicing her brush strokes inside, halted. "Come in." Creaked, the wooden door opened with a peculiar sound. Upon entering, a figure wrapped tightly in layers approached cautiously. "Little Master Wu Tong pays his respects to your highness, the ninth princess. You are the most handsome man in the central continent, Wu Tong." Turning to face the man, who was thoroughly bundled, Ji Youyu frowned slightly. "Please remove those wrappings." "Yes." The man responded softly, gingerly pinching the fabric with his fingers. It took him a considerable time to peel away the layers. After removing the excess wrappings, as he was about to take off more clothing, Ji Youyu waved her hand. "No need." Gazing at the man's delicate features, Ji Youyu momentarily drifted into thoughts of Lin Feng. In the past, this man would have been considered exquisite in her aesthetic judgment, but now, he felt somewhat out of place. "Do you possess any talents?" I can dance." The man, nervously gripping the hem of his garment, stood before Ji Youyu. "Well, show me a dance." Ji Youyu's expression remained neutral. "All right." Wu Ting nodded. Retrieving a music stone from his belongings, soft melodies flowed from the stone. Wu Tong began his performance. He adjusted his collar, letting it slip to his shoulders, his eyes reflecting desire as he danced before Ji Youyu, his body swaying like water plants, biting his lower lip, even emitting inexplicable gasps amidst the dance. Gradually, as the man danced closer to Ji Youyu, his garments fell piece by piece. "All right." Stopped. Ji Youyu pressed her lips together, her brows tightly knitted. However, the man seemed oblivious, continuing his dance unabated. With his collar lifted, Wu Tong leaned closer to Ji Youyu. "Your Highness, allow me to serve you." Wu Tong believed that no one could resist the allure of such a handsome man. Women, like tender pig trotters, would relent with just a hint of temptation. "If you do not cease, I shall have you thrown out." Ji Youyu's grip on her brush tightened, leaving several cracks as she struggled to maintain her composure. Her words, Wu Tong fell silent, looking at Ji Youyu with tears welling in his eyes. That Xiao Tong has not performed well, Your Highness." Taking a deep breath, Ji Youyu closed her eyes in contemplation for a long moment. "Return and rest. Prepare for tomorrow." "Understood. Xiao Tong will do so," he replied, lowering his head, a flicker of resentment crossing his gaze on the dimly lit street. Wu Tong was wrapped up tightly that he glanced around, ensuring he was not being followed before entering a concealed loft. Inside, 3 women adorned in golden robes sat around a round table. "Xiao Tong has returned." The 3 women smiled upon his arrival. "So, has Ji Youyu placed her trust in you?" Among them, the eldest woman, appearing to be in her 40s, expressed keen interest. "Rest assured, Your Highness, she has completely put her faith in me." "Ha, splendid." The 3 princesses beamed with delight. "Tomorrow, when you replace them in battle, I am eager to see the expression on Ji Youyu's haughty face." "Indeed, Sister Yu is still just a sister. She remains too naive amidst the palace's intrigues." The 3 women laughed heartily, while Wu Tong feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Your Highnesses, I have endured Ji Youyu's scolding for this. Do you have any rewards for me?" "Rewards? Ha! Indeed, there are significant rewards." The eldest princess, with her dark complexion, reached over to Wu Tong. "Tonight, I shall reward you well." The following day marked the contest between the Tianwu Empire, 2 other nations, and the demonic sect in the heart of the Tianwu Empire. A vast arena awaited. The 9 princesses, accompanied by their attendants, arrived early. Lin Feng followed closely behind Ji Youyu, fortunate to be present. The previous day, in a frenzy over the quota, Lin Feng had sought excuses, ultimately finding himself embraced by Ji Youyu, clad only in her thin nightclothes, for an entire night, but the scent of milk lingered. The humiliation was palpable. "Still angry?" Ji Youyu asked softly, her tone gentle. After her overstepping actions yesterday, she initially felt a twinge of regret, but had unconsciously begun to see Lin Feng as her confidant. "If you let me take the stage now, we can negotiate." Beneath his mask, Lin Feng was determined to make his case. After all, failing to participate equated to failure in his mission, and failure meant dire consequences. "That is unacceptable." Ji Youyu shook her head without hesitation. That moment, 3 women, each at least a generation older, passed by Ji Youyu. "Is that not our 9th sister? We thought you would not return after arriving back in the capital yesterday." "What a refined gathering you sisters have," Ji Youyu replied with a slight smile. "This leisurely lifestyle of eating and sleeping, like a well-fed pig, is one I cannot envy." Words exchanged like barbs. Ji Youyu showed no fear of the trio. Ha! Splendid. Our ninth sister remains as bold as ever, unyielding in any situation. The eldest princess scoffed. Let us see if you can maintain that defiant attitude later, as the princesses mingled with their attendants. The imperial court welcomed several groups. Among them were female monks clad in robes, adorned with prayer beads and gold bowls. Others, draped in luxurious fur, sported thick braids, their arms as robust as tree trunks. A large contingent, primarily clad in black, formed various factions, akin to a pack of hyenas driven solely by greed. The empress has arrived. As all were gathered, the voice of the old eunuch resonated clearly. Amidst the grand orchestral music, a heavily draped palanquin slowly revealed itself to the assembly. Behind it, a retinue of attendants and guards closely followed, showcasing the pomp of the occasion. Upon disembarking, all 9 princesses bowed. Proclaiming, "We greet our empress. Let the event commence," came a voice from within the palanquin. "It is high time we began to end the demonic faction," a gaunt woman cackled, "with your Tianwu empire in such a state. The empress certainly holds herself with great importance, making us all wait. You, so ugly, and yet you dare speak." The youngest princess, the 13th, puffed out her cheeks and stepped forward from behind Jiyu. Her words elicited laughter from many. Though the gaunt woman's eyes flashed with malice, yet she fell silent. The eunuch from the Tianwu Empire began to introduce the rules of the competition. Each contestant must showcase their talents within the hour. After which the Tianwu Empire's sacred artifact, the Wanxiang mirror, would evaluate them based on the audience's subtle expressions. It is that simple. The stage lies before you. You must rely on your own abilities to captivate the audience. Contestants, please step forward. As the eunuch laid down the rules, his gaze shifted to the 9 princes. 2 contestants immediately stepped out from among the 6 princes. Wait, why is Wu Tung there? Jiyoyu's eyes narrowed. Her chosen contestant had inexplicably moved to the eldest princess's side. Your Highness Jiyoyu, where are your contestants? The eunuch inquired, observing Wu Tung on stage, while the eldest princess and her companions watched the unfolding drama with smug satisfaction. Jiyoyu fell silent. Was the 9th princess planning to concede? At her words, Jiyoyu and her companions, the 5th and 13th princesses, instantly became the center of attention. Had they given up before even starting? This is quite a long-term perspective for the Tianwu Empire. The gaunt woman from the demonic faction taunted again. This time, the 13th princess clenched her silver teeth, unable to voice her frustration. She and the 5th princess glared at Wu Tung on stage, their eyes brimming with fury. Even if they lacked intelligence, they understood that Wu Tung had betrayed them at this crucial moment. Give up? Ji Yoyu's fists tightened, though she possessed other means to ascend to the emperor's position. It was best to avoid such tactics if possible. Just then, a figure darted past Ji Yoyu and ascended the platform. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Get down. Ji Yoyu's gaze sharpened. She had never anticipated Lin Feng would take the stage directly. Trust me. Lin Feng's voice held a commanding tone that momentarily rendered Ji Yoyu speechless. What is happening? How can they still have someone? Among the eldest princess's faction, several princesses expressed their surprise at Lin Feng's appearance. Humph, he must have been pulled in at the last moment. The 3rd princess scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. Look, this man even wears a mask on stage. He must be hiding his face for a reason. What could he possibly offer? The youngest princess's observation rang true. The eldest princess nodded in agreement, with the most handsome man from the Central Plains representing them. The other 2 princesses' contestants posed little threat. Now, they merely needed to eliminate the representatives from the 2 nations and the demonic sect to secure the position of empress, among the 3 men from the royal family taking the stage. Besides Lin Feng and Wu Tong, there was also a man adorned in delicate makeup. The representatives from the 2 nations included a swaying monk and a burly man strutting like a catwalk model. The sight sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. The only one who seemed somewhat normal was the man from the demonic sect, draped in a cloak, wielding a long sword, and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. With everyone in place, the competition was set to begin. The old eunuch waved his feather duster, and seats rose in concentric circles around the 6 male contestants, representatives from the demonic sect, the 2 nations. And the royal family settled into their designated seats. How did we end up with such a man on stage? In the demonic section, the leader of the Hahuan sect lounged languidly, her curves accentuated. What do you know? A man full of spirit cannot be compared to some superficial pretty boy, countered the leader of the Black Snake sect, habitually flicking his serpent-like tongue. Besides, this man is the pet of the Black Mouse Demon Lord. Do not speak without thinking. As the competition officially commenced, Lin Feng glanced over to see Wu Tung already beginning his striptease. The other royal contestant had also launched into a flamboyant dance. The representatives from the two nations followed suit, dancing as well. What was it like to be surrounded by 4 flamboyant performers? For a moment, Lin Feng considered fleeing, but he glanced at the man representing the demonic sect, who had removed his hat and began to dance with his sword. At least that sword dance was somewhat bearable. As the remaining 5 performers showcased their talents, the audience around them began to react, nodding or shaking their heads in critique. Unexpectedly, our esteemed Yuan Kaido from the demonic path, upon removing his hat, appeared remarkably handsome. His sword dance stirred emotions within me. The leader of the Hehuan sect licked his lips, seemingly indicating that the imperial family of the Tianwu Empire had run out of candidates. Beside him, the leader of the Fox Demon sect shook his head lightly, remarking that although both men were strikingly attractive, neither was a virgin. However, the masked figure had an air of mystery about him. Indeed, he was quite peculiar. In the spotlight, Lin Feng sidestepped the group of flamboyant men and sought an open space. A display of talent was required, but what talents did Lin Feng possess? Eating, that was merely the surface that he accessed his personal panel in the system. Host, Lin Feng Realm. Mid-foundation establishment appearance, 160-16 charisma, 140-42 skills, culinary mastery. Illusions, Kato Eagle's hand, heartbroken, divine cooking items, masculinity medal, worn, physique, furnace body points, 200,000. Having acquired divine culinary skills upon arriving in the capital yesterday, Lin Feng was ready to showcase his talent today. With a grand gesture, he summoned several barbecue grills into existence. The charcoal ignited. Taking skewers and spices from his storage bag, Lin Feng assumed the role of a barbecue chef, bustling between dozens of grills. What was he doing? Many spectators were taken aback. Was he really preparing a meal? In an exaggerated tone, the Grand Princess turned to her companion, Jiyoyu, saying, "This is hilarious. Ninth Princess, did you really bring a cook onto the stage?" Perhaps the princess considered that they might be hungry and had prepared in advance. Another princess chimed in. Laughter erupted around them. Viewing the masked figure as nothing more than a clown, Jiyoyu remained silent, her gaze growing colder toward the Grand Princess and her entourage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was diligently at work. With his mid-foundation establishment prowess, he managed to handle dozens of grills effortlessly, aided by his divine culinary skills. Hundreds of skewers cooked to perfection without a single one charred. Seasoning was liberally applied, and an irresistibly enticing aroma began to waft across the stage, reaching even the distant spectators. The rich scent caused many to swallow involuntarily. This clown appeared to be extraordinary. The remaining 5 men on stage were significantly affected. Under the influence of Lin Feng's divine culinary skills, the tantalizing aroma of the skewers clawed at their hearts, causing the dancers and Yuan Kaido to grow rigid, frequently glancing toward Lin Feng's barbecue stall. Before long, all the skewers were ready. Channeling his chi, Lin Feng sent skewer after skewer flying toward the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy." "Humph, how delicious can a skewer of meat be?" The Grand Princess turned her head dismissively. While she refrained from tasting, many from the demonic sect eagerly grabbed skewers, taking hearty bites. The leader of the Fox Demon sect savored the meat, his eyes sparkling with delight. The exquisite texture and non-greasy flavor burst forth in his mouth, as if the fibers of the meat came alive. Reminiscent of tender bamboo, the extraordinary taste delighted his palate, causing his tail to involuntarily perk up. Delicious. After finishing a few skewers, the leader of the Fox Demon sect gazed longingly at Lin Feng. Others who had tasted the skewers shared similar sentiments that in this fantastical world, the populace had little expectation for flavors, as the quality of ingredients primarily dictated taste. Yet Lin Feng transformed ordinary meat into a delicacy akin to dragon and phoenix. Lin Feng did not keep the eager audience waiting long and presented the second batch of barbecue. As half an hour passed, the entire talent assessment had transformed. Disciples of the demonic sect and imperial officials awaited Lin Feng's barbecue, resembling children anticipating a feeding. This was no longer a talent showcase, but a grand barbecue feast. Chapter 53. The final round. As an hour elapsed, the assessment time concluded. The myriad mirrors in the sky. Having analyzed the expressions of all spectators, assigned scores to the 6 participants below, Lin Feng ranked first, undoubtedly. Following him were representatives from the demonic path, the Western Buddhist Kingdom, and the Northern Xiongnu. The 2 eliminated were Wu Tong and another representative from the Tianwu Empire. This outcome left the Grand Princess and the 7th Princess with somber expressions that a first-round elimination. The imperial position slipped from their grasp, a sight they most dreaded. "Ha, Tianwu Empress, it appears you have no one left. Consider how to yield South Xiongzhou." boasted the northern Xiongnu's chieftain, brimming with pride. While I am delighted for your victory, chieftain, there remains a day that if you stay in the capital one more day, it would allow me to extend my hospitality. Remarked the empress in a raspy voice, tinged with flattery. Truly, the Tianwu Empire is fortunate to have such a splendid empress. The chieftain chuckled heartily. The representatives from the Western Buddhist kingdom lazily rose. Since it's over, let us meet again tomorrow. As the participants departed, Lin Feng regarded the man before him with a strange expression. The demonic path's male representative approached Lin Feng, furrowing his brow. Why do you carry the scent of the demon lord? He questioned, anger seeping through his words. What? Yuan Kaido's chi surged. What is your relation to the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Who is the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed by the inquiry. She is the woman who almost forced you last time, Yi Tian interjected, drawing Lin Feng's attention. This revelation caused Lin Feng's right hand to tremble. The commotion caught the ninth princess's eye, who swiftly moved to Lin Feng's side, interposing herself between him and Yuan Kaido. Are you planning to attack him? Humph. Yuan Kaido glared at Lin Feng behind Jiyu. Don't you think you can evade this question? I will uncover the truth. With that, he followed the departing figures of the demonic path. Are you all right? Jiyu grasped Lin Feng's hand, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. The night was enchanting. Deep within the palace, Yi Tian appeared. According to the original text, the source of the Tianwu Empire's dragon vein lay within the Qiankuan Palace, and now he had arrived. Approaching the massive plaque inscribed with Qiankuan Palace, Yi Tian strode forward. He had anticipated this visit since his arrival in the capital, but had found no opportunity until now. As he moved, Yi Tian's appearance shifted continuously. Ultimately, he transformed into an elderly woman. Anyone within the palace would recognize this old woman as the current empress. Upon reaching the gates of the Qiankuan Palace, the two guards, upon seeing Yi Tian, were momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, they exclaimed, hastily bowing in respect. Yi Tian nodded coldly, then proceeded into the palace. The guards dared not impede his passage. As Lin Feng moved away, the two guards exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't the empress gravely ill, beyond recovery? How could she suddenly appear, and looking so well? The robust female guard expressed her confusion. Are you foolish? The Qiankuan Palace is infused with the empress's essence. If that person were not the empress, how could she enter? The slender female guard replied, concerned for her partner's intellect. Meanwhile, inside the Qiankuan Palace, Yi Tian navigated through the air's qi to reach the core area. Here lay a colossal formation, within which resided the Tianwu Empire's dragon vein. Tentatively stepping inside, the formation did not repel him. The system's replication function had essentially duplicated the empress's attributes, aside from her strength. In the original text, the current empress of the Tianwu Empire bore a striking resemblance to Cixi from historical records. Gazing at the dragon vein within the formation, Lin Feng activated the devouring function. Let me stoke the flames for you. Extinguishing the current empress will be swifter than rebellion. A nation's dragon vein. Yi Tian sensed the energy within was beyond his expectations. In the previous world, even when the protagonist was absent, one could only pilfer millions of points from the heavenly Dao's loopholes. Yet in this world, a single dragon vein was estimated to be worth 200 million points. An hour later, before departing, Yi Tian cast one last glance at the location of the palace treasury. The restrictions were far too powerful for him to tackle at present. But it would not be long now. Returning to Lin Feng's consciousness, Yi Tian surveyed the points he possessed in the vast white space of the system, contemplating how to expend them in the unfolding narrative. The following day, at the same time and place, Lin Feng, Yuan Kaido, and the others arrived at the familiar venue. The official on the high platform, using his distinctive voice, proclaimed, today's rules dictate that no talents from yesterday may be repeated, and all must reveal their true identities. Scoring will remain as before, evaluated by the myriad mirrors. This alteration in the competition rules seemed directly aimed at Lin Feng. As his culinary prowess had overshadowed the others' performances, the requirement to reveal their true identities further targeted Lin Feng, for he alone wore a mask among the contestants. Such a change in rules, set against the backdrop of the Tianwu Empire, left Lin Feng perplexed as he glanced toward the empress's palanquin, noting her lack of a firm rebuttal. Once again, it remained tightly sealed, revealing nothing of its true nature. You cannot go. Jiyu grasped Lin Feng's arm, her tone earnest. If you wear a mask, I might relent, but if you reveal your true face, I absolutely cannot allow it. Lin Feng struggled against Jiyu's grip. Once this contest concludes, I will be first. Hearing this, Jiyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, further solidifying her resolve. You need not vie for this title on my behalf due to my status as the imperial daughter. Who does it matter for you that I must protect my own interests? Lin Feng reassured her. Do not worry. We will forego the competition. The next steps are mine. Ji Youyu affectionately squeezed Lin Feng's hand. Your Highness, it is time for someone to take the stage, the elderly official on the field remarked, oblivious to the situation at Lin Feng's side. Ji Youyu shook her head in response. We have withdrawn. What? Withdrawn? What is happening? Are you afraid? The elders from the first princess's side began to murmur, speculating that if Ji Youyu withdrew now, the empress would undoubtedly be enraged. The title of imperial daughter would no longer be Ji Youyu's. Could it be that the man was so unattractive that he dared not take the stage? How amusing. Would the Tianwu Empire willingly hand over a continent to us? The Chanyu of the northern domains Xiongnu wore a broad smile. Amidst the growing chaos, the empress's hoarse voice emerged from the golden dragon palanquin. With so many allied nations watching, a Jew, do you wish to humiliate me? Let that man take the stage. Chapter 54, A Rebellion. Mother Empress? Ji Youyu turned toward the palanquin, her eyes reflecting intense emotional turmoil. That if he takes the stage, can you ensure his safety? Upon hearing her words, the empress's voice echoed hoarsely from within the palanquin. All present here are friends of our Tianwu Empire. Do you fear that our allies will harm our own people? Listening to the empress's words, both Ji Youyu and Lin Feng furrowed their brows. The empress, as the sovereign of a nation, seemed to be groveling before the encroaching powers. Sensing the tension, Lin Feng patted Ji Youyu's shoulder. Rest assured, I will handle this. This juncture, he had to step forth. Otherwise, Ji Youyu and the empress would have no way to retreat. Under the gaze of all present, Lin Feng ascended the platform forth. The contest commenced out on the platform. Men from the Western Buddhist Kingdom and the Northern Xiongnu played music, while the demonic factions Yuan Kaido danced with a long spear. The crowd's attention shifted from the three handsome men on stage to Lin Feng. With a sigh, Lin Feng glanced at the women around him, placing his hand over his mask and slowly removing it. As his ethereal visage was unveiled, every woman present felt their hearts skip a beat. The myriad mirrors in the sky seemed to assess his beauty, rapidly assigning him points based on the expressions of those around him. Before long, Lin Feng's score soared far beyond the other three competitors, even surpassing the record he set the previous day. Lin Feng had no desire to rely on his looks. However, the shallowness of the crowd was undeniable. I have lived for millennia and have never encountered such exquisite beauty, exclaimed the leader of the Black Snake sect, his face filled with awe. The leader of the Hahuan sect, with his pink-hued pupils, revealed a fervent desire. With such beauty and a perfect physique, I must have him. Who wouldn't desire such a man? Nearby, a seductive fox with crossed legs seemed to be contemplating something. An hour later, without a doubt, Lin Feng, having done nothing, was awarded the title of Most Handsome Man, securing a precious month for the Tianwu Empire. Ding! The host's task was complete. Congratulations to the host for earning a level 8 lottery chance. Most onlookers continued to fixate on Lin Feng. The competition concluded, yet his situation began to deteriorate. Under Ji Youyu's vigilant protection, Lin Feng departed amidst the envious gazes of other princesses and demonic cultivators. As Lin Feng left, Yuan Kaido's expression darkened, followed by a derisive chuckle, as if he had just thought of something. Upon returning to Ji Youyu's courtyard, Lin Feng was confined to his room by her. I must visit the palace to see the empress. You must not step outside, Ji Youyu instructed, leaving behind the Yuan-ing realm Li Gonggong as a guard. Lin Feng could only sigh in resignation. Turning to the artistic film on the system to pass the time, in the evening, Ji Youyu had yet to return. Instead, a silver-haired official with purplish lips stood at Lin Feng's door. This official was not Li Gonggong, but rather Zhao Gonggong, who served the empress. Behind him, Li Gonggong, in the Yuan-ing realm, had already collapsed. Lin Feng, Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence. Come with me, Zhao Gonggong said. What is this about? Lin Feng squinted, sensing that this individual was not benign. Once you accompany me, you will understand. Upon meeting Her Majesty, Zhao Gonggong spoke without room for negotiation, waving his feather duster, causing Lin Feng to faint. Carrying Lin Feng, Zhao Gonggong departed, leaving the room in silence. Minutes later, with a ripple in space, Yi Tian's figure appeared in the room. Observing the direction Zhao Gonggong had taken, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. All of this was anticipated. It seems my system's prophetic abilities can be activated after this world concludes. That as he spoke, Yi Tian produced a note. After confirming its contents, he placed it on Lin Feng's desk. When Lin Feng gradually awakened, he found himself before two figures, Zhao Gonggong and a wrinkled old woman. The old woman bore no semblance of beauty. Her pale skin and lifeless eyes could easily frighten a child into silence. It was evident that this woman was the reigning empress. No wonder she had remained hidden within the palanquin. Her visage was truly unappealing. "Are you Lin Feng?" the empress inquired, blowing on her cup of tea. "Today, you secured the title of most handsome man for me. Very commendable." As she spoke, the empress waved her hand at Zhao Gonggong, who presented a tray containing 100 taels of gold. Lin Feng stared at the contents of the tray, momentarily taken aback. 100 taels of gold. The value of this mundane item is even less than that of 100 low-grade spirit stones. After such a crucial competition, this is my reward. In truth, he cared little for the prize. What he sought to understand was why they had brought him here in secret from Ji Yuyu. "Your Majesty, you summoned me here just for this?" "Indeed. You are our empire's most handsome man. Your thoughts are quite expansive." The old woman observed that in fact, I have another task for you. "What is it?" The empress set down her tea, speaking leisurely. "Tomorrow, 2 allied nations and those from the demonic faction will depart. And I wish for you to host them tonight." "Host them?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Did they specifically request this? The old woman shook her head. "I noticed they were displeased after their defeat today. So I took the liberty of deciding that you should entertain them to lift their spirits. Do not hold it against me. This is for the sake of our Tianwu Empire." Utterly absurd. Lin Feng struggled to comprehend the mindset of such a sycophantic ruler, a sovereign. Her spine was even weaker than that of a caterpillar. "Humph. Do you dare to speak back to Her Majesty?" Zhao Gonggong glared. "Take him away and administer the medicine." The empress waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was not negotiating, but merely announcing that as the night turned cool, Ji Yuyu returned to her residence in a foul mood. The entire afternoon, which should have been spent hearing from the empress, had passed without even a glimpse of her. It seemed the empress intended to feign ignorance and break her promise once again. Indeed, it appeared she would renege. This stepmother, who had risen in power, likely never intended to bestow the title of imperial daughter upon Ji Yuyu's lineage. Although she had mentally prepared herself, Ji Yuyu's heart brimmed with disappointment. Fortunately, she had Lin Feng, the handsome man, to soothe her spirit and lighten her emotions. She would not relinquish the title of imperial daughter for his sake. She headed straight to Lin Feng's door. Upon seeing the unconscious Li Gonggong on the floor and the wide-open door, a chill ran down Ji Yuyu's spine. She dashed into the room. Lin Feng was gone, kicking Li Gonggong on the ground with force. He slowly regained consciousness. "What happened? Where is Lin Feng?" "Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I failed to protect him, and Zhao Gonggong took him away." Li Gonggong knelt, panic etched across his face. Zhao Gonggong. Upon hearing that name, Ji Yuyu felt a jolt of alarm, her latent energy swirling within her. "Your Highness, there seems to be a note left by Lin Feng." Li Gonggong glanced at Lin Feng's room, clearly spotting a piece of paper. Hearing this, Ji Yuyu quickly snatched up the note. "Yuyu, by the time you read this letter, I must have already perished." "No." Upon reading the first line, Ji Yuyu teetered on the edge of losing control. Suppressing her fear and unease, she continued to read. "Yesterday, I met with the Empress. She remarked that I am quite handsome, a coveted offering for the nation's myriad mirrors, as long as I willingly become a sacrifice. The sacred artifact will transform. The Tianwu Empire can regain its former glory. She pledged that if I agreed to the sacrifice, she would bestow upon you the title of Imperial Princess. Otherwise, she would unite with the other princesses to obliterate you. You must have realized by now that I consented, that I wish for your survival. And as for me, that it would surely be worth the exchange. No, it cannot be so. Why are you so foolish? How could they possibly kill me?" Tears welled in Ji Yuyu's eyes. She never anticipated that the Empress would resort to such treachery, nor did she foresee Lin Feng's devotion to the extent that he would die for her. Heartache, fury, and ultimately madness surged within her. The emotional turmoil reached its zenith, and her true energy erupted, shattering the layers of concealed power that bound her. Golden Core Level 3, Golden Core Level 5. Nascent Soul, First Transformation. Nascent Soul, Second Transformation. Ascension, the strength she had hidden for a decade was unleashed in this moment of loss of control. Nearby, Eunuch Li widened his eyes, too astonished to utter a sound. "Gather our 200,000 Imperial Guards. Recall 50,000 of the Brocade Guards, and summon everyone in the court." Ji Youyu's silver teeth shattered in her resolve. "Ji Tongshan, I had intended to wait for you to step down out of old affection and national sentiment. But now, you have touched my reverse scales, and I shall rebel." Chapter 55. Blood stains the imperial city that night. Chaos enveloped the imperial city. In the bustling streets, battalions of imperial guards swiftly assembled. Many citizens of the capital were horrified to discover that the direction of these guards was towards the palace. Such a grand mobilization was hardly concealed, resembling an outright declaration of war. Gazing at the still prosperous palace, the people could faintly sense an impending storm. A change was coming. In the palace's main hall, music and dance filled the air. Those of the demonic sect and the northern Huns of the western regions were seated around. Delicacies laid before them, at the head of the table. Empress Ji Tongshan sat composed. Such exquisite offerings. Is the Empress truly to present them to us? The leader of the Fox Demon sect gazed at the unconscious Lin Feng in the great hall. Licking his lips, in response to the Fox Demon sect leader's words, Ji Tongshan flattered, "Our small nation has little to offer, thus I present this handsome man, hoping you all will not find him lacking." "Ha ha ha, splendid," nodded the great Khan of the northern Huns. "Though this handsome man is as beautiful as a celestial being, how shall we divide him among so many?" The leader of the Black Snake sect's serpent tail transformed into a pair of delicate legs, creating a momentary hush. However, it was broken by the light laughter of the leader of the Joyous Union sect. "Why not share him? I possess a technique that allows us to enjoy this man's alchemical body together." Together? The leader of the Fox Demon sect's furry tail wagged joyfully. "That sounds quite agreeable at this moment." Few were aware of Lin Feng's plight. The great demon lord was among the few who understood. The demon lord had dispatched her to protect Lin Feng, and it seemed she now had no choice but to intervene. In the void, demonic mist surged. The great demon lord revealed her tall figure, a bunch of trash, seeking death, recalling the Golden Lotus demon lord's attitude towards Lin Feng. As the great demon lord prepared to reach the palace, a calm voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Now is not the time for you to appear." The man's voice emerged without warning. The great demon lord's pupils widened in shock. Who? She had failed to sense anyone nearby. After her words fell, Yi Tian's tall silhouette slowly materialized not far from her. "Who are you?" Gazing into the man's profound eyes, the great demon lord felt a growing heaviness in her heart that a man whose strength she could not fathom. In this world, there were but a handful of women whose power eluded her grasp. But no man had ever done so. Upon hearing the great demon lord's inquiry, Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "You may call me Yi Tian, the demon lord." "What?" The great demon lord's pupils trembled violently. "The demon lord? Impossible. In this world, there are only 6 beings of the demon lord and saint level. How could you possibly be a demon lord, and a man at that?" Yi Tian was unperturbed by the great demon lord's reaction. Just yesterday, he had merely been at the nascent soul level. However, after acquiring a substantial amount of points from the dragon vein, he had continuously elevated his strength. 200 million points had allowed him to reach the level of a demon lord through the cultivation system of the ancient Black Spring Emperor. Believe it or not is up to you. Yi Tian's deep gaze revealed little emotion. "What I must convey is that you should not intervene." Listening to Yi Tian's words, the great demon lord's surrounding demonic mist tore at the fabric of space. "Stop pretending. If a demon lord is born, would there not be a heavenly tribulation to mark the occasion? You are not even of the demon lord caliber. Get out of my way." Boom. Behind the great demon lord, 100-meter-tall Rakshasa seemed to have crawled from the abyss, obscuring the moon in the sky. "Are you intending to fight me?" Lin Feng smirked at the spectacle created by the great demon lord. Had he not timely improved his strength, he would have been unable to contend with this great demon lord, who was merely a tier below a demon lord. Extending his palm, a hum resonated in that moment. The entire imperial city felt as though it were ensnared by a mysterious power. Should a powerful being gaze down from the heavens, they would clearly see an enormous hand, spanning thousands of meters, descending like a collapsing sky, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. Though only a tier separated the demon lord from the great demon lord, the disparity was akin to that of a firefly against the bright moon. Watching the enormous hand approach, the great demon lord's shock was indescribable, as her Rakshasa form began to shatter in mere moments. Crash! Like thousands of mirrors, they shattered in a cacophony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The great demon lord staggered back 1,000 meters, gritting her teeth against the pain. She gazed at the man ahead, her trembling pupils unable to calm. She believed he truly was of the demon lord caliber. Had he not held back, she would have perished. "Leave." Yi Tian lifted the restraint binding the void. Though the prior battle had been earth-shattering, due to Yi Tian's intervention, the people of the imperial city remained largely unaware of the anomaly. Casting one last deep glance at the man in the void, the great demon lord uttered not a word and swiftly departed. In the capital, the imperial city was divided into 4 gates. The Vermilion Bird Gate. the Black Tortoise Gate, the Azure Dragon Gate, and the White Tiger Gate. Now, beneath the Black Tortoise Gate, Jiyu sat atop a white steed with her eyes closed, her aura exuding a chilling intensity. Beside her stood the worried Jiu. Sister, are you truly choosing to act tonight? Is this not a hasty decision? As Jiu's words reached her, Jiu slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs. Tonight, either Ji Tongshan dies, or I, Jiu, perish. The uncompromising tone silenced Jiu. Your Highness, the 200,000 Imperial Guards have assembled at the Black Tortoise Gate. A female general clad in black armor respectfully saluted Jiu. Another figure in brocade attire approached and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, the 30,000 brocade guards have arrived. They're all here. Upon hearing the commanding officer's report, Jiu turned her horse towards the grand gates of the Black Tortoise. Brocade guards, heed my command. Yes, the resounding, synchronized voices echoed through several streets. Enter the Imperial City. Take no prisoners. Understood. The brocade guard responded in unison, and almost immediately, figures clad in brocade rushed into the Imperial City. Imperial Guards, follow my lead. At your command, the 20 Imperial Guard commanders knelt on one knee. Follow this princess into the Imperial City, directly to the palace. Yes, the rebellious forces, like a cold machine, surged into the Imperial City under Jiu's command. Within the Imperial City, the continuous wails of the dying echoed. The thick scent of blood and the warm pools of crimson had transformed this sacred Imperial City into a veritable hell of slaughter. Chapter 56. The Grand Dragon Formation. The brocade guards were remarkably efficient executioners. The rampage of 30,000 brocade guards left nothing but a sea of bodies. A change is upon us. A change is upon us. Those who temporarily survived cried out in terror. Ninth Imperial Princess, what are you doing? Are you planning to rebel? A purple-robed eunuch approached Jiu. His voice as grating as a duck's. Laced with powerful energy, Eunuch Zhao, tilting her head slightly. Jiu's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Is he the one who took Lin Feng? Eunuch Zhao's gaze sharpened, disbelief crossing his features. You are doing this for that man? You are indeed involved. Jiu extended her hand into the void, a long spear crackling with electric energy slowly materializing. That I grant you one chance. Tell me, what has become of Lin Feng? Ninth Imperial Princess, that is the Empress's directive. As an Imperial Princess, you should not involve yourself. Eunuch Zhao looked at Jiu, his tone now laced with veiled threats. If you do not cease your actions, I shall be compelled to act on behalf of Her Majesty. That I believe Her Majesty would not blame me, he added with a mocking laugh. Ha, what a joke. Jiu laughed, though the murderous intent in her eyes reached its peak. Then I shall take my leave. A purple shadow rapidly approached Jiu as Eunuch Zhao shook his head. You should not be unguarded before a master of the Ascension Realm. Oh, a master of the Ascension Realm? Jiu scoffed, her long spear striking out like divine thunder. Boom! The entire firmament resonated with a thunderous roar. With a piercing thrust, the sharp spear instantly pierced through the heart of Grand Eunuch Zhao, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. You! Zhao gazed at the spear embedded in his chest, his finger tremblingly pointing at Jiu, his eyes filled with horror, transcendence, completion. Ignoring Zhao, Jiu casually flicked her wrist, shattering his corporeal form and nascent soul without granting him a shred of chance for survival. She pressed onward, leading an army of 200,000 elite troops. Jiu's scale of action could entirely encircle the Imperial Palace. Within the palace's main hall, the Fox Demon sect leader, who was tending to the slumbering Lin Feng, felt a slight tremor in his ears. Why is it so noisy outside? It seems something is amiss. The leader of the Hehuan sect narrowed her seductive eyes as the atmosphere in the hall turned eerily silent. Suddenly, a frightened little eunuch rushed into the hall, panic-stricken. No, it's bad. Your Majesty. The little eunuch gasped for breath, his face awash with terror. This sight deepened Ji Tongshan's furrowed brow. What is it? Speak, Your Majesty. There's a rebellion. The ninth princess has rebelled. The little eunuch finally caught his breath, relaying this astonishing news. Bang! Ji Tongshan abruptly rose from his seat, his murky eyes igniting with sharp intensity. Impossible! How dare Jiu rebel? It is true, the little eunuch affirmed earnestly. At this pace, the ninth princess will lead hundreds of thousands of elite troops to the palace in no time. Upon hearing this, Ji Tongshan's expression darkened. The surrounding practitioners from the demonic path and the two nations exchanged glances, astonished that she truly dared to act. Ji Tongshan looked at those present, forcing a semblance of a smile. I apologize for the disturbance. Dear friends, Allow me to resolve this calamity, and then we shall return to merriment together. How intriguing, mused the great Khan of the northern Huns, taking a sip of his drink. That go ahead, we shall await your return. There was no hint of willingness to assist. Those whom Ji Tongshan had entertained were akin to hyenas, feasting on flesh without a shred of gratitude. Very well, I shall return shortly. Ji Tongshan's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Ji Youyu encountered the first substantial line of defense within the palace. The Tianwu Imperial Army, comprised of 500 soldiers, each possessing formidable high-level golden core prowess. This was the strongest military force of the Tianwu Empire, commanded by the Empress herself, serving as the bastion of the palace's security. Your Highness, to rebel is an act of treason. Stand down, urged the female leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army, who stood at the forefront. Step aside. Ji Youyu's spear pointed menacingly toward the ground. That if you obstruct me, the Tianwu Imperial Army shall be expunged tonight. With these words, the leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army sighed. We exist solely to protect the palace. Foolishness, Ji Youyu retorted, waving her hand toward the rear. Instantly, powerful soldiers emerged, their formidable auras palpable. The Tianwu Imperial Army was merely a facade of power, and Ji Youyu had long prepared a cadre of potent warriors to counter this very force. I leave them to you, Ji Youyu commanded. Glancing at the 50 nascent soul experts, they nodded confidently. Your Highness, rest assured. Even the Tianwu Imperial Army posed little hindrance to Ji Youyu. They watched helplessly as she led her 200,000 elite troops toward the palace, yearning to intervene. However, as soon as they moved, the 50 nascent soul experts blocked their path. The leader of the Tianwu Imperial Army felt a wave of complexity wash over him. Tonight, the heavens were truly about to change. At the Qiankuan Palace, a golden dragon carriage stood ominously in the center of the road, surrounded by thousands of palace eunuchs and maidens. As Ji Youyu arrived, the frail voice of Ji Tongshan emerged from within the carriage. Ajio, do you comprehend what you have done? You have slaughtered across the imperial city. You have drenched the palace in blood. This is rebellion. Ji Tongshan pulled back the curtain, stepping out of the carriage as she continued. Throughout the generations, no ruler of the Tianwu Empire has ever seized the throne through rebellion. Ajio, you have disappointed me greatly. Very greatly. Disappointment? Ji Youyu scoffed disdainfully. I have never needed the expectations of a venomous woman like you. During your reign, were you ever aware of the people's disappointment in you? Pointing her spear at Ji Tongshan, she declared, the throne is not a seat for a short-sighted old hag like you. Utterly outrageous, Ji Tongshan thundered. Once she calmed her emotions, she revealed her toothless grin. Ajio, you might not know why none of our Tianwu Empire's rulers have ever ascended through rebellion, right? Ji Youyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Remaining silent, Ji Tongshan continued. In truth, the entire palace is an ancestral dragon formation. As long as I utilize my own seal to manipulate the dragon vein's essence, the ancestral dragon formation will activate, rendering even those at the void refinement or Dao integration levels incapable of escape. As Ji Tongshan spoke, her aged face was suffused with a chilling smile. Thus, those who have rebelled throughout the ages have met their demise. Upon hearing this, Ji Youyu felt a grave seriousness arise within her. Now, you cannot escape. Ji Tongshan slowly raised her head, a seal embedding into the Qiankuan Palace nearby. Damn it, Ji Youyu's heart tightened. Indeed, I have underestimated the intricacies of rebellion. Just as she contemplated shouting for the elite troops to retreat, Ji Tongshan's face became rigid. Where is the dragon vein? Why is there no response? Murmuring, Ji Tongshan cast another seal. Where is the dragon vein? Where is the dragon vein of the Qiankuan Palace? In that moment, Ji Tongshan finally realized that the ancestral dragon formation existed, but for some unknown reason, the dragon vein to activate it was absent. With a sigh of relief, Ji Youyu sneered coldly. It seems even the heavens do not favor you. Impossible. How could the dragon vein be missing? Ji Tongshan shook her head vehemently, struggling to accept this reality. Seize her, Ji Youyu commanded icily. As her words fell, two generals of the nascent soul realm from the elite troops stepped forward to restrain Ji Tongshan. With her strength only at the pinnacle of golden core, she stood no chance of resistance. As Ji Tongshan was apprehended, the thousands of palace maidens and eunuchs ahead knelt in terror, clearing a path for passage. On horseback, Ji Youyu glanced at the unconscious Ji Tongshan. Thoughts of Lin Feng, who had perished for her, flooding her heart with sorrow. I have avenged you. Can you return now? In the main hall of the palace, which was meant for the leaders of the two nations and the demonic practitioners to revel in the company of the handsome Lin Feng, The scene was now drenched in crimson blood. The quiet main hall was filled with the fallen bodies of the great Khan of the northern Huns, the foremost of the Western Buddhist kingdom, and the leader of the Hahuan sect, all lying in a pool of warm blood. They were dead, all of them dead. Many lay with wide-open eyes, as if they had witnessed some unspeakable horror. As a tea's worth of time passed, Jiuyu and the fifth princess, along with other generals, arrived at the Tianwu Empire's imposing main hall. The scent of blood? Jiuyu frowned slightly, stepping cautiously into the main hall. When she arrived, it was as if she had been struck still, frozen in shock. The entire hall was suffused with blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. Yet, in one corner, a man stood out like a flower blooming amidst a blood spring. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Jiuyu rushed to the man's side, trembling as she embraced him. Feeling his heartbeat, an unprecedented joy surged within her. This man was far more important than the throne. Jiuyu remained unaware of the man emerging from the shadows nearby. If not treated promptly, Lin Feng would likely remain in a state of unconsciousness indefinitely. The voice from the shadows startled Jiuyu. Looking up, she saw a man whose appearance wasn't as striking as Lin Feng's, but whose unique and mysterious aura had a far greater impact than mere looks. Who are you? Yu Tian, the man replied, gesturing to the surroundings. These individuals are all my doing. The implication of his words was clear. He had saved Lin Feng. Jiuyu recognized this and felt a wave of gratitude toward Yi Tian. Thank you. Remembering Yi Tian's earlier words, she inquired, you mentioned that if Lin Feng is not treated in time, he may never awaken. Yes, his soul and spirit have been extracted. Yi Tian nodded, secretly pleased to have encountered the main storyline. His soul and spirit have been extracted. How do we save him? Though Lin Feng was not dead, his current state was clearly not what Jiuyu wished to see. That I can save him, but I require some form of compensation. Anything you desire, as long as I possess it, Jiuyu replied earnestly. I want the entire treasury of the palace. Yi Tian stated this, fixing his gaze on Jiuyu. Upon hearing his request, Jiuyu glanced at Lin Feng, then nodded without much hesitation, agreed that I almost envy this fellow Lin Feng. With a light chuckle and a casual snap of his fingers, Yi Tian managed to stabilize the erratic breathing of the unconscious Lin Feng. He was not in a coma, rather, he was merely asleep. The following day, upon awakening, Lin Feng discovered himself cradled in the arms of Jiuyu, both devoid of clothing. A glance beneath the covers sent a jolt through Lin Feng's mind, leaving it blank. Awake, Jiuyu yawned lazily, shifting Lin Feng's head closer to her bosom. What have you done? Lin Feng expressed disbelief that Jiuyu, meeting his gaze, appeared somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was so captivated by you yesterday, that so you really did take advantage of me. Or was it consensual? Lin Feng exclaimed. That I'm sorry. Jiuyu, noticing Lin Feng's expression, cursed her own lack of self-control. Unbelievable. You've gone too far. Lin Feng hastily grabbed his clothes and left the room in disarray. Watching him depart, Jiuyu stood there momentarily, realizing that Lin Feng was upset with her. Understandably so. Such matters should not have occurred so carelessly, especially considering the significance of a man's first experience. In the streets of the capital, Lin Feng called out in his mind, System, system, handsome man system, Yi Tian's handsome man system. His murmurs gradually escalated into shouts and finally into desperate roars. System, where are you? Come out. Starting now, I won't touch women anymore. Okay, speak to me. At least acknowledge my existence. Lin Feng's voice trembled with emotion. You just appeared out of nowhere and left without a word. You're leaving me alone in this world. As night fell, Jiuyu approached Lin Feng with a pained expression. That I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. If you want to hit me or scold me, feel free. I won't resist. Jiuyu believed Lin Feng had been sad all day due to her actions the previous night. Lin Feng remained silent, his spirits low, seeing the man she adored in such a state. Jiuyu hesitated to voice her thoughts about ascending the throne. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Feng locked himself away in his room. On the 4th day, Jiao came to persuade him. Lin Gongzi, it must be suffocating to stay cooped up. Today is the day of the royal sister's coronation. Why not go and take a look? There was no response. With a soft sigh, Jiao left, and after her departure, Lin Feng finally opened the door. His handsome face was now adorned with stubble, giving him a rugged charm that eye in the streets. The capital was adorned with festive decorations, celebrating the new emperor's ascension, and the citizens wore smiles of joy at Jiuyu. The new emperor held a far more esteemed position in the hearts of the people than Ji Tongshan. In the imperial city, crowds gathered in the grand square, eagerly watching as Jiuyu's noble figure appeared on the distant platform, accompanied by grand music. In that instant, the populace erupted in fervor. Amidst the cheering crowd, Lin Feng observed the scene and smiled faintly. In truth, he was already quite fortunate. Suddenly, a voice from beside him froze Lin Feng in place. It was a voice he found familiar. Chapter 58. A new beginning. He turned abruptly. A man stood before him, smiling. You are Lin Feng stammered, recognizing too much familiarity in this stranger. Why, Etion exhaled softly. I thought I should bid you farewell. Make good use of your level 8 lottery. We shall meet again, lucky lad. With that, Etion's figure began to fade. Watching the man disappear, Lin Feng gradually realized who he was. The system. Above the heavens, Etion gazed into the distance. There's one more thing. With a swift movement, he departed the capital, in the abyssal forbidden zone. The Golden Lotus Demon Lord was striving for a higher realm. Beside her, the great Demon Lord was filled with urgency. After Etion had forced her back, she returned to the abyssal forbidden zone to inform the Demon Lord. However, she found the Demon Lord in seclusion at that moment. The sound of footsteps, unmasked, caught the great Demon Lord's attention. It's him. The instant she spotted Etion, her alertness peaked. What do you intend to do? If you intrude here, are you prepared to face the wrath of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? Her words dripped with warning, yet it was evident that such a warning was futile. I harbor no ill intentions, Etion clarified, retrieving a golden card from the system space. This is for you. For me? What is this? The great Demon Lord, sensing Etion's demeanor, relaxed slightly, but remained vigilant and perplexed. Why would a being of his caliber seek her out instead of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord? This is my inheritance. Why Etion's voice was calm, and those words caused the great Demon Lord's pupils to quiver. The Demon Lord's inheritance could only be contained in a single object when the Demon Lord poured their entire power into it. This meant that this man was offering to bestow his full strength upon her. Your inheritance. The great Demon Lord struggled to maintain composure, her lavender eyes filled with confusion. Why would you give your inheritance to me? Because of love, Etion declared earnestly. Those words melted the ice encasing the great Demon Lord's heart. For a moment, she was at a loss, overwhelmed by the man before her, whose appearance and aura were impeccable. Offering her something so significant, leaving her feeling as though she were dreaming. If anything felt amiss, it was the speed of it all, as though he had some ulterior motive. Etion did not allow the great Demon Lord to speak further. He casually handed her the golden card and, amidst her conflicted gaze, departed in a rented room. As a flicker of light appeared, Etion manifested, sigh. If it weren't for the watchful eyes of the world's will, I wouldn't have given away that billion-dollar Demon Lord inheritance to another. He glanced at the system panel and felt the absurdity of his situation. With 8 million points remaining, his power had regressed to that of an ordinary person due to the inheritance card. The worlds had begun to awaken, disallowing the transfer of excessive power from its realm. It was precisely for this reason that Etion had converted most of his points into the Demon Lord's inheritance for the great Demon Lord. Of course, such a gift was not given freely. Etion was no philanthropist. Embedded within the inheritance card he bestowed upon the great Demon Lord was the system's summoning mark. Now, as he opened the system panel, the figure of the great Demon Lord appeared prominently. Character: Ziqian strength. 9 stars. Attitude: developing affection in future worlds. Should he encounter foes beyond his capability, he could summon her assistance. This, indeed, seemed the most advantageous approach. After all, returning with all his gains might lead to the loss of a significant portion. The experiences in this world had imparted a profound understanding of the complexities of the heavenly will within these fantastical realms. Fortunately, his journey alongside the protagonist Lin Feng had been comparatively smooth. Aside from the points accrued, Etion's greatest treasure remained the comprehensive cultivation system laid out on the system panel. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the spacious bed in the rented room, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The next day, Etion yawned as he rose from bed. After washing up, he scrolled through his phone, noting that celebrity crime incidents still dominated the headlines. Quietly enjoying the mundane reality, he felt a sincere sense of relaxation. By noon, Etion powered up his computer. Armed with master-level hacking skills, he executed a series of operations that resulted in an additional billion in his account. With these funds, he purchased a villa in the suburbs, fully furnished and ready for occupancy. In this prosperous era, acquiring a villa drew little attention, yet Etion was attracted to the tranquility of the area. Seeking solitude, the real world lacked the melodrama often depicted in the days that followed. Etion tended to flowers and trimmed grass, taking a well-deserved respite for 7 to 8 days. One day, within his room, Etion picked up a book that a simple life was sufficient for rest. Deep down, Yi Tian longed to immerse himself in the grand narratives of novels, to experience a life unlike any other. The heavenly will of this world appeared rather dull. Muttering to himself, Yi Tian vanished in a flash of light. As the book closed, the title emerged, behind the scenes, The One Who Creates Monsters. Leading the world into the monster era, the Rongqing Evening News reported a fish-headed monster in Bayou Port, resulting in the deaths of over 10 individuals. Citizens were urged to take precautions. The urgent announcement stated that the fish-headed monster had infiltrated Rongqing. With police and military deployed to ensure public safety, beneath the darkening night, the entire Yangqing seemed shrouded in a dark veil, silencing its inhabitants. Online, across various platforms and forums, threads and comments expressed extreme panic. What is happening? How could such a monster exist in this world? Oh my God! Is the world changing? Just a week ago, everything was fine. Why now? Where did these monsters come from? The wolf-headed man from the slaughtered village. The evil spirit in the classroom. And now this bloodthirsty fish-headed monster. How did the world suddenly feel so alien? The emotion of fear continues to spread in people's hearts. In a certain rental unit, a rather inconspicuous man gazes at the fluctuating fear points displayed on the system's luminous screen, a slow grin creeping across his face. Soon, he will accumulate 1,000 fear points, allowing him to summon his fourth monster. Chapter 59. The Crimson Tiger Armor in Rome City. A contingent of armed police officers scours the area. The emergence of the fishhead man has sent shockwaves throughout the city, in a luxurious neighborhood. A house stands illuminated, yet it is eerily silent within. The sound of chopping echoes. Thick, crimson blood seeps across the floor, and fragments of flesh splatter against the walls. This is not the butchering of pork. It is the dismemberment of human beings. In the living room, a 2-meter-tall, muscular fish-head monster wields a knife like a butcher. Meanwhile, a young man stands nearby, recording the scene with his phone. Another piece of material. Once posted, it will undoubtedly yield a hefty increase in fear points. The young man's grin is tinged with anticipation. Not long after, a man clad in a hoodie, carrying a cake, returns home beaming with joy. It is his daughter's birthday. I'm back. He pushes open the slightly ajar door, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. The room is awash in bright red blood, and in the living room lie 2 mangled corpses. A shocking tableau. The intensity of the scene nearly causes Wang Kunhu to faint. Chop. Chop. The fishhead monster's relentless hacking continues, while Xiao Ling, filming the horror, glances back with surprise. What have you done? The man shrieks, trembling uncontrollably. Just taking a video to help you make headlines. Xiao Ling replies nonchalantly that I'll kill you. The man's eyes blaze with fury as he lunges at Xiao Ling with no hesitation. Xiao Ling kicks the man aside effortlessly. The cake tumbles, soaking in the cold blood of his wife and daughter. I will kill you. The man struggles to rise. However, before he can regain his footing, Xiao Ling transforms into a shadow, delivering a powerful kick that sends him crashing into a corner. Xiao Ling strides towards the man, stepping on his head. Don't be so sorrowful. You'll soon join your family. The man, bloodied and broken, gasps. Why? Why did you kill my family? We did nothing wrong. It is evident he realizes the fishhead monster is in league with Xiao Ling. Why? Xiao Ling chuckles, shaking his head. Grabbing the man's collar, he pulls him close. Survival of the fittest, the strong kill. What reason is necessary? Perhaps it is merely unfortunate luck that befell your family. His words carry a casual disdain. I will kill you. I will kill you. The man's heart surges with a boundless desire for vengeance. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, he stands no chance of resistance. Xiao Ling seizes the man's head and slams it against the wall with force. Bang, bang, bang. That as the man's head is bloodied and his breath weakens, Xiao Ling drags him to the floor-to-ceiling window. Goodbye, weakling. With that, Xiao Ling shatters the window with a punch. The frigid wind rushes into the high-rise. A ghastly smile spreading across Xiao Ling's face. This world is too mundane. I shall make it interesting. With that, he unceremoniously throws the man out the window. Bang! The man does not crash to the ground. He is caught by a figure standing below. This scene makes Xiao Ling's pupils contract slightly, his expression gradually sobering. From 20 stories above, the figure beneath the streetlight slowly raises its head, revealing an innocuous face to Xiao Ling's gaze. Without a word, their eyes collide. Moments later, Yi Tian smiles faintly and departs with the man. Meanwhile, unease brews within Xiao Ling. The creator system. Who is that? Are there superhumans on Blue Star? Host. There are no supernatural abilities on Blue Star. Aside from the host. However, the thought of the man just now keeps Xiao Ling's brow furrowed. Not far from the neighborhood, in a park, Yi Tian lays the dying man upon a bench. I seek vengeance. I must have revenge. Wang Kunhu's breath is faint, his hatred crystallized into an obsession. Hearing the man's delirious murmurs, Yi Tian subtly extends his hand, producing a crimson watch. He fastens it onto the man's wrist. A rich glow envelopes him, visibly healing his wounds. The man's consciousness is drawn into another realm. Is this the afterlife? Surrounded by unfamiliar sights, Wang Kunhu appears bewildered. You have arrived, summoner of the Crimson Tiger armor. A voice suddenly resonates behind him. Wang Kunhu turns sharply to find a figure shrouded in mist. Where is this? This is the training space for armor summoners. Yi Tian replies with a sense of nostalgia. After countless years, you are the first to awaken the summoning device. Young one, calamity approaches. I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of protecting our world to me. A summoner of armor, confusion swells within Wang Kunhu. Who are you? What is happening? How do I return? His myriad questions remain unanswered as the space blurs, and Wang Kunhu's consciousness returns. The night air is cool that he finds himself on the park bench. Utterly alone. My wounds. Observing his fully healed body, his gaze finally fixates on the summoning device on his wrist. Within the neighborhood, Xiao Ling departs contentedly with the recorded video. Creator system. Are there any more terrifying beings? The fishhead monster is rather average. As he browses the system interface, Xiao Ling strolls through the quiet streets, accompanied by the fishhead monster. The system, based on the host's accumulated points, presents the following creatures. As the voice resonates in Xiao Ling's mind, 3 beings materialize on the luminous screen. Fierce Scarecrow, Cackling Clown, and Madame Catface. Not bad, Xiao Ling nods. Unfortunately, they all require over 1,000 points. I'm still a bit short. Tomorrow should suffice. While Xiao Ling engages in discussion with the system, the fishhead monster stops abruptly, its gaze fixed on the end of the street. Someone? Following the monster's line of sight, Xiao Ling peers into the shadows. Under the dim streetlight, a man in a tattered hoodie emerges into view. As he draws nearer, Xiao Ling's brow furrows. This is the man he had thrown from the building not long ago. Not only was he caught by that mysterious figure, but he has also fully recovered. An unfamiliar sense of unease washes over Xiao Ling, who is accustomed to manipulating events from the shadows. Kill him. He gestures to the fishhead monster. Upon receiving the command, the fishhead monster lifts its massive blade and strides heavily towards the approaching figure. The distance closes. On the shadowy road, Wang Kunhu, bloodied, tightens his fists as he gazes at his enemy. Looking at the summoning device on his wrist, he silently intones, Armor Fusion. A colossal illusion of a tiger instantly envelopes Wang Kunhu. Simultaneously, ornate pieces of armor seamlessly merge with him. I want revenge. At this moment, Wang Kunhu raises his fist, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, towards the towering fishhead monster. Bang! His fist strikes the fishhead monster's abdomen with tremendous force. The impact sends shockwaves that shatter nearby streetlights. The street plunges into darkness. In the next instant, with a single blow, the traditionally ruthless fishhead monster is sent flying. Warning: the host-created monster, fishhead monster, has lost 80 of its health. Warning: the host-created monster, fishhead monster, has lost 90 of its health. Warning: the host-created monster, fishhead monster is dead. The system's notifications flood Xiao Ling's mind, leaving him in a state of disbelief. How is this possible? How could he kill the fishhead monster with just one punch? Staring incredulously at the crimson armor before him, Xiao Ling's emotions fluctuate wildly. And you? Wang Kunhu lifts his gaze to Xiao Ling, feeling the intensity of the other's stare. Xiao Ling is engulfed by a sense of impending danger. He summons 2 creatures, the wolf-head man, who had slaughtered a village days prior, and the malevolent spirit that had killed a classroom full of students just 2 days ago. Stop him. With that, Xiao Ling turns to flee without a hint of hesitation. You can't escape. Wang Kunhu's fury ignites as he charges towards Xiao Ling. However, the 2 creatures swiftly block his path. Xiao Ling escapes to the outskirts. He finally exhales a sigh of relief. After a moment, only a severely wounded spirit returns. The wolf-head man lies dead. System, what is happening? You said there were no supernatural powers in this world. What is that guy? At this moment, Xiao Ling can no longer contain himself, directly questioning the system. Indeed, aside from the host, there are no supernatural powers in this world. The system mechanically responds, akin to a rigid artificial intelligence program. Damn it, he curses in frustration, glancing at a nearby villa, before approaching with the malevolent spirit in tow. The following day, in a certain alley, the corpses of the fishhead monster and the wolf-head man are discovered by the police. A lengthy cordon was immediately established, while the relevant information swiftly occupied the top rankings on a certain social media platform. Astonishing. They are truly dead, these two monsters. I hope such creatures do not emerge again. Let us hasten to dissect them for research, to uncover their origins. Chapter 60. Encirclement in a tranquil tea house. Yi Tian set aside his phone, which had been browsing the social media platform, and opened the system panel before him. It indicated that Xiaoling's protagonist luck had diminished to 99, by merely reducing it by 1. Yi Tian had seized nearly 1,000,000 points from the world's will. In just one day in this realm, Yi Tian had not chosen a host for 2 reasons. First, there was no suitable candidate. Second, the world's will exhibited only a negligible rejection towards him, with a mere expenditure of 10,000 points daily. He could negate the celestial will's repulsion to it was no wonder, for the world's will in this realm was rather naive. Under the author's pen, the blue star, akin to Yi Tian's main world, was utterly mundane. However, once Xiaoling acquired the creator system, chaos ensued, from minor creatures to the subsequent emergence of SCPs and the entity known as Gatange. This once tranquil world, bolstered by the protagonist's firm belief that calamity could lead to the advancement of civilization, spiraled into a desolate apocalypse. Throughout this process, the world's will remained utterly inactive, and by the time it reacted, it was already too late. Yi Tian was astonished while reading this novel. Its author was undoubtedly extraordinary. He depicted only destruction, offering no glimmer of hope to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Shaking off these thoughts, Yi Tian contemplated the present. If he wished to accumulate points, it was imperative to weaken the protagonist's halo and create vulnerabilities within the world. The individual he had summoned yesterday, Wang Kunhu, was merely a pawn. However, this was insufficient. A mere 1 reduction in the protagonist's halo was clear evidence of that. He retrieved his laptop, his hands enveloping the keys as his master-level hacking skills engaged. Having resolved to contend with Xiaoling, Yi Tian would not afford him any opportunity to maneuver. Strings of code danced across the screen. Information and data were meticulously consolidated. Should one access this information, they would discover that many documents contained details and even photographs of Xiaoling alongside various monsters, such as the wolf-headed man and the fish-headed creature. Armed with this information, Yi Tian infiltrated the military district system. In the Yangqing military district, the commander, a vigorous middle-aged man, was perusing a series of reports concerning the monsters. Upon finishing the last document, Commander Yang let out a sigh of relief. The fish-headed creature and the wolf-headed man had finally been dealt with. Yet, he pondered the identity of the entity responsible for their demise, hoping it was not another, more formidable monster. The commander's expression betrayed evident concern. The reports indicated that both creatures had been dispatched with a single punch and kick. Could such feats be attributed to humans? The chief of staff nearby also sighed. The city's surveillance has been fully operational. We should soon ascertain who killed the 2 monsters. However, I fear other creatures may soon emerge. We are far too reactive. Commander Yang inhaled deeply. After years of military service, he had never encountered such phenomena. Monsters. These were supposed to be figments of fantasy. As Commander Yang pondered, a sudden notification on the computer at his desk caught his attention. A file opened autonomously, revealing a complete dossier of an individual. Xiaoling, male, age, 25. Following this personal information were several images of Xiaoling with various monsters, causing both Yang and the chief of staff to fixate on the screen. The final line of the document instilled an unprecedented gravity in both men. Note: Xiaoling possesses the ability to create monsters. The fear of humanity fuels his capacity to generate them. What an exposure! Yi Tian had thoroughly unveiled the individual's secrets, albeit without exposing his system. The 2 seasoned officers studied the document repeatedly before Commander Yang inquired of the chief of staff. Old Bai, do you think this information is credible? If it is credible, we can investigate this Xiaoling fellow to find out. The dossier even provides his location. The chief of staff opined. A steely resolve flashed in Commander Yang's eyes. I will dispatch personnel immediately. Both men regarded Yi Tian's information with the utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, in a villa, the sage-like Xiaoling reclined comfortably upon a bed. The female owner lay lifeless beside him, while the male owner, barely clinging to life, had eyes stained crimson with blood. You shall not die, rasped the man, his final expression of hatred before he succumbed to darkness. Xiaoling, however, paid no heed to the man's words. Instead, he observed the system interface before him. 1,000 points. I can now create a second-tier monster. Which creature should he conjure next? Xiaoling hesitated. The events of the previous night had made him acutely aware that this world was far more complex than it appeared. He could not solely pursue fear. He needed to create monsters with genuine strength, at the very least. He should not have to flee from someone like yesterday's adversary. In the midst of his contemplation, the specter at the door suddenly began to wail. Rising swiftly, Xiao Ling approached the window, his brow furrowing deeply upon witnessing a large contingent of soldiers outside. They were closing in. "Let us go," he commanded the specter, temporarily storing it within the system space. He then made his way to the rear exit of the villa, only to collide with a throng of soldiers who had been lying in wait. How could there be so many? Remaining calm, Xiao Ling recalled that he still had the specter and could summon second-tier monsters at will. However, he was perplexed as to how the military had discovered his whereabouts and mobilized such a force so promptly. "Xiao Ling, you are suspected of murder. Please come with us," a voice announced, as numerous police officers surged into the villa, encircling him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Ling understood that this was no ordinary apprehension. Why would such a massive force be deployed for a mere suspected murderer? But now, what could he do? In the presence of so many officers and soldiers, would he let the monsters carry him away? That would reveal to everyone that he was indeed the creator of those creatures. If that were to happen, the world would surely put out a bounty on his head. It seemed he could only wait until he was seated in the police car or incarcerated before making his escape. With that thought, Xiao Ling's expression darkened as he extended his hands. Through the cameras, he witnessed the scene of his arrest. Tian smiled faintly, returning his hands to the keyboard. Soon, the entire internet was inundated with news regarding Xiao Ling's alleged murder of a woman. Chapter 61. The Fear Scarecrow Xiao Ling. Not even a hint of pixelation left for him. Unbelievable. How could such a person emerge in Rongqing? He must be punished severely. Aside from a few individuals concerned about the source of the information, most reacted with grave seriousness to the content of the news. In a certain high school in Rongqing, within a teacher's office, Xiao Yuan, clad in professional attire and possessing a curvaceous figure, stared at the content on her phone in disbelief. As she repeatedly viewed the image of the alleged murderer, unease churned within her. Suddenly, her phone rang. After hesitating, she answered the call. "Yuan, what has happened to your brother? Is what's reported online true?" Her mother's voice radiated with intense agitation and disbelief. "Mom, don't believe those reports. The authorities haven't confirmed anything. It must be false," Xiao Yuan asserted firmly. "But the news states that Xiaoling has already been taken by the police. What does that mean?" Her mother's anxiety was palpable. Xiao Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. "This must be a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Mom. I will find someone to rescue my brother." "All right. Xiaoling has always been so well-behaved. He could never commit a crime. You must explain the situation to the police," her mother emphasized repeatedly before the call ended. Xiao Yuan stared at her phone, enveloped in prolonged silence. This situation had arisen far too unexpectedly. Just days ago, she had met with Xiao Ling, and now, this was the reality, an impossible scenario to accept. Glancing at her contacts, she felt at a loss for whom to turn to for assistance. A mere teacher. She had no connections to leverage at the police station. Furthermore, it was still uncertain whether Xiao Ling had truly committed such an act. If he had, suddenly, another number appeared on her phone. Glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Yuan paused momentarily. Xiatian, he was a man who had persistently pursued her. Handsome, yet a notorious playboy, Xiao Yuan had never paid him any mind. Yet he had relentlessly pursued her. Now, recalling that Xiatian's father was the head of the Rongqing Bureau, she reluctantly answered the call for her brother's sake. "Your brother is in trouble," the man stated directly. This left Xiao Yuan, who was pondering how to steer the conversation in that direction, momentarily dazed. You need my assistance. Your brother may have been wronged," said the man on the phone, striking a chord deep within her heart. Hesitantly, she replied, "Is that possible? Rest assured, leave it to me." The voice of Xiatian was filled with conviction. "Then, I must thank you in advance." That a sense of calm washed over Xiao Yuan's heart. Although her impression of the man on the other end of the line had never been particularly favorable, this time, she felt a surge of gratitude. "Wait for my news." Inside the room, Yi Tian hung up after delivering that line. At his feet lay the lifeless body of the genuine Xiatian. Xiatian was arguably the sole antagonist in the entire narrative. Yi Tian needed his identity to manipulate the relationship between Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ling. As for Xiao Yuan, she was the only female protagonist in the story, a figure of great significance, inevitably intertwined with the fate of the main characters. After storing Xiatian's corpse in the system space, Yi Tian opened his computer, pinpointing Xiao Ling's current situation. Xiao Ling was being escorted into a police vehicle. However, Yi Tian was acutely aware that this would not contain him for long. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling sat in the police car, flanked by watchful officers, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Possessing a system, he was a creation of the divine. How could he endure such humiliation? He glanced at the surrounding environment, which happened to be a sparsely populated rice field. System, create a level 2 monster. Fear Scarecrow. The host consumed 1,000 points, successfully creating a Fear Scarecrow. Monster, Fear Scarecrow. Level. Ability, Steel Needle Straw. Eerie cloned as the points were consumed. Xiao Ling could distinctly sense the monster's location. Indeed, being a level 2 monster, once I escape, I shall make you the nightmare of Rome City. The fields on both sides remained endlessly vast, after a few minutes of the vehicle's steady journey. Screech. The police car in front came to an abrupt halt. Whose scarecrow is this? What a mess. The driving officer glanced ahead, noticing 7 or 8 scarecrows obstructing the road for some unknown reason. 2 officers approached. When the lean officer's gaze fell upon the scarecrow's face, an indescribable sense of horror gradually crept in. Don't dawdle. Clear the roadblock, called out his plumper companion. Right? The lean officer nodded, lifting the scarecrow. It's so heavy, it feels like a person. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced up at the scarecrow's face. A chilling breeze swept by. Suddenly, the scarecrow's button-like eyes twitched. Even with a strong mental fortitude. The lean officer panicked. This is bad. The person is gone. Xiao Ling has escaped, his partner suddenly shouted, alarming the entire police force. Immediately, the police and the military units in the rear sprang into action. Several teams quickly arrived at the police car, transporting Xiao Ling inside. For reasons unknown, a mass of straw had accumulated, and the officers within were gruesomely pierced through their skulls by the needle-like straw. Xiao Ling himself had vanished without a trace. Bastard, the police captain, witnessing the grim fate of his comrades, felt his heart bleed. Search. Turn over the entire Rome City to find him. Indeed, he had escaped. Yi Tian's computer recorded the entire process of Xiao Ling's departure. It was time to take credit. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Yuanyue. The line was promptly connected. Hello, Xia Tian. How did it go? I've ensured the safety of your brother. Yi Tian took a deep breath, appearing somewhat fatigued. Really? Thank you. Thank you, Xia Tian. Xiao Yuanyuan's heart finally settled, feeling even more grateful towards Xia Tian. She had anticipated such swift action, and it was evident from his tone that he had invested considerable effort. My brother isn't truly guilty, is he? After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Yuanyuan took the matter even more seriously. After her words hung in the air, a silence enveloped the telephone. Xiao Yuanyuan held her breath slightly. Rest assured, your brother has committed no crime. Is that so? Xiao Ling really didn't commit a crime. Hearing this response, Xiao Yuanyuan felt little joy. The hesitation in Xia Tian's voice made her realize that he was concealing something from her. Well, why don't we arrange a time for the 3 of us to meet? Yi Tian suggested candidly. Chapter 62. Moved. Xiao Yuanyuan, accustomed to rejecting such proposals, found herself unable to refuse today, having received her brother's rescue. What harm could come from a mere meeting, especially with her brother Xiao Ling present? All right, tonight then, I will contact Xiao Ling to express my gratitude in person. Xiao Yuanyuan was clear about her debts of gratitude. After hanging up, she looked at her phone and then dialed her brother Xiao Ling's number. Hello, sis. Xiao Ling's tone was relaxed. What on earth did you do today? Finally reaching him, Xiao Yuanyuan unleashed her fury. Me? What do you mean? I was just having a perfectly normal day. Xiao Ling's confusion at his sister's tone was palpable. At a perfectly normal day. Do you think I'm not online? Did you or did you not commit a crime? Tell me the truth. What? At his designated wife's words, Xiao Ling's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? Xiao Ling had not been paying attention to his phone and was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yuanyuan's accusation. Stop playing dumb. I'm disappointed in you. Come to Nantali Hotel tonight, and don't make excuses. With that, Xiao Yuanyuan hung up abruptly in the vibrant and warm Rome City, following the reports of the demise of the fish-head monster and wolf-head man. Many residents found it hard to remain at home. The streets bustled with a liveliness that was half of what it used to be in a luxurious Western-style restaurant on the top floor. A gentle breeze caressed the tablecloth, while the soothing sounds of a violin relaxed the atmosphere at a dining table. Yi Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan sat facing each other. Xia Tian, thank you for rescuing Xiao Ling. Xiao Yuanyuan said, pulling out a wad of cash from her bag. This is a token of my gratitude. Seeing the money offered, Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such formality. I helped you not for monetary gain. His words warmed Xiao Yunyuan's heart. Glancing at Xia Tian, she found that, for some reason, he did not seem as disagreeable today, but rather exuded a sense of familiarity. Then, may I offer you a toast? Xiao Yuanyuan felt compelled to express her gratitude in some manner. Yi Tian smiled slightly, not opposing her gesture. Just as she was about to down her drink, a hand seized her wrist. Who do you think you are to deserve a toast from my sister? The sudden arrival of Xiao Ling radiated intense fury from his eyes. Had it not been a public setting, he would have undoubtedly taken violent action against Xia Tian. As Xiao Ling confronted Yi Tian, Xiao Yuanyuan swiftly slapped his hand away. Xiao Ling, how can you speak like that? Apologize to Xia Tian immediately. Apologize to him. Xiao Ling appeared incredulous. Why should I? Why? Have you lost your mind? Without Xia Tian, you would already be in jail, and you dare to speak against him. Xiao Yuanyuan's eyes narrowed, emphasizing her disappointment. Being in jail? I knew about the messages on my phone before coming here. I had already anticipated this. I am innocent, and once the police investigate, they will release me. What does that have to do with Xia Tian? Xiao Yuanyuan was taken aback by Xiao Ling's defiance. You still refuse to acknowledge that it was Xia Tian who saved you. Under those circumstances online, even if you are innocent, do you truly believe you could have escaped so soon? As the conversation reached this point, Xiao Ling began to reconsider. You mean to say Xia Tian saved me? He took me away from the police? As his gaze shifted between Xia Tian and Xiao Yuanyuan, Xiao Ling could not help but scoff. Let me make it clear. I escaped from the police on my own merit. Xia Tian, I didn't see him lift a finger before he could finish. A slap rang out across his face. Sister, you. Covering his face, Xiao Ling's expression contorted, unsure how to react to the sister he had cherished since childhood. Xiao Ling, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Xiao Yuanyuan's chest heaved with emotion. Do you truly believe you are a superhero? That you can escape from the police merely by relying on your own strength? Do you know the risks Xia Tian took to save you? You should at least feel grateful, yet you choose to malign him. Each word from her conveyed a wealth of disappointment. You don't believe me? Xiao Ling's anger surged to its peak, unfazed by his emotions. Xiao Yuanyuan retorted, reflect on your own actions, and consider whether or not you truly committed a crime. Once you figure that out, let me know. With that, Xiao Yuanyuan could no longer bear to stay and left. Seeing this, Yi Tian rose to follow her down the balcony. Only Xiao Ling remained, his expression clouded with rage. He could not direct his anger at Xiao Yuanyuan. Thus, his wrath shifted toward Yi Tian. Xia Tian, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Once the news was released, it sent shockwaves throughout the internet. Not because of the exorbitant bounty of 5 million, but because no one could have anticipated that this fugitive was entangled with monsters. In the early morning, within a certain shopping mall, Xiao Ling concealed himself meticulously, observing the passers-by with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. He was seething with indignation. He was supposed to be orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, unleashing one horrifying creature after another. Who was it that provided the authorities with information, exposing him so brazenly? It seemed he could no longer return to the hotel from last night. Now, with a citywide and even nationwide manhunt against him, he found himself without a temporary refuge. Taking out his phone, Xiao Ling hesitated as he glanced at his sister Xiao Yuanyuan's number. Just then, she called him. Hello, brother? As Xiao Ling's voice came through, there was a brief silence on the other end. Xiao Ling, tell me truthfully, can you really command monsters? Sister, you don't believe the online rumors, do you? I'm innocent. Those fabricated tales are completely false. Xiao Ling's emotional defense sounded particularly feeble upon hearing her brother's words. Xiao Yuanyuan's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Clutching the jade pendant that Xia Tian had gifted her last summer, she replayed in her mind the scene of Xia Tian sacrificing himself for her. If Xiao Ling could indeed command monsters, then Xia Tian's death. The authorities have reported it. Xiao Ling, you should turn yourself in. That if you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Her tone had grown cold. How can you tell me to turn myself in? I'm your brother. Xiao Ling's voice lowered, his suppressed anger revealing his deep frustration. That we have no brother. Xiao Yuanyuan shot back. We share no blood relation. From now on, regardless of your situation, please do not interfere with my family's life. With that, she hung up, listening to the busy tone. Xiao Ling's gaze darkened. Where had it all gone wrong? He should have been on the path to becoming the supreme deity. Why had he fallen so low? System, what should I do now? Think of a solution. The host can earn fear points and create powerful monsters to escape this predicament. Earn points? How do I earn them? I only have a severely injured malevolent spirit at hand. What use is that? Xiao Ling's anger swiftly shifted towards the system. I see you are utterly useless. None of the monsters you created have any value. The system fell silent at his words. Ding ding ding, a call came in. Xiaoling glanced and answered. Bro, it's me, Situlai. The whole city is hunting for you. I know. Xiaoling's tone was flat. The man on the other end was a subordinate he had recently taken under his wing, who also happened to be a gang leader. Oh, you have a place to stay? Why not come hide out with me for a few days? Situlai, clearly a straightforward person, offered. Xiaoling's eyes flickered. All right, if Yi Tian had witnessed this scene, he would surely be astonished by the allure of the protagonist's halo. A few hours later, Xiaoling arrived at a bar. Bro, a burly man with a scar on his face immediately opened his arms for a big embrace upon seeing Xiaoling behind him. A woman in a cheongsam smiled. Bro, it's been so long. You look even more handsome. Hello, bro. A dozen subordinates respectfully greeted Xiaoling. He merely acknowledged them with a casual nod. To him, such treatment was to be expected. Stay here for the next few days until the storm passes. Situlai said after dispersing the crowd. Can you guarantee safety? Xiaoling glanced at Situlai, then shifted his gaze to the woman in the cheongsam behind him. Rest assured, bro, it's absolutely safe here. Situlai assured with a pat on his chest. Xiaoling nodded, saying no more. Inside the bar, once Situlai settled Xiaoling back, a subordinate rushed over. Boss, that guy is now worth 5 million. Why don't we report him? Slap. Situlai swiftly slapped the subordinate across the face. Xiaoling is my savior. If you speak such nonsense again, I'll cut your tongue off. Do you believe me? Yes, yes. The subordinate nodded in feared. At that moment, a graceful woman in a black cheongsam approached. All right, don't let this upset you, she said, smoothing Situlai's chest while handing him a cup of tea. Looking at his woman, Situlai's anger dissipated. You're so understanding, Xiaoli. Having you as my woman must be a blessing from my past lives. You flatterer, Xiaoli teased, playfully hitting Situlai. Her smile radiant. In the following days, the authorities did not relent in their search for Xiaoling. Quite the opposite. They intensified their efforts. This commotion caught the attention of foreign nations, leading to some understanding of the monstrous incidents. Across the international web, many countries held perspectives on the monsters that starkly contrasted with that of Xia country, in the east. One netizen exclaimed, we never expected the very thing we longed for to appear in Xia country. Fish-headed monsters, wolf-headed men. Oh my, I long to see them in person, but alas, they were eradicated by Xia country. Perhaps those are the last remaining monsters in the world. Why must they be exterminated? If someone can truly create monsters, they should be fully protected, not captured. Back in the bar, Situlai watched the news with concern, but remained steadfast in concealing Xiaoling. Are you going to deliver food to bro again? Situlai glanced over. Xiaoli was placing food into a container. Yes, today there's fish, meat, and vegetables, all made by me. Truly my woman, so virtuous, Situlai said, pulling her into an embrace. You don't need to deliver it personally. I could just have someone else do it. Situlai's words. Xiaoli's eyes flickered slightly. How can that be? I'm your woman. Shouldn't I make a good impression in front of bro to bring you face? Ha ha, you're so understanding. Situlai was pleased, caressing Xiaoli's smooth legs. Wait, what happened to your knee? Why is it bruised? I got slipped and fell yesterday. How careless, Situlai said, concerned that it's fine. It doesn't hurt. Xiaoli replied, picking up the food. I'll head over now, or it will get cold. All right, be careful while walking. Watching her leave, Situlai felt a pang of guilt for not taking better care of his woman. Boss, a subordinate suddenly rushed into the bar. Boss, someone is looking for trouble. Looking for trouble. What is going on? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile and avoid trouble? Situlai frowned. Boss, we truly didn't start this, the subordinate cried, tears streaming down his face. If you didn't cause trouble, how could someone come looking for you? It's true. The subordinate pointed to a few others behind him. I was with Guzzi and the others on the street, just minding our own business when suddenly, someone slapped me. As he spoke, the subordinate indicated his face, which bore a clear red handprint on the right side. Just one person? You guys didn't dare to fight back? Situlai was furious. How could he have such cowardly subordinates? We couldn't fight back. The other subordinates revealed half of their faces, each showing a bright red handprint. Seeing this, veins bulged on Situlai's forehead as he stood up abruptly. You're all useless. Take me to find that person. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door of the bar, light streaming in and casting a long shadow. Boss, it's him, the subordinate shouted. The others stepped back cautiously. Is it you who injured my subordinate? Situlai looked at the man before him, who was rather handsome yet unremarkable in other aspects, with a hint of surprise. Not fighting is how we get acquainted, isn't it? Yi Tian said with a smile as he stepped forward. Upon hearing this, the nearby subordinates felt as though they had swallowed something foul. Damn it, you slapped each of us. And you call this getting acquainted? Situ Lai was not easily deceived, since you admit to hitting my subordinate. Tell me, how will you compensate? How about compensating you 5 million? Etian offered, raising an eyebrow. Situ Lai's brows lifted slightly. You are somewhat reasonable. Then hand over the money. Not so fast. Etian picked up a bottle of liquor from the bar. Uncapped it that I mainly came to get to know you. Let us have a drink before discussing compensation. As he spoke, Etian poured 2 glasses of liquor, watching the half-filled glass on the bar. Situ Lai glanced at Etian and then lifted it, downing the contents in one go at the same time. Etian sensed that the anger gene he created had been absorbed by Situ Lai. This made Etian smile knowingly that it's time for payment. Situ Lai's gaze toward Etian was filled with warning that if Etian hadn't promised to pay, he wouldn't have extended this courtesy. Etian displayed no hint of panic. I know a piece of information worth 5 million. That should suffice. Are you trying to trick me? Anger flared within Situ Lai. Somehow, in his anger, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing chaotically through his chest, as if something were about to burst forth, further aggravating his agitation. Etian gazed at the translucent wine glass in his hand and, unaffected, stated, You are hiding Xiao Ling, aren't you? This unexpected declaration caused Situ Lai's gaze to sharpen. I didn't report it to the police. Does that count as giving you 5 million? Upon hearing this, Situ Lai shed any pretense and retrieved a handgun from beneath the bar, aiming it at Etian. Are you seeking death? Yet Etian appeared oblivious to the weapon pointed at him, slowly rising from his seat. There is an opportunity to drink, he remarked before striding directly towards the bar's exit. Watching Etian depart, Situ, who ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily took out his phone, locating Xiao Ling's number. Someone had discovered his concealment of Xiao Ling. Even if that person claimed he wouldn't alert the authorities, it was impossible to trust that he needed to inform Xiao Ling immediately to facilitate his relocation. Ringing. A phone was ringing in a room within an apartment building. On the floor lay a black cheapao and lace lingerie in the bathroom. Behind a cascading curtain of water, 2 silhouettes could be faintly seen, one following the other. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Situ, whose call was seemingly veiled in some hue. Why is no one answering? Situ, whose face bore an expression of urgency. He could only drive to convey the message to Xiao Ling arriving at the apartment where Xiao Ling was hiding. He burst through the door. Brother Xiao, something's wrong. Upon entering the room, the sight before him rendered Situ Lai speechless. What are you doing? He beheld Xiao Ling kneeling on the floor and Xiao Ling behind her, causing his mind to whirl. Xiao Ling, you are with my woman. Drawing his handgun, Situ Lai instantly aimed it at Xiao Ling. All notions of gratitude and brotherhood dissipated. At that moment, he only wished to obliterate this scum. Faced with the sudden appearance of Situ Lai, Xiao Ling, caught in the act, felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, being the protagonist, his shamelessness was undeniable. Grabbing a nearby towel, he nonchalantly remarked, It's just a woman. You can find another. I'll find your mother. A wave of fury surged through Situ Lai, and unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet soared toward Xiao Ling just as it was about to pierce his skull. A towering figure shielded him. The lethal bullet merely left a finger-sized wound on the broad shoulder of this imposing creature. You dare point a gun at me? Xiao Ling's gaze turned icy. It seems you have forgotten the circumstances under which I saved you. Today, I shall let the Wolfman reclaim your life. With that, Xiao Ling gestured to the Wolfman, a new creation he had fashioned from the fear points accumulated during his days of hiding. Upon receiving Xiao Ling's command, the Wolfman advanced towards Situ Lai, lifting him off the ground and tightening his grip around his neck. Ha! As Situ Lai felt the Wolfman's claws constricting, veins bulged on his forehead. This was not merely a reaction to suffocation. It resembled the expression of someone consumed by rage. Blood coursed through Situ Lai's body as if turned to mercury, visible vapor rising from his form. With hands swollen to several times their size, he seized the Wolfman's arm, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao Ling, I risked everything to shield you, to provide you with shelter, and this is how you repay me. Each word dripped with madness. Crack. In a moment that left Xiao Ling astounded, Situ Lai twisted the Wolfman's thick arm into a grotesque spiral. Ah! The fierce Wolfman collapsed, howling in pain. How is this possible? How do you possess such strength? Xiao Ling was no longer calm. Situ Lai then grasped the Wolfman's head and yanked it with force. Ah! Xiao Li, still wrapped in a towel, witnessed torrents of blood spray forth, the gruesome sight causing her to faint. Chapter 66. The most powerful evil god, it's your turn. Situ Lai directed his gaze at Xiao Ling. In the past, had such an incident occurred, even if he had the strength to kill Xiao Ling, he would have likely spared him, leaving them with no debts owed. But now, spurred on by the gene of anger, Situ Lai sought only to unleash his fury, and Xiao Ling was undoubtedly the perfect target. Damn it! Witnessing Situ Lai effortlessly decapitate the wolfman, Xiao Ling felt as if his worldview had collapsed once more. How could a mere provocation summon such supernatural power? Has the world entered an era where superhumans roam freely? As the creator of these monsters, was he not to survive? As Situ Lai advanced toward him, Xiao Ling summoned an evil spirit to stand before Situ Lai. He understood that even the perfectly conditioned wolfman could not withstand a single round against this foe, and the evil spirit would likely fare no better. However, it could buy him some time. After releasing the evil spirit, Xiao Ling steeled himself and leaped from the window, landing on a conveniently placed tree below. Casting a glance back at the upper floor, he fled in a most disheveled manner, in the shade beneath the tree. Observing Xiao Ling's departure, Yi Tian accessed his panel, which displayed protagonist luck value, 50 remaining. Days later, within a tea house, Yi Tian glanced in a particular direction. He has left. It seems the end of this world is nigh. A world devoid of a host is indeed dreary. On Xiao Ling's first day in the land of the rising sun, he attracted little attention. The following day, a mutated merman on the seaside caused a minor commotion. By the third day, a pallid creature unwilling to reveal its face slaughtered an entire town. On the fifth day, a ghostly woman emerged from a well, instilling sheer terror in a small county in Japan. On the 10th day, a ghost ship appeared off the Japanese coast, severing maritime routes to foreign lands. In just 10 days, for Xiao Ling, it was akin to a carp arriving in America, thriving uncontrollably. The series of events occurring in Japan not only failed to incite panic among its people, but rather sparked excitement. Monsters had finally graced their nation. Many even formed organizations in support of these creatures, believing that if they could unlock the secrets of the monsters, Japan could wield a weapon more formidable than nuclear arms. Soon to become the world's strongest nation, this notion was not merely the fantasy of a few. It was a belief instilled in the majority of the Japanese populace by the older generation. However, while they dreamed of a bright future, destruction quietly encircled their land. In a small building, Xiao Ling sat upon a tatami mat, surrounded by a succession of monsters. In his hand, he held a peculiar item. T-virus level, 8 stars. Description: it is the source of disaster, one of the most profound creations in the memories of the gods. The source of disaster. Xiao Ling gazed at the blue virus contained within the tubular vial. Marveling, tossing the vial to the ghoul behind him, he instructed, "Go spread this. I hope tonight's news won't disappoint me." A few hours later, within a large mall in Sakata City, black blood flowed freely as hordes of zombies charged at the surrounding crowd. 2 days later, Osaka fell. On the third day, Japan's armed forces joined the fray. By the 5th day, an unstoppable wave of zombies surged into several adjacent counties. On the 10th day, 1/3 of Japan succumbed to the bloody reign of the undead. At this moment, the surviving Japanese could no longer believe that monsters were divine gifts. Monsters were simply monsters. How could they be objects of faith? They regretted their beliefs. Yet the zombies offered no time for regret. By the 20th day, the zombie horde had taken over nearly half of Japan. Now, the entire world focused its gaze on Japan, and one could have imagined that in less than 2 months, one of the world's great powers would be on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, as other nations secretly rejoiced, zombies began to emerge in countries led by the United States. Until now, people have come to realize that this is not merely a calamity confined to the land of the rising sun. It is a disaster that encompasses the entire world. A month after the emergence of the zombies, the world's gaze turned toward the eastern realm of Xia. For reasons unknown, despite the terrifying zombie tide, it consistently circumvented Xia. Even now, Xia remains eerily tranquil, as if all monsters are deterred by its presence. In a room within Rome City. "Where am I?" Ziqian observed her surroundings, and then turned her attention to Yi Tian beside her. One might consider this a secluded corner. Here, the flow of qi is nearly non-existent. "How did you arrive? Did you summon me for a specific purpose?" Her lavender eyes reflected a hint of confusion. She had already sensed the binding of the summoning, yet she did not feel averse to why Yi Tian had bestowed upon her the entire legacy of the Demon Lord, a mere mark that paled in comparison to the burden of the demonic parasite she would have to endure as a servant of the Golden Lotus Demon Lord. "Indeed, there are matters requiring your assistance," Yi Tian stated, transmitting relevant information directly into Ziqian's mind. "Zombies? Such feeble beings pose a threat of annihilation to civilization. Can you eradicate them entirely?" Yi Tian inquired. "It is somewhat troublesome, yet not insurmountable. Ziqian replied as she slowly closed her eyes that if someone were at the space station, they would witness a colossal and seemingly boundless Rakshasa phantom gradually ascending into the sky. The magnitude of this manifestation diminishes to the infinite. Yet dealing with zombies is a trivial task. As vast purple light cascaded down upon the blue star, people were astonished to see zombies disintegrating into clouds of ash one after another. In the land of the rising sun, Xiao Ling observed the sky filled with purple light from his attic. That I knew it. I knew this world is far from the simplicity it appears. Xiao Ling pounded his fist against the floor in frustration, but it matters not. I have accumulated enough points to create level 9 monsters. That a grin spread across his face as he glanced at the system panel. Gatangier, the most formidable evil god that the creator system can conjure. As all zombies were eradicated, the world fell into a brief stupor. Soon after, humanity began to rebuild their cities. Globally, aside from Xia, desolation reigned supreme. In the land of the rising sun, however, their tribulations did not conclude with the extermination of the zombies. Grinning Clown, Silver Mercury Infant, Organ Fabricator, Yamada no Orochi. These were the monsters that had turned the entire land of the rising sun into their playground. In such desperate circumstances, numerous countries proposed deploying atomic bombs on Japanese soil to curb these monsters and prevent a zombie-like global outbreak. However, Japan, as the target of such an assault, firmly opposed it. Other nations, too, were reluctant to assume the role of executioner. Yet, inaction bore unpredictable consequences. Just as everyone hesitated, they suddenly realized that these monsters seemed to have received some command, surging from Japan towards Xia. As the monsters invaded Xia's territory, city blocks suffered devastating blows. In less than a day, the losses incurred by Xia sent shockwaves throughout the world, instilling despair. If Xia cannot withstand such a threat, which nation on Blue Star can contend with these entities? In a city of the land of the rising sun, Xiao Ling reveled in the destruction wrought by the hundreds of monsters under his command within Xia. A sinister smile creeping across his lips. That I had thought Xia was extraordinary. I was overly cautious before. The monsters wreaked havoc and destruction. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a voice resonated in the ears of all humanity. Do you believe in light? A voice, akin to an auditory illusion, floated into everyone's consciousness. Many paused in their movements. Did you hear that? A man and woman exchanged glances. INAT house. Etion watched the news reports detailing the monsters. His gaze flickering, but he murmured to himself, did they truly believe I had been idle all this time? Monsters, for every one that comes to Xia, let it remain, in the bustling coastal city of Magic Capital. One of the first to face monster incursions, under a dim sky at an intersection, several vehicles lay overturned. Amidst the cacophony of alarmed car horns, atop a vehicle, stood a clown adorned with garish makeup. Ha ha ha! The clown brandished a bloody dagger, his expression twisted and deranged. Surrounding him, a throng of armed special police encircled, while numerous corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Many reporters captured the scene from a distance. Millions in the live stream were gripped by fear. Why not open fire? This is madness. Just eliminate him. Bullets are ineffective against him. He cannot die. This clown possesses the ability to create duplicates. The special police cannot handle him. They are risking their lives to buy time for the citizens to retreat. Despair permeated the entire live stream. Moments later, the clown shifted his gaze toward the encircling special police. Retreat. Draw him out of the city. The entire special police unit sprang into action. In that instant, the clown multiplied into dozens of copies. The speed was so rapid that even the most prepared special police found themselves unable to escape. Viewers in the live stream could only watch helplessly as the frenzied duplicates of the clown, grinning maniacally, lunged at the throats of the special police with their bloody daggers. Stop, bastard, cease this madness. Do not kill again. How many must sacrifice? How many is this now? The barrage of comments flowed relentlessly, as no one wished to witness the unfolding tragedy. Ba! Suddenly, a voice emerged, akin to a sacred monk's incantation. Resonating clearly in everyone's ears, the entire street seemed to freeze at the sound of the sacred words. Then with a whoosh, people were astonished to see the grinning clown duplicates dissolve, as if encountering a formidable adversary. Leaving only the original clown, who struggled to maintain a smile. As the camera adjusted, it focused on the end of the street where a monk appeared, clad in simple gray robes. Behind him stood a striking stone monument. The monk approached, hands clasped together. You have wrought immense slaughter. Let this monk guide you to redemption. Ahahaha! The clown, sensing something amusing, regained his smile and staggered toward the monk, although he walked unsteadily. He seemed to teleport directly in front of the monk. raising his dagger to stab the monk's eyes. This moment sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding special police, who longed to intervene but felt utterly powerless. Just as onlookers braced themselves for the worst, the clown's dagger halted and a massive golden bell began to hover around the monk. Then, with a slow but powerful motion, the monk struck out, forming a colossal golden palm imprint that manifested as if a true Buddha had descended. In that moment, the once terrifying visage of the clown transformed into one of sheer terror. Ah! With a piercing scream, this horrifying entity vanished. He is dead. My heavens! Is he a deity? The true Buddha has descended. Millions in the live stream were left in shock, while reporters and special police who witnessed the event struggled to regain their composure. However, this was not an isolated incident. In Kaifeng, though not coastal, a monster also made its appearance today. As twilight fell, people gazed at the sky where a streak of meteor appeared. Yet, as time passed, they gradually realized that the meteor was growing larger. What is that? Is it a meteorite? To their astonishment, a rapidly enlarging crimson meteor plummeted into the center of Kaifeng, shaking the entire city. While everyone believed it to be merely a meteorite, the fiery crimson rock slowly unfurled. A towering super lava giant, over 100 meters tall, emerged as if a supreme demon had materialized. The citizens gazed upwards, awestruck by the gigantic presence that pierced the heavens. Is it a monster? Such a colossal being, does it intend to annihilate all of Kaifeng? Countless individuals were enveloped by fear. Most lacked even the courage to flee. Under satellite monitoring, the enormous lava giant stomped, cracking the earth and toppling buildings. No one could withstand him. What is that? Suddenly, many people glimpsed a figure soaring amidst the clouds. It was an elderly man, wielding a sword, his white beard flowing in the wind. A resounding roar echoed as the 1,000-meter sword light cleaved through the lava giant without a moment's hesitation. The ominous clouds in the sky slowly parted, while below, the lava giant was split in two by a fierce gust of wind. Crashing down with a thunderous thud, a single sword strike shattered the celestial dome, presenting a scene so breathtaking that all who witnessed it felt as though they had been transported to a fantastical realm. That I knelt, and my family followed suit. Is this truly the profound heritage of our summer nation? Everyone, look! In the coastal city of Rongqing, the 8-headed serpent has appeared, and here, we have the Dragon King. The live stream erupted with fervor, igniting excitement throughout the entirety of the summer nation. Simultaneously, nations that had been closely monitoring the situation in Summer Nation realized that these monsters were being vanquished by extraordinary beings, leading them to understand why the zombies had deliberately evaded our territory. How enviable! Summer Nation is home to such extraordinary entities, in stark contrast to the monster-infested lands of the East Japan. Summer Nation stood as a beacon of hope. Remarkably, within a mere day, all invading monsters were eradicated. The sword cultivator who shattered the heavens, the Dragon King who commanded the storms, the stone tablet monk, the clear wine Taoist, and that armored figure. The international standing of Summer Nation soared in the hearts of the people. Amidst this awe, Xiao Ling observed the system interface, witnessing the complete annihilation of the monsters he had painstakingly created. A wave of fury surging within him. No matter, let them revel in their joy for a little longer, he sneered. As the monsters fell, humanity gradually returned to normalcy, and a week passed in tranquility. Just as people believed the tumult had subsided, the world was suddenly beset by a series of natural disasters. That in the American homeland, the largest earthquake in history struck. That in Kangaroo Country, an unprecedented drought ravaged the land. In Stick Country, the most massive tsunami ever recorded occurred. Each calamity seemed to herald the onset of a greater disaster. On that day, several extraordinary beings, absent for a week, re-emerged. That a great calamity was imminent. The stone tablet monk, his voice resonant as the vastness of the Buddha's teachings, was taken aback. The sword cultivator shook his head slowly, such a sight captured by reporters and broadcasted frantically. Within hours, the news reached the farthest corners of the world. That a great calamity approaches. What does it mean? Is something monumental about to transpire? The sword cultivator, my idol, wore such an expression. The phrase "a great calamity approaches" was dissected by numerous internet scholars. Transformed into various educational sessions, an air of unease began to envelop everyone. Days passed amidst this thickening atmosphere of dread, and then disaster struck in the East Japan. Reports indicated the emergence of a terrifying beast, which ultimately submerged the entire region beneath the ocean. East Japan had vanished. This shocking news sent ripples through the world. While the previous events had been terrifying, none had reached the level of national annihilation. What kind of beast could do this? As the entire populace focused their gaze, the coastal waters of Summer Nation churned violently. With a thunderous roar, dense lightning cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall. In the turbulent seas, a colossal entity gradually emerged. What was that? A monster. The onlookers along the coast were left in utter shock. Just a glimpse of this beast sent chills down their spines. Had it truly arrived? In his room, Yi Tian kept his hands poised over the computer keyboard. The situation regarding the coast was being broadcast live across multiple channels. What is this? Many who were forcibly drawn into the stream were filled with confusion. However, upon seeing the title of the stream, their hearts raced in trepidation. The Dark Overlord Gitangier, born to engulf the world in darkness. It was it. The monster that had obliterated East Japan. It had come to our Summer Nation. The live broadcast was exceptionally clear. People could see vividly how the once clear sky was now shrouded in darkness due to Gitangier's presence. What should we do? How can we stop it? How can such a monster exist in our world? The comments flooded in like a torrent. Amidst the rising panic, from the pitch-black sky, a massive golden handprint of Buddha light descended forcefully. It was the stone tablet monk. Yes, Summer Nation still had those extraordinary beings. The moment they beheld the golden handprint, countless individuals felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, when that immensely powerful Buddha palm struck the beast in the ocean, it merely stirred up a spray of electric sparks. With little effect, instead, the monster in the sea suddenly extended a tentacle towards the monk bearing the stone tablet, sweeping in his direction. Clang! The golden bell, sturdy as a mountain, tightly shielded the monk. But just as the crowd exhaled in relief, they clearly saw alarming cracks appearing on the monk's golden bell. Boom! The next moment, the bell shattered, and the monk was sent crashing onto the shore. How could this be? Watching the downfall of the stone tablet monk, the flickering hope in people's hearts dimmed instantly. Roaring in unrestrained fury, Gitangier unleashed a torrent of black mist that spread wildly in all directions. A dragon soared from the sea. It was the Dragon King, who had devoured the eight-headed serpent. Seeing this figure reignited a wave of excitement among the people. That moment, a brilliant sword light surged across the miles, striking down upon the beast in the ocean. A burst of flames erupted, revealing the figure of the sword cultivator. He had arrived, and the wine-drinking Taoist as well. One after another, those extraordinary beings who had previously defended against the onslaught of monsters appeared on the coastline. The battle commenced at once. The sword cultivator wielded his blade, the Dragon King engaged in close combat, and the remaining extraordinary beings unleashed their full arsenal of attacks. The black mist churned. Soon, the Dragon King, battered and bruised, was expelled from the ocean. The sword cultivator, clutching a broken sword, was sent flying out like the initial holy monk. One after another, they retreated from the battlefield. None could defeat it. Chapter 69. World Currency, Could We Not Stop It? Those watching the live stream were not just the citizens of Summer Nation. Under Yi Tian's command, people from around the world turned their attention to this place. Although the faith he garnered brought him little in terms of points, it was now increasing at a rate of 10,000 per minute. Someone stood up. It was the holy monk. In the live broadcast, the holy monk on the shore, clad in tattered robes, rose once more. At that moment, he removed the stone tablet from his back. Following suit, the Dragon King soared into the air, and the sword cultivator relinquished his long sword. Surrounded by swirling sword energy, they rejoined the battle, determined to thwart the dark deity. However, the disparity in strength remained as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Roar! Gitangier's impatient roar echoed, and a thick purple glow began to coalesce around it. A dense purple light, imbued with lethal energy, enveloped everyone in an instant. In a heartbeat, all the extraordinary beings striving to resist were reduced to ashes. Dead. Impossible. This cannot be real. They all perished. Did they die for us to fend off the beast? Grief shrouded countless individuals, and the entire world fell silent. Only Gitangier's relentless roar echoed across the ocean. With no extraordinary beings to impede it, this dark deity, shrouded in endless darkness, set foot on the land of Summer Nation. No one could stop it any longer. Where the black mist spread, all electronic devices were rendered inoperable. Even missiles could not be launched. People could only watch helplessly as it unleashed darkness, gradually engulfing the central continent. This feeling of powerlessness plunged countless into despair. Do you believe in light? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in their ears once more. This time, it was clearer than ever before. Light? Can it bring hope? Light is hope. In a moment of clarity, people seemed to realize something. Understanding that when engulfed in darkness, sacrifices must be made. Suddenly, Faint points of light began to rise from each individual that in his room. Yi Tian looked up at the pitch-black sky, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. Through his relentless efforts, the will of the world had finally awakened. If the world's will did not awaken soon, he could not collect the light offered by the people. One by one, the points of light converged towards the heavens. Individuals raised their heads in the dark sky. Streams of luminous radiance began to intertwine. The entire world seemed to come alive on the coast. The silhouette of a giant began to take shape, constructed from the light of hope, the light giant. This was the first time people recognized him. He stood tall and majestic, possessing a light bright enough to pierce through despair in this darkened world. The light giant stood before Gitanjir. Roar, the dark overlord, Gitanjir, displayed extreme agitation. Its tentacles and pincers surged violently toward the light giant. In response, a brilliant golden glow enveloped the light giant. Attacks that had previously overwhelmed the sword cultivator and others merely created ripples upon striking this giant. Roar, Gitanjir grew increasingly frenzied, a deep purple radiance shimmering around it. It was preparing to unleash its ultimate technique, just as it had done against the stone tablet monk and his companions, facing the amassed energy of the opponent. The golden-hued light giant spread its arms wide. A brilliant white light gathered before the light giant, mirroring Gitanjir in its own preparation for a grand attack. At this moment, countless individuals were virtually glued to their television screens, intently fixated on the unfolding scene. Victory! It must be achieved. Suddenly, a vibrant purple beam collided head-on with a brilliant white light, enveloping both entities in a thick cloud of dust. Who emerged victorious? Why was there no sound at all? As the masses watched with bated breath, a luminescent giant, radiating white light, materialized from the swirling dust. It was him. The giant of light had triumphed. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted in exuberance. Yet, at that very moment, the figure everyone had been focused on, the giant of light, seemed to fulfill his mission, transforming into a myriad of glowing particles and vanishing from sight. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The giant of light indelibly etched in their memories. However, Xiaoling, who had been observing the live stream, found it hard to accept. No, this cannot be real. That was the evil god. How could he possibly lose? If you were to win, do you think I would grant you the chance to unleash Gitanjira? Behind him, a man's voice caused Xiaoling to stiffen. He turned to see a well-dressed man, strikingly handsome, even more so than himself. Who are you? Xiaoling inquired, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. You don't remember me, Yi Tian replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. 2 months ago, you threw a man off a building. Did you not? I saved him. The power to slay the fishhead monster was granted by me. Moreover, it was I who eliminated your scarecrow. With each word Yi Tian spoke, Xiaoling's expression grew darker. And Gitanjira was also guided to his demise by me. You are a demon, a veritable demon. Xiaoling trembled as he gazed at Yi Tian, bewildered by the existence of such a person who, without reason, seemed to target him at every turn. Have you not created enough demons of your own? Yi Tian's gaze turned sharp. I create demons to forge a monstrous era. Only through destruction can human civilization evolve. Xiaoling screamed, echoing his own twisted ideology. If not for you, if you had not existed, the future of this world would only continue to progress. Preposterous. Yi Tian dismissed, unwilling to waste time listening to his drivel. With a swift motion, he seized Xiaoling by the neck and thrust him against the wall. The impact caused the wall to cave in. Without hesitation, Yi Tian snapped his neck, with the main character's luck extinguished. He naturally would not afford him any time. Sensing the world's will surge forth, Yi Tian closed his eyes and absorbed it. After a prolonged moment, when Yi Tian opened his eyes, a feminine voice within his mind caused him to pause. Ding, the creator system detects a host. Would you like to bind the system? What on earth? The protagonist's system is without a host, so it regards him as the new host. Closing his eyes, Yi Tian immersed his consciousness in the system space. With a gentle tug, a blue orb of light appeared. You wish to bind with me? Yi Tian regarded the orb with a bemused expression. In the system space, the creator system appeared somewhat disoriented. She had not anticipated that this new host would be a fellow practitioner. Good heavens, how dare he wander the world alone, unaware of the world's repulsive force. Are you planning to stay here permanently? Yi Tian vaguely understood her intentions. The external repulsion was far too terrifying for her diminutive system. Since you wish to remain here, then become my subordinate system. Yi Tian unfolded his system panel, delineating a designated area for the system as my subordinate system. All points you earn must be surrendered to me. You must not defy or deceive me. if you can comply. Then jump into the subordinate system area. If not, I shall consume you." Upon hearing this, the creator system trembled slightly. "I am willing to become a subordinate system to AS." The creator system leaped into Yi Tian's subordinate system area. He simultaneously acquired all her abilities. The capacity to synthesize monsters and create beings could prove somewhat useful. However, now that I possess all your abilities, your utility seems rather diminished. Yi Tian's casual remark caused the already anxious creator system to become instantly tense. I can help you synthesize world coins. Do not consume me." World coins. This was a new term for Yu Tian. The creator system quickly elucidated. World coins are the currency produced by the world as well in response to emotional fluctuations. Their purpose is to make the world a better place. Make the world a better place. Yi Tian regarded the creator system on the subordinate system page with skepticism. "You wreak havoc upon the world. Yet you do so for world coins? Indeed, when the world flourishes, the energy that returns to me is the purest. You have ruined the world to this extent, and then you expect it to improve." Yi Tian found the contradiction both amusing and perplexing. Is it even possible for it to return to a state of beauty? Not quite. The creator system earnestly explained. After destruction, the world consciousness generates world coins from negative emotions. These coins can stabilize the ravaged world, allowing a new era of civilization to be sculpted anew. Much like the beauty represented by flowers and lava, both possess their own allure. Listening to the creator system's explanation, Yi Tian began to grasp the concept that in essence, if he did not intervene with Xiaoling, allowing him to continue his machinations while expending world coins for stabilization, the world on the brink of collapse might very well transition into a monstrous era. This thought led Yi Tian to reminisce about the original world. If he were to transport those beneficial world coins back to the original world and expend them, it was highly probable that the world would progress positively. And as the native system there, he wondered what rewards he might reap. Chapter 70. The next world. How many world coins do you possess? 1. The creator system responded timidly. Because you defeated Gitandra. This single world coin symbolizes light. Only I can create world coins. If you consume me, no other system can replicate them. The creator system emphasized once more. Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. "I will first test the efficacy of the world coin, then decide how to deal with you." Here, the creator system was astonished that Yi Tian intended to use it directly. After all, each world coin was immensely precious. How could you possibly do so here? Yi Tian shook his head. With a flash of light, he returned to his villa. The creator system was left dumbfounded. This is another world. How did you accomplish this?" Yi Tian did not respond, but instead extended his hand towards the subordinate system, world coin. As a surge of white light ascended, a palm-sized world coin landed in Yi Tian's grasp. The moment he acquired this item, he sensed an intense yearning emanating from the entire world. Crush it, boom, amidst a flurry of lights. The world coin disintegrated. It seemed as though nothing had changed that night. The ground was suffused with a starry glow, and Yi Tian instinctively gazed up at the sky. The multitude of stars twinkled as if painted upon a canvas. Strikingly vivid, the city he inhabited, while not a top-tier metropolis, was still among the nation's finest. The smog that had enshrouded the sky for 5 or 6 years dissipated today. The current sky resembled the radiant expanse of over a decade ago. During the rural era, in other cities, such as Kyoto and Haidu, where smog was at its most severe, the night sky sparkled like a clear mirror, dotted with stars. Those rare auroras manifested their brilliance in various cities. Is this the effect of the world coin? Realizing the changes sweeping across the world, Yi Tian opened his system panel with a sense of purpose. 1. The percentage that appeared on a particular panel elucidated to him that this was the world's feedback. Once the percentage reached 100, he would be able to undergo a comprehensive upgrade, gaining the true ability to enter that realm of adventure, the world of myths and legends. I told you, the benefits that world coins can yield are immense. Right? The creator system's voice rang out in the system space, tinged with a hint of pride. After all, only she could produce world coins. Yi Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to comment if there was any worthwhile gain from the previous world. It was likely this little system. In the ensuing 2 days, Yi Tian observed the growth of the flowers in his garden, introduced a batch of small fish into the pond, and fed them. While browsing his phone, a news article caught his attention, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Over the past couple of days, reports regarding the disappearance of smog and the reappearance of stars flooded the news. The night sky had suddenly transformed, prompting a surge in public interest regarding the natural environment. Among the environmental reports, one article sparked widespread attention, analyzing the reasons behind the world's sky becoming more beautiful. Ultimately, It meandered towards discussions of the supernatural, as the sudden beauty of the sky could no longer be explained by science. When science failed to provide answers, theology stepped in. This article led many to believe in the existence of supernatural beings. In short, belief in the supernatural had increased significantly. This was not a good sign. Yi-Tian thought wryly. Little system, can world coins help them circumvent such beliefs? Yi-Tian called out to the creator system within the system space. She clearly understood what he was alluding to. This requires access to worlds related to the supernatural in order to obtain the corresponding world coins from the world's will. Over the past 2 days, she had come to realize that Yi-Tian could traverse any world, and she genuinely envied him. Why? As a fellow system, was he so extraordinarily gifted, able to transform into human form and venture into corresponding worlds with ease? Yi-Tian took a deep breath, reflecting on the brief respite he had enjoyed over the past few days. It was time to venture into the next realm, within the confines of his room. He closed a book and slowly shut his eyes. In a flash of white light, Yi-Tian vanished, and the book snapped shut. Welcome to the Demon Live broadcast. This is the 9th episode, currently in progress. The flamboyant and eccentric voice echoed through the digital platforms, announcing the commencement of yet another live stream. Viewers glued to their screens found themselves engulfed in fear and helplessness, though some were filled with anticipation and excitement. The Demon Live broadcast was a bizarre phenomenon that had emerged 9 months ago, drawing in criminals to a designated location where they awaited their demise at the hands of malevolent spirits. All for public viewing. The origins and purpose of this sinister broadcast remained shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing whether the puppeteer behind it was human or ghostly. In a brightly lit hotel lobby, over 50 men and women gradually awakened from their stupor, realizing their predicament as the omnipresent voice of the demon declared their fate. Many were overwhelmed with despair, questioning why they had been chosen. I merely acted in self-defense. How could this be? They lamented, unable to comprehend their selection for the Demon Live broadcast. The broadcast image clarified. The faces of those present stirred a wave of anxiety. Min is here. She is my favorite star, and I was supposed to attend her concert. Others, too, were incredulous, unable to fathom the selection of individuals who seemed innocent at that moment. A crimson light descended from above, displaying the names of the 50-plus participants. Fu Yuza, male, crime. Arson, Wu Fanfan, male, crime. Sexual assault. Shen Miner, female, crime. Fish killing. Chu Zhe, male, crime. Murder of 5. As the names scrolled down, the atmosphere turned electric with outrage. Fish killing. How could that be considered a crime? They protested, the injustice palpable. The revelation that nearly 10 individuals were implicated in lesser crimes shocked the viewers. If such individuals could be ensnared, who among them was truly safe? A beautiful woman, watching from her television, was gripped by disbelief as she observed a man devoid of fear, his piercing black and white eyes fixed upon the blood-red screen. I killed those 5. They deserved it. Does that count as a crime? His voice was steady and clear, drawing the gaze of many. A strange chuckle echoed in response. You have no right to be the arbiter of those crimes. Oh, and you consider yourself our judge? The man's challenge sparked applause among the viewers. Indeed, I possess the authority to enforce justice. Power is the true voice of authority. You may find yourself under scrutiny in this episode of the Demon Live broadcast. As the ominous words faded, the weight of despair returned. All eyes turned to Chu Zhe, who remained unfazed, lost in contemplation. I cannot believe I have entered the world of this narrative. I must not repeat the actions of the original character. As fear began to envelop the room, a disembodied voice declared, attention, the hide-and-seek game will commence in 3 minutes. Ensure you hide well, lest the demon find you. The room erupted into chaos, panic-stricken individuals scrambling for safety. What should we do? Where can we hide? They cried, their voices trembling with fear. In the midst of the turmoil, Chu Zhe recalled a character from the original story who had found an excellent hiding spot. He called out, is anyone named Jiang Yi here? A young man, slender and bespectacled, raised his hand hesitantly. That's me. Chu Zhe seized him and declared, I will protect you. Let us seek refuge together. Really? Jiang Yi looked apprehensive, aware of Chu Zhe's dark past. Stop talking. We have little time, Chu Zhe urged, and Jiang Yi, albeit reluctantly, nodded and led the way down a corridor. As the countdown began, Chu Zhe felt a sense of urgency. He could not afford to replicate the original character's mistakes. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Look, a cabinet. Many viewers recognized that hiding inside a cabinet was often a safe choice. Chu Zhe rushed forward, but halted Jiang Yi before he could enter. This cabinet is only big enough for one. You need to find another hiding place. What? Jiang Yi was taken aback, confusion etched upon his face, without a second thought. Chu Zhe shut the cabinet door, leaving Jiang Yi exposed. The live audience erupted in outraged, is he not condemning that young man to death? They questioned, their disapproval evident, while some viewers sympathized with Jiang Yi. Others argued that only the strongest could survive such trials. As Jiang Yi stood outside, the sinister laughter of the demon grew louder. Run left, a mechanical voice urged in Jiang Yi's mind. He glanced left down the empty corridor and then back at the approaching demon. Without hesitation, he sprinted left, desperately seeking safety. The unmistakable sound of footsteps attracted the ghost around the corner. Suddenly, a long-haired female specter, her head bowed, floated into view. At the same moment, she spotted the fleeing Jiang Yi. Amidst the wailing of ghostly voices, the female ghost swiftly approached Jiang Yi. The speed of the specter was terrifying. In mere moments, she was right behind him, just as everyone believed this boy would become the long-haired ghost's next meal. He reacted. He turned right and slammed into the adjacent door. Chapter 72. A meal following the voice in his mind. Jiang Yi glanced at the seemingly locked door. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. If he failed to break through, the long-haired ghost would ensnare him with her hair, constricting him into pieces. The viewers in the live stream gasped in disbelief. Was he truly going to crash through that evidently locked door? He should be running for his life, not stopping. It was hopeless. How could he possibly escape? After all, it was a ghost. There was no way to outrun it. Despair washed over the viewers. The door that appeared to be completely locked was suddenly burst open by Jiang Yi. There was a cupboard nearby. He could hide inside. The voice in his mind echoed again. The long-haired ghost's hair was already brushing against him like steel wires. In that instant, Jiang Yi opened the cupboard door with the fastest speed of his life and rolled inside. With a thud, the cupboard closed, halting the mass of hair midair. The long-haired ghost paused momentarily, then floated around the room in confusion before eventually departing with a sense of bewilderment. He had escaped. Heaven, he had actually gotten away. It was a miracle. I thought that child was doomed. I never expected this. The live stream erupted with excitement. After so many episodes of the Demon Live broadcast, few had been as thrilling as this one right from the start. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, hidden within the cupboard, was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Once he calmed himself, he spoke aloud. Who are you? Clearly, he was addressing the voice that had just emerged in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host meets binding conditions. Would you like to bind to the Yition decryption system? Yition decryption system? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in confusion. A system of this sort was evidently a novel concept for him. Ding. Detection indicates the host is speaking. Meeting binding requirements. Initiating binding. 1.100 without question. Jiang Yi had successfully bound himself in an instant. The general capabilities of the system appeared in his mind that it could foresee the future and even grant him the powers of a ghost. Was this truly the decryption system? Upon grasping the information about the system, Jiang Yi was utterly astonished. How had he come to possess such a remarkable tool? System, why did you choose me? Adjusting his glasses, Jiang Yi felt that such an extraordinary system should not have selected someone as unremarkable as him. Because you are obedient, Yi Tian chuckled inwardly. Ding, the host possesses numerous virtues, though the host has yet to realize them. Hee, do I truly have many virtues? Jiang Yi smiled bashfully. Then he asked, by the way, I noticed on the system interface that there are many items in the store that require points. How can I earn points? The host can earn points by showing off before the live stream audience. Yi Tian defined it thus, a conclusion derived from discussions with the little system. This Demon Live broadcast was designed for that Chu Zhe to show off if he could guide the host to overshadow him. It would inadvertently diminish Chu Zhe's protagonist luck. In truth, Yi Tian could reveal even more powerful system functionalities, but the creator system warned that doing so would affect the world's will, making it difficult to obtain world currency. Thus, Yi Tian had to keep his abilities subdued, yet it was not a significant issue. Showboating can earn points? Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled. If there were conditions, who wouldn't want to show off a little? I noticed there is also a demon lottery. How can one acquire a chance to draw? Ding. This requires the host to exchange the corpses of ghostly entities. Is that so? Jiang Yi nodded inwardly, feeling a sense of reassurance. After so many seasons of the Demon Live broadcast, with no survivors, now in the 9th episode, equipped with such a system, he felt confident he could make it out alive. Ding. The host has a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? A novice gift pack. Jiang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Claim it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cubic storage space. In that moment, Jiang Yi sensed a connection to a certain space. A cubic storage space. Such a unique item was not available for purchase in the store, only attainable through the demon lottery. He never expected such a generous novice gift pack. As time passed, the screams within the hotel grew more frequent. One after another, people were found and torn apart. Except for those who had hidden in the cupboard, others were utterly terrified. After 10 minutes had passed. Okay, those who are still alive, congratulations. You have won in the game of hide and seek. Please proceed to the first floor dining room, where the Demon Live broadcast has rewarded you with a sumptuous dinner. With the eerie voice's announcement, all the surviving individuals in the hotel simultaneously exhaled in relief. Jiang Yi opened the cupboard and stepped out of the room, also letting out a sigh on his way to the lobby. He encountered Chu Zhe once more. Seeing Jiang Yi still alive, Chu Zhe displayed a look of surprise, then, as if gazing at a stranger, ignored him completely. Watching Chu Zhe's retreating figure, Jiang Yi clenched his fists. Feeling a surge of intense anger, the earlier actions of the other had been nothing short of attempted murder. Now, the complete lack of remorse on his face had firmly etched that man into Jiang Yi's memory. Upon arriving at the first floor dining room, the metallic scent of blood gradually faded. The deceased were systematically cleared away. The gathering survivors numbered just over 20. More than half had been lost compared to 10 minutes prior. Thank goodness, our Min is safe. My Fan is safe too. As for that Fan, let it go. Minner was wrongfully taken for killing fish. Your Fan was meant to be part of the live broadcast. What did you say? How dare you question our Fan? With the end of the hide-and-seek game, the atmosphere in the live stream relaxed significantly, leading to disputes among the survivors that eye in the dining room. As everyone gathered, most of them glanced around, only to see empty tables. Whereas the food. We were promised a lavish feast. I didn't eat lunch. I could devour half a cow right now. Exactly. We were called here, yet there's not a morsel in sight. We survived the hide-and-seek. Just as the surviving 20-some individuals began to protest, outside the dining room, a group of slender, masked waitstaff appeared, each carrying a tray. Upon seeing these waitstaff, few felt delighted. Instead, a sense of dread washed over them. Having watched the Demon Live broadcast, they knew that these waitstaff were the most frequent entities encountered, the split-mouth waitstaff. Under the direction of these waitstaff, each person took a seat at an empty table. 23 people, just enough for the 23 waitstaff. Most people's gazes were fixed on the trays held by the split-mouth waitstaff. When the trays were placed on the tables and the lids removed, the contents astonished everyone. The platters did not contain any gourmet delicacies, nor were they filled with grotesque body parts. Instead, there were merely 5 bright red chili peppers. Were we supposed to eat these? What kind of grand feast is this? Better not eat them. Chili will upset your stomach. The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with commentary. However, some individuals began to notice something peculiar. I recognize one of them. Among these, there's a Carolina Reaper pepper, the second hottest pepper in the world. Not to mention, the world's hottest pepper, the Pepper X, is also here. The other 3 are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th hottest peppers in the world. Instantaneously, the live stream erupted in fervent discussion. It was at this moment that the strange voice echoed with a mocking tone. Please enjoy your meal. And ensure you leave nothing behind. Wastefulness will incur penalties. Chapter 73. Eating chili peppers. The devil's voice dripped with sarcasm. The survivors in the dining room stared at the chili peppers on their respective tables, none displaying any semblance of joy. Just gazing at the peppers set off tears in many eyes, as the thought of consuming them carried a significant risk of death. But could they refuse to eat? Among the 23 individuals, a burly white man was the first to take the plunge. The scorpion butch pepper, the 5th hottest in the world, with a heat level of 1.46 million Scoville units, was picked up by the muscular man in a black tank top. He glanced at the split-mouth waitstaff and asked, "Is there any milk?" Receiving no response, he had no choice but to eat it raw. Gritting his teeth, the muscular man popped the entire chili into his mouth. Ugh! Instantly, a wave of intense heat engulfed his mouth. Everyone could clearly see the man's neck and face turning crimson. He could no longer utter a sound, for he felt as if countless quenching needles were frantically piercing his mouth. Even a scream seemed a luxury. All who bore witness to this scene felt a tightening in their hearts. Those in the live stream were especially struck with fear. This was merely the least spicy of the 5 peppers, yet it seemed as though this fellow had already lost half his life. Did you see that? His tongue was covered in blisters. Without water or milk, what was to become of those remaining peppers? Observing the robust man's plight, the surrounding survivors dared not to touch the peppers on the table. It was at this moment that a bespectacled, delicate-looking young man, following the burly Caucasian, picked up a scorpion pepper. Gazing at the chili, Jiang Yi opened his mouth and placed it within. A wave of intense spiciness surged forth. With a thought, The chili vanished into his storage space. Indeed, it was feasible he feigned chewing the air a few times, then swallowed amidst the astonished expressions of all present. He managed to consume it without a flicker of emotion. Good heavens, did he possess no sense of taste? Was he from Sichuan or perhaps Hangzhou? In the demon's live stream, the shock of Jiang Yi was palpable. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's mind was filled with Yi Tian's mechanical voice. Points 1. Points 1. Points. Jiang Ye's emotionless consumption of a chili instantly made him the center of attention. The others looked at the peppers on the table, feeling a twinge of desire to try. Yet, glancing at the nearly unconscious Caucasian, they fell into hesitation. However, the demon would not grant them the luxury of time to ponder. The bizarre tones echoed once more within the restaurant. From this moment forth, only 5 minutes remain. Failure to finish will result in punishment. The one who consumes the most will receive a reward. As these words fell, a countdown appeared prominently in the restaurant. The 5-minute time constraint sent the still hesitant survivors into a frenzy. Yet, some instantly recognized a loophole in the demon's statement. The demon indicated we must finish, yet also mentioned that the one who eats the most would be rewarded, implying that we could consume not just the 5 peppers on our plate, but also assist others in eating, or we could have others help us eat the peppers. This revelation ignited a slight chaos within the restaurant that a man approached Jiang Ye's table. Brother, help me finish everything on my plate, and I'll give you 1 million once we get out. 1 million? Jiang Yi frowned. Did this man assume his youthful appearance rendered him a fool? Following Jiang Ye's extraordinary performance, 2 more individuals quickly gathered around. Little brother, if you help me eat these, I'll give you 100 million when we escape. I have money too. I can offer you a great deal. Little brother, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tier pagoda. I truly cannot handle spicy food. As 7 or 8 people began to encircle him, Jiang Yi glanced back at Chu Zhe. That I can help you eat these peppers, but I require no payment. You should know that money holds no value here. Then what do you want, little brother? The crowd around, sensing a possibility for negotiation, brightened. Jiang Yi pointed towards Chu Zhe at the back table. Hit him. A slap, a punch, or a kick. I'll help you eat one. That his unabashed words directed everyone's gaze towards Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe, too, focused his attention on Jiang Yi. This guy was courting death. The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, using a knife to kill. This kid is impressive. Incredible. That guy monopolized the closet before and nearly got someone killed. Would this young man's blatant declaration not earn him the enmity of others? Meanwhile, within the restaurant, as Jiang Yi's words settled, one individual nearby sneered, cracking his knuckles. I thought it would be a tough task. Don't worry, little brother, I'll take care of him. As he spoke, the man strode towards Chu Zhe. Watching the approach, Chu Zhe's eyes turned icy. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will make you lie on the ground. Although the original host was still within the realm of an ordinary person, he previously possessed the strength to kill 5 individuals. Yet, as he issued this threat, someone suddenly kicked him from behind. At this moment, you're still putting on airs. With a crash, a chair toppled over. While Chu Zhe had considerable strength, he was still an ordinary person and was directly knocked to the ground. Following that, foot after foot began to rain down upon him. Even women participated in the assault. Jiang Yi leisurely consumed the peppers, observing the scene with a cunning glint behind his glasses. Was he merely seeking vengeance? No, it was more than that. In the demon's live stream, allies sometimes held great importance to be why orchestrating this. Chu Zhe had effectively become the target of everyone's disdain. After they pummeled Chu Zhe, would they then wish to associate with him? Perhaps they would find a way to eliminate this unstable factor. Fearing that he would harbor resentment towards them, the service staff, observing the brutal beating of Chu Zhe, offered no intervention. Originally, within the confines of the rules, the restaurant's environment should have involved some individuals restraining another, forcing him to consume the peppers, thereby reflecting the darkness of human nature. However, the current scenario was quite unexpected. The viewers in the live stream were particularly astounded by Jiang Yi, who remained calm while consuming the peppers. Those chilies, capable of sending one to the hospital or even the ICU, appeared to him as mere snacks, devoid of any lethality. Suddenly, amidst the throng beating Chu Zhe, an unexpected crimson glow radiated from him. In an instant, all those nearby were forced back. Slowly lifting his head, Chu Zhe, with a face marked by shoe prints, radiated boundless fury. He lunged at a nearby man, seizing him by the throat. Are you seeking death? Chapter 74. Sleep-strong murderous intent surged forth, leaving those around him in shock. What was happening? How did he possess such strength? As everyone watched Chu Zhe's hand gradually tighten, it seemed that the man would be choked to death. However, a nearby service staff, with a chilling grip, seized Chu Zhe's wrist. With a crack, Chu Zhe's wrist bone shattered. "You cannot kill." The frigid words seemed to freeze the hearts of those present. Chu Zhe, drenched in sweat, gradually regained his composure. There's only 1 minute left. Make haste. The countdown of 5 minutes had reached its final 60 seconds. Within the restaurant, aside from Chu Zhe, 4 others still faced the peppers on their tables. These individuals were all intent on consuming the peppers themselves. The consequence was that 2 of them fainted from the heat, their bodies twitching slightly. The other 2 were a pair of 20-something twin sisters. They had only nibbled a bit of the chili skin and were now incapacitated for several minutes. These 2 could have handed the peppers over to Jiang Yi. They merely needed to land a few slaps on Chu Zhe. Yet they did not. As for the reason, aside from Yi Tian, no one knew. This was simply the protagonist's fortune. In the original narrative, these 2 women were among Chu Zhe's harem. Time trickled away. In the final minute, Chu Zhe directly placed the remaining peppers into his mouth. It was spicy, yet not overwhelmingly so. He slightly opened his palm, the red mark in his palm becoming increasingly prominent. The mark was aiding him, even mending the injury to his wrist. The strength that had once coursed through his body also stemmed from this symbol. After chewing for a few moments, sweat trickled down Chu Zhe's face as he swallowed the peppers. This ability left many in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this fellow was also a spicy food aficionado. Once Chu Zhe finished the 5 peppers, only half a minute remained. The gazes of those present fixated on the remaining 4 individuals in the center. Discounting the 2 unconscious ones, who were utterly hopeless, the 2 sisters still had a chance. However, they could not consume the peppers on their own. They needed someone else to do it. Although both sisters were strikingly beautiful, the remaining survivors were not so blinded by lust. Those few peppers were beyond their capability to tackle. With merely 20 seconds remaining, a man stepped forward and picked up a pepper from one of the sisters' plates. This man was Chu Zhe. Taking 1 pepper at a time, those surrounding him began to sweat slightly. Unlike Jiang Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Chu Zhe's struggle with the peppers was palpable, allowing others to sense the true spiciness. He exerted considerable effort to finish. Chu Zhe then glanced at the remaining pepper on the other sister's plate, hesitating slightly. He could feel the power of the mark in his palm significantly waning. Had he not utilized the mark's strength during the previous assault, consuming a dozen or more peppers would have posed no issue. However, it seemed he had reached his limit. The mark's power had daily constraints. If he continued to eat, the mark would no longer shield him, and the true spiciness of the peppers would explode in his mouth. His evident hesitation prompted the surrounding individuals to shake their heads. The hopeful expressions of the 2 sisters dimmed. "Sister, don't eat," cried the younger sister, who bore a tear mole as she clutched her older sibling. After Chu Zhe finished the peppers on her plate, time was running out, and the younger sister's peppers remained unresolved. The older sister, in a moment of desperation, grasped a pepper and prepared to consume it. Just as she was about to eat it, a young man snatched it from her hand. It was Jiang Yi. With a single bite, Jiang Yi devoured the chili, maintaining a demeanor that consistently left others in in just a few fleeting seconds. The peppers on the plate were devoured by Jiang Yi, leaving both sisters in a state of shock as they gazed at the bespectacled young man. As the countdown reached its end, all eyes converged on the 2 unconscious bodies on the ground. Beside them, the grinning attendant, having removed his mask, revealed a mouth stretched wide in a grotesque grin that sent shivers down everyone's spine. With a sudden snap, he bit off the heads of the 2 individuals lying there. The timid among the crowd screamed, while many others retched from the overwhelming visual assault. This was the punishment, a grim fate indeed. A peculiar voice echoed, and a crumpled piece of paper landed in Jiang Yi's hand, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The rewards from the demon live stream were rare and not meant to be shared. It was a solitary prize for him alone. As the attendant departed, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the hotel's lights brightened. "Thank you," a sweet voice floated beside Jiang Yi. Turning slightly, he recognized the 2 sisters from earlier. "Are you thanking me?" Jiang Yi replied, shifting his gaze to Chu Zhe. "He also saved one of you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to him as well?" "We've already thanked him." The sisters exchanged complex glances before apologizing. "We really can't repay you. It's enough to know I saved one of you." Jiang Yi responded with a gentle smile. He had discerned from the system that these 2 women were intertwined with Chu Zhe, the male lead, hence his intervention. The reasoning behind his actions was simple. He desired neither burdens nor enemies. According to the system, they were supposed to team up with Chu Zhe, but by saving one of them and declaring his enmity with Chu Zhe, he had created a dilemma. Should they choose to ally with Chu Zhe, they would feel conflicted due to Jiang Yi's involvement. Conversely, if they opted for Jiang Yi, they would feel guilty towards Chu Zhe. Thus, no matter whom they chose, the two men would remain unconsidered. Ye Tian nodded discreetly, recognizing that although this host was somewhat inexperienced, his intellect and tactics were commendable. No wonder he had managed to binge-watch the entirety of Detective Conan. Suddenly, the hotel's intercom crackled to life, announcing, "Dear guests, it is now time to retire for the night. Please select a room of your preference." Upon hearing this, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the survivors once more. Having witnessed numerous episodes of the Demon live stream, they understood that the night was when true horrors unfolded. How many of them would survive until morning? Chapter 75. This night the hotel rooms stood vacant. Inviting selection. Upon entering one, Jiang Yi was taken aback to find it was a double room. Single occupancy was not permitted. This signified that the 21 of them would have to form teams. It became evident to everyone as groups began to form in the lobby. Chu Zhe stood alone in a corner, ignored by all. The most sought-after partner was undoubtedly Jiang Yi. Previously, despite Jiang Yi's apparent frailty, his recent display of prowess with the peppers had altered perceptions. Now, as he possessed a coveted item from the demon's reward, many were eager to team up with him. "Hey, little brother, team with me. I am a boxing coach. I can ensure your safety. Come with me, and we can sweat it out together tonight. Why not join us? We have a 3-person suite available." Everyone clamored around Jiang Yi. Extolling their virtues, scanning the crowd, Jiang Yi selected a striking woman. "Let us team up." Really? She stammered, disbelief evident in her voice. Jiang Yi nodded confidently. When choosing a temporary partner, he prioritized character over ability, from his recollections. This woman had made a minor mistake, accidentally breaking an antique. Compared to others with far graver transgressions, at least he wouldn't have to worry excessively about betrayal from her. Everyone found their respective roommates. Only 2 remained, Chu Zhe and the despised criminal. Chu Zhe glanced at the man with disdain, but realized they had no choice. Staying outside would be tantamount to courting death. "Hello, I'm Wu Fan. You can sleep on the sofa or the floor. I'll take the bed." Chu Zhe dismissed any further conversation and walked towards a room. "Your name is Qiuji?" Jiang Yi inquired as he opened the door to room 201. Glancing back at the woman behind him. "Yes, I'm 18,160 centimeters tall, with measurements of 85-60-87, and I'm still single." She spoke quickly, her head down, leaving Jiang Yi momentarily speechless. "Did you think I chose you for your looks?" He assessed her. She was not breathtaking at first glance, but her charm grew with familiarity. "No, of course not." Qiuji, seemingly prepared for rejection, responded. "Then it's settled. We'll share the bed tonight." Jiang Yi chuckled, his tone layered with implication. Stepping inside, the room exuded a vintage charm reminiscent of Western apartments from the 80s and 90s. The entrance featured a rack with several pairs of worn leather shoes. As they ventured further, the space proved ample, with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. An old sofa adorned the living area, facing a vintage television, which flickered to life with static upon their entry. "I'm going to take a shower," Qiuji remarked, seemingly oblivious to the room's peculiarities. Her mind preoccupied with the night ahead with Jiang Yi. As she disappeared into the bathroom, Jiang Yi surveyed the surroundings, then retrieved a crumpled paper from his pocket, a reward from the demon. Unfolding it revealed a string of numbers. 0000000. What does this reward signify? Jiang Yi pondered aloud, querying the system. Ye Tian replied, "I'm not sure." "Not even you know?" Jiang Yi mused, deep in thought as he contemplated the implications of the numbers. He had witnessed the entire narrative unfold, and Yi Tian certainly understood their significance, yet he remained silent, believing the host should possess independent reasoning abilities. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi sighed. Tucking the paper away, he accessed the system panel. After successfully consuming the peppers, he had accrued over 500 points, which he might utilize later tonight. As the hotel dimmed, the sound of a clock chimed, signaling 8 o'clock. What awaited them tonight? Fear gripped them, even as they watched the live stream. May the heavens protect us. I hope Fan survives. Outside, the world had reached the late hours, and the unsettling atmosphere was palpable. In the demon live stream, the camera shifted to a first-person perspective, revealing a hotel room where 3 men resided, one asleep while the others kept a vigil on the sofa. "Brother, is this plan foolproof? If we stay awake, the ghosts won't come?" The man with a buzz cut asked uneasily. "Rest assured, after watching so many episodes, it's clear that those who sleep soundly are the ones who face calamity. We just need to stay alert tonight," the middle-aged man replied confidently, exhaling a smoke ring. "Indeed, It's far less daunting to have company, the buzzcut man concurred. Suddenly, a series of footsteps emerged from the shadows behind them, causing the already timid man to shudder. The middle-aged man turned his head to investigate as well. Emerging from the dimness was a lean figure. It's Xiao Li, the middle-aged man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the buzzcut man, who flushed with embarrassment. Why do you walk so quietly? The newcomer complained. Enough, Xiao Li, you're here to take over that buzzcut. Why don't you rest for a bit? The middle-aged man gestured towards the departing figure. I'm not sure I can manage alone, the buzzcut man admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Two individuals kept watch, while one succumbed to sleep. Regardless of the circumstances, he harbored a profound fear of solitude. Very well, gather your spirits. I shall retire for the night. If anything arises, call for me immediately. The middle-aged man, slightly rotund, shook his head in dismay that he regretted his decision to team up with this coward. But at least it afforded him some extra rest. From the living room to the bedroom, he yawned, pulled back the covers, and nestled into the warmth of the bedding. As he shifted, he felt something unusual. Turning on the bedside lamp, he focused intently and was startled to discover another person in his bed. Xiao Li, he exclaimed in shock. What? A groggy Xiao Li, roused by the light, yawned. Uncle Mo, is it my turn to take over? Take over? Who are you? The middle-aged man stared intently at the figure in bed. What do you mean? It's me, Xiao Li. Sitting up, Xiao Li clarified. Isn't it time for my shift? Why did you wake me? At that moment, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Before him was Xiao Li, the very same person who had been seen with the buzzcut man. Chapter 76. A Call in the Night. A scream of sheer terror echoed from the living room. In the bedroom, Xiao Li exchanged a glance with Uncle Mo, and without even donning their clothes, they dashed toward the source of the commotion. Upon entering the living room, they found the buzzcut man staring blankly, his expression vacant. Buzzcut. Buzzcut. They rushed to him, shaking him vigorously. Gradually, he began to regain his senses. What happened? What did you see? The rotund man shouted into his ear. A ghost. There's a ghost. The buzzcut man was in a state of panic. Xiao Li and Uncle Mo quickly scanned their surroundings. Aside from the small area illuminated by the lamp, the house was engulfed in darkness. Akin to an abyss. Don't fear. As long as you're unharmed, we'll stay awake together. Uncle Mo decided swiftly that in such circumstances, it was clear that they could not afford to be separated. Yes, let's stay together, Xiao Li agreed. Visibly shaken, the warm glow of the orange lamp only illuminated a small vicinity, yet the three of them settled on the sofa, feeling somewhat reassured. How about a smoke to calm our nerves? Uncle Mo offered, producing a cigarette and extending it to the buzzcut man, but he shook his head. No, I won't. Then Xiao Li can have it. Uncle Mo's gaze flickered as he passed the cigarette to the young man beside him. Taking one for himself, the atmosphere among the three became noticeably heavy, perhaps due to the presence of the ghost lurking nearby. I need to use the restroom, the buzzcut man stammered, glancing at Uncle Mo and Xiao Li. Xiao Li, you accompany him. This fellow is more timid than a mouse, Uncle Mo urged, patting the young man beside him. Ugh, so troublesome, Xiao Li grumbled. Watching the two head toward the bathroom, Uncle Mo took a deep drag from his cigarette. Xiao Li, don't blame Uncle. Everyone wants to survive, he muttered to himself, casting a determined glance at the distant door. A cry from the restroom pierced the air. Uncle Mo, help me. The buzzcut is a fake. He's a ghost. The shrieking abruptly ceased. Moments later, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, fully revealing itself in the living room. However, Uncle Mo was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, he heard a loud bang as the hotel room door slammed shut, and Uncle Mo bolted from the room. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. Uncle Mo was unsure whether the ghost would pursue him, but he understood that lingering in the hallway was not an option. With a faint recollection, he arrived at a door and began pounding on it frantically. The sound of his knocks reverberated through the quiet, eerie corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The door creaked open, revealing a cold-faced man. Are you seeking death? Brother, please, let me in. I have no escape. Why should I let you in? The man's voice, cold as ice, belonged to Chuzé. Were it not for an inexplicable feeling, he would have immediately kicked this man away. I possess knowledge about ghosts. I know how to deal with them, Uncle Mo whispered urgently, his eyes darting. Chuzé stepped aside, allowing him entry. This scene was captured in its entirety by the demon's live-streaming room, eliciting gasps from the online audience. This guy is mad to let this man in, to save himself by pushing others into the fire. How can such a person be welcomed? Interestingly, this Chuzé had treated Jiang Yi similarly when they first played hide-and-seek together. Were these two indeed in cahoots? Oh, our dear Fan is now stuck with these two demons. The camera in the demon live-streaming room shifted, focusing on Uncle Mo's room. the door opened from within, and a dark figure stepped out, scanning the surroundings before heading to room 304 next door. As time drifted into the early hours of the night, on the second floor, room 201, Jiang Yi lay in a light slumber. Surely, all the survivors in the hotel were either in shallow sleep or wide awake. However, as time went on, light slumber gradually gave way to deeper sleep. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, causing the curtains to flutter gently. Jiang Yi sensed a presence, as if a delicate figure was pressed against him, sending a chill across his face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find a face mere inches from his own. His breath caught in his throat, and only when he recognized the person did he exhale in relief. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yi exclaimed, noticing Qiuji lying on him. "There is someone under our bed." She replied, her voice trembling with fear. This revelation jolted Jiang Yi's mind into clarity. Is it truly a person? He turned on the lamp, grasping a dragon's breath pepper, having been informed by the system that such a pepper could inflict chemical damage on ghosts, his sole means of offense. Peering beneath the bed, he indeed spotted a figure. However, this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Qiuji. Shaking uncontrollably, the doppelganger grasped Jiang Yi upon seeing him. "Jiang Yi, there's a ghost on the bed." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi's head shot up, a ghastly pale face loomed closer, radiating an icy aura. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yi pressed the pepper against the ghost's eye socket, extracting its juices. What transpires when a pepper with a heat level of 248 million encounters a ghost? Agony. In an instant, the malevolent spirit let out a piercing shriek. As Jiang Yi prepared to seize another pepper for a follow-up attack, the ghost on the bed vanished. A cold wind, tinged with a hint of blood, swept into the room, causing Jiang Yi to shudder as he broke into a cold sweat. "Are you all right?" Qiuji crawled out from beneath the bed, looking disheveled. "How did you end up under the bed?" Jiang Yi asked, puzzled. "They had all been sleeping on the same bed. I don't know. When I opened my eyes, I was beneath the bed, unable to move or speak." Recalling the ordeal, Qiuji was filled with dread. "Did you drive the ghost away?" "Sort of," Jiang Yi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Will it return?" "Absolutely." Jiang Yi provided no comfort. "We should stay awake tonight." "Sleep? I don't dare to." Qiuji inhaled the frigid air. Outside, the wind picked up intensity, and the dampness in the air hinted at an impending storm. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced through the silence from the black rotary phone on the bedside table. Ring, ring. The sound was sharp and insistent, echoing through the room and likely resonating throughout the second-floor corridor. "How annoying. Should we answer it?" Qiuji inquired. Jiang Yi glanced at the black phone, seeking guidance from the system. "System, what should I do?" Suggestion: the host may consume points to activate system decryption mode. First-time activation allows for a 90 discount, costing 100 points per hour. Decryption mode? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the system was indeed called the decryption system. After reviewing the features, he decided without hesitation, "I'll take 10 seconds. Yet. This was the first time he encountered a host who intended to purchase 10 seconds for answers. Ution was not a mechanical system and would not fall for such tricks. Ding, decryption mode activated. Hourly purchase confirmed. Though he anticipated this outcome, Jiang Yi still felt a pang of regret as 100 points were deducted. Activating the decryption mode, that moment, a faint luminescent screen appeared before Jiang Yi. He glanced at the bed and saw a line of text materialize. 277 individuals have engaged in activities on this bed. This revelation left Jiang Yi's expression frozen in disbelief. Yikes, I actually slept on this bed. The phone rang again. Pulling Jiang Yi from his thoughts, he quickly turned his attention back to the black phone, where a new message appeared on the decryption screen. "If you answer the ghostly grandmother's call, she will come. Should we not answer?" Though he had faith in the system, the bright ringing seemed ominous. Suppressing his agitation, Jiang Yi shook his head at Qiuji, signaling her not to answer. Approximately a minute passed before the ringing ceased. The room fell into a heavy silence once more. Jiang Yi's gaze returned to the black phone. "You did not answer the call from the ghostly old woman, so she has come." Upon seeing this cryptic message, Jiang Yi nearly erupted with expletives. How infuriating! So, regardless of whether one answers the phone, that so-called ghostly old woman would still arrive? What was he to do? If a ghost truly came knocking, he did not believe he possessed the ability to repel it as he had previously done with chili peppers. He opened the system shop. 400 points remained. However, the most formidable item he could acquire for that amount was merely a gun. In various cinematic portrayals, guns were portrayed as the most ineffective means of dealing with ghosts. As he surveyed his surroundings, a message from the decryption interface caught his attention, startling him. "Photo ghost. It will emerge from the album at midnight. Currently, It is in slumber, his astonishment. It was indeed a ghost. The portraits adorning the walls were all specters. This room was a veritable ghost den, but if he waited until midnight for these phantoms to awaken, he would be utterly doomed. The host may exchange for a demon lottery, while the adversaries remain dormant. Yi Tian's voice momentarily stunned Jiang Yi. Was this possible? Yes, but they were asleep. Could he truly exchange them? That seemed rather improper. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Yet, his gaze narrowed as he contemplated. He fetched a stool. Amid Qiu Zhi's concerned gaze, Jiang Yi stood on the stool and removed one of the portraits from the wall. The painting felt chillingly heavy in his hand, akin to clutching a human bone. Enduring this strange sensation, Jiang Yi muttered, "System, exchange." Upon uttering his command, the weight dissipated from his grasp. Faintly, he could hear a piercing wail echoing in the distance. He opened the system interface. The previously unavailable demon lottery now presented him with a chance to draw. The gray lottery was the most basic tier, yet it undeniably offered a pathway to transcendent power. Jiang Yi hesitated to use this lottery immediately, instead turning his gaze to the other two portraits on the wall. Under Qiu Zhi's puzzled stare, Jiang Yi dismantled the three paintings before rehanging them. System, activate the demon lottery, he murmured to himself. His anticipation for the demon lottery far exceeded that of the system shop. According to the system, that unknown ghostly old woman would certainly arrive. He hoped to procure something truly valuable from the lottery. Silently praying, Jiang Yi declared, "System, use the lottery in a haze of ethereal light." The system's items materialized. Congratulations to the host for winning the sense of smell of a wolf. Item, wolf sense of smell description. Upon equipping, the host will possess a sense of smell akin to that of a wolf. Jiang Yi's eyes brightened slightly at this item. While it was not extraordinary, it was certainly commendable. He equipped it as he spoke the words. He suddenly felt an array of mixed scents wafting through the air. Like peeling back layers of silk, Jiang Yi discerned a strong metallic odor of blood seeping from the corridor outside. Ordinary humans possess about 5 million olfactory cells, while wolves possess up to 200 million. With such a nose, the general layout of the hotel imprinted itself in Jiang Yi's mind. Truly, the demon lottery was remarkable. System, continue the lottery. Seizing the moment before the non-lucky aura descended, Jiang Yi initiated the second draw. Congratulations to the host for winning rapid recovery of physical condition. Item, rapid recovery of physical condition description. Your recovery speed is significantly faster than that of an average person. Very well, system, proceed with the draw. For the final lottery, Jiang Yi closed his eyes in prayer. Congratulations to the host for winning the Sprint Champion Medal. Item, Sprint Champion Medal description. This medal embodies the lifetime honors of the world's fastest sprinter. Wearing it grants you all of their sprinting techniques. That a new item appeared in the palm of his hand. Jiang Yi recognized this item as the most precious of the three he had drawn. However, despite having conducted 3 draws from the demon lottery and acquiring commendable items, could he truly navigate the impending peril? Qiu Zhi leaned anxiously against Jiang Yi as they awaited the outcome. The system's 1-hour decryption mode was nearing its final moments. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, intensifying gradually. Suddenly, he recalled the crumpled paper. The paper bore 8 zeros, a reward granted by the demon during the chilly incident. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian, with a hint of resignation, provided an explanation that it's a phone number. You can dial it at midnight. So, it was a phone number. Who was it intended for? Suddenly, Jiang Yi's nose twitched as he caught a whiff of a decaying odor. This scent emanated from the living room. Sizzle, the television in the living room turned on unexpectedly in the hushed atmosphere. Jiang Yi and Qiu Zhi heard it distinctly that a woman stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yi. There were only the two of them in the house, and the television's sudden activation was clearly not their doing. It was the ghostly old woman. Creak, creak, the sound of a rocking chair echoed softly. Sweat beaded on Jiang Yi's brow. Through his enhanced sense of smell, he could feel the ghostly old woman in the living room, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Chapter 78. Escape the hotel. As the two held their breath, the rocking chair's creaking gradually ceased. Tap, tap, the sound of cloth shoes on the floor echoed. Following the increasingly distinct scent, Jiang Yi could clearly sense that the ghostly old woman was approaching their room. The ghostly old woman is coming to check if the child is asleep. In the final seconds of the decryption mode, Jiang Yi read this line. Instantly, he scooped up Qiu Zhi, and they leapt onto the bed. Covering themselves with the quilt and turning off the bedside lamp, "Do not speak. Under no circumstances move." Jiang Yi whispered earnestly to Qiu Zhi. Move? Qiu Zhi felt so tense she could turn to stone. On the bed, they both closed their eyes. Creaked, the door slowly opened. A hunched figure stepped into the room. taking one step, then another. The old woman arrived at their bedside, her lifeless eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Fixated on the two beneath the quilt, silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, the old woman turned and walked back toward the door. Minutes passed, and the room descended into stillness, a heavy darkness cloaking the space. Puff! Qiu Ji exhaled, patting Jiang Yi beside her. She must have left. The bedside lamp flickered on. Just as Qiu Ji was about to nudge Jiang Yi awake with confusion, she suddenly froze to eye in the orange glow of the lamp. She saw the hunched, ghostly old woman standing by the bed, having no idea how long she had been there. The clock struck midnight. Jiang Yi opened his eyes, glancing beside him. Qiu Ji was gone. Through his sense of smell, he had previously detected the ghostly old woman nearby, which was why he had refrained from moving. This woman beside him was too reckless. It was only at the stroke of 12 that the ghostly old woman finally departed the room. He vaguely began to understand, whether one answered the call or not. The ghostly old woman would certainly come, but the nature of her visit differed. The former might be to commit murder, while the latter was merely to check on a child's slumber. It was midnight. Looking at the clock on the wall and the portraits, he realized if he hadn't exchanged those paintings while they were dormant, he would undoubtedly be in a dire predicament. He retrieved the crumpled paper. Since this was a series of numbers, and the time had reached midnight, Jiang Yi had no reason not to attempt it. Somewhat unfamiliar, he picked up the landline phone from the bedside table. 8 zeros that he dialed the number. Beep, beep, the phone connected after 2 rings. Hello, little friend? You're quite impressive. You've managed to stay awake this long, and even know my phone number. The eerie yet familiar voice of the demon echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Yi frowned. Is this your reward for me? A meaningless phone number? No, no, no. The demon's voice lowered ominously. Your reward is a message, and I shall impart it to you now. Midnight has struck. The cleansing has commenced. Run. Escape the hotel within 1 minute, or you shall never leave. The words hung in the air. The call ended with a sinister laugh. 1 minute. Escape the hotel? Jiang Yi's brow furrowed. He closed his eyes, fully extending his sense of smell. Indeed, at the arrival of midnight, numerous eerie presences emerged within the hotel. This demon's live broadcast aimed to trap all survivors within its grasp tonight. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi flung open the door. The frigid corridor lay engulfed in darkness. Little did he know, after the demon concluded the call, the large screen broadcasting the event had locked onto Jiang Yi. This is that boy who ate the chili. He is still alive. Goodness, I thought only Chu Zhe and those 3 remained. What is this boy planning to do? He is actually running out of his room, where ghosts abound. Is he courting death? Before numerous spectators, Jiang Yi dashed down the stairs. The first floor was equally shrouded in darkness. Thud, thud, thud. A head, muscular and grotesque, rolled to Jiang Yi's feet. Without turning around, he knew that a figure exuding a foul stench was striding toward him. Hiss, it's over. The boy has run into a deadly encounter. This formidable entity harbors a predilection for dismembering human bodies. Should the young man fall into its clutches, he is undoubtedly doomed. The grotesque, decaying figure loomed. Its hand reached menacingly toward Jiang Yi's head, prompting onlookers to avert their gazes in horror. Yet, Jiang Yi, the center of attention, remained unperturbed, his legs slightly bent. The energy within him surged from his core to his waist, then cascading down to his thighs and calves to eye in that fleeting moment, adorned with the insignia of a sprinting champion. Jiang Yi's demeanor transformed dramatically. With a resounding thud, the ground erupted in a wave of kinetic energy. Astonishingly, the monstrous hand aimed at him grasped nothing but air. What unfathomable speed was this? As spectators murmured in disbelief. They beheld Jiang Yi sprinting to a distance of several dozen meters. Could any expert in the live chat elucidate this phenomenon? Is such velocity attainable by an ordinary individual? I merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow. As a provincial-level sprinter, I assert that this young man's speed and starting momentum undoubtedly rival those of the world's elite athletes. I must have misjudged. This bespectacled young man is truly a hidden powerhouse among the survivors. Within the corridor of the first floor, having narrowly evaded the creature's assault, Jiang Yi did not revel in his success. Instead, his keen sense of smell alerted him to an even graver predicament ahead, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. 2 more apparitions lay in wait. One, a long-haired female specter, was presumably the same entity he had encountered during their game of hide-and-seek. The other, however, was recognizable without reliance on scent. Jiang Yi could see its form, a grotesque spider-like monstrosity, assembled from various human limbs, crawling on the ceiling and advancing swiftly toward him. with the demon's countdown dwindling to merely 30 seconds and the distance to the hotel entrance exceeding 200 meters. Jiang Yi understood that hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a syringe from his system's inventory, adrenaline, which he had procured for 100 points, injecting the entire contents into his neck. His breathing quickened, and his blood surged fervently within him, every vein seemingly exposed. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. He would escape. Under the influence of the adrenaline, Jiang Yi's speed surged to match, if not exceed, the world record. With a resounding boom, the shockwave tore through his pant legs. In an instant, he dashed past the spider-like creature above. The 200 meters evaporated in seconds. All viewers of this spectacle were rendered utterly speechless. What kind of drug could induce such performance? He was nothing short of a sprinting superhuman. The crowd was astonished. Yet, in the next heartbeat, many viewers gasped in horror, rising to their feet, for Jiang Yi, who should have burst forth from the hotel in mere seconds, was instead pierced in the lower leg by a mass of hair, long-haired female specter. At that moment, when all were consumed with dread for Jiang Yi, he grinned wickedly. A man determined to flee cannot be restrained. Utilizing the pain-masking effects of adrenaline, Jiang Yi charged toward the exit, undeterred by the blood and flesh tearing from his leg, his gaze unwavering. After years of timidity, he was resolved to embrace madness, to gamble everything. Ultimately, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yi crashed through the hotel's entrance. As torrential rain poured down, Jiang Yi lay on the ground, as if undergoing a profound baptism. Meanwhile, the millions of spectators in the live stream were momentarily transfixed. On the demon's broadcast, a line of crimson text appeared. The first human to conquer the demon's live stream, Jiang Yi. This statement marked an acknowledgement, a recognition from the demon towards humanity. An overwhelming joy surged through the crowd. Had they triumphed over the demon? Yet, the next line of text froze their smiles in place. The 10th episode of the demon's live stream will commence in 3 hours. Summoning 1,000 new participants. Chapter 79. The 10th episode, Rules. Jiang Yi, drenched in the downpour, heard the demon's proclamation. He was still entangled in this infernal live stream. In fact, everything was just beginning. A sharp crack echoed through the deluge. The sound of glass shattering. Jiang Yi turned to see a window on the 3rd floor of the hotel explode in a burst of red light. Following this, 2 men leaped down from the height. The 2 individuals, landing from such a height, were in dire straits. Amid the ongoing live stream, the figures rolling through the rain became discernible. It was Chu Zhe and Old Mo. They had escaped this nightmarish hotel after Jiang Yi. Old Mo, having jumped from the upper floor, clutched his fractured left leg, stifling cries of pain, while Chu Zhe beside him coughed up blood, looking quite battered. Yet, the mark in his palm continued to provide energy, mending his injuries. While Chu Zhe's character might be questionable, he undeniably possessed a certain prowess. He had shattered the hotel window, a feat others had failed to accomplish during their attempts to escape. Despite his abilities, he paled in comparison to Jiang Yi's earlier display. The audience offered their commentary in hushed tones. Jiang Yi and Chu Zhe exchanged glances, their eyes meeting briefly before they turned away. Saying nothing, the train was approaching. It was time to board. The 10th episode's location was set in the city center. Amidst the torrential downpour, the demon's voice echoed ominously, raising questions in many hearts. Previous demon live streams had taken place in castles, apartments, or schools, but now the venue was the city center. Jiang Yi clenched his hand and discovered a train ticket materializing in his grasp. A standing ticket, car 07. Glancing back, he noticed a dilapidated boarding area illuminated by a faint glow. Chu Zhe and Old Mo supported each other as they passed by Jiang Yi. Observing the lacerations on his leg, he endured the pain and stepped forward. The effects of the adrenaline began to wane, and the pain became increasingly apparent. Yet, the restorative powers acquired through the system's lottery continued to mend his wounds. Upon reaching the station, a dilapidated green train, illuminated by dim lights and accompanied by a bright whistle, slowly arrived. Chu Zhe entered car 6, Old Mo entered car 8, and Jiang Yi proceeded into car 7. At this moment, the demon's live stream came to a close. Yet, none of the countless viewers stationed before their screens felt any joy. The thought of 1,000 individuals being selected for the demon's live stream in 3 hours cast a pall of unease over everyone. The majority began to prepare themselves, contemplating weaponry, supplies, and talismans to enhance their chances of survival should they be chosen. As time trickled by, every passing moment heightened the tension. When the clock struck 3 a.m. in the demon's realm, 1,000 individuals vanished. A crimson crescent moon loomed in the sky, yet no light cascaded down to the earth. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the eerie chill of the swirling mist. Within a large waiting area, 1,000 individuals lay unconscious, a diverse array of races encompassing the globe. As a gust of cold wind swept through, some began to awaken. "What the hell? How did I end up here?" cried a gaunt man in white shorts, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been indulging in a bubble bath. And now he found himself here. What were the odds that he would be chosen? How could they let someone from the Dragon Country into the demon's live stream? As others stirred, panic ensued, with shouts in various languages filling the air, resulting in a chaotic uproar. "Silence, or else unfavorable events may transpire," the demon's sinister voice echoed, casting a hush over the waiting area. Many among the crowd possessed some knowledge of the demon's live stream, and fear gripped their hearts at this terrifying prospect. 1,000 participants truly existed. The impending return of the demon's live stream brought a measure of relief to some, though tinged with sadness. They felt fortunate not to be among the chosen. As viewers followed the broadcast, the demon's live stream was segmented into 1,003 distinct channels. This scene unfolded simultaneously in various countries. Each of the 1,003 rooms captured the individual experiences of the participants. This iteration of the demon's live stream was unlike any prior. The audience marveled and scrutinized the streaming lists. Dragon Country, 13 participants. Eastern Country, 10 participants. American Country, 10 participants. Stick Country, 10 participants. Indian Country, 10 participants. What was the demon's intent? Surely, none had committed any crimes. Was this a comparison between nations? As confusion reigned in the live stream, a unique ranking of participants emerged. Tiguan Country, 1 participant. Ice Country, 1 participant. Chief Country, 1 participant. This ranking was peculiar. The fewer individuals present in the demon's live stream, the higher their rank. The audience pondered. The demon provided an explanation. "Let us discuss the rules for the 10th episode of the live stream. And I shall only say this once." The demon's sinister laughter echoed as he began to reveal the details. "Representatives from all nations have gathered in my live stream room. Among you, some will inevitably perish. When a representative from a particular country dies, I will promptly introduce a newcomer. For every death, that country will lose 2 representatives, while 2 will enter the demonic live stream room. The number of individuals in the demonic live stream room will serve as the benchmark for your rankings. The 3 nations that rank last will face punishment, while the top 3 will receive rewards." The previously dim waiting hall has become somewhat chaotic. Some astute individuals have realized that this has escalated into a catastrophe for all humanity. 1,000 people, encompassing over 200 nations worldwide, that if they all perish, 2,000 newcomers will enter, followed by 4,000, 8,000. This exponential increase will eventually drag each nation completely into the demonic live stream room. Of course, if you lack confidence in yourselves, you may relinquish one of the 2 lives you bear to a trusted compatriot. If you die, a newcomer will enter, but only one will replace you. As the devil's words resound, everyone in the waiting hall begins to glance around. Chapter 80. The center of the ghost city. Where are the free citizens of the United States? The representatives from the Korean nation are here. Setting aside the plight of humanity, it is evident that each nation has come to recognize the importance of mutual assistance among their citizens. Concurrently, the audiences from various countries are quickly identifying the contestants they need to pay attention to. We have 3 great champions. Relatively speaking, we are the most fortunate. It is difficult to say, though. Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and Mo Chio have all advanced through the 9th round of the demonic livestream. They are all injured. 13 individuals. Our Dragon Nation is currently in last place, and we hope our representatives can hold their ground. Amidst the discussions, 13 screens showcasing the Dragon Nation's representatives appeared in various livestream rooms. 3 of the screens displayed darkness initially, but soon, they lit up. Here they come. The 3 most dazzling figures are all from our Dragon Nation. The audience erupted in excitement. In Jiang Ye's live stream room, the viewer count surged past 1 million. Indeed, my brother Jiang is handsome. Admittedly, while the other 2 are from our Dragon Nation, their characters leave much to be desired. Upon entering the waiting hall, the gaze of the 1,000 individuals instantly converged on Jiang Yi. "Over there, Jiang Yi." Not far away, a group of 10 waved towards Jiang Yi and the others, hearing the pure Dragon Nation dialect. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses and smiled as he approached. After 3 hours, the frightening injury on his leg had mostly healed. Upon joining the group, everyone turned to look at the stationary Chu Zhe and old Mo. They did not approach, but instead weaved through the crowd and arrived before another nation's team. "Long time no see, Sakura. Chu Zhe, I didn't expect to see you again." A woman in a kimono from the group choked up, and immediately leapt into Chuse's embrace. This scene elicited varied expressions from the crowd. Is she Chuse's girlfriend? Before the livestream, some furrowed their brows. It's not that they disapprove of a Japanese woman as a girlfriend, but in such a context. They hoped it wouldn't hinder proceedings. Yes, those from Japan have ulterior motives. Chuse must clarify his position. Old Mo has completely become Chuse's lackey, a sharp mind that fails to be utilized wisely. While all Dragon Nation citizens were beset by complex emotions, Chuse ultimately chose to remain with the Japanese team. Although he still held Dragon Nation citizenship, seeing him happily conversing with those from Japan left many feeling uneasy. In the waiting hall, the chilly air had not warmed due to the crowded populace. After Jiang Yi, Chuse, and Old Mo arrived, the devil's voice resonated once more. Now, each person has a random personal task, and everyone must complete it. Following this announcement, a shimmering screen appeared before Jiang Yi. Huang Liaolong, male, 36, task: pick up Wu Mama's child from school. Mo Chiu-wei, male, 42, task: help driver Li unload cargo. Chuse, male, 24, task: distribute 5 flyers on Wincy Road. Jiang Yi, male, 18, task: repair air conditioning at Ms. Zhang's home. The screen displayed the tasks of the 13 representatives from the Dragon Nation. Observing the task list, Jiang Yi discerned a wealth of information. Many tasks assigned by the devil required them to assist certain individuals. Those they were meant to help that were likely no longer human. Feeling a cold purple coin materialize in his pocket, Jiang Yi realized it was for the fare to Ms. Zhang's home. Opening his task list, he also found a bus route map indicating which bus to take. Beep, beep. From the parking lot beyond the glass doors, a dilapidated bus slowly started up. This signified that some individuals were already preparing to board. Brother Jiang. A robust, dark-skinned man patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Jiang Yi turned his head. My bus has arrived, and I'm uncertain if I will survive this time, so I wish to transfer one of my 2 lives to you. The dark-skinned man spoke earnestly. A life quota? Realizing this, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He understood the rules of the 10th round from the devil. Comparatively, possessing a system afforded him a greater chance of survival. However, taking on an additional life would also impose an invisible burden. All right. Ultimately, Jiang Yi nodded. Brother Jiang, can you add my life to yours? A young man, similar in age to Jiang Yi, stood nearby, tears still fresh on his face. Clearly, for everyone, the pressure of bearing 2 lives was immense. Here's the deal. If you wish to transfer one of your lives, you can apply to me through our channel screen, and I will approve it. Originally feeling a bit burdened, Jiang Yi now found relief in this arrangement. Following this declaration, the number of lives Jiang Yi bore surged to 8. 6 individuals placed their life quotas upon Jiang Yi. Ding host has successfully impressed others, gaining 111 points. This is not about impressing. Jiang Yi retorted to the voice in his mind. Ding, not an act of impressing. Point rebate initiated. Current points, 1200. The mechanical voice of Yi Tian echoed, reverting Jiang Yi's points to the level obtained upon escaping the hotel. This series of actions left Jiang Yi momentarily speechless. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss. Bearing 8 life quotas indicated the trust and faith others had in him and his abilities. As buses and coaches began to roll out, the crowd in the waiting hall continuously departed. When the number dwindled to just over 200, some individuals started to arrive. These newcomers all bore an indescribable chill. As they surged in, the remaining crowd braced themselves in trepidation. These beings, some were pale as a ghost, devoid of color, while others were withered like dried twigs, some that were not human at all. Indeed, this city center was essentially a ghost town. This scene confirmed Jiang Yi's inner thoughts. The ghosts, upon seeing Jiang Yi and the other humans, exhibited little emotional response. Of course, most did not, but not all. Next to Jiang Yi, a man clad in a suit and sporting a gentleman's hat took a seat. Brother Jiang, run, he is a ghost. Many viewers in the livestream room shouted in alarm. Surely the devil's livestream would intervene. He wouldn't allow other ghosts to harm Jiang Yi at this moment. Would he? The audience was frantic, yet Jiang Yi gleaned more information that a subtle relationship prevented these ghosts from directly harming humans. Chapter 81. The Portrait Gallery. Hello, I am the portrait artist. Here is my business card. Nearby, the man removed his hat and bowed slightly to Jiang Yi, showcasing gentlemanly etiquette. Observing the card he offered, Jiang Yi hesitated as he looked at this man with high cheekbones. System. Activate the deciphering mode. In moments of uncertainty, it was best to rely on the system. Ding, 1000 points deducted. 1 hour of deciphering time activated. Instantly, 1000 points were deducted, and Jiang Yi wished to stop it, but it was too late. He had forgotten. The previous hour of deciphering utilized a newcomer discount. He had assumed this 1,000 points would afford him 10 hours. The system was ruthless in deducting points. Deciphering mode activated, but a screen appeared before Jiang Yi. Focusing on the business card, the man had presented an ordinary business card. Seeing this line amidst the audience's fervent protests, Jiang Yi accepted the card. Name: Portrait Artist Business, Portrait Gallery Location, Foam City District, South Station Exterior. Friend, would you like to visit my portrait gallery? The admission fee is quite reasonable, located just outside the station. The portrait artist grinned, his smile unsettling. As the gallery's owner, he had come personally to solicit customers. No, thank you. Jiang Yi exhibited the refusal expected of a normal person. Don't be so quick to decline. The portrait artist responded, opening a human skin bag beside him. He produced a portrait. See, my artwork is exquisite. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, intending to create some distance and disregard the lurking greed of the specter before him. Yet, his gaze was drawn to the portrait in the stranger's hand. The style, the scent. Jiang Yi was reminded of the 3 portraits hanging on the wall in his hotel room. Did you sell this painting to a hotel? He inquired. Have you seen my other works? The portraitist's mouth widened in a chilling grin. You should visit my gallery. My finest pieces are displayed there. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yi scrutinized the painting again, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. You are quite eager for me to go, aren't you? Surely not. Jiang Gu, don't act impulsively. They say ghosts spin tales. Can we truly trust such words? Do not go. For heaven's sake, I just returned from a stream of a certain competitor in America who believed a female specter could clap with him, and when he followed her home, he was devoured. While some ghosts cannot harm humans in certain circumstances, within their own domain, they are free to feast upon them. How much is the ticket to your gallery? Jiang Yi's question left many viewers momentarily stunned. Goodness, brother, you possess the favor of 8 individuals. Be cautious. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, the portraitist's cheekbones lifted into a grin. $5. Jiang Yi fished a bill from his pocket. This $5 was not only bus fare, but also the fare to Ms. Zhang's residence. Then I shall take a look. After all, one cannot refuse such hospitality. He placed the money in the portraitist's hand, adjusting his glasses with a meaningful glance. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Yi, that money is for transport. Without it, will you abandon your task? Or are you planning to walk? You are bound to encounter a ghost along the way. More importantly, how can you agree to visit this specter? The audience was left bewildered by Jiang Yi's series of actions. TSK, is this truly one of the seed representatives from Dragon Country? Hidden viewers from other nations flocked to the stream. How amusing. Is this Jiang Yi truly such a great artist that a single painting can lure him away? And to the Americans, perhaps it is best you remain silent. Your minds are consumed by such matters that you deserve your fate. At least that is a normal reaction. Yet this contestant from Dragon Country disregards the lives of 8 others for a mere painting. It shatters my understanding. The live chat was a cacophony of confusion. Nevertheless, despite the chaos, it remained one of the most populated streams among thousands. Exiting the waiting hall, the portraitist led the way, and Jiang Yi observed the city's desolate visage. The frigid streets were void of life, and the scant streetlights scarcely illuminated the darkness that enveloped the block. Following the portraitist, Jiang Yi arrived at the entrance of his gallery. Step inside, the portraitist intoned, his tone carrying an eerie quality. Jiang Yi glanced at the establishment. The system's decryption mode provided an ominous introduction. The portrait gallery, the haunt of the portraitist. Wise individuals do not enter. Taking 2 steps forward, Jiang Yi stood before the glass door of the gallery. A portrait near the entrance caught his eye. The portrait ghost awakens at midnight, remaining conscious for 1 hour. Jiang Yi checked the time. It was 3 in the morning. May I explore alone? He asked. You remain outside. Jiang Yi replied to the portraitist. What are you saying, my friend? The portraitist seemed to dismiss Jiang Yi's request. It appeared impossible. Jiang Yi's gaze fixed upon the portraitist. Portraitist. A black-suited malevolent spirit. Delights in capturing smiling living beings in his frames. Could you fetch me a bottle of water? Jiang Yi proposed again. The portraitist remained silent, his gaping mouth and unspoken gaze in the darkness imparting a peculiar meaning. If I have water, I would smile with great joy. Jiang Yi's words lacked logic, yet the portraitist responded, really, my friend, you would smile with great joy. Indeed, the portraitist, hearing Jiang Yi's affirmation, grinned wider and turned toward the distant supermarket. The chat erupted in relief. Phew, you scared us, Jiang Yi. You're clever. Take this opportunity to escape the clutches of that specter. Get away from him. Jiang Gu, brilliant. Now run. Just as everyone anticipated Jiang Yi would flee, he boldly stepped inside the gallery instead. What on earth is he doing? Why enter someone else's home? The multitude of Dragon Country viewers, still in disbelief, were utterly baffled. To them, It felt as though the lobster willingly jumped into the pot. Inside the gallery, Jiang Yi understood the time was of the essence. His hand swiftly covered one of the paintings in the corner. Ding. Exchange successful. You have received 1 gray lottery draw. Nice. Hearing the system's reliable voice, Jiang Yi's gaze shifted to the other portraits in the gallery. Each of these paintings represented a treasure trove. His hands glided over the second painting, then the third 7 paintings in total. After exchanging all the spectral beings from the ground floor, Jiang Yi glanced upward. The store was not far, and the portraitist would take some time to return with the water. He ascended to the second floor, his eyes locking onto a painting on the wall. The oil painting Ghost awakens at midnight, remaining conscious for 2 hours. The specters on the second floor appeared significantly more formidable. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi grasped the slumbering ghost within the painting. The first exchange took an unusually long time, even exceeding that of all the paintings downstairs. The dormant ghost was not akin to the deceased. The stronger the entity, the longer the required time. This shattered some of Jiang Yi's preconceived notions. Originally, he believed he could exploit a loophole by exchanging the red-clothed ghost while it slept. But now, it seemed even a yellow-clothed entity could not be bypassed in such a manner. As he waited in trepidation, Jiang Yi could sense the portraitist's presence drawing near. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Finally, just as the portraitist was about to return, Jiang Yi heard the final scream of the ghost within the painting. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 white demon lottery draw. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yi barely had time to return the oil painting to its place before he dashed downstairs. Chapter 82. Ghostly muscles. The gallery was not large. Jiang Yi sprinted with full force, bursting through the gallery's main door. However, just as he believed he could leave without a trace, the portraitist, impeccably dressed, stood resolutely before him. My friend, where do you think you are going? The portraitist's deep shadow enveloped Jiang Yi. The slight distortion in his voice indicated he had sensed the loss within the gallery. Feeling the rising malevolence from the portraitist, Jiang Yi remained silent. Narrowing his eyes behind his glasses, he stepped back. Bang! He deftly brushed past the portraitist. Jiang Yi believed he was now on the street, where the portraitist should pose no threat. Alas, he was mistaken, as Jiang Yi slipped by. The black-suited portraitist's smile widened, donning a gentleman's hat as he turned back toward the gallery. Though it appeared they had merely brushed past one another, a deep, shadowy darkness surged forth like tendrils from the portraitist's back. Instantly ensnaring Jiang Yi's limbs, Jiang Yi faltered, being dragged back toward the gallery. The dark tendrils that bound him lacked strength. However, the waves of psychic pressure they exuded rendered Jiang Yi powerless. It was over. Could Jiang Yi truly become the first to perish from our dragon country? It should not be. Why did he choose to enter the gallery instead of fleeing? This left me utterly perplexed. Alas, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Why must he act so recklessly? The vast majority of viewers in Jiang Yi's stream were utterly disheartened. At this moment, Jiang Yi's mind was a tumult. Rendering him unable to discern direction, shadows loomed closer, ready to drag him into the gallery. The black-suited malevolent spirit revealed its true terror, just as his mind teetered on the edge of collapse. Jiang Yi bit his tongue, jolting himself awake. He had to fight back, fully aware that once he was drawn into the gallery, there would be no return. Jiang Yi extended his hand, conjuring a chili pepper. Unexpectedly, this was the day he would consume it. He thrust the 1.46 million Scoville heat unit scorpion pepper into his mouth. The horrific spice exploded in his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Yi's nearly dormant mind was awakened by the onslaught of pain. Ah! The shadows stiffened. Jiang Yi's body halted. He had never experienced such clarity. Then, this young man, under the incredulous gaze of nearly 10 million viewers, stepped forward. He was walking. He could walk. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? He is resisting the ghost. With each step, numerous shadowy tendrils binding him snapped, until, at last, Jiang Yi broke free from the last tendril. Gasping for breath, he turned to face the portraitist standing at the gallery's entrance. Flashing a grin and raising his middle finger, ding, the host has successfully displayed their prowess, earning a surge of points from 200 to an astonishing 2,000. Is this truly a seed player from our Dragon Nation? The first to conquer the 9th phase of the Demon Live broadcast, with a middle finger raised, Jiang Yi exemplifies his audacity. In front of the portrait gallery, he watched Jiang Yi depart with effortless grace, leaving the portrait artist speechless. After a prolonged silence, the artist returned to the gallery, seated himself, and began to sketch Jiang Yi's likeness with painstaking strokes. This immortal human would forever be etched in his memory. The orange glow of the streetlights did little to dispel the encroaching darkness of the neighborhood. Having parted ways with the portrait artist, Jiang Yi faced a new dilemma. He was devoid of funds. He needed to reach Ms. Zhang's residence, requiring a bus fare he currently lacked. Walking would take approximately 40 minutes, which was not a significant concern. The true issue lay in the perilous journey through the midnight streets where encounters were inevitable. After all, This was a city teeming with spirits. With 7 gray demons and 1 white demon in the lottery, he fervently hoped for favorable outcomes. Opening the system panel, Jiang Yi had no choice but to rely on the demon lottery. A contingency he had anticipated. The tasks assigned by the demons were far from simple. Without reliable strength, he could not guarantee success. Hence, he had allied with the portrait artist. His choice had proven wise. And now he awaited a stroke of fortune. System, commence the gray demon lottery, Jiang Yi intoned. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired 2 pounds of ghostly muscle. Tion's voice echoed. Leaving Jiang Yi momentarily perplexed. He then delved into the item's description. Item, ghostly muscle description. The muscle of a fitness ghost, imbued with strength unattainable by ordinary humans. The system can integrate this item for the host. It appeared promising for enhancing his abilities. Glancing over the details, Jiang Yi hesitated no longer. System, integrated for me. His trust in the system was unwavering. Ding. Integration commencing. 1.2. 3.100. As the mechanical voice in his mind announced the completion, Jiang Yi closed his eyes to savor the transformation. He felt his body change, as if housing a dormant life force ready to surge forth at his command. With a mere thought, Jiang Yi's physique slightly expanded, an overwhelming power coursing through him. Granting the illusion that he could overturn a vehicle at his mental command, the ghostly muscle retracted, restoring his form to normal. A splendid boon. Compared to his previous 3 demon lotteries, this gray demon lottery was evidently superior. System, continue with the gray lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained another 2 pounds of ghostly muscle. Is it this again? Jiang Yi blinked in surprise but promptly ordered. System, integrate. After a brief interval, the integration concluded. Continue, gray lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received 2 pounds of ghostly muscle once more. Another of the same item. A premonition stirred within Jiang Yi. 10 minutes later, after exhausting 7 gray lotteries, he marveled at the 14 pounds of ghostly muscle within him. Bemused yet amused, taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the remaining lottery, the white demon lottery. He had nearly risked everything for this chance. System, activate. Jiang Yi uttered, a hint of trepidation in his gaze as he surveyed the lottery interface. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the demon body. Item, demon body description. This is a forbidden power. Upon unleashing it, all attributes may increase tenfold, with the duration of each increment contingent upon the host's constitution. Golden Legends, indeed, Jiang Yi murmured. Chapter 83. Twist off your head on Fingjue's South Road. The atmosphere was as cold and desolate as other streets in the city. At the end of the road, a Japanese man with a katana at his waist scrutinized the task display before him, proceeding with utmost caution. His mission was to procure a box of condoms for Mr. Matsushita. Initially, he believed it to be an utterly mundane task. However, upon encountering Mr. Matsushita, he realized the magnitude of his error. The old man exuded an overpowering stench of decay, with large patches of corpse-like discoloration on his face and neck. This was clear evidence that he was no human. Only then did he comprehend the grim truth. Most of the so-called people in this city were likely not human at all. Fortunately, he had received funds from Mr. Matsushita for his shopping. As long as he could buy the items and deliver them back, his mission would be complete. Little did he know, his efficiency far surpassed that of many in his own country, making him a focal point of attention among the Japanese populace. Ikshida-kun was indeed a soldier of our nation. Observing the circumstances, it seemed the Japanese were the first to complete their tasks. Naturally, many representatives from other countries had already perished, unlike them, where no one had died. And some were nearing the completion of their missions. Surely, the first to complete their task should receive a reward, right? While the viewers in the live broadcast reveled in their excitement, Ikshida-kun suddenly halted in his tracks on the shadowy street. The audience fell silent as an elderly man emerged slowly from the darkness. Dressed in tattered clothing, his severe hunch made it difficult to discern his features. It appeared he had noticed Ikshida-kun. Stopping to lift his head slightly. What a visage it was! Rigid, like dried and cracked wood, devoid of vitality. The animalistic yellow pupils fixated on the young man as the old man rasped, "Young man, do you know where the Lin's coffin shop is located?" His voice echoed eerily in the stillness of the street. The Japanese man frowned at the sight before him, grappling with one pressing question. Was this person even human? Lin's coffin shop, do you know? The old man's voice grated like 2 pieces of rough bark rubbing together. Not wishing to engage further, Ikshida-kun casually gestured in a direction. The old man nodded slightly. Thank you. Watching him depart, Ikshida-kun felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Observing the path ahead, he resumed his journey towards the supermarket. The encounter with the old man had hastened his pace considerably. However, just as he and the live audience believed the matter of the old man had concluded, Another slow-moving figure emerged from the darkness ahead. It was the very same old man who had asked for directions earlier. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The old man's voice resonated in his ears. Ike Shitakuin's mind jolted. Having gleaned insights from the demon broadcast, he could only think of 3 words: a ghost asking for directions. In the hushed city, Jiang Yi moved swiftly. Buses occasionally passed, but silence reigned. Otherwise, he surveyed the buildings around him. He encountered lines of descriptions in a deciphering mode. Wang's Meat Factory, supplying meat for the entire city. Ghost City No. 1 High School. May the host never find themselves there. Tian Bus, a vital component of the city's transport, a formidable force. Only by traversing the streets did Jiang Yi truly grasp the terror of this world. The portrait artist he had recently encountered represented merely a fraction of the working class in this city, with far more terrifying entities lurking about. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yi grew increasingly vigilant. After more than half an hour, he observed the route map on the display. Fingji West South Road, Happiness Community, was just ahead. Glancing around, he pressed forward, oblivious to the thousands in his live chat who were frantically flooding the comments. Don't go. There are ghosts asking for directions on this road. Many have perished here. Quickly, Jiang Yi. Another compatriot from our dragon nation has died here. You must not perish too. Frustration washed over them. Why must Jiang Yi be given such a task? Anyone who ventured down this road faced the ghost, and none had returned unscathed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, the anguished cries of his compatriots echoed in the world beyond. Based on the information, he soon pinpointed the location of Happiness Community. It was at this moment that a figure dressed in tattered clothing emerged from the shadows. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The old man's feeble voice reached Jiang Yi's ears. Staring at this clearly inhuman figure, a line appeared on his deciphering mode interface. The asking ghost. He enjoys inquiring for directions, regardless of the path you indicate. If you respond, he will kill you. Such a ghost exists. Jiang Yi regarded the figure, but chose to disregard him, resolutely advancing towards the nearby community. Yet, with a mere sidestep, the old man reappeared before him. Young man, do you know how to get to Lin's coffin shop? The repetition bore an unsettling weight. If he were an ordinary person, he might have involuntarily divulged the answer, but Jiang Yi remained steadfast, ignoring the specter once more. Stepping away from the elder, intending to leave directly, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a dry claw gripping his arm. Young man, do you know the way to Lin's coffin shop? It was over. Brother Jiang was truly finished this time. The specter had already claimed 7 lives. Was Jiang Yi destined to become the 8th? The audience held their breath, subtly anticipating something. Whether it was the earlier escape from the hotel or the struggle against the portrait family, both were miraculous in their eyes. Would the current situation bring forth another miracle? Could Jiang Yi escape once more? Gazing at the elder's bony hand that grasped his arm, Jiang Yi finally spoke in a calm tone. Let go, or I shall twist your head off and shatter it. His composed demeanor nearly concealed the weight of his words. The elder slowly raised his head, observing the man before him, a rigid smile creeping across his frozen face. This human piqued his interest. You don't believe me? Jiang Yi smiled. I am a man of my word. Chapter 84. Eating System. Activate triple demon body and engage all ghostly muscles. Thump, 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 amidst the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. Jiang Yi's body began to swell, muscles bulging forth, filling out his previously slender frame. Witnessing this transformation, the elder's smile froze in disbelief. That I warned you. I'll twist your head off and shatter it, with immense force. Jiang Yi's expanded hand grasped the elder's head. The ground beneath the questioner shattered with a resounding crash. He attempted to flee, but found himself utterly trapped. The muscle-bound giant before him possessed strength beyond his imagination. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feeling the immense pressure threatening to crush his skull, the questioner, who had always viewed humans as mere playthings, finally felt fear. What kind of monster had he provoked? Your head. Bring it down to me. With the triple demon body and 14 pounds of ghostly muscle, Jiang Yi now wielded the power equivalent to 42 pounds of ghostly strength. Such might was simply insurmountable for any ordinary specter. With a tearing sound akin to leather ripping, the muscles connected. Amid the wails of the questioner, Jiang Yi forcibly tore his head off. Grasping the severed head, he smashed it against the ground. Boom, like a watermelon. It shattered into pieces. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Yet, it was precisely these fleeting moments that shattered the worldviews of millions. Just as that ghostly head had been obliterated, the host successfully showcased his prowess. Earning points 111. As Jiang Yi reverted to his former frail state, putting on glasses with an air of sophistication, many in the audience swallowed hard. Was this truly Brother Jiang? No, he was not merely Brother Jiang. He was Jiang God. He had killed a ghost, confronting one head-on. Had the world gone mad, or was it he who had lost his sanity? Could a human truly triumph over a ghost? On the quiet street, a faint scent of decay lingered in the air. Observing the corpse of the questioner at his feet, Jiangyi began to gauge his newfound strength. With the triple demon body, he could maintain this form for 10 seconds. If he were to engage the quadruple demon body, he could sustain it for 3 seconds at most, and that was his limit. System, retrieve this fellow's corpse. Ding, retrieval successful. The host receives 1 white demon lottery chance. The voice of Tian emerged, and Jiangyi was taken aback by the notification. He hadn't expected to encounter a white-clad specter. Judging by its strength, it appeared rather ordinary. He chose not to use the demon lottery. Glancing at his task, Jiangyi proceeded towards the happy community. The demon live-streaming room assigned him a personal task, to assist Ms. Zheng with her air conditioning repair. This required him to enter her home. Given the option, Jiangyi would have preferred to swap tasks. Building 1, 7th floor, 703. Following the provided information, Jiangyi arrived at the building. Inside, it was bright and illuminated by white light, though luminous. The cold tone of the fluorescent lights exuded an unusual chill. To his surprise, the building had an elevator. Pressing the button for the 7th floor, he waited briefly before the empty elevator doors opened. The lights inside flickered slightly, accompanied by a faint hum. Jiangyi hesitated before entering. Observing the decryption mode on the system panel, a message appeared. Eerie elevator. It will transport the living to a non-existent floor. Indeed, in this ominous place, even with a degree of power, he needed to remain vigilant and activate decryption mode at all times. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to encounter disaster. The elevator was off limits. He would have to take the stairs. In stark contrast to the brightness of the elevator area, the staircase descended into darkness, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. However, climbing stairs was hardly a daunting task. After all, he had traversed the 40-minute journey from the street using decryption mode without difficulty, upon emerging from the desolate staircase. The audience was puzzled to see that a toolbox had suddenly appeared at Jiangyi's waist, and he was clad in work attire, resembling an air conditioning repairman. This ensemble was, of course, purchased with points from the system shop. He had also temporarily exchanged for a manual on air conditioning repairs. Although he lacked expertise in this field, he reasoned that learning while working was the only option available to him. Before room 703, Jiangyi pressed the doorbell and waited in silence. After a brief moment, the door opened, revealing a woman. She wore a thin sweater, her impressive figure causing Jiangyi to glance sideways. Her strikingly clear black and white eyes accentuated the softness of her lips beneath a delicate nose. The air conditioning repairman? She inquired. Jiangyi nodded slightly, his eyes betraying surprise. This woman appeared no different from an ordinary person based on her appearance and tone. Could she truly be normal? As this thought crossed his mind, the decryption screen revealed a message. Ms. Zheng, a black-clad female ghost with a certain obsession. This revelation, Jiangyi felt a chill. This was no ordinary foe. Not one to be trifled with. He had nearly been deceived by her alluring exterior. The task assigned to him by the demon live-streaming room required interaction with such formidable entities, and the implications were unmistakable. Come in. The air conditioning has been broken for quite some time, Ms. Zheng beckoned, opening the door. Jiangyi hesitated momentarily, but then stepped inside. To his surprise, Ms. Zheng's home was impeccably tidy. Upon entering, he noticed a large sofa against the wall. With a television opposite, ahead, a massive floor-to-ceiling window was partially obscured by curtains, flanked by narrow corridors leading to 3 or 4 rooms. Following her into one of the rooms, he observed that the walls were adorned with clean, heartwarming photographs and plush toys, while the pink bedspread radiated a youthful charm. That air conditioning unit has been broken for ages. Ms. Zheng indicated a wall-mounted air conditioner. Jiangyi turned his gaze toward it. It was a yellowed old unit, its plastic casing peeling and several filters seemingly missing. Overall, it resembled not an air conditioner, but a mere hulk of scrap. Even the seasoned repairman of Neon Country would likely be at a loss in this situation. After all, it was evident to anyone that this unit was beyond repair. The audience, witnessing the dilapidated state of the air conditioner, erupted in laughter. Though perhaps inappropriate, I can't help but find this hilarious. How could it end up in such a state? Can it be repaired? Ms. Zheng asked, looking at Jiangyi. In response to her question, a myriad of air conditioning repair methods flashed through Jiangyi's mind. Yes. All right, you work on that while I prepare some snacks, she replied, a hint of delight evident in her eyes. Watching her head toward the kitchen, Jiangyi redirected his attention to the air conditioner. Striding into the room, he activated the system shop, spending 200 points to acquire a new air conditioning unit of the same brand. If it couldn't be repaired, he would simply replace it. 20 minutes later, Jiangyi exited the room. The air conditioning is fixed. As he spoke, the live streaming footage returned to him. When the brand new air conditioning unit was revealed, nearly everyone believed they had misseen. This truly repaired. It seems almost too good to be true. How is this possible? I distinctly remember that air conditioner being in shambles. The audience erupted in cheers, praising his skills. Meanwhile, Ms. Zhang emerged from the kitchen, asking, "Is it fixed?" She glanced around the room, astonished, before turning her gaze back to Jiang Yi. "This is the payment for repairing the air conditioner." The woman handed a stack of money to Jiang Yi, observing the money in his hands. Jiang Yi let out a slight exhale of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to deceive them with the system's marketplace air conditioner. Otherwise, it would have been an impossible task for anyone else. "Can I leave now?" Jiang Yi inquired as he moved toward the door. "Wait." Ms. Zhang grasped Jiang Yi's arm firmly. "That you've gone through the trouble of fixing my air conditioner. Please stay for dinner." "Dinner?" Jiang Yi was keen to decline. However, he found himself with no opportunity to refuse as Ms. Zhang pulled him to a small table that a bowl of dark meat soup was placed before him. "Start with a bowl of soup. There will be a lavish feast later," Ms. Zhang said, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yi, waiting for him to take his chopsticks. As his eyes fell upon the soup, several lines of text appeared on the system's deciphering screen. Item: fish meat soup potency. Biochemical weapon level. Taste level: 9 stars. This is the obsession of a black-cloaked malevolent spirit. If the host does not consume it, the spirit will consume you. You want me to eat this? Jiang Yi was unable to contain himself. If they wanted him dead, they should just say so instead of this elaborate charade. Moreover, even if he managed to force it down, he still faced the impending lavish feast prepared by Ms. Zhang. System: can I store this in the system space? These foods are tainted with the other party's malevolent energy. A feigned consumption may provoke her wrath. Understood. Jiang Yi realized that the real challenge was not the air conditioner repair, but rather the daunting task of consuming food. So, her obsession is to make someone taste her cooking? The host's understanding is correct. What should I do? Jiang Yi glanced at Ms. Zhang, who was watching him intently, and said to the system, "Consuming this might not be the issue of taste, but my body may not withstand it. The host has one lottery chance remaining. Perhaps it will yield unexpected rewards." Chapter 85. Grand Nourishment, Ghost Muscle 20 pounds. Does the White Demon offer a lottery? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi stared at the system's lottery section. This was his only option. To be honest, he was unsure of what to draw to escape his current predicament. Items to enhance his strength, the white lottery was merely that. It wouldn't allow him to confront this black-cloaked malevolent spirit directly. If he didn't enhance his strength, what else could he draw? As his thoughts swirled, the system's lottery result was revealed. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the stomach of a starving ghost." Item: stomach of a starving ghost. Description: this is the stomach of a starving ghost, an insatiable stomach. Stomach of a starving ghost. Why haven't you eaten yet? Ms. Zhang, who had been staring at Jiang Yi, questioned with an oddly curious tone. As her seemingly innocent expression twisted, she asked, "Do you think what I made is unappetizing?" "Of course not. It looks quite appetizing." Jiang Yi forced a smile. At that moment, he truly felt the oppressive presence of the malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows. Initially hesitant about the lottery item, he now dared not delay any longer. System: fuse with the stomach of a starving ghost. Ding. Fusion commencing. 2.100. As the fusion percentage rapidly reached 100, Jiang Yi felt an unsettling churn in his abdomen, as if something alive had been suddenly forced into his stomach. He then looked at the bowl of soup before him, astonished to discover that after fusing with the stomach of a starving ghost, the data of the soup had entirely changed. Item: fish meat soup. Nutritional value: grand nourishment. Taste level: 10 stars. This is the obsession of a black-cloaked malevolent spirit. If the host does not consume it, the spirit will consume you. The biochemical weapon level lethality had transformed into profound nourishment. Jiang Yi exhaled, though the previously 9-star taste level had inexplicably risen to 10 stars. He glanced at Ms. Zhang, whose brown sweater seemed increasingly shrouded in darkness. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Jiang Yi steeled himself and lifted the bowl of murky soup. In his view, even the most terrifying spices were manageable. How could this nourishing soup be worse than scorpion soup? However, as the bowl approached his lips, a powerful stench nearly knocked him unconscious. His acute sense of smell involuntarily analyzed the fish bones, fish eyes, and fish tongues within the soup. Even the stomach of a starving ghost churned in protest, indicating a strong aversion to digesting this concoction. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice. With a deep breath, Jiang Yi gulped it down. 2 sips, 3 sips. Every cell in his body trembled as it rejected and crumbled. Yet, his remaining rationality triumphed over instinct. Within 2 seconds, Jiang Yi began to regret having taste buds. Burp. Setting down the empty bowl, Jiang Yi thought, "I finished it cleanly." Ms. Zhang, upon witnessing the empty bowl, felt the malevolent energy around her dissipate. "So, how was it? Was it delicious?" She leaned closer, eagerly awaiting his evaluation. "Good. Very good." Jiang Yi took a deep breath and nodded. "Wonderful." Ms. Zhang clapped her hands and hurried to the kitchen, returning with a large basin of fish soup. There is plenty more. Eat this while I prepare the grand feast. Jiang Yi. The host can spend 100 points to activate taste and smell suppression. The voice of Yi Tian felt like a refreshing spring in the desert, offering Jiang Yi hope of escaping this apartment alive. System, your timing is impeccable. After trying that small bowl of soup and hearing Ms. Zheng's intention to serve him more, Jiang Yi contemplated fleeing, even at the risk of serious injury. Thankfully, the system intervened at that moment. Go ahead and eat, Ms. Zheng urged, her demeanor as gentle as that of a devoted wife. In response, Jiang Yi activated the suppression of taste and smell, offering a polite smile as he scooped up the soup and consumed it. Compared to earlier, it now appeared as though he were savoring a delicacy. Though it was exceedingly unpalatable, its nourishing properties were undeniable. In no time, the entire basin of fish soup was consumed, with his eyes closed. Jiang Yi could distinctly sense that the stomach of a starving ghost had begun to digest the contents. Waves of clear nutritional energy continuously transformed. The energy converted by the stomach of a starving ghost harmonized with his ghost muscle. In a matter of minutes, Jiang Yi realized that his ghost muscle had increased from 14 pounds to 14.3 pounds. That basin of soup had remarkably augmented his ghost muscle. Was this the essence of grand nourishment? The effect was astounding. Looking over at Ms. Zheng, who was bustling in the kitchen, Jiang Yi felt the tide turning. The upcoming feast, a biochemical weapon for an ordinary person, was a rare opportunity for him, who possessed the stomach of a starving ghost. Minutes later, as Jiang Yi was lost in thought, Ms. Zheng slowly opened her eyes, half covered in red, no longer strictly adhering to her obsession, now possessing some degree of independent thought. Master Jiang, why not stay the night? Ms. Zheng began to tidy up the tableware, her tone imbued with newfound vitality. Perhaps another time. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Finally able to leave, Jiang Yi did not dare to linger. Within her domain, he felt utterly unsafe. Of course, encountering such an entity outside would offer no sense of security regardless of the setting. Chapter 86. Playing with you. Hee. With a light chuckle, Zheng Yi casually waved her hand, producing a business card before Jiang Yi. This is my card. You helped me break through my limitations. Should you find yourself in need of assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. A business card. Jiang Yi accepted the floating card. Reading. Name. Zheng Yi. Occupation. Teacher. Affiliation. Ghost City Number 1 High School. Is this the birth of a powerful ally, with a half-red figure like hers making such an offer? Jiang Yi had no grounds to refuse. After receiving the card, he hesitated briefly before asking, Ms. Zheng, may I inquire about the existence that brought you humans here? Zheng Yi tilted her head, instantly articulating Jiang Yi's question. Yes, Jiang Yi nodded. He was enigmatic yet formidable, commanding an extraordinary respect even from our chairman. Zheng Yi candidly informed Jiang Yi, though the flicker of fear in her gaze betrayed her composure. Was he a ghost? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Zheng Yi shook her head, uncertain. Then what could be his purpose in bringing us to this place? This question weighed heavily on Jiang Yi's mind, and as expected, Zheng Yi shook her head again. After all, she was a ghost of the black-clad tier, merely a mid-ranking entity within the entirety of Ghost City. Well, Jiang Yi remained undeterred. It was all within his expectations. Thank you for your hospitality today. Goodbye. He greeted Zheng Yi with a wave before opening the door. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated, closing the door once more. Peering through the peephole, Jiang Yi felt a bead of sweat on his brow. To his astonishment, a familiar face resided in the house diagonally across from Zheng Yi's. Jiang Yi caught sight of a man clad in a black suit and a gentleman's hat as he opened his door. It was the portrait artist. Such coincidence, to have him right across from Ms. Zheng's residence. They were a mere moment away from locking eyes. Do you know him? A soft, cool breeze brushed against his ear, and Jiang Yi turned slightly to find Zheng Yi leaning against his back, her fair chin resting on his shoulder. Yes, he recalled his previous relationship with the portrait artist, nodding slightly. It seems you are reluctant to confront him. Your relationship does not appear to be amicable. Zheng Yi quickly discerned the nature of Jiang Yi's connection to the portrait artist. It's a pity. If he didn't have that half-dressed ghost in his home, I would have assisted you in dealing with him. There is no need to trouble Teacher Zheng. I can manage my own affairs. Observing that the portrait artist had entered his room, Jiang Yi prepared to depart. Yet, as if pondering something, he turned to Zheng Yi, asking, does this man typically return home at this hour? Yes, Zheng Yi affirmed with a nod. How long does he usually stay at home? Typically, around 5 to 6 hours. She replied, recalling the details. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, his narrowed eyes lost in thought. Exiting Zheng Yi's pleasant community, the crimson glow of the demonic live stream slowly coalesced before him, displaying a message. Task completed. Please proceed to Qingshan bus station to purchase a ticket for the 901 bus to Fengshan campus. Reminder, limited tickets available. Act swiftly. Glancing at the illuminated screen, Jiang Yi paid little heed. Finding his direction, he instead walked towards an alternate path leading away from Qingshan station. This action caught the viewers off guard. Where was Jiang God headed? Was he planning something? A faint sense of anticipation lingered among the audience, with few, save for some newcomers, questioning why Jiang Yi did not immediately purchase a ticket. The series of shocks he had delivered since leaving the hotel, culminating in the completion of Ms. Zheng's task, had left them utterly in awe of him. The live stream followed Jiang Yi as he arrived at a bus stop. Was he taking a bus? However, according to the demonic live stream, the return journey to Fengshan campus required boarding the 901, which was not available at this bus stop. The viewers were puzzled. Yet Jiang Yi had already boarded a bus. It was at this moment that his live stream concluded, as his task had been fulfilled. Inside the bus, aside from the driver, there were merely 2 or 3 passengers. Finding a quiet spot, Jiang Yi settled down as the vehicle closed its doors and set off. The dark scenery blurred past. A child seated next to him piped up, "Brother, will you play a game with me?" The child's face was pale, as if coated in white paint, with only a pair of lifeless black eyes and a cracked smile adorning his lips. Jiang Yi cast a glance at the boy, ignoring his request entirely. "Brother, come play with me," the boy insisted, tapping the soccer ball he held twice against the bus floor. The lights in the bus began to flicker ominously. In the midst of this unsettling light, a cold hand reached out from behind Jiang Yi, resting upon his shoulder. "Play with me." The child's grotesque head suddenly leaned close to Jiang Yi's ear, the frenzied voice blurring the lines of gender. With a swift motion, Jiang Yi seized the boy's head. The flickering lights within the bus abruptly stilled. "Haven't your parents taught you manners?" His calm words resounded as his gaunt figure swelled ominously under the erratic illumination. The seats in the bus twisted under the force of his grip. With a forceful motion, Jiang Yi slammed the boy's head against the adjacent window. The glass did not shatter, but the boy's skull fractured under the impact. "Let me teach you what manners are," he declared, lifting the child and forcefully driving him into the bus floor. "I'll play with you right now." With a resounding crash, Jiang Yi crushed the child's head, obliterating a row of seats. "Next stop, Nanhu Station." The cold, somewhat garbled announcement echoed. Jiang Yi released the mangled remains of the boy, casting a glance at the 2 cowering figures in the corner before exiting the bus. Only when the vehicle resumed its journey did the pitiful, battered child begin to writhe in agony. After disembarking, Jiang Yi found himself before a storefront. To his surprise, it was the portrait gallery located outside the bus station. Since the portrait artist needed to return home to rest, there was no reason for him to be overly courteous. Approaching the entrance, he found it locked. However, this lock was no match for Jiang Yi now. Grasping the door handle, the muscles in his arms bulged. With a resounding crash, the chain was torn asunder. Pushing the door open, Jiang Yi re-entered the portrait gallery, casting a glance at the first floor. Devoid of any ghostly presence, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. There, he discovered 3 paintings. According to Jiang Yi, the portrait artist would remain home for 5 to 6 hours, ample time for Jiang Yi to plunder everything within. Even using the restroom, he removed one of the ghostly oil paintings from the wall. System, activate the exchange. Minutes later, a chime rang out. "Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a white demon lottery." Next one. Jiang Yi promptly seized another painting from the remaining 2 before long. He had exchanged all 3 paintings on the second floor, successfully acquiring 3 white demon lotteries, although it was late at night, and his actions constituted theft within someone else's gallery. He justified it as a means of survival. Observing the empty second floor, Jiang Yi shifted his focus to the 3rd floor, the final level of the portrait gallery. Perhaps it held something of value, or perhaps nothing at all. Without hesitation, he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, his eyes were immediately drawn to a massive oil painting. The depiction was of a woman. The ghost within the painting, Yellow Tear, can move freely within a 10-meter radius of the canvas. She is the portrait artist's most prized creation. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the system's description in decoding mode. He had not anticipated that a black tear demon could create a ghost of the Yellow Tear, only 1 rank below himself, restricted to a 10-meter area around the canvas. Seeing this information within the system, what initially seemed daunting to Jiang Yi suddenly became clear. "System, how many points do I have remaining?" Ding. Host has 1,500 points left, despite the numerous ostentatious displays throughout the night earning him points. The rapid consumption of points due to the decoding mode had taken its toll, yet he still had a surplus. Then, exchange 499 points for gasoline and a lighter. Jiang Yi stated decisively. "Understood." The system acknowledged Jiang Ye's intent. Ding. Exchange successful. Please check your inventory. As he spoke, several canisters of gasoline materialized from the shadows beside Jiang Yi. The gasoline, worth 499 points, was enough to fill the entire 3 floors. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi began pouring the gasoline onto the floor. The pungent scent immediately permeated the air, affecting the seemingly tranquil paintings. With a sinister hiss, the ghostly woman from the enormous painting began to writhe free. A strange sound emanated from her mouth as she approached Jiang Yi step by step. However, upon reaching the 10-meter boundary of the painting, the ghost came to a halt, coldly regarding Jiang Yi. Unfazed, he commenced pouring the second canister of gasoline. The warm liquid flowed beneath the ghost's feet. The third, fourth, over a dozen canisters were emptied, saturating the entire 3rd floor with the potent aroma of gasoline. The staircase dripped continuously with the flammable liquid, even reaching the 1st floor. Casting one last glance at the waxy ghost, Jiang Yi waved goodbye and descended to the 1st floor. He struck a match. With a roaring blaze, the inferno engulfed the entire portrait gallery. In an instant, flames consumed the entire 3rd floor. Jiang Yi stood on the street, clearly hearing the piercing shrieks of the ghost from within the painting. The yellow-robed specter is undeniably formidable, yet, regrettably, it cannot escape that it can only linger in a corner, and fire serves as the most effective means to an end. Sitting on the street, Jiang Yi exchanged some currency for beer and roasted duck, consuming them while observing the blaze consuming the portrait gallery. Initially, the wails of the spectral figure within the artwork were piercingly shrill, but after a while, they fell silent. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jiang Yi strode into the charred ruins of the gallery. On the cracked floor of the 3rd story, he discovered the specter, now reduced to a charred husk. System, exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow-level demon lottery ticket. 1 yellow-level lottery and 3 white-level lotteries. This was the most significant harvest of the early morning, just as Jiang Yi reveled in his excitement. The glowing screen of the demon livestream appeared before him. Friendly reminder. Tickets for the 901 long-distance bus are sold out. Sold out? Does that mean he cannot travel to his destination? Glancing at the map of Fengshan campus, which lay over 100 kilometers away, he realized that a mere walk would take an ordinary person an entire day or more. Moreover, in such a world, how could one walk? Jiang Yi began to contemplate whether to disregard the demon livestream altogether and simply survive in the ghost city. However, recalling Jiang Yi's descriptions of the demon livestream, he had no choice but to endure it. At least now was not the time to confront the demons. The host can always trust the system's demon lottery. Yi Tian's voice interrupted Jiang Ye's gloomy thoughts. Indeed, he still had the demon lottery at the dilapidated Qingshan bus station. There were barely over 80 people waiting. Out of 1,000, only these remained. The tasks presented by the demons were anything but simple for ordinary individuals. Among these 80, some were favored by Lady Luck, while others relied on their intellect and strength. At that moment, the crowd gathered was quite chaotic, primarily due to the bus tickets. Only 80 tickets for the 901 bus were available. Yet there were 85 survivors present. The situation arose from the uneven distribution of tickets. Since real name registration was not required for purchasing, most tickets were hoarded by a select FEW.in Chuse's possession. There were 50 tickets that the protagonist. He had befriended a powerful yellow-robed specter during the task, who had generously provided him with funds, enabling his current operation. The tickets were essential commodities, and monopolizing them granted him the power to set exorbitant prices. Need a ticket? Come to me. 50 yuan each, Chuse proclaimed, raising the tickets high, his voice echoing throughout the waiting area. 50 each? That's outrageous. Originally priced at 20, how could they justify selling them for over double? Discontent murmurs began to rise. Though each of them had received some compensation for completing their tasks, it was evidently insufficient. Chuse remained unfazed. If you don't buy now, the price will increase to 60 in 10 minutes. The tickets were a necessity, and inaction would ultimately lead to the buyer's distress. After his words, a white man could not contain himself and pulled out his money. I'll take one. All right. Chuse nodded slightly. The first ticket was sold. As time passed, the crowd grew increasingly restless. The second ticket was soon purchased by another individual, and with these two leading the way, the 50 yuan tickets became a norm. People surged forward, eager to secure a ticket. Short on funds? They would pool their resources. It was crucial to understand that with 85 people in the waiting area and only 80 tickets available, hesitation could mean being among the 5 left behind. Those who successfully obtained tickets breathed a sigh of relief. In no time, all 50 tickets were gone. A stout, good-natured man finally squeezed forward. Brother Chu, could you lower the price a bit? We only have 90 yuan for 3 tickets. He spoke. He smiled sheepishly at Chuse. 90 will only buy you 1. But for you, as fellow citizens of Longhua, I can let it go for 100. Chu Zhe's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone unyielding. What? The stout man was baffled. I recall you all entrusted one of your lives to Jiang Yi. Didn't you? Chu Zhe counted the tickets in his hand. Since you trust him so much, why not seek him for a way out? I intend to profit from these tickets. Chu Zhe, how can you be like this? A man surged forward, fury painting his features, yet he could not express his ire. And what of it? Am I responsible for your lives? Everyone here wishes to survive. Saving you means abandoning another, Chu Zhe retorted loudly. His words reverberated in the air, prompting a composed man in military attire to step forward. Chu Zhe, we are not here as individuals. Have you considered that by giving the opportunity to survive to others from different nations, you may doom our own? If Longhua ranks last, what fate awaits us? The man fixed a penetrating gaze on Chu Zhe. That if you refuse to sell us tickets, so be it. After all, they are yours. However, compared to Jiang Yi, you truly fall short. What did you say? Chu Zhe appeared deeply wounded. I am merely stating the truth, Wang Liaolong replied calmly. Indeed, what a statement of fact. Chu Zhe lifted the tickets aloft. Do you see these? They are in my possession, not Jiang Yi's. Those who dare speak to me like that, including you and that elusive Jiang Yi, will never board the bus. Over 100 kilometers? You may as well walk. With that chilling declaration, Chu Zhe turned to sell tickets to others. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Liaolong felt a chill in his heart. Minutes later, all tickets in Chu Zhe's possession had been sold. Only Wang Liaolong and his two compatriots remained, alongside two burly men from Bear Country. Without tickets in hand, as the clock struck 6 in the morning, the city remained shrouded in darkness and silence, marking the departure time for the 901 long-distance bus. Good luck to you. The demon livestream hasn't declared Jiang Yi dead. Perhaps you may yet encounter him. As he followed the weary crowd toward the bus door, Chu Zhe cast a cold smile at Wang Liaolong and the others. Watching as two 901 buses filled with passengers, the expressions of the 5 remaining in the waiting area varied. Brother Long, what shall we do now? The 2 men inquired of Wang Liaolong, excluding Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe, and Imo Chiwei. Only these 3 Longhua individuals remained from the 10 who had entered the demon livestream that night. Listening to their words, Wang Liaolong gazed at the departing vehicles and took a deep breath. As Chu Zhe said, we must walk there. Walk there. The stout man, visibly concerned, exclaimed, that's over 100 kilometers. And in this world, can we truly make it? We have no other choice. Wang Liaolong sighed. If we don't reach our destination, the demon livestream will erase us, and we will surely perish. Should we succeed, not only will we save ourselves, but also prevent another Longhua citizen from entering this world. His melancholic words carried a sense of determination. Brother Long is right. 100 kilometers is nothing. I ran further than that when I enlisted. The lean man with a buzz cut spoke with a resolute tone. Let us not delay. We set out now. Having been a squad leader before, Wang Liaolong naturally took the lead. Wait, friends from Longhua. May we join your team? 2 burly men from Bear Country approached, sharing their plight with Wang Liaolong and his companions. After assessing their physiques, Wang Liaolong nodded. Of course. The more, the merrier. Thank you. If we return to Fengshan campus, we will ensure that selfish Chu Zhe pays for his actions. The 2 expressed their righteous indignation. Originally, they could afford the ticket price, but after Chu Zhe's price hike. Stepping outside the waiting area, the inky streets loomed like a gaping abyss, silently beckoning humanity to tread upon them. The 5 men walked, their footsteps instinctively softened. Fortune favored them, as they encountered no threats on the route from the city to the outskirts. However, their luck was not destined to last. The tranquil road echoed with silence, while the unknown black trees lining the sides resembled ghostly claws. When Wang Liaolong and his companions arrived at this point, an old car from the 1970s or 80s approached. The vehicle, equipped with only one dim headlight, provided no illumination. The car moved steadily, and finally, amidst their heightened vigilance, it came to a halt beside them. They could clearly see that the driver was an elderly man clad in a hooded cloak. The exposed areas of his clothing were marred by patches of decay, and his sunken eyes appeared as if they had been plucked from a corpse, creating a disconcerting sight. Would you like a ride? The old man spoke, his lips parting to reveal a row of dark, menacing teeth. Observing the unsettling figure before them, Wang Liaolong solemnly shook his head at the others. They understood the unspoken message, choosing to ignore the old man and press forward. Accomplishing the tasks assigned by demons is, in reality, no simple feat. It is understood that for malevolent spirits to take a life, certain conditions must be met. Avoiding confrontation and maintaining indifference are effective strategies. As they gazed fixedly at the 5 individuals retreating into the distance, the elderly specter at the wheel revealed deep lines at the corners of his eyes. Emanating an eerie chuckle, the car veered, and with a menacing intent, the elder pressed the accelerator to the floor. A resounding roar erupted amidst a bizarre aura of ghostly energy as the dilapidated vehicle careened towards Wang Liaolong and his companions. Contrary to their expectations of being struck and sent flying, when the car collided with them, Wang Liaolong and his companions instantaneously found themselves inside the vehicle, surveying their surroundings and the individuals seated beside him. Wang Liaolong's expression darkened with dread. It's over, Dragon Brother. We're trapped in this old, ghost-esque car. The imposing figure beside him struggled to maintain his composure. The muffled sounds of fists colliding with metal reverberated from the trunk. Where 2 men from the Bear Nation had been confined, the doors were locked tight, refusing to budge, and even the windows resembled bulletproof glass, offering no chance of escape. None of them could have imagined that their predicament would devolve into such a scenario. Stop struggling, stay put, and merge with my vehicle forever. One to you? The old man driving the car turned slightly, his gravelly voice issuing a chilling command, causing the hearts of the 3 Dragon Nation men in the back seat to plummet. The seatbelts tightened automatically, resembling icy ghostly hands, severing any remaining hope of liberation. They had yet to truly escape Ghost City, and now they were ensnared. Their thoughts had been overly optimistic. Despair washed over the occupants of the vehicle. The notion that demons were invincible seemed to solidify into an undeniable truth. Dragon Brother, look! A companion suddenly gestured for Wang Liaolong to glance outside. Ahead, on the dark, desolate highway, another vehicle emerged. It was a van. Its orange headlights piercing the gloom. The elderly driver, momentarily blinded by the light, instinctively slowed down. It must be another ghost. Wang Liaolong sighed, unable to conceive any other means of extricating themselves from their dire situation. The chasm between human and demon was insurmountable. Just as he pondered this, the old man at the wheel abruptly honked the horn. The low, resonant sound seemed to serve as both a reminder and a warning. A warning of what? Before anyone inside the vehicle could react, the approaching van barreled towards them like a runaway husky. With a thunderous crash, the vintage car was sent spiraling, showered in sparks, at the moment of impact. The 5 captives found themselves abruptly back on the highway. Chapter 89. Yellow Mud. Rain. They exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that they had escaped the vehicle. Run, Wang Liaolong shouted to the others. Heaven had granted them a chance, and they needed to seize it. Yet, as they fled without a backward glance, the van that had toppled the old car made a swift turn and pursued them. Watching the van close in, a glimmer of despair resurfaced in their eyes. Had they truly escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair? Unlike the old car, the pursuing van did not collide with them but matched their pace. The sound of tires crunching against the pavement echoing ominously, the window slowly rolled down, revealing Jiang Yi's voice. Did you think I was a ghost? Why run when you have a ride waiting? His teasing words drew the 5 men's attention to the driver's seat. Jiang Yi, upon seeing him, Wang Liaolong, once grim, was struck with astonishment. Their flight came to an abrupt halt. Let us discuss any issues inside. It's unsafe out here. As the door swung open, Jiang Yi glanced at the rearview mirror, noting that the overturned old car had vanished into the darkness. The 5 men hurriedly climbed aboard, enveloped by the profound shadows within the van. Upon entering, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them, gazing at the man at the wheel. Jiang Yi, how do you have a vehicle? Even the usually composed Wang Liaolong was filled with bewilderment. It was gifted by a ghost. Jiang Yi replied matter-of-factly. The revelation of a ghostly gift left Yang Tiehu, the burly man beside him, in awe. The others also expressed genuine admiration. Having also entered the demon livestream, they pondered why their fates diverged so drastically. It's just luck, Jiang Yi remarked, glancing at the system. Indeed, it was sheer fortune. Without his extraordinary luck, how could he have drawn such a vehicle? 901 is already on the road. Are you 3 left without tickets? Jiang Yi observed the disheveled group through the rearview mirror. His words ignited frustration among them. If it weren't for that scoundrel Chu Zhe, we wouldn't be ticketless. They lamented how their delayed task completion had allowed Chu Zhe to prevail. If only I had acted faster. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yi quickly grasped the situation. No wonder Chu Zhe changed his nationality. Chu Zhe changed his nationality? The revelation startled the men in the back seat. Opening the demon livestream panel, they discovered that Chu Zhe, once a Dragon Nation citizen, had now become a citizen of the EC. How could he change his nationality? The anger stemming from this revelation surpassed even their previous rage when Chuzhe had exploited them for ticket prices. He must have presumed that we four wouldn't secure tickets and would perish outside. Jiang Yi deduced if we all die, the Dragon Nation would fall to last place, with 11 casualties, given his East Sea girlfriend. He likely believed that the Dragon Nation would plummet to the bottom, incurring the demon's wrath. Understanding this, it became clear why he would forsake his nationality for self-preservation. Their concise exchanges illuminated the crux of the matter, prompting nods of agreement from the Dragon Nation men, including the two burly men from the Bear Nation. We will despise such a person for a lifetime, one of the Bear Nation men stated without reservation. He is a clever individual, Jiang Yi mused, recalling their initial encounter. A selfish one. Indeed, do not harbor excessive expectations. They will only lead to disappointment. With these words, Wang Liaolong and the others sighed, enveloping the vehicle in a moment of silence. On the pitch-black, desolate highway, Jiang Yi maintained a steady speed. The orange headlights illuminated the icy road. During their journey, they encountered no ill omens. Even when shadows occasionally flitted by the roadside, those entities expressed no interest in Jiang Yi's vehicle. The van, acquired through a yellow-level demon lottery, had initially seemed unremarkable until now, revealing its true prowess. Item: Ghost Driver S van description. A fully functional van, akin to a living pet. Within the van resides a ghostly entity, small yet under Jiang Yi's control. Moreover, this van radiates the essence of a yellow-robed ghost, serving as a deterrent to the lurking spirits. With this remarkable vehicle, reaching the Fengshan campus 100 kilometers away would pose no challenge. Beyond this yellow-level draw, the remaining 3 prizes were also impressive. Ghostly hearts, 1 shares in Changhong convenience store, and a ton of TNT. Exhausted from a night of desperate flight, the group succumbed to slumber within the confines of the van. At their current pace, they would arrive at their destination in 2 hours. As they ventured further from the city center, the desolation grew palpable. A steady, cold rain began to fall, the van's windows growing chillier as raindrops tapped rhythmically. The rain intensified, prompting Jiang Yi to activate the wipers while maintaining speed. Amidst this mundane driving, Jiang Yi suddenly sensed something dart past. In an instant, bang! A ghastly, pallid visage collided with the windshield without warning. Those bulging eyes were far more terrifying than dead fish eyes. With a jolt, the van halted, the twisted specter sent hurtling away. Beneath the torrential downpour, the orange headlights illuminated the scene, the wipers rhythmically swaying. On the road ahead lay the distorted form of the ghost, covered in yellow mud, disheveled, and exuding the strength of a gray-clad minion. How could such a weak entity dare to challenge his van? Jiang Yi felt something was amiss, yet exiting the vehicle was not an option. The van housed a ghostly entity, ensuring their safety within. But outside, who could predict what awaited him? What is going on? Is everything all right? The 5 men, roused from their slumber, inquired. Everything is fine. Jiang Yi glanced at the ghostly figure ahead and resumed driving. Though he remained silent, the others sensed the unusual atmosphere and lost any remaining drowsiness. In the dark, rain-drenched night, the orange headlights flickered faintly as the vehicle progressed further. Jiang Yi felt the emotional pulse of the van beneath him. Chapter 90. Fengshan campus. The van was uneasy, reluctant to traverse the stretch of road ahead. A glance at the map confirmed that this route was essential for reaching Fengshan campus. Despite its hesitations, there was no choice but to proceed. Jiang Yi steeled himself. This desolate wilderness, devoid of any structures, was far more terrifying than the ghost city. The vehicle glided smoothly along, with the scenery transforming from dense forest to rolling hills. The torrential downpour had escalated beyond the realms of normalcy. Suddenly, a massive landslide loomed before Jiang Yi, completely obstructing the road ahead. The landslide had occurred at the most inopportune moment. The passengers in the van felt the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yi, let us disembark and clear the way, Wang Liaolong suggested, recognizing that despite the difficulties, the only solution was to remove the debris. This is not a natural landslide, Jiang Yi remarked calmly, his gaze fixed on the collapsed area. Amid the rumbling thunder and flashes of lightning, a multitude of decayed coffins became visible. It appears we are being targeted. Indeed, targeted. Just a short while ago, when the 901 passed through, this place must have been stable. They dare not offend the 901 and have taken to bullying us instead. You all stay in the van. I will investigate this juncture, unless they retrace their steps. Jiang Yi had no choice but to confront the landslide if he wished to move forward. He opened the door, and a rush of cold, damp air flooded inside. Jiang Yi unfurled an umbrella and stepped out. Boom! As soon as he exited, A twisted arm reached from beneath the van, clutching Jiang Ye's pant leg. A ghastly figure, covered in yellow mud, struggled to crawl out. Jiang Ye remained unfazed, lifting his leg to stomp down. He had sensed the presence of this ghoul lurking beneath the vehicle even before stepping out. With a resounding crash, the waterlogged ground cracked beneath him. The mud-covered specter met an untimely end, its head shattered. Ding! The host has earned one chance to draw from the Gray Demon Lottery. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Ye's expression remained grave as he gazed at the mound of yellow earth before him. He approached the landslide cautiously. As he drew nearer, he discerned that a multitude of corpses lay buried within the mass of mud. They could not be classified merely as corpses. These were spirits, resting souls. The yellow mud was steeped in putrid blood. It was clear that human effort could never suffice to clear this debris in a short span. Perhaps it was exactly the kind of scenario that some unseen observer would relish. In light of this, Jiang Ye rummaged through the system's space, retrieving one package, then two of TNT. These were rewards from his white demon lottery. Among all the items acquired through demonic draws, these explosives were the least valuable, as they could also be purchased with points. Thus, Jiang Ye felt no burden in using them. Who would have imagined he carried a ton of explosives on his person? Fearing that some explosives might fail to clear the area, he resolved to deploy all of them. He returned to the van and reversed the vehicle a sufficient distance. System, please assist in detonating the explosives. Ding! Host's account will be charged a 100-point service fee. Etion's words were prompt and decisive. Moments later, the 5 occupants of the van, including Jiang Ye, witnessed a tremendous blaze erupt beneath the darkened sky. The ground trembled violently. Jiang Ye had underestimated the power of the explosives. Such an amount of TNT could flatten a 3-story building. In an instant, countless clods of mud mingled with anguished wails of the spirits. Scattered in all directions, the road ahead was now clear. The backseat passengers gaped in astonishment, as if they could swallow an egg whole. How had Jiang Ye accomplished this? He had blasted a path open. What magnitude of explosives was required for such a feat? As they marveled, Jiang Ye seized the fleeting moment to dash across the newly cleared area. Boom! Boom! The 2 hills behind, under the influence of the ton of explosives, continued to shed loose yellow earth. Decayed coffins and contorted spirits were washed out by the relentless rain. The so-called hills were mere colossal graves. Disaster had struck. This thought crossed his mind. Jiang Ye beheld countless spirits awakening from within the massive grave behind him. Their first gaze was fixated upon the speeding van. Hiss! Hiss! The cacophony echoed behind him. Jiang Ye had heard of zombie hordes, but had never anticipated encountering a tide of spirits first. Countless phantoms surged forward, emanating an aura of extreme danger. The accelerator was pressed to the floor. Jiang Ye's focus was unparalleled. He understood that should they catch up to him, even within the van, death was inevitable. Yet, despite the van reaching its maximum speed, the relentless spirits continued to close the distance. Time slipped away. The passengers in the back could only watch in anxious anticipation. These were not zombies. They were spirits. They had locked onto the scent emanating from Jiang Ye's vehicle. Could he shake them off? Absolutely impossible. The only option was to run, relentlessly run, until they could no longer pursue. Half an hour later, at last, as Jiang Ye gripped the steering wheel and plunged into a deeper, darker expanse, the muddy spirits gradually came to a halt. The van had advanced a considerable distance. All passengers exhaled in unison, relief washing over them. Phew, that was terrifying. They clutched their racing hearts, overwhelmed by a sense of survival. They felt fortunate, grateful to have encountered Jiang Ye and boarded his van. Otherwise, reaching Fengshan campus would have been nothing short of a fantasy. However, at this moment, Jiang Ye, who was still driving, felt perplexed. Why had the spirits ceased their pursuit? Logically, having obliterated their dwelling, he had effectively destroyed their home. Such a deep-seated vendetta would compel them to pursue him relentlessly for revenge. Why had they stopped? They had been chasing him for a full half-hour. The sudden halt felt inexplicable. Lost in thought, Jiang Ye was jolted as he noticed a faint trail of yellow mud on the road ahead. Despite the rain's efforts to wash it away, traces remained. The color of this yellow mud closely matched that of the spirits that had pursued him. Squeaking to a halt, Jiang Ye checked the system panel. Still 1,000 points left. System, activate decryption mode. Ding. Points deducted. Decryption mode activated. Etion's voice resonated. A decryption interface materialized before Jiang Ye. His gaze fixated on the yellow mud. Footprints left by the yellow mud spirit horde during their flight. Yellow mud spirit horde. Upon hearing this term, Jiang Ye recalled the ghastly figures that had chased him, each one steeped in yellow mud, grotesque in appearance. They were precisely what the decryption panel referred to as the Yellow Mud Spirits. During their escape, they left behind that a mere line of text sparked a cascade of thoughts in Jiang Ye's mind. Could it be that the Yellow Mud Spirits refrained from pursuing him further because they had fled from this direction? Yet, this route led to Fengshan campus. If such a formidable horde was fleeing from here, why were the demons orchestrating events to lead all humans to this very place? Chapter 91. It is them. The demon live broadcast room was inherently designed for the annihilation of humanity. So the host need not be surprised. Detecting Jiang Ye's emotions, Yi Tian spoke up at the opportune moment. Have they always intended for us to perish? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled. Then why doesn't the demon live broadcast room simply eliminate us all? Recalling Zheng Yi's descriptions of the demons, he firmly believed that the entities behind this broadcast room possessed the capability to eliminate humans like them, because of the rules, having read the entire novel. Yi Tian clarified directly that if the host neglects the tasks assigned by the demons, he steps beyond the bounds of the rules, at which point, the demons will personally come for the host's life. Conversely, as long as the host adheres to the tasks, the demons are powerless against him. Yet, the mortality rates for the demons' tasks were alarmingly high. As Jiang Yi drove, he sensed the surrounding darkness deepening. The demons' capabilities were limited to this extent. Yi Tian, employing spiritual perception to scan the vicinity, understood that they were nearing the first critical juncture in the story. Is that so? Jiang Yi took a deep breath. How many tasks must we complete? Or are the demons' tasks endless? There will come a day when it ends. With Yi Tian's assurance, Jiang Yi found some solace. TSK, still a young heart at its core. In the vast expanse of the system's space, Yi Tian could distinctly sense Jiang Ye's emotional shift. Without his guidance, this young man lacked confidence in himself. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. He was obedient. The vehicle moved steadily forward. It was a bus, the headlights casting a slight glow that dispelled patches of darkness. A sign at the front read 901. Inside the bus, Chu Zhe sat by the window, with Yinghua Maisie leaning against him. Old Emo, are you truly not going to change your nationality? Chu Zhe's voice carried to the slightly plump middle-aged man in the front seat. This question left Emo Chiwei at a loss for words. It is inevitable that the Dragon Nation will be at the bottom, Chu Zhe asserted with conviction. If the time comes, and I'm not around, you'll face the demon's punishments alone, and it will be a matter of life and death. I see you have a good head on your shoulders. I could lend you 1,000 to help you change to Japanese nationality, so you can stay by my side. Changing one's nationality in the demon live broadcast room required funds. On the first day, it was 1,000. On the second, 10,000. And by the third, it had escalated to 100,000, but the figures multiplied tenfold each day. This all commenced from the moment I began my journey in the Devil's livestream. If Yi Tian were to witness this phenomenon, he would undoubtedly be prepared with snacks. In the original narrative, Emo Chiwei was indeed the #1 subordinate of Chu Zhe, utilizing his sharp intellect to alleviate numerous troubles for Chu Zhe. Even in his final moments, he perished while shielding Chu Zhe from a fatal blow. Now, as acquaintances, Chu Zhe had developed a sense of admiration for Emo Chiwei's talents. Logically speaking, Emo Chiwei should adhere to Chu Zhe's wishes in all matters. However, the current situation clearly indicated that Chu Zhe was facing resistance. In the front seat, Emo Chiwei's face, marked by the passage of time, bore a hint of disappointment. Disappointment in Chu Zhe. His grandfather had been a hero, a martyr in the prolonged war 80 years ago. His father was a general who had seen the battlefield. The bloodline inherited from his ancestors was the last bastion for Emo Chiwei. During the 9th episode of the Devil's livestream, he felt no significant remorse for the death of Xiao Li, who had entered the Devil's livestream due to a rape incident. However, now, Chu Zhe desired him to change his nationality. That was out of the question. Perhaps, Longhua might indeed be the last among all nations globally, and he would face the wrath of the devil, with survival appearing bleak. Yet, at least he wouldn't bring shame upon his family. Thus, he firmly rejected the idea. Chu Zhe felt a twinge of displeasure, akin to a subordinate who had developed his own opinions. Sakamoto Yoshiko, sitting beside him, noticed Chu Zhe's expression and interjected, "Everyone from Longhua is dead. If you don't change your nationality, you will surely perish as well. What could be more important than life?" The words pierced Emo Chiwei's ears with a sharpness. "That I have made this decision, which signifies that I value something more than life." His voice rose, drawing the attention of those around him. "Moreover, we still have 4 others from Longhua, who are not dead." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the vehicle varied, and Chu Zhe's countenance darkened. "Do you hope Jiang Yi and the others survive?" They surely would survive. Since he had decided to take a stand against them, Emo Chiwei had no reservations. His words, however, elicited mockery from the other survivors. 4 individuals without tickets daring to traverse over 100 kilometers in this treacherous world? Was this a joke? We had only recently entered the Devil's live stream. Did they think they possessed any means? Did they truly believe the first person to conquer the 9th Devil's live stream was some sort of deity? God, that was undoubtedly the best joke I had heard all day. In an instant, the atmosphere in the vehicle became lively due to Mo Shoy's proclamation. But at that moment, beep, beep, beep. From the darkness beneath the rain, a bright horn echoed from behind. It was unmistakably a van. Upon seeing 901, the vehicle accelerated. The van, exuding an eerie aura, approached. The occupants grew quiet. They clearly believed that a sinister entity was driving behind them. With the van gaining speed, it closed the distance to 901 until both vehicles were parallel, maintaining the same velocity. Surely, in a long-distance vehicle, no other fiend would dare to provoke us, right? Someone inside cautiously suggested. The others remained silent, their gazes fixed on the van beside them, including Chu Zhe and Mo Chiawai, who also turned their attention to that moment. The side window of the van slowly rolled down. In the torrential downpour, everyone inside 901 could clearly see the occupants of the van. Hello, everyone. Yang Tiehu shouted from within the van. Its them. How is that possible? Is this a miracle? God, what am I seeing? Shock, disbelief, and confusion washed over them as they stared at the van smoothly navigating through the heavy rain, a cascade of emotions flooding in. Chu Zhe, seated by the window, felt his pupils constrict. How could this be? Fixating on the van, his gaze landed on the driver's seat. Jiang Yi, the moment the young man came into view, Chu Zhe tightened his fists. The crimson mark in his palm flickered in response to his turbulent emotions. This guy again, ever since being tricked by him in the wardrobe incident, he had faced constant setbacks. In the original plot, Jiang Yi was merely a passerby who hadn't even survived the 9th episode of the Devil's live stream. Chapter 92. I will beat you to death at Fengshan campus. The security booth was unoccupied, and the campus appeared utterly desolate. Yet, at a certain moment, the school seemed to come alive. The automatic doors opened without any human intervention. On the campus gate, a line of crimson letters slowly scrolled, "Welcome new students." From a distance, the campus looked completely normal. However, if someone stared for too long, an inexplicable sense of unease would arise. As Jiang Ye's van and 901 approached the Fengshan campus. A surprising scene unfolded. Suddenly, the torrential rain ceased, and the dark night seemed to awaken to the realization that it was now day, gradually revealing a faint light. Before long, the entire overcast sky cleared. This allowed everyone to discern the surroundings of the campus. Overall, the campus was nestled within a vast forest of withered leaves, with only a narrow path leading directly to the gate, although daytime had arrived. The survivors from various nations felt an eerie stillness accentuated by the surrounding leafless woods. The vehicles crunched over the fallen leaves. The electronic boards displaying welcome new students caused Jiang Yi to furrow his brow. The adjacent 901 had already entered the school. Jiang Yi had no time to hesitate and followed closely behind. As both vehicles entered the school, the automatic doors slammed shut, extinguishing the words "Welcome new students." Once inside the school, the windows rolled down. Jiang Ye's expression turned grave. His keen instincts detected no unusual scents, aside from the unpleasant odor from a few men in the back seat. Upon exiting the vehicle, 901 began its return, and many who disembarked from 901 gathered around. They found it hard to comprehend, while everyone else was risking their lives for a few bucks to complete tasks. How had Jiang Yi acquired this mysterious vehicle? On the van, Wang Liaolong and a couple of individuals from Bear Nation, upon seeing the man embracing a woman, felt their chests swell with anger. They marched forward, determined to teach him a lesson. A few pallid-faced individuals from the east, however, blocked their path. Now that Chu Zhe held East nationality, they certainly would not sit idly by. "Baka, what do you intend to do? You'd best not act recklessly. Otherwise, we will make you regret it. Get lost." One of the Bear Nation men delivered a heavy slap. Slap. A vivid handprint appeared on the face of the East individual in front, causing snot and tears to erupt. Baka. This slap ignited the fury of the other East individuals. They rushed forward, but not to mention the two burly men from Bear Nation. Even Wang Liaolong and his companions were military trained, with just a few punches and kicks. They sent the East individuals sprawling to the ground, crying out in defeat. The onlookers from other nations retreated, prioritizing their safety. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, recalling the system's recent warning. The Devil's live stream aims for their demise. It seemed that even if they were to slaughter each other at this moment, the Devil's live stream would not intervene and would likely relish the spectacle. Stop. Seeing the East individuals on the ground, Chu Zhe could no longer remain silent. He approached Wang Liaolong and his group. His demeanor darkened. Did Jiang Yi, having escaped death by sheer luck, now consider himself remarkable? We don't think we're impressive. Wang Liaolong clenched his fist. Thought we simply aimed to beat you, the traitorous scoundrel, to death. Beat me to death. Chu Zhe scoffed, anger bubbling within him. Then let us see what a gap truly looks like. The crimson mark on his palm pulsated. After this time of exploration, he had begun to harness a portion of its power. Even against demons, he could stand his ground. Against these ordinary individuals, they were merely courting death. I'll beat you to death. The first to lose control was Yang Tiehu. Tiger, Wang Liaolong exclaimed, attempting to restrain him. Given Chu Zhe's words, he undoubtedly possessed some confidence. Charging him would be reckless, just as Yang Tiehu lunged forward. A mocking smile appeared on Chu Zhe's face as he cast a reassuring glance at the anxious Sakamoto Yoshiko. He raised his hand, intending to seize Yang Tiehu by the neck and throw him aside. Yet, in that moment, Chu Zhe's brow furrowed. What was happening? Why couldn't he summon the power of the mark in his palm? This is bad. Yang Tiehu's fist approached rapidly, and Chu Zhe's eyes widened in shock. Bang! With a single punch, he staggered back, clutching his bleeding nose. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Moments ago, they had thought Chu Zhe was formidable, yet now how embarrassing. Wang Liaolong hadn't anticipated this either, but soon reacted. Brothers. Beat him. In an instant, Chu Zhe became an ordinary person receiving a beating. Even Jiang Yi, who witnessed the scene from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. He had previously seen the force with which Chu Zhe shattered hotel windows. Just moments ago, he had intended to approach Chu Zhe before Yang Tiehu could, but now at this moment, only Yi Tian, hidden within the system space, was secretly amused. Earlier, while dining in the restaurant and eating spicy peppers, he had begun to target Chu Zhe's mark, initiating a countermeasure. For now, Yi Tian was able to temporarily seal the power of the opponent's mark. Ultimately, under the onslaught of the five, Chu Zhe succumbed to unconsciousness. It was at this juncture that the malevolent broadcast room, lurking in the shadows, was compelled to release its words due to time constraints. The number of 86 survivors exceeded all expectations. As the devil's enigmatic voice echoed. Countless individuals monitoring the broadcast finally witnessed the malevolent livestream commence. Here it comes. Jiangshan is still alive. Not only Jiang Yi survived, but also the other 6 compatriots from the Dragon Nation. Wait, what's this? How did Chu Zhe's nationality change to that of Dongyi? Is there a mistake in the livestream? Amidst the heated discussions in the broadcast room, the 86 individuals in Fengshan campus found that a leaderboard had appeared on their respective livestream panels. First place, Taigan Country 2, Gua Country 2, Bing Country 2. Second place, Manao Country 3, Hua Country 3. Third place, 17th place, Xiong Country 18, Bangzi Country 18. 18th place, Mengla Country 19. Nanwei Country 19. 19th place, Mi Country 20, Tianzhu 20, Kangaroo Country 20. The leaderboard was defined by the number of individuals from each nation that would soon appear in the malevolent broadcast room. For instance, with all 10 representatives from Mi Country and Tianzhu dead, they ranked last. Conversely, despite their representatives perishing, Taigan Country maintained its first position due to its fewer numbers. Chapter 93. The silhouette in Zhongshan's suit. The most incensed among the rankings were those in the third-to-last positions. Originally, the Dragon Nation was to lose 11 individuals, which would enable them to avoid the third-to-last fate. However, fate had played a cruel joke on them. Have you seen the rankings? Suddenly, the devil's voice switched to the school's PA system. Now, let us invite the newcomers. In the chilly breeze, all eyes in attendance momentarily froze, for within their sights, a series of unconscious newcomers appeared around them. The 86 survivors from various nations adjusted their mental states and sought out their fellow countrymen. From the Dragon Nation, 7 newcomers arrived, 6 women and 1 man. As the newcomers gradually regained consciousness, panic swiftly spread among the crowd. With over 1,700 newcomers, they were far beyond the control of the 86 survivors. Moreover, some survivors felt even more anxious than these newcomers. Maintain silence, the devil's voice commanded, bringing an eerie stillness to the scene. Only a few individuals continued to sob quietly. Have you seen the leaderboard? The devil taunted through the PA. The last-ranked nations go outside to the woods to rake leaves. The second-to-last must attend evening self-study tonight. As for the third-to-last, an hour from now, some friends will invite you to play hide and seek. Thus, the devil added, do not attempt to deceive your way through. That will result in even graver punishments. The top 3, your rewards have been credited. They are funds of great utility. In this proclamation regarding rewards and punishments, the devil was straightforward. Subsequently, the devil's voice faded, leaving no further instructions or tasks, which caused confusion among many present. We have no tasks. Wonderful. I can survive for a few more days. The crowd's emotions slightly stabilized. Yi Tian shook his head. Only Chu Zhe, who had read the original work, would realize that the devil's tasks had already begun. On the Dragon Nation's side, the 6 women who gradually awakened bore evident traces of tears. They glanced at the distant Chu Zhe from Dong Ying's camp and then closely followed Jiang Yi. Now that they had arrived in the devil's broadcast room, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Having witnessed the livestream, including Jiang Yi decapitating the road ghost, they all recognized Jiang Yi as a pillar of strength. This was the consensus among the people of the Dragon Nation. These women gazed at him. Jiang Yi's attention was primarily focused on the man who remained silent after awakening. The man, clad in a leather jacket, wore tousled hair and a pair of weathered eyes that seemed to harbor a certain sharpness. His face, proportionate to perfection, radiated an undeniable charm even obscured by stubble and grime. This fellow is extraordinary, Jiang Yi's subconscious mused. Almost instinctively, at this moment, Yi Tian also perked up. The narrative contained 2 protagonists, one being the original protagonist from the source material and the other a character from the derivative work. In simpler terms, the book Yi Tian was in was a fan fiction, featuring Chu Zhe as the protagonist, while the original work's hero was the man before him. Hello, I am Jiang Yi. He regarded the man. Jiang Yi extended his hand. The man lifted his gaze slightly and took his hand in greeting. Hello. After a brief silence, he added his name. One he hadn't spoken for a decade. I am Feng Weimian. Feng Weimian. Jiang Yi withdrew his hand, sensing the thick calluses on the man's palm. Calluses not born of agricultural toil. How dare you show your face? Yang Tiehu's voice drew the attention of those from the Dragon Nation. There stood Mo Chiawei, looking troubled, as Yang Tiehu barred his path. Brother Yang, I admit I was wrong before. I apologize to you all. Why say so much? Sun Gone, lean and wiry, waved dismissively. If you are so fond of following Chu Zhe, then be his dog. Changing your nationality to Dong Ying, are you? This remark left Mo Chiawei momentarily speechless. All right, at least he is a citizen of the Dragon Nation. If we do not take him in, he will be alone. Wang Liaolong patted the shoulders of 2 soldiers. Upon hearing this, the 2 remained indignant. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Yang Tiehu suddenly inquired of Jiang Yi, and Wang Liaolong's gaze turned to him as well. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yi had been regarded as the leader. Let us heed Brother Jiang's advice. This statement signified the group's renewed acceptance of Mo Chiawei. The middle-aged man beamed at this. Jiang Yi, if the devil's broadcast has no tasks, what should we do next? Observing the chaotic playground filled with people, Wang Liaolong turned to Jiang Yi for guidance. Next, Jiang Yi envisioned a shimmering interface. The system's decoding mode had only 2 minutes remaining. In those final moments, Yi Tian provided direction. The host needs to find shelter. The 2nd floor of Building 1 is a suitable location. Following the system's suggestion, Jiang Yi led the group to the dormitory building. The empty dormitory comprised 7 or 8 structures, yet no one dared to enter. Stay close to me. The decoding mode vanished. Jiang Yi glanced back at the women behind him. Without the decoding mode, he needed to remain vigilant. Fortunately, upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered no issues. The group felt a slight sense of relief. This place contains 6-person rooms. Why don't we split into 2 rooms? Wang Liaolong suggested, clearly believing that more people ensured safety. I have no objections. Sun Gone raised his hand. The other men nodded in agreement. However, the women protested, but we are all women. What if something happens? At this, 2 of them wiped away their tears. That will be right next door. If anything happens, just call out, and we will come, Yang Tiehu declared without thinking. No, Jiang Yi must come to our side. Hearing the debate, Jiang Yi chuckled and shook his head, stepping toward a door marked 201. Upon opening it, he was met by an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit. His back turned to him. The dim light filtering through the windows cast a faint glow, and the old man's silhouette resembled a slumbering abyss. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. As if he had stepped into a long-sealed space. Just as he sensed the door creaking open, the man slightly turned his head, and Jiang Yi could see the darkened back of his head gradually pivoting. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, Jiang Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. His heart, now fused with the ghosts, was on the brink of shattering. His eyes widened, staring straight ahead. Jiang Yi wanted to scream, to flee, to take action, yet he found himself paralyzed. He watched helplessly as the old man's head slowly inclined, and he could even catch a glimpse of his profile. He had a premonition that upon truly seeing this old man's half-profile, he would meet his demise. Suddenly, a strong hand clapped down on his shoulder. What's wrong? Feng Weimian's voice reached Jiang Ye's ears. Startled, Jiang Ye's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. He looked back into the room. But the elderly figure had vanished. Glancing at Feng Weimian beside him, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. I saw someone. Chapter 94. System task someone. Noticing Jiang Ye's distraught expression, Feng Weimian's demeanor turned grave. What sort of someone? He is, Jiang Yi began to describe, but found himself unable to utter a single word he could not recall. It was as if the memory from moments ago had been entirely erased. Beside him, Wang Liaolong and others noticed Jiang Ye's peculiarity. What is wrong? What happened? It's nothing. In dormitories 201 and 202 resided 12 individuals from the Dragon Nation. Jiang Yi, recognized as the strongest, was reluctantly forced to share his quarters with 6 women. The god of Jiang felt aggrieved. Protecting these newcomers from the Dragon Nation is no easy task. Alas, with 6 women, it remains uncertain how many will survive. The Dragon Nation's viewers in the live broadcast exhibited a somber mood. This time, the newcomers from the Dragon Nation undeniably faced a disadvantage. The presence of 6 women undoubtedly placed pressure on Jiang Yi and the others. Among the 7 newcomers, 6 women bestowed their life quotas upon Jiang Yi. Feng Weiming refrained from doing so, wishing to alleviate some of Jiang Ye's burdens. Indeed, at present, Jiang Yi bore the weight of 14 quotas. 14 lives rested upon him. Should he perish, the Dragon Nation would plummet to the last rank among all nations. To outsiders, this was an immense pressure. In the second-floor corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weiming leaned against the railing, gazing at the desolate campus scenery. You can use a gun, right? Jiang Yi's voice reached Feng Weiming as he glanced at the distant figures on the playground. You know, the man's eyes, obscured beneath unkempt hair, revealed a hint of surprise. The calluses on your hands are too evident. Is that so? Feng Weiming glanced at his hands and chuckled self-deprecatingly. After being in disarray for so long, I've lost all vigilance. Just as he spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The bespectacled man beside him produced a handgun from his person and handed it to him. Instinctively accepting the gun, Feng Weiming looked at Jiang Yi. Wang Liaolong and the others can also use guns. Why give it to me? I'm keeping an eye on you. Jiang Yi did not mince words. This statement stirred deep waves within Feng Weiming's repressed heart. This world is perilous. Jiang Yi patted the shoulder of the man beside him, yet it is equally exhilarating. Watching Jiang Yi depart, Feng Weiming, leaning against the railing, gazed at the gun in his hand. A dormant heart gradually stirred with fervor. 10 years prior, he had been the world's foremost assassin, crowned with the title of Shura, subduing an era. Only due to a wrongful kill did his enemies track down and annihilate his entire family. Although he eventually eliminated his adversaries, instilling terror in countless hearts, he could not resurrect his kin. Without family, without friends, ignored by all, he languished like refuse for a decade. Yet now, in this world, he began to feel a surge of excitement. He represented the Dragon Nation. He had Jiang Yi, a friend even stronger than himself. Gazing at the gun in his hand, Feng Weiming murmured, perhaps it was time for the world to remember the Shura of yore. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Yi reclined on his bed, the other women mostly asleep. Enveloped in silence, he opened the panel of the Demon Live broadcast, where the count read 1792. Yet at that moment, the number began to dwindle. 1790.1785.1780.1770. This signified that lives were being lost. His nostrils twitched slightly as he distinctly sensed a rich scent of blood wafting in from outside the campus. Opening the list of nations, he noted that the 20 newcomers from the United States had dwindled to a mere handful. The same was true for those from India and Australia. These nations, without exception, languished at the bottom, punished by the demons. Their punishment involved cleaning the fallen leaves outside. It now appeared that the area beyond the school, amidst the leaf-laden forest, was not safe at all, but rather extremely perilous. Upon arrival, he had observed that the entire school was bordered by this forest of dead leaves. Knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon. Jiang Yi turned slightly. It was Feng Weiming. You need to see something. Inside a small room, a cacophony of snores erupted from a group of middle-aged men. Jiang Yi and Feng Weiming maintained their composure as they gathered around a small table. On the table lay a tattered diary. I found this in an independent bedroom in the building over there, Feng Weiming said matter-of-factly. The diary. Jiang Yi slowly flipped it open. July 10, overcast. 2 days have passed since those children perished. Yet no one in the school has reacted at all. I approached the principal, who still donned that Zhongshan suit. I informed him that a class of children was continuously dying, horrifically dismembered, as if slaughtered like pigs. July 11, overcast. I have been unable to sleep. The cries for help from the students echo incessantly in my ears. It feels as if I dream of them, envisioning them pressed against a massive chopping board, facing slaughter. That night, I was the only one in the teacher's dormitory, but I realized that I closed the door more frequently than I opened it. July 12, overcast. I approached the principal again. He did not discuss the children with me. Instead, he merely remarked that the meat factory workers had arrived. Watching his retreating figure, I suddenly realized I hadn't seen his face in quite some time. Fixating on these words, Jiang Yi's breathing quickened. For some unknown reason, his heart raced, as if attempting to convey some vital information. He turned to the next page, only to find the diary landing on a new entry. July 15, rain. Do not go to the back mountain. What should have been an ordinary diary entry concluded with a hasty scrawl from the hurried and chaotic handwriting. It was evident that the writer was in a rush. Ding. System task issued. Go to the back mountain. Task. Go to the back mountain. Description. The diary warns the host against going. As the host and protagonist of this era, one must swim against the current. Task success. Reward of 1 yellow level demon lottery. Task failure. Nearsightedness worsens by 100 degrees. The system's voice startled Jiang Yi. System, can we not be so reckless? Jiang Yi inwardly lamented, adjusting his glasses that were already at a 200-degree prescription. Jiang Yi's words prompted a supplementary remark from Yi Tian. Task time limit. 1 hour. What do you think? Jiang Yi glanced at Feng Weiming beside him. In response to Jiang Yi's inquiry, Feng Weiming shared his perspective. The diary emphasizes 2 matters concerning our campus. One is the student death incident, and the other is the principal, along with the extreme danger of the back mountain. I believe that since the Demon Live broadcast has not provided further instructions, we need to actively investigate some matters. Feng Weiming pointed to a specific line in the diary. The student death incident may allow us to initiate an investigation while avoiding the back mountain. Chapter 95. Who intercepts whom? All right. Jiang Yi nodded. You investigate this incident. I'll head to the back mountain. You're going to the back mountain. Feng Weiming appeared surprised. Yes. Jiang Yi's gaze rested on the system's task. Then go. I will ensure the safety of the others. Feng Weiming cast a trusting look at Jiang Yi, which left him somewhat exasperated. I lack confidence myself. Why do you trust me so much? A minute later, Jiang Yi departed the dormitory, with the system's time limit set at merely an hour. And uncertain of the distance to the back mountain, he dared not delay in the Japanese camp. Within an independent resting chamber, Chu Zhe awakened slowly. The moment he opened his eyes, the scene of being besieged flooded his mind. A wave of humiliating rage instantly filled his chest. The mark on his palm pulsated with energy, healing his injured body. As he felt this power, Chu Zhe grew increasingly frustrated. Is healing all you can do? Where were you when I needed your strength? His suppressed roar twisted his features into a grimace. Chu sang, are you all right? A concerned voice from the doorway brought Chu Zhe's emotions under control. I am fine. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the darkening sky outside. What time is it? It's 6 p.m., almost evening. Thank goodness you, Chu sang, have awakened, said Sakura Miko softly. 6 p.m. Hearing this time, Chu Zhe was taken aback. He opened the Demon Live broadcast panel and navigated to the Dragon Nation's camp. Observing the 12 names, he indeed spotted Feng Weiming. Instantly rising, he declared, I'm heading to the back mountain. Until I return, none of you are to step outside the door, understood? Going to the back mountain? Sakura Miko expressed concern. Is it dangerous? How could there be danger in seizing the protagonist's inheritance? When I return, evil shall retreat. Chu Zhe's words left Sakura Miko utterly baffled. On the tranquil campus path, Chu Zhe gazed at the stormy sky, his heart brimming with exhilaration. If memory served correctly, in the original narrative, Feng Weiming would acquire that diary today, inadvertently stumbling into the back mountain tomorrow to obtain the inheritance. It was precisely because of this that he survived the bloody feast the following night. However, the circumstances were different now. Knowing how to obtain the inheritance, Chu Zhe was determined to intercept it, the inheritance of the red-clad vengeful spirit. After acquiring it, this Demon Live broadcast, which sought to disrupt his resolve, would be powerless against him. Burdened with suppressed excitement, Chu Zhe swiftly made his way to the location. The area of the back mountain featured a small fish pond. Beside the pond lay a narrow path. Treading upon the carpet of fallen leaves, he approached a building at the path's end. The dark structure stood ominously amidst the forest of dead leaves, quiet and profound, akin to an ancient mansion from the Republic of China. Although he was already aware of what lay within, a flicker of fear still surged within Chu Zhe the moment he beheld the building. After a brief self-hypnosis, he strode forward with determination. Beneath a large tree outside the dark edifice, Jiang Yi observed Chu Zhe's approach with a hint of confusion. His perplexity deepened as he watched Chu Zhe enter the mansion, which was evidently fraught with ominous secrets that Jiang Yi himself would avoid at all costs. Yet here was Chu Zhe, entering without a shred of hesitation. Glancing at the system, Zhang Yi noted he had to remain in the back mountain for another half-hour for the task to be deemed complete. During this waiting period, his senses heightened to their peak. Should any issues arise, he would retreat without a second thought, for the risk of failure paled in comparison to the value of his life. Meanwhile, Yi Tian within the system space observed the anticipated developments outside as he opened his points panel. Thus far, he had accrued over 500,000 points from the misfortunes of Chu Zhe. A stark contrast to the fortunes amassed in previous realms, primarily due to the world currency to avoid drawing the attention of the world's will. Yi Tian maintained a low profile. Summoning Zhang Yi here was merely to utilize him as a tool akin to Wi-Fi. Once he was 100 meters away from the entity, Yi Tian would be safe from detection by the heavenly will. Upon entering the ancient mansion, Chu Zhe had already formulated a mental map of his journey. He traversed the tranquil corridor of the first floor and ascended to the second. The sound of his footsteps echoed clearly against the floorboards. The moment he reached the second floor, his gaze was drawn to a painting on the wall, a portrait of an elderly man. Depicted solely from behind, the strange aura emanating from it was unsettling in the dim light. Without a moment's hesitation upon seeing the image, Chu Zhe knelt, exclaiming, "Director, the school is on the verge of collapse. Please, come forth and save your students." His voice trembled with emotion, a performance not easily achieved by the average person. In the ensuing silence of the ancient mansion, he remained kneeling, unperturbed, after a lengthy pause. A frail voice emerged from the stillness of the attic. "Who are you?" The voice bore a tone of confusion, tinged with emptiness. Upon hearing the reply, a faint smile flickered at the corners of Chu Zhe's mouth as he choked out, "I am your student, from Class 3 of the 3rd year." Class 3? The elder reflected. "Ah, it is you. You were good children, weren't you? Have you all perished?" "Yes, everyone in the class is gone. We are powerless. We need you to stop them." "Stop them?" The elder's tone shifted slightly, hinting at a surge of emotion as his back slowly turned. Chu Zhe kept his head lowered, afraid to meet the elder's gaze. "But I am old now. I lack the strength to stop them," the elder lamented, his voice hollow. "Can you take my place and stop them?" "Me? Can I?" Chu Zhe, tears streaming down his face, stammered in disbelief. "Come forth. I am but a shell. The power must be bestowed upon you good children." As the elder spoke, ripples of space began to emanate from the portrait, connecting to another realm, the realm of inheritance. Chu Zhe's heart soared with joy. He had succeeded. Rising to his feet, he stepped toward the grand painting, brimming with elation. Yet, just as he was about to advance, he suddenly found himself immobilized. His limbs, torso, and even his eyes were rendered unable to move. What was happening? A wave of panic surged within Chu Zhe. The original text had never mentioned being restrained by some unseen force prior to accepting the inheritance, just as he was engulfed in confusion. Footsteps echoed from downstairs. Thump, thump, thump. Each step resonating on the wooden staircase. Straining against the binding force, Chu Zhe twisted his head to glimpse the source that a man clad in a suit, a sinister smile playing on his lips, gradually revealed himself from the staircase. "Hello, Chu Zhe." Yi Tian approached with casual ease, his words causing Chu Zhe's breath to quicken. He was certain that the heavy restraint he felt was the handiwork of this man before him. "Who are you?" Chu Zhe struggled to voice his question, his veins bulging with exertion. "To me. I am Chu Zhe, the one about to receive the director's inheritance," Yi Tian replied, his visage, physique, and attire morphing before Chu Zhe's horrified gaze, transforming into his likeness within mere moments. "Thank you for your performance," Yi Tian taunted. "You bastard. What do you want?" In the face of Yi Tian's transformation, Chu Zhe's mind raced with realizations as he watched Yi Tian stride toward the realm of inheritance. A shiver coursed through him. "No, no, let me go. The inheritance is mine. You cannot take it from me. It belongs to me." Yet, the anguished cries of fear were mere manifestations of his impotence as he helplessly watched Yi Tian enter the realm of inheritance. Chu Zhe felt a surge of rage. Why was this happening? He had foreseen this moment, conquering his fears to arrive here ahead of time. His heartfelt performance had been flawless, and just one step away. The inheritance of the vengeful spirit would have been his, just one step, and he would possess the power to eliminate Zhang Yi, to vanquish the detritus of those who had wronged him in Longhua. Everything had been poised for a splendid resolution. Yet now, who was that man? The vibrations of the wall gradually subsided, reverting to a mundane, unremarkable surface, signaling that the inheritance had slipped away. The fury within him ignited, affecting the crimson mark upon his palm. Boom! In an instant, Chu Zhe broke free from the heavy restraints, the mark on his palm spreading up his arm, enveloping his fist, gazing at the wall before him. Chaos swirled within him. "No matter who you are, I will find you and kill you." I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. On the campus streets, Jiang Yi hurried back to the dormitory, unaware of the machinations of his system. The clock had just passed 7, and the darkness had fully descended. The danger level across the campus had undoubtedly surged several-fold. Within the system space, Yi Tian stood before an elderly man resembling a marionette. This was the embodiment of the ghostly director's inheritance, which Yi Tian had materialized anew. This energy, this force of rules that Yi Tian closed his eyes momentarily. Under the influence of his replication and deduction abilities, an eerie aura began to envelop him. Before long, as he opened his eyes, now shrouded in darkness, he found himself within a quiet, shadowy campus. In his line of sight, Jiang Yi rushed forward, yet he felt no impact upon himself. Upon reaching the dormitory area from the back mountain, Jiang Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated this place to mirror the desolation of the rear areas. Yet to his astonishment, the 2 dormitory buildings buzzed with life. People sang and danced, and a vibrant gathering illuminated the open space. Nearly 2,000 individuals, hailing from various nations and all age groups, filled the area. In retrospect, it was somewhat understandable why the atmosphere was so lively. Year back, Jiang Yi ascended the stairs to find 6 women indulging in hot pot and barbecue. Where did you get all this food? The aroma wafted into his nostrils, stirring his appetite as his stomach churned with anticipation that it was sent by our country. Come, we've set aside chopsticks for you. A stunning woman in a white off-shoulder dress beckoned him to the table. Sent? Yes. The Demon Livestream has opened a channel connecting to Blue Star, as long as we pay a certain amount. We can receive gifts from our great Longhua. The 5 men nearby were engaged in drinking and grilling skewers. The women conversed animatedly, providing Jiang Yi insight into the source of the raucous celebration, complete with musical instruments. However, a thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Meanwhile, the audience watching this scene in the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, Jiang Shun is befuddled. He can only eat. In a place rife with malevolent spirits, one must eat heartily to have the strength to confront those ghosts. This food isn't quite satisfactory. Next time, let us prepare some ginseng and caterpillar fungus to truly showcase our Longhua spirit. Yet amid the jovial atmosphere, Jiang Yi interjected, Where did you all get the money? Of course, we took it. The woman in the pale yellow dress replied, her tone laced with pride. Near the inner wall by the school gate, someone discovered a treasure trove that we merely dug it up to find heaps of purple ghost money. Everyone rushed to grab some. We and Wang Liao Long and his group managed to seize over 100,000. Jiang Yi stood stunned, processing the woman's words. You obtained over 100,000. How much was there in total? Not sure, but probably around 1 billion, another woman estimated. What's wrong? The others began to sense Jiang Yi's agitation. Nothing, he replied, shaking his head slightly. Though a tempest brewed within him, he was consumed by a singular thought. Insane, truly insane. The currency of this world held a purchasing power comparable to that of the underworld. In other words, even his ghostly driver's van could be procured for no more than 50,000 at the properties in Ghost City, a standard for the dark-clad fiends, or merely a few million. Yet, within the confines of Fengshan School, lay a staggering 100 million. Jiang Yi's mind did not dwell on the sheer amount of money or its potential uses. His foremost concern was the identity of those who possessed such wealth. Over 2,000 humans, akin to ignorant children, were about to partake in a lavish feast meticulously prepared by demons. What awaited them next was not difficult to envision. Knock, knock. Feng Weimian tapped on the door. In the corridor, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian stood in silence, gazing at the raucous crowd outside, which was even engaging in public displays of debauchery. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep an eye on them. Feng Weimian sighed, clearly having anticipated some foreboding turn of events. The situation had already unfolded, and the money had been expended. Jiang Yi removed his glasses and polished them, hoping that whatever lay behind this fortune was something they could contend with. As Jiang Yi spoke, Feng Weimian rummaged through his belongings and produced a yellowed note, marred by dried oil stains. That I found this among the money. Upon receiving the note, Jiang Yi read the inscription, total amount, 135 million. All belonging to the Wang meat processing plant. Chapter 97. The butcher. The mention of the Wang meat processing plant sent a tremor of anxiety through Jiang Yi. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the system's decoding mode detailing this establishment. It was the primary supplier of meat for the entire Ghost City, a veritable titan of the underworld, difficult to confront. Feng Weimian noticed the shift in Jiang Yi's demeanor. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. Let us take turns keeping watch tonight. Worrying was futile. Their only option was to survive. not for the demon's reward, but to prevent the newcomers from Dragon Country from entering this sinister realm. The revelry on the playground continued unabated, transforming into a collective performance of creation. One imagined they had inadvertently stirred a cataclysm. Meanwhile, in the eastern camp, 16 individuals awaited the return of Chu Zhe, whose expression was as dark as a storm cloud. As a survivor of the 9th demon broadcast, he had assumed the role of captain for the eastern faction. Chu sang, "Are you all right?" The first to greet him was Sakura, whose keen eyes immediately discerned the stark contrast in his demeanor since his departure. Observing those around him, Chu Zhe exhaled a breath of frustration, momentarily setting aside thoughts of his prior failures. "Before I left, I instructed you all to remain by the door. You didn't venture out, did you?" "No," several of the Easterners shook their heads. "There are too many people outside chasing after ghost money. We stayed put." "Good," Chu Zhe remarked, recalling the fates of those nations that had dared to touch the ghostly currency. A faint smile graced his lips. Finally, something had gone right. When the time came, every nation would descend into a hellish ordeal, while his Eastern team, having avoided the cursed money, would emerge as the sole survivors. The adulation from the masses would surely reach its zenith. With the faith of countless individuals, the mark in his palm would undergo a transformation, rivaling even that of the crimson-clad specters. Should Yi Tian learn of Chu Zhe's ascendant fortunes, he would surely lament the rise of a favored child of destiny. Indeed, should Chu Zhe succeed in his pretentious display, his vitality would return in abundance. Chu sang, "What should we do next?" A middle-aged man, sporting a hint of a mustache, inquired humbly. His name was Buchuan Jiantou, the second in command of the Eastern faction, fully supportive of Chu Zhe's leadership. That eye in his eyes, since Chu Zhe was a formidable figure. He ought to lead them all. "Let us all return to rest," Chu Zhe suggested, glancing at the dimming sky. Buchuan Jiantou raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Return to sleep? Shouldn't we keep a watch?" "No need. There will be no danger tonight," Chu Zhe asserted confidently. "Rest well. Tomorrow promises to be eventful." As the clock struck 11, the night deepened, a chilling wind swept through, and most individuals succumbed to slumber. In the eastern dormitory, an enveloping darkness stirred, revealing Yi Tian's figure. Having discerned the ghostly principal's spectral genetics, he could now momentarily detach from his host without attracting the attention of the cosmic will. Recalling the original narrative, Yi Tian quietly made his way toward a particular bedroom. In the original tale, Chu Zhe was aware of the money's implications and relayed this information to the Dragon Country faction, as well as to his girlfriend in the eastern camp. Unfortunately, at that time, some from the Dragon faction had still touched the cursed currency, prompting Chu Zhe to abandon Dragon Country and switch his allegiance to the east. Thus escaping this critical crisis, he had feigned grandeur before the world, leading to a significant transformation of his mark and a surge in power. Now, driven by his animosity toward Jiang Yi, Chu Zhe had severed ties with Dragon Country early on. Yet, he would not forget the details surrounding the ghostly currency, and it was evident he would not allow the Easterners to touch it. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed likely that the 16 from the east could genuinely preserve their integrity. However, Chu Zhe could never have foreseen that Yi Tian, an unfamiliar entity to him, would become the unexpected variable. The door before Yi Tian felt utterly inconsequential. Upon entering the room, he found a middle-aged man snoring thunderously on the bed, one of the Eastern faction members. With a swift motion, Yi Tian procured 2 purple coins, placing them upon the man's body. The swirling ghostly essence had already bound itself to this individual. He replicated the action, leaving several notes on the other Easterners, effectively dragging them into his scheme. Having completed his task, Yi Tian turned his gaze toward the dining area across the campus. He had not forgotten that he needed to set another plan in motion. Changing his form, he assumed the likeness of Chu Zhe. The school dining hall, an evident abyss, remained eerily silent. Even with over 1,000 individuals reveling in the demon broadcast, none dared to tread within. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of blades striking flesh echoed through the damp, tranquil hall. Under the warm glow of orange light, a massive shadow loomed, exuding an oppressive and bloodthirsty aura. Apart from the humans in the demon broadcast, the school was deserted. Yet, someone toiled in the dining hall, laboring as midnight approached. Amidst the cacophony of bones being cleaved, an unusual rhythm of footsteps emerged. The sound was jarring through the amber light. The towering figure in the kitchen ceased its mechanical chopping. After a moment, it lifted its cleaver and turned. Disgusting. Yi Tian, disguised as Chu Zhe, frowned at the sight of the rotund figure. The butcher, upon seeing this human man, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth interspersed with raw flesh. Human meat process. The enormous creature uttered fragmented syllables of its obsession, its blood-soaked hand lunging toward Yi Tian. Crack, crack, crack. Standing still, Yi Tian caused the butcher's arm to shatter inch by inch. Stunned by the grotesque transformation of his arm, the butcher realized the knife had vanished, along with all the other instruments in the kitchen. Roar! In an instant, the dim-witted butcher erupted with fury. I'll give you a new set. What's there to be angry about? Yi Tian casually conjured a new array of iron knives, which manifested in the kitchen. The sight of these tools fueled the butcher's rage. His cherished knives, steeped in the blood of countless beings for centuries, were his most prized possessions. This unknown human was courting death. With a furious roar, he charged at Yi Tian, only to find the human had vanished. Roar! The empty dining hall echoed with the butcher's cries, imprinting Chu Zhe deeply into his memory. Chapter 98. The Bone Cleaver. The following day, new arrivals graced the realm. The human population had swelled to over 2,300 individuals. Such a significant increase in numbers indicated a proportional loss of life from the previous night. The demon broadcast remained silent, and apart from a few anxious souls, most were at ease, enjoying camping, cooking, and barbecuing. To the casual observer, the demon broadcast resembled an extravagant outdoor variety show. However, beneath this serene facade lay a brewing storm. While those outside reveled in leisure, a sudden roar erupted from the eastern camp, reverberating throughout the dormitory. Where did you get your money? What? Chu Zhe's eyes widened as he stared intently at Buchuan Jiantou and the other Easterners, who clutched one or two purple notes. Where did this money come from? Chu sang. I awoke with this money on me, Buchuan Jiantou replied, his face contorted in confusion. Eddie, oh, you take me for a fool. Chu's teeth were nearly ground to dust. Did any of you go to snatch the money buried in the ground yesterday? No, we didn't even leave our dwelling, someone emphasized aloud. Enough. Chu was unwilling to entertain further words from others. It was evident that this money was undeniably tainted, money that should never have been touched. The thought of being implicated in this affair due to these ruffians darkened Chu's expression. Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels. Taking a deep breath, Chu suppressed his fury. I'm stepping out for a bit. You all stay put. In the dormitory area of Longhua, Jiangyi awoke with a yawn, only to be met by a stack of documents. The one holding those documents was Feng Weimian. I pondered all night. And I still can't fathom how the meat processing plant is connected to Fengshan Academy. I sought out the school's archives this morning and unearthed some information. Jiang Yi was unsure whether to admire this audacious individual or appreciate his dedication to gathering information. As his gaze lingered on Feng Weimian, Jiang Yi noticed the injury on his forearm. Are you hurt? Feng Weimian shook his head. Just a minor injury. Encountered a ghost? Jiang Yi speculated. The man before him chuckled lightly. Actually, from yesterday's research to today, I've encountered 5 ghosts. Unfortunately, my methods are ineffective against them. I could only retreat. Hearing this, Jiang Yi gained a newfound respect for him, though he could not confront the specters. Escaping from them 5 times spoke volumes about his capabilities. Not pursuing further inquiries, Jiang Yi accepted the documents that Feng Weimian had painstakingly acquired despite his injury. The documents contained a wealth of information. Opening the first page, he found a transaction list. Class 3 of the 3rd year. 53 individuals. Estimated value, 2.65 million. Quality, superior, stamped by the ghost market with the mayor's seal. As he examined this list, Jiang Yi turned to the second page. There, he discovered a black and white photograph of a class group that on the back of the photograph was inscribed, Class 3 of the 3rd year. Upon touching the photograph, Jiang Yi felt a surge of ghostly energy emanating from within his ghostly organs, his ghostly muscles, heart, and stomach, indicating an intense obsession contained within the image. At that moment, as these ghostly organs within him stirred, Jiang Yi suddenly beheld the scene before him shift. Feng Weimian noticed first, and turned to look at a wave of uncontrollable ghostly energy dissipated. Eventually, the image on the photograph solidified once more, and what Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian beheld sent chills down their spines. In the photograph, the original 53 students and their teacher had vanished, replaced by a grotesque creature, a monstrous entity, grotesquely stitched together from multiple heads and limbs. A closer inspection would reveal that this patchwork monstrosity was composed of those 53 students. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the meat processing plant, Feng Weimian remarked coldly. This must be their creation. Jiang Yi remained silent, flipping to the 3rd page, which contained a diary entry. The handwriting was unmistakably that of the owner of the diary from yesterday. This was the missing diary from the 2 lost days. July 13, overcast. You all say I am mad, claiming I fabricated a non-existent class. How could that be? Class 3 of the 3rd year is my students. July 14. Raining. I understand now. I know it all. They are manipulating everything. The mayor of the ghost market has sold all 3,021 of us from Fengshan Academy to the meat processing plant. I was right all along. Even if I end up in a mental institution. July 27. I am the principal and stumbled upon teacher Xia's diary, which has been recently updated. I am perplexed. These entries should not exist, for teacher Xia passed away 3 years ago. The information that Feng Weimian had procured was of immense significance. Concerning the hidden fortune of over 100 million within the school, Jiang Yi gradually organized his thoughts. It was indeed similar to what he had surmised yesterday. The meat processing plant would only place such a vast sum here if it was to purchase the entire student body. This also validated some of their theories. The critical moment should arrive tonight. Who knows how many would survive? Jiang Yu exhaled a heavy breath, glancing at the system. It was the only source of comfort he had. Before danger struck, they could arm themselves. Feng Weimian, speaking as he sifted through the pile of documents, retrieved a photograph that depicted a butcher wielding a knife. The records indicated that this butcher had slaughtered the entirety of Class 3 of the 3rd year, and Class 3 of the 3rd year is a ghost class. Feng Weimian stated, his meaning clear. You wish to obtain that butcher's knife? Jiang Yi inquired. Indeed. Hearing Feng Weimian's response, Jiang Yi beckoned him and moved to the bed, lifting the sheets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 knives, each stained with blood and exuding a potent aura of malevolence, captured Feng Weimian's undivided attention. This, glancing at the old photograph, Feng Weimian was certain that these knives belonged to that very butcher. How did you acquire these? Although Feng Weimian typically displayed little interest in matters, this scene was clearly an exception. I found them. Jiang Yi chuckled. Naturally, he could not divulge that these were obtained through a yellow-grade lottery draw. Initially feeling that this was a significant loss, he recalled the system's description, revealing that these were treasures nurtured by the blood of malevolent spirits for a century, rare artifacts capable of injuring ghosts in human hands. From the 6 knives, you may choose 2. The remaining 4 must be distributed among the other 4 men. Jiang Yi indicated, already having a distribution plan in mind. I only require 1. Feng Weimian narrowed his eyes. Previously, when confronted by malevolent spirits, he had been forced to evade due to the lack of effective means to confront them. With even a single needle that could harm a spirit, he would possess the confidence to retaliate. How much more so now, with knives laid before him. The title of Shura symbolized not merely a moniker, but also his prowess. Ultimately, Feng Weimian selected the long, slender bone-cutting knife. This knife, with its double-handed length and wooden handle, boasted a blade curved like a crescent moon. To Feng Weimian, it resembled a larger dagger, the type of weapon he was most adept at wielding. With so many knives lost, that butcher come looking, with a suitable weapon in hand. Feng Weimian rarely jested. Who knows? Jiang Yi shrugged. Cafeteria. When Chuz arrived, he was accompanied by more than 30 individuals. Among them, not a single person hailed from the East Japan. There were survivors from various nations, including Korea, America, and Australia. Why had they come here? It was because Chuz had fervently proclaimed to the crowd that he possessed a method to return to Blue Star. Indeed, even now, these individuals were fixated on finding a way back. With the aura of a protagonist, Chuz's words carried significant weight. Observing the tranquil cafeteria, Chuz suppressed his inner turmoil. Were it not for those few reckless fools seizing the money, would he risk venturing here to scheme for weaponry? In the original narrative, aside from the heritage in the back mountains, the cafeteria was the only place within Fengshan Academy that housed valuable items. Faced with the inevitable circumstances of the night, he could only equip himself as best as possible. Turning to the disorganized crowd behind him, Chuz raised his hands. Listen to me. Through my research, I've discovered that the passageway to Blue Star lies behind the kitchen in this cafeteria. If we rush into the kitchen, we can truly traverse back and escape the demon's broadcast. As these words fell, the atmosphere grew animated. I knew it. There must be a way back. The kitchen, brothers, let us charge in. We're going home. Over 30 people surged forward. Chuz watched this scene with a sneer. Such mindless individuals would not survive long even without him. He might as well let them serve a purpose now. As everyone rushed into the cafeteria, bursting into the kitchen while shouting about returning to Blue Star, an inky darkness enveloped them all in an instant. Gurgle, gurgle, the ground seemed to transform into a pool of blood. A colossal figure gradually materialized before all their eyes. A ghost. A ghost. Upon seeing the grotesque butcher, fear filled the hearts of the 30-plus individuals. Roar. The butcher, furious that his precious knives were all gone, seized 2 men as if they were mere chicks. Their heads collided with a sickening crack, blood splattering everywhere. He is killing us. A ghost is slaughtering us. Everyone understood. There was no passageway to Blue Star in the kitchen. Only a bloodthirsty demon awaited them. Chuz had deceived them. The attention of the grotesque butcher was now entirely captured by these hapless souls. This was Chuz's intention, in the original plot. The intelligence of this plump figure was questionable. Such a method of diverting his attention with human lives proved highly effective. As Chuz arrived subtly at the kitchen door shrouded in darkness. His gaze was instantly captivated by 6 butcher knives hanging on the wall. These were no ordinary blades. They had been nurtured by blood for a century and posed a significant threat to the terrifying entity known as the Red Robe. The mark on his right hand flickered with a crimson light. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuz swiftly approached the knives, beckoning them to him, and they were promptly stowed away in his possession. That very moment, a furious roar erupted from within the kitchen. The malevolent spirit glaring at Chuz. Who did he see? The very same human who had plundered all his treasures the day before. That accursed being dared to return. Was this a fresh provocation? The butcher felt deeply insulted by the thought of reclaiming those worthless knives. Ignoring the remaining humans, he seized an axe from the corner and charged towards Chuz with heavy strides. This turn of events rendered Chuz's expression grave. He had anticipated the butcher's wrath, especially after he had taken the most cherished knives. However, with the precious items already in his grasp, he saw no reason to relinquish them. A confident smile graced his face as a surge of red energy enveloped him, and he darted out of the kitchen. The heavy footsteps of the butcher reverberated through the entire dining hall as he pursued Chuz, who, regrettably for the butcher, had the advantage in speed. The latter could only watch helplessly as Chuz escaped outside the hall. Once outside, Chuz exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly evaded disaster. With a triumphant smile, he admired the knives in his possession, aware of the unfolding narrative ahead. However, just as Chuz began to relax, a massive axe cleaved through the air, aimed squarely at his head. In that critical moment, a thick layer of crimson energy rose around him, forming a protective barrier. The axe struck with a resounding thud, shattering the ground beneath him. Enduring the blow drained nearly all the energy from the mark on Chuz's body. Turning his head with great difficulty, he spotted the butcher, who had followed him out from the kitchen and into the dining hall. Insane. Chuz nearly spat blood. It was daytime, and this lunatic dared to emerge now, reckless enough to gamble with his own life. In the original tale, when Feng Weimian had stolen the 6 knives, the butcher had only pursued him to the shadowy confines of the dining hall. Why was it different for him? He had also taken the 6 knives. Why would the butcher risk everything to strike him down? Just you wait, Chuz muttered through gritted teeth, eyes bloodshot as he glared at the butcher returning to the dining hall. The incident had gone largely unnoticed by others, as, apart from Chuz, no one else had lived to tell the tale. Time passed swiftly. When the dark, starless sky reappeared, the silent demon's live broadcast finally broke the stillness with eerie laughter. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The demon's voice echoed through the entire Fengshan campus, reaching the ears of every survivor. In the dormitory area of Longhua, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. They had spent an exorbitant amount of money, and now the repercussions were at their doorstep. Since that is the case, let the 10th edition of the demon's live broadcast commence tonight. Jiang Yi recalled the tasks assigned previously. Realizing they had not truly begun, the title for the 10th edition was Wang's Meat Processing Plant. Dear humans, you are fortunate to visit the largest meat processing facility in the Ghost City. From this moment on, when one dies, your countrymen will take their place within a minute. This will not cease until the 10th edition concludes. Chapter 100. Slay the demon or slay the human. Cold and trembling. When Jiang Yi opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark corridor illuminated by an orange glow. The damp floor was slick with grease, and a strong smell of meat wafted from the shadows ahead. Invading his nostrils, hanging on the walls were various blades. As he stood up, he noticed others lying in the not-so-narrow corridor. Not long after the demon's broadcast officially announced the start of the 10th edition, everyone had fallen into a deep slumber. Now awakened, Jiang Yi found himself in the same predicament. The remaining 11 members of Longhua began to stir around him, while a few dozen foreigners lay further away. Overall, there were no more than 100 individuals present. As the people from Longhua awoke, they formed a small group around Jiang Yi, frowning at their surroundings. With everyone now conscious, a line of text appeared on the demon's screen. Congratulations. You have become Level D employees of Wang's meat processing plant. Please provide a corpse by tonight. Jiang Yi's heart sank as he noticed a badge on his chest inscribed with the words Level D. No. This cannot be real. The demon's broadcast had truly commenced. As the gravity of their situation dawned on them, Many began to cry out in panic. Among the survivors, apart from Jiang Yi and a group of 86. The remaining 2,000 had never participated in an official demon live broadcast. The day and night of relaxation had nearly made them forget the reality of the demon's lair. Now, confronted with their true circumstances, their fear was palpable. Yet, the people from Longhua remained composed. After all, they had Jiang Shun and the capable Lao Mo, who had both navigated through the 9th edition of the demon's broadcast, this time. However, the atmosphere felt ominous. Jiang Yi had observed other live broadcasts, noting that the 2,000 had been scattered, leaving him uncertain of what lay ahead. The number of viewers in the broadcast room continued to soar. This nationwide live event was impossible to ignore. The task was to provide a corpse. Unlike the others who were in a frenzy, Jiang Yi's expression remained largely unchanged. System, initiate 1-hour decoding mode. Now was not the time to act impulsively. Ding, 1,000 points deducted, leaving the host with 200 points. Yi Tian's voice echoed. A decoding screen appeared before Jiang Yi. Before him lay a corridor that seemed unremarkable, flanked by cages housing yellow mud demons that might reach out with their ghostly hands. What did this task entail? Provide a corpse. What kind of corpse? Where would he find such a thing? At this moment, Yang Tiehu spoke up. If we provide something, can we escape? The 6 women displayed fear. Realizing that their presence here was due to the money they had encountered, leading to deep regrets, a piercing scream echoed, causing everyone to tense. All eyes turned towards the source, witnessing a white woman inadvertently step into the shadowed area of the corridor. A hand emerged from a nearby cage, seizing her and dragging her inside. The strength of that hand was beyond human capacity, in the horrified gaze of everyone, including the live broadcast audience. The woman's clothing was torn, her body shredded, and she was ultimately dragged into the cage that a pool of blood pooled on the ground, followed by a cacophony of roars from within, culminating in the sound of gnawing flesh. Many with weaker constitutions retched at the gruesome sight. Within the Longhua group, several women felt nauseous, while others, including Wang Liao Long and a few men, paled noticeably, clearly disturbed. My God, I don't want to be here. I want to leave. Witnessing the woman's fate, many began to scream that as the crowd grew increasingly chaotic. A bloodied hand covered in yellow mud reached out from the dark cage, retrieving an object from the floor. It was a badge, marked with level D, signifying the employee badge of the meat processing plant. This scene caught the attention of only Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian, while the rest remained engulfed in terror. 1 hour remaining. Hurry. Those who fail to complete the task will be deemed worthless. The demon's voice resonated in everyone's ears, igniting a sense of urgency. The implications of failing the task were clear. Death awaited. Did they truly have to complete this task? Jiang Yi pondered the key to the situation. The task was to provide a corpse, and in this place, only 2 types of beings existed. The yellow mud demons hinted at by the decoding screen, and these very people. The demon's lair imposed no restrictions on whose corpse was required. Once dead, anyone became a corpse. This crucial realization was unlikely to be his alone. The yellow mud demons and humans were well aware that the latter were easier to deal with. The true objective of the demon's broadcast was to incite humans to turn against each other. What a cunning strategy! As time progressed, the once chaotic atmosphere began to settle. Though unspoken, many began to grasp the implications of the task at hand. Realizing the potential definitions surrounding the term corpse, that moment, the most intense reactions came from the Blue Star audience, with billions glued to their screens, unable to remain calm. Oh my God, I see that in the American live broadcast. People are already going insane. The live streaming rooms in the United States are not the only ones embroiled in conflict. Other rooms have also descended into chaos. Why must humanity engage in such self-destructive violence? This is the machination of demons. How can one accomplish their tasks in this manner, requiring the sacrifice of countless lives? Compared to other regions already caught in the fray, those in the Dragon Kingdom are also stirring restlessly. Feng Weimian's hand rested on the pistol at his waist, his expression steely. Jiang Yi's gaze swept over the frightened elderly and children, recalling the system's ominous words. The demons desire your extinction. Do they wish for our demise? As grotesque muscles began to emerge, we shall not perish. When Jiang Yi revealed his monstrous physique, he towered to an imposing height of 2 meters, resembling a human tank. The previously restless crowd faltered. Follow me, slay the demons. His commanding tone left no room for dissent among those present. Chapter 101. Brutality step by step. Jiang Yi approached the shadowy corridor, the orange light casting an eerie glow as his feet tread upon the still warm blood. Suddenly, a mud-covered arm from a nearby cage lunged at him. Thud! He seized the hand with great force, The decoding screen flickered before him. Mud Demon, one of the lowest-ranking entities in the demon realm. Typically regarded as prey, yet still poses a significant threat to humanity as a source of sustenance. It should embody the characteristics of food. With that hand in his grasp, Jiang Ye's gaze turned icy. Muscles rippling as he yanked it outward with ferocity. Crack, crack. With 20 pounds of demonic muscle, his heart surged, unleashing a torrent of strength. Even without his demonic form, his power far exceeded human limits, amidst the chilling sound of cracking bones. The mud demon in the cage howled in agony, sensing its suffering. The onlookers in the streaming room were left in stunned silence as Jiang Yi forcefully extracted the demon from its confinement. The mud demon, now devoid of its previous frenzy, could twist its bones but could not shatter them. Before it could retaliate, Jiang Ye's enlarged hand seized its head. With a resounding thud, the demon's life was extinguished. He had slain a demon. Such brutal efficiency left everyone in the corridor utterly awestruck. Yet, amidst the crowd's hushed astonishment, another mud-covered demon hand reached toward Jiang Yi from behind, on the opposite side of the corridor. Yet another cage held a demon. "Watch out," someone cried out, but in that instant, a flash of cold steel appeared. Before the demon's hand could make contact with Jiang Yi, it was severed and fell to the ground. Glancing around, a man wielding a bone cleaver had materialized beside Jiang Yi, having swiftly disarmed the demon. Feng Weimian immediately became the second focal point of the crowd. Is he a newcomer from our Dragon Kingdom? I had no idea he possessed such remarkable skills. I barely caught a glimpse. A sense of foreboding filled the air. Another formidable figure had emerged. As discussions erupted among the viewers, Jiang Yi activated the demonic streaming interface. Task completed. 1-1. Since the demonic stream had recorded the task, system, exchange for a demonic lottery. Upon uttering those words, a surge of primal energy was extracted from the corpse of the mud demon at his feet. Ding! Exchange successful. Host gains 1 demonic lottery ticket. A total of 2 tickets are now available. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi opted to utilize both tickets. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 500 milliliters of demon blood. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 500 milliliters of demon blood. As the results of the 2 lotteries were announced, Jiang Yi silently willed for fusion. In an instant, streams of blood surged forth, centering around his marrow. The original 1,000 milliliters of blood was expelled from his body, causing every cell to tremble with anticipation. The demon blood coursed into his heart, elevating his power to unprecedented heights. However, to the outside observer, Jiang Yi appeared rather gruesome, blood spilling from his body. "Are you all right?" Feng Weimian inquired. Noting the positive shift in Jiang Ye's condition, "I'm fine," he replied with a shake of his head, glancing at Feng Weimian. "You guard the entrance." "Understood." Without further exchange, Jiang Yi strode toward the lock of the cage. Unlocking the iron door and stepping inside in stark contrast to the eerie silence enveloping the Dragon Kingdom, the eastern region had plunged into utter chaos. A cold butcher's knife struck a man beside him. As Chu Zhe forcefully kicked him aside, the Easterners, upon receiving Chu Zhe's command, sprang into action. Chu sang, "We have 10 medals." Buchuan Jianren presented the items Chu Zhe had requested. "Too few. Gather more from the corpses." Chu Zhe wiped the pristine blade he had just acquired, dissatisfaction evident in his demeanor. Understanding the significance of the medals, he recognized that this was the most opportune moment to collect them. In the original narrative, Feng Weimian had utilized the legacy of the red-clad malevolent spirit and a set of butcher knives to eliminate several mud demons from the cages, securing survival for others. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Why engage in combat with one another when it is far easier to slay those mud demons? It is a waste of time and perilous to pursue that hollow sense of righteousness. As one victim after another fell, new participants entered the fray. The newcomers bore no task, yet they became targets for others. In this shadowy corridor, the brutality of human nature was laid bare. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Ye's ferocity had left an indelible mark on the hearts of those present. Thud! With a single strike, he crushed the head and half the chest of a trembling mud demon within its cage. In a mere span of minutes, Jiang Yi had ruthlessly slaughtered 10 mud demons from their confines, amassing a staggering 100 demonic lottery tickets. The multitude of corpses was more than sufficient for the others to complete their tasks. Finally, as the mud demons endured their torment, the hour of reckoning arrived. With a resounding clatter, the locks of every corridor echoed. Jiang Yi reverted to his original form. Donning his glasses, the crowd parted to grant him passage. Their gazes drawn to the looming figure emerging from the depths, a towering silhouette, face marred with bruises, clad in a massive vest stained with viscous blood, approached, upon witnessing the heap of mud demon corpses. A flicker of surprise ignited in his eyes. Demon Butcher, Class A employee. Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed as the figure's information was unveiled in decoding mode. Class A, corresponding to the rank of a black-robed demon. Bring the bodies, follow me. The Demon Butcher spoke coldly. This was the situation on Jiang Ye's side. In other regions, those who failed their tasks were immediately subjected to dismemberment by other Class A employees wielding knives. Death was an ever-present specter within the meat processing plant, where countless lives had been extinguished within these very corridors. In the eastern region, a squat, rotund Class A employee had dissected several individuals who had not completed their tasks. Then looked at the remaining individuals. Follow me. Chapter 102. Droplet of Fate. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They believed the task was complete, and they could return. However, Chu Zhe, amidst the crowd, merely scoffed, approaching the stout Class A employee. He spoke, "Sir, look here." With that, he produced a substantial handful of employee medals. The Class A demon employee raised an eyebrow in interest. "You may make a request." Clearly, the allure of these D-class employee medals was significant. Sensing an opportunity, Chu Zhe proposed, "I wish to spare 15 individuals, if you would be so kind." The demon employee raised an eyebrow at "Do you understand that you cannot survive? After all, the funds involved were from the meat processing plant. And escape was impossible." Intriguing, he remarked, shaking his ample chin. "15 is too many. I can only spare 3, including yourself." This. Chu Zhe glanced toward the eastern camp, contemplating briefly before agreeing. "Very well." Jiang Yi and his companions followed the Demon Butcher closely. Along the way, the group remained silent, apprehensive. Upon exiting the dimly lit corridor, they finally beheld a glimpse of the true visage of the meat processing plant. The ground remained damp, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Before them lay rows of tables, hundreds of them. Each table held a demon employee engaged in dissection. Above these tables hung various carcasses, some pigs, some humanoid, some demons, and even humans who had been eviscerated. Truly, these demons were not picky eaters. Sun Gong gazed at the human remains, his voice laced with indignation. Ordinary ghosts do not consume food, while those that do are insatiable. Jiang Yi spoke with a heavy heart. Amidst the shifting gazes, a revelation sprang forth from the ghostly butcher leading the way, causing Jiang Yi to shudder. The ghost butcher intends to slaughter the hosts within the enclosed chamber ahead. This message transformed Jiang Ye's previously light-hearted demeanor into one of utmost gravity. "I sense something amiss," Feng Weimian whispered, drawing close to in the system's realm. Yi Tian marveled once more at Feng Weimian's remarkable protagonist aura. "He plans to kill us." Jiang Yi lowered his voice, his words laden with seriousness. "The demon livestream has never granted us a path to survival. Perhaps the meat processing plant had its own agenda." As they did not fully heed the demon livestream, Feng Weimian regarded Jiang Ye's perceptiveness with surprise. "That I'll intercept him. You all take the opportunity to escape." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye's gaze hardened. Hearing his words, Feng Weimian expressed concern. "Can you really hold him? I'll give it a try." "All right, but not here. There are other ghostly employees around." Feng Weimian's eyes narrowed slightly. The stairwell ahead presents an opportunity. In mere moments, Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian devised a plan. During this time, Jiang Yi focused on the system panel. After defeating the yellow mud ghost, he had amassed a remarkable 10,000 points. An unprecedented sum. Simultaneously, the prospect of 100 gray lotteries filled Jiang Yi with hope for a transformation of power, which bolstered his confidence in attempting to halt the ghost butcher. Ding! 100 same-level demon lotteries detected. The system automatically combines them for the host. Tian's voice faded. Jiang Yi was momentarily perplexed. When he glanced at the system panel again, the demon lottery had morphed into 100-fold gray demon lottery. Description: the combination of 100 gray demon lotteries will yield a 100-fold critical hit. Jiang Yi found this baffling. Would this be an improvement? Little did he know, Yi Tian's system merely sought to avoid the hassle of managing 100 individual lotteries. With a skeptical mindset, Jiang Yi silently initiated the lottery. If the outcome were trivial, he would be at a loss with the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 kilogram of explosives. 1 kilogram of explosives? Jiang Ye's mind was awash with questions, followed swiftly by intense indignation. Even a non-lucky individual shouldn't encounter such a fate. After all, this was a fusion of 100 gray lotteries. As if hearing Jiang Ye's lament, the system panel promptly displayed another message. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a 5-fold critical hit. You have received 10 tons of explosives. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a 20-fold critical hit. You have received 500 tons of explosives. Ding, host has triggered a 50-fold critical hit. You have received 50,000 tons of explosives. Ding, host has triggered a 100-fold critical hit. You have received 1 million tons of TNT, converted to a million-ton equivalent nuclear device. Stored in the system space, amidst the barrage of information, Jiang Yi fell into a stupor. It seemed he had drawn something truly extraordinary. During his lottery, they had arrived at the stairwell Feng Weimian had mentioned. Observing the imposing figure ahead, Jiang Yi acted without hesitation, surging forward. The massive cleaver from his storage space materialized in his hand, muscles taut as he swung the blade toward the ghost butcher with unyielding force. Crack! The sudden assault nearly severed the butcher's shoulder. The advancing ghost butcher staggered, his body trembling slightly. You dare strike me? Dark, sinuous patterns emerged on his pale, oily skin. The butcher turned to Jiang Yi, his eyes glimmering with bloodlust. The butcher's methods were far more direct than the convoluted approaches of depicted hunters. Roar! A massive hand lunged toward Jiang Yi, who bravely met the challenge head-on. The collision of their robust arms sent Jiang Yi staggering backward. Go! I will find you! Jiang Yi's words rang out as Feng Weimian urged the others to flee as for the bewildered individuals from other nations. Chaos had already ensued, beyond Jiang Yi's control. His sole aim was to delay this formidable foe. Thump! 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 The ghostly heart began to pulsate ominously. The torrent of ghostly blood surged, radiating overwhelming power. Each ghostly organ could be likened to a specter, and Jiang Yi now possessed the strength of 4 ghosts. Yet, before him stood a black-clad malevolent spirit, a formidable presence within the ghost city. Defeating him seemed hopeless. Jiang Yi could only strive to prolong the inevitable. With the amplification of ghostly organs, Jiang Yi barely maintained his stance for several seconds. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as Jiang Yi's shoulder blade shattered. Die! The ghost butcher's skin, slick and pale, was overtaken by frenzied black patterns. The sudden surge of power caused the ground beneath Jiang Yi to buckle. Behind him, the crowd had coalesced in a panicked eye in the dissecting hall. Hundreds of ghostly employees had now noticed the unfolding chaos. We're trapped, Jiang Yi gasped, realizing the current situation was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Yi Tian shook his head in resignation, muttering, "You're no protagonist like Feng Weimian. What chance does a supporting character have at survival?" Now, it was time for him to take action. Ding! System version 2.0 has been updated. The DD substitute mode has been added for the host. Chapter 103. Yi Tian is the most handsome. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Yi's mind, invigorating his weary spirit. DD substitute, he murmured, slightly perplexed, as the system's interface materialized before him. Black-clad substitute, 3,000 points per instance. Red-clad substitute, 10,000 points per instance. Great red-clad substitute, 50,000 points per instance. Note: currently, there is only one red-clad substitute available. Is this the system's new feature? Jiang Yi's gaze fixated on the black-clad ghost butcher before him as the enormous pressure began to dislocate another bone in his hand. There was no room for hesitation now. System, summon the red-clad substitute. Ding! 10,000 points have been deducted. A substitute has been summoned for the host. As the system spoke, Jiang Yi felt a surge of urgency. Why hadn't he been informed earlier? He would have placed the order sooner. Die! The black patterns on the ghost butcher's surface crawled up to his face, indicating he had unleashed his full power. This human had withstood him for so long, which surprised him, but that was where it ended. Bang! Jiang Yi was mercilessly slammed against the cold wall, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from his back. Cough, cough, cough. His internal organs churned violently, fresh blood trickling from Jiang Yi's lips. Even after hours of transformation from an ordinary person to something beyond, the black-clad malevolent spirit remained an insurmountable opponent. System, hurry! I can't hold on much longer. Jiang Yi's veins bulged, making it evident to anyone that he was on the brink of collapse. If fate had conspired against him, the horde of ghostly figures from the dissecting hall had begun to converge upon the crowd. Ordinary humans stood no chance against such apparitions. Ding! Red-clad substitute. Yi Tian is the most handsome, has accepted the order. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yi's mind like a divine melody. In the next moment, Jiang Yi sensed a profound silence enveloping the stairwell and even the dissecting hall outside. The world seemed to have been muted. What is happening? The ghost butcher before him wore an expression of shock. In an instant, his piercing gaze fixed upon a certain direction. All present, humans and ghosts alike, simultaneously turned their attention to that same point. Jiang Yi uncontrollably followed their gaze. His heart raced violently. There stood a silhouette, an eerily familiar figure. He recalled that very same figure from the Fengshan campus dormitory. Judging by its stature, it was not an elder, yet the unmistakable aura emanating from it was indelible. Gradually, the figure turned around. Jiang Ye's heart raced furiously. He felt an overwhelming force of dominance wash over him, sweeping past him and affecting others. Thump, thump, thump. The resonating sounds of heartbeats echoed in Jiang Ye's ears. As the ghost butcher became utterly immobilized, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the figure ahead. No, I am a Class A employee of the meat processing plant. If you kill me, the supervisor will not spare you. With each powerful beat of the heart, the ghost butcher's trepidation intensified. Nearby, the lesser ghosts, mere yellow-clad beings, were left speechless, only managing to emit strained cries. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm of heartbeats reverberated like a colossal drum in Jiang Ye's ears. The figure ahead gradually turned, and the heartbeat sounds grew more frantic and resonant. As Tian's profile was partially revealed, a multitude of gray and white-clad specters could no longer withstand the pressure. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, their hearts reached the brink of bursting, akin to the explosion of a tired eye. In an instant, the chests of over 100 specters erupted. This was merely the beginning, as Tian's visage became fully apparent. Even the yellow-clad specters succumbed. Hundreds of them fell one after another, mirroring the prowess of the ghostly dean of Fengshan campus. The force Tian displayed at this moment was sufficient to place him at the pinnacle of this realm of phantoms. With the demise of the yellow-clad specters, only the black-clad butcher remained, akin to a deity of the abyss. When Tian's countenance was fully unveiled before the butcher, his pupils quivered wildly, akin to pinpricks. His heart trembled with utmost terror. No, you cannot kill me. Thud. As his chest exploded, the butcher's anguished cry was abruptly silenced. The chilling ghostly blood splattered everywhere, and the dazed Jiang Yi suddenly regained clarity. The once tranquil world shattered. Oh my God. They are all dead. The nearly 100 foreign individuals gazed around them in disbelief. Ultimately, all eyes were drawn to the man standing ahead. It was him. He was the one who had vanquished all the ghosts here. System, is this what it means to have a red-clad proxy? Jiang Yi swallowed hard, murmuring under his breath that he received no response from the system, but a man appeared beside him. Greetings, employer. Tian's casual words reached Jiang Ye's ears, prompting an immediate turn. You are Tian the handsome? Jiang Ye's tone was slightly stuttered, as the overwhelming pressure he had just experienced from this individual lingered. Why? Tian nodded with a faint smile. I suggest you leave at once. Yes. Thinking of Feng Weimian and the others, Jiang Yi quickly regained focus. He turned back to Tian. Are you coming with me? He remained unclear about the newly added feature of proxy playing, specifically how long the proxy would remain after appearing. Was it merely to resolve the immediate crisis, or was there a fixed duration? Tian shook his head. I fear we cannot go together. His gaze fixed upon the end of a dark corridor outside. Following Tian's line of sight, Jiang Yi peered intently at the corridor's terminus. A horrifying presence emerged, accompanied by intense breathing. This entity appeared as a massive, grotesque mass, with heads and limbs sewn onto its surface. In an instant, words materialized on the system's decoding screen before Jiang Yi. Super adhesive monster, red-clad malevolent spirit, one of the 3 group leaders of Wang's meat processing plant. Red-clad. The information ignited a sense of urgency within Jiang Yi. No wonder this Tian, the handsome, would not accompany him. Clearly, he needed to remain behind to confront this malevolent spirit. Be careful. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi urged Tian before turning to leave. Chapter 104. A man sits at home. As Jiang Yi departed, those foreign individuals who had been panicking for nearly a century finally regained their composure. They hurriedly followed Jiang Yi's lead, swiftly vacating the area. In a short span, nearly everyone had fled. Tian's attention shifted to the formidable creature before him, since he was facing the most foolish of the 3 group leaders. This would be manageable, silently affirming. Tian donned a mask. Meanwhile, the super adhesive monster, lurking in the shadows, observed the masked Tian with its multitude of eyes. Cackling sounds echoed from the creature's many mouths. Boom! A dark, sinewy arm suddenly stretched forth, targeting Tian directly. Had it been one of the other 2 red-clad malevolent spirits, they might have engaged in discourse before combat. However, before this adhesive monster, dialogue was futile. It only sought to attack. Slightly sidestepping, the monster's arm missed Tian, crashing violently against the wall behind him. Bricks shattered, and deep fissures marred the surface. With its attack thwarted, the monster angrily swung its arms again. Yet, with each attempt, Yi Tian deftly evaded, the limbs narrowly brushing against his clothing. In that moment, the monster's fury escalated, successfully provoking its wrath. Yi Tian secretly reveled in the chaos as he removed his mask. The visage that emerged was no longer that of Yi Tian. Had Jiang Yi been present, he would have gasped in shock, uttering the name Chu Zhe. Indeed, Yi Tian had transformed back into the form of Chu Zhe. Realizing the unfolding plot, he recognized the necessity of drawing the monster's ire. Ignoring Chu Zhe could allow him to escape unnoticed, leveraging the narrative's foresight. Roaring with rage at the audacity of this human who dared to unveil his true face, the adhesive monster prepared to strike. Yet the figure ahead turned and dashed into the meat processing plant. Cackling sounds emanated from its many mouths as the monster swiftly pursued. In the dim, damp corridor, Jiang Yi relied on the wolf's keen sense of smell to track the scent of the Dragon Kingdom's group. Moving swiftly, despite losing some time due to the Butcher Ghost, the Dragon Kingdom's members had not strayed far. Upon arriving at a chilling, pitch-black meat storage area, Jiang Ye's eyes fell upon Feng Weimian and the others. A glance revealed they were in trouble. A white-clad specter, the ghostly worker responsible for transporting meat, loomed over them, significantly more formidable than the yellow-clad specters. Just as Jiang Yi intended to intervene, he found that Feng Weimian had already dispatched the creature with her bone knife. "It seems your survival skills are quite robust even without me," Jiang Yi remarked, his voice emerging. 11 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom turned to him in unison. "Jiang Yi," several women gasped, while the others exhibited expressions of relief. Given Jiang Ye's prolonged absence, they had feared the worst, especially considering the formidable nature of the Butcher Ghost. "How did you arrive here?" Jiang Yu surveyed the area, acknowledging its relative safety. Though it could only serve as a temporary refuge, Feng Weimian intended to leave us behind and go rescue you, a woman remarked, her tone incredulous. "With Jiang Yi here, our chances of survival are significantly enhanced." Feng Weimian, expressionless, wiped her bone knife. "I merely intended to assist him." "Nonsense. Your earlier concern resembled that of a lover who had lost their partner." Feng Weimian fell silent. "Ahem." Jiang Yi cleared his throat slightly. "The specters near the butcher have been dealt with. We should escape this place if we truly get out. Won't the demon live broadcast intervene?" Mo Qiuwai interjected, his voice laden with apprehension. "We must escape first," Jiang Yi asserted with undeniable conviction. "You all witnessed the attitude of those meat processing workers. They never intended for us to survive. Escaping the meat processing plant is our only hope." "Indeed." Wang Daolong raised a hand. "I support Jiang Ye's perspective. In that case," Mo Qiuwai offered a suggestion. "We could gather the others as we flee. If we unite with the remaining humans in the meat processing plant, those specters will struggle to manage so many of us." Listening to Mo Qiuwai, Jiang Yi pondered briefly before nodding. "That is feasible." Meanwhile, in the meat processing plant's meat roasting area, Yi Tian had arrived. Cackling, the super adhesive monster relentlessly pursued from behind. In this location, Yi Tian, resembling Chu Zhe, finally halted. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing a concentrated point of energy, and nodded inwardly. "This is it." The adhesive monster approached, subtly blocking Yi Tian's retreat. This moment, its cackling echoed once more, exuding confidence. One arm, two arms, three. Limbs like rubber reached out towards Yi Tian, faced with this relentless assault. Yi Tian waved dismissively. "See you later." In an instant, the man before him vanished without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as three arms struck, leaving deep impressions on the floor. Watching Yi Tian's disappearance in disbelief, the super adhesive monster spun around, scanning its surroundings. No one was there. Roaring in rage, it felt utterly mocked, its hatred for that individual reaching a fever pitch. After spinning in frustration, the monster, unable to find its quarry, stomped away in anger. "Quickly, leave quietly." From a nearby corridor, a voice interrupted the departing monster. "Chu Sang, why are we leaving? Haven't we completed the task assigned by the Demon Live broadcast?" Taku Churin's confused voice echoed. In the dark corridor, Chu Zhe expressed impatience. "Naive, did the Demon Live broadcast not say that completing the task guarantees survival? What? Is it possible to die even after completing the task?" Sakuraba Yoshiko's voice questioned. "Indeed." Chu Zhe gently stroked the head of the woman beside him and remarked, "The 10th installment of the Demon Live broadcast is akin to a meat grinder, an open and notorious one at that. We must escape from here. Only when the meat processing plant can no longer contain the corpses of humanity will the 11th installment commence." Chapter 105. The coordinates of surrender for the nuclear bomb, how could it be like this? Sakura Miko gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Can we really escape? Trust me, Chuzei replied with a confident smile. Knowing the original plot, he was well aware of the way out. After all, they were already traversing the correct path. Suddenly, an unmasked sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of the three. They raised their eyes in alarm. Yame, what on earth is that? Sakura Miko and Bukawa Kinto nearly fainted upon seeing the creature at the corridor's turn. The appearance of the super adhesive monster was utterly horrifying. A massive, 3-meter-tall mass of flesh, with disordered limbs and numerous heads. It was the very embodiment of a signature demon, as Chuzei beheld this entity. His gaze sharpened, a chill running down his spine. He understood that this creature was one of the 3 most terrifying spirits within the meat processing plant, second only to the factory director. How could one of the 3 notorious red-clad spirits appear here? Though confusion flickered in his eyes, after the initial shock, he felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, this was the one with the lowest intellect among the 3 spirits. If he flashed their employee badges, it would recognize them as staff members of the meat processing plant and refrain from attacking. Chuzei confidently turned to his companions and declared, "It will be fine. Just watch." He waved his D-class employee badge before the super adhesive monster and walked past it. He watched as the creature loomed before him, shaking with rage. Despite its low intelligence, it was still enraged by the perceived insult to its intellect. How dare this creature flaunt an employee badge in front of it? Did it think it was a fool? Or did it believe the hundreds of eyes on its body were mere decorative bulbs? Roar! In a fit of fury, the super adhesive monster unleashed a barrage of attacks, its multitude of arms striking towards Chuzei with unbridled wrath. Chuzei could only widen his eyes in disbelief as he watched those powerful, dark green arms descend upon him. This was impossible. Why was the adhesive monster attacking? What had gone wrong? This singular question echoed in Chuzei's mind as the blows rained down upon him. Boom! The multitude of arms struck with such force that Chuzei had no chance to evade. After all, he did not possess the strength of Yi-Tian. Meanwhile, in the system space, Yi-Tian observed a panel displaying Chuzei's protagonist luck. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Chuzei had possessed 10,000 points of protagonist luck. However, just moments ago, it had been completely depleted, reduced to 0. Yi-Tian's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the panel. He understood that this did not signify the end. On another system panel, there lay Chuzei's personal information page. Name: Chuzei Crossing. Child of Luck. Protagonist Luck 0. Protagonist Halo. Level 91. Passive Skill. Bloodline Inheritance. One-time use. Yi-Tian's attention was drawn to the last line regarding the protagonist's passive skill. Such abilities were common among protagonists. In his first world, Lin Fan, who faced a dire fate, had also benefited from a halo of fortune, ultimately gaining the support of Bai Yuzhi in the previous world. Xiaoling had unveiled his trump card, Gatangier. Each protagonist possessed formidable potential. As expected, an anticipated event unfolded. Within a mere minute, Chuzei's previously depleted protagonist luck surged once more. 1,000.3, 000.5, 000.10, 000.50, 000, with the life-saving passive gone. Things were becoming intriguing. In the quiet corner of the corridor, when Sakura Miko witnessed Chuzei being brutally reduced to a mangled corpse by the super adhesive monster, her eyes rolled back. And she fainted. Bukawa Kinto, still standing, trembled uncontrollably, an odor of fear emanating from him. Upon seeing Chuzei's grim fate, the super adhesive monster's mood improved instantly. Just as it prepared to leave, a peculiar wave emanated from the pit where Chuzei's body lay. Threads of crimson light spread outward from the blood-red mark on his fist, exuding a rich vitality. The super adhesive monster was perplexed. Yet, in its moment of distraction, the crimson marks seemed to come alive. Frantically climbing up Chuzei's body, at that moment, a noble aura began to radiate outward, unsettling the adhesive monster, as if the figure lying in the pit had suddenly become something it needed to revere. As its arms extended once more, the super adhesive monster disregarded everything else. "If you wish to resurrect, I shall strike you down once more." With arms as thick as a human's thighs, it closed in with enough force to shatter Chuzei's form. Boom! In an instant, the adhesive monster's arms exploded. A cacophony of screams erupted from its mouths as its numerous eyes turned towards the rear, filled with ferocity. There, a round, corpulent figure appeared. It was this very being that had shattered its arms. Upon seeing this rotund figure, the super adhesive monster's rage evaporated. Replaced by palpable fear, the fat figure paid no heed to the super-adhesive monster, its gaze fixated on Chu Zhe in the deep pit. Excitement almost visible on its face. In a flash, it appeared beside Chu Zhe. Observing the familiar crimson bloodlines on his body, the figure gasped, "I did not mistake it. This is the king, our king. He has returned." Inside the meat processing plant, Jiang Yi stood with Feng Weimian and others. Behind them gathered a vast multitude of individuals from various nations, at least 3,000 strong. Such a coalition, even if confronted by a ghost, would be impossible to counter due to sheer numbers. The overwhelming presence of Yang Qi in this moment was crucial. System, where are the humans? 300 newly born individuals at the 7 o'clock position from the host. In the system space, Yi Tian opened a map displaying the human distribution within the meat processing plant. Upon receiving this prompt, Jiang Yi wasted no time, rallying everyone under the powerful Yang Qi of the crowd. As long as no red-clad spirits appeared, there was little the ghosts could do against them. With their numbers bolstered, the surviving humans from each area were consolidated. When all were gathered, their total reached a staggering 18,000. This number was a grim testament to the countless lives lost within the meat processing plant. It is time to leave. System, provide me with a map of the meat processing plant. Ding, 300 points have been deducted from the host. As Yi Tian's voice fell, a light screen materialized before Jiang Yi. After studying the map, he addressed the crowd, "Gather everyone. Stay close to me." Jiang Yi's charisma was undeniable. Many newcomers who had witnessed his brutal defeat of the Huangni ghost in the cage were now inspired by the sense of security he exuded. Despite the savagery, under Jiang Yi's leadership, nearly 20,000 people followed closely. This scene captured the attention of the entire world. Through their respective live broadcasts, all viewers from Blue Star could see that it was the Dragon Country's team leading the survivors. With Jiang Yi, the bespectacled youth, at the forefront. "May heaven bless us. We must escape." Would the demon live broadcast allow this? Was this not too reckless? This was Jiang Yi's first time in the meat processing plant. Did he truly know the way? Would he lead everyone to their doom? The viewers in various countries expressed a common sentiment: anxiety. Here lay the heart of the meat processing plant. Shifting his focus from the map, Jiang Yi discreetly opened the personal items interface within the system. Items: 1 million ton nuclear bomb description. Hope for a nuclear cleanse usage. Host must first set coordinates, after which points can be consumed for system deployment. Setting coordinates. What could be a more fitting point than the very center of this Wang family meat processing plant? A benevolent smile graced his face. Before departing, a grand gesture was certainly in order. Chapter 106. 2 red garbs. After establishing the coordinates for the nuclear bomb, under Jiang Yi's guidance, nearly 20,000 individuals sprinted towards the exit. With such numbers, their fear of the ghosts diminished significantly. Ghosts? They were merely unsightly monsters. Ahead lay the exit. Jiang Yi's voice rang out clearly amid the chaos. The crowd turned their gazes forward, where a brilliant white light shone at the end of the foul-smelling factory. "We're getting out." Upon seeing the exit, the expression of every individual relaxed. They had not misjudged Jiang Yi. Following him truly led to freedom. However, just as excitement surged through the crowd, 2 figures appeared at the mouth of the passage. One was an elderly man with pointed ears and a face resembling a monkey, clad in extravagant robes. The towering figure, over 3 meters tall, clad in a skin-tight garment, emerged. The moment he appeared, a vast shadow seemed to materialize. Slowly spreading from the 2 of them, 2 vengeful spirits draped in crimson. Jiang Yi's heart trembled as he shouted loudly to the crowd behind him. "Stop! Everyone halt!" "Halt for what? The exit is right ahead." Many disregarded Jiang Yi's warning. Eager to escape this haunted place, the 2 spirits seemed trivial to them, and they charged forward, convinced that the apparitions could not impede their progress. However, after advancing a mere 10 meters, over 100 individuals found themselves immobilized. They gazed down at the ground beneath them, where the encroaching shadows had transformed into a frigid swamp. The trapped souls were engulfed by fear, crying out for help. Yet, it was too late. There was no mercy. They were slowly consumed. The onlookers could only watch in horror as those over 100 souls perished. How could this happen? They were so close to escaping. Why were those 2 spirits so terrifying? What should they do now? They should not have followed Jiang Yi's reckless lead. Our nation's representatives had already completed their devilish tasks and could have waited to be transported back by the demon's live stream. If something happened to our citizens under Long Country's leadership, I would never return there. The gathering consisted of representatives from various nations, the focus of all humanity's attention. Many began to shift the blame onto others. Amid this growing sense of despair, two figures stepped forward from the ranks of the spirits. "We will hold them off. You must flee." Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian turned to face the crowd behind them. This sight left countless spectators in a state of shock, giggling. How foolish. One of the crimson apparitions, a gaunt figure with sharp ears and a monkey-like visage, let out a shrill, piercing laugh. "You won't know until you try just how foolish you truly are." Feng Weimian's eyes glinted with determination as he boldly advanced. Unlike the others, upon entering the shadowy realm of spirits, he was not immediately swallowed whole. Gripping a bone knife, he appeared directly before the spirit clad in golden robes. Much to the astonishment of those watching, the clash of the sharp blade against the spirit's claws resonated as he managed to resist the spirit's control. Seeing Feng Weimian's resilience, Jiang Yi marveled. The shadowy realm was the source of all malevolent power. Without it, a spirit's strength could only reach 70% at most. As Feng Weimian engaged in battle with the emaciated spirit, Jiang Yi's gaze collided with that of another crimson specter. Before him stood a spirit far more formidable than any butchered. He had no chance of victory. His only option was to stall for time, to buy the others a chance to escape. "System, how many points do I have left?" Host has 6,000 points remaining. Leading such a large group while under the world's scrutiny, Jiang Yi's points had indeed accumulated rapidly. Upon hearing, he had 6,000 points. He promptly opened the interface for hiring assistants. Blackclad assistants. 3,000 points per instance. Redclad assistants. 10,000 points per instance. Great Redclad assistants. 50,000 points per instance. A friendly reminder. Currently, there is an ample supply of Blackclad assistants. Relieved by this notice, Jiang Yi commanded, "System, place 2 orders for Blackclad assistants." The entity before him was a red-clad spirit, and Jiang Yi knew he could not face it alone. Regrettably, his points had not yet reached the necessary threshold of 10,000. Otherwise, 1 order for red-clad assistants would have sufficed to resolve the immediate issue. Ding! 6,000 points have been deducted. Assistance has been summoned. Ding! Blackclad assistant. Butcher number 1 has accepted the order. Ding! Blackclad assistant. Butcher number 2 has accepted the order. In a flurry of system notifications, 2 towering figures materialized beside Jiang Yi. As he looked at these 2 imposing men, he felt a sense of familiarity. Catching a whiff of their scent, it became even clearer. However, there was no time to ponder this now. Addressing the 2 men gravely, Jiang Yi urged, "We must stop him." With that, he charged ahead, while the 2 large figures followed silently like wooden posts. Butcher No. 1 and number 2 were creations of Yi Tian, crafted from the remains of the butcher's spirit not long ago, restored, and cloned, with their appearances altered, effectively becoming black-clad assistants. The sudden emergence of the 2 butchers caused a minor uproar among the crowd. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian successfully restraining the 2 spirits, everyone quickly recognized this as their opportunity to flee. Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian had provided them a chance. Nearly 20,000 individuals. After a morning run at a school, it takes nearly 10 minutes for 3,000 students to return to their classrooms. Yet, for these 20,000 representatives from around the globe, their departure would be even slower. Within a mere minute, Feng Weimian, trapped within the shadowy realm, had clashed with the spirit before him no less than 100 times. In just that minute, his condition deteriorated drastically. The clash resulted in sparks as Feng Weimian, forced into a defensive posture, staggered back several steps. His arm trembled slightly from the strain. The spirit's speed and strength were multiple times greater than his own. This was a match with no hope of victory. Cackling, "Your blade resembles that of the little chubby one. That little chubby one wouldn't dare strike me. Yet you are so bold. Or should I say, foolish." The gaunt spirit taunted, its intelligence rivaling that of a human. Capable of normal conversation, Feng Weimian inhaled deeply. "I fight only to restrain you." "How dull. Do you truly believe you can restrain me?" The emaciated spirit chuckled mockingly. In that moment, Feng Weimian's gaze fell upon the individuals fleeing toward the passage. Beneath their feet, the realm of the gaunt spirit had already begun to encroach. Chapter 107. A meeting with the Ghost King. At this critical moment, Feng Weimian, driven by urgency, charged at the gaunt spirit. However, given the vast disparity in strength, attacking while in a weakened state would only expose his vulnerabilities. After rushing forward, he inwardly chastised himself for his recklessness. "That you've fallen into my trap." The gaunt spirit's triumphant laugh echoed. In an instant, a shadow brushed past him. The icy claws of the spirit extended down his shoulder. Feng Weimian felt as if his arm would be torn off. With a muffled grunt, he staggered back, his face paling. This turn of events sent shivers through the hearts of the countless witnesses in the live stream. He was injured, relying solely on his exceptional combat experience. He had managed to endure for so long. He could be considered one of the strongest humans I have ever encountered. After praising him, the gaunt spirit prepared to finish off the young man before him. But at that moment, drops of blood began to fall from Feng Weimian. As if they had become acid, the shadowy realm beneath him recoiled as though it had encountered its nemesis. Nearby, Jiang Yi, recalling Yi Tian's words, sighed silently. Another protagonist had awakened their final trump card in the face of despair. But alas, it was not strong enough. Fascinating. The gaunt spirit began to regard the young man before him with renewed seriousness. In contrast to Feng Weimian's brilliance, Jiang Ye's attacks were unrelenting and fierce. Butcher number 1 and number 2, being products of the system, completely ignored the shadowy realm, engaging the spirit leader directly. This left Jiang Yi momentarily astonished. Yet even without the shadowy realm, their strength could only reach 70%. And the spirit leader could still break the butcher's bones with a single punch. They were risking their lives to buy time for those behind them. 5 minutes elapsed on Jiang Ye's side. Butcher no. 1 had fallen, while Butcher number 2 was severely injured and clearly could not last much longer. This situation moved Jiang Yi, who was throwing punches alongside them. These were merely assistants, yet they were willing to lay down their lives. Meanwhile, Feng Weimian, 5 minutes prior, had discovered that his blood possessed a strong counter-effect against the spirits. Since then, he had smeared his blood onto his blade. From that point forward, he had not found himself at a disadvantage against the gaunt spirit. However, as time passed, his blood supply dwindled. The pallor of his lips was strikingly evident. Having lost too much blood, he was on the verge of fainting. Both sides found themselves in dire straits as 10 minutes approached. Butcher number 2 also fell to the ground. If the host leaves now, there is a chance of escape. Yi Tian's voice echoed in Jiang Ye's ears, glancing back at the crowd still in the process of evacuating. Still numbering in the thousands, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. If I leave, these people will perish. The host is not obligated to protect these individuals. With great power comes great responsibility. Jiang Ye's tone was resolute. When I first entered the demon's live stream, I only thought of one thing: survival. But what is the meaning of survival? Previously unclear, he now understood. This was the very essence of his existence. With a thud, the spirit's fist struck Jiang Yi, sending him sliding several meters in the system space. Upon hearing the host's words, Yi Tian fell silent. In this silence, several minutes later, Jiang Yi collapsed on the other side. Feng Weimian also succumbed to excessive blood loss and fell unconscious. What happened to them? They had collapsed, having sacrificed themselves to ensure the escape of others. The individuals within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room were engulfed in disbelief. Why persist in a losing battle when one could simply withdraw? I was utterly infuriated. What on earth were they doing? Their retreat was agonizingly slow. With over 1,000 still present, was there not a single soul willing to rescue them? Those two had fallen, sacrificing themselves to cover your escape. Under the watchful eyes of the world, the two men on the ground weighed heavily upon all, akin to stones pressing down on every heart. Initially, the keyboard warriors of the Dragon Kingdom felt as though they had been slapped repeatedly across the face. They could have escaped unscathed. The last group finally departed from the Wang's meat processing plant, and the live footage of Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian vanished, leaving them eternally bound to the plant. Inside the meat processing facility, in the director's office, Chu Zhe had fully recovered from his injuries under the crimson patterns of his restoration, his strength surging dramatically as he slowly opened his eyes. A chubby man with an innocent smile stood quietly beside him. "You are awake, my lord." The man grinned, revealing saw-like teeth, indicating that he was no ordinary figure. "Who are you?" Rubbing his head, Chu Zhe recalled the moment he was obliterated by the adhesive monster. The chubby man displayed no semblance of the dread associated with a high-level nightmare. Rather, he appeared as a devoted sycophant. "My lord, I am Wang Galu, your former subordinate." Wang Galu, upon hearing that name, Chu Zhe was taken aback. "You are the director of the meat processing plant." "Indeed, that is correct," he affirmed. "You claim to be my subordinate?" Chu Zhe inquired again. "Not just me, but also the chairman of Ghost Market No. 1, the station master of Taiyan Public Transport, and the manager of Kongfeng Supermarket. All are your subordinates." Wang Galu was unfazed by Chu Zhe's astonished expression, recognizing that the current Wang had successfully reincarnated, albeit with some memory loss. Restoration was merely a matter of time. Contemplating these titles, chairman of Ghost Market No. 1, station master of Taiyan Public Transport, manager of Kongfeng Supermarket, director of Wang's meat processing plant, Chu Zhe experienced an overwhelming rush of joy. Each of them was a nightmare of the highest order. How could they have become his subordinates? But where are they? Chu Zhe sought confirmation of this astounding reality. I have notified them. Everyone is on their way. Is that so? Chu Zhe inhaled deeply. Why do you refer to me as Lord? It's a traditional term, Wang Gelu explained. My Lord. Look at your skin. Chu Zhe's gaze fell upon his arm. He was startled to see that the once localized crimson markings had now spread across his entire body. Is this the reason? Observing the lava-like patterns on his hands, a sly smile crept across Chu Zhe's lips. That's so. This is the benefit of being a transcender, truly invincible. Just as Chu Zhe reveled in this newfound power. The door swung open. A long, elegant leg entered his line of sight, followed by a tall woman, manager of Kongfeng's supermarket, a formidable figure of the highest order. Following her was a stern middle-aged man in a suit, the station master of Taiyan public transport. Finally, an elderly man with white hair arrived, and Chu Zhe felt as though he were floating. You are all my subordinates? Greetings, King of Ghosts. The three formidable nightmares present in the office spoke in unison. With reverence. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Chapter 108. Nuclear Explosion. Chu Zhe was already envisioning how he would leisurely navigate the upcoming 11th episode of the Demon Live broadcast at Kongfeng Supermarket, as well as the 12th episode at Ghost Market No. 1. Of course, he also had his enemies in mind. Jiang Yi, who had incited others to assault him, the Dragon Kingdom citizens who had wronged him, the mysterious figure who had seized his legacy, and even that chubby butcher. With this world's strongest allies at his side, he was determined to exact revenge one by one. The greasy floor was enveloped in a chilling aura, its stickiness palpable. Jiang Yi was uncertain how long he had been dragged or to where. However, he sensed the wrath of the red-clad specter that was pulling him along. After all, these two humans had allowed all others to escape. Time passed, and Jiang Ye's rapid recovery kicked in, under the automatic healing of his injuries. He managed to slightly open his eyes just as the specter haltingly ceased its dragging. Then, a voice emerged from it. Director, all the humans have fled. Fear resonated within those words. Fled? All the humans? At the office entrance, Wang Gelu's voice was tinged with anger and inquiry that it was our incompetence. We were obstructed by two humans. Behind him, the emaciated red specter dragged Feng Weimon. It was these two humans. Useless. You couldn't handle two mere humans. Wang Gelu's voice rose in exasperation at the thought of the financial loss incurred. Within the office, Chu Zhe lifted his gaze. What is the matter? A minor issue. My lord, I hope I am not disturbing you, Wang Gelu replied cautiously. Chu Zhe's attention turned to Jiang Yi and Feng Weimian at the doorway, narrowing his eyes. Bring those two to me. With a splash. Icy water cascaded over them, abruptly awakening the unconscious Feng Weimian and Jiang Yi. Good evening, Jiang Yi. A mocking voice echoed in their ears. Jiang Yi opened his eyes to find a chubby butcher's corpse, impaled with knives, lying on the ground. Nearby, several chairs were occupied by ominous figures, their presence as terrifying as the abyss. As Jiang Yi's gaze fell upon Chu Zhe, he remarked, I heard you were beaten senseless by two red-clad specters while trying to cover for others' escape? Chu Zhe shook his head in mock sympathy. You are unaware, aren't you? The red specters you valiantly resisted are merely subordinates of my subordinates. Surprised? Do you see these nightmare-level entities surrounding you? They are all my subordinates. Trash. Jiang Yi uttered those two words flatly. Ha. Chu Zhe scoffed, delivering a kick to Jiang Yi's chest. You likely do not comprehend my true identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the king of Fengdu, supported by 4 grand red specters, and I possess the most formidable backing. As he spoke, Chu Zhe leaned in closer to Jiang Yi. Initially, I intended to seek you out, but I did not anticipate your compliance in coming to me. Rest assured, once I send you on your way, I will extend special attention to those characters from the Dragon Kingdom. In response to Chu Zhe's words, Feng Weimian, enduring her pain, interjected, they've already escaped. You will likely be unable to reach them. Is that so? Chu Zhe chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe yourselves to be heroes? Open your demon panel and take a look. The live broadcast has issued a notification, compelling them to return. I have granted them hope, only to plunge them into despair. Is what you have done right or wrong? Must they all return? Jiang Yi murmured, unfolding the demon live broadcast panel before him. Warning. All humans who escaped from Wang's meat processing plant must return. Failure to comply will result in death. Above the crimson lettering was a countdown timer of 30 minutes. Simultaneously, a scene appeared within the room, showcasing the Fengshan campus, in the dimly lit campus. Nearly 20,000 individuals were clustered at the entrance of a small classroom, the only passageway back to Wang's meat processing plant. Do you see this? Chu Zhe's face lit up with smug satisfaction. They all wished to return. However, I have sealed off their path. I will only unlock it during the final 5 minutes. I am confident their return will far exceed their speed of escape. As he spoke, the corners of Chu Zhe's mouth curled into a silent mockery. You regard the lives of 20,000 as so trivial? Feng Weimian retorted angrily. Jiang Yi, suppressing his chest pain, glared at Chu Zhe. You may be human, but you are not of humanity. Your thoughts are what is truly absurd. Chu Zhe rose abruptly. When people acquire wealth, they become corrupt. Imagine the depths of depravity you would sink to with power surpassing all else. My strength, my connections grant me unrestrained freedom. Why should I temper my desires? Suddenly, Jiang Yi chuckled. Killing you would weigh on my conscience. Not at all. His calm declaration caused Chu Zhe's gaze to sharpen, followed by a derisive laugh. Kill me. I never imagined you could be so naive. You still do not comprehend the caliber of the 4 grand red specters by my side, nor the heights they inhabit. Yet, in that very moment, a voice resonated in the ears of all present. Grand red specters? Quite formidable, are they? Casual words fell, and the gaze of the 4 grand red specters converged upon a single point. A man had appeared in one of the office chairs. The 4 had not even detected his arrival. It's you. Upon seeing Yu Tian, Chu Zhe's eyes nearly ignited with fury. Seize him, recalling the incident at Fengshan campus, where his legacy had been snatched. Chu Zhe could no longer contain his rage. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of delight. Today was indeed a fortuitous day, with enemies arriving at his doorstep, seeking their demise. The 4 grand red specters immediately understood and launched an attack toward Yi Tian. The combined assault of these 4 formidable figures has likely instilled trepidation across the entire realm of the underworld, if not the world itself. With a thunderous roar, a significant portion of King Gulu's office was reduced to rubble. Yet their target, Yu Tian, remained unscathed. Upon closer examination, it was merely a projection. In an instant, the 4 titans felt as though they had been made fools of, their expressions darkening. It had been many years since any human dared to provoke them so brazenly. What a grand spectacle, Yi Tian remarked, seemingly unfazed. Observing the man's indifference, Chu Zhe's countenance turned ashen. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Since our paths have crossed, no need for formalities. After all, you won't remember my name for long. Yi Tian replied, casting his gaze towards Jiang Yi. Have you made your decision? Deploy it. With the titans of this world present, even if we face annihilation, the bloodshed will be worth it. A grim, yet satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yi's face. What are you deploying? Chu Zhe's heart fluttered with unease as he listened to their exchange. A nuclear bomb, Yi Tian stated, as though responding to a mundane inquiry. This device once descended upon your nation. Chu sang. However, the current bomb possesses 25 times the power of the previous 2 combined. What are you talking about? How could there be a nuclear bomb here? Chu Zhe was initially incredulous, yet a wave of inexplicable anxiety soon washed over him. It is already here. You, the king of Fengdu, can join your 4 subordinates in the afterlife, Yu Tian mused. Though I'm curious, where do the dead go? His words sent a slight tremor through Chu Zhe's body. He heard it, the deafening sound of the impending bomb. Above the meat processing plant, a cacophony erupted like rolling thunder. Boom, the air shattered. Chu Zhe, positioned directly beneath, felt his eardrums burst, blood streaming from his ears. No, I am the king of Fengdu. I command 4 titans. I cannot perish. He turned to Yi Tian, his eyes blazing with desperation. Why? I have just reached the pinnacle of this world. Why do you do this? At Fengshan campus, nearly 20,000 individuals awaited eagerly, yearning to storm the meat processing plant. Suddenly, they beheld a blinding white light erupting on the horizon, illuminating the entire darkened realm. The horrific radiance engulfed them, and a chorus of anguished wails resonated before being silenced in an instant. Then came the thunderous rumble, reverberating for hundreds of kilometers, shaking the very fabric of the world. In the vicinity of Ghost City, a colossal, luminous mushroom cloud ascended, symbolizing humanity's iron-fisted resolve, an intimidation that could instill fear in countless spirits. Chapter 109 concludes, ushering in a new world. Nearly 20,000 souls at Fengshan campus and millions of viewers across Blue Star were left in a daze, grappling with the surreal explosion they had witnessed. That direction must lead to Ghost City, where the meat processing plant resides. How could such an appalling blast occur? In their eyes, the crimson mushroom cloud reflected terror and disbelief. Amidst the tumult, a voice piped up among the throng of 18,000. Do we still need to return to the meat processing plant? This question momentarily stunned the crowd. Just then, a notification popped up in the demon's livestream. Warning, the meat processing plant has been destroyed. Episode 10 of the demon livestream has concluded. Notification, Episode 11 of the demon livestream will commence in 3 hours. After a brief pause, another line appeared on the crimson screen. Episode 11's location, Kongfeng Supermarket. Evaporated. Episode 11 concluded. Episode 12 of the Demon livestream has begun. Ghost City Middle School obliterated. Episode 12 concluded. As the 13th episode unfolded, the text refreshed like a program on the brink of collapse. Until finally, the demon's anguished voice echoed in everyone's ears. I meticulously orchestrated a century-long scheme. How could it possibly unravel like this? Humanity, what have you done? This lamentation, akin to a final, desperate howl before dissolution, sent shivers down many spines. What had they done? They were too afraid to even visit websites, let alone ACT.as. Countless individuals trembled. The Demon's livestream shattered, plunging 18,000 souls into unconsciousness. A day later, as some began to awaken, they surveyed their surroundings. Rooms, internet CAFS, bathhouses. They were back on Blue Star. I'm back, came the chorus of astonished exclamations as the preceding events unfolded like a nightmarish dream. 2 months had elapsed since the global return to Blue Star. The Demon livestream had not resurfaced, yet discussions surrounding it intensified, reaching unprecedented levels of fascination, etching its place in the annals of history. The sacrifice of 2 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, who had shielded everyone's escape, left an indelible mark. A person's life experiences 3 deaths. The first occurs when the heart ceases to beat, marking the biological end. The second transpires during burial, when one's civil identity is annulled, rendering them non-existent in the societal sphere. The third and final death occurs when the last person to remember you forgets. Only then, when the grave is overrun with grass, do you truly perish. As the book closed, Ution let out a soft sigh within his villa. This was his first host to die, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. Opening his palm, a coin imbued with a chilling aura materialized. What is the primary function of this world coin? Ution inquired. As he inspected the palm-sized object, he noted its distinctly different essence compared to the previous one. This particular coin could fundamentally alter humanity's perception of theology. In the system space, a luminous orb pulsated in response to Ution's query. Upon hearing the creator system's explanation, Ution unleashed his inner strength, causing the world coin to transform into a multitude of light particles that gradually dissipated. The earth immediately absorbed it, filling an existing void. At present, no observable changes occurred. 2 days later, Ution opened his browser. During his deliberate search, he found that many extreme superstitious statements had been quietly erased, the deletions executed by the original authors themselves. Discussions surrounding theology persisted, albeit with a newfound sense of composure and rationality. I want to impose belief in deities upon you, but I will maintain my own respect for them. Conversely, many materialists ceased their vehement critiques of such ideologies, regardless of prior disputes when the topic arose. Everyone transformed into gentlemen, sharing their perspectives civilly. While these changes appeared subtle, they suggested that certain nefarious individuals could no longer brainwash the masses into criminality. The world coin's effect was everlasting, indicating that for the next century or millennia, humanity would not succumb to conflict over these beliefs. The world coin served as a boundary, just as the previous one had. Despite ongoing pollution of the skies, the world coin, symbolizing light, continued to purify the environment, ensuring the world remained within its limits. On Ution's system interface, the progress bar ticked up from 1 to 2. Though the journey ahead seemed daunting, would Ution truly lack time, unless the Earth faced imminent ruin, necessitating the world coin for stabilization? He could afford to proceed at a leisurely pace. That night, Ution lay atop the roof, beneath a canopy of stars, as a gentle breeze swept over him. Compared to the initial emptiness, the system panel before him had improved significantly. The system marketplace now categorized items into 3 categories. 1. Material, food, weapons, daily necessities. 2. Extraordinary, ancient martial arts, cultivation, ghost organs. 3. Skills, social skills, survival skills with over 30 million points. Ution realized that the majority of his point expenditure stemmed from entering worlds and resisting their respective wills. Where to venture next? What kind of host should he seek? Ution opened a panel, revealing millions of novels. Resistance. I witnessed the death of 300,000 countrymen in Nanjing. Natural disaster. Sea levels rise by 100 meters. I took refuge with the merfolk. Patricide to ascend. I truly possess a harem of 3,000 beauties. As Ution perused these worlds, he turned to the system space and asked, Little Creator, do you have any recommendations? The Creator system pondered briefly before responding. The third world is viable. Why is that? This world is relatively safe. The Creator system added quickly, and it won't be too primitive. There will be rewards. Ution contemplated. What benefits will the world coin obtained from this world provide? Perhaps, the Creator system contemplated, it could add several centuries of history to the realm of its master. Upon hearing this, Ution smirked with amusement. Chapter 110. The False Imperial Edict. In a tranquil and leisurely small town on the outskirts of the Shang Kingdom, The arrival of a contingent of palace guards and a eunuch clad in purple shattered the peace. In a courtyard adorned with blue bricks and black tiles, a handsome man in a green robe knelt before the purple-clad eunuch. Accompanied by a steward, the eunuch, representing the fifth rank, was qualified to proclaim the imperial edict. All present knelt, their attention fixed on the edict unfurling in the eunuch's hands. Fifth Prince Xingqianga, heed the decree. I am here, responded the man in green, his face showing signs of wear, yet a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. 3 years prior, he had been banished to this remote town for his excessive concern over state affairs. Believing that his father had forgotten him, he had acclimated to a life of leisure, resigning himself to his fate. Yet today, it seemed his father had remembered him. In that moment, joy and exhilaration surged within him. Had his father summoned him back to the capital? By the celestial mandate of the emperor, it is decreed. Fifth Prince Xingqianga, having resided in Qiushan City for 3 years without seeking any wealth from the palace, embodies an exemplary spirit of humility and restraint, beloved by the subjects of the Shang Kingdom. As the proclamations echoed, Xingqianga's excitement was palpable. His father had indeed been watching over him. However, as the eunuch read the final line of the edict, his elation began to freeze. Today, I bestow upon the fifth Prince Xingqianga a cup of century-old fine wine, hoping he may maintain this noble disposition, so decreed, with a voice reminiscent of a quacking duck. The eunuch concluded, and a small attendant presented a golden goblet of clear wine before him. Century-old fine wine. Staring at the goblet, Xingqianga shook his head in disbelief. The imperial decree bestowing wine could only mean poison. No, his father would never do this to him. Suddenly, he rose, shouting, "Eunuch, do you mean to defy the imperial decree?" The eunuch's brow furrowed slightly. "Fifth Prince, do you dare to resist the imperial will?" These words pierced Xingqianga's heart like a silver spear, causing him to collapse, utterly defeated. "Your Highness, please." The poison lay before him, easily within reach. Staring blankly at the rippling liquid, he reflected on his mundane life, realizing there was little worth remembering. If only I had been born a commoner. With heavy heart, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down as his lips almost brushed the goblet. Ding detected host's mental transformation. Binding conditions met. Would you like to bind to the Yetion strategy system? A mechanical voice resonated in his mind, catching him off guard. What? Ding. Host speech has met binding conditions. 100. Ding. Binding successful. Host receives a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? A series of notifications flashed in an instant. As Xingqianga paused, a luminous screen appeared before him, displaying a bouncing gift pack. Drawn by an inexplicable force, he instinctively clicked to open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black armored guard, 20 men. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 strategy pouch. In astonishment, Xingqianga pondered this strange phenomenon. What is this? Your Highness, the time is late. Do not waste any more time, the purple-clad eunuch interjected, twirling his feather duster impatiently. Ignoring him, Xingqianga opened the strategy pouch. As he did, a message appeared. It is advisable for the host to apprehend those who falsely proclaim the imperial edict. This abrupt revelation caused Xingqianga to drop his cup, his emotions surging visibly. The eunuch beside him sneered. "Fifth Prince, I have a whole jug of wine to offer you." With his head bowed, Xingqianga suddenly inquired, "Why do you falsely proclaim the imperial edict?" The eunuch's expression shifted slightly. "Fifth Prince, consider the consequences of your words." In a shrill tone, the eunuch warned, "Follow the decree and drink that cup of wine. I shall treat your disrespect towards the emperor as if it never occurred." Laughter erupted from Xingqianga as he stood slowly, the earlier disarray replaced by a chilling resolve. "Eunuch, your act has been too transparent." The furious declaration sent a wave of panic through the eunuch. How could this be? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How had he realized the ruse so quickly? In the next breath, Xingqianga commanded, "Bring forth those who falsely proclaim the decree." The atmosphere grew tense. However, after Xingqianga's command, none of the guards stepped forward, as he had been stripped of his military power due to his banishment. These guards were merely hired with a few coins, unwilling to confront the palace guards. Seeing this, the eunuch breathed a sigh of relief, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Xingqianga, you have dared to openly defy the imperial decree. I must hold you accountable for your actions." With a flick of his wrist, the eunuch signaled several armored guards to advance menacingly toward Xingqianga. The fifth prince observed the advancing guards, sighing softly. Suddenly, arrows flew through the air, striking the guards with lethal precision. As the guards clutched their wounds in disbelief and collapsed, the remaining guards surrounding the eunuch braced for an impending attack. In the courtyard appeared 5 formidable figures clad in black armor, wielding arrows and blades. From the street emerged 5 more black-armored guards. "How dare you?" The eunuch fumed, his delicate fingers trembling. "Xingqianga, not only have you defied the imperial decree, but you have also slain the palace guards. Death is the only outcome." His sharp words prompted the remaining guards to split. over 20 of them encircling Shang Changa. Chapter 111. Recruiting subordinates. Despite the oncoming guards, Shang Changa remained unfazed. He had already accessed the information of the 20 black armored guards through the system panel. Military unit. Black armored guard strength. All at the level of 1 Jia. Jia is a unit of strength defined by Shang Kingdom, equal to that of an ordinary soldier. Shang Changa perceived these 20 black armored guards as equivalent to 100 men. As the clashing of blades commenced, the palace guards erupted into cries of terror. Shang Changa marveled as one black armored guard deftly dispatched 2 palace guards with a single stroke of his blade. The maids and steward were paralyzed with fear at the scene unfolding before them. While the eunuch turned pale, 15 black armored guards surged into the remaining palace guards. A one-sided massacre ensued. Clang! The clash of blades rang out. The captain of the palace guards retreated, trembling, incredulous at the formidable force before him. But I possess the strength of 2 Jias, yet I am utterly outmatched. How could Shang Changa cultivate such terrifying power? As he muttered, another comrade fell beside him. They were doomed. What they thought would be an easy task had turned into a fight for their lives. In a mere 10 minutes, all the palace guards, including the small eunuch, lay slain in a pool of blood. Only 2 remained in the courtyard, the purple-clad eunuch and the captain of the guards. Take them away, Shang Changa instructed, taking a deep breath. He refrained from killing them, seeking to extract vital information regarding the false proclamation and the attempted poisoning of a prince, an endeavor that surely exceeded their daring. Once the black armored guards had escorted the 2 away, Shang Changa finally had the time to delve deeper into the system that had rescued him from despair. Could it truly conjure black armored guards and grant strategies? Are you a celestial being? System, Shang Changa cautiously inquired. In response, Utian produced a book and tossed it toward him. As he caught it, Shang Changa focused intently on the title, A Brief Introduction to the System, with the book in hand. He began to peruse its contents, page by page, absorbing the knowledge within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful crimson glow upon the courtyard's bricks and tiles, the cold bodies within remained unattended. A stark contrast to the serene beauty of the setting. Shang Changa closed the book. An ineffable astonishment lingered in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that such a divine artifact existed in the world, let alone that it had come into his possession. A chime sounded. Ding! The host has read for half an hour, completing one of the daily tasks, and has received a strategic pouch. The system's notification drew Shang Changa's focus. He understood the significance of the strategic pouch deeply. Had it not been for the system's pouch half an hour prior, how could he have known that those individuals dared to forge a royal decree? How does one acquire the strategic pouch? He inquired. The host simply needs to complete daily tasks, Utian replied, presenting a panel before Shang Changa. Read for half an hour completed. Recite 10 poems. 0-10. Do 500 push-ups. 0-500. Do 300 pull-ups. 0-300. I see. The black armored guard beside him interjected. Your Highness, I have gathered information. What did they say? Shang Changa turned, a fleeting glimmer of despondency crossing his eyes. In this vast courtyard, only the 20 black armored guards bestowed by the system were reliable. How ironic it was for a prince to find himself in such a predicament. Their testimonies were unanimous. It was the 3rd prince who had orchestrated this. The 3rd prince aims to eliminate his competitive brothers in his quest for the throne. The guard reported expressionlessly. Competitive brothers. Shang Changa mused, looking at himself with self-deprecation. I have fallen to such depths. Does the 3rd brother truly see me as a competitor? Not quite, the guard continued. The 3rd prince seeks to tarnish the 1st prince's reputation by falsely implicating him in the death of the 5th prince. You are merely a pawn in the 3rd prince's game, the guard stated plainly. Hearing the bluntness of the guard's words, Shang Changa chuckled and shook his head. How laughable, even after losing everything and ending up in this remote town. They still refuse to let me be. They treat me as a mere ant, a pawn. At this, Shang Changa's gaze turned icy. Being a member of the royal family, even without vying for the throne, he was inevitably ensnared in the struggle. If that is the case, then I shall contend for the throne. I shall be a surprise to all my brothers. Reflecting on his current circumstances, Shang Changa opened the newly acquired strategic pouch. Since the host was not dead, it would undoubtedly attract the 3rd prince's attention. To avoid being assassinated, the host must immediately recruit forces to bolster himself. The Lord of Qioshan City appeared to be a promising choice. The Lord of Qioshan City, he recalled, recalling his somewhat familiar relationship with the Lord. However, as the subsequent plans regarding the strategic pouch unfolded in his mind, his eyes brightened. Let us go to the Lord's residence. He beckoned to the 2 black armored guards beside him, instructing the others to remain and keep watch over the 2 who had forged the royal decree. Those 2 were the 3rd prince's most damning evidence. Upon arriving at the Lord's residence, Lord Qiuqing greeted him with a hint of surprise. Your Highness, it is rare for you to seek me out. Your Highness, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Qiu Qing said, leading Xingchanga into the Lord S abode. Seated across from each other, Qiu Qing boomed, "It has been some time. Your Highness still possesses such remarkable grace, while I appear to have aged considerably." "Ha ha ha. You flatter me, Lord Qiu." Xingchanga waved his hand. "In truth, I have come today to seek a favor. Speak freely, Your Highness." Qiu Qing replied with a hearty tone. "If it is within my power, I shall not hesitate." "I wish for you to become my subordinate," Xingchanga stated candidly, fixing his gaze upon Qiu Qing's eyes. The latter's expression clearly faltered, revealing a mix of conflict and embarrassment. "Your Highness, I have always been a man of the court. As a prince, I am naturally your subordinate. You understand my true meaning," Xingchanga pressed, halting Qiu Qing's awkward laughter. "My father is gravely ill, and my brothers are entangled in open and covert struggles for the throne. You must know that regardless of my actions, I will inevitably be swept into this turmoil. Thus, I no longer intend to feign ignorance. I need that throne, not for power, but merely to live in peace." His words plunged Qiu Qing into silence. A city lord. He comprehended that the fifth prince was compelling him to choose sides. Yet, he knew that no matter which prince he sided with, it would undoubtedly be a more advantageous position than aligning with the seemingly powerless Xingchanga. Sensing Qiu Qing's hesitation, Xingchanga took a sip of tea and remarked, "Your wife was killed by the seventh prince." "Shengua Ku, was she not?" Bang! The deeply buried resentment within Qiu Qing erupted at Xingchanga's words, causing him to rise in agitation. However, upon recalling the prince's status, he managed to suppress his ire. "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, please take your leave." The heavy words revealed Qiu Qing's suppressed fury. "I can help you exact your revenge." Xingchanga disclosed the information from the strategic pouch. Impressed by the system's revelations, you can help me seek vengeance." Qiu Qing spun around, as if a glimmer of hope had appeared before him. How long had he awaited someone to utter those words? Years ago, when his wife was treated so brutally at the hands of the seventh prince, he, a man of iron and bone, could do nothing, because that person was a prince favored by the emperor. He had been powerless. Thus, he buried his hatred deep within, never once seeing a glimmer of hope for revenge, until now. "Indeed," Xingchanga affirmed, "that I, too, am a prince. The enemies you cannot confront, I can." Chapter 112. The badge of the ascendant. Xingchanga's words bore no weighty tone. Yet the resolute glimmer in his eyes swayed Qiu Qing. If the fifth prince could truly avenge his wife's murder, Qiu Qing would rally the 5,000 city guards of Qiushan City and vow to follow him unto death. The burly man knelt on one knee, his face alight with hope. "Your late wife shall have her grievances avenged," Xingchanga sighed inwardly. Without the system's strategic pouch, how could he have uncovered the depths of this man's hatred? As their alliance solidified, the voice of the system echoed in Xingchanga's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, the host has recruited the first subordinate. A random gift pack has been awarded." Etion's voice shifted Xingchanga's focus. "Open the gift pack." "Ding! Congratulations, the host has received the badge of the Ascendant." Item: Badge of the Ascendant. Description: upon wearing, the host's demeanor will undergo a complete transformation, seamlessly switching between authority, ruthlessness, and amiability. The item's description intrigued Xingchanga. Something that could entirely elevate one's presence was indeed a divine artifact. After withdrawing his gaze from the system, Qiu Qing's voice broke through. "Your Highness, if you intend to vie for the throne, what plans do you have?" "I have a plan," Xingchanga replied cryptically. A plan he indeed had, such as completing those daily tasks to maximize his gains. Once he obtained the system's strategic pouch, he would have no worries concerning his plans for the throne. Upon hearing Xingchanga's words, Qiu Qing became attentive, realizing the fifth prince's intentions were not a mere impulsive decision. "Ding! A message has arrived from the black armored guard team. Does the host wish to view it?" The voice of Etion prompted Xingchanga to open the system panel. "A hostage is to be abducted." This message evidently pertained to the eunuch and the captain of the forbidden army who had forged the royal decree. Someone dared to snatch them from under the nose of a prince. "Qiu Qing, how many men can you muster at this moment?" Xingchanga directly questioned the lord of Qiushan City. "Excluding those on duty, I can gather over 2,000 men," Qiu Qing calculated thoughtfully. Then looked at Xingchanga in confusion. "Your Highness, is something amiss?" "Something has indeed occurred," Xingchanga replied, his brow furrowing. "Mobilize all available forces to my courtyard. I shall proceed ahead." The courtyard where Xingchanga resided, adorned with blue bricks and black tiles, now bore nearly 100 corpses. At the entrance, 18 black armored guards stood in formation, their blades stained with blood and flesh. Each guard resembled a deity of death, instilling terror in all who beheld them. Yet, the relentless battles had pushed them to their limits. To have such subordinates surprises me greatly. A corpulent man stood before the several hundred constables, his voice cold as ice. "I offer you one more chance. Release the eunuch and the captain of the forbidden army. His words were laced with murderous intent. However, the 18 black-armored guards remained unmoved, steadfast as wooden stakes. Very well, the corpulent man sneered, signaling his men. Release the arrows. Dozens of archers stepped forward, drawing their bows and unleashing a hail of arrows. In an instant, arrows capable of causing death appeared before the 18 armored guards. The sound of clashing metal resonated as their blades formed a defensive line, knocking down the arrows one by one. Even the county magistrate, whose heart harbored murderous intent, could not help but sigh in admiration. The coordination of these guards was nothing short of terrifying. During the 3 years of his exile, Shang Changa had not idled away his time. After several rounds of arrow rain, many of the guards bore wounds on their arms and legs. Struggling to remain standing with their blades propped against the ground, the enemy employed a tactic of overwhelming numbers and undeniable weakness for the guards. This was the consequence faced by the county magistrate. Clutching his belly with one hand and fanning himself with the other, he mused, I cannot comprehend how Shang Changa has fallen so low, yet still has these individuals willing to serve him. Shaking his head in mockery, the county magistrate spoke softly. Do you truly believe that even if I were to kill you all and burn this courtyard, Shang Changa would dare utter a word? His words not only displayed the magistrate's confidence but also reflected the smug expressions of the officials behind him, all of whom had powerful backers. However, shortly after his declaration, 3 figures emerged at the end of the street. Shang Changa and 2 armored guards. Is that so? You are so certain that I am the person you imagine. Upon seeing them, the corpulent magistrate was momentarily startled, but his greasy face soon broke into a grin. Excellent. I have been looking for you. And now you have finally emerged, to openly defy the imperial decree and detain the court official tasked with its announcement. Shang Changa, this charge alone is enough to imprison you. Pointing at Shang Changa. The magistrate's face was filled with derision. Yet, Shang Changa displayed no change in expression to the magistrate's words. Instead, he walked straight towards him. As Shang Changa approached, the magistrate squinted. What do you intend to do? He sensed something different about Shang Changa's demeanor today. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck half of the magistrate's face without warning. What are you doing? The magistrate stumbled back in disbelief, clutching his face. Shang Changa leaned in closer, whispering, Do you know your true identity? Do you understand who I am? I am a prince, and you are merely a county magistrate. The weight of his words caused the magistrate to tremble slightly. As he felt a regal authority emanating from Shang Changa, another slap landed on the same side of the magistrate's face. As a county magistrate, daring to lay hands on a prince's subordinate and addressing the prince by name was an audacious act. A third slap left the magistrate's head buzzing. Impudent. Seeing their magistrate in such a predicament, the 2 head constables rushed forward, brandishing their blades to protect him. Behind them, a host of constables drew their weapons, glaring fiercely at Shang Changa. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense and silent at the same time. The magistrate regained his senses, feeling the burning pain on his cheek, his eyes filled with rage. He was not merely a county magistrate. He was the brother-in-law of the 3rd prince. How dare you, a worthless prince, intimidate me like this? Fuming with anger, the magistrate ordered, arrest him and throw him into the dungeon. He feared no repercussions for offending Shang Changa. As the 3rd prince's backing emboldened him, without hesitation, the constables surged towards Shang Changa. However, as they closed in, a thunderous voice echoed from the end of the street. I dare anyone to lay a hand on his highness. The 5th prince. As the booming voice rang out, a contingent of soldiers armed with long spears surrounded the more than 500 constables. The situation had suddenly reversed. The magistrate furrowed his brow at the sight of the armored figure on horseback. Chiao Qing, this matter does not concern you. Do not involve yourself. The 5th prince is my lord. How could I remain passive when you offend him? The thunderous declaration left the magistrate swallowing hard. Are you implying that you stand with that worthless Shang Changa? Have you lost your mind? The magistrate pointed at Shang Changa. Do you truly believe he has a chance at the throne? What? Do you think I am unworthy? With his gaze lowered, Shang Changa exuded an indescribable aura of authority that made the magistrate break out in a cold sweat. In that moment, he instinctively compared Shang Changa to the 3rd prince, who was considered the most formidable contender for the throne, and found himself at a disadvantage in terms of presence. My lord, shall we kill them all? Chiao Qing rode up beside Shang Changa, causing the magistrate and all the constables to panic. The city guards surrounding them had all seen battle, their numbers far exceeding those of the constables. If a fight broke out, it would be a one-sided massacre. My lord, 5th prince, I am the brother-in-law of the 3rd prince, and likewise your brother-in-law. We are family. Let us discuss this calmly and not resort to threats of death. I will not kill you. Shang Changa replied with a light laugh that I will imprison you and wait for your sister's husband to come and ransom you. This. The magistrate breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, as long as His Highness does not kill me. Everything can be discussed. Take him away. Shang Changa called to the 2 armored guards. Once the magistrate was led away, Shang Changa turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals. The rest, kill them. His words, devoid of emotion, carried an unmistakable ruthlessness. Even Qiu Qing was taken aback. He had thought that Shang Changa would merely imprison the constables. He had not anticipated that the 5th prince would possess such decisiveness. Soldiers, kill. With the command given by Shang Changa, Qiu Qing hesitated no longer. As the city guards descended upon the constables, the air filled with cries of despair. Meanwhile, the magistrate, having been confined, trembled at the sounds of anguish echoing from outside. Standing in the courtyard, watching the lifeless bodies accumulate, Shang Changa closed his eyes momentarily. Born into a royal family, brutality was ingrained in his very being. After 3 years of silence, he needed this ferocity. A demonstration of his ruthlessness to establish his reputation. As night fell and the moon shone brightly over the capital of Xinghua, within the resplendent prince's residence, 3rd Prince Shang Tianlong reclined, embracing a fair-skinned, alluring woman while resting his head on another woman's legs, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Before long, a servant approached, bearing news. Your Highness, the Emperor has awakened. Shang Tianlong slightly opened his eyes. How long has he been awake? Just awoken. The servant confirmed that in that case, I must pay my respects to Father. Draping a luxurious robe over himself, Shang Tianlong turned slightly. Zhao Gonggong. Here, old servant is present. A soft-spoken, elderly eunuch appeared by Shang Tianlong's side. The prince marveled at Zhao Gonggong's ghostly agility, having witnessed it countless times. Although individuals with such capabilities were rare in this world, he could not deny that the martial arts here were worth aspiring to. Yet, more than martial prowess, he thought of the palace beauties described in the original memories, whose stunning beauty was his true motivation for entering this world. To possess so many women, the most straightforward approach was to become emperor. To wield the power of the realm by day and revel in the embrace of beautiful women by night. That was the purpose of his existence in this world. Accompany me to the palace to meet Father. Shang Tianlong instructed Zhao Gonggong. Old servant shall ensure your safety. Your Highness, Zhao Gonggong replied, bowing his head. Then a thought struck him. Your Highness, that young woman of the Wang family has been drugged and placed in your bed. Is that so? At the mention of the woman's figure, a wicked smile crept across Shang Tianlong's face. After meeting Father, I shall indulge in her company. Upon entering the palace, located at the heart of the capital, Shang Tianlong requested an audience with the emperor. The eunuch clad in purple immediately stepped forward to guide him. The vast palace was brilliantly illuminated, with patrols of the imperial guards stationed throughout. At Yuzha Palace, the residence of imperial concubine Yu, Shang Changa encountered a man in a purple and gold robe, a familiar face. Noticing the man's evident reluctance to engage in conversation and his desire to avoid him, Shang Tianlong's smile widened. Brother, why are you visiting the palace at such an hour? Is there something urgent? I came to pay my respects to Mother, the 7th prince replied awkwardly. Is that so? A faint scent of gardenias wafted to Shang Tianlong's nostrils. Glancing towards Yuzha Palace, he seemed to grasp something and offered the 7th prince a knowing smile. If you have no business, I shall take my leave. The 7th prince, feeling a chill from Shang Tianlong's gaze, hurriedly sought an excuse to depart. Continue leading the way. Shang Tianlong instructed the eunuch before him. In the sprawling palace, they wandered for what felt like an eternity, having gazed upon the palatial abodes inhabited by imperial consorts and concubines. Shang Tianlong squinted, a wave of excitement coursing through him. The Yuanshan Palace stood before him, the esteemed residence of the highest sovereign of the Shang Kingdom. Upon entering the palace, his eyes immediately fell upon an exquisitely beautiful figure. The woman, adorned in a delicate white gown, wore a silk ribbon upon her shoulders. As he looked up, he noticed her ample bosom constrained by a corset, revealing gentle curves, while her porcelain-like collarbone peeked through, accentuating her oval face, softly illuminated in a gentle glow, devoid of makeup, yet strikingly pure. This woman was Consort Shang, one of the emperor's most favored concubines, with her gentle willow-like brows slightly furrowed in concern. She carefully held a bowl of medicine, coaxing the ailing man on the bed to take another sip. Your Majesty, please take another sip. Drink more of the medicine, and you shall recover swiftly. Her tender voice was as sweet as syrup. Difficult to resist. You truly think me a child to be cajoled? The man on the bed chuckled softly, only to catch sight of Shang Tianlong waiting nearby. It's the 3rd prince. What brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something of importance? Despite his illness, the man spoke with an unmistakable authority. Consort Shang glanced at Shang Tianlong, her expression hinting at a sudden realization, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I come with no urgent matter. Shang Tianlong replied, casting a discreet glance at Consort Shang before bowing slightly to the man. That I merely heard that father has awakened and wish to pay my respects. You possess such filial piety. The man sighed. Unlike the others, who only know how to create trouble without accomplishing anything, his tone grew heavier, causing him to cough once more. Calm yourself, Consort Shang admonished gently, her concern evident. I am not yet on the brink of death. The man replied, slightly propping himself up. This time, he turned his full attention to Shang Tianlong. Speak. Third, you undoubtedly have something to say. That a father knows his son well. That in the past, he had never observed this son exhibiting such earnestness. I do have something I wish to inform you of, father, Shang Tianlong replied with a smile, feeling as though the topic was unfolding naturally without any need for prodding. Am I the protagonist? Where thoughts become reality, speak, the man urged, donning the garment handed to him by Consort Shang. That I recently visited the residence of the eldest brother. Shang Tianlong paused for effect, as if hesitating before continuing, and inadvertently came across an item. What item? The emperor chuckled. Are you attempting to keep me in suspense? Is it to be reported to me? I would not dare, Shang Tianlong replied, pursing his lips. It is a seal, inscribed with the 4 characters, Shang Guotianyun, Shang Guotianyun. Upon hearing these words, the emperor's brow furrowed. That is the seal used to draft imperial edicts. Are you certain the eldest possesses such an item? Although it was but a fleeting glimpse, I can affirm with certainty that it bore those 4 characters. At this moment, Shang Tianlong displayed the acting prowess he had honed in his previous life. His tone resolute and his expression steadfast. Listening to his third son, the emperor fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I understand. You may leave now. Father, take care of your health. I shall take my leave, Shang Tianlong thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. For he knew his objective had been achieved. It would not be long before the news of his 5th brother's demise, orchestrated by a counterfeit edict, reached the capital, and this old man's ears. That time, he would trace the seal back to the residence of the eldest prince. The most formidable competitor would be swiftly eliminated, securing his claim to the throne. In the Yuanshan Palace, after Shang Tianlong departed, the man on the bed fell into silence. Consort Shang, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from probing further, instead quietly tending to him. Are you not curious why I did not summon the eldest to confront them directly? The emperor's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Indeed, I am a bit curious, Consort Shang replied playfully, but since your majesty has not shared with me, I shall not pry. You understand me well. The man affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile gracing his lips. In truth, I can feel my body failing. Perhaps my time is drawing near. Your majesty, please do not speak in such a manner. The woman placed a finger gently upon his lips, her expression poised on the brink of tears. Life and death are the natural order of things. The man shook his head. I cannot deceive others, nor can I deceive myself, with the borders of the Shang kingdom restless. I fear that my demise would incite widespread conflict. The question of succession must be resolved promptly. His tone carried a note of lament. At this juncture, should the eldest prince refrain from egregious misconduct, I shall have no choice but to turn a blind eye. Does your majesty wish for the eldest prince to inherit the throne? Consort Shang, covering her mouth, felt that such matters were not for a woman to hear. The man shook his head. I have never found a suitable candidate, for in my eyes, they are all still children. Then what does your majesty intend to do? Consort Shang naturally continued the conversation, hearing her inquiry. The man took a deep breath. I shall send these children to the battlefield. Only those who emerge from the throes of combat are true men, capable of bearing the weight of an entire nation. Upon returning from the royal palace to his own residence, Shang Tianlong's thoughts turned to the young woman still lying in her chamber, igniting his interest, despite her fierce resistance to his advances. Even threatening her own life, he remained undeterred, for once he had tasted the forbidden fruit, she would inevitably yield by the following day. Should she remain obstinate, he would simply repeat the endeavor. He was well versed in such matters. As Shang Tianlong approached his quarters, a retainer hurriedly approached him. Your Highness, urgent news. The retainer's voice brimmed with urgency. Shang Tianlong furrowed his brow, sensing an interruption to his plans. Speak. That we have just received word that the 5th prince did not heed the imperial decree and has consumed poison. He did not drink it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Shang Tianlong's eyes. He openly defied the edict, or did he realize it was a forgery? This that my subordinate does not know. However, Eunuch Zi has already been detained by the 5th prince. How intriguing, Shang Tianlong mentally noted, recognizing that an unexpected variable had arisen in his meticulously crafted scheme against the eldest prince. That it seemed he had prepared a report for the old man for naught. You may leave, Shang Tianlong gestured dismissively to the retainer, who bowed and exited in the empty courtyard. Shang Tianlong removed the birdcage. According to the memories of the original owner, he had also cultivated a faction. It was an organization of assassins. Opening the birdcage, the birds flew forth into the darkness. Since the imperial edict could not eliminate the fifth prince, he would have to resort to more troublesome means, dispatching an assassin to eliminate him. Furthermore, this was not solely about undermining the eldest prince. The eunuch who had read the counterfeit edict had also fallen into Shang Changa's grasp, clearly becoming his leverage. From this perspective, Shang Changa, too, must meet his end. In dealing with a mere maid's offspring, he felt no need for restraint. He merely needed to contemplate how to utilize this pawn to upend the opponent's entire board. As dawn broke in Shoshan City, the district magistrate's residence. After capturing the rotund magistrate, Shang Changa became the new master of this domain. In the training grounds, a man was sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, observing the system panel indicating 7,500. Shang Changa finally comprehended the arduous nature of this daily task. Initially, he had thought the novel exercise of push-ups would be a breeze, yet the reality of engaging in it revealed its true exhaustion. Each repetition had to be executed to perfection, and a minimum of 100 was required to record the progress, with only 30 remaining to reach the count of 100. Gritting his teeth, Shang Changa continued, sweat pouring down his body. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, the architect of the daily tasks, tinkered with the system panel in the system space. Previously, without integrating the extraordinary powers from the earlier realms and maximizing the attributes of an ordinary person, he could at most create beings akin to the black armored guards. However, since yesterday, having begun to decipher the cultivation system of this world, Yi Tian devised more constructs that would not be rejected by this realm. For example, utilizing the second-tier strength of the Imperial Guard to derive the prowess of a 10th-tier expert. This world was not a high martial arts realm. For the time being, the devised methods would suffice. Much like the nuclear bomb from the previous world, it was best to conserve resources, as that single item had consumed over 8,000 points. A truly unprofitable venture to 9899.100 AT last. Upon completing the 100th standard push-up, Shang Changa collapsed to the ground, having reached his limit. Were it not for his years of maintaining fitness, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to endure. He now comprehended the challenge posed by this novel exercise. Glancing at the remaining tasks, long-distance running, 30 li, squats, 0,500, pull-ups, 0,310, he resolved to attempt them gradually. However, for the sake of the system's grand strategy, he would inevitably need to complete each one in due time. Ding, a new day dawned, and the host could check in to receive rewards. Check in? Upon hearing the system's voice, Shang Changa promptly replied, "System, let me check in. Tian. That engaging with ancient individuals indeed presents some communication barriers." Ding, the host has successfully checked in and received an exceptional swift messenger pigeon. As Yi Tian's mechanical voice faded, Shang Changa felt a weight in his hands. A pigeon, its feathers as smooth and white as jade, and its eyes the hue of cinnabar, landed gracefully in his palm. A swift messenger pigeon. Gazing at the avian beauty, Shang Changa was taken aback, not only by its ethereal elegance, but also by its description. Item, swift messenger pigeon. Description, an extraordinarily proficient messenger, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in less than a day. The description imbued the pigeon with an aura of preciousness in Shang Changa's eyes. 1,000 miles in a day. He had never heard of any pigeon achieving such a feat. Upon returning to his residence and settling the pigeon, Shang Changa isolated himself in his study. Compared to the other mundane tasks assigned by the system, reading was decidedly simpler. Half an hour later. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of reading for half an hour. Reward, 1 strategic pouch. Yi Tian's voice pulled Shang Changa back to reality. As the half hour elapsed, the daylight began to brighten. After breakfast, Shang Changa, accompanied by 2 black armored guards, proceeded to the prison. Inside the dimly lit prison, the anguished cries of inmates echoed intermittently, and the air carried a hint of decay. Upon his arrival, a group of constables on duty bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness, the 5th Prince." These constables, remnants left in the magistrate's office, had narrowly escaped death. With Shang Changa assuming control of the office, they had undoubtedly pledged their allegiance. "Take me to see the 3 individuals brought in yesterday." The 3 he referred to were unmistakably the magistrate and the purple-robed eunuch. "Your Highness, please follow me," replied the constable, maintaining a respectful demeanor with his head bowed. Guided by several constables, Shang Changa traversed the passage lined with cells, ultimately arriving at a relatively clean prison cell. Inside were the rotund magistrate, the purple-robed eunuch, and the captain of the Imperial Guards, all in a state of disarray, having lived extravagantly for half their lives. They could scarcely fathom that they would find themselves in such dire straits. Rest assured, my two lords, the magistrate declared, his expression fierce. Shang Changa has promised that my brother-in-law will secure my release. Once I am free, I will surely report his disobedience to the emperor and have him punished. The magistrate's demeanor revealed his ignorance regarding the matter of falsely transmitting imperial edicts. After all, Shang Tianlong was astute and would not divulge everything. The magistrate had genuinely believed that Shang Changa had defied the emperor's orders, and upon realizing that this fallen prince dared to contravene the edict, he had entertained the notion of intervening by imprisoning Shang Changa and reporting it to the third prince. He envisioned claiming all the glory for himself. Such splendid aspirations, however, were ruthlessly dashed. Nevertheless, the raging flames of his anger only intensified. How dare a criminal who defied the emperor appear so triumphant? Once he was free, the magistrate vowed to make Shang Changa pay dearly. The other two prisoners exchanged awkward glances at the magistrate's words, guilt evident in their silence. Just then, a group of people appeared outside the prison, and at the forefront was none other than Shang Changa, clad in a fitted azure robe, exuding an air of nonchalance. What an ambitious magistrate we have, he remarked with a smirk. As he materialized, a sheen of sweat broke out on the magistrate's chubby face, still marked by the imprint of a slap. Your Highness. Fifth sister-in-law, I was merely jesting, he stammered. Unfazed, Shang Changa commanded, open the cell door and bring those two out. The two he referred to were evidently the purple-robed eunuch and his companion, watching helplessly as the two fellow prisoners were dragged away. The magistrate quivered, unable to utter a single word. The haunting screams of the 500 constables from the previous day still echoed in his ears. He was now gripped by an overwhelming fear of Shang Changa. In the interrogation room, a furnace blazed with a glowing iron seal, and bloodied instruments of torture lay on a nearby table. The purple-robed eunuch and the captain of the Imperial Guards exhibited palpable unease and terror. Fifth Prince, I have already confessed yesterday. What more do you wish to do? The eunuch's voice quivered slightly. Not be afraid. I merely wish for you to write a letter, Shang Changa replied, intrigued as he picked up the iron seal from the furnace. Gulping nervously, the eunuch hastily responded, Your Highness, please instruct us. We shall write whatever you desire. Precisely, Shang Changa nodded slightly, placing paper and ink on the table. Write down the mastermind behind the false imperial edict. His calm tone brooked no argument, which elicited apprehensive glances between the eunuch and the captain, revealing their reluctance. Chapter 116. The message, Your Highness. If we reveal the mastermind, the third prince will not spare us. They had still harbored some hope from their verbal confessions yesterday, believing it was merely oral. But now, if they were to inscribe it in writing, even if they managed to escape, the third prince would likely seek retribution. If you do not write it, I can kill you right now. There was no room for negotiation. Hearing Shang Changa's words, both men displayed a glimmer of despair that I won't write it. After all, I'm dead either way. The captain of the guards, defiant, declared, hoping to pressure Shang Changa into retreating. However, the fifth prince's response was entirely unexpected. Not writing, then die. With a casual wave, Shang Changa beckoned his black-armored guards. Following his command, the guards stepped forward, drawing their blades that a flash of cold steel glimmered. Thud. Clutching the gaping wound in his neck, the captain gazed in disbelief at Shang Changa. If only heaven would grant him another chance. Thud. The captain collapsed to the floor of the interrogation room. Nearby, the eunuch's face was splattered with blood, and as he watched the lifeless body of the captain twitching involuntarily at his feet, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Warmth soaked through his trousers. He was utterly paralyzed by fear. This is the consequence of refusing to write, Shang Changa stated, turning his gaze to the purple-robed eunuch. Will you write or not? I will write. I shall do so immediately, the eunuch exclaimed, hastily seizing the brush and ink from the table. To avoid immediate death, he knew he had to comply. After a brief interval, a densely inscribed confession document appeared on the table. Placing his thumbprint on it, Shang Changa observed as the eunuch, trembling, pressed his blood-red imprint onto the paper. With that, the confession was officially sealed. That a cursory glance revealed that it detailed Shang Tianlong's schemes and the entire process of fabricating the imperial edict. Such cunning made Shang Changa admire his royal brother's cleverness. Rather than confronting the first prince directly, he sought to undermine him through his demise. The only miscalculation in the entire scheme was that he had been saved by the system before consuming the poison wine. His underestimation of this disgraced prince had ultimately led to his acquisition of this damning evidence. Having obtained what he sought, Sheng Chang'e ordered the purple-robed eunuch to be returned to the prison. Within his residence, a pigeon alighted on Sheng Chang'e's hand. Unexpectedly, the item he had received from his morning check-in was now of immediate use. So it is, he murmured, tying a rolled-up letter to the pigeon's leg. Go, deliver this to the royal palace in the capital for my father. The letter contained the confession penned by the purple-robed eunuch. While this was indeed a weapon against the third prince, Sheng Chang'e did not perceive it as such. This grave offense, in his view, was sufficient to topple Sheng Tianlong. Once the third prince was ousted, he would undoubtedly regain favor in the emperor's eyes. He had not resorted to using the strategic pouch. These were simply Sheng Chang'e's thoughts. After the pigeon departed, Sheng Chang'e glanced at the system panel. The daily tasks awaited his completion as the sun rose high in the sky, casting its rays upon the realm. Within the imperial palace of Sheng Nation, the emperor sat in the moon-viewing pavilion, gazing at the setting sun with a hint of weariness. Has there been no news from General Li regarding the northern conflict? The man in dragon robes inquired in a flat tone to the eunuch behind him. Your Majesty, some days ago, General Li mentioned that the military supplies were tight, and that the soldiers in the north lack adequate winter clothing. Humph. At this remark, a flicker of anger crossed the emperor's pallid face, weakened by illness. Does that scoundrel Li Yuanxian truly believe I am incapable? Military supplies, silver, clothing. What have I not exhausted the nation's resources to provide for him? Yet what good news has he delivered in months? Coughing violently, the emperor's agitation was palpable. Your Majesty, do not let your anger affect your health, the attending eunuch urged. How pitiful. The man in dragon robes slowly shook his head. My Sheng Nation has nearly 100 million citizens, yet we are utterly powerless against the northern barbarians. Listening to the emperor's lament, the eunuch fell silent. Wei Gonggong, tell me, of my sons, is there anyone capable of managing the northern war? The unexpected question left Wei Gonggong hesitating. This old servant does not know. I dare not speculate. Speak. The emperor's tone carried an air of command. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Gonggong finally voiced his thoughts. There is none. Ha ha ha, such honesty pleases me. The emperor chuckled, but the smile bore a significant hint of loneliness. Among these princes, which one do you believe possesses the greatest capacity to govern the state? In response to the emperor's inquiry, Wei Gonggong replied, from my perspective, among the numerous princes, the first prince, the third prince, and the sixth prince are all worthy of significant responsibility. Among these three, the first prince enjoys the support of 70% of the civil officials in the court. The third prince, on the other hand, is cherished by the concubines in the harem. As for the sixth prince, he is favored primarily by the military generals. Listening quietly to Wei Gonggong's words, the man nodded slowly. After a moment of contemplation, he mentioned a figure that had somewhat faded from his memory. What about the fifth prince? The fifth prince. A look of confusion crossed Wei Gonggong's face. Unbeknownst to him, earlier that morning, while reviewing memorials, the emperor had come across information regarding Qiushan City. The fifth prince, whom he had relegated to the remote borderlands, had ruthlessly executed 500 people. Such a disposition is not to be underestimated. This incident has caused Sheng Chang'e to re-emerge in the Emperor Sheng Fang's consciousness. The fifth prince reportedly lacks any notable supporters, and, when compared to the other three princes, seems to fall short. Wei Gonggong expressed his evaluation. Indeed, relative to personal capability, the support of ministers is far more crucial. Naturally, exceptional personal ability would also garner substantial ministerial backing. Sheng Fang chose not to elaborate further. Rising slowly, he said, let us depart. The sun is setting. As he spoke, Sheng Fang made his way towards the moon-viewing pavilion. At that moment, a pure white dove flew towards him from a distance. Observing the dove, Emperor Sheng Fang instinctively raised his hand, and it gracefully landed upon it. The scroll was tied to the dove's leg, clearly visible that he removed the note. The dove took flight. Chapter 117. The black and white duo watching the departing messenger dove. Sheng Fang felt a hint of curiosity. This dove had clearly been sent deliberately to him. He handed the scroll to Wei Gonggong, saying, read it for me. What does it say? Certainly, Your Majesty. Taking the rolled parchment from the tube, Wei Gonggong unfurled it. As the contents of the letter came into view, he was taken aback. What is it? Sheng Fang noticed the change in Wei Gonggong's demeanor. Your Majesty, this lettered it fills me with dread. Read it aloud. The man furrowed his brows as he spoke. Seeing the emperor's insistence, Wei Gonggong ceased to hesitate. Li Qiu, a fifth-rank eunuch in the palace, was invited to the residence of the third prince on the evening of October 8th. The first year of Sheng Nation, 501. The third prince promised a substantial reward. and instructed me to falsely convey an imperial decree to the 5th prince in Qiushan City at 8s. Each line was red. The color drained from Sheng Fang's face, transforming from pale to a deep shade of ashen fury. Your Majesty, this letter cannot be genuine. Please do not distress your royal health. Once Wei Gonggong finished reading, he hurriedly added, taking a deep breath. Sheng Fang struggled to suppress his inner rage. The information within the letter may not be entirely accurate, but the matter of the false decree is likely true. Such an issue could easily be investigated if they summoned the confessing eunuch Li Qiu from Qiushan City and the mastermind, destroy the letter. Ultimately, Sheng Fang could only sigh in resignation in the current turbulent state of affairs. No matter how furious he felt, he could not reveal his stance. To take action against the 3rd prince would implicate far too many individuals. This letter merely added to his sense of helplessness and disappointment in Sheng Tianlong. In Qiushan City, Sheng Chang'e remained oblivious to the fact that his letter had vanished without a trace present. He was nearing the completion of a long-distance run. After a few breaths, upon concluding his final sprint, the system's voice resonated in his mind like a clear spring in the mountains. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task of long-distance running. You are rewarded with a strategic pouch. Within a single day, receiving 2 strategic pouches is quite commendable for Sheng Chang'e. He had initially considered continuing with push-ups, but the difficulty proved overwhelming. Each set required 100 proper forms, presenting a substantial challenge. Glancing around, he realized he had unknowingly run beyond the city limits. The trees on either side loomed darkly, while the full moon above cast a gentle glow upon the tranquil official road. As he made his way back towards the city, he soon heard a woman's desperate cries. Help! Help me! From the nearby woods, a woman clad in a white dress, her attire disheveled, raced toward the road, glancing fearfully behind her, as if pursued by something terrifying. Sheng Chang'e furrowed his brows, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, the woman sprinting from the woods headed directly toward him. As she drew near, he could discern her extraordinary beauty. Her smooth chin framed a delicate mouth, her nose elegantly shaped, and her tear-filled, fearful eyes resembled those of a startled fawn. Within a brief moment, this disheveled woman grasped Sheng Chang'e's arm. Young master, save me. I have encountered villains. Villains? Sheng Chang'e turned to peer into the depths of the woods. How many are there? Many, the woman sobbed. Young master, you must save me. Many? Upon hearing this, Sheng Chang'e felt a chill run through him. System, employ the strategic pouch. Let me know how to escape this peril. As the words left his mouth, a system panel appeared, revealing a message. Ding! The host has encountered the 3rd prince's assassination organization, the formidable duo known as the Black and White Duo. The strategic pouch is now activated for an update to break the deadlock. Reading the line on the system panel, Sheng Chang'e was taken aback. The Black and White Duo? He hadn't expected the 3rd prince to send assassins so swiftly. It seemed that this was tied to the young woman beside him. Realizing this, Sheng Chang'e glanced at the woman. A message from the system flashed in his mind. This one is by Sha, one of the Black and White Duo, skilled in luring men to their doom. The host must not act rashly or expose her. Cooperate with her in the charade. Hearing the system's voice, Sheng Chang'e was momentarily stunned that an assassin was right beside him. If not for the system's warning against rash actions, he would have certainly fled immediately. Young master, the villains are coming. The woman beside him uttered with a tremor of anxiety. There was no hint of a killer in her demeanor. She appeared more like a caring and kind sister. Let us go. Reflecting on the system's reminder to play along with her act, Sheng Chang'e did not hesitate. Grasping the woman's hand, he led her toward the city. The white-clad woman, taken aback by his sudden action, gazed at him with surprise. Most men would likely have abandoned her as a burden and fled alone. However, this did not necessarily indicate anything. Perhaps this man had ulterior motives. A subtle smile played on her lips as she resumed her fearful fade. After running for what felt like a significant time, they finally spotted the city gates of Qiushan ahead. That we should be safe here. Thank you for rescuing me, young master, the woman said softly, her expression somewhat timid. You need not thank me. It was merely a chance encounter. We part ways here. As he spoke, he showed no signs of lingering, departing immediately. This unexpected turn left by Sha momentarily bewildered. Had her allure faded? In the past, any target she aimed to assassinate would have sought to take advantage of her disheveled appearance. Young master, wait. Bai Sha seized Sheng Chang'e's arm. Feeling the sudden tug, Sheng Chang'e's heart raced with urgency. Young master, you have saved me. Will you not grant me the opportunity to repay you? Bai Sha said, biting her lip, her eyes misty, her shoulders garment slipping slightly to reveal a delicate curve. that I in such a tantalizing and seductive moment. Xingchanga remained entirely uninterested. A repayment is unnecessary. It was merely a matter of convenience. He spoke with utmost sincerity, leaving Baisha slightly perplexed. Was this man truly so oblivious? She had made her intentions so apparent. Could he possibly be a fool? Young master, how could you so lightly dismiss such a significant favor? Baisha again showcased her acting skills. I have no wealth to offer. Instead, let me dedicate myself to you. As she spoke, she assumed a bashful demeanor. I am still untainted. Ding, the host is advised to refuse and to denounce such lewd behavior. The denunciation must not be less than 10,000 words. The system's prompt aligned with Xingchanga's own thoughts. Knowing she was an assassin, how could he possibly trust her words? He was bound to decline. However, the latter part of the message left Xingchanga astonished. To denounce her, would that not provoke her wrath and lead to his demise? Chapter 118. Questioning the emperor, noticing the man in front of her seemed lost in thought, Baisha inwardly scoffed. It appeared this man was just another slave to his desires. At the tender age of 10, she had witnessed her mother being brutally violated to death by a gang of robbers. And from that moment on, she vowed to exterminate all beasts in the world. As an assassin, she had lured her targets to their doom time and again. Almost every male target had succumbed to her beauty. And just when they intended to take advantage of her, that was when their demise arrived. She firmly believed that there were no good men in this world, including the father who had abandoned her and her sister and mother. As Baisha's thoughts raced, she unexpectedly noticed the man before her abruptly release her hand, his brow furrowed. Young master, do you find this place unsuitable? We could retreat to the thicket. Baisha stepped closer. Her tone soft and enticing, an invitation to commit a crime. She believed that the man before her was merely posturing, a type she had encountered many times before. Ultimately, those men could never restrain themselves. Keep your distance. Your actions make me feel sullied. It's just one meeting, and yet you entangle me in such a manner, more lascivious than a courtesan. Such behavior tarnishes the reputation of my Sheng nation. As she spoke with righteous indignation, Baisha was momentarily taken aback. What was this man saying? Was he insulting her, or had she misheard? Clinging to the notion of saving grace, his mind was filled with decaying thoughts. If your family were to see you now, how heartbroken they would be. He boasted of his purity, yet how many children had likely been lost within her? Each word struck her like a heavy hammer upon her chest. Baisha listened, transitioning from confusion to outrage, and finally to shameful silence. In contrast, Xingchanga, after an entire incense stick's worth of time, had exhausted every vile term he could conceive. Fortunately, he had reached the limit of his tirade. I have no desire to linger with a woman like you. Pointing at the shame-faced woman before him, the voice of Yi Tian echoed in his mind. The host may leave. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xingchanga did not hesitate and turned to depart. As he observed the man's retreating figure, Baisha contemplated his earlier righteous stance, lost in thought for a long while. This man seemed different from others. As Xingchanga walked further away, a gust of wind rustled through the forest. A stunning woman clad in a black dress appeared beside Baisha. At first glance, one could easily discern that this black-clad woman mirrored Baisha's countenance. They were twins, yet their auras were worlds apart. The woman in black bore a more frigid and unexpressive demeanor. You couldn't even handle a commoner. How embarrassing, mocked the black-dressed Baisha, clutching her sword. Subsequently, she brushed past her sister, intending to eliminate the target. Suddenly, Baisha obstructed her path. This man must not be killed. He is our target designated by the third prince. It is our mission. The black-clad Baisha furrowed her brow. I don't care. He cannot be killed right now. Her sister, Baisha, clearly did not wish to reason. This incited a flicker of anger on the black-clad woman's cold-faced, "Asa killer. How can you refuse to eliminate the target and impede my mission? Do you even possess the demeanor of a killer? You dare to shout at me?" Baisha straightened her disheveled clothing, pouting, with tears welling in her eyes. The black-clad woman retorted, I once vowed to remain loyal to Yang Guifei until death. Now that she has passed, her child, the third prince, is our master. We must fulfill the task given by the third prince. The third prince is merely a hypocrite, Baisha muttered under her breath. You know well how he looked at us back then. Silence. The black-clad woman raised her voice slightly. Yang Guifei saved our lives. Her offspring must not be slandered. After stating this, the black-clad woman inhaled deeply and continued. I can refrain from killing that man, but only for today. Think carefully. Though frustrated, as the elder sister, she made a concession. You are the best. Baisha embraced her sister's arm, laughing joyfully. On the other side. Having escaped from Baisha, Xingchanga returned to the magistrate's residence. Although he had narrowly dodged a calamity, he felt little joy. The decisiveness and swiftness of Shang Tianlong's actions had exceeded his expectations. However, the other party likely did not anticipate that he would rapidly relay the false imperial edict to the emperor. The carrier pigeon should have delivered the message by now. It merely depended on how his father would punish the third prince. In the dead of night, the carrier pigeon returned, bearing a new letter tied to its foot. Shang Changa lit the oil lamp, excitement coursing through him as he unfolded the letter. The handwriting unmistakably belonged to his father. Yet, the contents of the letter left his expression frozen. Changa, I am aware of your intentions. That imperial edict was not a fabrication. I personally drafted it to compensate you somewhat. Yet, it has led to a misunderstanding. I do not blame you for disobeying the edict, as your actions stemmed from concern. Tomorrow, I will allocate 1,000 acres of fertile land in Beishua County for your tranquility. The brief letter felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Shang Changa. He had never expected, nor could he fathom, that his father would handle the matter in such a manner, directly denying the false edict, thus safeguarding Shang Tianlong, and then offering 1,000 acres of land as compensation. How laughable! Was this still the father he knew? Shang Changa clutched the letter tightly. His greatest trump card seemed to have created no ripples. The current emperor had not regarded him at all. He felt like an outsider. Has the host encountered a dilemma? Yi Tian's voice echoed at that moment. Hearing the system's voice, Shang Changa felt as if he had discovered a lifeline. System, what should I do now? As he uttered this, a sense of despondency enveloped him. His mother, a palace maid, had been targeted by various concubines and ultimately succumbed to suicide in the palace. His father appeared to him as a complete stranger. Now, apart from the system, he had no support. The host possesses a clever stratagem. Why not attempt to utilize it? A clever stratagem. In such a situation, his father had already expressed his stance. What else could be done? What change could occur? Shang Changa could see no path to resolution. Nevertheless, he silently resolved to employ the clever stratagem. The next moment, words appeared on the system panel. The emperor treats the host unjustly. The host must demonstrate an attitude. Please go to the imperial palace and confront the emperor directly. Chapter 119. The meeting with Shang Tianlong. Please go to the imperial palace and confront the emperor directly. Gazing at the words, Shang Changa questioned whether he had misread. Could such a scheme genuinely be feasible? After all, in this era, he still harbored a certain fear of the emperor. Despite his reluctance, the host should trust the system. Yi Tian urged confidently. Having read the original text, Shang Changa understood the emperor's character. With the system's response, he cast a glance at the clever stratagem, and a flicker of determination crossed his gaze. Indeed, the system had never deceived him. Whether it was preventing him from drinking poison, recruiting the General Qiu Qing, or evading the recent assassination attempt, each event had unfolded differently due to the system's intervention. Now, with the system providing a strategy, he could not falter. Given his father's treatment, he must confront him directly. The following day, at dawn, Shang Changa first completed his system sign-in, receiving the book How to Become a Classy Host. After securing the book, he set off. His destination was the Imperial Palace, a place he had not visited in 3 years. He traveled with only 2 black-armored guards for safety. The journey from the northern border to the capital was not far. He could arrive within a day and night. The carriage trotted along the road, and beside it, Shang Changa kept pace. A new day brought new daily tasks. By evening, ding, the host has completed the long-distance running task. Earning 1 clever stratagem. Ding, the host has read for half an hour. Earning 1 clever stratagem. With the acquisition of 2 clever stratagems from the system, Shang Changa felt emboldened. After a night's journey, the carriage arrived in the bustling capital. This day, the item he signed in for was a skill, basic Western and Chinese medicine. Having passed the checkpoints, he entered the capital. Compared to 3 years ago, the city now appeared even more prosperous and lively to Shang Changa. Expansive courtyard buildings and vendors calling out could be seen everywhere. Among the throngs, he even spotted several foreign merchants with distinct Western features. His arrival did not attract much attention, as he was dressed quite ordinarily. Stop! Stop! You beggar woman! A sudden shout in the street captured Shang Changa's attention. He turned to see a group of men in simple clothes chasing after a woman clad in a red outfit. Her bare feet, adorned with anklets, drew the gaze of many as she fled. Though she appeared somewhat flustered, her expression was more one of shame. In the distance, Yi Tian whispered in Shang Changa's mind. The timing is just right. The opportunity is perfect. The heroine has yet to encounter Shang Tianlong. Ding! A temporary task has been issued. Task: heroic rescue of a beauty. Description: as a host, how can one lack a chivalrous heart? How could one watch the weak be bullied without intervening? Task completion. Reward of 1 task package. Task failure. No penalties. Heroic rescue of a beauty. Observing the sudden task, Shang Changa felt puzzled. Wasn't it said she was a beggar? Shouldn't she be chaste, Clearly, he held little interest in this task. After all, he had just arrived in the imperial city and did not wish to draw unnecessary attention. Ding! Task failure. The difficulty of the host's daily tasks has doubled. The system's voice rang in his mind once more, causing Shang Changa to lose his composure. System, didn't you say there were no penalties for failure? Yu Tian slightly shook his head, offering no response. What can they do to me? The penalties for failure looming before her were insurmountable, leaving Shang Changa no choice but to press on. A woman, darting down the street, frequently cast anxious glances over her shoulder. After all, she was a woman, and a pampered one at that. The men pursuing her were steadily closing the distance. Reflecting on her predicament, Yu Jie felt a surge of injustice. Her purse had been securely fastened to her waist during dinner. Yet somehow, it had vanished by the time the bill arrived. Despite her insistence that she had the means to pay, the restaurant stubbornly refused to believe her, insisting she must remain as collateral for her debt. Faced with this reality, Yu Jie had no choice but to flee back to her residence, hoping that everything would resolve itself. Alas, her hopes were misplaced, for she was no match for those men in speed. With a sudden stumble, Yu Jie fell to the ground, her skirt torn, and her delicate knees marred by ghastly gashes. Sobbing in pain, she sat there when the group of thugs closed in. Still trying to escape? Bring her back. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a nearby tea house, a young man clad in lavish golden robes sipped bitter tea, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's about time, eunuch Zhao. It's my turn to be the hero and rescue the damsel. This man was none other than the third prince, Shang Tianlong. Observing the woman from afar, he found himself increasingly pleased, not only for the influence she represented, but also for her own merit, which he now deemed worthy of inclusion in his harem. Just as Shang Tianlong prepared to descend, he paused, spotting a man blocking the thugs on the street. His expression darkened as he recognized the intruder. This fellow has come to the imperial city. Did the black and white twins fail to eliminate him? On the street, Shang Changa stood defiantly before the thugs, pointing at the tear-streaked woman behind him. How much does she owe for her meal? I shall pay it. Who do you think you are? Country bumpkin? Step aside. The thugs exchanged puzzled glances towards the tea house where the third prince resided, bewildered by Shang Changa's unexpected appearance. Will 10 taels suffice? He produced a modest sum of money. To an ordinary citizen, 10 taels represented a month's worth of earnings, and in Shang Changa's eyes, it was more than adequate. 10 taels. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The thugs sneered, preparing to shove Shang Changa aside in order to drag the woman away. Yet, Yu Jie, still in their grasp, cried out in confusion. But you said the dishes only cost 3 taels. Who said 3 taels? A gaunt thug shouted back. We're talking about 3 taels of gold. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. 3 taels of gold equated to 30 taels of silver. Such audacity incited a cold glare from Shang Changa. As the system had predicted, these men wielded the restaurant's reputation as a facade. Their true intent was to abduct the woman. With an air of authority, Shang Changa regarded the thugs, his presence radiating confidence. 3 taels of gold. I'll give it to you, but do you dare accept it? He brandished 3 gold ingots, causing the thugs to gulp in trepidation. However, a flicker of greed ignited their thoughts. Was this man truly foolish enough to offer such a sum? The thinnest thug, eyes gleaming with avarice, snatched the gold ingot from Shang Changa's hand. Yet, just as he did, Shang Changa declared, in broad daylight, you dare rob another's wealth. Such villains deserve punishment, the thugs faltered. Momentarily taken aback. Isn't this for the woman's meal? Are you daft? Shang Changa retorted. You truly believe a normal person would pay such a hefty sum for an unknown's meal? Seize these robbers, Shang Changa commanded, gesturing to his 2 black-armored guards. As they approached, the thugs trembled, fear coursing through them. I warn you not to act recklessly. This is the imperial city, and the patrols will arrive shortly. Yet, as the thugs remained undeterred, one in tattered blue cloth threatened, you'll regret this. We have the third. Before he could finish, he clutched his throat, unable to utter another word. His eyes bulged in terror, and he collapsed onto the street, lifeless. Panic erupted among the onlookers, who fled in all directions, while the remaining thugs scrambled to escape. Shang Changa regarded the fallen thug, a single thought echoing in his mind, silencing. Then, his gaze shifted to an elegant figure in the distance. Clad in resplendent robes, Shang Tianlong appeared, accompanied by eunuch Zhao, without a hint of embarrassment at being discovered. Approaching Shang Changa, Shang Tianlong greeted him with a veneer of cordiality. It has been a while, 5th brother. Indeed, Shang Changa replied coolly, aware of the numerous attempts on his life by this so-called brother. Despite their familial ties, there was no warmth in his voice. Shang Tianlong discerned the tension in Shang Changa's demeanor. Do take care, dear brother. Don't act foolishly during your stay in the capital. This was an unmistakable warning against revealing the matter of the forged imperial edict to the emperor. Little did he know. The emperor was already aware of the situation, and revealing it could lead to even greater recklessness on Tianlong's part. Thank you for your concern, brother, Sheng Chang'e replied with a faint smile, subtly indicating his intent to depart. There was nothing more to discuss between them. As Sheng Chang'e turned to leave, Yujia looked up at Sheng Tianlong, her voice trembling. You were the third prince, that man just now, he is your brother? Chapter 120. A painful strategy in the imperial palace. Sheng Chang'e's arrival drew considerable attention. A prince banished to the fringes for 3 years had returned to the capital. The emperor had not permitted his return, and his actions could surely provoke the emperor's wrath. Amidst the whispers of palace maids and eunuchs, Sheng Chang'e navigated the corridors of the palace, guided by his recollections towards the Dragoness Abyss Hall. However, halfway through, a squad of imperial guards intercepted him. Apologies, fifth prince, but you cannot roam freely within the palace. The system chimed in with a clever strategy. Without hesitation, Sheng Chang'e recognized the necessity of employing it. Subdue them, came Yi Tian's blunt command. Such a straightforward approach would have been unthinkable for any other prince, given the sanctity of the palace. Yet, with the system's guidance, Sheng Chang'e acted without a moment's pause. He gestured to his 2 black-armored guards, and within moments, the group of 7 or 8 imperial guards lay incapacitated, much to the astonishment of the surrounding palace staff. The spectators were not only shocked by the prowess of the black-armored guards, but also by the audacity of the fifth prince to act so brazenly within the palace grounds. No other prince had ever dared such defiance. It is time to make my presence known, Sheng Chang'e murmured, stepping over the groaning guards as he continued towards the emperor's residence. As the palace maids and eunuchs watched him depart, hushed whispers filled the air. What does the fifth prince intend to do? Is he planning a rebellion? How outrageous! While they speculated, Sheng Chang'e and his black-armored guards encountered another group of imperial guards. Aware of the fate that had befallen their comrades, this new group numbered over 100. Fifth prince, while you may be royal, we cannot allow such brazen actions in the palace, the captain proclaimed, his voice laced with authority. Who says I am breaking in? Sheng Chang'e countered, his gaze drifting behind the guards. The system's clever strategy proved once more to be infallible. But a venerable eunuch, wielding a feather duster, approached with an air of command. Stand down. I shall escort him to see the emperor. The gray-haired Wei Gonggong's arrival immediately diffused the tension. You two may stand down. The fifth prince shall accompany me. Wei Gonggong gestured towards the 2 black-armored guards. Sheng Chang'e nodded nonchalantly, his heart filled with emotion. Had it not been for the commotion, he would undoubtedly have been blocked at the door, denied even the chance to meet Xingfang. As he walked along the smooth stone path, Wei Gonggong remarked quietly, Today, the fifth prince has caused quite a stir, and the emperor is very displeased if I do not act. It seems there is no other way to meet the emperor. Sheng Chang'e gave a self-deprecating smile, his voice tinged with a sense of weariness. I am the palace. I have no connections or resources to rely upon. His boldness and meticulous nature caught Wei Gonggong's attention, prompting him to regard the fifth prince with newfound respect. Like everyone in the court, he had instinctively overlooked this fifth prince, yet it seemed that he was not as simple as he appeared. Before long, following Wei Gonggong, Sheng Chang'e arrived at the Yuanlong Hall. He had thought he would never see this place again, but the system had granted him the audacity. Taking a deep breath, he entered alongside Wei Gonggong. Passing through layers of curtains, he entered the luxurious and serene hall, where a figure was reviewing memorials. This person, having sensed their arrival, lifted his gaze, displaying an unmistakable weariness. You have arrived, my son. I pay my respects to father. Sheng Chang'e bowed. I heard that upon entering the palace, you injured several of the imperial guards. Sheng Fang's tone was casual, yet the underlying accusation was palpable. I only wish to meet Father Do. Meet me? What matter requires my presence? Sheng Fang set down the memorials. I merely wish to ask father. What punishment should the third prince face for falsely declaring an imperial edict? Zheng Ran's voice caused Sheng Fang to pause slightly. It was only then that he looked up at Sheng Chang'e, who maintained a similar demeanor but appeared even more arrogant than 3 years ago, daring to speak such words to him. Are you blaming father, or are you questioning me? I simply wish to know why father can turn a blind eye to such matters. Sheng Chang'e slowly rose from his half-kneeling position, his emotions intensifying. When I took it as a true imperial edict, believing that father wished to bestow death upon me, do you know how heartbroken I was? Yet, even in that situation, I would still drink that cup of wine. For it was your decree. His words moved Sheng Fang slightly. When I realized it was a false edict, do you know that the poison wine was mere moments from my lips? Knowing the culprit was my own flesh and blood, I could only seek justice from father, as there was no one else to assist me. As he spoke, Sheng Chang'e shook his head in self-mockery. But father's actions have truly left me disheartened. Listening to his fifth son, Sheng Fang sighed with a hint of guilt. However, he quickly added, "This matter need not be discussed further. I permit you to return to the capital. That edict was written by me. And let this matter rest." Huh. The last vestige of emotion drained from Sheng Chang. "Is father not worried that I will inform the court of this matter? Are you threatening me?" The emperor of the Sheng nation, seated behind the table, exuded an intense aura of danger. In his view, not pursuing the charges against Sheng Changa for forcibly entering the palace, nor placing him under suspicion of disrespecting the sovereign, and even allowing him to return to the capital, was already a generous act. "I would not dare." Sheng Changa sighed, glancing at the system's prompt, and suddenly drew his sword from his waist, pressing it against his neck. This action caused Sheng Fang to frown. "What are you doing? Since father claims that the true imperial edict was personally issued by you, then I am guilty. I did not drink that cup of wine. Thus I disobeyed the edict, and this is a capital offense." As he spoke, resolve filled Sheng Changa's eyes, and he pressed the blade harder against his neck. "Stop!" Sheng Fang suddenly exclaimed, never having anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. In that critical moment, Wei Gonggong appeared like a specter beside Sheng Changa. With a flick of his hand, he swept the sword from Sheng Changa's grasp. The clatter of the sword hitting the ground echoed through the hall, rendering it momentarily silent. "Why jest with your own life?" Looking at the mark on Sheng Changa's neck, regret surged within Sheng Fang. Had Wei Gonggong not intervened, he might have witnessed Sheng Changa take his own life in despair before him. Sheng Changa gazed at the fallen sword, taking a deep breath. "I only wish for father to uphold justice." His succinct plea was uttered under the threat of death. Hearing these words, Sheng Fang sighed deeply, realizing that he owed too much to his fifth son. However, executing Sheng Tianlong was clearly unrealistic. "Very well. I shall appoint you as General Changa, granting you command over 200,000 soldiers, and I will also compensate you with a prince's estate and a retinue of attendants." After a moment's thought, he added, "Your third brother has committed a grave error. I shall ensure that all his attendants are put to death as compensation for you." How does that sound? These were clearly the most significant concessions that Sheng Fang could offer. Sheng Changa understood that this was the emperor's utmost compromise. "I thank father." Without hesitation, Sheng Changa accepted the offer. Only now did he realize how astutely the system had crafted its scheme. Directly confronting the emperor was akin to walking a tightrope. Had he not engaged in that dramatic display, it was uncertain whether he would have received any compensation, or if he would even have been allowed to leave. In Sheng Changa's view, the reason his father was willing to grant such compensation was twofold. First, he felt genuine sympathy for his potential suicide, and second, the recent threat of revealing the truth to the court was evidently a concern for Sheng Fang. This was the brilliance of the system's strategy. It evoked remorse from Sheng Fang, while simultaneously instilling caution in him, resulting in the utmost compensation. "If there is nothing further, you may withdraw." Slowly returning to his seat, Sheng Fang leaned wearily against the Huangliwood chair. "Did I take my leave, father?" Sheng Changa bowed one last time. As Sheng Changa departed, Sheng Fang cast a glance at Wei Gonggong beside him. Did he truly intend to take his own life? Indeed, had I been even a moment later, the fifth prince might have. Wei Gonggong remained astonished. "I have been too partial to the third prince." Sheng Fang shook his head with a sigh, a hint of severity in his gaze. "Issue the order. Execute all of Sheng Tianlong's attendants." In the capital, within a newly appointed prince's estate, Sheng Changa was applying medicine to his neck. The painful ruse in Yuanlong Hall had been a performance he could not have accomplished without the system's assurance. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that one clever stratagem remained. While today's daily tasks were yet to be completed, however, only the reading task remained, and after a day of tumult, Sheng Changa was utterly exhausted. The night passed in silence. The following day, a significant event unfolded in the capital. The news that all of the third prince's attendants had been executed by the emperor, while engaged in daily tasks. Sheng Changa learned from an attendant that Sheng Tianlong had directly confronted the emperor regarding this matter. However, the outcome was that Sheng Tianlong left without resolution. Sheng Changa surmised that Sheng Tianlong was still unaware of the true reason for his treatment. Otherwise, he would not be living so comfortably. As night fell, with 3 clever stratagems at his disposal, Sheng Changa received a summons from the emperor. Also summoned were the other princes, with all the princes gathered. Sheng Changa immediately sensed that a significant matter was at hand. Clad in a subdued black and red robe, and accompanied by the 2 black-armored guards, he made his way to the Fengtian Hall. Upon arrival, he noticed that, in addition to the other princes, numerous ministers were respectfully bowing in the background. At the elevated dais, the emperor donned a golden robe, exuding an air of authority. Yet, judging by the emperor's expression, His true condition was evidently not as it appeared as Sheng Chang'e entered. Nearly all eyes in the hall turned towards him, but to them, Sheng Chang'e was merely a disgraced prince, relegated to the borders. He should not be present in the Fengtian Hall. However, these were merely their thoughts, for with the emperor present, they would not dare to speak openly. After taking his position, the emperor's gaze, sharp and commanding, swept over the gathered ministers before settling upon the 7 princes. Today, I have summoned you all for one matter. Sheng Fang's voice was not particularly loud, yet it was unmistakably clear. My days are numbered, and the Sheng nation requires a new capable ruler to steer the course of governance. As his words echoed, the ministers and princes below grew restless. The new sovereign was indeed a momentous issue. Especially given the emperor's declining health, I have observed you 7 brothers closely, Sheng Fang continued, his gaze passing over each of the princes, lingering momentarily on Sheng Chang'e. Each of you possesses the potential to become a ruler. This statement stirred emotions among the princes, as if they each sensed the implications behind it. With the northern front under severe strain, General Li Yuanyuan alone could hardly maintain the defenses. Therefore, I hope that you 7 will actively go to the northern battlefield to alleviate the nation's burdens. His words fell, and the princes fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. The earlier discussion regarding the appointment of a new ruler has now become unequivocally clear. The emperor desires the 7 princes to participate in the northern battlefield, utilizing their performances in combat to determine the rightful heir to the throne. However, I, the son, humbly propose that while the front line is vital, the affairs of the court should not be overlooked. Thus, I dare to request permission from my father to remain in the capital. At this moment, the 2nd prince, standing in the 2nd position, stepped forward. His intentions were unmistakable. He wished to withdraw from the contest for the throne, thereby relinquishing his claim. Observing the unambitious 2nd prince, I let out a soft sigh. I grant it. Thank you, father, the 2nd prince replied respectfully. My gaze shifted to the other 6 princes. Is there anyone among you who shares the 2nd prince's sentiments? I have no objections, declared the eldest prince. Adorned in dark gold robes, his visage bearing a striking resemblance to the emperor, marked by solemnity, the other princes remained silent, revealing their intentions clearly. None were willing to concede. Even the 7th prince, preoccupied with women, fully grasped the gravity of the struggle for succession. If the position of heir were to fall to another prince, his own survival would be in jeopardy. The emperor felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the prince's reactions. Chapter 122. Commanding a prefecture. The northern region comprises 3 prefectures: North Snow, Cold Mountain, and Iron Army, encompassing a total of 36 counties. That I permit each of you to govern 6 counties, the emperor declared. Clearly having devised a distribution plan in advance, that I accept the command, exclaimed the 6th prince, robust and powerful, a glimmer of ease surfacing in his eyes. For him, surrounded by numerous martial followers, the battlefield was undoubtedly a familiar realm. The other princes, including the eldest, expressed their agreements. However, when it came to the 3rd prince, Sheng Tianlong, he slowly shook his head. Father, 6 counties are insufficient for me. That I believe I am capable of overseeing 9 counties. A wave of astonishment swept through the court upon hearing Sheng Tianlong's assertion. Did he not comprehend the dire circumstances of the northern front? His eagerness to showcase his prowess appeared reckless, eliciting murmurs of disapproval from the ministers, who deemed him excessively arrogant. Yet, none noticed the hint of mockery flickering in Sheng Tianlong's eyes, who claimed his intent to go to the border was solely for the purpose of warfare. The emperor scrutinized Sheng Tianlong. Have you considered this thoroughly? I have, Sheng Tianlong replied without hesitation. My nation is fortunate to have a prince of your ambition. The protagonist, true to form, seized the moment to assert himself and regain the emperor's favor. Sheng Chang'e, standing aside, fell silent. Yet, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, causing his heart to race. Ding, please take command of a prefecture. Task completion, random gift package awarded. Task failure, daily task difficulty doubled. With no room for negotiation, the emperor addressed the remaining princes. The remaining 27 counties will be entrusted to you. Any objections? Upon hearing this, the others silently nodded, indicating their lack of dissent. Just then, a striking figure clad in a black and red robe stepped forward. Sheng Chang'e bowed to the emperor, stating, I believe I can independently govern a prefecture. His composed voice captured the attention of everyone in the Fengtian Hall. Is this the 5th prince, to take command of a prefecture? Surely, this is a jest? Murmured an elder. Never had he heard of the 5th prince possessing such capabilities, especially when he was outshone by the 7th prince. Did he truly think he could outdo the 3rd prince in this matter? In stark contrast to the audacity of the 3rd prince's claim to 9 counties, Shang Changa's declaration was perceived as sheer folly. The third prince, Shang Tianlong, furrowed his brow, casting a dangerous glance at Shang Changa, for he had never encountered anyone bold enough to publicly overshadow him. The emperor fell into silence. Are you confident in this endeavor? If I fail to maintain it, I shall take my own life as penance. The gravity of this statement, made in front of the entire court, transformed the perception of Shang Changa among the attendees. Well done. The emperor's admiration was palpable. In contrast, the expressions of the other princes varied. Some were darkened with discontent, others regarded him with disdain, and a few wore mocking smiles. Commanding a prefecture was no trivial matter. There is another matter to address, the emperor continued, surveying the assembly. With a casual gesture, the eunuch Wei presented a tray covered in red cloth. Throughout the years, I have been considerate of all my princes. Yet I have recently realized that I have neglected the fifth prince. With a deep sigh, the emperor added, to compensate for this oversight, I hereby announce in the Fengtian Hall that Shang Changa is appointed as General Changa, entrusted with commanding 200,000 troops. As the words fell, the eunuch Wei unveiled the tray, revealing the military command decree, which immediately captivated the attention of all present. At this moment, aside from those already privy to the developments, Shang Changa, Wei, and the emperor, not a single person could maintain their composure. The ministers felt this appointment was frivolous, as it had not been discussed with them. The most naive among them, the seventh prince, promptly voiced his concerns. Father, is it not too hasty to grant this military command decree? His words echoed the sentiments shared by the other princes. After years of diligent service, why should they not receive similar rewards? If this was merely a compensatory gesture for the fifth prince, they would have willingly resided at the border since childhood. 200,000 troops to command. This was a coveted prize for all the princes. Are you not pleased that your elder brother has received such an honor? The emperor shot a glance at the seventh prince, causing his expression to falter. Father, I object. Why should the fifth brother be granted command over 200,000 troops? The sixth prince stepped forward, his gaze brimming with defiance. I have defended the southern region for 3 years. Why should I not receive such a reward? Indeed, having guarded the southern frontier for 3 years. The sixth prince's merits were undeniable. However, he lacked the finesse of Shang Changa's emotional appeal. Were he to passionately recount his struggles in the Fengtian Hall and threaten self-harm, he might have extracted some concessions from the emperor. Yet, the sixth prince, lacking such sophistication, failed to consider the implications of his words in front of the assembled officials. Is it not your duty as a prince to defend the realm? The emperor's face darkened. To boast of your achievements in court is unbecoming. I refuse to accept this. With a furious slam on the dragon throne, the emperor's wrath surged. Seize the sixth prince and remove him, as the royal guards escorted the visibly aggrieved sixth prince away. The other officials trembled in shock. They had not anticipated the emperor's unwavering stance on this matter. His demeanor left the remaining princes visibly shaken. The lightheartedness initially displayed by the eldest and seventh princes dissipated, as the significance of the military command decree quickly eclipsed their meticulously laid plans over the years. All princes will proceed to the northern region for their duties shortly, if there are no further matters. You may take your leave. With a final glance at the assembly, the emperor, supported by eunuch Wei, wearily departed. Ding host has completed the task and received a random gift package, currently possessing 2 packages. The voice of Yutian prompted Shang Changa to exhale a breath of relief. Congratulations, royal brother, the eldest prince remarked, his expression warm as he passed by Shang Changa. A true schemer. The eldest prince's demeanor concealed his cunning intentions. Thank you, Shang Changa replied, acknowledging the system's insights. Meanwhile, a flamboyantly dressed man approached alongside the displeased seventh prince. Fifth brother, or should I now call you General Changa? The speaker was the fourth prince. Chapter 123. A guard. A bull observing the seventh prince beside him, it was evident that the two shared a close bond. Shang Changa recognized that these two were among the most straightforward of the 7 princes. In contrast, the other princes, even the recently withdrawn second prince, exuded an unspoken air of intimidation. Ha! You truly think highly of yourself, the fourth prince scoffed, patting Shang Changa on the shoulder. I look forward to witnessing your command of a prefecture. With that, the fourth prince led the seventh prince out of the Fengtian Hall. These two acted with the innocence of children. The eldest prince leaned towards Shang Changa, smiling. Do not take offense. They are fundamentally good-hearted. With just a few simple words, he crafted an image of a benevolent elder brother in Shang Changa's mind. That if you find time, royal brother, do visit my residence. It has been years since we last met, and I have much to discuss. Having left this remark, the eldest prince exited the hall. As he departed, dozens of court officials followed suit. The third prince, Shang Tianlong, exhibited no desire to converse with Sheng Chang'e and chose to leave directly. Every prince possesses their own complexities, Sheng Chang'e mused quietly, yet he felt a certain lightness. Despite the formidable competition, he remained undeterred. However, with a systematic approach, he felt no fear. Ding! The system noted that the host had recently engaged in daily tasks related to fraudulent orders and specifically canceled the daily tasks for reading and memorizing poetry for a month. Yi Tian's words caused Sheng Chang'e's expression to freeze in the residence of the third prince. Upon Sheng Tianlong's return, he was greeted only by a few women. After all his attendants, including eunuch Zhao, were killed yesterday, Sheng Tianlong found himself with no one to command except for a few maidservants. Irritated, he brushed these women aside and retreated to his secret chamber. In the center of this room lay a chessboard, adorned solely with black pieces. Each black piece bore its own name, and upon closer inspection, one could see numbers inscribed on each piece. These numbers represented the 7 princes of the court, including Sheng Tianlong himself. Standing before the chessboard, Sheng Tianlong furrowed his brow. This chessboard was a relic he brought with him upon his arrival in this world, embodying the cosmic flow of fate, a grand game dictated by the prevailing forces of nature. It was his greatest trump card. After several days, he now observed that his influence on the board remained the strongest, with the first prince trailing behind significantly. However, the third power had shifted from the 6th prince to the 5th prince. Such a drastic change was entirely unexpected for Sheng Tianlong. Just days prior, he had deduced that the 5th prince would be the first to be ousted from the board. This realization had emboldened him to brazenly issue false imperial edicts. Yet now, it felt as though a divine hand had intervened on Sheng Chang'e's behalf, pulling him from a deadlock and propelling him into a formidable contender among the princes. After observing for a while, Sheng Tianlong's eyes suddenly brightened. Within this chaotic chessboard, he spotted 2 new pieces, 2 pieces that could offer him tremendous assistance. One was located in the capital, the Prime Minister. Perhaps, knock knock. A maid tapped on the door. Your Highness. The 2nd prince has arrived in the capital. Within the residence of the 5th prince, Sheng Chang'e felt a surge of excitement as he held the military command decree. This decree, representing control over 200,000 troops, signified his ability to recruit a formidable force. Such authority was possessed only by a select few seasoned generals within the court. System, do I still have 2 task completion gift packs? Yes. Would the host like to open them? Open them, Sheng Chang'e replied, filled with anticipation. Compared to the rewards from daily sign-ins, the system's gift packs were undoubtedly superior. The only new gift pack he had received thus far contained not only a clever scheme, but also a black armored guard team that he had utilized to great effect. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bodyguard. Man Yo. Character. Man Yo strength. 20 armor. As the system's voice faded, Sheng Chang'e immediately noticed a massive figure beside him. 20 armor strength. He was taken aback. For the most powerful general in Sheng country, Li Yuan, was recognized to possess only 15 armor strength. Little did Sheng Chang'e know that after encountering eunuch Zhao and eunuch Wei, Yi Tian had gained considerable insight into the martial arts of this world. Concluding that the pinnacle of strength permitted here was indeed 20 armor. Host, you have another system gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yi Tian inquired. Perhaps later, Sheng Chang'e replied, needing to take a moment to process. A night passed in silence. The following morning, a woman arrived at Sheng Chang'e's residence. Your Highness, the granddaughter of Prime Minister Yu has come to pay a visit. An attendant interrupted Sheng Chang'e, who was doing push-ups. The granddaughter of Prime Minister Yu, he said, wiping his sweat, unable to recall. Did you not receive a quest to rescue a damsel in distress when you arrived in the capital? Yi Tian's voice prompted a memory. Is it her? Reminding the host, Prime Minister Yu is a significant ally. A significant ally. Sheng Chang'e nodded slightly. Recognizing the system's wisdom, he glanced at the attendant. Take me to meet her, and tell me more about Prime Minister Yu along the way. In the reception hall, seated was a woman with feet as delicate as jade. Upon Sheng Chang'e's arrival, her beautiful eyes lit up with surprise. It truly is you, Yu Jie exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. I did not expect that the person I saved previously would be you. Miss you. Sheng Chang'e replied with a gentle smile. I am here to thank you, Yu Jie said, producing a piece of gold from her attire. This is a pound of gold. Observing her actions, Sheng Chang'e recalled the rumors he'd heard upon arrival and teased. Miss you. Have you run away from home again? I presume this gold was also taken from your family? Yu Jie momentarily paused, gazing at Sheng Chang'e. You cannot tell my family, can you? I've gone through so much to get out that I have already notified your family, Sheng Chang'e replied, causing a hint of anger to surface on Yu Jie's lovely face. I shall not give you the gold then. Ha! Sheng Chang'e chuckled. Come, I have long heard of your grandfather's renown, and I shall pay him a visit. What is there to visit an old man for? Yu Jie scoffed. The third prince is going, the second prince is going, and now you want to go too. Her words prompted a moment of pause from Shang Chang'e. The third prince is also visiting Prime Minister Yu? Yes, Yu Jie nodded. Then I must go and see for myself. Chapter 124. He administered poison reluctantly. Under Yu Jie's protests, Shang Chang'e escorted her back to the Yu residence. Upon arrival, they were met by an elegant noblewoman. The moment she saw Yu Jie, her face, which had been filled with anxiety, shifted to one of anger. You child, how many times must I tell you not to run off alone? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is outside? I was wrong, Yu Jie replied, lowering her head. The noblewoman was about to say more when she noticed Shang Chang'e beside her and managed to rein in her words. This must be His Highness. The fifth prince? Greetings, Madam Yu. I have come to visit Prime Minister Yu. Shang Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, very well, the noblewoman exclaimed joyfully, her gaze drifting to the towering figure behind Shang Chang'e. And who might this be? Typically, one would expect attendants to follow the prince, people not requiring inquiry. Yet, the imposing stature and fierce aura of Man Yu were impossible to overlook, prompting Madame Yu's question. This is my bodyguard, Shang Chang'e casually replied. Understanding, Madame Yu soon regained her smile, appearing eager. Come, please. Step inside. As Shang Chang'e and Yu Jie entered the reception hall, they encountered the third prince, who was leisurely sipping tea. Beside him sat the second prince, dressed simply in scholar's attire. Upon seeing Shang Chang'e, both princes displayed expressions of surprise. The fifth prince has also come to visit Prime Minister Yu. What a coincidence that both of my royal brothers are here. Shang Chang'e remarked candidly. Ha ha ha. What a fortunate day. It is an honor to have three princes visit my humble abode. An elderly man with a youthful face and white hair emerged from behind a screen. Upon seeing the newcomer, the third prince rose, stating, Prime Minister Yu is a prominent minister of the court. Visiting is only appropriate. Too kind, too kind. The old man waved his hand. I am merely an ordinary minister with nothing special to offer. The brilliance of this statement lay in its subtlety, hinting at his political stance. With all three princes present, Prime Minister Yu, a shrewd old fox, had undoubtedly to do something. Prime Minister, I must confess, I have come today to invite you back into service. Shang Tianlong stated outright, revealing his intent. This directness caused Prime Minister Yu's gaze to shift uncomfortably. He had initially hinted at his stance that I end the royal struggle. Unless he had absolute assurance, there was no way this cunning old minister would choose a side. Your Highness, I have been unwell recently. I fear I cannot assist you. Prime Minister Yu replied, openly declining, knowing this might offend Shang Tianlong, but feeling it was unavoidable. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Shang Tianlong's eyes as he smiled sinisterly. In that case, I shall not insist. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea as a gesture of goodwill. How could I dare to accept tea from the third prince? Prime Minister Yu replied. Taken aback, but he nonetheless lifted a cup of tea and drank. Once Prime Minister Yu finished the cup of bitter tea, a smile spread across Shang Tianlong's face, while the second prince wore a subtle smirk. They both understood that to persuade this old man to return to service, ordinary means would not suffice. Thus, a little poison that would yield remarkable results. As they witnessed their plan unfolding successfully, their smiles grew ever brighter. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions turned grave. I just saw my two royal brothers administering poison into Prime Minister Yu's cup of tea, Shang Chang'e declared bluntly, causing a hush to fall over the room. Staring at the half-drunk tea in his hand, the next moment, Prime Minister Yu clutched his throat, glaring furiously at Shang Tianlong as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, according to the plans of the third and second princes. This should have been the moment for them to rush forward and rescue the old man, garnering favor. However, due to Shang Chang'e's earlier words, before they could act, a swarm of Yu residence guards swiftly surrounded Shang Tianlong and his companion. Let me save him. Observing the individuals before him, Shang Tianlong furrowed his brow in deep concern. Father, what has happened to you? Outside the door, a middle-aged man, upon witnessing the convulsing Yu chancellor on the ground, shouted in panic. It was them. They administered the poison to grandfather. Yu Jie, tears streaming down her face, pointed accusingly at Shang Tianlong and his companion, just because of a single remark from Shang Chang'e. Shang Tianlong's meticulously laid plans had been utterly disrupted. Their current predicament was undeniably awkward. The physician may arrive too late. Let me take a look, Shang Chang'e said as he stepped forward, having put away the clever stratagems from the system panel. Indeed, his prior identification of Shang Tianlong and his companion had stemmed from the system's ingenious tactics. In Shang Chang'e's view, only the system could devise such audacious strategies. You possess medical skills? The middle-aged man questioned. Tears and mucus streaming down his face, Yes, Shang Changa replied with unwavering conviction. His assertive answer caused the crowd surrounding the elder to part slightly. The poison Shang Tianlong had administered was not overly severe. And Shang Changa quickly discerned the source of the problem that he retrieved a set of silver needles crafted by artisans not long ago. Holding the needles, he proceeded to insert them into designated points on Yu Chancellor's body. Although Shang Changa's knowledge of medicine was only at a basic level, the techniques at his disposal were derived from the advancements of the 20th century, an era in which medical practices had been refined through the cumulative efforts of ancient scholars. Thus, even at a foundational level, his skills could be deemed as standing on the shoulders of giants, as the silver needles pierced Yu Chancellor's body, targeting points such as Shunkei, Qihai, and other acupoints. His previously convulsing form gradually stabilized. Within the span of a tea ceremony, the elder appeared to awaken from the brink of death, slowly opening his eyes. "Father, you are awake. Grandfather." A flurry of activity ensued as a multitude of people hastily assisted Yu Chancellor into a wooden chair. After taking a deep breath, Yu Chancellor cast a grateful gaze upon Shang Changa. "Thank you, Fifth Prince, for your timely rescue." "Chancellor, it was but a trifling effort," Shang Changa replied succinctly, adhering to the system's guidance to foster goodwill. This response elevated Yu Chancellor's regard for him. "Father, what shall we do with those two?" Suddenly, the voice of his ineffectual son drew Yu Chancellor's attention. He turned to observe the third and second princes. Encircled by a throng of guards, Yu Chancellor's expression grew increasingly severe. Upon reflection, the circumstances were indeed suspicious. If it were merely a case of consuming something else that led to such a state, it would be an extraordinary coincidence. That cup of tea must be tainted. The tea has indeed been poisoned, the tardy physician informed Yu Chancellor. Humph. Regardless of how accommodating Yu Chancellor may be, his demeanor darkened at this moment. "Your Highnesses, do you have any justification to offer?" "Yu Chancellor, please refrain from jumping to conclusions in the absence of evidence," Shang Tianlong retorted, frustration rising as he felt cornered like a criminal. "Isn't this cup of tea evidence in itself?" The middle-aged man raised the teacup, his emotions running high as he pointed at Shang Tianlong. "How would I know who poisoned it?" Shang Tianlong adamantly denied the accusation. "I can vouch for the third prince. He had no hand in tampering with this cup of tea." The previously silent second prince interjected, much to the dismay of the Yu family. "You yourself are a suspect, yet you choose to testify for another. Though you are princes, even the most seasoned minister cannot touch you." Yu Chancellor spoke with a measured tone, his gaze sharp. "Nevertheless, I assure you, I will report this matter to the emperor, ensuring that the entire court is made aware." Having navigated the political landscape for many years, Yu Chancellor was not one to suffer in silence. "You may leave now. I shall not see you out." He waved his sleeve dismissively, rendering any possibility of reconciliation moot. In Yu Chancellor's eyes, the actions of these two had been a direct attempt on his life. Fortunately, the fifth prince had intervened. With a smile directed towards Shang Changa, Yu Chancellor remarked, "Fifth prince, it is just about mealtime. Why not stay for a meal before departing?" Reluctantly, Shang Changa accepted. Observing the camaraderie between Yu Chancellor and Shang Changa, Shang Tianlong's icy demeanor deepened. He had originally come to court Yu Chancellor as a pivotal ally, only to find his malicious act had unwittingly benefited another. "I underestimated you, younger brother." After lingering a moment longer on Shang Changa, Shang Tianlong ultimately departed from this humiliating scene. In the evening, upon returning to his residence, Shang Changa retrieved a piece of exquisite jade, a gift from Yu Chancellor. According to him, this jade could be used to request a favor. Although Shang Changa had not secured Yu Chancellor's allegiance during this visit, he had successfully alienated him from Shang Tianlong, which was a significant achievement. Ding! The host has now been recognized by the various princes as a formidable rival. System version 2.0 has been updated. As the announcement echoed in his mind, Shang Changa opened the system panel. The update did not alter the fundamental structure, but introduced two additional panels. Point 1 displayed the names of the 7 princes of Shang Nation, including Shang Changa himself, alongside their respective fortune values. Shang Changa noted his own fortune value at 35,000 points, narrowly surpassing the 6th prince in the ranking. The first prince, Shang Tianlong, boasted an impressive 80,000 points, revealing a stark contrast in their standings. From this, Shang Changa recognized the significant disparity. On the surface, it appeared that Shang Tianlong had little to truly surpass the first prince, and many perceived them as peers. However, the system's display indicated that Shang Tianlong not only exceeded the first prince, but did so by a considerable margin. It was clear that Shang Tianlong harbored some hidden advantages that could not be overlooked. As for the other newly added panel, it simply read, "Expend a certain number of points to inquire about any matter. Current points, 0. Shang Changa could not delve further into this feature. Given his lack of points, system, what is today's sign-in reward? Recollecting himself from the update panel, Sheng Chang'e promptly inquired. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. Reward, 180 letters. Item, 180 letters. Description. Each letter contains the sentiments of a particular woman. Before him appeared a collection of envelopes, new and old, leaving Sheng Chang'e somewhat perplexed. The system's explanation was rather vague. If the host desires a detailed introduction, one clever stratagem can be exchanged for points to inquire. Yi Tian had revealed his true intention. Was the upgrade merely a means to better exploit the host? Are these letters truly significant? Sheng Chang'e pondered hesitantly. The host must comprehend the contents of these letters for them to hold value. Without understanding, the rewards from this sign-in would merely amount to a pile of waste paper. Yi Tian's response prompted a silent nod from Sheng Chang'e. In light of this, it became evident that he would ultimately need to decipher these letters. System, exchange one clever stratagem for points. Ding. Exchange successful. The host now has one clever stratagem remaining and 100 points. 100 points fully spent. Sheng Chang'e felt a twinge of being deceived that Yi Tian remained unresponsive. Lines of information regarding the origins of the letters materialized on the system panel. 12 years prior, two young girls lost their families to ruthless assailants. Fortunately, they were rescued by a benefactor and managed to escape. Under the benefactor's guidance, the saved girl became an assassin. The first time the two sisters took a life as assassins, fear enveloped them, and that night, they both lay awake. The elder sister reminisced about their former home, which had been destroyed years ago. Still harboring faint emotions, in a moment of impulse, she penned a letter directed towards their lost home, uncertain if anyone would receive it or if it had long ceased to exist. Thus began the sisters' journey into the world of assassins until one day the elder sister received a letter. This letter was sent from their original home. Upon opening it, she found it penned by a stranger who claimed to have received her letter in that land. The boy's handwriting was neat, sharing much about himself. The elder sister sighed and dismissed it. 10 days later, the boy sent a second letter, describing how beautiful Sheng Nation's Lantern Festival was, where every floating lantern in the water and sky represented people's wishes, including his own hopes for fulfillment. Over the course of 2 months, the boy continued to send letters, though she never replied. She read each one. Eventually, the elder sister began to respond. Thus, their correspondence blossomed from youthful naivety to more profound sentiments. With letters exchanged every 10 days, in an age where messages traveled slowly, these two strangers miraculously connected through letters over 5 years, gradually developing feelings for each other. Shall we meet? Just for a moment. At the capital. Did you not say you adored the Lantern Festival? I have heard this year's festival is particularly lovely. With a smile gracing her lips, the beautiful elder sister proposed this notion in her letter. Yet, after sending it, a fortnight passed with no reply. Confused, she sent another letter. Once again, half a month has passed without any response. That man seems to have vanished, disappeared forever. Chapter 126. The White Horse Brigade. After reading these letters, Sheng Chang'e felt a sharp pain in his head, as if some buried memory was about to be unearthed. Observing this scene, Yi Tian's gaze flickered. The host had failed to recall that lost memory. He picked up a letter from the table, dated the year 498 of the Sheng dynasty. It was a letter from 3 years ago, the last correspondence from that woman. As Sheng Chang'e opened it, the contents made him shudder. Why did you deceive me? The letter revealed the woman's intense emotional turmoil. Somehow, Sheng Chang'e felt as if this letter was addressed to him. Shaking his head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, he reminded himself that this was merely a tale of a woman scorned by a heartless man. Sheng Chang'e turned his attention back to the system panel, organizing his current situation. He still had one clever stratagem and one system gift pack remaining. System, besides exchanging points for clever stratagems, are there any other methods to acquire them? With the system's introduction of the letters, Sheng Chang'e realized the significance of this new feature. Striking against the fortunes of other princes could yield points. The straightforward response left Sheng Chang'e momentarily silent, and he began performing push-ups. The next day marked an exceptionally significant occasion. Among the 7 princes, 6 were dispatched on a mission to the borders to defend against the ongoing threats posed by the northern Xiongnu. This historical moment would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. Ignoring the enthusiastic farewells from the citizens of the capital, Sheng Chang'e rode swiftly and alone back to Qiushan City. The first prince and the third prince also left discreetly, much like him. After half a day had passed, he still had not completed a single daily task. Upon arriving in Qiushan City in the evening, 2 individuals awaited him at the Lord's Manor, the city lord, Qiu Qing, and, as Sheng Chang'e had anticipated, the princess of Beishui County. 5th prince, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting with great impatience. Upon seeing Sheng Chang'e, The Beishue princess displayed an urgent demeanor. What happened? Is there trouble? Noticing her expression, Shang Changa furrowed his brow slightly. Let us discuss inside. Glancing at the nearby citizens, the Beishue princess suppressed her anxiety. Inside the Lord's manor, Qiu Qing, the Beishue princess, and Shang Changa took their seats. Now, can we speak about what has transpired in Beishue? Shang Changa inquired while sipping hot tea. It is the Xiongnu. The Beishue princess cut straight to the point. Filled with anger. Recently, our Beishue county has been targeted by a band of 3,000 Xiongnu warriors. They swarm into our cities, pillaging women and slaughtering numerous men before retreating. We, the 12 counties, are utterly helpless against these barbarians. Listening to the Beishue princess, Shang Changa remained silent. Surely, you must have some means to address this situation. I recall that Beishue possesses a formidable military force. If only that were the case, the Beishue princess sighed. We once had the Beishue iron cavalry, capable of intimidating the Xiongnu, but her expression darkened considerably. His Majesty issued a decree yesterday. Unless we engage in a direct confrontation, no small-scale skirmishes are permitted for the Beishue iron cavalry. All authority is to be entrusted to the princes. Entrusted to the princes? Shang Changa frowned at this statement. At a loss for words, he now understood why the Beishue princess was so eager to find him. To secure the crown prince position, they disregarded the safety of the citizens. System, you must have a solution, right? Yi Tian responded. The solutions lie within the clever stratagems. Very well, Shang Changa thought, contemplating whether to utilize his last clever stratagem. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Friendly reminder. The host system gift pack may contain surprises. Surprises. Shang Changa glanced at the system interface, nearly forgetting the bouncing system gift pack. This was something not to be overlooked. He reached out and pressed it. The first system gift pack granted him black armored guards. The second provided a formidable warrior named Man Yo. And what would the third gift pack contain? Would it play a pivotal role in addressing the Xiongnu dilemma? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the army. The White Horse Brigade. Chapter 127. Harvest. As dusk fell. In the borderlands of the northern region, the war between the Shang dynasty and the Xiongnu had persisted for decades. Escalating in intensity, across the vast grasslands, a group of cavalry, riding under the cover of night, resembled a pack of wild beasts, robust and formidable. Lord Xian, we've already plundered Beishue County several times. Shouldn't we consider pulling back? A burly man, adorned with wolf teeth around his neck, voiced his concerns to the man beside him draped in sable. Although they had successfully retreated after each raid, it was increasingly precarious to exploit one location repeatedly. Ha ha ha. What is there to fear? The man glanced at his subordinate. Rest assured, the first prince of the Shang dynasty sent word yesterday. As long as we do not initiate direct conflict, we can pillage freely in Beishue County. No one can stop us. The first prince of the Shang dynasty? The subordinate gasped. Why would he provide us with such information? Can we trust him? The left noble king scoffed at his subordinate's concern. The royal family of Shang is embroiled in a succession struggle. Their current situation is far more brutal than we can imagine. The first prince intends to use our hands to eliminate a certain prince stationed in Beishue County. As he spoke, the left noble king clicked his tongue in admiration. Those in Shang enjoy playing these underhanded games. Regardless, what we plunder belongs to us, and every time we return with hundreds of women and carts of meat. It is beneficial for us. Your wisdom is unparalleled, left noble king. Hearing this, the surrounding subordinates felt reassured. Let us set out for Killiant Town, not far from Qioshan City. Raising his whip, the left noble king wore a cruel smile. In all of Beishue County, towns like Killiant were plentiful, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands. Originally, they would have been cautious of the soldiers in Qioshan City, but now, thanks to the first prince's letter, they felt emboldened. As long as they did not overtly offend those cities, these small towns were ripe for the taking. The 3,000 soldiers moved like a pack of wolves under the cover of darkness. In Qioshan City, at the Lord's Manor, both Qiu Qing and Princess Li Chun displayed visible unease. Urgent news. 3,000 Xiongnu have appeared outside Killiant Town. The guard's message made both Qiu Qing and Li Chun spring to their feet. They have truly come. Qiu Qing's eyes glinted with ferocity. Princess, I can mobilize 4,000 soldiers. The decree from His Majesty has been issued. The soldiers stationed in the city cannot be moved, Li Chun replied. Taking a deep breath, what about the fifth prince? He is the only one unbound by the decree and can go to rescue Killiant Town. The prince, Qiu Qing pondered. He had already mobilized troops to ambush the Xiongnu at Killiant Town. The prince anticipated that the Xiongnu would head to Killiant Town. Li Chun felt a surge of alarm. Then, a critical thought struck her. If the fifth prince is lying in wait for the Xiongnu, how many soldiers does he have? I do not know. Qiu Qing shook his head slightly. This is bad. Li Chun felt a wave of intense anxiety, with the city soldiers unable to be mobilized. Where would Shang Changa find troops to confront the Xiongnu? At Killian Town, when the 3,000 Xiongnu arrived, they were taken aback. At the forefront of the town, figures on white horses emerged like glimmers of light in the darkness. Impossible to ignore, this battalion seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. Wasn't it said that the garrison would not intervene? The left noble king furrowed his brow as he beheld the cavalry. These soldiers do not appear to be from Beishue County. One subordinate, perceptive and sharp-eyed, observed. The opposing forces matched their numbers, all clad in white robes, armed with bows and spears. Such a uniquely attired army was unfamiliar to them in Beishue. What should we do now? Left noble king. Another subordinate realized that an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. Leave. The left noble king inhaled deeply, understanding that facing an equally numbered cavalry would result in casualties on their side. Which was not his desire. There was still time. They could depart and find another village or town to plunder later. Retreat. With that, the left noble king turned his horse around, and the soldiers followed suit. Outside Killian Town, Shang Changa, concealed within a carriage, shook his head subtly. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. Just as the Xiongnu prepared to withdraw, the large group of white horse cavalry at the forefront of Killian Town suddenly dispersed. Like a vast net, they surrounded the Xiongnu. Did these Shang soldiers truly believe they were foolish? As the white horse cavalry closed in, the left noble king could hardly believe his eyes. From his perspective, their reluctance to attack was not due to inability, but rather a lack of desire. It should be noted that every soldier in their ranks averaged a combat strength of 2 grades. Although they were only 3,000 strong, they could match 10,000 soldiers from the Shang dynasty. How absurd that these soldiers, adorned in colorful attire, were merely bumbling fools, warriors, in the realm of the Shang kingdom. The valiant warriors of the Lietu tribe, armed with silver spears and wax-tipped arrows, prepared for battle. Let us confront them. Let them witness the might of the Lietu clan, proclaimed the left king, raising his sword high, his voice resonating like thunder. Kill, kill, kill. All the Xiongnu warriors tightened their reins, turning to face the approaching white-clad figures, grinning menacingly as they charged forward. The clash of the two armies was their forte. They had long since forgotten the countless times they had shattered the formations of the Shang troops with their ironclad ranks. However, just as the Xiongnu closed in on a group of the white-clad soldiers, the latter halted their steeds and drew their bows. This is bad. The left king's brow twitched in alarm. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows rained down like a tempest. The 300 Lietu warriors, positioned over 50 meters away, were instantly engulfed by the deluge of arrows. The occurrence transpired so swiftly that within the span of merely a few moments, a tenth of his forces lay slain. An eerie hush fell upon the battlefield. The left king, wide-eyed, swore he had never witnessed an army capable of such precision and range in their archery. What shall we do? The soldiers behind him turned their anxious gazes to the left king. After all, their ranks numbered only 3,000, not 30,000. They could not withstand the terrifying hail of arrows. Retreat. Ignore these fiends. The left king decisively commanded that it must be said. This decision was prudent. Yet, as the Shang Long Song had said, it was already too late. This wise choice merely prolonged the Xiongnu's survival. Over 2,000 Lietu warriors fled in disarray. The 3,000 white horse cavalry spread out like a vast net, maintaining their distance from the Xiongnu. When the cavalry's formation was fully established, the soldiers on their swift steeds drew their bows with alacrity. Each of these riders, crafted by Yi Tian, was an exceptional archer. In the annals of Yi Tian's world, the white horse cavalry was a formidable force that struck fear into the hearts of the invaders from beyond the borders. They were the Xiongnu's nightmare. With swift precision, arrows shot forth in a flurry. The retreating Xiongnu fell from their mounts one after another. At this moment, the left king finally grasped the severity of the situation. They could not flee. Even their sitting steeds could not outrun these adversaries. Halt! Follow me and charge out. The left king's voice boomed with authority. Upon receiving this command, the Xiongnu quickly reformed their ranks, their faces etched with fury. In the tumult of retreat and pursuit, nearly 1,000 of them had perished under the onslaught of the white horse cavalry's arrows. At this juncture, the left king hesitated not. Break their blockade, he commanded. Yet, facing the charging Xiongnu, the white horse cavalry continued to knock their arrows. With the release of their volleys, the Xiongnu were reduced to a mere 1,000. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Xiongnu grinned menacingly. They had penetrated the ranks of the frail Shang forces. Even with 1,000 remaining, the Xiongnu were confident they could turn the tide of battle. The wolf god had bestowed upon them the strength to rend all asunder. As this thought permeated the minds of the Xiongnu, a mere ordinary white-clad soldier at the front brandished his spear. With a thunderous crack, he pierced the chest of a robust Xiongnu warrior. Their fighting prowess was formidable. The white horse cavalry excelled in mounted archery, yet who claimed they were weak in close combat. This was a harvest, a mere 3 sticks of incense in duration from start to finish. Chapter 128. The slaying of the crown prince. With a thud, the dust rose from the ground as the bound left king was thrown before Shang Long Song. He had barged in so brazenly. Never anticipating the consequences, Shang Long Song gazed at the towering figure before him. Perceiving the fear in his eyes, "You cannot kill me," implored the left king. "I am the left king of the Liatu clan. We number 200,000. If you slay me, the great Chanyu will not let you escape." Upon hearing these words, Shang Long Song remained unfazed, his expression calm. This only heightened the left king's anxiety. "Moreover, I came to plunder after reading the letter entrusted to me by your great crown prince. That letter is on my person. You may see it," he added. After all, collaborating with the great crown prince cannot be deemed true cooperation. It can be easily betrayed. This revelation surprised Shang Long Song, that he had thought that their only adversary was the Xiongnu, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. In the face of the left king's palpable fear, Shang Long Song ultimately decided to end his life. Since he had invaded his territory, there was no need for him to survive. After rifling through the left king's belongings, Shang Long Song retrieved a letter. The contents indicated that the Liatu clan could invade the northern Snow County at will, and the handwriting unmistakably belonged to the great crown prince. Ding. The host has been threatened. A system task is issued. Eliminate the threat. Task. Eliminate the threat. Description. The great crown prince of the Shang kingdom perceives the host as a threat and seeks to eliminate him first. This treatment cannot be tolerated. The host must slay the crown prince. Time limit. Half an hour. Task completion. Reward system package. Task failure. Daily task difficulty doubles. The voice of Yution echoed in Shang Long Song's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. How was he to accomplish this task? Setting aside the challenge of killing the crown prince, the distance between them was a significant obstacle. The crown prince governed 4 counties, while he was situated 6 counties away with the 6th prince. Even with the finest steed, he could not arrive in half an hour, unless the crown prince was nearby. As this thought crystallized, Shang Long Song's gaze sharpened toward a certain direction at the corner of a street in Chilean City. A figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat lowered his head and turned to depart. "Man Yo," he suddenly called out to the towering figure behind him. The latter instantly understood. With a thud, the ground shattered beneath his feet as Man Yo, relying solely on brute strength, shot like a cannonball around the corner. Shang Long Song followed closely, and as he arrived at the corner, his eyes narrowed. Before him stood the man in the wide-brimmed hat, flanked by 10 figures concealed in the shadows. "Friend, I merely passed by, harboring no malice." The man's voice was ambiguous, neither distinctly male nor female. If the great crown prince has come, there is no need for subterfuge. Shang Long Song did not feign ignorance. The other party was evidently surprised that he recognized his identity so quickly. After a brief pause, the crown prince removed his hat, revealing a refined countenance, and smiled reassuringly. "The 5th prince indeed exhibits valor. You have subdued so many Xiongnu. That pales in comparison to my elder brother's strategy, which causes the Xiongnu to comply without a single soldier lost." Shang Long Song's words nearly elucidated the crown prince's intentions, causing the smile on his face to gradually fade. In truth, I have witnessed certain matters. You wish to silence me regarding those, do you not? Seen certain matters? Shang Long Song appeared puzzled. Indeed, summoning 3,000 cavalrymen out of thin air. 5th prince, such a feat is indeed perplexing. Although the crown prince's tone was restrained, the excitement in his demeanor was unmistakable. Shang Long Song realized that the spectacle of summoning the white horse cavalry had been observed by this individual. In a wonder the system had issued such a task. "Royal brother, share that method with me. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall appoint you as the Duke of Korul, and together we will govern the Shang kingdom." The crown prince's tone bore a hint of seduction. Yet, Shang Long Song appeared dismissive. "You cannot even handle the 3rd prince, yet you aspire to ascend to the throne." These words pricked the crown prince's pride. Fixing his gaze upon Shang Long Song, he gestured toward the figures behind him. "Do you know who they are? They are the top 10 on the Yama list, my most loyal subordinates." The Yama list, a record of the most heinous 100 criminals in the Shang kingdom. Those ranked in the top 10 were notorious for their martial prowess and egregious crimes. Shang Long Song was astonished that such a force was under the crown prince's command. "In the shadows, I possess the Yama list, while in the open, I have the support of 70% of the court's civil officials. Over the years, I have garnered the loyalty of countless citizens. Tell me, why am I not qualified to ascend to the throne?" With that, The crown prince turned his gaze to Shang Longsong. I shall grant you another opportunity, royal brother. Let us collaborate, and we may divide the realm between us. Other princes would be eager to align themselves with my banner, yet they lack the qualifications. This declaration was steeped in arrogance, revealing the crown prince's true nature. Shang Longsong shook his head slightly. I once read a book about a creature called a lion in the West. It is a beast comparable to our Shang Kingdom's tiger, yet unlike tigers, lions prefer to live in prides. In terms of temperament, the fourth prince and the sixth prince resemble lions. They are suited to band together. However, you and I are more akin to tigers. Should we collaborate, it would ultimately result in one of us devouring the other. His words unmistakably conveyed his stance. This left the Grand Prince in silence as he donned his hat, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. If that is the case, knowing my true strength, my royal brother will no longer be able to keep you. Brother. It is time for the Crown Prince to consider what legacy he should leave behind. Just as their words fell, 10 of the most formidable criminals in the Shang Kingdom charged towards Shang Changa. At the same time, the bull of fury behind Shang Changa transformed into a true black bull, recklessly charging at the 10 men. This scene elicited a rare smirk of derision from the Grand Prince. His 10 loyal subordinates, though guilty of heinous crimes, each possessed an average strength of the 13th rank. Among them were even 3 who reached the world-recognized pinnacle of the 15th rank. These were beings comparable to Li Yuan, the foremost general of the Shang Kingdom. It was a pity that they could not be utilized for my own ends. With a slight shake of his head, filled with regret, he pondered. However, in the next moment, 2 formidable guards were sent flying right before the Grand Prince's eyes. Boom! The wall behind them collapsed under the impact of the 2 guards. Chapter 129. Unexpected turn. A wave of damp, cold wind swept through. Under the dark night filled with swirling clouds, 8 powerful figures, having reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, were fanned out before the bull of fury. Each of them bore a grave expression, their eyes reflecting deep shock. The sight of this seemingly simple giant, who had withstood their combined might, was astonishing. He effortlessly dispatched 2 formidable foes of the 14th rank as if they were mere chicks. The bull of fury pressed on. Shang Changa was well aware of the strength of this system-generated guardian. These individuals were far from the bull's limits. At most, they would merely serve to stretch his muscles. Upon hearing Shang Changa's words, the bull of fury gathered strength beneath his feet. Boom! The sheer force shattered the floor into dust, and in the next breath, the bull's iron-like body crashed into one of the women among the 8. Puffed! With no resistance whatsoever, the woman spat blood, her bones shattering, as she was sent flying like a rag doll. They were clearly not on the same level. To them, the bull of fury was an unassailable demon. How could this be? The Grand Prince finally lost his initial calm. The 10 top-tier experts of the Shang Kingdom were no match for just one of Shang Changa's companions. This blow shattered his inner pride. Your Highness, you must flee. We will hold him off. Among the 7, a stooped elder had come to realize the situation. That it was not Shang Changa who needed to escape, but rather their Grand Prince. Damn it, he silently cursed, understanding that, regardless of the circumstances, his life was paramount. But just as he intended to escape through a back alley, dozens of figures clad in black armor appeared like an iron wall, blocking his path. Drip, 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 large raindrops cascaded down in the damp, cold wind. Boom, boom. The Grand Prince's 7 elite guards were sent flying one after the other. In the hands of the bull of fury, these men were no match at all. By the time the last criminal had been dispatched by the bull, only the Grand Prince remained beneath the pouring rain. He gazed at Shang Changa, who was approaching steadily. The rain washed away his hat, revealing a face devoid of arrogance and false smiles. In his calm gaze, a tinge of desolation surfaced. I had considered the possibility of dying at the hands of the 3rd prince, and I imagined being surpassed by the 6th prince. But I never thought that it would ultimately be you, the 5th prince, who would force me into this predicament. I also did not foresee a day when I would raise my sword against my royal brother. Shang Changa felt no particular animosity towards this Grand Prince. Yet, in the royal struggle, their positions inherently forbade coexistence. Will you promise me one thing, brother? Amidst the torrential rain, the Grand Prince closed his eyes. If you ascend to the throne, do not be like the current father, hesitant in all matters. I hope that our Shang Kingdom can completely eradicate the Xiongnu and usher in its most prosperous era. This matter is my duty, and you need not request it of me. As those words fell, Shang Changa's gaze remained fixed on the Grand Prince. In this way, I shall find solace, with a hint of carefree laughter. The Grand Prince drew his sword from his waist. The rain drenched the blade, and soon after, a streak of blood appeared, only to be washed away by the downpour. Ding host's mission completed. Reward: a system gift package. Ding forcing the fateful child Shang shouts to his demise. Host's fortune value increased by 15,000. Current fortune value: 50,000. 5,000. Host current points. 5,000. Watching the fallen Grand Prince. Xingqiang fell silent. In the struggle for succession. Among the 7 princes, only one could survive. He merely wished to endure. In a humble inn, after wringing out the rainwater from his clothes, Xingqiang glanced at the sky. The fortune panel has undergone significant changes. Host, please check. Tion's words lifted Xingqiang's spirits slightly. Opening the system panel, he noticed that due to the Grand Prince's demise, only 6 individuals remained on the fortune panel. Among these 6, Xingqiang discovered that he, who should have replaced the Grand Prince as the second in fortune, still occupied the 3rd position. The 2nd place had shifted to the second prince, with 51,000 fortune points. As for the first, Sheng Tianlong, for reasons unknown, his fortune points had surged by tens of thousands, reaching the threshold of 100,000. Putting Sheng Tianlong's situation aside, the sudden surge in the second prince's fortune points raised many concerns. It was known that among the princes, only the second prince remained in the capital. Remaining alone in the capital, he had practically relinquished his claim to the throne and was expected to be excluded from the fortune panel. Yet, his fortune points had skyrocketed so dramatically. The only explanation was a transformation in the capital. In the Dragon Hall, the silken carpet was stained with the lifeless body of Eunuch Wei, who lay rigidly on the ground. His gaze fixed on the 2 men before him that he wished to speak, but his mouth felt as though it were blocked. In the last moments of his consciousness, he realized that what had choked his throat was a mouthful of blood. As he watched Eunuch Wei perish, the scholarly dressed man revealed a smile, bowing solemnly to the man beside him, who bore a broken sword on his back. Thank you for your assistance. Do not mention it. It was merely the slaying of a 15th rank waste. The man's tone brimmed with arrogance. Sheng Tianlong is also such trash. Did he truly require my intervention? Sir of the broken sword, you are too modest. Without your hand, I would not even have the right to approach the Dragon Hall. With a self-deprecating smile, the second prince then proceeded into the Dragon Hall. On the dragon bed, Xingfang perused memorials, sighing as he did so, completely oblivious to the happenings outside the chamber. Father, the scholarly dressed second prince approached Xingfang slowly, bowing. It is you. Upon seeing the visitor, Xingfang yawned. What brings you here at such a late hour? I came to see you, father. The second prince lifted the soup he had prepared. This is something I made myself. The imperial physician said it is very nourishing. You have a kind heart. Xingfang glanced at the soup but made no move to touch it. Father, allow me to feed you, the second prince said with a smile, lifting the bowl to his lips. Looking at the bowl brought to his mouth, Xingfang's gaze flickered slightly. Second, you are 27 this year, right? How swiftly time passes. I never imagined witnessing you all grow to this stage. In truth, among the other princes, I least wish to see you tread a path of no return. You ought to have been born into a humble scholarly family. What a pity. His words, somewhat disjointed, caused the second prince to stiffen slightly. What is father saying? Nothing. Xingfang shook his head, taking the bowl of soup. Observing the soup brought by the second prince, he sighed. You killed Eunuch Wei, did you not? How could that be? Father, do not jest with me. Although he appeared merely as a frail old man, the second prince felt a surge of anxiety at that moment. It seemed that, regardless of whether he drank this bowl of soup, he would be compelled to do so. However, from the second prince's few words, Xingfang had already deduced much. Upon hearing the elder's words, the second prince fell silent. He understood that while this could be concealed from the entire court and the populace, it was impossible to deceive the father before him. Taking a deep breath, the second prince then spoke. This is my filial piety. Good, very good. Xingfang smiled with satisfaction. This sentiment of filial piety is akin to my own towards the late emperor. With that, Xingfang lifted the bowl and drank the soup. Gradually setting aside the memorials, Xingfang covered himself with the quilt. Before long, he succumbed to eternal slumber, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. A man, bearing a striking resemblance to Xingfang, arrived at the Dragon Hall. I pay my respects to your highness. The man knelt before the second prince. From this day forth, you shall be known as Xingfang, the visible ruler of the Xing kingdom. You understand? Yes, your highness. Chapter 130. Assassins, assassination. After the rainy night, rays of dawn began to appear in the sky. Iron Army County, one of the 3 northern counties, is governed by Sheng Tianlong, who oversees 9 counties within it. In the largest establishment among these counties, the Spring Night Pavilion, Sheng Tianlong awoke from slumber, surrounded by several entertainers. Your highness, this is a letter sent by the second prince overnight. A retainer presented the letter with both hands. So soon, news has arrived. It seemed that he already understood everything. Sheng Tianlong yawned and took the letter. As he read the contents line by line, the smile on his face became impossible to hide. Indeed, This was the piece on the chessboard I valued the most. After dressing, Shang Tianlong took a deep breath. Next, I must resolve the final obstacle. The throne is within reach. What is the greatest assassin organization in Shang Kingdom? Some say it is the Bloodspring organization, capable of eliminating anyone for the right price. Others claim it is the Mad Demon organization. With its mere 50 members, each surpassing the top 10 in strength, which one is truly the most terrifying assassin organization? This is a question worthy of exploration. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Iron Army's Duke's residence, Shang Tianlong sat in a high position, with over 40 assassins kneeling before him. Each of these assassins emanated an aura of formidable power. If they were to emerge, all assassins within Shang Kingdom would surely retreat. They would undoubtedly be the foremost assassin organization. However, to Shang Tianlong, these assassins were merely numbered killing machines. As Shang Tianlong gazed at them, he couldn't help but marvel at his mother's cunning. A woman in this era, dedicating her life to cultivate such a terrifying assassination organization for the original owner, is indeed no easy feat. Have you all understood the tasks I have assigned? Shang Tianlong's voice resonated solemnly. Understood, my lord. The 40 assassins responded in unison, their voices crisp and bright. In that case, I expect all of you to complete your tasks today. Yes, my lord. With that, the assassins departed like phantoms to execute Shang Tianlong's orders. As the last two female assassins prepared to leave, Shang Tianlong called out, "You need not go." The two women in the hall bore strikingly similar features, adorned in contrasting black and white skirts, standing as a captivating sight. Upon hearing Shang Tianlong's words, the sister in white furrowed her brow, while the sister in black expressed mild confusion. My lord, why? There are sufficient others. If you go, you may encounter danger. Shang Tianlong stepped down from his elevated position, approaching the duo. My lord underestimates us. Assassinating other princes is a task we can accomplish easily. Shang Tianlong, smiling, reached out to lift the chin of the sister in black. She stepped back, her expression unchanged. This intrigued him further. If I recall correctly, your last assassination attempt failed, did it not? Her silence was telling, but she quickly retorted, the task assigned today includes assassinating Shang Changa. He is our target. Is that your strategy? We would not dare deceive you. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall grant you another opportunity to eliminate Shang Changa. Shang Tianlong clapped his hands, then pointed at the silent sister in white. However, she must remain here. If you fail, your sister shall join me for tea tomorrow evening. Over my dead body, you lecher, the sister in white exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Silence, the sister in black scolded. This made the sister in white pout, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. My lord, is such a demand not excessive? After admonishing the sister in white, the sister in black turned to Shang Tianlong, inquiring, my lord, do you truly think such a requirement is reasonable? Shang Tianlong leaned forward slightly. Are you concerned about this condition? It seems you lack confidence in completing the task. I am completely confident. Then bring me Shang Changa's corpse. Until you complete the task, do not discuss terms with me. His suddenly raised voice caused the sister in white to shudder. The sister in black cupped her hands. Please await good news. My lord, during this time, please refrain from imposing on my sister. The understanding that this would not persuade Shang Tianlong, the sister in black left with those words. Watching her depart decisively, Shang Tianlong smirked. Such a woman is indeed worthy of me. In Han County, on an open stretch of grassland, the seventh prince, Shang Gyuk, led a dozen cavalrymen in pursuit of two swift prairie wolves. The wolves were fast, but in a straight sprint, they could not compete with the horses. As the distance closed, Shang Gyuk took up a longbow from his mount, drawing it taut, and an arrow flew from his hand. However, his aim was clearly lacking, as the arrow landed several meters away from the two wolves. Damn it! Witnessing the wolves' escape, the seventh prince's temper flared. Your Highness, it is time for a meal. Shall we eat first? The county magistrate of Han County tentatively suggested. He had expected the prince from the capital to be a capable person, possessing a perspective different from those in their remote corner. Yet, the magistrate found the 20-something seventh prince to be childlike, overly playful, and possessive. Within a day of arriving in Han County, he had seduced the city lord's wife. To think he was here to hone his courage for battle against the Xiongnu was nothing short of a joke. Eat. Glancing disdainfully at the elderly man beside him, Shang Gyuk shouted at the distant wolves. Go fetch those two wolves for me. I shall feast on them at noon. If you fail, I will have your head. The command left the county magistrate dumbfounded. He had merely suggested it was time to eat. What are you still dawdling for? Should I repeat myself? Shang Gyuk's tone turned icy. The magistrate, not daring to delay, spurred his horse toward the wolves. And you lot. Turning to the dozen cavalrymen behind him, Shang Gyuk scolded. You two, within half an hour. I want to see the bodies of those wolves. Yes, yes. The cavalryman nodded in fear. As he watched his subordinates rush off to chase the wolves, a mischievous smile appeared on Shang Gyuk's face. While he reveled in the spectacle of men hunting wolves, a pigeon soared down from the sky. Not neglecting his duty, Shang Gyuk took the letter from the pigeon. As expected, it was from his fourth brother. Upon unfolding the letter, the message came into view. Run, the third prince has gone mad. He intends to kill all of us princes. Chapter 131. Passive skill. A brief sentence conveyed a shocking revelation, causing Shang Gyuk's heart to race violently. The third prince, Shang Tianlong, intended to kill them all. This was utterly insane. At that moment, he noticed assassins clad in black materializing around him. He wanted to call for help, but all his guards had been dismissed. In Wuqiu County, on a vast training ground, the sixth prince was instructing a large group of newly inducted militia among the 7 princes of Shang Kingdom. Only he was a genuine doer. Your Highness, we have reached the recruitment limit for our troops. A eunuch reported the latest situation to the sixth prince. Damn it, the sixth prince's fist slammed into a nearby wall. If father were to grant me the 20,000 troops, I would surely forge an iron-blooded army. Giving them to that useless Shengchanga is a waste. There is no need for anger. Your Highness, in my humble opinion, the emperor will one day recognize your hard work, and then the only position bestowed upon you will be that of crown prince. The elderly eunuch, clad in purple robes, spoke with flattery. These words made the sixth prince feel buoyant, a confident smile curling his lips. Indeed, as long as he worked hard, the day would come when his father would realize just how exceptional his sixth son could be. I'll go take a shower. Glancing at his sweat-soaked attire, the sixth prince casually informed the eunuch. However, upon entering his courtyard, he discovered 7 or 8 assassins dressed in black waiting for him. As evening fell, the sky drizzled with rain again. In Shoshan County, Shengchanga resided in the courtyard he had inhabited for 3 years. Inside the room, Shengchanga finished reading one letter and picked up another. The 180 letters on his table intensified a sense of familiarity in his heart. Yet, he could not recall how these things were connected to him. System, have I lost some memories? Finally, Shengchanga posed the question. Yutian did not conceal the truth. Yes, the host suffered a severe illness 3 years ago and lost many memories. It was indeed true. A look of shock crossed Shengchanga's face. Can memories be restored? The host's memories must be recovered by the host himself. Is that so? Glancing at the letters on the table, Shengchanga began to piece things together. He took out a blank sheet and began to write. When the new letter was completed, the handwriting closely resembled that of the letters written by the man. Though memories may fade, the memories etched into the muscle are difficult to erase. The weather in the northern region was quite cold. In the misty curtain of rain, the temperature had notably dropped. As he stepped into the courtyard, a prompt from the system caused Shengchanga to solemnly open the luck panel. When the conditions on the luck panel met his gaze, he was taken aback. It had only been half a day since he last checked, yet such drastic changes had occurred. The top 3 positions remained unchanged: himself, the second prince, and the third prince. However, the 4th place, the 6th prince, had suddenly dropped to 0 luck points. Even the 7th prince shared the same fate. Only the 4th prince still had a presence on the luck panel, but his luck value was rapidly dwindling. This situation instantly reminded Shengchanga of the events following the death of the first prince. After the first prince's demise, his luck points had also plummeted to 0. Comparing the circumstances of the other princes led to the conclusion that both the 6th and 7th princes had met their untimely ends on the same day or shortly before. On the luck panel, Shang Tianlong's luck value had soared to unprecedented heights, effectively pointing to the identity of the perpetrator. Did he not fear the consequences if the emperor discovered this? After all, they were princes, not inconsequential ministers or commoners. Following the assassination of the first prince, Shengchanga had adopted a low profile, hoping to keep the incident under wraps. Little did he expect, Shang Tianlong was even more audacious. He had successively eliminated the 6th and 7th princes. Even the 4th prince's situation was precarious at best. Did they have to force their hands to the point of death? In the courtyard, Shengchanga's gaze sharpened. He could easily deduce that he was likely to be the next target for elimination at the hands of Shang Tianlong. System, I still have a system gift pack. Correct? Indeed. Would the host like to open it? Yes, please. Shengchanga replied with a hint of anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a one-time passive skill. Rebirth from ashes. The dim sky gradually blended with the distant fields. The pouring rain brought only a bone-chilling cold to the earth. As Shengchanga stood in the courtyard observing the rain, it wasn't long before he awaited the assassins sent to kill him. 8 assassins, each braving the downpour, appeared atop the rooftops, their hats shielding them from the rain. Judging by their auras, each of these 8 men was a level stronger than the 10 who had come for the first prince yesterday. 8 elite assassins, a testament to Shang Tianlong's prowess. Upon seeing these individuals, Shang Changa began to grasp why Shang Tianlong's luck value was so high. These were undoubtedly the pinnacle of individual combat strength in Shang Nation. All under his command, how could his luck value not soar? Perhaps this was not even all of Shang Tianlong's trump cards. The moment these men laid eyes on Shang Changa, they unleashed a flurry of poison darts aimed at his vital points. Witnessing this, Yi Tian, representing the system, couldn't help but marvel. The protagonist was indeed remarkable. His subordinates exhibited no hesitation or superfluous words to the 8 assassins. It seemed that Shang Changa's demise was a foregone conclusion under their darts. However, the reality was quite different. Clang, 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 a robust figure, like a bear, blocked the darts with his steel-like physique. The sharp darts, infused with formidable power by these elite assassins, failed to even pierce the hide of the bull. The sudden turn of events caused the 8 rain-drenched men to focus intently. With a roar, the bull charged, engaging in fierce combat with the 8. During the clash, the assassins experienced the same agony as the 10 hellish masters from yesterday. This opponent's strength was far beyond what any human should possess. While these assassins were formidable, Shang Changa perceived a vast chasm between them and the super guardians produced by the system. He had no need to worry about the bull failing to handle them. His only task now was to spectate. However, just as he watched one assassin after another being thrown aside by the bull, a cold long sword pressed against his neck. Chapter 132. Rebirth from Ashes. Shang Changa paused slightly, raising his eyes to behold a woman before him, resembling a dark lotus, coldly beautiful, which caught him by surprise. Wasn't she the assassin he had scolded outside Xioshan City some time ago? Feeling the weight of the sword on his neck, Shang Changa was not entirely composed. After all, he lacked the thick skin of the bull. Yet, he was puzzled as to why she didn't simply kill him now instead of holding the sword to his throat. "Who are you?" Black Kill, whose voice was normally icy, trembled slightly in that moment. This unexpected question left Shang Changa momentarily stunned. Was he not famous enough? Noticing his silence, Black Kill picked up a stack of envelopes beside her. Where did you get these letters? She had never anticipated finding such items in the residence of her target. Her emotions were a mixture of anxiety, surprise, and above all, hatred. These letters. Shang Changa recognized them immediately as part of the 180 letters provided by the system. They were all items he had collected. "You are deceiving me." Upon hearing this response, Black Kill lost her composure, her beautiful eyes reddening. On March 17,495 of the Shang Kingdom, what did the man write in that letter? Answer incorrectly, and I will kill you immediately. The cold touch of the sword against his neck was acutely felt. After a moment of silence, Shang Changa reluctantly recited, "You asked me if I would like you. My answer is that I will always like you. And I will love you like this for a lifetime." As he uttered these words, Shang Changa felt his cheeks flush, and the rest. Black Kill continued, her eyes glistening with tears. "How long is a lifetime? Before my mother passed away, she said that a lifetime is all the time one has, just like the Lantern Festival. One can see it 100 times in a lifetime. That's a long time. Do you really think you could like me for that long? Of course, haven't I already liked you for 2 Lantern Festivals?" Under Black Kill's relentless questioning, Shang Changa relived a memory he would rather forget. However, he knew that failing to cooperate could mean the end of his life. "You are the one from the letters, aren't you?" Seeing Shang Changa recite the letters verbatim, Black Kill's tears flowed silently. Through mere letters, they had been connected for 5 years, yet 3 years ago, when she had proposed to meet, he had vanished without a trace. No one knew how many tears Black Kill had shed or how much despair she had endured for that man. Perhaps, Shang Changa genuinely had no recollection of this. It is you. Suddenly, the tip of Black Kill's sword pointed at Shang Changa's chest. If it were anyone else, how could they recite those letters? "You are a heartless person. I swore to the heavens that I would find you and kill you. Today is the day I fulfill my vow." The intense pain and transforming hatred had entwined her like thorns over the past 3 years. Hearing these words, Shang Changa was left in a daze. Was it death either way? In the instant her tone shifted and her expression grew cold, Black Kill thrust the sword directly towards Shang Changa's chest. With just half a breath, the sword could pierce through this man's chest. Yet, as the blade tore through Shang Changa's clothing and touched his chest, Black Kill suddenly halted. Tears fell onto his chest. She could not bring herself to strike, but in the next moment, with a sickening sound, flesh split open as Black Kill's sword fully penetrated Shang Changa's chest. The world before him seemed to plunge into eternal darkness. The only light being the flowing crimson blood. Wide-eyed, Black Kill stared at the sword in her hand, where another hand grasped the hilt. "What are you hesitating for? Is it really necessary to waste so much time killing an ordinary person?" Shang Tianlong released the sword hilt, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Having taken a blow, Shang Changa's face turned pale in an instant. All his strength faded with the blood, and as he swayed, Black Kill rushed forward to embrace him. With clumsy hands, she pressed against his bleeding chest, sobbing as she shook her head. No, no, it wasn't supposed to be like this. I never meant to kill you. You can't die. You mustn't die. After searching for 3 years. How could their meeting end up like this? It felt as though it had only just begun. Dizziness washed over Changchanga. He had not expected death to arrive so suddenly that as the countdown to his life began. Memories from his youth resurfaced. Abandoned by his mother and never having met his father, his solitary existence was far from pleasant until the day he received a letter. I remember now, with great difficulty. He opened his eyes to the woman before him, managing to force a smile. What a pity. I cannot accompany you to the end. His words were laden with profound bitterness and regret. This statement caused Black Kill, feeling utterly helpless, to break down. Was this the demeanor of an assassin, shedding tears for a goal? Shang Tianlong's voice turned somber. He could not allow the woman he had chosen to weep for another. Following his words, Black Kill, still weeping, gradually fell silent. That's right. How nice it is to be obedient. Shang Tianlong nodded. Yet in the next breath, Black Kill suddenly turned, launching an attack toward him with her blade. Everything unfolded too abruptly. Even Shang Tianlong, caught off guard, suffered a grievous wound inflicted by Haisha, who slashed a deep gash across his abdomen. Have you lost your mind? He exclaimed incredulously, feeling the blood seeping from his wound. Haisha remained silent, continuing her relentless assault, intent on killing this man. With a short blade in hand, she clashed with Shang Tianlong's sword countless times in mere moments. Her style was frenzied and reckless. Help! Shang Tianlong called out, barely holding his ground. Instantly, 2 hidden assassins, who had been safeguarding him, emerged before Haisha. With 2 top-tier killers in front of her, Haisha's madness proved futile. After a brief struggle, Shang Tianlong seized the moment and delivered a palm strike to the woman's neck, rendering her unconscious. Madwoman, he muttered, twisting his neck and spitting disdainfully. Take her back, he instructed the assassins, casting a glance at the lifeless Shang Changji before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, the grievous wound that had once pierced Shang Chang's chest was now slowly healing. At that very moment, a series of system notifications echoed in her mind. Ding, host deceased. Activating passive skill. Rebirth from the ashes. Ding, rebirth from the ashes skill activated. Host's power transformed. Ding, rebirth from the ashes skill activated. Black armor guard upgraded to Shadow Legion. Ding, rebirth from the ashes skill activated. Guard minotaurs upgraded to 20. Ding, rebirth from the ashes skill activated. White horse companion strength increased by 3-fold. Zhao Zilong template activated. Chapter 133. The Imperial Edict. Establishing a new emperor at the forefront of the battlefield between the Xiongnu and the Shang Kingdom. The camp of Shang Kingdom's foremost general, Li Yuanyuan, was situated. Not long ago, the camp welcomed a disheveled 4th prince. Within the tent, the 4th prince, Shang Zixiao, sat across from the imposing Li Yuanyuan. General Li, my worries have eased now that I am here, Shang Zixiao expressed, laden with the weight of survival. In response, Li Yuanyuan seethed. I never anticipated that His Highness the 3rd Prince would resort to such actions, nor did I, Shang Zixiao sighed. Were it not for my informant placed beside Shang Tianlong, I would have surely met my demise. In that moment, the rebellious demeanor he had displayed to outsiders vanished entirely. Among the 7 royal princes, save for a couple, each bore their own facade. The 4th prince donned a guise of arrogance and impulsiveness to avoid being perceived as a formidable adversary during the royal contention. Little did he know that Shang Tianlong would act with such ruthlessness. Regardless of whether you pose a threat, if you are of royal blood, you must die. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan's gaze flickered slightly. 4th prince, you successfully infiltrated the 3rd prince's side with an informant. For someone who cannot survive without a woman, placing an informant is quite. Abruptly, Shang Zixiao fixed his gaze on Li Yuanyuan, nearly dropping his teacup. His voice rose. General Li, why do you inquire about this? Li Yuanyuan sighed, as if regretting that he could not ascertain the final answer. It is because Li Yuanyuan is also one of my people. At that moment, Shang Tianlong, resplendent in his golden robes, sauntered out of the tent leisurely. Brother, how bold of you to plant spies near me. It's you, Shang Zixiao exclaimed, fear evident in his eyes. What do you intend to do? What do I want? Shouldn't you already know, dear brother? Shang Tianlong replied with a composed demeanor. The tides of destiny had nearly solidified in his favor. Do you seek the throne? Shang Zixiao inhaled deeply. The throne is yours, brother. I can withdraw it if you intend to withdraw, then do so willingly. Shang Tianlong tossed a dagger at Shang Zixiao's feet. Aside from the compliant 2nd prince and yourself, the others have already departed this world. You won't leave me a way out? If our situations were reversed, I doubt you would grant me a way out either. Sheng Tianlong's words left Sheng Zixiao in silence, after a long pause. He gripped the dagger embedded in his chest, reluctantly closing his eyes. Your Highness, what should we do next? Li Yuanyuan glanced at Sheng Tianlong, his eyes revealing a hint of affection. Next, gazing at the torrential rain outside the tent. Sheng Tianlong closed his eyes in ecstasy. It is time to return to the imperial city and take my rightful place. A caravan of thousands, supported by the populace, moved steadily along the muddy path. In the foremost carriage, Sheng Tianlong gazed out at the rain, lost in thought. Has that woman awakened? Reporting to your Highness. Miss Haisha has awakened. A mounted guard amidst the downpour informed him. Does she have anything to say to me? Sheng Tianlong's expression darkened as he felt the still painful wound beneath his bandages. If it weren't for this woman, anyone else would have faced extermination. Miss Haisha has not conveyed any message. The guard replied honestly. Hearing this, Sheng Tianlong scoffed coldly. Very well, I shall address everything once I ascend the throne. The heavens loomed dark, as if heralding a change of eras. That night, Sheng Tianlong returned to the imperial city. In the gaze of all the citizens and ministers, the ailing emperor himself emerged from the palace to welcome the third prince. Such a grand gesture left the populace in astonishment in the dead of night. The emperor summoned all ministers to the Fengtian Hall of the original 7 princes. Only the second and third princes remained, as the third prince had just returned. The emperor's summons hinted at significant developments, though none dared to ponder deeply. Upon the ministers' arrival at Fengtian Hall, they found the emperor seated behind a curtain of pearl drapes. With no preliminaries, the eunuch stepped forward to read the imperial edict aloud. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, in the 501st year of Shang Kingdom, faced with grave national affairs, I, in my ailing state, can no longer govern. After much deliberation, I hereby decide the successor to the throne today. Among the 7 princes, I see only the third prince, who understands the people's plight and possesses great righteousness, as the rightful choice to rule this nation. Therefore, from this day forth, I declare to the world. On this day of the 501st year of Shang Kingdom, the establishment of the new emperor, thus decreed. The eunuch's voice resonated clearly in the ears of the ministers and generals, leaving them in disbelief. Yet the clarity of the edict rendered their objections moot. Your Majesty, I have a question. An elder's voice broke the commotion in Fengtian Hall, bringing an abrupt silence. All eyes turned to the speaker. The esteemed Prime Minister Yu, a figure of significant authority. The emperor behind the drapes nodded slightly at Prime Minister Yu's words. The eunuch nearby promptly announced, the emperor consents. I am curious. Where has eunuch Wei gone? Prime Minister Yu's question, veering from the topic of the new emperor, struck a peculiar note as his words echoed within the hall. The ministers began to realize the absence of eunuch Wei. Indeed, he was always by the emperor's side during court sessions. Why question the absence of a mere eunuch? Many ministers pondered. The emperor finally spoke, silencing the murmurs. His words rendered several ministers speechless. It seems the old minister is rather dim-witted. Understanding something deeper, Prime Minister Yu sighed heavily. Those without matters to present may withdraw. Tomorrow, we shall celebrate the ascension of the new emperor. Long live our emperor. As the ministers bowed, the emperor rose from his throne. Brother, congratulations. The second prince smiled lightly at Sheng Tianlong. Without my elder brother, I would scarcely have achieved what I have today. Ha ha ha. The thoughts in both Sheng Tianlong and the second prince's minds were crystal clear. Rest assured, brother, once I become the new emperor, I shall grant you a fief, allowing you to live a life of luxury and ease. The second prince hesitated. I wish to shed this attire. What do you mean, brother? I have contemplated much of late. The second prince mused, and I desire a more tranquil life, free from bloodshed and power struggles. You desire nothing, Sheng Tianlong remarked in astonishment, struggling to comprehend this mindset, even as someone from the 21st century. Chapter 134. The prince is not dead. Upon returning to his royal residence from Fengtian Hall, the second prince donned scholar's attire and departed the capital with a satchel on his back. Sheng Tianlong sighed and shook his head. If all men were as self-aware as he, how wonderful it would be. With thoughts of ascending the throne tomorrow, the palace maids, eunuchs, and concubines were bustling about in preparation for him. Sheng Tianlong couldn't help but hum a tune cheerfully. Your Highness, those 2 young ladies have yet to eat. One attendant reported upon seeing Sheng Tianlong return. Go check on them. As the beaded curtains fell, revealing the fragrant sandalwood bed, 2 strikingly beautiful women sat together. Sister, we must escape. If we can get away, we will have a chance to avenge him. White Shah, who had previously enjoyed being pampered in front of Haisha, now took on the role of comforter. From Black SH, White SH has already learned the sequence of events and feels a deep sorrow for the death of SH, Sich, and GG. It is apparent that her sister, Black SH, has not yet recovered from the heavy blow of that man's demise. Sister, White SH then calls out. Black SH, who has been in a daze, suddenly lifts her gaze towards the other side of the beaded curtain. It is SH TNL who has arrived. What? I heard you were on a hunger strike. Now that I am to become the emperor, which man in the world can rival the ruler of a nation? You are somewhat ungrateful. His condescending tone suggests that the woman before him must kneel at his feet, submitting to him as the only correct path. You will surely die. Black SH's voice has grown hoarse to the utmost, and no one can perceive the anguish within her heart. TSK tisk tsk. Such words should not come from someone in my harem. SH TNL strides forward. Yet, it is at this moment that Black SH abruptly seizes the chopsticks from her meal, aiming them at her delicate face. If you dare come closer, I will surely mar my own visage. Interesting. SH TNL's gaze turns icy. I shall grant you 2 more days. With that, the man turns and departs. Sister, White SH rushes into Black SH's embrace, clearly startled by her sister's recent actions. Embracing White SH in return, Black SH's tears fall silently, her heart filled with sorrow. She is uncertain of what to do next, unaware of who might save them. After emerging from the confrontation with Black SH TNL turns to his private chamber. The chessboard within is still in motion. Upon his arrival, SH TNL wears an expression of profound satisfaction that on the chessboard, the original 7 pieces have dwindled to a vast expanse of pieces solely belonging to him. SH TNL the pieces of the Grand Prince have suddenly been obliterated, and on the day SH Sich AG's pieces multiplied, he was quite astonished by this 5th royal brother. However, it was SH CHNGG who had eliminated his troubles, crafting a wedding dress for him. Such a situation seems to indicate the preordained momentum in his favor. Yet, just as SH TNL revels in his triumph, an unexpected event transpires on the chessboard. It appears that a single white piece has materialized amidst his multitude of black pieces, strikingly conspicuous. What is this? This scene exceeds SH TNL's expectations. As he examines the white piece closely, he discerns 2 characters inscribed upon it. Sich NGG. The night swiftly passes that on the following day, thousands of miles away in Chi Shin City, the heavy rain continues to pour upon the earth. This deluge is rare, not only during this autumn-winter transition, but even in the height of summer. In the courtyard, a corpse that should have been cold exhales warm breath. Fingers twitch slightly as SH slowly opens his eyes. Leaning quietly against a pillar, he gazes at his restored chest. System, present. Host, you saved me again, didn't you? The host's passive skill is activated, correct? SH rises slowly. Understanding that the principle remains unchanged, he unfolds the system panel and clearly comprehends what he has gained upon revival, an army of shadows. 20 formidable warriors akin to the mighty bull, and the overall strength of his white horse cavalry and the character template of Zhao Zilong has more than doubled. In the Lord's manor of Chi Shin City, Li Chn and Chi Qing kneel on the ground before a eunuch draped in purple, who is reading an imperial decree. Lichn, the princess of Beishua. Chi Qing, the lord of Chi Shin City. You have both committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. The emperor bestows upon you the poisoned wine, which you must drink. 2 cups of poison are presented before them, evoking a flicker of sorrow in their eyes. The new emperor has already ascended the throne. Disobeying this decree could implicate their families. Alas, Li Chn sorrowfully accepts the poison. I have lived a life of integrity, never expecting to end up branded as a traitor. Beside him, Chi Qing clenches his fists, unsure of what to say. The 5th prince has also perished. Having followed SH CHNGG, he should have anticipated this day. It is regrettable, yet they have lost. As he takes the cup, Chi Qing reflects that there is nothing to lament, for the 7th prince, their enemy, has died before him. The supervising eunuch, twirling his feather duster, appears indifferent, just as the 2 are about to drink the poison. A voice emerges from outside the door. Wait. With a calm tone, a man strides into the Lord's manor. The guards stationed outside are momentarily taken aback by this unexpected visitor. Everyone in the grand hall stares wide-eyed. Your Highness, Chi Qing exclaims loudly. Lich can hardly believe his ears, murmuring, 5th prince, who issued this decree? SH fixes his gaze upon the purple-clad eunuch, his regal demeanor unmasked at this moment. Under the palpable pressure, the eunuch begins to sweat. It is the decree of the new emperor, His Majesty T.N.L. The new emperor. During the time the host has been dormant, T.N.L. has already ascended the throne. YTN reminded him from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, T.N.L. clenches his fist slightly and addresses the eunuch. Leave, Your Highness. Although you are a prince, this is still an imperial decree. The eunuch, under pressure, continues to assert. To face the imperial decree is to face the emperor himself. That man is even less worthy than the grand prince. He does not deserve to issue an imperial decree. SHNCHNGG shows no restraint. This statement causes the eunuch's expression to darken. Now that he thinks about it, standing behind him is the emperor, while the man before him is merely a prince. Fifth prince. Offending the emperor could cost you your head. His words restore the previous air of arrogance. However, just a breath later, the eunuch suddenly realizes in terror that the shadow beneath him, like a person, is slowly rising from the ground to stand before him. Crack. Without fail, the eunuch's neck is instantly snapped. Even in death, he cannot fathom how SHNCHNGG dared. This scenario simultaneously unfolds for all the guards who accompanied the eunuch. Within 2 breaths, all uninvited guests who had arrived at the Lord's manor succumb to eternal death. Standing in their place are dark, humanoid shadows. The Shadow Legion. Chapter 135. Forcing him to abdicate, Your Highness. What is this that LICHN is rendered speechless by the scene before him? He can see that these mysterious, eerie shadows are under SHNCHNGG's command. An unworthy individual on the throne will only lead the SHN nation to ruin. SHNCHNGG closes his eyes slightly. Your Highness intending to rebel. LICHN instantly comprehends the implication of SHNCHNGG's words that if forcing him to abdicate constitutes rebellion. Then so be it. Suddenly turning, SHNCHNG inhales deeply, recalling Black SH, who was taken away by SHNTNL. I will make him the emperor with the shortest reign in SHN history. Your Highness, I will follow you. Chi Qing expresses without hesitation. After all, he is alone. If he dies, so be it. LICHN. After a moment of hesitation, voices, Fifth Prince, with such ambition, I, Li, shall lend you my strength. All those who transmitted the imperial decree are dead. LICHN understands. Even if he has no ties to SHNCHNGG, he will undoubtedly be implicated by SHNTNL's wrath. In that case, it is better to follow SHNCHNGG, as there is still a glimmer of hope. The host has a clever scheme. Should it be unveiled? YTN's timely suggestion resonates. Open it. Ding. The clever scheme has provided the host with useful information, hoping that the host can devise a plan to as he speaks. YTN unfolds a luminous screen before SHNCHNGG, displaying a relational map. SHNTNL's biological father is Li Unyun. SHNTNL possesses a formidable general. DuNGN. The emotional web reveals that the consorts in his harem, such as SHNGUFI, WGURN, and YOGUFI, are among the many women he has entangled with. 3/10 of the officials in the court are deeply dissatisfied with the current emperor. The information provided by the clever scheme refreshes SHNCHNGG's perception. The most shocking revelation is that SHNTNL is not of royal blood. The son of Li Unyun, the son of YNGUFI. As he peruses this information, thoughts begin to swirl in SHNCHNG's mind. It seems that this so-called rebellion is no longer necessary. The system's revelations of SHNTNL's numerous misdeeds are far more advantageous than hundreds of thousands of troops. LICHN, I have a task for you. Upon hearing SHNCHNGG's words, LICHN straightens his posture. Your Highness, please speak. Help me spread some news, widely and swiftly, that I would not hesitate to spend a fortune of 10,000 taels in the capital compared to the northern regions. The weather is warm and serene. In the vast imperial palace, a long line has formed. The entire procession consists of beautifully adorned young women. In the Wangyue pavilion, SHNTNL, clad in a dragon robe, gazes upon the lively scene with a slight nod. It is not his desire to select 1,000 women to fill the harem right after ascending. This was a proposal from the ministers. Reflecting on this, SHNCHNGG feels inclined to reward that minister with an elevation in rank. Your Majesty, it is not good. It is terrible. A eunuch rushes in, kneeling on both knees. What is it? SHNTNL furrows his brow. There are reports that the fifth prince is not dead. Not only is he alive, but he has also killed the eunuchs, including the esteemed eunuch Hai, who transmitted the imperial decree. How is it possible that Sheng Chang'e is not dead? Sheng Tianlong suddenly rose, feeling incredulous. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Sheng Chang'e's demise with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? As this thought crossed his mind, Sheng Tianlong recalled the chess game he had seen before going to bed last night. The white piece inscribed with the name Chang'e reverberated in his mind. A sudden jolt surged through him. Are you certain of this? Sheng Chang'e truly lives? Your Majesty, the news is absolutely true. Summon me. Your Majesty, one of the guards knelt before him. Convey my command to mobilize the garrison from each city. Within a day, bring me Sheng Chang'e's head. Without regard for any factors, Sheng Tianlong solely wished to witness Sheng Chang'e's true death. As he watched the guard leave with the decree, Sheng Tianlong glanced at the distant women. His mood soured. He returned to the Dragon Abyss Palace accompanied by a group of maidservants and eunuchs that in just a single day. Sheng Tianlong had nearly completed the transfer of responsibilities. The chessboard, of utmost importance to him, lay before him. When the board was unveiled, he was struck by the sight of Sheng Chang'e's likeness on it. The white pieces had transformed into 8, and these 8 white pieces occupied the 8 crucial star positions. Internally encircled, externally balanced, in that instant, Sheng Tianlong realized he could no longer comprehend the entire game. He hastily returned to the palace, his impatience evident as he declared, "Convey my command. Whoever brings me Sheng Chang'e's head shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels. Your Majesty, there's trouble." What now? Sheng Tianlong's voice brimmed with anger. Someone within the city is spreading false rumors, claiming that you have illicit relations with concubine Shang and others. The eunuch spoke, but Sheng Tianlong was suddenly taken aback. Who disseminated these rumors? There were too many discussing it. The old servant does not know. If we cannot find the source, then we shall kill those disseminating this information. Such a sensitive topic cannot be discussed by anyone. However, there are too many involved. If we truly resort to killing, that the eunuch expressed his difficulty. Follow my orders. There is no room for discussion. Sheng Tianlong's tone made it clear that this matter must be resolved. Yes. The kneeling eunuch trembled with fear. The actions were swiftly carried out. Under Sheng Tianlong's brutal measures, the gossip regarding the emperor and the previous emperor's concubines swiftly ceased. All the ministers sighed and shook their heads. Feeling disheartened to have such a disgrace arise on the very first day of his reign, and to suppress the rumors with such cruelty, left many ministers feeling disappointed. However, just as the rumors about Sheng Tianlong and the concubines quieted, another topic ignited everyone's emotions. Sheng Tianlong is not a royal child. He is the offspring of Li Yuanyuan and Yang Guifei. No wonder he is so ruthless. How could the bloodline of our Sheng kingdom's royalty be like this? If this era had the internet, the news would have spread like wildfire across the globe. Husbands would abandon their stalls, rushing home to share the momentous news. Storytellers would create secret gatherings, divulging the juicy details to the eager crowd below. The situation had spiraled out of control. After a day of travel, Sheng Chang'e, hidden in the capital, had underestimated the public's interest in these matters. Yet, in the mouths of the common people, these affairs were mere gossip. Lacking any significant effect, Sheng Chang'e now needed to stoke the flames further. He arrived at the gates of Prime Minister Yu's residence. With a swift motion, he slipped inside. Compared to before, he had undergone a profound transformation. In the study, Prime Minister Yu held a book, sighing deeply. Sheng Tianlong had only been in power for a day, and already he was undermining his influence. The days ahead would likely be even more challenging. He wondered if the news of the fifth prince's survival was true. If the fifth prince still lived. Alas, it was too late to speculate now. Prime Minister Yu, are you troubled? The sudden voice of a man in the quiet study made Prime Minister Yu abruptly shift his gaze. The fifth prince, upon seeing the visitor, Prime Minister Yu momentarily thought he was dreaming. It is truly you. Indeed. It is I. Sheng Chang'e smiled reassuringly. At least the individual before him did not seem to have submitted to Sheng Tianlong. I come with a request. As he spoke, Sheng Chang'e produced a beautiful jade pendant. This pendant was a gift from Prime Minister Yu, who had promised that presenting it would enable him to assist with the matter. Your Highness, please feel free to speak. I wish for you to unite with the other ministers and compel Sheng Tianlong to abdicate tonight. This, Prime Minister Yu's face displayed difficulty upon hearing this. Your Highness, we ministers may find it challenging to achieve that. What if he is not of the late emperor's bloodline? A person with foreign blood cannot claim the throne, right? Chapter 136. Please prove it. Your Majesty, what? Prime Minister Yu gasped. He had heard the rumors circulating outside, initially believing them to be the work of disgruntled factions opposed to the new emperor, merely passing remarks. But now, the fifth prince had bluntly articulated the matter. Prime Minister, you could no longer remain composed. Is what you say true? Absolutely true. The certainty in his tone sent a chill through Prime Minister Yu's heart. We have any proof? Clearly, Sheng Chang'e had faith in Yi Tian. Yet Prime Minister Yu could not simply believe Sheng Chang'e's words without evidence. After all, the Yu household was comprised of hundreds of individuals. One misstep could endanger the entire family. If he could establish a blood relation with the late emperor, the truth would be revealed. Regarding the news of Xing Feng being replaced in the palace, Sheng Chang'e had already discerned the situation through clever schemes. He felt a sense of melancholy. The reason for proposing a blood test was that regardless of who the previous emperor was, as long as he was not Li Yuan's biological father, there could be no reconciliation in the system's space. The blood test is not permissible, is it? The creator system and Yu Tian sat on a sofa, observing the events through Sheng Chang'e's perspective as if watching a film. Proceed with your world currency. Yi Tian tossed a glowing orb aside. Outside, hearing Sheng Chang'e's words, Prime Minister Yu was suddenly struck with realization. At that moment, he comprehended Sheng Chang'e's intention. The prince must have seen, just as he had, that the current emperor is a fake. A false emperor cannot possibly be Sheng Tianlong's biological father. Their proposal for a blood test. Such a clever idea. How had he, a seasoned minister, not thought of this all these years? Even if the third prince were indeed of royal blood, those ministers who had offended Sheng Tianlong would eventually lose their power, inevitably meeting a tragic end. It would be better to support Sheng Chang'e's claim to the throne. With blood relations as leverage, and with the fifth prince as an heir, their chances of overthrowing Sheng Tianlong would be immense. Your Highness, I understand. With a tone filled with strong emotion, Prime Minister Yu looked at Sheng Chang'e. Rest assured, Your Highness, Sheng Tianlong is not of royal blood. You need not involve yourself. I shall mobilize all I have to unite the ministers and bring him down. Having made his decision, Prime Minister Yu felt no further hesitation. In the Dragon Abyss Palace, Sheng Tianlong sat before a sandalwood table. Upon this table, a chessboard appeared almost alive, with pieces moving incessantly. Above the board, clouds and rain began to coalesce. Under the pouring rain, the clashes of the pieces seemed to reach a critical juncture. For 2 consecutive hours, he had been observing the game before him. On the board, his eyes, now tinged with blood, saw the white pieces multiplying. In just a short span of 2 hours, they had almost seized control of the battlefield, capable of contending with his black pieces, which had gathered 7 princes. Upon closer inspection, although no black pieces were lost, the white pieces resembled an expansive net. With just a few key pieces placed, the black pieces would face total defeat. Impossible. A hand slammed down on the chair, and Sheng Tianlong's emotions spiraled out of control. Just moments ago, he had maintained control over the grand scheme. Yet why had the situation shifted so dramatically within a mere day? It was as if the heavens had tilted. Even now, he had yet to identify his opponent. Just like the white pieces on the board, silently, the net had been woven around him. At present, the only information Sheng Tianlong possessed was the inscription Chang'e on the white piece. Chang'e, Sheng Chang'e, but he should be dead. Bang. Suddenly, the door was flung open by a panicked eunuch. Your Majesty, it is dire. The ministers have all come to the Dragon Abyss Palace, seeking an audience for urgent matters. Urgent matters? His somber expression had not yet settled, and an ominous premonition surged within Sheng Tianlong. Follow me to see. He cast one last glance at the chessboard before leaving the room. He did not notice that after his departure, another white piece had joined the standoff on the board, completely encircling all the black pieces. This game that the black pieces have lost, upon arriving in the main hall of the Dragon Abyss Palace. The sight of these ministers caused Sheng Tianlong to narrow his eyes. Most were high-ranking officials of the 3rd grade or above, each wielding considerable influence within their domains. You esteemed officials, barging into my place of rest. For what purpose? Sheng Tianlong's words prompted the 40 or so officials to exchange glances. Then, standing at the forefront, Prime Minister Yu clasped his hands and spoke. Your Majesty, we have heard the rumors circulating outside and have many questions. We wish to request answers from Your Majesty. Sheng Tianlong cast a glance at Prime Minister Yu, then surveyed the other ministers. Speak. Upon receiving consent, Prime Minister Yu, amidst the anxious expressions of the surrounding ministers, spoke with an air of unyielding dignity. We wish to inquire, Your Majesty, are you of the royal blood of the Sheng dynasty? He plunged directly into the crux of the matter, eschewing any circumlocution. As a high-ranking minister, you understood that such inquiries could not be approached with hesitation. He needed to present the question boldly, ensuring that Sheng Tianlong would respond with candor. Are you of royal lineage? Sheng Tianlong's gaze abruptly intensified, as though he were confronted with an absurd jest. The elder minister, undeterred, clarified, I merely seek to ascertain the truth of your parentage, whether you are indeed the offspring of the late emperor. Aware of the tumultuous atmosphere that his question would incite, Yu's voice rang out with greater resonance than that of Shang Tianlong. I have devoted my life to the service of the royal family of Shang. Therefore, I beseech your highness, Shang Tianlong, to affirm your royal lineage. Only then shall I be free of doubt. If you are truly of royal blood, I am willing to bear full responsibility for my words and actions today. He had laid everything on the line. Yu's audacity stirred profound shock among the other ministers. Many of them harbored dissatisfaction towards the new emperor, which had prompted them to rally behind Yu to confront Shang Tianlong. Yet, even in this moment, they dared not voice their dissent. They merely played the role of silent witnesses. Little did they anticipate that Yu harbored such fervent loyalty to the legitimate royal line. His actions evoked a sense of shame among some elder ministers. Indeed, the royal blood of the Shang dynasty was of the highest nobility, deserving of their utmost service if Shang Tianlong were not of royal descent. What right did he have to the throne? Upon hearing Yu's impassioned plea, Shang Tianlong erupted in fury. Do you comprehend to whom you are speaking? Such disrespect is intolerable. Guards, seize him at once and execute him. Throughout this confrontation, Shang Tianlong had never considered the validity of such bloodline claims to him. The notion that he should scrutinize his heritage based solely on a minister's assertion was nothing short of ludicrous. Esteemed Prime Minister, I implore you to prove your royal lineage. Yu insisted, bowing deeply. What nonsense! Shang Tianlong dismissed him with a wave of his sleeve. Did you not hear me? Drag this old fool away and execute him, exterminating his entire family. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the ministers behind him bowed in unison, their voices resounding throughout the hall of Dragon's Abyss. We beseech your majesty to confirm your royal lineage. The collective plea reverberated in the air, causing astonishment among the eunuchs and guards nearby. The unprecedented sight of so many high-ranking officials demanding answers was a rare occurrence in the annals of the Shang dynasty. As the gravity of the situation dawned upon Shang Tianlong, his demeanor began to darken. Even as the sovereign, he could not dismiss the 30-odd ministers before him. Taking a deep breath, he reconsidered the matter. It was merely a question of validating his identity. Once resolved, he would address the day's grievances in due course. How shall I prove this? He inquired. Your Majesty could perform a blood test. One minister suggested. The others echoed. Indeed, the late emperor still lives. We could request him to undergo the blood test. The suggestion of a blood test deepened Shang Tianlong's frown. A modern individual thrust into this era. He viewed the proposition with skepticism. Such a method was entirely contingent upon chance. Even if the individual were not his father, a mere matching blood type could yield a false positive. Conversely, should the individual genuinely be his father, differing blood types would not coalesce. This hasty approach, however, was taken seriously by the ministers, leaving Shang Tianlong feeling utterly absurd. This method is insufficient. Let us consider an alternative. I cannot accept this method. Shang Tianlong firmly rejected their proposal. The deposed emperor had been a stranger to him. He did not even know his own blood type. To rely on such a precarious test was a risk he was unwilling to take. Your Majesty, this method is the most effective and established one recorded in our ancient texts. How could it possibly fail? With renewed confidence, Yu pressed on, believing that Shang Tianlong was fully aware that the deposed emperor could not be his biological father, which explained his reluctance to proceed. Is there truly no alternative? Shang Tianlong's patience waned. Are you implying that I am afraid? Or do you already know that you are not the late emperor's progeny? Yu's words escalated the tension. It must be noted that for a minister to confront the emperor with such audacity was an unprecedented act of defiance, were it not for the presence of the 30 ministers. Yu had no doubt he would have faced immediate execution. The ensuing discussions among the ministers only served to amplify the pressure. Indeed, the blood test has been a reliable method since the spring and autumn period. How could it possibly fail? Countless individuals throughout history have successfully identified their biological fathers using this method. The ministers' cacophony of voices filled the hall of Dragon's Abyss, inciting a wave of anger within Shang Tianlong. Enough! Depart from my presence. Tomorrow in court, I shall hold each of you accountable for this insubordination. With a sweeping gesture of his dragon robe, Shang Tianlong turned to leave. The ministers, realizing that their concerted pressure might yield no results, grew frantic. Initially, they believed that their collective stance would compel Shang Tianlong to cooperate. He had indeed shown willingness at first, even inquiring how they might verify his royal lineage. However, once the notion of a blood test was proposed, he underwent a dramatic transformation. Your Majesty, you cannot leave. Yu interjected, stepping in front of Shang Tianlong. But if you cannot prove your royal lineage, we shall resign our positions. We cannot serve a ruler of impure blood. Indeed, we implore you to alleviate our concerns, the other ministers chimed in. Are you threatening me? Sheng Tianlong retorted, incredulity etched across his features. That we merely seek an explanation. Faced with the collective resolve of over 30 ministers leveraging their positions as bargaining chips, Sheng Tianlong recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, to acquiesce to a blood test posed insurmountable risks. Should his blood type not match that of the late emperor, the implications would be catastrophic. As he pondered the peculiarities of the night's events, the late-night assembly of so many ministers, united in their inquiry, he sensed an unsettling orchestration behind the scenes. The image of the white pieces on the chessboard flashed through his mind. Could it be? At that moment, the grand doors of the Hall of Dragons abyss creaked open, a cold gust sweeping through, causing the ministers to shiver involuntarily. Sheng Tianlong's gaze fixated on the figure emerging from the shadows. It was indeed him. Despite his suspicions, witnessing Sheng Chang'e alive and well set Sheng Tianlong's heart racing. The fifth prince is alive. The other ministers were equally astonished, having only just now laid eyes on Sheng Chang'e. Long time no see, Sheng Tianlong. Sheng Chang'e greeted with an air of nonchalance, before shaking his head slightly. No, I should call you Li Tianlong. What do you mean by that? Sheng Tianlong demanded, a mixture of confusion and indignation swirling within him. Nothing of consequence. I merely intend to unseat the individual who should not occupy the throne. As he spoke, Sheng Chang'e gestured toward the unconscious figure of the deposed emperor, now being escorted by 2 guards into the hall. I have summoned our father. All you need to do is shed a drop of blood. What difficulty could that pose? Sheng Chang'e's words compelled Sheng Tianlong into a heavy silence as he regarded him intently. Are you so certain that my blood will not blend with that of the late emperor? Whether it be true or false, it can be determined through examination. Without further elaboration, Sheng Chang'e dismissed the need for lengthy discourse. To him, the act of blood testing was far more definitive than any verbal assurances. Should you wish for me to undergo a blood test, I shall comply, Sheng Tianlong conceded before the assembly of ministers. Albeit presenting a condition of his own. You must also submit to a test alongside the late emperor. Only after your blood test is complete will I partake in mine. That he pointed directly at Sheng Chang'e. This unexpected demand left the officials in a state of bewilderment. Did this imply that the fifth prince was not of royal blood? Why would Sheng Tianlong insist on having him tested as well? As these thoughts raced through their minds, Sheng Chang'e offered a measured nod. Very well, I shall undergo the test first to ascertain my royal lineage. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the agitation of Sheng Tianlong. Leaving the latter momentarily speechless, he had not anticipated such an easy acquiescence from Sheng Chang'e. In a brief moment, a bowl of clear water was presented, prepared by the court maidens. A blade sliced through the air, creating a small incision on the finger of the slumbering false emperor. A droplet of crimson blood fell into the bowl. Observing that drop of blood, Sheng Chang'e leisurely made a similar incision on his fingertip. Allowing his blood to drip into the bowl under the watchful gaze of the gathered onlookers, the system was set in motion. Chapter 138, The Shadow Legion and the Savage Bulls. As everyone watched Sheng Chang'e's blood fall into the bowl, it was the Prime Minister Yu who felt the most anxious. He was acutely aware that the abdicated emperor was an impostor. Therefore, the blood of these 2 unrelated individuals would inevitably be incompatible. From the moment Sheng Chang'e agreed to let his blood mingle with that of Sheng Tianlong, the Prime Minister's heart began to race. Now, with all the ministers' eyes fixed on the bowl containing the blood of both Sheng Chang'e and the emperor, the 2 droplets seemed to awaken, slowly colliding and merging together. This scene brought a collective sigh of relief from many, and even the Prime Minister was astonished, though he did not understand the means by which Sheng Chang'e achieved this. It evidently confirmed the legitimacy of the royal bloodline before everyone. It is your turn now, Sheng Chang'e said, directing his gaze toward Sheng Tianlong, adorned in his dragon robe. Upon hearing this, Sheng Tianlong sighed. Compared to his initial unease, he felt more assured after witnessing the successful fusion of Sheng Chang'e's blood. Since Sheng Chang'e could merge his blood with that of the false emperor, it was highly likely that, as his brother, he shared the same blood type. With this thought in mind, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Sheng Tianlong decisively nicked his finger, letting his blood drip into the bowl. He replicated the action once more, extracting another drop of blood from the slumbering emperor. However, when the 2 droplets fell into the bowl, the sight left everyone in a state of disbelief. The droplets behaved as if they were 2 factions that would never intermingle, showing no sign of compatibility whatsoever. This it is indeed true. He is not of royal blood. It seems we have unwittingly crowned an outsider as our emperor, as the 2 incompatible droplets of blood were revealed. The entire hall erupted in chaos. Even Sheng Tianlong's face darkened upon witnessing the situation in the bowl. Was his luck truly that grim? Different blood types? The fated child's fortune was undoubtedly supposed to be flawless. Had it not been for Yi Tian's subtle manipulations, the 2 droplets might have fused after all. The backlash from this maneuver was intense. Sheng Tianlong, what else do you have to say? Step down. You are not of the royal lineage, and we cannot support you." At that moment, the previously wavering ministers stood firmly united. In response to their words, Shang Tianlong spoke slowly. "Do you wish for me to abdicate? The throne should not be bestowed upon an outsider. Indeed, only the bloodline of the Qing nation should inherit the throne." With that, a fierce glint appeared in Shang Tianlong's eyes. "Then let us keep this secret forever." As his words echoed, the lights in the Hall of Deep Dragons extinguished one by one. When the illumination was barely sufficient to reveal the 30 or so ministers, they suddenly realized that hidden in the shadows around them were numerous assassins, revealing their true forms. "Shang Tianlong, what do you mean by this? Are you mad? Do you intend to kill us all? Do you understand the consequences of such actions, such brutality? You are unworthy of the throne by any measure." With their lives at stake, the ministers discarded their reservations. Observing the disgraceful display of these men, Shang Tianlong scoffed. "It is your meddling hands that have overstepped their bounds. To eliminate these ministers would be a last resort for Shang Tianlong." He did not wish to resort to such measures. However, if he refrained, the news of this incident could be fatal to his claim to the throne. With a sweep of his dragon robe, the surrounding formidable assassins sprang into action. For them, dispatching these officials was an effortless task. Yet, just as they were about to strike, they suddenly found themselves frozen in place, as if immobilized by an unseen force. This bizarre phenomenon sent tremors through the pupils of the assassins hidden in the shadows, instilling a profound fear within them. The inexplicable circumstance evoked thoughts of the supernatural. "What are you doing? Do you not understand my commands? Attack." Unaware of the strange condition afflicting his elite assassins, Shang Tianlong remained oblivious. Suddenly, Shang Chang'e, who had been standing aside, captured his attention. "What do you mean?" "In the most literal sense," Shang Chang'e replied. The next moment, a series of bone-crunching sounds echoed through the darkness, sharp and clear, resembling bamboo cracking. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the black-clad assassins collapsed to the ground, their bodies rendered lifeless as their bones lay shattered. The Shadow Legion's assault on these assassins was a complete and utter annihilation. Watching his meticulously trained assassins fall one after another, Shang Tianlong shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. How could you possess subordinates stronger than my assassins? In this world, no other force can surpass my organization." As these words left his lips, every one of his assassins lay dead. Just a handful of assassins. Only someone so inexperienced as you would underestimate them. Shang Chang'e casually adjusted his black and red robe, as more black shadows emerged from behind him, standing silently. An overwhelming sense of pressure radiated toward Shang Tianlong. The ministers present fell silent in awe. At that moment, Prime Minister Yu and the other ministers began to comprehend that in their coup against Shang Tianlong, they were merely the supporting cast. The true lethal strike came from Shang Chang'e. "It is time for our affair to conclude." Shang Chang'e felt no pity for Shang Tianlong before him. With a mere thought, the Shadow Legion surged forward, their target unmistakably Shang Tianlong. The speed of the Shadow Legion was astounding. In an instant, a shadow soldier wielding a shadow blade appeared before Shang Tianlong, raising his weapon. Just as death loomed perilously close, a brilliant flash of sword light unexpectedly emerged. The shadow soldier poised to strike Shang Tianlong vanished under that radiant gleam. This unforeseen turn of events caused Shang Chang'e's eyes to narrow. Before Shang Tianlong stood a man, one wielding a broken sword. This must be the individual mentioned in the system's clever stratagem. Shang Tianlong's formidable protector, the broken sword. Is it truly possible to wield such power with mere scraps? Shang Chang'e mused, a hint of pity lacing his tone. After dispatching a shadow soldier, the broken sword wore a defiant expression. "Is that so?" Shang Chang'e chuckled. "Then allow me to show you something else." With a casual gesture, he pointed toward the entrance of the Hall of Deep Dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The savage bulls, one after another, towering over 2 meters in height, entered, bringing with them a pressure entirely unlike that of the Shadow Legion. If the Shadow Legion pursued the art of killing, the savage bulls embodied sheer, unadulterated power. Upon witnessing the arrival of these formidable figures, the broken sword's proud grin gradually stiffened. Chapter 139, The Fires of War in the Imperial Palace. The broken sword represented the pinnacle of individual combat prowess in this world. With the strength of 20 suits of armor and the unique 13 techniques of the broken sword, he had once battled 3 grandmasters of the same realm. Initially, Shang Tianlong had identified 2 key pieces on the celestial chessboard, one of intellect, represented by Prime Minister Yu, and one of might, represented by the broken sword. It was evident that the broken sword was indeed powerful enough to eliminate Wei Gong without a sound, capable of inflicting damage upon the Shadow Legion's individual combatants. But now, facing the savage bulls produced by Yi Tian, he would need to exert all his strength against just 2, let alone the 20 confronting him now. Boom. The second savage bull, exuding tremendous pressure, burst through the air, instantly appearing before the broken sword. Combat was imminent. However, this impending clash was overwhelmingly one-sided. Crack. The sword in the broken sword's hand met the fist of a colossal adversary. Yet in the next moment, another massive figure swung a fist capable of flattening him toward his side. The broken sword could evade the second blow, but in that same instant, the third, fourth, and fifth savage bulls had already sealed off his escape route. Thud! A simple, unembellished punch landed squarely on the broken sword's back, sending a visible shockwave rippling through the air. In an instant, he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground like a crushed frog, glaring at his assailants. The broken sword's once proud strength failed to manifest in any capacity. Frustration welled within him. You cowards, have the courage to face me one-on-one. What skill is there in a group attack? His words were met with a barrage of relentless punches and kicks from the other savage bulls. Witnessing his strongest bodyguard's dire plight, Shang Tianlong's complexion paled drastically. The ministers had now concluded that he was not of royal blood and would no longer support him. Meanwhile, Shang Chang'e loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him with pressure. The realm that belongs to him has been unequivocally overturned. After occupying the throne for a day, it is time for you to step down. Shang Chang'e took a deep breath and gestured to the shadowy army behind him. The dense shadows completely engulfed the light within the grand hall. In this darkness, figures of shadowy beings arose, surrounding Shang Tianlong completely. Stop! Suddenly, a powerful roar resonated from outside the Yuanshan Hall. Shang Chang'e, should you dare to harm Tianlong, no matter your prowess, you shall not leave this palace tonight. This resonant voice might have sounded unfamiliar to Shang Chang'e, who had not attended court for several years. However, for the other ministers within the hall, the voice from outside was instantly recognizable. Li Yuan. What brings him to the palace? Wasn't he stationed at the borders? Is he here to protect Shang Tianlong? The grand hall fell into chaos once more. Some ministers peered through the windows of the Yuanshan Hall, terrified to discover a vast number of imperial guards outside, their heads obscured from view. On the open stone ground outside, amidst the throng of 50,000 imperial guards, Li Yuan's eyes shimmered with ferocity. Hours earlier, upon hearing rumors about the capital, an inexplicable unease had taken root in his heart. Compelled by this unsettling emotion, he had hastily returned to the imperial city. When officials pressed for answers regarding Shang Tianlong, he realized that something was amiss, yet he restrained himself, knowing that Shang Tianlong held the reins of power. However, once Shang Chang'e appeared, the situation was irrevocably altered. Thus, leveraging his command over the army, Li Yuan summoned the few imperial guard leaders who were loyal solely to him, bringing with them 50,000 elite troops. This gave him the audacity to declare that Shang Chang'e would not leave the palace. Li Yuan, observing the situation outside, Shang Chang'e then turned his gaze toward Shang Tianlong. The man who had thought he was facing death now saw the situation shift dramatically, his pale complexion regaining some color. With such a formidable army pressing in, surely Shang Chang'e would think twice about acting recklessly against him. Release me, and I will ensure General Li does not trouble you. Surrounded by a throng of shadowy figures, Shang Tianlong regained the regal aura that belonged to him. Oh, do you believe you can survive? Shang Chang'e smiled at Shang Tianlong. This statement momentarily left Shang Tianlong dazed. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to kill me? Do you understand the consequences? As he gazed upon Shang Chang'e's expressionless face, a wave of fear surged within Shang Tianlong. Truly, this man intended to take his life. Even with 50,000 imperial guards closing in, it bore no deterrent effect. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, a shadowy soldier swiftly drew his blade across Shang Tianlong's neck. Gasping and clutching his throat, Shang Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression brimming with resentment. Ultimately, as the figure clad in the dragon robe collapsed, everyone around him trembled. If, just moments ago, Shang Chang'e had slain Shang Tianlong, the ministers would have felt a sense of melancholy, having witnessed the fall of a sovereign. Yet now, in the face of 50,000 imperial guards, witnessing Shang Tianlong's murder sent shockwaves through the assembly. Indeed, just a moment later, Li Yuan's voice, laden with profound fury and sorrow, echoed into the Yuanshan Hall. You dared to kill him. Shang Chang'e, I will see you dead. As the foremost general of Shang Nation, Li Yuan was far more formidable than he appeared. His ability to summon 50,000 elite imperial guards within the palace served as undeniable proof of his prowess. Kill. Whoever brings me Shang Chang'e's head shall be rewarded with a fortune. With that declaration filled with unbridled rage, the imperial guards outside surged forward toward the Yuanshan Hall like a tidal wave. It was over. It was all over. Li Yuan had gone mad. The people within the Yuanshan Hall were engulfed in terror. Several elder ministers hurried to stand before Shang Chang'e. Your Highness, you must flee. You are of royal blood. You cannot suffer the slightest harm. Indeed, we old bones can still hold off a few soldiers for you. The fervent declarations of sacrifice moved Shang Chang'e deeply. We need not run. He gently shook his head. Even before arriving at the palace, he had anticipated many scenarios using the system's inquiry interface. Liu Yuan's appearance was indeed one of those possibilities, and the countermeasures were far from challenging. Just as now, as the Imperial Guards charged toward the Yuanshan Hall, a sudden sound of galloping hooves erupted from the rear. This unusual sound even momentarily drowned out the cries of the Imperial Guards. When the onlookers focused their gaze, they were met with the astonishing sight of a contingent of soldiers on white horses clad in white robes emerging from behind the Yuanshan Hall. Chapter 140. The White Robes. 3,000 riders of the White Horse Brigade. This was indeed Shang Chang's trump card. Following their rebirth from the flames, the overall combat strength of the White Horse Brigade had more than doubled. Each soldier was already elite, and now they possessed the might of 5 ranks. In Shang Chang's eyes, they were undoubtedly a spear that could pierce through any opposition. How could these cavalrymen possibly appear in the palace? Upon witnessing the White Horse Brigade, Liu Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly. Cavalry poses a devastating threat to ordinary infantry. Clearly, this cavalry had come to protect Shang Chang. If their numbers were substantial, avenging Shang Tianlong would prove difficult. Amidst such thoughts, Liu Yuan observed the arrival of all the White Horse riders. In total, there were only 3,000. This realization allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. Just 3,000. Facing his 50,000 Imperial Guards. Regardless of their prowess, they would merely be a grasshopper among an ant swarm, able to leap only slightly. We have reinforcements. Several ministers, upon seeing the White Horse Brigade, appeared somewhat excited. Your Highness, we can escape. Indeed, we can flee. The ministers, the present cavalry could only facilitate their escape. None understood that Shang Chang's true aim was to utterly defeat these Imperial Guards and Liu Yuan. Loose. A volley of arrows served as the White Horse Brigade's greeting. In that moment, a wave of arrows struck down a substantial portion of the advancing Imperial Guards. Charge, scatter them. Liu Yuan raised his sword, shouting loudly. In the confined spaces of the palace, cavalry could hardly maneuver, let alone create distance. Liu Yuan, a seasoned warrior, recognized this instantly. Loose. Another volley of arrows rained down upon the Imperial Guards. The White Horse Brigade acted like an emotionless weapon, each strike inflicting deep wounds upon the Imperial Guards. Bearing the brunt of this precise and terrifying barrage, the Imperial Guards, under Liu Yuan's command, ultimately crashed into the formation of the White Horse Brigade. Kill. Each Imperial Guard brandished their long knives, colliding thunderously with the white-robed soldiers. Unfortunately, the situation was far from what Liu Yuan had envisioned. It was akin to an egg colliding with a rock. The deceptively small number of the White Horse Brigade caused the Imperial Guards to evaporate by the thousand in an instant. A dense accumulation of corpses littered the ground. Originally brimming with momentum to break through the white-robed soldiers' formation, the Imperial Guards found themselves in a state of paralysis. Liu Yuan's shock was particularly evident. With his keen gaze, he clearly discerned the strength of the white-robed soldiers. Their average prowess stood at 5 ranks. 5 ranks, a level sufficient to serve as centurions among the elite forces he commanded at the borders. Yet here, they were merely the most basic soldiers. How could such a cavalry be cultivated? Wherever righteousness leads, life and death follow. The heavens bear witness. The white horses accompany. Charge. The 3,000 white-robed soldiers raised their long spears, collectively shouting to the heavens. The superiority of their unit type, strength, and coordination became apparent to the onlookers. The dark mass of Imperial Guards fell like stalks of wheat, continuously toppling. The white-robed cavalry resembled an invincible celestial force. Even the numerous palace attendants and maidservants observing from afar could discern that the scales of victory on the battlefield were steadily tilting in favor of the white-robed soldiers. 3,000 against 50,000 was ostensibly an impossible feat. Is this truly your army, Your Highness? Many ministers struggled to maintain their composure. It felt like a miracle unfolding before their very eyes. 3,000 men battling against 50,000. This was not a stalemate. It was a massacre. How could one not be awed? Time continued to slip away in this palace battleground. 1 hour, 2 hours, even other leaders of the Imperial Guards and officials arrived. However, the newly arrived commanders and officials remained in a state of observation. At this moment, the battle was incomprehensible to the ministers. They could not discern which side was just. With Shang Tianlong dead, the leadership was in disarray. After 2 hours of slaughter, all they witnessed was the Imperial Guards falling one after another. In this gruesome spectacle, the white-robed soldiers and their steeds, stained with blood, appeared as harbingers of war. Those Imperial Guards yet to enter the fray, upon witnessing the carnage ahead, were utterly demoralized. Many even began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Liu Yuan had already betrayed the nation, seeking to massacre numerous ministers within the court. Would these Imperial Guards continue to foolishly assist him in opposing the throne? Shang Chang's voice suddenly resonated throughout the Yuanshan Hall. The already demoralized imperial guards halted their advance, taken aback by a sudden command. Many exchanged glances, as the majority remained oblivious to the current situation, adhering solely to military orders. Witnessing the guards pause at a single utterance from Xingqianga, a fierce glint flashed in Li Yuanyuan's eyes. What are you hesitating for? Xingqianga has betrayed us, conspiring to murder His Majesty. Zheng Ran's powerful words reignited the smoldering anger within the guards. Indeed, within the palace, before so many of them, an attempt was made on the emperor's life that if they did not apprehend the assailant, how could they justify their armor? Just as the guards prepared to engage the White Horse Brigade once more, Xingqianga's voice echoed again. The emperor, I, along with many ministers, have witnessed that Shang Tianlong is not of royal blood. How can one without royal lineage deserve the throne? Such declarations caused the guards to falter. They glanced at Li Yuanyuan and then at Xingqianga within the hall. Doubt and confusion clouded their minds, precisely as Xingqianga intended, having witnessed the might of the White Horse Brigade. The imperial guards were fundamentally reluctant to fight again. Forcing themselves onto the battlefield would be akin to marching to their doom. Xingqianga's words provided them a way out. Thus, the guards were more inclined to believe Xingqianga over Li Yuanyuan. Of course, all of this hinged upon the intimidating presence of the White Horse Brigade. The guards, demoralized, had lost all capacity for further combat. In such dire circumstances, morale proved to be the most crucial element. Clearly, the guards had lost this essential quality. Li Yuanyuan let out a deep sigh, his gaze sharp. Xingqianga, I shall return with my 30,000 elite troops from the frontier to take your head. With this bitter declaration, he turned his horse and rode away. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Thief, do not flee. A young general clad in white from the White Horse Brigade, riding a white steed, shot forth like an arrow, directly pursuing Li Yuanyuan. Observing the gallant young general breaking from the formation, Xingqianga marveled. This must be the one who has acquired the template of Zhao Zilong. Though unfamiliar with Zhao Zilong, Xingqianga's system had enlightened him. Thus, seeing the young general pursue, he felt little concern. According to the system, Zhao Zilong was incomparably stronger than Li Yuanyuan. As dawn broke, the young general returned, bearing the lifeless body of Li Yuanyuan, much to the astonishment of the palace maids and eunuchs. Ding! Li Yuanyuan is dead. Post progress at 99. The system's voice resonated in Xingqianga's mind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What does this 99 progress signify? It denotes the host's advancement towards claiming the throne. Is that so? He mused skeptically. What transpires when I reach 100? Upon this inquiry, Yution remained silent, while the luminous sphere in the system space flickered intensely. It signifies the completion of your merit. The world requires an emperor. Only then can the world currency manifest, and I shall finally have a holiday. The creator system's words were beyond Xingqianga's hearing. To him, it seemed the strategy system had fallen silent due to his question. Will you vanish? Suddenly, Xingqianga blurted out this notion, lacking any basis, merely a fleeting speculation. Once the host acquires what is needed, the strategy system would no longer be required. Yution's words left Xingqianga in contemplative silence. Indeed, the throne. Who does not desire it? At the Qin hour, in the Feng Tian Hall, civil and military officials gathered, anticipating the arrival of one destined to ascend the throne. The Prime Minister Yu and surrounding ministers wore expressions of smug satisfaction, having fought alongside Xingqianga against Shang Tianlong the previous night. They believed that with Xingqianga on the throne, they would undoubtedly become core ministers. As the officials awaited, time crept forward. When the sun rose high, casting warmth across the sky, the hall began to buzz with restlessness. Where is His Highness? Has he not yet arrived? General Changa is likely still resting. Last night was quite late. That cannot be. His Highness must know we await him. Is he delayed by some matter? The ministers murmured among themselves, and the Prime Minister sensed an unusual tension. His Highness has departed. He has left the capital. Suddenly, a frantic minor official burst into the Feng Tian Hall, breathless with urgency. What? He has left. How could this happen? Does he not realize today marks his ascension to the throne? Instantly, the officials fell silent, pacing and wringing their hands in disbelief. How could he leave without a word? Did he not understand that stepping into Feng Tian Hall would mean becoming the new emperor of Shang Nation? A carriage ambled down the official road, with Xingqianga at the reins. Beside him, Haisha maintained a quiet smile, watching the man in silence. System, I shall take you to the frontier, instill fear in the northern Xiongnu, and behold the vast landscapes beyond. With a spirited smile, Xingqianga appeared invigorated. Yi Tian offered no response. With Xingqianga's departure, the capital erupted in chaos. News of the vacant throne spread throughout the city and the entire Shang Nation, igniting widespread trepidation. In the court, the morning assembly became increasingly desolate with each passing day. As officials continued to dwindle, without an emperor, who would read their memorials. 5 days later, crime rates surged dramatically across Shang Nation due to the absence of a sovereign. Corruption flourished. Some princes and generals, unmonitored, began to carve out territories for themselves, resembling self-proclaimed rulers. Meanwhile, prominent civil officials shamelessly consumed the stipends of countless local officials, fostering a vicious cycle that took shape within a mere 10 days. This stark upheaval surpassed the expectations of seasoned ministers like Prime Minister Yu that if this continued, the Shang Nation would inevitably descend into utter chaos, or even fragment into multiple realms, merely a matter of time. The Shang Nation cannot be without a sovereign. Under the spontaneous suggestions of the elder ministers, they turned their hopes towards the second prince, a member of royal blood capable of assuming the throne. However, after a mere 20 days apart, they discovered that the second prince had become a mere grave. According to the elder who buried him, the child had encountered a band of robbers while seeking knowledge and was brutally slain by them. How could the second prince meet such a tragic end? Was the heavens intent on destroying the Shang Nation? The elder ministers wept bitterly. In the absence of a monarch, the Shang Nation, leaderless, deteriorated visibly day by day. Some elders proposed acting as regents, but were immediately met with opposition from treacherous ministers. The chaos in Shang Nation delighted the northern Xiongnu. Yet, after an initial thrill, they were not as pleased as anticipated. They had initially thought that with Shang Nation in such disarray, they could swiftly mobilize their forces and seize control. However, amidst the desolate grasslands, an enigmatic army clad in white emerged, a mysterious battalion solely targeting the Xiongnu. This army's mysteriousness lay in its uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. Just moments ago, the rear was empty, yet suddenly, a battalion of 3,000 white-clad soldiers emerged from nowhere. Every encounter with this army resulted in the annihilation of the Xiongnu forces. This mysterious army instilled profound fear among the Xiongnu, causing their clans to halt their advance towards Shang Nation with deep-seated resentment on a stretch of barren land, as the dim sun cast its slanting rays. A man dressed in a flowing robe stood resolute, flanked by two strikingly similar young women seated quietly beside him. "Oh, you wish for me to return?" Shang Changa glanced at the two women. Haisha pondered thoughtfully. "The Lantern Festival approaches, does it not?" "Indeed," Baisha chimed in. "I have heard someone rave about the beauty of the Lantern Festival in the royal city." With a soft chuckle, Shang Changa shook his head. Fully aware of their intentions that in just a month, the carefree departure felt heavy now. The state of Shang Nation was beyond his expectations that a nation cannot survive a day without a ruler, a truth starkly illuminated. Yet, should he return and claim the throne? Before Shang Changa, the system panel unfurled. After over 30 days of checks, he had acquired more than 30 tomes covering topics such as the manufacture of firearms, the cultivation of crops, and architectural design. Due to the enhancement of his physique, he has devised a plethora of ingenious strategies for daily tasks. All of these were derived from the inspiration of Shang Changa. Bestowed upon Yi Tian a month ago, this individual had expressed a tinge of sentimentality regarding his abdication from the throne. Yet now, with the passage of time, Yi Tian has come to a realization. This young man was merely aiming to exploit the benefits of the rewards and clever tactics he had accumulated. The intricacies of human nature are indeed inscrutable. System, do you have anything to convey to me? Yi Tian pondered in silence. That very evening, Shang Changa returned to the imperial capital. His arrival sent ripples of shock throughout the city. Some rejoiced, while others were engulfed in trepidation. Indeed, some were so overwhelmed with fear that they plotted his demise. The current state of the Shang kingdom was precisely what certain noble families relished. In such an environment, they could better amass power. Should Shang Changa ascend to the throne, these families would find themselves not merely returning to square one, but facing annihilation at the hands of the new emperor, who would be swift and merciless. With such thoughts in mind, the rebellious noble families hastily allied to obstruct Shang Changa's path back to the imperial city. However, they were sorely mistaken if they believed that deploying a few hundred soldiers would easily capture Shang Changa. A legion of white-robed soldiers emerged like divine beings, and together with Shang Changa, they stepped over the fallen bodies of their adversaries, unimpeded, into the imperial palace. It was only at this moment that everyone comprehended the truth. Shang Changa's power did not stem from the palace, but from within himself. Some faintly recalled the transformative battle from a month prior, where the white-robed legion displayed their formidable prowess. The families, still reeling from their previous actions, finally understood that Shang Changa's absence from the capital was not due to fear, but rather a matter of choice. Now that he has returned, everything is poised to revert to its rightful place. that on November 21,501 of the Shang Kingdom, the new emperor, Shang Chang'e, ascended the throne. Following the elaborate coronation ceremony, he donned the crown adorned with jade beads and draped himself in the golden dragon imperial robe. Standing before the grand steps of the Fengtian Hall, below him knelt a multitude of civil and military officials, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor." The ascension of the new emperor heralded the dawn of a new era. Ding, progress 100. The host is rewarded with 200,000 Mo Dao soldiers. Host. Until we meet again. As He Tian heard the system's final words, Shang Chang'e, receiving the homage of the officials, slowly closed his eyes. The system had indeed vanished. Perhaps this is the essence of choice. Chapter 142. Adjustment. A new world. The sky was clear, and the breeze gentle. A week had elapsed since returning from the world of usurping the throne. I truly have a harem of 3,000 beauties. On the day of his return, Yi Tian shattered the third world coin. Now, after a week of fermentation, the effects of this world coin were vividly manifesting. As he casually opened his phone, a deluge of notifications flooded in. Shock. A landslide occurred in a certain area of Mountain City, revealing ancient city ruins. Astonishing. The ancient city buried underground is preliminarily estimated to be at least a millennium old. These reports were from yesterday. Yi Tian glanced at the latest updates on a popular social media platform, where an entire row of trending topics was dominated by the ancient city ruins. Top 1. Latest news. The ruins do not belong to any recorded dynasty in our nation. Top 2. Insanity. Our 5,000-year history of Huaxia is about to be rewritten. Top 3. Watch the official live stream. Professor Yang and his team are about to reveal the answers. Exclamations and keywords related to ruins and dynasties flowed through the entire nation of Huaxia, and indeed the world at that moment. Such fervor could not even be compared to the unearthing of the Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. For these ruins represented a new dynasty, one not documented in any historical texts. What did this signify? It meant that history was on the verge of being rewritten. In the live streaming room, the event had synchronized with major domestic streaming platforms, garnering nearly 100 million viewers. The host inquired of an elderly professor, Professor Yang, based on your understanding, is it true that the ruins in Wudu do not belong to any recorded dynasty in Huaxia's history? Hearing the host's words, the elderly man, with patches of age spots in his white hair, took a deep breath. It is true, that is a new dynasty, belonging to the historical era of our Central Plains. Yet, for reasons unknown, it remains unrecorded in historical documents. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would have the honor of witnessing the ruins of a brand new dynasty. As he spoke, the old man's emotions stirred deeply. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged. I never dared to dream of witnessing such a historical moment in my lifetime. Is history about to be rewritten? Are we to add a new dynasty to our historical records? Wait, does this mean history classes are going to increase? Suddenly, I'm not so thrilled about this. As the viewers in the live stream flooded the comments, the host continued, Professor Yang, could you tell us more about this buried dynasty, which has re-emerged after over 1,000 years? The host's question was precisely what countless viewers yearned to know. Yang nodded slightly, his expression drifting into reminiscence. The artifacts within the ruins are remarkably well preserved. My archaeological team and I have gleaned from ancient texts that this dynasty was called the Shang dynasty, which thrived for a full 501 years. As Professor Yang gradually unveiled the entirety of the Shang dynasty to the audience, the essence of the era began to materialize. This dynasty faced the threat of the Xiongnu from beyond the borders, while also reveling in the peaceful lives of its people. What stood out most was the unique hereditary system of the Shang dynasty's throne, regardless of the number of princes. Ultimately, only one could survive to inherit the throne. The sovereigns of the Shang dynasty had all emerged in this manner, navigating through the mist to seize power. Upon hearing this, many listeners were left astounded. This truly is an unforgettable dynasty. Overall, while it may not rival the prosperity of the Tang or Song dynasties, it possessed its own unique blend of joys and sorrows. Professor Yang's live stream was far from over when the heat rankings on popular platforms like Certain Blog were refreshed yet again. Posts erupted into virality. The Shang dynasty, forgotten by the Central Plains, has returned. From now on, our Huaxia history is not just 5,000 years. 5,000 years plus the 501 years of the Shang kingdom. After checking, we are now the first ancient nation globally. How hilarious! We surpassed the ancient Babylon of 5,500 years by just 1 year. That night, the official confirmation cemented this fact. The true history of the Central Plains stands at 5,501 years. Numerous nations voiced their dissent, as their histories spanned only 300 to 400 years. This additional segment of history overshadowed their entire national narratives, which was indeed quite absurd. Yet, as artifacts and evidence were laid out, Western nations fell silent. 5501 years of history, that resplendent Eastern kingdom has become the world's foremost ancient nation. In his villa, Yution turned off his phone. This third world coin, while somewhat self-serving in the global context, bore no impact on his progress. The system panel indicated a 3 advancement, signaling a step forward. Instinctively, Yution sensed that upon reaching 5 progress, he would undergo a minor transformation. In the previous world, aside from the world coins and deducting consumed resources, he had amassed over 10 million points. Now, with his points reaching 40 million, he felt a newfound confidence for entering relatively high martial worlds. Moreover, he had acquired 2 significant items from the last realm. 1 was the 13 techniques of the broken sword, a martial art that stood as the pinnacle in that world. Having only mastered the first technique, the wielder already exhibited formidable strength. If fully developed, he could easily contend with 20 formidable foes. After all, in the original narrative, when tasked to slay his father, Li Yuan, the master of the broken sword single-handedly defeated thousands of cavalrymen to claim his target's head. Such a feat illustrated the potency of this martial art. The second item was a chessboard. This heaven and earth chessboard was the most extraordinary artifact in that world. Initially, it could only be used for divination. But after a week of continuous deduction, Yution's efforts began to transform it into a weapon of destruction, already infused with the essence of the great principles. If Yution were to completely evolve it, the transformed chessboard would undoubtedly become a powerful divine artifact. As he stowed away the system panel, Yution reclined in his chair, feeling a touch of languor. He had assigned a task to Xiao Zhao a few days prior. Yet there had been no updates. Muttering to himself, a glimmer of light flickered, and Yution found himself in the system space. In the vast, wide expanse of the system space, a glowing sphere pulsed vigorously. Before this sphere, an energy entity was constantly shifting in form. Not yet completed? Did you not claim that you excelled in creating entities that would not clash with the world's will? Seeing Yution's arrival, the creator system, exhausted from days without rest, snapped back. You requested an existence that wouldn't repel the world's intent, which is inherently challenging. Moreover, you insisted it must surpass the likes of the formidable foes. This increases the difficulty exponentially. Listening to the creator system's grievances, Yution couldn't help but chuckle. Did I not allocate 200,000 points for you to ponder over this? The glowing sphere sighed resignedly. Just a bit longer. A few more hours will suffice. Yution refrained from speaking further. Upon returning to the villa, he resumed tending to the garden. He envisioned a creation from the creator system, an upgraded version of the individual known as the Manticore. Thus far, his summoning page comprised only 2 tiers, the lowest, the Manticore, and the highest, the Grand Demon Lord. As the world's levels ascended, the Manticore had become somewhat inadequate, while the Grand Demon Lord was clearly an overqualified choice. Thus, he contemplated enriching the roster of summoned beings. Several hours passed before the creator system's voice echoed within the system space. Hurry, it's ready. Upon hearing this, Yution promptly appeared in the system space. His gaze fell upon a shadowy figure before him. It was a humanoid entity of well-proportioned stature, cloaked in a black robe, exuding an aura of chilling coldness that felt almost tangible. The closer inspection of the robe revealed that the figure was, in fact, a skeleton, just as expected of you. Every creation is a marvel, Yution mused, observing the entity as data materialized on the panel, slightly weaker in strength compared to the Manticore, yet surpassing it in speed by a significant margin, while also possessing the critical frost attribute. Externally, it appeared quite formidable. Indeed, the creator system proclaimed with evident pride. Now that everything is prepared, let us explore the next world. Yution stretched languidly, muttering, these days have been exceedingly dull. What? Aren't you going to take a break? Chapter 143. Yution, the Great Father System. The origin of civilization is fire, while the origin of life is water. Beneath the pitch-black firmament, smoke perpetually shrouded the land. Even the last remaining bastions of human survival were gradually fading away, erasing the remnants of past civilizations. This was an apocalypse, a desolate, and known only to AFEW. The Jiangnan base city. At North City No. 1 High School, the sound of bells rang as children, still bound by the necessity of schooling, welcomed their holiday in the evening. Luo Kai, in a week, you'll be going for the Wilderness Martial Arts examination. Are you prepared? A plump boy engaged in conversation with a cleanly dressed, fair-faced boy. Upon hearing this, a flicker of insecurity crossed the boy's eyes. I'm getting there. I must tell you. The martial arts examination is a crucial part of our college entrance exams. You must be thoroughly prepared, especially when it comes to weapons and potions. At this juncture, do not hesitate to spend. You must acquire the best, We will be facing zombies and mutated beasts. I understand. Luo Kai managed a strained smile, wishing to divert the conversation, but as anticipated, following the boy's remark, a girl seated in front, organizing her backpack, cast a disdainful glance over. Come on, with Luo Kai's family situation, what can he afford? The best. A standard weapon would be the pinnacle for him. Her words were unguarded, drawing the attention of those still lingering in the classroom. Upon realizing she was referring to Luo Kai, they expressed a knowing look. North City No. 1 High School was a place where only children from upper-middle-class families in the North District could attend. Luo Kai had secured a spot here due to his exceptional academic performance, but upon discovering his residence in a poverty-stricken area, his classmates had developed an unspoken sense of distance and exclusion. Is that how you speak? The plump boy glanced at the girl in front. Is it because Luo Kai always outshines you in academic exams? Wang Tao, mind your words. Li Ping, with her striking features, wore a scornful expression. Ha! Wang Tao, don't pretend. Maintaining a faade of brotherhood isn't worth offending our beauty. Li, a voice chimed in from the class. Noticing who spoke, Wang Tao's expression shifted to a sycophantic smile. Wu go. It's not like that. Classmates should support each other, right? Ha! You know Luo Kai's situation better than we do. You just want him to borrow money from you to buy gear. Apologize to Li, and I'll look after your business. Leave Luo Kai be. He can't even pay you back if he borrows. These words laid bare the reality that a group of young men behind Wu erupted into laughter. Amidst this mockery, Luo Kai glanced at Wang Tao. Unfazed by the exposure, he smiled even wider, distancing himself from Luo Kai and sweet-talking the girl in front. Li, I spoke out of turn. Don't take it to heart. No need for apologies, Li Ping replied coldly, eyeing the boy next to Wang Tao. A fellow who hasn't even reached the Iron Realm. What can your academic prowess achieve? The martial arts examination in 7 days is destined to keep you a pretty boy, forever trapped in your class. With that, the girl left the classroom. As the atmosphere quieted, the remaining students gradually departed. Wu go. Wait for me. Wang Tao cheerfully chased after the tall boy with a buzz cut. As they left, Wang Tao's remarks regarding loans and bargains echoed in Luo Kai's ears. Silently gathering his belongings, Luo Kai slung his bag over his shoulder and took a deep breath. Accustomed to this situation, that he felt the pocket, where he had saved up money earned from part-time work over the semester. After deducting living expenses, he had 302 yuan to purchase equipment for the martial arts examination. This amount, a mere daily allowance for his classmates, represented a semester's worth of savings for him. That it was precisely this dire lack of funds that rendered him unable to take the first step towards becoming a martial artist. A basic martial artist's source stone cost 100,000, a dream far beyond his reach. Nightfall came swiftly. At 7 o'clock, Luo Kai returned to North City for 34th Street. The damp ground emitted a foul stench. As he treaded on the unstable tiles, a splash of refuse erupted. In this post-apocalyptic, impoverished area, chaos and filth were the norm. Observing the tenement buildings, Luo Kai entered one, breathlessly climbing 8 flights of stairs. Upon opening the door, he found his disheveled father asleep, surrounded by scattered bottles of cheap liquor. With a quiet sigh, Luo Kai dropped his bag and began his usual routine of tidying up the home. Back already? A middle-aged man slightly opened his eyes. Yes, their exchange was terse, after which Luo Kai retrieved a scoop of rice and headed for the kitchen. The martial arts examination is just 7 days away, right? The man asked, a rare inquiry. Yes, Luo Kai replied, somewhat glum. Don't go. The middle-aged man picked up a half-empty liquor bottle and poured its contents into a bowl. This statement caused Luo Kai to pause. Why? Don't you understand how crucial this examination is for me? The boy's voice was laden with repression. The man, showing little emotional change, raised the bowl of liquor. You're not cut out to be a talent. This remark halted Luo Kai's actions in the kitchen. The man savored the cheap liquor in the bowl. Here we go again. Luo Kai clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. Since childhood, you've only known how to deny me. I never asked for your guidance in school or in life. Yet why do you only know how to negate my efforts? This is a martial arts examination, my one chance in life. If I pass, I can enter the academy I desire, earn money from martial artist source stones, and transform my life. His words, infused with pent-up emotion and tremors, rang out. That I have told you. You cannot. The middle-aged man slammed the table, shattering the porcelain bowl. That I must go. Luo Kai, shedding his usual timidity, declared, if living a life as a waste like you is my fate, I would rather die. You think I am a waste? The man's hoarse voice revealed a tremor in his emotions. That it's not just what I think. Everyone who sees you believes the same. You're merely an idler, a complete waste of space. Luo Kai's words erupted in a scream. Having lived in this oppressive environment for so many years, today marked the most intense emotional outburst he had ever expressed. The father's weary gaze dimmed at his son's tirade. Drifting towards the window, the dark sky loomed like a shroud. A prison. Do you truly wish to become a martial artist? Becoming a martial artist has been my dream since childhood. It is this dream that has sustained me, preventing me from succumbing to despair. Luo Kai's demeanor calmed, his tone more even. The father sighed, a hint of clarity breaking through his previously muddled gaze, as if struggling with something. Then allow me to quiz you. What are the levels of martial artists? This question caused Luo Kai to furrow his brow, perceiving it as an inconsequential trivia question. Martial artists have 6 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and amethyst, each further subdivided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Each level also has a quality distinction, ranging from common to legendary. Across 5 tiers, the quality of a martial artist signifies their strength and potential. Quite knowledgeable, the father's eyes gleamed with reminiscence. What lies above amethyst? Above amethyst. At this, Luo Kai appeared puzzled. Amethyst is already the highest level. In the entire Jiangnan Bay City, there are only 5 individuals. The highest? Luo Lei gently shook his head. Above the amethyst lies the monarch, the sovereign seated upon the throne. Monarch? A new level of martial prowess, surprising the youth. It was not even mentioned in the tomes. Books are penned by humans, if one does not wish for you to know. How could they include it? This statement kindled doubt within Luo Kai. If such knowledge was absent from the texts, why would this man possess it? Unperturbed by Luo Kai's thoughts, Luo Lei rummaged through his belongings, revealing a necklace, the cleanest item he possessed. If you can assure both me and your mother that you will strive towards becoming a monarch under any circumstances, I shall not deny you. Mother. Luo Kai's gaze fell upon the necklace in Luo Lei's hand, his voice resolute. Though I currently possess nothing, I shall prove myself with time. Laughter, devoid of emotion, erupted from Luo Lei as he reclined in a wooden chair. For now, cease your cooking and fetch me 2 bottles of wine. Luo Kai was dismissed. In the kitchen, a gentle heat simmered a thin porridge. In the cramped living room, Luo Lei gazed at the necklace in his hand, a bittersweet smile gracing his unshaven lips. Yuner, our child has grown and will surely scold me. Yet he has chosen the path of a martial artist, a road of no return. I must support him. Whispering to himself, Luo Lei's back was graced by a crimson throne, warping the very fabric of space, slowly manifesting like a deity. This was the emblem of a monarch. Cough. As he summoned the power of starlight, blood erupted from his mouth. His internal injuries flared painfully. Yet, Luo Lei remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the space before him. Mere inches away, the fabric of reality twisted, reminiscent of a collapsing black hole. Amidst the gathering starlight, a stone radiating vibrant brilliance gradually came into view, the martial source stone. This artifact encapsulated the very essence of a martial artist, akin to a legacy, essential for every commoner aspiring to become a warrior. After a protracted 10 minutes, as the final vestiges of crimson coalesced, Luo Lei, with disheveled hair, leaned wearily against the wall. With a clatter, the invaluable blood-red monarch's source stone fell beside him, free from the weight of starlight's influence. His internal injuries surged forth like a river breaching its dam, an irreversible eruption. Blood trickled from his orifices, and his breaths grew faint. This was the only legacy he could leave his son in his final moments. Yuner, I come to accompany you. Compared to me, our child will surely traverse further. He possesses an astonishing talent for learning. In this murmur of despair, Luo Lei's eyes slowly closed. He had already foreseen his fate. Ding, host detected. Yi Tian system activated. Would the host like to bind? Chapter 144, Legendary Quality Battle Armor. Luo Kai, carrying 2 bottles of wine, opened the door to his home, only to find it empty. On the solitary table in the living room lay a conspicuous blood-red martial source stone, causing his heart to tremble. A martial source stone, even the most ordinary one, should not be found in their home. Approaching the table step by step, he noticed the stone weighed down by a note left by his father, Luo Lei. You must have absorbed the martial source stone. I have gone for a stroll. Remember to save me some food. On the cold streets, drizzled with rain, a few bicycles from the old world were still in motion. In the dimly lit alley, cloaked in a robe, Luo Lei inhaled deeply and exhaled smoke. The second-hand smoke merged with the chilly air. It had been 2 hours since the system bound him, and he was still engulfed in shock and confusion. System, is that how I should refer to you? The host's response is correct. Yu Tian replied patiently. What manner of existence are you? Are you of extraterrestrial origin? Or, exhaling a plume of smoke, Luo Lei raised his stubbled chin, gazing into the heavens with a face etched in weariness. Or did that fellow send you to mock me? The system is dedicated to aiding every host. It shall not engage in actions detrimental to the host. This dialogue flickered a light of hope in Luo Lei's eyes. Indeed, in my current state, who would still care about me? With a self-deprecating smile, Luo Lei contemplated for a moment. You mentioned earlier that you can accomplish anything? Indeed, this system is also known as the achievement limitation system. Should the host fulfill certain achievements, the system will reward the host accordingly. Can you resurrect the deceased? At this question, Luo Lei, no matter how composed, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Isn't the host an example? Yu Tian's words sent a shiver through Luo Lei. Indeed, not long ago, had it not been for the system's emergence, he would have perished. What must I do to resurrect those who have passed? The host merely needs to achieve milestones. With each achievement met, the system will randomly reward items, potentially including those related to resurrection. Random rewards. Hearing this, Luo Lei's resolve hardened. Even if random, it offered a glimmer of hope. The system instilled in him the possibility of reviving his loved ones and provided him with the motivation to persist. However, upon assessing his condition, Luo Lei found himself in a rather awkward situation. His strength, due to the system, had not diminished with the martial source stone, yet his internal injuries persisted, perhaps even worsened. The pain had become a constant companion, one he had grown accustomed to. What truly concerned Luo Lei was whether he could achieve the milestones proposed by the system under these circumstances to obtain some beneficial items. What are the achievements, system? Luo Lei inquired. A list has been compiled for the host. With Yi Tian's declaration, a series of text appeared on the system interface. Level 1 achievements. Father as mentor, Black Iron Tier. Requirement. Impart combat techniques to your child to achieve this milestone. Death God in a Cage, Black Iron Tier. The host must kill 500 opponents within the rules at the Underground Arena in North District to achieve this milestone. Survivor of the Old World, Black Iron Tier. The host must survive for half a month in the radiation-ridden Old World to achieve this milestone. Zombie Harvesting Machine, Black Iron Tier. There is no time limit. Slay 100,000 zombies to achieve this milestone. The 4 achievements caused Luo Lei to furrow his brow. Only the first seemed manageable. The other 3 were daunting in his current state. As a newcomer, the host has a novice gift package awaiting collection. Would the host like to open it? Yi Tian's voice chimed in at that moment. And a delicate gift package appeared before Luo Lei's eyes. A gift package. Luo Lei was taken aback and promptly opened it. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 7 Wounds Restraint and the skill book 13 Techniques of the Broken Sword. As the series of notifications concluded, Luo Lei suddenly felt a peculiar energy ripple within him, akin to chains binding his strength. Simultaneously, it restrained his impending internal injuries. Item: 7 Wounds Restraint Description. 7 chains that bind the host's injuries and strength at each realm, allowing the host to heal injuries layer by layer to unlock their power. Upon reading the brief description, Luo Lei clenched his fist. At that moment, he had become an ordinary person, yet the chains completely secured his internal injuries, alleviating any fear of a relapse. With a mere thought, the 7 chains could be instantly undone, restoring his strength and injuries. This extraordinary experience deepened Luo Lei's acceptance of the system that had suddenly appeared and bound him. Turning his attention to the other item, the 13 Techniques of the Broken Sword skill book. After perusing its introduction, Luo Lei felt its significance. It could bestow an additional skill, a rarity among martial artists who typically could only comprehend one skill in the mid to late stages of a major realm. This meant that even upon reaching the monarch level, one would only possess 7 skills. The ability to acquire an additional skill was a paradigm shift. System, use the skill book. At 10 o'clock that evening, Luo Lei returned home. The dining table was laid with simple fare. Luo Kai's door was firmly shut, the faint glimmer of starlight indicating that he had begun to absorb the martial source stone. Sitting on a stool, Luo Lei gazed at the empty bowl before him, instinctively reaching for the wine. However, halfway there, he placed it back down. The wine was meant for the former version of himself. After consuming 2 large bowls of porridge, the crisp sound of the door opening startled Luo Lei. I have become a martial artist, Luo Kai exclaimed, his eyes red-rimmed as he opened the door. Astonished that his long-held wish had materialized today, Black Iron Tier, Luo Lei's expression remained largely unchanged. Show me your battle armor. Let us see its quality. Luo Kai did not hesitate, closing his eyes. At that moment, streams of starlight energy flowed from the youth's body, coalescing into a dark armor forged from the essence of starlight. The black armor, a standard and emblem for every black iron martial artist. shimmered with a polished sheen unlike any other. It radiated a black luster reminiscent of a mirror, as if crafted from materials of a future epic. Upon witnessing this near-perfect black iron battle armor, even Luo Lei's stoicism was shaken to its core. It was armor of legendary quality. Quality is classified as ordinary, fine, excellent, epic, and legendary. To ascend to greatness, one must maintain at least an epic quality at every level. The effort expended by Lori to achieve his epic black iron status was immense, yet he was astounded to discover that his son possessed innate legendary quality battle armor. Such a prodigious talent, favored by the heavens, could scarcely be found in the entire human realm. No more than 5 individuals. In the system space, Yution began to replicate the battle armor of Luo Kai with fervor. Extracting data and analyzing the fundamental principles behind legendary black iron armor, considering how to mass-produce it. What's wrong? Luo Kai inquired, puzzled by Lori's expression. Taking a deep breath, Lori solemnly advised, never reveal your battle armor. No matter the circumstances, should it be unveiled, unless you share a bond of life and death with someone. All who behold it must be slain. Why? Luo Kai pressed. Just remember that, Lori replied, leaving no room for further explanation. The two fell into silence, with Luo Kai still reveling in the joy of becoming a martial artist. He rummaged through his tattered backpack and retrieved a broken sword, a treasure he had unearthed at the weapons shop. Although it was a shattered blade, it was forged from meteorite steel. Even as a black iron warrior, it still held considerable value. Why not purchase a better weapon? Lori remarked, only to realize the folly of his own words a moment later. Without a word, Luo Kai clutched the broken sword, recalling the sword techniques he had read about, and began to practice earnestly. Deep down, he longed to ask how his source stone for martial artists had come into his possession. While he was unsure about the origins of other source stones, he was certain that the one he absorbed was not ordinary. Its worth must be in the tens of thousands, if not millions. How could his father afford such an extravagant purchase? He had initially expected Lori to divulge the answers to his questions, but to his surprise, his father seemed indifferent, leaving him at a loss for words. Watching his son's unrefined swordplay, Lori furrowed his brow and seized the broken sword. A broken sword has its own applications. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate once. What Lori intended to impart to Luo Kai was the 13 techniques of the broken sword, a martial skill recently bestowed upon him by the system. Initially, he was intrigued, but did not expect it to be particularly potent, given his discerning eye. However, upon further exploration, he was left in awe. This sword technique was of legendary quality. Each martial artist develops skills of varying strengths and qualities, with only those of legendary caliber being able to comprehend legendary quality techniques. Even Lori, pushing his talent to the utmost limit, had only managed 7 epic quality skills. The gap in innate ability was, to a significant extent, irreplaceable through mere effort. With the broken sword in hand, Lori exhaled softly and began to demonstrate. The flawed blade was imbued with a new power in his grasp. Luo Kai, observing his father's swordplay, could not help but be captivated. The protagonist's aura was one of insight and perseverance. The moment he embarked on the martial path, his fate was sealed to be anything but ordinary. As the dark night enveloped the world, the rain began to intensify. In the old world, 100 kilometers from Jiangnan Bay City, the corrosive radiation rain eroded everything in its path, while remnants of human civilization lingered amidst the shattered cityscape. This once magnificent metropolis had become an unequivocal no-go zone in the eyes of all. Yet, tonight, humanity dared to tread here. The deafening roar of helicopters shattered the rain-soaked silence as they maneuvered between skyscrapers. Beams of searchlights illuminated the ground below, revealing streets slick with rain and teeming with zombies, standing like lifeless husks. Historical records indicate that the apocalypse's dawn was marked by the outbreak of the zombie virus, with this metropolis as its epicenter. Even in the skies, survival was a distant hope for those aboard the helicopter. Yet, the higher-tier zombies made no move upon sighting the aircraft, as if it possessed a green card for passage from Jiangnan Bay City. The helicopter continued its flight, accompanied by flashes of lightning, and gradually descended onto the rooftop of a towering building. Beneath the searchlights, a one-armed youth with pallid skin and obsidian eyes appeared to have been waiting patiently. As the helicopter discharged its crew amidst the swirling rain, one could recognize them as the high-ranking officials from Jiangnan Bay City. It seems our arrival is increasingly delayed, the one-armed youth remarked. Shaking his head, the lead figure among the Jiangnan officials, an older man with graying temples, responded, our journey has not been without its challenges. We ask for the Corpse King's understanding. The youth's disdainful gaze fell upon the officials, his voice laced with contempt. Weak humans. Their clenched fists betrayed their frustration, yet they could only sigh in resignation. Let us get to the point. Where is the offering for this time? The youth's black eyes regarded them as if they were merely livestock. After a heavy exchange of glances, one of the officials finally stated, the North District. In Jiangnan Base City, at Block 434 of the North District, Luo Kai lay on the ground, utterly spent after swinging his sword thousands of times. His father, Lori, was unusually busy in the kitchen. After a while, he emerged with a bowl of bitter medicine that emanated a pungent odor. Drink this, Lori instructed, handing the bowl to Luo Kai. What is it? Luo Kai asked. Medicine for body recovery. With your training regimen. Without it, you would need 3 days to recover from a single day of practice. Sitting up uncomfortably at his father's words, Luo Kai eyed the swirling brown liquid and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt the faint starlight energy within him surge more rapidly. It truly had an effect, and quite a significant one at that. The recipe lay on the table, and the ancient herbs were not costly. I'll be stepping out, Lori announced, rising to leave. Wait, Luo Kai suddenly called after him. Dad, are you a martial artist? I'm just a drunkard, Lori replied, walking out without a backward glance, staring blankly at his departing father. Luo Kai murmured to himself, Father, what are you hiding from me? On the streets, Lori donned a large black cloak, reflecting on his son's question as he prepared to leave. His gaze dimmed. Some truths could not yet be revealed to Luo Kai. In a world rife with enemies, he would shoulder the burden alone. System, I must have achieved my first accomplishment by now, Lori queried as he walked along the street. Ding. Host has successfully imparted combat skills to his son. Achieving the accomplishment, father is also a teacher. Reward. The first level of the 7 Wounds lock is unlocked, and the black iron battle armor is upgraded to legendary quality. Upon hearing the rewards, Lori felt one of the 7 locks that had bound him dissipate. His black iron strength was liberated, and alongside that, the corresponding injury was also healed. As long as he refrained from utilizing silver level power or above, he would face no constraints. However, compared to the first reward, the second was what truly stirred Lori's previously unyielding heart. Legendary quality. His black iron battle armor had ascended to legendary status. The quality of his training should have been fixed, so how could it have been enhanced by the system? With a thought, deep, shadowy armor materialized upon his form, though both were of legendary quality. Luo Kai's armor was entirely distinct from Lori's. Its obsidian hue resembled an abyss, consuming all light that dared to touch it. Indeed, it was legendary quality clenching his fist. The familiar rush of power ignited the depths of Lori's being. He had once thought he had reached the pinnacle of greatness, only to be harshly reminded of his limitations. Back then, he had been too weak to contend with such beings, yet that had been his limit now. The system's ability to elevate his fixed quality signified the possibility of further advancement. Equally, it offered him a glimmer of hope for vengeance. System, where is the North District arena, as the battle armor reabsorbed into his body? Lori exhaled a breath of frustration. Ding. Host location has been determined. The system interface opened, revealing a map prepared with utmost thoroughness for each new world. Surveying the target, Lori strode forward, expressionless. Calculating the time, it was once again the period for offerings he needed to achieve more system accomplishments to hasten his recovery and enhance his power. Chapter 146. The Chaos Arena. The arena, in this era, had become a legitimate industry akin to brothels. When Lori, shrouded in a black cloak, arrived at the North District arena, the faint scent of blood and the frenzied roars of the audience assaulted his senses. After glancing at the achievement titled, The Grim Reaper in the Cage, Lori closed the system interface. Sir, would you like to reserve a seat? The receptionist in formal attire asked, leaving no room for frivolous thoughts. Register a contestant account for me, Lori replied. Luo Lei glanced at the price list behind the reception desk and produced 10 yuan. All right, the receptionist said with a smile as she accepted the money. May I please see your identification? We need to register you. The request for identification momentarily froze Luo Lei's expression. Yes, we are a legitimate establishment. The receptionist maintained her professional smile, that in case you were to perish in the arena. We need to notify your family for identification. Identification. Luo Lei furrowed his brow. If his personal information were to be revealed, it could lead to complications if someone with ulterior motives were to investigate. And if his true identity were discovered by certain individuals, it would undoubtedly bring about endless troubles. Ding. Considering the host's current predicament, identity information for your son, Luo Kai, has been provided. Luo Lei paused, then lifted his head slightly beneath the black robe. I am Luo Kai, and my identification number is. A few minutes later, the receptionist cheerfully announced, All right, sir, your code is 36274. You may enter the gladiatorial contestant area using this code. All your personal information is securely stored in our system. Nodding slightly, Luo Lei strolled toward a nearby passage. Compared to the deafening roars outside, the contestant area felt relatively tranquil. Looking around, he noted that this expansive lounge could accommodate no fewer than 2,000 people. Of course, most of them were not warriors but rather ordinary individuals, gaunt and weary from the pressures of survival, daring to take risks in hopes of earning some money. Such individuals flocked to the North City Gladiatorial Arena by the thousands each day. Navigating past the ordinary contestants section, the area designated for warriors was noticeably less crowded. The gladiatorial contests were divided into 3 modes: individual, free-for-all, and matches. Each mode further categorized into ordinary battles and life-and-death confrontations. Remembering the system's achievement, Luo Lei chose the free-for-all life-and-death match without much hesitation. In this mode, at least 7 out of 10 participants must perish for the contest to conclude. It was indeed a brutal form of gladiatorial combat. Yet it was the most beloved spectacle among countless spectators. The generous rewards ensured that this mode never lacked participants. Realm? The staff in the lounge inquired as Luo Lei registered. Black Iron Peak. Code 3627. 4.30 minutes later, at Arena 5, the staff handed Luo Lei a ticket with recorded information. You will be notified by broadcast. The waiting period felt interminable. Luo Lei cast a couple of glances at the screen displaying the arena matches. In life-and-death gladiatorial contests, death was a certainty. The entire arena resembled a relentless meat grinder, existing amid a backdrop of drastically reduced populations in a post-apocalyptic world. Sanctioned by the base city. To the average person, such a place was incomprehensible, yet Luo Lei could easily surmise the grim reality behind it. This was a desolation known only to a select few. Luo Lei was among that select group. All contestants for the free-for-all life-and-death match, please enter Arena 5. The announcement blared, prompting Luo Lei to rise slowly and proceed down the corridor. The light illuminated his black robe, leaving only his silhouette distinct. Mad dog, mad dog, mad dog. Upon stepping onto the arena, Luo Lei was bombarded by these shouts, accompanied by a cacophony of whistles. Some women even tore open their collars, screaming wildly. Shifting his gaze, he noticed that the object of the audience's fervor was a thin youth sporting a silver ring on his nose. All right, audience, your perseverance has brought us to today's 5th life-and-death free-for-all. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Allow me to introduce our contestants. First, we have contestant number 7832, known as the Mad Dog. His strength has long reached the pinnacle of black iron, and he has survived 5 life-and-death free-for-alls. Ooh, 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 woohoo. The audience erupted in cheers. Mad dog, mad dog. The other 9, if you survive, I will introduce you later. Now, let the match begin. With the host's words, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever-pitched in an instant. The 10 contestants scattered across Arena 5, warily eyeing one another. The free-for-all matches tested not only strength, but also cunning. To everyone, it seemed impossible for one individual to overpower 9 others of the same realm. Right. Suddenly, an odd sound akin to simmering food echoed across the arena. The 9 contestants and the audience turned their attention to a corner of the arena, where a man clad in a black robe began to emanate a rich aura of starlight powered. To activate one's starlight power in such a clear situation was tantamount to courting death. The surrounding audience perked up. Such a stalemate often required the death of a contestant to shatter the tension and plunge into chaos. Clearly, Luo Lei, the first to unleash his starlight power, had become the target of collective hostility. Mad dog, kill him, score the first point, the crowd clamored. However, as the gaunt youth turned to face Luo Lei, an inexplicable sense of unease began to unfurl within him, akin to a blade slowly descending toward his head. Kid, if you don't understand the rules, I'll send you on your way, cackled an old man in a black suit resembling a ninja turtle. In a mere flash, he appeared behind Luo Lei. The first point is mine. A woman with a body as thin as a plank, reeking of cloying perfume, rushed toward Luo Lei, raising a dagger aimed at his throat, as the two charged at one another. The remaining contestants followed suit. Their targets were not necessarily Luo Lei, but rather anyone who appeared vulnerable amidst the throng. In this arena, every participant was a competitor, and the survival rule was to eliminate anyone before them at any cost. Just as it appeared that everyone was converging on Luo Lei, the starlight power surrounding him had coalesced. In that fleeting moment, the only contestant with enough awareness to refrain from charging forward. The Mad Dog felt his pupils constrict. Having survived 5 life-and-death free-for-alls, he sensed the imminent threat of death for the first time, a life-threatening peril of the highest degree. Buzz in an instant, 9 sword energies erupted from Luo Lei's center, detonating across the arena. Let us see the power of this legendary technique produced by the system. 9 sword energies manifested as tangible forces. In a heartbeat, they shot forth. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed. As torrents of blood erupted like blossoms in the arena, one contestant after another fell. In the audience's astonished gaze, 8 corpses lay scattered, either severed in two or cleaved in half. The unprecedented carnage rendered the audience speechless. The mad dog, who had sensed danger from afar, could not escape the ninth sword energy. Even utilizing his battle armor and defensive shield, it was futile. The shield crumbled like tofu, and his armor shattered without resistance. Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, the mad dog stared wide-eyed as he slowly knelt. He could not comprehend why a man at the Black Iron realm was infinitely more terrifying than any bronze warrior he had encountered. With a single move, he had slain 9 opponents. Originally, only 7 deaths were required to conclude the match, yet he left only himself standing. Let us congratulate this newcomer with code 36274 for becoming the sole victor of this arena. The host's electrifying announcement ignited the crowd. After witnessing numerous gladiatorial matches, they were astounded to see a contestant eliminate 9 adversaries in an instant. Luo Lei felt little emotional upheaval as he returned to the lounge. Even if he were at the early stage of Black Iron, he could have handled such opponents with ease. Had he been in better condition, he could have defeated these individuals relying solely on his physical prowess. Without even resorting to his warrior's starlight power, his understanding of martial techniques and experience in combat were treasures that transcended his realm. Even with only the strength of a Black Iron peak warrior, he felt as though he was bullying the weak. For the next 3 days, Luo Lei did not return home, but instead took up residence near the North City Gladiatorial Arena. In just 3 days, he had transformed into a harbinger of death. The number of individuals who perished at his hands on the arena exceeded 400. His winning streak reached an astounding 90 victories without a defeat. And within this brief span, Luo Lei had ascended to the status of the only Black Iron warrior in the eyes of the North City Gladiatorial Arena's audience, earning the title of Death Calamity. For anyone who faced this man was doomed. Each opponent seemed predestined for death. Tonight, he would achieve an accomplishment. Glancing at the time, Luo Lei washed his face to Jiang in Bay City, Block 434 of North City. Within a room, a flash of sword light appeared. Luo Kai, wielding a broken sword, nodded in satisfaction. Whether due to prolonged suppression or the influence of the warrior's source stone, his strength was surging rapidly. In just 3 days, he had reached the pinnacle of the early Black Iron stage. With the upcoming martial arts examination just days away, he felt he would at least possess a degree of self-defense. This realization filled him with excitement. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary person. All of this had come about because of that warrior's source stone. This thought, Luo Kai suddenly realized that his father had not returned home for several days. Typically, when his father went out, it was to buy alcohol, and he would return soon after. A few days without a return was nearly unprecedented in Luo Kai's memory. With a sudden jolt in his heart, Luo Kai, slightly flustered, grasped the broken sword and stepped out of his home. In his recollection, aside from being at home, his father spent the most time at the small liquor shop at the street corner. Rushing down the stairs, Luo Kai arrived at the shop, where the old man selling alcohol grinned and said, "Luo boy, got work today, do you?" "Old man, have you seen my dad?" "Your father? He should be sleeping at your house right now." The old man replied, lifting a jar of liquor, and then as if recalling something, added, "Oh right, a few days ago, your dad left something here. I intended to send it to you, but forgot. What was it?" "I can't quite make it out," the old man said, stroking his thick beard as he rummaged around his waist. Moments later, a 5-pointed star-shaped iron piece appeared in his hand. "Found it. Take a look at this." As Luo Kai accepted the item, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This object may be unfamiliar to the residents of the slums, but for Luo Kai, who studied at North City No. 1 high school, it was well known, a federal storage key. With this key, one could visit the Federal Storage Bureau to retrieve their stored belongings. Suppressing his confusion, Luo Kai thanked the old man and turned towards the Federal Bureau located in the heart of the base city. In the central area of North City, under the dark shroud of night, the steel structures seemed to pierce the black clouds. Amidst the flickering neon lights, various establishments opened their doors. The arena, in particular, was bustling with an unprecedented crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the first death match of the day begins. Let us welcome our 10 contestants. Deathmatch, deathmatch, deathmatch. Surrounding the combat arena, the audience, as if they had already anticipated the entrance, erupted into deafening cheers that even overshadowed the announcer's voice. Among the jubilant crowd, a figure draped in a black robe, the immensely popular Luo Lei, slowly ascended the stage. "Allow me to introduce our first contestant." Deathmatch. The announcer's voice rose in pitch. In just 3 days, he has participated in 45 deathmatches, emerging victorious in all. He has ended the killing streak of the rampant beast at 17 kills, dethroned the Demon Blade's 29 consecutive wins. and concluded the Reaper's 59 victories. Each match was an absolute domination. Today, this is a brawl among bronze-level fighters. Can our deathmatch, relying on his Black Iron Realm strength, maintain his invincible record of 90 consecutive wins? Let us wait and see. As the announcer's words faded, the crowd erupted. Waves of cheers surged forth like a tidal wave. Amidst the deafening applause, 9 bronze-level fighters emerged from the other passages of the massive arena. Each one a bronze, with a couple being high-level bronzes. Originally, Luo Lei should not have faced opponents of this caliber, but most of the Black Iron level competitors had been annihilated by him. The remaining challengers, upon seeing Luo Lei, instinctively retreated. Thus, he found himself here. The frenzied cheers from the crowd drew the attention of the approaching bronze-level fighters towards Luo Lei. For these challengers, who had never seen the true face of this cloaked figure, he was no stranger over the past 3 days. Although the disparity between Black Iron and Bronze was significant, deathmatch clearly did not belong to this category. Among the Black Iron warriors, there was one known as the Reaper, who had once triumphed over a somewhat renowned high-level Bronze fighter, making quite a name for himself. Yet, this very Reaper had faced deathmatch in combat yesterday and failed to even draw his opponent's battle armor, meeting a swift demise. However, none of the surrounding Bronzes dared underestimate this fact. During their exchanges, the 9 fighters subtly formed a coalition. They aimed to take down Luo Lei together. Chapter 148. In place of his son, as all the contestants took to the stage, the announcer bellowed, "Then, I declare the match officially begun." In the next breath, the 9 bronze-level warriors summoned their ghastly green battle armors. They select few wore dark green armors, indicating superior quality. They unleashed their full power from the outset. And in the next moment, all rushed towards Luo Lei. Unlike Luo Lei's previous deathmatch, this time, everyone regarded him as the primary target to eliminate. The reason was singular. Observing Luo Lei's previous 3 days of deathmatches, he was the sole survivor each time. It is worth noting that the arena's rules allowed for 3 individuals to remain alive. Luo Lei's act of slaying 9 opponents had crossed the threshold of tolerance for the others. As 9 bronzes closed in on him, Luo Lei charged forward. To him, these 9 bronzes were no different from 9 Black Iron warriors. The moment of collision, a sea of blood manifested in the eyes of the bronze warriors, as if it could engulf the world. Thud, 2 bodies fell, awakening the others who gazed on in terror. "You cannot be Black Iron," a high-level bronze screamed in disbelief. The response to his words was a deadly sharpness. The brutal slaughter within the arena unfolded before the eyes of all spectators. In a certain VIP box at the arena, amidst the pitch-black surroundings, a faint sound of chewing could be heard. Thick blood pooled around a mutilated female corpse, beside which a seemingly human youth was devouring flesh and blood. The young man, wiping his mouth, elegantly picked up a glass of red wine from the table beside him. Indeed, the quality of his battle armor should not be inferior to that of epic grade. Behind the boy, an elderly man bowed respectfully, exuding deference. If any resident of North City were to see this elder, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. Lu Mu-chun, a decision-maker of North City, a peak diamond-level warrior. No one could imagine that this authoritative elder had such a subservient side. Epic grade, the boy smirked. "I heard that among your kind, as long as you maintain that quality, one can reach a realm known as the king." The young master is indeed well informed, but that is merely a conjecture. Conjecture? No. The boy rose from his seat. "That I recall that there was indeed a person among you who reached such a realm. Back then, your upper echelons were quite arrogant, believing they could defy destiny." His words caused Lu Mu-chin's expression to stiffen. "Those back then were indeed too foolish. Foolish, indeed foolish." Brumyun chuckled, taking a sip from his cup, but that individual was truly chilling. Even the master was alarmed. The young master exaggerates. While Brumyun spoke with praise, Lu Mu-chun felt no joy, only unease. "Tell me, if you humans had more epic grade warriors, could you continuously give birth to kings?" "Impossible, impossible, young master." Brumyun glanced at Lu Mu-chun. "How could it be impossible? If epic grade warriors are nurtured without suppression, wouldn't that lead to the next king?" This statement caused the elder to pause momentarily. The old servant knows what to do now. In the arena, the battle on the stage had reached its conclusion. Undoubtedly, Luo Lei remained the sole victor standing. For 59 opponents down, still 41 to go. After glancing at the system panel, Luo Lei returned to the resting area. The ensuing battles were just as monotonous and brutal as before. In the late hours of the night, the excitement in the arena remained palpable. After completing the final match, Luo Lei opened the system panel. "Ding host has achieved level 1 achievement, Reaper in the Cage. Reward: 1 complete recovery experience card, 1 summon lottery card. After Yi Tian uttered these words, he felt a pang of regret. The summon lottery was of no cost to him, but he had invested a staggering 1.03 million points into creating the first item. The host's injuries were far too complicated, coupled with his terrifying strength, hence even a brief recovery of his wounds was not inexpensive. However, considering the forthcoming plot, this item was indispensable. Fortunately, upon arriving in this world and rescuing Luo Lei, the moment the worlds will fell into chaos, he had withdrawn 1,000,000 points. Moreover, the arena had shifted the troubles meant for the protagonist onto the host, causing the worlds will to descend into chaos once more, thus earning him a wave of points. Without these circumstances, he would have had to dip into his original reserves at this moment. Yi Tian opened a light screen. On it, the names of Luo Lei and Luo Kai appeared. Luo Kai, 90 Luo Lei. 10 The percentages reflected the degree of the protagonist's halo in this world. What Yi Tian needed to do was assist Luo Lei in taking on the troubles that the protagonist, Luo Kai, would attract. When the moment arrived that the protagonist template was entirely transferred onto Luo Lei amidst the chaos of the world's consciousness, Yi Tian would have fulfilled his duty. Perhaps Luo Kai had sufficient talent, but in this apocalyptic world, a protagonist with more cunning means was far more suitable. Item: complete recovery experience card description. Can fully restore the host's injuries, lasting for 103 seconds. Item: summon lottery card description. Can randomly summon an entity through the system, with the counterpart defaulting to full loyalty. Gazing at the descriptions of the two items, Luo Lei's eyes fixated on the first one, that it could allow him to fully recover and unlock all of his power. Though it lasted but 103 seconds, it did nothing to diminish Luo Lei's excitement. Indeed, the existence of the system transcends his comprehension, reviving him and shattering the quality of the battle armor. It is astonishing that it can now mend wounds that even the Grim Reaper could not alleviate. Such methods, even that individual who once cast him from the heavens, would certainly be incapable of achieving. Suppressing the exhilaration within, Lore looked at the contestant waiting area before turning away from the arena. In the days when he first embarked upon the path of a warrior, this place might have sufficed for training. Now, if not for the achievements bestowed by the system, he would scarcely spare it a glance. Upon reflection, this arena seems to be an excellent training ground for his son, Care. However, considering the implications of that identity, Lore couldn't help but chuckle. Strangely, it felt as though he had undergone training here in place of his son. Only a row of data remained at the pinnacle of the arena. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, querying the system. What is Kai doing now? Ding, the screen has been activated for the host. As Yi Tian spoke, an image materialized before Lore's eyes. Chapter 149. The Godslayer Monarch, Federal Storage Bureau. When Care arrived, it was already deep into the night. Yet, unlike the slums, even at this hour, the city center was vibrant and bustling. Luxurious cars occasionally cruised down the streets, while enormous screens adorned with advertisements illuminated the sci-fi aesthetic of the surroundings. The neon hues of blue and purple painted a city that seemed to belong to the future. Everything appeared lavish, yet for Care, hailing from the impoverished district, something felt amiss. At the front desk, Care learned the designated area corresponding to the storage key in his possession, navigating through several small storage rooms. He arrived at a cabinet in today's world. Even the middle class understands that home is not a sanctuary. Storing valuables at the Federal Storage Bureau is the safest recourse, hence the existence of such a place. He inserted the iron key into the lock. Click with a subtle sound. The cabinet door swung open. Inside the modest cabinet lay only two items, a letter and a bank card. Picking up the letter, Care felt an inkling of foreboding as he opened it. Little Kai, you have become a warrior. Persevere, for this path will undoubtedly be thrilling. I must also emerge from my despondency. There are matters awaiting my attention. After some time apart, when we meet again, I hope you will surprise me. If you reach a certain level, I will reveal everything to you that I have nothing more to leave you. But that card contains some of my recent savings. The letter served as a farewell. Staring at the simple handwriting, Care's eyes reddened. His emotions stirred deeply. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Lore observed Care on the system screen, sensing an unusual flavor in the smoke. In the past, he would have discarded that letter, for he would have perished upon using the warrior's source stone. Now, with the system at his disposal, he felt emboldened to leave that letter behind. He needed those individuals to repay their debts. Ultimately, he would stand at the pinnacle, proudly declaring to his child that he was not weak, that he possessed the strength and capability to exact revenge. The streets felt somewhat desolate. As Lore strolled, smoking amidst the drizzling rain, His eyes narrowed slightly. A flicker of disappointment crossed the uncle's face. Come out. Indeed, it was not simple. From the shadows behind him, an elder stepped forward slowly. Even I can discern that you are not at the Black Iron realm. Are you? Hearing the elder's aged voice, Lord turned. Did I recognize you? He gazed at the elder, whose face was entirely shrouded in the shadow of a black cloaked eye. However, wish not to be recognized. The elder sighed despondently. Then a cold gleam shot towards Lor's eyes. Under the illumination, Lor reached out to catch the object flying towards him. At this moment, Lumikin spoke. This is a resident permit for the Huabei Alliance base city. Find a way to leave the Jiangnan base city and go there, holding the item in his hand. Lor briefly studied the figure before him, surprised. You won't kill me? Why would I? Lumikin's words left Lor momentarily speechless. Had he been overthinking? Raising his head slightly, Lor regarded a certain direction down the shadowy street. If we were to leave now, it may already be too late. The words prompted the elder to shudder, casting his gaze towards the dark area behind him. Indeed, humanity is a species adept at deception. In that darkened region, two figures, pale to the point of being sickly, emerged slowly. Upon their appearance, Lumikin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Young master. What did I say? Br'er Min, dressed in a tailcoat, turned to the middle-aged man behind him with a smirk. Lumikin still holds hope for humanity. To preserve the elite seedlings, he even prepared an escape route for others. But in other territories, can your human elites survive? This world is not solely inhabited by our blood clan. Such nonchalant words caused Lumikin to clench his fist slightly. How tedious. The young man turned to Lumikin, bearing blood-stained fangs. Now, tell me, where is the item? Young master, what are you saying? You know precisely what I mean. That is why you have survived until now. Br'er Min's blood-red pupils exuded immense pressure. Tell me its location, and I shall only kill you without involving your family. The mere statement of only killing you seemed a grand concession from Br'er Min towards this human. Hearing those words, Lumikin slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a resolute determination emerged. I cannot tell you, nor will I believe you would spare my family. Amidst Zhongran's voice, a brilliant azure light materialized, coalescing like ice and snow, forming armor that enveloped Lumikin's entire being. Ha ha ha. You dare to strike at me? Br'er Min's gaze turned frigid. In human terms, you truly are a dog that cannot be raised properly. Karen, leave him a breath, and take him back for the ancestor to extract his consciousness. Yes. The middle-aged man in the tailcoat politely removed his hat and bowed, his gaze fixated on the vampire named Karen. Lumikin's pupils contracted as he turned to Lor. Run. I may not be able to hold out much longer. Indeed, he might not last long. Human warriors are inherently at a disadvantage against these alien races. Even Lumikin, regarded as an exceptionally powerful Diamond Peak warrior in the eyes of many, was merely a larger ant in the eyes of the Blood Clan. You need not flee before me, unless you are of the purple crystal lineage. Escape is impossible. A pair of blood-red wings sprouted from Karen's back, gazing at Lumikin adorned in diamond battle armor, as if he were prey. Escape? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the misty rain. Lor lowered his hat, revealing a visage weathered by time. Why must I flee? The crimson pupils settled upon Lor's face. Both Br'er Min and Karen furrowed their brows, recognizing a familiarity in that face. Is it you? As Lumikin beheld Lor's countenance, he trembled violently. The Godslayer monarch. You are still alive. His excited voice caused the elder's stellar power to dissipate. If Lumikin had an idol, it would be M'Argd Li Huaishu, who strives for survival for humanity. And if he had a belief, it would be the man once known as the Godslayer, who fought for all humankind. Upon hearing Lumikin's address, the two vampires at the end of the street exchanged glances, both perceiving the profound shock and bone-deep terror in each other's eyes. They recalled that which all alien races wish to forget, the memory of the human monarch. How could it be? Is he not dead? Chapter 150. The Return of the Monarch. Almost immediately, the nonchalant Karen's expression shifted to one of grave concern that he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Br'er Min, exuding an aura, as if facing a formidable foe. Br'er Min, furrowing his brow, scrutinized Lor for a long while, finally speaking with an air of understanding amidst the misty rain. That your survival is astonishing. If I am not mistaken, the wounds from that battle years ago have yet to heal. Correct? This succinct statement instantly reminded Lumikin of that fateful day years ago. On that day, Lor single-handedly battled 3 kings and emerged victorious. Humanity's upper echelons learned the true nature of this world and grasped the genesis of the cataclysm. It was precisely because of the unveiling of these truths that humanity's leaders understood that only by shattering the prison could all humankind escape the apocalypse. thereby giving rise to a civilization akin to the Old World. Otherwise, the prison unbroken, the apocalypse would forever be a desolate end. With unanimous consent from the higher-ups of most alliance-based cities, on that day, Lore bore the hopes of all humanity, soaring to the highest heavens. It was on that very day that people witnessed the young and impetuous man experience his only failure in life, amidst the fiery clouds above, as the crimson throne shattered and the blood-red Shura sword broke. That man, under the watchful eyes of the leaders of various base cities, fell like a light feather, with a broken body, into the silent earth. After that day, no one had seen him again, in the collective consciousness of all. He should have perished. Now, encountering the King Lorelei again, the tumult of emotions within Rummiken is ineffable. Yet, upon hearing the words of Bruchman, his face pales. Indeed, the severity of the injuries sustained back then, surviving without immediate death, must have required immense fortitude. The lingering wounds will surely worsen with the passage of time. It seems to be the truth. As one of the three guardians of the Blood Clan, Karen, with his dark crimson eyes earnestly fixated on Lorelei, gradually relaxes his grave expression. He perceives that this once feared individual has transformed entirely from his former self. How astonishing! Bruchman smirks, his lips curling under the dim, crimson rain, the strongest human of the past. I wonder how he tastes of flesh and blood. Care to have a taste? Lorelei calmly regards the two vampires. Which of our three clans does not wish to savor your blood and flesh? Bruchman inhales the cold, damp air with rapture. Karen, attack. In response, Karen's wings unfurl, drenching the entire street in a hellish crimson hue. As one of the Blood Clan's three guardians, second only to the Blood King, Karen, at the pinnacle of level 6, possesses his own domain, akin to a human of the Amethyst level. Godlayer King, let me witness how much of your former strength remains. A sinister smile spreads across his pallid face. Amidst the swirling scent of blood, Karen's fingers turn crimson, his beastly claws aimed at Lorelei. At Karen's level, the body itself is their most formidable weapon. To challenge him, you must first pass through me. Boom! Amidst the dazzling blue and white brilliance, a hammer materializes in Rummiken's grasp. In the next instant, the hammer collides thunderously with Karen's claws. Bang! The icy raindrops within the blood-red domain shatter into dust. The terrifying shockwave instantaneously causes the walls on either side to collapse. Outside the alley, many bystanders hear a deafening roar, akin to a cannonball exploding within the city. All gazes suddenly converge upon the source of the commotion. In the shattered alley, gazing at the gritting Rummiken, Karen scoffs. You overestimate yourself. With that, he unleashes the full force of his wings. The heightened intensity bears down, and Rummiken, struggling to withstand the hammer, turns crimson. Blood vessels bursting in his eyes. 2 breaths later, under the extreme distortion of air. Puff. A mouthful of blood expels all the old man's strength. Then, he is sent flying like a cannonball. Yet, during Rummiken's flight, a figure in a black cloak reaches out a hand to catch him. Bruchman and Karen's gazes swiftly shift to this man. Since you wish to see how much of my former power I retain, then as you wish. Drawing a deep breath, Lorelei slowly closes his eyes. System, activate the Complete Recovery Experience card. For Lorelei, this Complete Recovery Experience card from the system is undeniably precious. Yet, under the current circumstances, it must be utilized. Upon hearing Lorelei's words, Karen grimaces internally, sensing his physical condition once more, dismissing him with disdain. Pretentious sorcery. With that, he charges directly at Lorelei. However, in the next breath, as he rushes toward Lorelei, an inexplicable sense of dread suddenly envelopes him. Run, he uninjured. Behind him, Bruchman, with a more noble bloodline and sharper instincts, abruptly perceives that the man ahead resembles a dying tiger, suddenly brimming with vitality. The instinctive alarm from the depths of his soul compels the Blood King's direct descendant to shout at Karen. What? Karen turns to look behind. In that instant, an immense pressure, akin to a mountain, descends from above. If the citizens of North City were standing in the streets or gazing out their windows, they would undoubtedly witness a deep crimson light, suffused with a terrifying aura of slaughter, coloring half the sky. Boom! In an instant, Karen, with his wings unfurled, crashes down from the air into the concrete ground. Bang! Bruchman, under the overwhelming pressure, is also forced to kneel. Why does Lorelei dare to assume the title of Godslayer? Because in his prime, he indeed possessed the capability to contend with deities from the heavens. Such a being, when he reveals his full power, causes the very heavens to change. How is this possible? Lying on the ground, desperately supporting himself, Karen's blood-red eyes reflect profound disbelief. The severely injured Rummiken, trembling with shock, gazes at the man whose eyes slowly opened at a blood-red thrown tears through the space behind him, gradually revealing itself. A blood-stained Shura sword stands before him. The king has returned. Impossible. Impossible. Your opponent back then was the master. Surviving was already an immense stroke of luck. How could you possibly have regained your full strength? Moreover, Bruchman stares at the throne behind Lorelei, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. Chapter 151. Fighting for oneself upon the throne, 7 purple-red gems representing epic-level armor, one of which is transformed into a golden-red radiance. Legendary armor. His strength has advanced further. Indeed, I should have perished. Quietly acknowledging this, Lorelei glances at the system, then grips the blood-red heavy sword before him. Alas, I am fortunate. Boom, with a swift vertical slash. The entire sky seems to twist into a colossal sword, descending directly upon them. Roar. Hiss. On the ground, Karen's wings thrash wildly, white tendons bursting across his body. He attempts to break free, to escape, but all is in vain. A casual strike from the king. Even 10 beings of Karen's caliber could never hope to resist. No, you cannot kill us. Bruchman, from behind, never anticipated the current predicament. When reality unfolds, he loses all semblance of his former elegance. I am the sole progeny of the Blood King. If you slay me, though the Blood King cannot contend with you, countless humans shall pay the price for my demise. The panicked words carry an undercurrent of mad threat. Yet, upon hearing this, Lorelei's expression remains unchanged, and he does not pause. Not to mention that the system's recovery experience card has a time limit. These 2 individuals, as pivotal figures of the Blood Clan, must die. Etienne from the system space nods in approval. This is Lorelei. Were Lorelei to be replaced by Ruakai, endowed with the power to slay these 2 vampires, he might have hesitated, contemplating the lives of countless humans, and potentially let them go. After all, in the book Abyssal King of the Apocalypse, I shall defend the world to the end, the protagonist Ruakai often harbors a sincere heart. This sentiment is not inherently negative, yet in Etienne's view, it is ill-suited for such a backdrop. Would sparing these 2 vampires truly avert the deaths of millions of humans? Utterly naive. The words of the vampires are nothing but hollow threats. Clearly, Lorelei has long been acquainted with this. Watching the sword from the heavens descend without falter, Bruchman emits one last howl. Lorelei, all of humanity will pay a tremendous price for your actions. Boom! As the sword light falls, Bruchman's voice and Karen's cries abruptly cease. Casting a glance at the 2 pools of blood, Lorelei shifts his attention to the crowd now surging toward them, grasping Rumikin's shoulder. Relying on the scant remaining time for recovery, Lorelei slashes his sword downward, tearing open a rift in space, and the 2 pass through. Moments after their departure, several Diamond Tier warriors arrive. These individuals are prominent figures from various fields within North City. As they appear, a large contingent of warrior troops also rushes in. The entire shattered street prompts the diamond-level individuals to furrow their brows slightly. Such devastation could not have been wrought by mere brute strength. A battle has transpired here, reflecting on the brief but intense upheaval in the sky. The strength of both combatants must have been on the rise. Captain, there are 2 corpses of Blood Clan nobles. The deputy glances at the director beside him, eyes wide with shock. Blood Clan nobles? The corpulent director furrows his brow. Could it involve some significant figures from the Blood Clan? A dark-skinned woman, filled with worry, interjects. Which fool dared to provoke the nobility of the Blood Clan? The words of the diamond-level warrior woman prompt the director to take a deep breath. Executively, be mindful of your lineage and status. Though we humans may be weakened, we do not need to adopt such a sycophantic demeanor to survive. Yes, oh, I misspoke. The woman retorts sarcastically. But you, Director Wu, are well aware of the greater good. This is not merely about the greater good. Nearby, a gaunt man seems to suggestively gaze at Director Wu. I've heard that members of the Dawn organization have infiltrated the diamond-level warrior ranks. Those who endlessly chant about the greater good might harbor ulterior motives. In the midst of a conversation, Wuju's face remained dark and somber. In the dimly lit, old street of the North District, Luo Lei and Lu Muchen appeared. Since your injuries are no longer a concern, I shall take my leave, Luo Lei remarked, observing Lu Muchen's considerable recovery as he slowly stood up. Wait, the elderly man suddenly spoke. My lord, are you truly well? Not entirely, Luo Lei candidly replied, taking a drag from a cigarette. But I shall be soon. Is that so? Hearing this, Lu Muchen smiled. My lord, we have been waiting for you all these years. You have? Indeed. Lu Muchen leaned against the wall, gazing into the dark, rainy night. Ever since your disappearance, there has been no one among us capable of shouldering the burden carry on your spirit. We formed the Dawn organization, in hopes of one day welcoming a new savior. Now that you have returned, you are undoubtedly the savior we have awaited. Listening to the elder's fervent words, Luo Lei exhaled a plume of smoke. I am no longer young. I can only deal with my personal matters. As for saving the world, I believe I have already done my part. Liu Muqin's emotions surged upon hearing Luo Lei's words. Are you unaware of the plight we face? On the surface, humanity appears prosperous, yet behind the scenes, we must daily offer countless lives to the 3 alien tribes just to preserve the seed of civilization. I am aware, Luo Lei replied tersely. Witnessing the disillusionment in Lu Muqin's eyes, he inquired, so what do you plan to do next? First, I will recover. Then, I will slay the 3 kings, and ultimately, I shall destroy the gods. The simplicity of his words caused Lu Muqin to widen his eyes in surprise. Do not overthink it. These are merely my personal affairs. Isn't that akin to saving all of humanity? Not quite. Luo Lei crushed the cigarette, but I fight solely for myself. With that, Luo Lei donned his hat, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Lu Muqin suddenly called out, Wait, my lord, I have news to share. What is it? A tide of corpses is about to erupt, Lu Muqin disclosed with a hint of resignation. The target location is the North District, as the leader of the North District. He was privy to considerable information, and he understood the calamity looming over the area. Is that so? Luo Lei anticipated the news. Have they reached an agreement? Yes, Lu Muqin sighed. And one more thing. As Luo Lei was about to leave, Lu Muqin continued, The 2 vampires had known that I was aware of the treasure's whereabouts, which is why they refrained from killing me. Now that they are dead, I believe it is time to inform you about this treasure. What treasure? Luo Lei's interest piqued at Lu Muqin's solemn tone. Divine blood. Divine blood? Luo Lei raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lu Muqin smiled faintly. This is the blood that flowed from the injury you inflicted upon that deity long ago. I cannot ascertain its value for you, but it is certainly worth mentioning. As he spoke, Lu Muqin recited a set of coordinates. All right, I understand. Luo Lei acknowledged, bidding farewell to the elderly man. Watching his faith depart, Lu Muqin's expression was tinged with melancholy as he exhaled a heavy sigh. He understood that the death of Bra Men would not conclude matters. Humanity must offer an explanation to the vampires, meaning someone must bear the brunt of their wrath. As a lifelong servant, he knew escaping this fate was unlikely. He could only hope not to be overly entangled in the aftermath. Divine blood. As Luo Lei walked towards the outskirts, he pondered this term, recalling the battle in which he had poured every ounce of strength. He had wagered his life, yet it had merely resulted in a superficial wound to the deity. Shedding but a few drops of blood, that blood would indeed hold significance for Luo Lei, but he was loath to utilize it. After some contemplation, he felt this treasure was best suited for his own child. Truly, a great father. Yetion marveled at this, recognizing the influence of the protagonist's halo at play. In the entirety of the original text, the significance of that divine blood was monumental for Luo Kai's strength enhancement. However, the current host did not absolutely require it, as it would not greatly elevate his standing. Thus, relinquishing it was not unreasonable, especially considering it belonged to the host's child, not a stranger. Yet, this treasure could be given up. Another could not. With this thought, Yetion's gaze turned towards the direction of the Huabei Bay City in the north. After accumulating points for so long, he hoped the heavens would allow him to endure a little longer without excessive deductions. Huabei Bay City. Compared to Jiangnan Bay City, the temperature here had evidently plummeted. Thick clouds of dust enveloped the area, and in the dry, cold wind, flurries of dirty snow drifted down. The city was nearly deserted at this late hour. Inside a colossal cathedral, however, it was filled to capacity. Each individual was dressed differently, yet they all bore a medal emblazoned with the morning sun upon their chests, symbolizing the dawn. More people continued to flow into the cathedral, their footsteps light, as though fearful of being discovered. Outside the cathedral, at the ajar entrance, 2 plainclothes officers would call out a password whenever someone entered. Before long, a man, wrapped tightly and adorned with a medal, approached the cathedral. The world is a prison. At the entrance, a man echoed the previous password. The dawn exists. The tightly wrapped man exhaled warm breath. Upon hearing the correct password, the 2 officers relaxed slightly. Name: Yetion. Strength, gold level, beginner. Having just met the entry requirements, one of the guards gestured, Show us your battle armor. We will allow you entry once we verify your strength. Very well. Yetion glanced at the guards and expended 50,000 points to replicate his battle armor. In a flash of unremarkable yellow light, Yetion revealed his battle attire. Proceed. The guard stepped aside. Having read the original text, Yetion understood how to enter without causing unnecessary commotion. Inside the cathedral was a crucial gathering of the Dawn organization's high-ranking officials. In the book, this assembly was of utmost importance, as it was during this night that the organization would divine what they believed to be the savior. In the original story, due to Luo Kai's formidable protagonist halo, The result of the divination unmistakably pointed to him. Consequently, this evening, the news of the Savior spread throughout the Dawn organization, solidifying Luo Kai as an object of support within the organization, both overtly and covertly. As many worked to extricate him from troubles and aid his continual growth. One could say that this meeting was akin to confirming the name of the protagonist in this world. Under such circumstances, Yution could not simply stand by. Thus, even at the expense of a substantial number of points to traverse the old world, he had arrived. Once this matter was settled, he would undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest. Entering the cathedral, he found that most seats were nearly filled. Scanning the room, he counted no fewer than 900 gold-level warriors. Moreover, there were over 30 diamond-level warriors. And seated at the front were 3 individuals of purple crystal status. This was the upper echelon of the Dawn organization, a force that could not be disregarded. The meeting had yet to commence. Yution's gaze roamed the crowd, ultimately fixing on one among the 10 diamond-level warriors in the second row. It was a woman. She wore a delicate pink gown, her slender, fair legs partially visible, and a waistband elegantly accentuated her curves, drawing attention to her figure. Her exquisite collarbone framed a neck as flawless as that of a white swan. And as he looked up, her small, rosy lips resembled a touch of vermilion, perfectly complemented by her delicate nose and beautiful eyes, all reflecting an ethereal beauty crafted by divine hands. Her appearance was secondary. What truly mattered was the ancient tome in her hands and the staff beside her, confirming that Yution had not misidentified her. She was the first diviner of the Dawn organization. Shangguanling heir. He needed to devise a plan to divert her attention. Observing the woman, Yution pondered for a moment. I know what to do. The voice of the creator system volunteered in his mind. Speak, he urged. I need a simple and effective approach, as time is of the essence. The creator system replied, first, do this. Then that. And it will all be fine. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yution's expression darkened slightly. After turning to contemplate, he sighed, very well, all for the sake of justice. Muttering to himself, Yution expended 30,000 points, applying the effect on the female diviner. I in the second row of the cathedral. Shangguanling heir appeared somewhat distracted. To ascertain the identity of humanity's savior, such a level of divination, despite being the first diviner of the Dawn organization, left her feeling uncertain. She could only hope for a smooth outcome. Ling heir, do you feel confident? A youth with a stylish crew cut inquired kindly from beside her. In response, Shangguanling heir furrowed her brows and said, do not address me in such a manner. I possess a name. The man with a buzz cut chuckled awkwardly. Who is the savior? Do you have an inkling? Is it possible that it could be me? Shangguanling cast a skeptical glance at the man. Surely, the savior cannot be a man who frequents brothels. Her unyielding words rendered the man momentarily stiff, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. As time slowly passed, the divination ceremony was on the verge of commencing. Shangguanling, lost in contemplation with an ancient tome in her hands, felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet amidst this tension, she suddenly experienced an indescribable sensation that grew increasingly intense. Her smooth, jade-like thigh unconsciously rubbed against itself. Chapter 153. The divination begins instinctively. She covered herself with the ancient book, her expressive eyes darting around in embarrassment. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice her peculiar state. However, as she reflected on her situation, her ears flushed a soft shade of red. How could this be? In her previous solitary attempts, she had never realized she could be so sensitive. Nothing had even occurred yet. Why was she reacting this way? Glimpsing at the time, Shangguanling hastened to the restroom. Disregarding any further concerns, there was still some time before her divination, and she needed to manage her bodily condition. Before long, the grand doors of the church slowly closed, filling the hall with an air of anticipation as it became nearly full. This signaled the commencement of the high-level meeting of the Dawn organization. Among the 3 amethyst-level warriors, an elderly man with a serious expression stepped onto the podium. Thank you all for being here tonight, he began, gazing at the formidable assembly with a hint of nostalgia. The Dawn organization has been established for 17 years. We have continuously fought against the oppression of alien races, striving to save humanity. Yet, the federal leaders have reached an agreement with these aliens, willingly allowing them to dominate us, permitting them to rampage across our dwindling lands. In this critical moment, as our civilization teeters on the brink of extinction, we must remain vigilant and persistent. As he spoke, a wave of affirmation rippled through the crowd, with members placing their hands over their hearts in solidarity. The world is indeed a cage, and thus the Dawn organization exists. The solemnity of his words shifted the atmosphere within the church. The elder nodded with approval. With the federal government's increasing focus, I know our circumstances have become more dire. While we aim to save humanity, we find ourselves struggling to survive. We need a savior, one who will lead us to rescue the world. His proclamation stirred a rare commotion among the congregation. A savior. Is he finally coming? I've awaited this day for 5 years. Who will it be? Can he truly turn the tide and overthrow the corrupt federal stronghold? Observing the murmurs among the crowd, the elder exchanged glances with the other two amethyst warriors. The surge of starry power emanated from each of them. From outside the church, a faint purple glow enveloped the building, forming a protective barrier to ensure absolute confidentiality. As the three masters cast their spell, several golden tier female diviners adorned in wizard hats exchanged puzzled glances at the empty space in the second row. Where is the chief diviner? We need her to commence the divination. Meanwhile, Shangguan Linger, in the restroom, had exhausted all the paper, yet for reasons unknown, she could not seem to cleanse herself properly, only exacerbating the situation. Hearing the call from outside, her eyes brimmed with tears as she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Why, at such a critical moment, did she have to face this incomprehensible predicament in a corner of the church? Yi Tian, noticing Shangguan Lingo's continued absence, realized his objective was nearly achieved. All he needed was for a false Shangguan Lingo to perform the divination, revealing the answers he had prepared. The question remained: who would impersonate her? Isn't my plan incredibly effective? The voice of the creator system echoed triumphantly in his mind. In the church, as the grand barrier solidified, the three amethyst warriors nodded in unison. We have crafted this barrier to shield against the perception of those alien forces. Tonight, we shall lend our utmost support to the diviners in identifying the savior. In solemn agreement, the congregation nodded in approval. It was now time for the diviners to take the stage. The golden tier female diviners, realizing the chief diviner had yet to appear, began to panic. What should we do? It's our turn to perform the divination. Where could she be at such a crucial moment? The unusual behavior of the diviners caught the attention of the higher-ups, who directed inquiring glances their way. The chief diviner has not yet arrived. One curvaceous diviner whispered to the three amethyst elders. Upon hearing this, their brows furrowed in concern. How could this happen at such a crucial juncture? The diviner is missing. Just then, a melodious voice chimed in. I'm back. Many high-ranking individuals turned their gazes toward the front of the church. Beneath her voluminous locks, the woman bore an expression of delicate helplessness. Now that I am here, let us proceed. So many have come to assist you. Do not feel overly pressured. Seeing the newcomer, the three elders relaxed slightly. All right. The woman, clutching her tome, appeared somewhat distracted as she ascended the stage alongside 5 female diviners. On the platform, a pentagram design was laid out, and as the 6 diviners took their positions, a radiant light enveloped them. My lady, what information should we first divine regarding the savior? One of the diviners inquired. This question prompted Shangguan Linger to furrow her brows in contemplation. Let us first divine the savior's work situation. The work situation? The others exchanged bewildered looks. They believed this was not typically something to be divined. Given the uncertainties, their divinations usually followed a gradual process, establishing details such as age before revealing names. As for the work situation, come, trust my judgment. With her declaration, Shangguan Lingo grew increasingly confident. Very well. The female diviners exchanged glances, yielding to her authority, as she was their chief and far more experienced in divination. In the next moment, the 5 women waved their staves, reciting incantations. Chapter 154. The Undeniable Savior Amidst the Sacred Chants. The light from the pentagram grew increasingly intense. That moment, one of the elders called out to the congregation, Please, everyone, channel your starry power into the ground beneath you. It will enhance the diviner's accuracy. Upon hearing this, the assembly understood and swiftly complied. Waves of golden light erupted as the golden tier members poured their starry power into the ground beneath them. This was one of the primary reasons for gathering so many members of the Dawn organization, all possessing considerable strength. In an instant, the divination array illuminated brilliantly. As the light reached its zenith, Shangguan Linger raised her staff, while the ancient tome levitated beside her. As the tome opened, its pages began to turn, capturing the gaze of everyone present. In mere moments, lines of text materialized in the air. Work situation: early to rise and late to bed. No holidays. Exploited, enslaved, forced. The appearance of the text sent shockwaves through the church. How could this be? Our savior is enduring such hardship. Damn it. Who is this unscrupulous employer? They deserve no mercy. Listening to the rising tide of indignation, Yi Tian in the corner felt his expression darken. He silently observed Shangguan Linger on the platform. Sensing his gaze, she puffed her cheeks slightly, displaying her displeasure. However, she soon wielded her power, and the provocative words in the air gradually transformed "no job, spending every day in drunken stupor." As the text shifted, the atmosphere in the church changed dramatically. Hiss, is this truly our savior? A man who spends his days inebriated and unemployed. How does this differ from a mere wastrel? Could the divination have been erroneous? Even the higher-ups have shown a hint of skepticism. Is this not akin to the first line of information being incorrect? The truth should lie beyond this. Yet, it is evident, and there is a reversal. Chief Diviner, could there be an error? The three elders immediately inquired of Shangguan Ling. No, I am absolutely certain. This is the correct answer. Is it truly so? Upon hearing the Chief Diviner's response, although doubts lingered, no one dared to speak further. Normally, Shangguan Linger is dominated by uncertainty, but her current assertiveness is quite rare. Perhaps we should consider that mere employment does not define a person. Our savior might still be a child, perhaps wounded by love. And living a life of drunkenness and idleness is not entirely implausible. The congregation consoled themselves with such thoughts. However, one individual felt a flicker of excitement within, Swan Gang, the buzzcut man seated in the second row. Every night, he frequented nightclubs, indulging in alcohol. As for employment, it was clearly absent. These two conditions mirrored his life astonishingly well. Indeed, the savior must be someone of his youthful vigor, in this age bracket, as a diamond-tier warrior clad in epic great armor. He undoubtedly stands out. The choice for savior could only be him. As Swan Gang pondered, the second round of divination commenced. All poured their energies into the stars. The entire church radiated divine light. This time, the divination sought to reveal the age and gender of the individual. Moments later, two strings of numbers emerged. Age, 40, gender, male. When these lines appeared, the church erupted in chaos. 40 years old. A 40-year-old savior, coupled with his constant drunkenness. Does this not render him a complete failure? Absurd. Upon seeing this information, Swan Gang, son of one of the three elders, could no longer remain seated. How could our savior from the Dawn organization be of such an age? Indeed, how could it be someone of this age? The church buzzed with disbelief. Is it your divination or mine? After the words appeared in the air, the already irritable Shangguan Linger shot a glance at Swan Gang. This is not for your eyes. Stop your prattling. Shall I give you the center stage, and you can take over? This tone was strikingly different from her usual demeanor. The numerous admirers within the Dawn organization were left utterly astonished. Where was their charming, graceful Shangguan Linger? Swan Gang listened, clenched his fists, and finally sat down, somewhat embarrassed. Chief, let us not lose our tempers. It could affect the outcome of the divination, suggested a timid woman beside him. Let us proceed. This time, we shall directly divine the name. With a wave of her staff, Shangguan Linger commanded the other diviners. Hearing this, the diviners felt a slight pressure. All right, Chief, you maintain your composure. Upon hearing the diviners converse, the others grew somewhat solemn. Are we about to divine the Savior's name? It should be an ordinary name. Sigh. Even if a name is divined, it cannot alter the facts of drunkenness and the individual being 40 years old. Swan Gang's gaze turned icy, whispering to himself, no matter who you are, before the organization finds you, I will surely eliminate you. The Savior must only be me. Amidst the congregation's subdued emotions, a vivid crimson light began to intensify. As this blood-red light reached its peak, a somewhat familiar name slowly emerged in the air. Luo L-E-A-T. The moment the name appeared, a hushed silence enveloped the church, following the emergence of the name. Another line of text appeared beneath it. Title, God-Slayer Monarch. Luo Lei, God-Slayer Monarch. Staring blankly at these two lines, all senior members of the Dawn organization suddenly recalled that legendary tale. They remembered the origins of their organization. There was a man, the strongest in human history, the only being capable of injuring a god on this planet. Alas, his tale has come to a close. Yet the spirit of that man, who dared to challenge the divine, has not faded. Those who once worshipped him dedicated their lives to establishing the Dawn. And the faith of Dawn is that singular king. If the people within the church were to remove their medals, the back would undoubtedly bear the image of a blood-soaked figure seated upon a throne. This represents the man whom the Dawn organization venerates. His name is Luo Lei. He bears another title, the God-Slayer Monarch. Is it him? Is it truly him? The three most seasoned amethyst-tier warriors, in fact, were the ones who could no longer contain their emotions. When Dawn was founded, they were among the first to join. It was their inner faith that drew them into this organization. Now, years later, to hear that name again filled their hearts with indescribable excitement. If Luo Lei is still alive, there would be no need for divination. Even if other potential saviors were revealed, these high-ranking members would surely cast them aside, elevating Luo Lei to that esteemed position. That man is faith. He is undoubtedly the savior. Chapter 155, Into the Wilderness. Chief Diviner, is this accurate? Is it truly the esteemed one from back then? One of the elders, silver-haired and aged, breathed heavily, his emotional turmoil evident on his face. In response, the creator system, flawlessly disguised as Shangguan Linger, revealed, the divination results are infallible. I too am astonished. It is real. He has not perished. Our strongest warrior still lives. The silver-haired elder was filled with tears. Where is that esteemed one now? Another elder, equally emotional, observed the scene and glanced thoughtfully at a section of the church. The approximate location is Jiangnan Base City, though specifics cannot be divined further. Jiangnan Base City. Excellent. The silver-haired elder's voice rose, addressing the organization's higher-ups. Do you see? Our savior is Luo Lei. There is no doubt. He is the king inscribed on the back of each of your medals. Wow. Despite their efforts to contain their excitement. Upon hearing this precise answer, the church erupted in fervor. It is truly that esteemed one. This is beyond expectation. I said, one must believe in Linger the diviner. Swan Gang is a fool. The God-slayer monarch lives. What painful experiences must he have endured to end up inebriated? The savior can only be him. The three elders on the high platform conferred before raising their hands to silence the congregation. After our deliberation, the foremost priority of our Dawn Alliance is to locate Lord Luo Lei and bring him to preside over our affairs. Yes, find Lord Luo Lei. Voices of agreement rose from below. Once he arrives, what fear do we have of foreign tribes? What fear do we have of the Federation base? Voices echoed one after another, watching the crowd fall once more into heated discussion. Yi Tian, seated, exchanged glances with the creator system on stage and chose to withdraw for the time being. The objective had largely been achieved by Yi Tian since the world's will was descending into chaos. His interference had incited self-doubt within this world's consciousness. Who is truly the protagonist here? Luo Lei or Luo Kai? Amidst this turmoil, the cracks widened, allowing Yi Tian to amass points like a whale feeding. Initially, under the weight of the world's will, he was losing over 3,000 points every second. To date, he has expended 10.8 million points, remaining with 29.2 million points. Such a substantial loss was fortunate to be compensated now. Through Yi Tian's frenzied accumulation, the vast gap in the worlds will restore him 25 million points. Similarly, Luo Kai's original 90 protagonist luck has diminished by 25 due to tonight's events. Meanwhile, Luo Lei's protagonist luck has soared to 35. This journey can be deemed a resounding success. I in the restroom. The genuine Shangwan Linger, having labored to wash herself clean, slowly made her way toward the church's platform. However, upon arrival, she was utterly alarmed. The entire church was devoid of people. This cannot be happening. Shangwan Linger feared that her prolonged absence had caused everyone to leave early. The days that followed passed swiftly, in the blink of an eye. For days had elapsed. Today marks the time for all humanity's senior high students to undertake their martial examinations. The sky remained a monotonous, dim hue, with remnants of damp pits lingering on the ground at North City First High. Luo Kai's class was fully prepared, ready to venture into the wilderness. Yet, these eager students frequently cast glances toward Luo Kai, who occupied a window seat. Their gazes were filled with awe, disbelief, and confusion. This was due to Luo Kai being clad in the pinnacle gear of a black Iron Tier warrior, black gold combat attire, alloyed shields, and a backpack crafted from third-tier white serpent skin. This dazzling array of equipment left his classmates utterly speechless. It is worth noting that just 7 days prior, Luo Kai had been unanimously recognized as the most impoverished among them. But now, with his entire set of equipment, even alone would not suffice. Hey, brother, have you struck gold recently? Wang Tao, seated nearby, spoke jovially, glancing at him. Luo Kai chose to ignore the remark. Oh, decked out in gear. And your attitude has inflated as well? Wang Ping, in front, interjected. Without the power of a martial artist, all that equipment is merely decoration. Your level is merely intermediate black iron, of average quality. Rarely did Luo Kai address the woman ahead of him. What? Jealous? This is a realm you will never reach in your lifetime. Li Ping scoffed, regarding Luo Kai's equipment as nothing but inferior, a fa of grandeur. Dare to wager? Luo Kai inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on the woman ahead. Wager? Li Ping was taken aback, then smirked derisively. What do you wish to bet on? Surely not our strengths. Let us wager on our scores in this examination, Luo Kai replied with an unusual firmness. If your score surpasses mine, this entire set of equipment is yours. If your score falls short, I shall slap you 10 times. His calm words silenced those around them, many eyes landing on Luo Kai's face, questioning his sanity. Did he truly believe that donning this gear made him worthy of it? Li Ping, one of the top 5 martial artists in their class, had little to fear. You? Compete with me for exam results? Li Ping doubted her ears. You wouldn't dare, right? Ha, you make me laugh until I cry. Wiping her tears, she nodded dismissively. I accept the bet, but I have no need for your counterfeit gear if you lose. You simply owe me 10 prostrations. Hearing this demand, Luo Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. Agreed. Li Ping shifted her gaze away from him. Shortly after, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, holding a book. Students, today is the martial examination, the most significant test of your lives. You must comprehend the questions posed and secure every point. After a lengthy speech, the man adjusted his glasses and waved, signaling the students to board the bus. The scenery outside the street blurred past as the bumpy bus departed the base city. The dilapidated sights overwhelmed the students' senses. Few among them had ever witnessed the harshness of the wild. Leaning against the window, Luo Kai observed the battered road, occasionally spotting rusted abandoned vehicles and mercenary teams venturing out for hunting. In the distance, the horizon was shrouded in a murky gray, overrun by weeds. I hope to surprise you next time. The words of his father's letter echoed in Luo Kai's mind. To make an impression. Winning the wager against Li Ping was my first step, he murmured to himself. His eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, Luo Kai's gaze sharpened as the bus rolled along. A man clad in a black cloak caught his attention, prompting him to sit up straight. This man was also venturing into the wilderness. Such an ordinary-looking figure would typically go unnoticed, yet Luo Kai felt an inexplicable familiarity on the roadside. Watching the bus fade into the distance, Luo Lei furrowed his brow. Are they sending them deeper into the wilderness as the corpse tide approaches? Is this a death sentence? Chapter 156. The concealment of the base city. The area outside the base city is collectively referred to as the wilderness, divided into 3 zones based on proximity to the base city: the safe zone, ecological zone, and danger zone. Beyond the danger zone lies the remnants of the old world. The further they distanced themselves from the base city, the more apparent the decay of the roads became. Fortunately, the bus transporting the students was modified to navigate rough terrain without losing speed. Luo Kai's thoughts lingered on the figure in the black cloak, but gradually, the sights of the wilderness reclaimed his attention. From the distance they had traveled, they had exited the safe zone and entered the ecological zone. The radiation gauge on his wrist began to register changes. Looking around, the flora here was visibly more abundant than in the safe zone, albeit mostly consisting of peculiar, mutated plants that had survived the weak radiation. Occasionally, he glimpsed mutated beasts roaming the roadside, and a few aimless zombies. The sight of these life-threatening creatures drew gasps from the passengers. Upon reaching the ecological zone, the students neared their destination. In a vast and dilapidated airstrip, several buses awaited to transport students. As Luo Kai and his peers arrived, the sight of at least 1,000 fellow candidates filled the space. Gathering the senior students from the entire northern district. As all candidates assembled, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent golden cloak rose slowly into the air, emanating a powerful aura. I am Zhang Ruli, the chief examiner for your martial examination, he announced, his commanding voice resonating throughout the crowd. This year, 1,008 students from the Northern District are participating. I must inform you that the martial examination will determine your futures. If you don't achieve a good score today, you will find yourselves repairing walls or working in brothels. His piercing words incited a ripple of unrest among the candidates. Zhang Ruli continued. Now, I shall announce this year's examination topics. This year, we will employ a points-based system. You are to hunt mutated beasts, slay zombies, and collect their crystal cores for scoring. First-tier life forms will be rated from 1 to 10 based on strength. Second-tier life forms will earn up to 100 points, with no upper limit. Therefore, if you aspire to attend your dream university, you must exert extra effort. Zhang Ruli's exam outline resonated with many students' thoughts. However, the martial examination differs from academic tests. Knowing the questions in advance doesn't change the outcome. The exam will last for 6 hours, and all candidates must wear the designated tracking devices. You may now commence your hunts. As his words settled, the 1,000 students comprehended the situation. This was the ecological zone, where the strongest mutated beasts were only second tier, posing some threat, but not excessively severe to the students. Observing the students collect their tracking devices and depart, Zhang Ruli returned to the airport's rest area. The makeshift resting area housed several proctors seated on chairs alongside a team of technicians manipulating electronic devices. Old Zhang, well done, remarked the long-haired man reclining in a rocking chair, a fruit platter beside him. Noticing the relaxed demeanor of his fellow proctor, Zhang Ruli frowned. What's with that expression, the long-haired man? Xin Fei plucked an apple slice to munch on. Don't you sense anything amiss? What's wrong? Xin Fei appeared puzzled. The radiation levels have changed, Zhang Ruli replied, producing a measuring device. Just a few days ago, the radiation peak was at 70. Now it has surged to 130, although this gap of 60 is far from the 500 radiation level that poses a threat to ordinary lives. It indicates a near doubling of the radiation. Doubled? Face sat up, alarmed. Could something have occurred in the old world? I share that concern. Such a drastic fluctuation in radiation levels could signal a nuclear facility in the old world has experienced a leak. Zhang Ruli speculated, or perhaps a radiation source is approaching from the old world. His words caused the few golden-level proctors to straighten in their seats that a female proctor in the corner raised her phone. Don't worry, I've contacted the base city. The higher-ups assured me everything is normal. We will proceed with our supervision as planned. Normal? Zhang Ruli struggled to quell his unease. Meanwhile, the technicians manipulating the electronic devices appeared deeply troubled. Their faces clouded as they stared at the dark screens. What's the matter? Zhang Ruli inquired, noting their distress. During examinations, the computer team's surveillance feeds were crucial. Proctors relied on them to monitor candidates and detect any cheating. Additionally, the feeds were broadcasted throughout the base city, sharing the event live with the public. Essentially, the entire martial examination was transparent, which was why the monitoring footage was indispensable. Hearing the chief examiner's inquiry, the technicians expressed their frustration. We don't know why, but we can't establish a connection to the Alliance base city signal. It's as if they severed it. Without a signal, we can't even see the students' monitoring footage. How could this happen? Zhang Ruli's brow furrowed deeply. As the comm he had briefly found began to unravel once more in the base city, there are indeed hidden matters of great significance. Stepping on the radiated rubble, Lorelei, relying on his extensive experience, ventured forth without encountering any significant issues. Glancing at the coordinates, he nodded discreetly. Lumican mentioned that the coordinates of the divine blood should be right here. System, can you pinpoint the location precisely? Ding, provide 10 crystal cores, and the system can locate the host accurately. Clearly, under such exploitable circumstances, Yi Tian would not offer assistance without compensation. After noting the 10 mutated beasts he had just harvested, Lorelei reluctantly took out the crystals as the cores vanished from his hand. The system's voice chimed in. Ding. Accurate location for the host has been established. Caution. The designated area poses certain dangers. Certain dangers? Lorelei did not dismiss Yi Tian's warning. He shifted his gaze to the desolate town's rear mountains. Chapter 157. The daughter of a prominent figure. The system's pinpointed location was a cave in the mountain. When Lorelei arrived, he was still some distance from the divine blood as indicated by the system. Yet, beneath this distance, he could sense a vigorous surge of energy pulsating, the slaughter god throne within him. Sealed by the 7 wounds chains, sensed this familiar aura and stirred with excitement. After all these years, the essence of the divine blood remained as vibrant as ever, with a sense of vigilance. He stepped into the cave. Inside, a massive pond lay before him, home to a giant python measuring over 30 meters in length. The python swam languidly in the water, from his concealed position behind the rocky wall. Lorelei could distinctly perceive that the fluctuations of divine blood emanated from within this massive serpent. Clearly, the giant python had consumed the divine blood. However, judging by its current state, the potency of the divine blood was far beyond what this level of mutated beast could digest. It seemed that to acquire the divine blood, he would have to eliminate it. Lorelei found the situation somewhat troublesome. This serpentine mutant had reached the initial level of gold, a 4th-tier mutant beast. As it stood, he was not an easy opponent to face. Host seems to have forgotten that you possess a summoning lottery card. A summoning lottery card. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lorelei's eyes brightened. Yi Tian timely added, does the host wish to use the summoning lottery card? Use it. Although unsure of what might be summoned, Lorelei felt that the system's offerings would not disappoint. After all, everything he had previously acquired from the system had surpassed his expectations as a king-level warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained the character, Skeleton Monster. Character, Skeleton Monster level. Silver Peak, legendary quality description. Lacking self-awareness, it functions as a puppet, requiring explicit commands from the host as he read through the lines displayed on the system interface. Lorelei turned his gaze to the space beside him. From the previously empty ground emerged a figure draped tightly in a black robe. Instinctively, he sensed a dangerous aura. Can you kill the mutated beast inside? At Lorelei's inquiry, the skeleton monster stiffly nodded. 1 minute later. Boom! The entire cave crumbled. A massive python was violently flung out like a piece of rope. Almost in the next breath, the dark figure within the cave closely pursued. The skeleton monster resembled an emotionless killing machine. Amidst the swirling shards of ice, its jade-like skeletal hand struck fiercely into the giant python's body. Crack, crack, crack. Visible to the naked eye. Ice crystals rapidly formed at the python's wound. The giant python's body gradually stiffened until it ultimately transformed into a frozen statue, completely devoid of life. Amidst the cascading debris of the mountain, Lorelei emerged from the cave. looking at the python's corpse on the ground, and then at the skeleton monster. He sighed. Systems products are truly remarkable. Upon splitting open the python's skull, a large crystal core, distinct from others, appeared. Within the translucent core, 3 droplets of vibrant golden blood could be seen, pulsating with life. This powerful aura caused a tremor in Lorelei's starry sea. Realizing the repulsion from the slaughter god throne, he understood that this treasure was not meant for him. However, he had no desire for it either. Meanwhile, Yi Tian in the system space was already analyzing the situation. It should be noted that the divine blood, whether analyzed or replicated, was not a trivial matter in terms of points. However, the derivatives it could produce seemed not to be simple. At 4 p.m. The martial arts examination commenced at noon, leaving 2 hours until its conclusion. In the monitoring teacher's rest area, Zhang Ruli observed the radiation levels rising sharply to a peak of 200 within just 4 hours. Feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan, he sensed an impending crisis. However, the unknown nature of this crisis left him uncertain about how to proceed. Old Zhang, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Glancing at the others, Shen Fei hung up the phone, his expression grave. What's the matter? Zhang Ruli inquired, slightly puzzled. Shen Fei hesitated before speaking. I have a family emergency and need to leave. Leave? What happened at home? Zhang Ruli frowned. My mother is gravely ill. This is serious. Zhang Ruli took a deep breath. You should go back quickly. We'll manage here. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Shen Fei's face, partially obscured by his long hair, bore a hint of distress, which Zhang Ruli failed to notice. As Shen Fei departed the stopover, he recalled the information he had received about the base city from his contacts. A chill creeping into his heart. A zombie tide. Yet, the term zombie tide was not the true source of his trepidation. The primary concern stemmed from the insider details his contacts had shared about the zombie tide. Understanding more led him to refrain from disclosing the zombie situation to Zhang Ruli or the other examinees. This predicament would inevitably result in only a few individuals escaping, contemplating the mission entrusted to him by the base city contacts. Shen Fei dared not to underestimate it. This task involved escorting the child of a certain prominent figure back during the martial arts examination, clearly serving as his ticket. Failure to complete this mission would render any hope of entering the base city to evade disaster nothing but a foolish dream. The name of that prominent figure's daughter, Li Ping. Shen Fei began to search for her locator in a dense forest. A deformed two-headed wolf lay lifeless on the ground. Luo Kai casually wiped the blood from his broken sword before severing the wolf's head. To his surprise, he discovered 2 high-quality first-tier crystal cores. Thanks to his remarkable aptitude for learning and consistent effort over time, Luo Kai's strength had reached the intermediate level of black iron just yesterday. His most potent attack method was derived from an unnamed sword technique he learned from his father, enabling him to unleash 2 sharp sword energies. He sensed that mastering this unnamed sword technique, which his father had never even mentioned, would be exceedingly formidable. Oh, what a small world. That a woman's voice from behind made Luo Kai turn around. It was the rather unremarkable Li Ping, flanked by 2 lackeys. Upon seeing the group before him, Luo Kai chose silence and turned to leave. Stop. Are you deaf? In Li Ping's worldview, no one was allowed to overlook her presence. What is there to discuss with a shrew? With his growing strength, Luo Kai gradually regained the confidence he had lost. Hearing these words, Li Ping's expression turned icy, but upon noticing the dead 2-headed wolf on the ground, her tone shifted with surprise. It seems you've concealed your strength. What? You really think you can defeat me in a wager and slap my face? Yes. Luo Kai's response was succinct and firm, inciting Li Ping's teeth to grind in frustration. You know who I am. Dare to oppose me, and I can ensure your demise without consequence. Chapter 158. Do you know who my father is? This situation had been brewing ever since everyone dispersed to hunt for points. Li Ping had taken note of Luo Kai through reports from her followers, realizing that he could effortlessly dispatch mutated beasts, which irritated her greatly. If this continued, she might indeed lose to someone she had always looked down upon. This was utterly unacceptable to her. Thus, she had come with her lackeys at this moment. Upon hearing Li Ping invoke her family background, Luo Kai remained unfazed. Your ramblings are wasting my time. With that, he turned to leave. Watching Luo Kai begin to depart, Li Ping shouted to her 2 men behind her, "Go and seize all the crystal cores from him." Indeed, seizing crystal cores was not explicitly prohibited in the exam, and had even become somewhat of an unwritten rule. This was precisely Li Ping's objective. As long as she could acquire the crystal cores from Luo Kai, not only would her score rise significantly, but he would also lose the wager. Li, just watch. Her 2 lackeys, smirking disdainfully, advanced towards Luo Kai. Both were skilled practitioners at the senior black iron level and could even contend with bronze-level warriors in unison. To them, dealing with Luo Kai, this naive newcomer, seemed entirely manageable. However, they had miscalculated one crucial detail. The protagonist, engaging in battles beyond his level, was a commonplace affair. Observing the two approaching figures, Luo Kai felt the surge of power from his recent promotion to intermediate black iron rank. As the broken sword in his hand shimmered faintly, what absurdity is this? Using such a pitiful sword as a weapon. Am I to be amused? The two men instantly lowered their guard. To them, a character as unremarkable as this was hardly worth their attention or effort. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly fallen under the influence of the protagonist's aura, resulting in their cognitive decline. Seeing that the opponent had not even donned his battle armor, Luo Kai firmly planted his foot on the ground. With a mere step, he surged forward. Boom! From a distance, Li Ping could only perceive Luo Kai as a blurred shadow. Instantly appearing before the two men, sword chi, twofold. With a whispered incantation, two formidable waves of sword energy rapidly took shape. In that fleeting moment, the two previously relaxed subordinates were suddenly gripped by intense panic. How could this be? He hasn't even activated his battle armor, yet he can unleash such a potent attack? Caught off guard, the two subordinates could only hastily conjure their black iron battle armor. Boom! Boom! With a dull thud, the two subordinates were sent flying, spitting blood. How is this possible? The scene before Li Ping was utterly shocking. These two subordinates were cultivated by her family, specifically retained to assist her in passing the martial examination. Their individual abilities could even rank among the elite in the pool of candidates. Yet, their current performance was woefully inadequate. It seems you have engaged in quite a bit of underhanded tactics to seize crystal cores. Luo Kai's gaze towards Li Ping grew increasingly frigid. What do you intend to do? Li Ping furrowed her brows tightly. I warn you, my father is one of the 5 leaders of the Jiangnan base city. Hand over your crystal core. Luo Kai pointed his broken sword menacingly at the woman. You desire my crystal core? Li Ping's voice suddenly turned sharp. A man robbing a woman's belongings? Have you gone mad? I'll have you know, my father is a powerful amethyst warrior. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will make you regret it. It appears you have yet to comprehend your own position. Luo Kai impatiently pressed the broken sword against Li Ping's neck. The cold blade sent a shiver through her, rendering her momentarily silent. I'll say it once more. Hand over what you owe me. Dare you touch me? Li Ping's heart simmered with rage. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. Initially, after the wager was established, she envisioned making Luo Kai bow before her. But now, she merely wished for the man who dared to offend her to perish. Do you truly believe I would hesitate? Luo Kai retorted. His words finally induced a flicker of unease in Li Ping's eyes. Just then, a voice casually emerged from the nearby woods. What? You actually dare to lay hands on the esteemed Miss Li? At the moment the words were spoken, Luo Kai's gaze snapped to the source of the voice. In the next instant, a silver-armored figure appeared before him in a flash. Bang! Without any ostentation, a fist of absolute power struck Luo Kai squarely in the chest. In an instant, he was sent flying as if he had collided with a truck. Thud! A tree, as thick as a man's waist, caught the airborne Luo Kai. The second blow left him tumbling to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before his eyes stood a long-haired man, who slowly retracted his silver battle armor, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Kai before respectfully addressing Li Ping. Miss Li, my name is Shen Fei, and I have been sent by your father to protect you. I knew my father wouldn't send 2 useless fools to guard me. Li Ping glanced at the 2 groaning subordinates on the ground, harboring no doubts about Shen Fei's words. In an instant, her gaze, filled with intense hatred, shifted back to Luo Kai. You, kill him for me. As you wish, Miss Li. Shen Fei swiftly assumed the role of a servant. He looked at Luo Kai, who struggled to rise, and emotionlessly approached. As he walked, a constellation of starry power coalesced, forming a curved blade in Shen Fei's hand. Once one reaches the silver rank, they can forge their own weapon of destiny and summon it at will. The grinding curved blade in Shen Fei's hand was undoubtedly the weapon of this high-ranking silver warrior. Watching his opponent approach, Luo Kai glared furiously. The disparity was staggering. Silver was 2 full ranks above his black iron. Kid, did you ever expect this? Just a moment ago, you threatened Miss Li, and now here you are, like a dog waiting for slaughter. Hearing this, Luo Kai coughed up blood, finding it difficult to articulate that don't blame me. I merely seek a path to survival. With a flippant remark, Shen Fei swung the curved blade toward Luo Kai's neck. At that critical moment, a surge of dense black energy enveloped Luo Kai like a brilliant radiance. Clang! The grinding curved blade struck the suddenly manifest battle armor on Luo Kai, reverberating with a resounding clash. Staring intently at the battle armor enveloping Luo Kai, Xin Fei was momentarily stunned. This armor exuded an unparalleled brilliance. It was of legendary quality. Boom! Two waves of sword energy erupted from Luo Kai's hand. Caught off guard, Xin Fei barely managed to deflect the curved blade, causing him to stagger back several meters. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Kai sprang to his feet and dashed into the depths of the woods. Watching his opponent flee, and recalling the impending zombie tide, Xin Fei chose not to pursue. How could you let him escape? Li Ping could not comprehend that he wanted to survive. Xin Fei explained to her, "Your father instructed me to bring you home because a zombie tide is about to erupt. That young man withstood my attack. He is gravely injured and has no chance of survival against the approaching horde." Upon hearing this, Li Ping's brows remained tightly knit. "No, I must see him die before my eyes. Go capture him, or bring back his corpse." Xin Fei felt troubled. His primary concern was to leave this place of conflict as soon as possible, unwilling to linger. "Hurry." "All right." Nodding, Xin Fei took a deep breath. Recognizing the trouble he had invited upon himself. After all, Li Ping was currently the only ticket he had to safety. Xin Fei departed, while Li Ping kicked the two groaning subordinates at her feet, who struggled to stand. "Useless fools, keep watch. I'm taking a nap." Having said that, she leaned against a tree and yawned. Although she and T engaged in battle against mutated beasts all day, the long walk had indeed fatigued her. As she closed her eyes, barely 2 minutes passed before the two subordinates erupted in terrified screams. Abruptly silenced, suddenly jolting awake, Li Ping found a figure cloaked in black before her. The skeletal outline beneath the black robe caused her eyes to widen in horror. Nearby, the two subordinates had their necks snapped, lifeless on the ground. "Who are you? What do you want? Do you know who my father is?" Li Ping's once dominant voice diminished under the cold pressure of the black-robed figure. In the next moment, a translucent skeletal hand, devoid of emotion, grasped her throat. "Let go of me! Let go!" Waves of icy dread washed over her, and fear finally flickered in her eyes. "If you dare touch me, my father will not spare you," the woman continued to scream. Yet, attempting to threaten a skeleton was akin to speaking to a wall. The creature's grip tightened. Crack. Meanwhile, following a trail, Xin Fei moved swiftly. His sole intention was to crush that detestable student. What should have been concluded was wasting his time, and with each passing minute, the threat of the zombie tide grew stronger. Trees blurred past him. Suddenly, Xin Fei spotted a shadow flitting by, his heart leaping with joy. "Found you. Let us see how you escape." He arrived at a relatively open area in the woods, only to find that the figure he sought was not the student, but a man cloaked in black, facing away from him. Chapter 159. The Enemy. The moment Xin Fei laid eyes on this man, he instinctively furrowed his brow. A silver-ranked warrior, he could not discern the man's true nature. To evade the impending zombie tide by turning his blade against a student was hardly the conduct expected of an examiner. The man turned slowly, speaking in a calm tone. "Who might you be?" Unable to perceive the black-robed man's true strength, Xin Fei refrained from acting rashly, though a sense of unease settled in his heart. He anticipated that the news of the zombie tide had reached this man as well. "My identity is of no consequence to the dead." Luo Lei's words tightened Xin Fei's resolve. This man was here to kill him. With this thought, Xin Fei's expression grew grave as he observed the deep, dark energy surging forth from the man's body. Recognizing the hue of black iron, Xin Fei let out a breath of relief, only for disdain to arise within him. After all this, he had thought he faced a formidable opponent, only to find he was merely a black iron warrior. Wasn't this just fodder for him to dispose of? Regrettably, Xin Fei's expression of ease barely lasted 2 breaths before it froze in place. He could see a crimson domain expanding like a curtain, slowly enveloping him. A domain. This is a domain. Xin Fei's face was drenched in sweat. As far as he knew, in the realm, only those who had attained the amethyst level could manifest such abilities. The man before him, seemingly unremarkable, was indeed an amethyst-level warrior. How many amethyst-level warriors could there possibly be within the human alliance? "Elder, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Faced with such a formidable presence, Xin Fei could not muster even a fleeting thought of resistance or escape. "Do you not understand?" Luo Lei said calmly. "The person you wish to kill possesses a legendary quality battle armor. Do you truly believe such a person would lack connections? Easily bullied. You are doing this for that student." Upon receiving the stark truth, Xin Fei's face turned pale, regret washing over him. Indeed, how could a student of a legendary battle armor lack backing? Luo Lei offered no reply. All words would be revealed in subsequent actions. Without any visible movement from Luo Lei, crimson rain began to fall within the blood-red domain. This sanguine downpour carried peculiar negative effects, and the moment it drenched Xin Fei. The blood color vanished from his surface. This inexplicable rain was evaporating Xin Fei's life essence. Looking towards Luo Lei, one could see his black iron battle armor gleaming brilliantly. This was the manifestation of martial prowess. With the armor upgraded to legendary quality, Luo Lei's martial techniques had concurrently ascended to legendary level. The legendary blood rain was vastly superior to its epic-level predecessor, in less than 10 seconds. Before Xin Fei could fully comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground, weakened by the evaporation of his life essence. No, let me go. Let me go. The man's voice dwindled to a whisper. Some individuals are simply untouchable. Luo Lei exhaled a breath of frustration. Retracting his domain to in the end, Xin Fei ceased to breathe, with little struggle left in him. A pinnacle silver warrior had no room for resistance in Luo Lei's hands. After all, he was a king, wielding not only the brilliance of his own realm but also the power of his domain. Although bearing some injuries, the domain he unleashed was formidable. Ding! The host has successfully avenged his son. The Great Father's system has activated a hidden reward. The second tier of the 7 injuries chain has been repaired, granting a legendary quality bronze battle armor, along with an enhanced vitality recovery attribute. At the moment of Xin Fei's demise, Yi Tian's voice echoed in Luo Lei's mind, surprising him. Is there truly a reward for this? The host receives varying rewards simply for avenging their child. Yi Tian's words prompted Luo Lei to ponder thoughtfully. Feeling his injuries heal significantly, he felt invigorated. With the second tier of the chain unlocked, Luo Lei could naturally unleash the prowess of a pinnacle bronze warrior. A flicker of thought manifested, and a battle armor as translucent as emerald appeared, radiating power rivaling that of any silver warrior. The pinnacle bronze level was over 5 times stronger than the pinnacle black iron level. He was on the cusp of complete restoration. Luo Lei did not dwell on Xin Fei's lifeless body. Instead, he turned his gaze in a particular direction and swiftly made his way there. It was a cave. Upon arrival, he found his son, Luo Kai, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Crouching down for a closer look, Luo Lei discerned that a large section of his son's ribs had shattered, and internal bleeding had caused further injury. No wonder Xin Fei had so confidently believed that even if Luo Kai did not perish on the spot, he would surely not escape the impending zombie tide. Such injuries, without immediate medical attention, would undoubtedly spell doom. He had allowed that man to die too easily. Upon witnessing his son's injuries, a fierce light flickered in Luo Lei's eyes. After learning the healing methods from Yi Tian, he felt a slight sense of relief. After rummaging through his belongings, he produced a crystalline core, radiant in its clarity. This was the core containing divine blood from the serpent, according to the system. This was the only thing capable of saving Luo Kai at this moment. Inserting the core into the unconscious Luo Kai's mouth, waves of strange energy visibly radiated outward. As Luo Kai's injuries stabilized instantly, Luo Lei exhaled a breath of relief. Should anything unfortunate happen to Luo Kai, he could never forgive himself. The moment the divine blood core was ingested, Luo Kai began his transformation in the same grove. When Luo Lei exited the cave, he saw the body of Li Ping lying by the feet of a skeletal monster. Li Ping. He muttered softly, shaking his head with indifference. After all these years, children and adults are of the same ilk. Li Shan too. This is only the first step in avenging my wife. Wait for it, debts must always be repaid. In a region hundreds of kilometers away from the outskirts of the North District. This was the heart of Jiangnan Bay City. After concluding a meeting, one of the 5 leaders, Li Shantu, returned home, appearing somewhat relaxed. However, upon entering, a sharp-tongued woman interrupted his good mood with a single statement. Ping Ping hasn't returned yet. Li Shanda hung his coat on a rack. Did I not send someone to fetch her? The person sent to retrieve her is now unreachable, the woman remarked frostily. I told you long ago not to involve Ping Ping in your grand ambitions. To showcase your populist image. You knowingly sent her to that place for the martial examination, even with the zombie tide approaching. Her voice grew increasingly frigid. If anything happens to Ping Ping, you will regret it. Chapter 160. Witnessing the zombie tide, listening to his wife's words, Li Shanda frowned. I will inquire with Shaolin. He should have dispatched someone to pick her up. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Just then, a call came in. See, the call is coming in now. He gestured to his wife regarding the incoming call. This should be to inform us that they are sending a plane to bring her home. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. Under her watchful gaze, Li Shanto answered the call. However, as soon as it was connected, the voice on the other end broke into a panic. It's bad. Chief Shantu. Miss Li Ping is dead. The simplicity of the statement left the couple in the luxurious room momentarily stunned. What did you say? Miss Li Ping is dead. Boom. In the midst of extreme emotional turmoil, a powerful, raging aura erupted from Li Shantu's wife. Explain to me how Li Ping could possibly be dead. We found the body in the ecological zone of the martial examination, in a grove. Xiao Lin on the other end was clearly taken aback by the turn of events, his heart racing with panic. If this matter did not require reporting, he would have surely resigned to avoid being implicated. After all, in the upper echelons, who did not know of the couple, both amethyst-level warriors, and their affection for Li Ping? Now that she was dead, it was akin to a storm brewing. Who? Who was the murderer? The woman's shrill voice sent shivers down Xiao Lin's spine. Preliminary estimates show that Miss Li Ping had marks around her neck, indicating she was strangled to death. Preliminary estimates? So you mean you haven't even seen the murderer's face? Xiao Lin stammered. Because there's no signal connection in the base city. The tens of thousands of independent mimicry cameras we installed in the ecological zone couldn't retrieve any footage. So, bang, Li Shantu slammed his palm heavily on the desk, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Not providing signal reception to the North District was my decision, and now it has allowed the murderer of my daughter to roam free. Crack. The woman crushed her phone in her grip. Suddenly turning, Guilin strode toward the door. What are you doing? Li Shantu called after her. What am I doing? I'm going to the ecological zone in the North District to kill. To avenge my daughter. You don't even know who the murderer is. Then I'll kill them all. Let it be their honor to accompany my daughter in death. Guilin's words dripped with bloodlust. Li Shantu shook his head gravely. Right now, even those of us at the amethyst level cannot go to that place. Why? At this moment, you still wish to maintain your image. If you want to safeguard your public image, I will go and kill. I won't let a single one of them live to tell the tale. That is not what I meant, Li Shantu sighed. The lives of many are trivial. What matters is the zombie tide. We have already made an agreement with the zombie king. If we, as amethyst-level warriors, go now, it will only create misunderstandings. And what about our daughter? At this point, Guilin's eyes blazed with unquenchable fury. It's all your fault. To maintain your stern father image, you put our own daughter in that corner of the North District. Now, you have led to her demise, but the one who killed her remains free. Li Shantu's tone escalated, glancing at the woman. Stay at home and behave. Do not cause anything that might affect my plans. I must seize the position of leader from Li Huaishu. As he spoke, Li Shantu pondered for a moment. I will also ensure that Li Ping's matter is resolved. The man changed into another set of clothes and strode out of his home, outside the Northern District. In the ecological zone, beneath a dim sky, the 6-hour examination period was gradually coming to an end on the vast tarmac. Students were returning one after another to check their scores. Zhang Ruli felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing that most candidates had returned safely. However, just as he thought he had been overly sensitive throughout the day, a disheveled male student, covered in torn clothing and dirt, arrived at the tarmac. Zombies. I saw countless zombies. Everyone, run, his breathless voice echoed, causing many candidates nearby to instinctively scatter. The unclear words he uttered were quickly deciphered by the crowd. Zombies. He means there are many zombies. Why haven't I seen them? I'm telling the truth. The frantic candidate shouted. A tide of zombies. An endless wave of them is coming. Everyone, flee. His voice was clearly heard by most, and chaos began to ensue. Witnessing the situation, Zhang Ruli did not dismiss it immediately. The state of that candidate did not appear to reflect a mere fabrication. Recalling the fluctuations in radiation levels throughout the day, Zhang Ruli summoned his battle armor. The rich power of starlight lifting him into the air, a warrior of golden rank was capable of soaring effortlessly. As he ascended several dozen meters, he squinted to observe his surroundings, only to suddenly widen his eyes in shock. Just a few kilometers behind the airport, an endless black tide, as if linked to the dark clouds above, was slowly advancing toward them. This was a tide of zombies. Inside the Northern District, within the council chamber of the highest affairs unit, 7 individuals sat around a long table. The seat at the head of the table, which should have belonged to Lu Muqin, was vacant, as he had been urgently reassigned overnight for reasons unknown. Flanking the head seat were 2 elderly men leaning on canes, yet still exuding vitality. These 2 elders were members of the Northern District's decision-making group, second only to Lu Muqin's leadership. Below them sat 5 middle-aged men and women, all indispensable figures in various fields such as security and city defense within the Northern District. Their power levels were all at the diamond rank, marking them as the core combat strength of the base city. Gathered together, it was evident this was a significant meeting. Everyone understands the true situation now. Don't you? The slow, Weary voices of the two decision-making elders resonated. Initially, upon discovering the impending zombie tide, they had been anxiously contemplating how to safeguard the Northern District and seek assistance from other districts. However, they did not anticipate that the upper echelons of the central region, while they were in a frenzy like ants on a hot pan, had revealed the tide of zombies was essentially a transaction orchestrated by the high-ranking officials of the Jiangnan-based city. Their attempts to intervene were outrightly rebuffed. In their eyes, the Northern District had already been abandoned. The higher-ups of the Central District stated, "We diamond-ranked individuals can retreat to the Central District for refuge, but may only bring a maximum of 2 family members." That a somber declaration, filled with melancholy and helplessness, that it was only at this moment that most present truly comprehended the extent of humanity's dire predicament, necessitating such a gruesome sacrifice to procure even a little more time for survival. "When can we leave?" The dark-skinned woman among the 7 diamond warriors displayed an expression filled with reluctance to remain. "If preparations are complete, you may leave now." One of the elderly decision-making members glanced at the woman and sighed before continuing. "Anyone who wishes to stay may do so to protect the Northern District." This statement, to the others, was evidently nonsensical. With the entire Northern District effectively surrendered by the higher-ups, remaining there was a certain death sentence, devoid of any meaning. In that case, everyone is free to leave. In the wilderness, the fastest buses had been transformed into off-road vehicles. 7 buses, carrying nearly 400 people, faced a horde of zombies that seemed to stretch endlessly behind them. On the bumpy roof, Zhang Ruli and a teacher sat firmly, both their gazes fixed upon the vast expanse of zombies that covered the ground and stirred the dark clouds above. The sheer magnitude of the array was unlike anything they had ever witnessed, prompting a nagging question in their minds. Could the Northern District truly withstand this? "It seems we must seek assistance from the Central District to survive this ordeal," Zhang Ruli stated candidly, clearly recognizing that the Northern District stood no chance against the advancing horde. This level of zombie tide last occurred 7 or 8 years ago, right? The teacher beside him inhaled deeply, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. "The last incident was in the Western District of the Huaibei base." Reflecting on the past, Zhang Ruli appeared somber. "I heard that many of humanity's top experts went to provide support. Unfortunately, the entire city was ultimately destroyed, and I never heard of anyone surviving." "Indeed," the teacher replied, a trace of sorrow on his face. "If these zombies breached the city walls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let us hope that the Northern District does not become the second Western District of the Huaibei base." Their words were laden with negativity, driven by the overwhelming number of zombies behind them, enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance. Inside one of the buses, Luo Kai, who had been sleeping, gradually awoke. "That I'm still alive." He sensed his body and was astonished to find that the injuries he sustained from Shun Fei had completely healed. Moreover, as he slightly clenched his fists, a formidable power indicated that he had reached the initial level of bronze. This was undeniably abnormal. His previous injuries should not have healed spontaneously. Yet, after ruminating on the matter, he found no answers and resigned himself to the situation. Looking around, he noticed that most of the passengers were gazing toward the rear, their eyes transfixed on a dark horizon that seemed to spread like a tangible shadow. As time elapsed, the distance between the zombie tide and the Northern District diminished, and the people within the city began to grow uneasy through various whispers of information. Upon hearing news of the impending horde, few could maintain their composure. Amidst the crowd's palpable anxiety, the official alliance of the Northern District released a statement regarding the zombie tide. "Warning, yellow emergency alert. A small wave of zombie groups has appeared outside the Northern District, posing a certain threat to the residents. However, please do not worry. All diamond-ranked warriors of the Northern District have been mobilized and will resolve the issues shortly. And we ask everyone to remain calm in their homes and avoid causing disruptions for the combat personnel." This announcement served as a stabilizing force, calming many hearts. Just a small wave of zombies. What is there to fear? Is there a live broadcast? I want to see how our people slaughter the zombies. On the forum of the Northern District, posts began to surface. Although most individuals had been placated, some astute observers detected anomalies from various aspects. For instance, the residents of the Northern District were now unable to contact the outside world, as if they had been entirely isolated from it. These various irregularities seemed to corroborate something ominous. Eye in the sky, an aircraft glided away. The 7 strongest diamond-ranked warriors of the city were not fighting at the forefront as stated in the announcement. The Northern District had been abandoned. Outside the city, a group of surviving students arrived at the foot of the city wall. Gazing at the towering gates, they collectively exhaled. "City guards, open the gates." A teacher from one of the buses shouted toward the wall. However, upon hearing these cries, the soldiers clad in combat gear atop the wall shook their heads. The upper echelons have issued orders to prevent any infected individuals among those returning from outside. We cannot let you in at this time. When then? We don't have much time. Zhang really glanced back, noticing the encroaching tide of zombies. Once the adults from the northern district have dealt with the zombies, you will be allowed in. The soldier's words left the passengers of the 7 buses exchanging incredulous glances. What? We can only enter after the zombies are exterminated. Is this person insane? Don't they see the zombies advancing behind us? Even those at the purple crystal rank would struggle to eliminate them. On the brink of entering a safe zone, they were halted at this most bewildering juncture, causing emotions to erupt among the crowd. Yet, the soldiers paid little heed to the pleas below. Ha ha ha. Strange growls emanated from the mouths of the zombies. Witnessing the approaching horde, many students began to break down, crying out in despair. City guards, listen. Let us in now. If anything happens once we're inside, I will take responsibility. Zhang Ruli's voice brimmed with fury. The rules cannot be altered. The soldiers atop the wall shook their heads. It's a direct order from the upper echelons. We cannot disobey. Damn it, who issued such an order? Several teachers gritted their teeth in frustration. The remaining students turned to look behind them, where a dense throng of zombies, bloodthirsty and frenzied, surged toward them. There was no time left, truly no time. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the city walls. A few people glanced up, and at that moment, a dark figure darted past the guards on the wall with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers fell one by one under the shadow's assault. As the last of the city guards was swiftly dispatched, the man in the black robe paused atop the wall, wordlessly unfastening the gate's ropes. Creak. The great gate of the city gradually swung open, and a glimmer of hope expanded in the eyes of all those outside. Chapter 162. The Rescue of the Northern District. Quick. Get inside. Seeing the gates slowly open, the desperate people at the foot of the wall felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Without hesitation, the students trapped below, along with several fortunate hunting teams that had rushed back, dashed into the Northern District, barely pausing to start their vehicles. As the last person entered the city, the massive gate thunderously slammed shut. In that instant, the unattended vehicles outside were instantly engulfed by a tide of zombies. The first wave of zombies crashed against the walls and the gates like ferocious beasts. Boom! Boom! The chilling sound sent shivers down everyone's spine, even with a thick wall separating them. Fear gripped all hearts. Fortunately, the sturdy wall was not made of mere rubble. After relentless repairs by the construction crew, although the Northern District's walls were not as towering as those of the Central District, they were undeniably robust. However, everyone understood that this state of safety was fleeting. As the hordes of zombies continued to accumulate, the wall would inevitably collapse or be overtaken by the relentless undead. Where are those adults? The zombies nearly overwhelmed us, yet not a single expert has arrived, grumbled some in the crowd, to which many agreed. Exactly. If it weren't for the person who opened the gate for us, we would surely be dead now. By the way, where is that person who helped us? After the harrowing moments, many recalled the figure who had felled the city guards and opened the gate for them. He was nowhere to be seen. He had vanished. The crowd's gaze shifted to the wall, where the man in black had slipped away without anyone noticing. Boom. Suddenly, the massive gate behind them trembled under the cacophony of frenzied roars. The sound was unmistakably that of higher-tier zombies, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the present. It seemed the time the Northern District's walls could withstand the onslaught was even shorter than they had anticipated. Where is our military? If we don't halt the zombie tide now, the Northern District will never survive until reinforcements arrive from other areas, as the hunting teams and students voiced their concerns. The previously silent individuals appeared increasingly anxious. A wall alone, without guardianship, offered no semblance of safety. Buzzing. Before long, the sight of fighter jets soaring through the sky brightened the eyes of everyone in the city. Those were the Air Force of the Northern District. Simultaneously, armed infantry rushed from the military district, driving armored vehicles to the front line. Finally, they have arrived. Many sighed in relief. To ordinary citizens, the mobilization of the Northern District's forces meant that the issue was essentially resolved. For decades, the Northern District had stood firm in this apocalyptic world, and the might of its army was well embedded in the hearts of its people. Regrettably, for a select few who understood the true situation, the military's arrival was merely a temporary solution. In such circumstances, should any high-tier entities emerge from the zombie tide, the military would be as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Only the presence of humanity's elite combatants could ensure a fair fight in this battle. Yet, with the departure of the only 7 diamond-tier leaders from the Northern District, it was as if the area had lost its head. Faced with the seemingly endless hordes of zombies, the Northern District had little hope of survival. On the peak of a high-rise building in the city, a figure cloaked in black, gazed into the distance, he could clearly see the dark mass of zombies, covering nearly all the visible wilderness. The sheer number of zombies far exceeded the Northern District's capacity for resistance. It wouldn't take half a day before the walls would collapse, and the locust-like horde would completely devour the Northern District. System, is there a way to save the Northern District? Confronted with such a dire disaster, Lore placed all his hopes on Yi Tian, looking at his own strength, which was at the pinnacle of bronze. He might be able to contend with golden warriors, but in this scenario, it was utterly insignificant. Even if he risked all his power, it would be impossible to eliminate these zombies in an instant. Unless his power fully returned and lasted at least half a day, he would need that absolute crushing force to continuously eradicate millions of zombies. In the system space, Yi Tian understood Lore's thoughts and shook his head. Internally, he mused, if I were to return your full power and have it last half a day, I'd end up losing everything I have. I have a solution, a luminous orb, the creator's system. Flickered to life. Seeing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. To tell we can then finally hum. Listening to the creator's system suggestions, Yi Tian slapped it away without hesitation. What nonsense are you thinking? Using methods for diviners on zombies? If you had a host, that host would surely be doomed. At Yi Tian's words, the creator's system flickered twice, letting out a huff before falling silent. Reflecting on the current situation, Yi Tian began to ponder. In the original story, when the zombie tide erupted, the Northern District was completely annihilated, with the protagonist, Luo Kai, being the sole survivor. If he did not intervene, the lives of over 5 million people in the Northern District would meet the same fate as depicted in the original tale. However, from a perspective of interest, saving the Northern District would only trigger a series of changes in the subsequent plot, adding uncertainties that were not favorable for Yi Tian. Why would the host wish to save the Northern District? Yi Tian's words prompted Lore to fall into momentary silence. To save 5 million compatriots, surely there is no need for a reason, and no need for a reason. In that instant, Yi Tian seemed to recall the host, Jiang Yi, who resolutely perished along with the treacherous world to save humanity. He had chosen admirable hosts. Subsequently, a chessboard imbued with the essence of Tao materialized before Lore. This chessboard could yield boundless possibilities. And if the host could comprehend just one principle from it, there was a chance to save the Northern District. The chessboard was the one he had brought from the previous world. It bore the essence of heaven's way from that world, and indeed possessed infinite potential. Yi Tian had calculated that even if he poured all his current points into it, the reaction would be minimal. This item could be considered one of Yi Tian's greatest treasures. Chapter 163. The difficult battle situation. The chessboard. Looking at what the system had provided, Lore's eyes widened in astonishment. Just this small chessboard held the key to saving over 5 million lives in the Northern District. Clearly, even for a king like Lore, the system's introduction of the chessboard was profoundly shocking. The limits of power truly extended far beyond that of a king. The zombies will breach the walls in about 10 hours. If the host wishes to save the Northern District, you should begin to comprehend it as soon as possible. Yi Tian's words snapped Lore back to reality. 10 hours. Not daring to delay, Lore seated himself cross-legged atop the high building. The square chessboard devoid of pieces laid before him. To comprehend the Tao, what would he understand? Yi Tian himself was uncertain. The heavenly chessboard could be likened to a blank sheet of paper. What one might sketch upon it during enlightenment was unpredictable. Lore had only 10 hours. In truth, Yi Tian had never anticipated that Lore could successfully attain enlightenment, even as the only king in human history. It was still likely. He had not yet qualified to comprehend the heavenly chessboard. Moreover, time was merely 10 hours. In those realms where time flowed slowly, this duration was hardly enough to even yawn, let alone achieve any meaningful enlightenment. So why then did Yi Tian choose to offer the chessboard to Lore? Wasn't that contradictory? The reason lay in bait. Lore was the bait, gazing at the dimming sky. Above the 9 heavens stood the supreme existence revered by all beings on earth. And above that supreme existence was the heavenly Tao of this world. The heavenly Tao favors the children of fortune. If a child of fortune fervently desires to achieve something, the heavenly Tao could not possibly turn a blind eye. Thus, Yi Tian aimed to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, under the pressure of 5 million lives in the Northern District. Lore's eagerness to comprehend would surely be intense. At such a moment, if the will of the heavenly Tao were to take notice, it would inevitably intervene, making success and enlightenment a more plausible outcome. Like those protagonists, breakthroughs in their cultivation often occurred at the last moment or when they shattered their bottlenecks. It is difficult not to ponder whether fate lends a hidden hand. Of course, whether fate intervenes is predicated upon the existence of a chosen one. After the incident with the Dawn organization, Lorelei, possessing 35 of the fortune value, could be regarded as the second protagonist of this world. The city walls of the Northern District. As troops joined in large numbers, this place transformed into the front line of battle. The inhabitants within the city could distinctly hear the thunderous roars erupting from outside, accompanied by the blood-curdling shrieks of the undead. What is a battlefield? It is merely a different term for hell. As night descended, under the dim sky and ominous clouds, fighter jets released bomb after bomb. Each explosion scattered hordes of zombies amidst the fierce flames present. It seemed that humanity's military might held the upper hand. However, as a colossal, virus-tainted pterosaur emerged on the hazy horizon, the situation in the sky took a drastic turn. The massive pterosaur, like a darkened sword, crashed into the formation of fighter jets with its iron-like body. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the fighter jets burst into flames, resembling fireworks in the night sky. In the city, the majority of the previously invigorated citizens fell silent upon witnessing the horrific scene above. The battle outside the city had surpassed their wildest imaginations. A warning echoed. A fifth-tier zombie pterosaur has appeared. Air Force units, please retreat immediately. Yes, retreating was imperative. Such a being, akin to a diamond-level threat to humanity, could not be countered merely by the Air Force's technological weaponry. Commander, have our diamond-level warriors not arrived yet? The emergence of high-tier zombies amidst the horde has rendered us overwhelmed. The army stationed on the walls and the forces above responded similarly. If no one could impede those high-tier zombies, the situation would undoubtedly deteriorate rapidly. In the command center, an elderly man with graying hair listened intently to the soldiers' reports, a profound sense of helplessness evident in his eyes. All the diamond-level warriors had fled. Only he, the second in command of the military district, was aware of this. It was his command that sent those soldiers into battle. He single-handedly orchestrated the defense of the entire northern district. As time passed, he increasingly realized that it was impossible for the northern district to survive this calamity. He had reached out to other base cities, Central District, Southwest District, and so forth. Not a single response was received, let alone assistance. Zhang Sun understood that they had been abandoned. Each time he contemplated this, he felt that his efforts were utterly futile. It would be better to let them return home early to spend their final moments with their families. At that sorrowful moment, a voice emerged from behind Zhang Sun. Perhaps you could consider seeking reinforcements. The words prompted the elderly man to turn around, revealing a casually dressed youth who seemed to have stepped out of a comic book. Who are you? I am Yi Tian. The young man extended his hand, while the elder regarded him with caution. How did you get in? I walked in, Zhang Sun replied, after a moment of solemn contemplation. Zhang Sun inquired, what do your words imply? I merely wish to remind you that if you cannot find reinforcements from other base cities, perhaps you should look within the northern district itself. Some extraordinary individuals among the civilians may surprise you. Civilians? Zhang Sun furrowed his brow. Thank you for your suggestion, but you must not comprehend the chaos that would ensue if the civilians learned of the situation outside the walls. How can one ascertain the outcome without attempting? Yu Tian responded calmly. Moreover, the situation cannot possibly worsen, can it? Zhang Sun paused, realizing the truth in the young man's statement. Indeed, the city was on the brink of collapse. It could hardly deteriorate further. If, as this young man suggested, extraordinary forces existed among the civilians, there might be hope for the situation to stabilize. With this thought, Zhang Sun raised his gaze, only to find Yi Tian had vanished. In the now silent command room, the elder surveyed the stillness around him, a chill creeping up his spine. At 9 o'clock that evening, the situation outside the city had escalated to a critical point. The corpses of zombies lay thickly strewn near the city walls, yet even this multitude represented only a fraction of the overall horde. As darkness enveloped the sky, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied. The soldiers on the walls, having endured several shifts, were utterly exhausted, some soldiers gnawing on rations, even retched, blood staining their coughs, a clear sign of the detrimental effects of radiation. The zombies from the old world posed a threat far beyond their mere bite. Each one could be considered a source of radiation. The corpses below the walls perpetually affected the soldiers' physical condition. Chapter 164. Defending the Northern District. Within the Northern District, the streets lay desolate. Following the official announcement, most civilians remained indoors, quietly awaiting further news. However, as the afternoon wore on, many began to sense something amiss. Since that notification, the authorities had ceased all communication. Although the message spoke of small-scale zombie groups, it was unfathomable that no further updates were forthcoming. Aside from the lack of information from the Northern District, most noticed the inability to connect with other base cities when they took out their electronic devices. They found themselves confined to the local network. The most frequented location online was the city's main forum, but the situation there was tense. I just saw that the walls are brimming with soldiers. Their firearms are indiscriminately firing into the horde. I am certain the number of zombies is vast. The authorities must be deceiving us. They are hiding something from us. Quick, check the official updates. something grave has transpired. Suddenly, many rushed to the official section of the Northern District. 2 minutes prior, an update had been posted to the 5.02 million citizens of Northern District. I am Jung Sun, the military district's commander. First, I must apologize. Regarding the situation outside with the zombies and our current predicament, I have withheld information. The true number of zombies outside has been preliminarily estimated to be in the millions, while our forces number less than 300,000, an immense disparity. However, the most significant gap is our lack of advanced combat capabilities. It is important to note that when the zombie tide arrived, the 7 diamond-level warriors of the Northern District departed by plane. This is why I am the one delivering this message. Without advanced forces, we may not survive the night. Other base cities have not considered extending their aid, so I implore the skilled citizens within the city who witnessed this message to contribute your strength. Together, we shall fight to the front lines. This lengthy message struck the hearts of all who read it. What they had thought was a minor issue had transformed into a crisis of annihilation. They were now calling upon the citizens for assistance. In such a dire situation, how could anyone remain calm? Volunteers, please head to the nearest city wall. We need your strength. On the streets, police cars passed by, their electronic megaphones broadcasting urgent messages that sent shivers down spines. Suddenly, a frenzied roar erupted from the pitch-black night sky. The searchlights within the city quickly focused on the source of the commotion, high above. When the lights locked onto the figure, all who beheld it felt their hearts race. There, in the sky, the 5th-tier zombie pterosaur clutched a grotesque, muscle-bound zombie with writhing appendages. This 5th-tier advanced zombie, known as the Poison Frenzy, intended to drop its prey into the city. As a 5th-tier advanced zombie, it was feared for its potent viral transmission capabilities. If it were to reach the city, the entire populace would be transformed into new zombies. No one could allow it to breach the city's defenses. This thought resonated in the minds of all who witnessed the scene. Yet, facing a 5th-tier zombie, who among them could stand in opposition? Finally, under the illumination of the searchlights and amidst the gasps of astonishment, the zombie pterosaur released its grip. With a deafening roar, the Poison Frenzy plummeted towards the earth, eager to unleash its viral chaos upon the city. However, at that critical moment, a vibrant purple blade of light sliced through the air, stretching dozens of meters, like the only vibrant beauty in the darkness, shooting forth from the city. This strike was too swift and too terrifying. The airborne 5th-tier zombie had no leverage to evade. It could only watch helplessly as the dazzling purple light approached. Boom! That strike, akin to the heat of 1,000 degrees, obliterated the Poison Frenzy upon impact, scattering its remains across the ground of the city. This was the reaction of all who witnessed this spectacle transition from sheer terror to profound astonishment. In the realm of rapid annihilation at the 5th tier, combined with the recent onslaught of violet energy, it became apparent that there resided formidable violet crystal-level warriors within their city. Indeed, moments later, a figure clad in violet crystal battle armor ascended from the city. Affirming the thoughts of all present, the second elder of the Dawn organization, Tiansong, declared his willingness to advance to the front line and defend the Northern District. The elder, adorned in battle armor, spoke with an authoritative tone, his age only adding weight to his resolute words. Following his proclamation, several other figures adorned in diamond-level battle armor, shimmering with a clear blue-white luminescence, materialized before the crowd. The Dawn organization's protector, Ling Jia, also expressed his readiness to defend the Northern District. Likewise, Protector Peng Tai of the Dawn organization pledged his commitment to the same cause. Each solemn declaration resonated like a drumbeat, leaving all in attendance breathless. As these elite warriors emerged, news of their arrival invigorated the soldiers in the military district. The commander, Jung Sun, exhaled a sigh of relief, utterly astonished that such potent forces could be hidden within the seemingly inconspicuous Northern District. What secrets did that young man harbor? His words had proven prophetic. In the system space, Yi Tian observed a panel before him. Through extensive calculations, he concluded that with the addition of this formidable force, the Northern District could endure until dawn. As for what lay beyond that, Yi Tian's gaze fell upon Luo Lei, whose eyes had remained tightly shut for several hours. Clearly, he had entered a state of enlightenment. However, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed an inner turmoil that hindered his focus. The fate of 5 million lives hinged upon his success, yet time was slipping away, leaving him with less than half a day, an immense pressure that even Luo Lei struggled to bear. This was, indeed, within Yi Tian's expectations. Like bait, Luo Lei's increasing urgency would inevitably draw the attention of the heavenly laws. While observing Luo Lei's condition, Yi Tian was suddenly called upon by the creator system within the system space. Hurry! Look, the experiment you conducted with divine blood has yielded results. Chapter 165. The Battle at the Southern Wall Results. The voice of the creator system invigorated Yi Tian. Shortly before, after Luo Lei acquired 2 drops of divine blood, Yi Tian replicated them and commenced a simulation within the system space. He had not anticipated such swift results in the vast expanse of the system space. A drop of profound blood pulsated as if imbued with life, occasionally blossoming, coalescing, and fragmenting. The original divinity had vanished, replaced by a sinister demonic essence, transforming from divine to demonic. As Yi Tian focused on this drop of blood, it seemed to sense his gaze and quieted with a hint of reverence. Item. Unnamed description. After expending 2 million points on the simulation, this drop of blood has become a conscious entity that, once it parasitizes a host, can unleash its full power. After reading the brief introduction, Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully. A parasitic entity capable of enhancing combat strength. However, he pondered how much power it would bestow upon its host in the Northern District, as the formidable members of the Dawn organization joined the front line. The beleaguered soldiers felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Although the battle remained fierce, they successfully withstood the onslaught of zombies. During this time, numerous capable citizens voluntarily rushed to the battlefield. This battle was not solely the soldiers' fight. It was a struggle for the entire Northern District. With the knowledge that no reinforcements would arrive and that the higher-ups had abandoned them, the citizens of the Northern District were left profoundly disillusioned with the central city base. Understanding that their survival now rested solely on their own shoulders, if they could not weather this storm, destruction awaited them. This was precisely what other base cities hoped to witness in an interior corner of the city wall. At a simple table, 2 female soldiers were respectfully registering the names of those queuing before them. These were ordinary individuals volunteering for the battlefield, each deserving to have their names recorded. What is your name? One of the female soldiers inquired, scanning the crowded registration paper for blank spaces. Luo Kai. Age. 17. Upon hearing his age, the soldier looked up, her dusty yet lovely visage revealing a moment of surprise. Youngster, are you still in school? A student of Northern City No. 1 High School. Luo Kai nodded slightly. Children should not meddle in such affairs. The battlefield is no place for you. Return home and await our good news. Confirming that he was indeed a student, the female soldier felt a surge of irritation that I can do this. Luo Kai understood that words alone would not suffice. As he spoke, a subtle green light began to emanate from him. The fleeting green glow radiated formidable power, bronze, peak level. The aura that Luo Kai exuded caused the female soldier's pupils to widen in astonishment. Even those in line behind him expressed their awe. At this age, last year's top scorer in the Northern District's martial arts examination was of the same age, but only possessed early bronze-level strength. Meanwhile, the top scorer from Jiangnan Bay City had reached mid-bronze level last year. Now, standing before them, Luo Kai displayed peak bronze-level prowess, a talent that could scarcely be described as anything less than monstrous. Although my strength may not be overwhelming on the battlefield, it can still serve a purpose. Right. The determination reflected in Luo Kai's eyes left the female soldier momentarily speechless. How could a child of such age belong on the battlefield? Torn within, she hesitated. If you truly intend to go. The southern wall is currently lacking personnel. I understand. Luo Kai nodded slightly, wasting no time as he set off toward the southern wall. As he departed, the female soldier recorded his name on the paper. The southern wall was also the primary battleground of the Northern District. Upon arrival, Luo Kai was greeted by the relentless barrage of bullets, the air thick with the roars of zombies and the shouts of soldiers. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. It was far worse than he had anticipated. Portions of the wall had collapsed, and small groups of zombies were surging in the chaos. Construction workers battled against the zombie onslaught, desperately stacking large stones to seal the breach. Beep, beep, beep. His radiation detector began to sound an alarm, the peak reading soaring above 2,000. Such levels of radiation posed grave dangers even to martial artists without protective gear. Gripping his weapon tightly, Luo Kai, with a heavy heart, charged toward the breached peak bronze level. He was undoubtedly among the finest of his peers. Yet, on this battlefield, countless individuals possessed similar prowess. Luo Kai's presence would hardly stir the waters. The true turning point of the battle lay beyond the southern wall. On the wall, soldiers clashed with zombies, witnessing powerful warriors akin to stars in the darkness, shining brightly amidst the tide of undead. Standing resolute, these were members of the Dawn organization. Many were unaware of the organization due to the high-level information blockade. Those familiar with it were predominantly filled with admiration and longing. This group dared to confront the alien forces. Devoted to safeguarding humanity, they represented a flickering flame in the heart of humanity, which, despite being diminished to the brink of extinction, had never been extinguished. It was their presence that prevented the battlefield from collapsing entirely, instilling hope in the hearts of millions. Second Elder, please take a moment to rest. There's a hidden foe in the tide of corpses watching you. If you exhaust yourself, we will have no one to combat it. Nearby, a protector engaged with a fifth-tier zombie, concern evident in his voice that I am well aware of the lurking threat. Mo Tiansong sighed, redirecting his gaze to the two fifth-tier zombies before him. Yet, the sheer number of fifth-tier zombies was overwhelming. If he refrained from intervening, the consequences would be dire. This was, in essence, a deliberate trap. Even if Mo Tiansong aimed to conserve his strength, the hidden high-tier zombie would not allow him that luxury. It was likely that once he had exhausted himself, the high-tier zombie would finally emerge. At present, their arrival had seemingly stabilized the situation. Yet, everyone understood that should they falter, the Northern District would swiftly descend into chaos. Chapter 166. Defeat. The zombie invasion in the old world, the city of demons. Rain poured down, radiation enveloping the landscape. The central area's structures remained largely intact, for this was the domain of the Zombie King. An area where neither zombies nor humans dared to trespass. A soothing piano melody graced the stage, played elegantly by a single-armed youth with decaying skin. His eyes, concealed by cascading hair, presented a frail and sickly appearance. As the final note resonated, the youth closed his eyes, seemingly lost in his own rapture. Applause erupted from the audience below. In the pitch-black audience, the solitary spectator applauded with admiration. The performance of the Corpse King on the piano was, as always, extraordinary. It had been a long time since he last played, and the feeling was no longer the same. The young man, with his thin lips, casually uttered his words. The Corpse King was modest, stating that despite his long hiatus, there was no sign of decline in his skills. The deceit of humanity flows easily from the tongue. Unmoved by the flattering words of the middle-aged man before him, the Corpse King inquired, "What brings you here from afar?" Lishanta hesitated briefly before responding. "The new leader selection is about to commence, and I wish for your support to secure my position as the leader of humanity." Oh, the implication of his words piqued the interest of the Corpse King. "You seek my assistance. By your human terminology, I am considered an outsider. That is secondary," Lishanta replied with a smile. As long as you, esteemed Corpse King, express your stance, your influence will ensure that even those who dissent will not dare to voice their objections. Interesting, the Corpse King remarked, his eyes, resembling shattered black porcelain, glimmering momentarily. "If you were to become the leader, what benefit would it bring me? I promise that once I, Lishantu, ascend to leadership, I will lead all of humanity to submit to the Corpse King." Hearing this, the young man, despite his familiarity with the man before him, felt a surge of astonishment. "Your methods are entirely different from those of the current leader of humanity." Lishantu dismissed the comparison, stating, "Li Huaishu's tactics are far too conservative." He does not ally with any faction, even turning a blind eye to certain internal rebellious organizations. In such circumstances, he seeks to secretly nurture human strength, oblivious to the fact that the Corpse King and the other two lords will never allow it. "Ha ha ha, Lishantu, I did not expect you to be the one who understands. You flatter me, esteemed Corpse King." Lishantu replied respectfully. "I have heard that a violet crystal-level warrior has appeared in the North District." Suddenly, the Corpse King turned, hands clasped behind his back, and shifted the conversation. Upon hearing this, Lishanta paused, clearly aware of the situation. The Corpse King's mention did not cause him panic, but rather joy. "That is someone from the Dawn organization. Rest assured, before dawn breaks, I will send people to assist the undead army in resolving the situation there." "You are quite clever," the Corpse King said, patting Lishantu's shoulder with satisfaction. "I will ensure you attain the position you desire." In the North District, the dark night was illuminated by sporadic explosions. After 8 or 9 hours of battle, the battlefield was more aptly termed a mass grave. "Elder, at this rate, we cannot hold on any longer." Beside him, a diamond-level guardian from the Dawn organization was visibly fatigued, his starry power insufficient to maintain his battle armor. His words reflected his condition. Looking around, he saw that the warriors who had come to support the battlefield were utterly exhausted from the night's carnage. Even the troops firing at the undead horde were gradually succumbing to the thick radiation, their ammunition nearly depleted. In their final moments, the builders had piled large stones and corpses to create a ghastly wall around the city. From the dark sky above, the ground below appeared as a true reflection of hell. "If we cannot hold on, we must retreat," Elder Mo Tiansong said, shaking his hands as he subdued a fifth-tier zombie with some difficulty. If possible, you should all try to leave the North District and aid us in locating Lord Luolei. Hearing the Elder's words, which seemed like a last testament, the others felt a pang of sorrow. We will not leave. It is our honor as members of the Dawn organization to fight for humanity. The voices of several guardians were resolute and sincere. Seeing this, Mo Tiansong could only shake his head with a sigh. What is that? Just as despair enveloped them, some noticed several aircraft flying in from the horizon. The Air Force in the North District had been completely obliterated. The aircraft could only belong to other base cities. Could it be reinforcements from other cities? Everyone felt a sudden relief. They had not been abandoned, and aid had finally arrived. Just as they were filled with hope, the planes hovered above the southern wall. A fierce wind swept down, blinding those who still held their ground. The aircraft remained aloft, not descending. Below the wall, the disheveled Luo Kai furrowed his brow at the unexpected arrival of the planes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He clearly saw a substantial missile being dropped from the aircraft above. It was crucial to note that directly beneath the planes was the city wall. What were they attempting to achieve by dropping the missile in this area? Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed Luo Kai's thoughts. He watched helplessly as the wall, which countless lives had defended, was obliterated in an instant. Luo Kai clenched his fists in fury. How dare they? Mo Tiansong roared. The arriving aircraft took advantage of their exhaustion, launching bombs without any means of defense. Who could be so ruthless as to strike when they were already down? The North District had reached this critical point. And yet they were kicked further into the abyss. Roaring, tireless and fearless, the undead surged forth as the city wall crumbled, akin to a torrent of floodwaters, unstoppable by any means. The aircraft that had dropped the bombs and destroyed the wall departed without a care. Bang! Just as despair engulfed everyone, accompanied by a muffled sound, an even more desolate scene unfolded. The elder of the Dawn organization, who had been seen as their only hope, fell from the sky like an eagle with broken wings. Crashing to the ground, with a thunderous thud, cold dust erupted. Mo Tiansong had been defeated, and the one who vanquished him was a sixth-tier female zombie with dark lips, appearing from the air, one of the Corpse King's most capable subordinates. The left envoy had finally made her move after lurking for an entire night, delivering a devastating blow to the exhausted Mo Tiansong. His fall signified the end of the defensive battle. Chapter 167. It should come to an end within the city. Amidst the howling cold winds atop a tall building, Luolei remained seated in meditation. Just by observing the sweat on his forehead, one could discern that his internal anxiety had reached its zenith. Ding notification to the host. The main battlefield in the North District, the southern wall, has fallen. The tide of zombies has surged into the city. Luolei knew time was limited. However, when the moment finally arrived, he felt the weight of the chessboard in his hands was overwhelming. The entire night, 10 hours, he had not wavered for a moment, pouring every ounce of his energy into it. Yet the mysteries of the chessboard eluded him. He had not even grasped them. For the second time, he felt a profound sense of defeat. The last time, he bore the hopes of all humanity, only to face defeat. This time, he possessed the means to turn the tide. Yet due to his insufficient understanding, he was about to witness 5 million lives extinguished before his eyes. How could this happen? His hands, clutching the chessboard, turned pale, devoid of any calmness. At this point, was it already too late? Indeed, I am unworthy. No wonder my son calls me a useless waste. Opening his eyes, a night of intense concentration had left him wearied. However, just as a torrent of negative emotions flooded his mind, and he reached the peak of disappointment in himself, his gaze suddenly sharpened. His attention returned to the chessboard within the book. In that moment, the seemingly mundane chessboard began to resonate with rules. Erupting with energy, to Luolei, it felt as though the entire world had transformed. In the system space, Yi Tian could clearly see that Luolei's initial comprehension value of 10 was surging uncontrollably. 10, 100, 1000, 10, 000, 100, 000, up to an astonishing 1, 000, 000. Under the overwhelming comprehension, Luolei closed his eyes once more, instantly grasping the chessboard. It was the will of heaven. Observing the chaotic fluctuations of rules on the chessboard, Yi Tian sighed in admiration. The shattered southern wall had become a gaping breach through which the undead surged. Not far in the air, 5 diamond-level guardians from the Dawn organization, upon witnessing the Elder's fall, were filled with rage. We'll fight you to the end. The 5 guardians were fully committed, even knowing they could not defeat their opponent. Even your full strength appears as mere ants in my eyes. In your current state, you are but easy prey. The left envoy, floating in the air, spoke with utter disdain. The moment her words fell, a massive sonic explosion erupted beneath her feet, with the power exceeding the speed of sound. This sixth-tier zombie, having undergone a transformation, charged towards the 5 diamond-level warriors. Simultaneously, an endless field of death energy spread forth. Boom, boom, boom. There was nothing extravagant about it in a mere instant. The sky witnessed a violent clash as 5 diamond-level warriors were torn asunder. Reduced to mere rags flung to the earth, the left king, a 6th-tier zombie, stood in stark contrast to these 5th-tier warriors, highlighting a fundamental disparity in their existence. Within less than a minute, the most formidable individuals on the battlefield were vanquished by the zombies, leaving onlookers engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Interesting little fellow, the left king mused, her gaze suddenly fixating on a youth sprinting towards the city, burdened with the gravely injured Tiansong, a low-tier warrior attempting to rescue someone. With a mocking smile, the left king propelled herself through the air, closing the distance to the fleeing Luo Kai almost instantaneously. At that moment, Luo Kai's instincts surged to their peak. Yet, rather than attacking, the zombie spoke. Little one, since you are so intent on saving him, I, the left king, shall grant you an opportunity. I can spare the lives of all humans within a 2-kilometer radius around you. You have 3 minutes. Her tone dripped with malice, compelling Luo Kai to cast a deep glance in her direction before he silently dashed towards the city. The tide of zombies had already breached the northern district. To protect even a few souls amidst the chaos was a stroke of fortune. With only 3 minutes at his disposal, Luo Kai pushed himself to the limit, aiming for the densely populated heart of the city. Upon his arrival, he found many anxious citizens, unaware of the dire situation outside. His presence galvanized a crowd, but dread washed over them when they beheld the unconscious Tiansong upon his back. My God, is that not our esteemed diamond-level warrior? How could this happen? Such a powerful being, reduced to this state. What can we do now that our diamond-level warrior is gravely injured and unconscious? As time slipped away, the left king's voice echoed through the air, demanding, have you made your decision? This utterance silenced the once chaotic street. Luo Kai furrowed his brow, questioning, will you truly ensure their safety? Of course not, the left king jeered, her laughter chilling. You are far too naive. On the contrary, I intend to prioritize the slaughter of those around you. Clenching his fists, Luo Kai felt utterly powerless against this 6th-tier zombie. He was simply too weak. In that moment, Tiansong, who had been resting on the sidelines, began to regain consciousness. Run, boy. Flee towards the outskirts, the elder urged, struggling to stand with broken ribs. That I can buy you some time. You, Luo Kai gasped, shaken. If Tian were present, he would surely remark that the original plot was unfolding. In the narrative, it was indeed Tiansong who sacrificed himself to cover Luo Kai's escape, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. However, in this scenario, Luo Kai was not the savior, yet Tiansong was still willing to lay down his life for him, a testament to the narrative's remarkable resilience. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, the recently revived Tiansong was once again enveloped in a dimly glowing purple battle armor, now significantly dulled. So, you wish to buy time for others to escape? The left king mused, shaking her head slightly. Before you flee, you must understand your predicament. As her words fell, 3 5th-tier zombies materialized beside her. There is no escape. The citizens, witnessing this, were filled with despair. The city was already echoing with the roars of approaching zombies, and a sense of hopelessness permeated the hearts of all present. I have wasted enough time. This must come to an end, the left king declared with a sinister smile, her piercing gaze instilling dread. At that moment, another authoritative voice resonated from the higher skies. Indeed, it must end. In the distance, illuminated by the dawn's light, a figure cloaked in black appeared like a beacon of hope. The eyes of millions of desperate souls in the city converged upon him. Chapter 168. The 3 moves settle. The man revealed no excess energy, yet he exuded an inexplicable sense of calm. On the street, upon seeing the figure in black, Luo Kai felt an intense jolt of familiarity. A human, the left king's gaze followed the collective focus of the crowd to Luo. Is it time to end this? She taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. After all, in her recollections, the strongest among humans were merely diamond-level warriors, of the same tier as herself. Now that the zombie horde had fully infiltrated the northern district, even if this seemingly extraordinary man were indeed a pinnacle diamond-level warrior, he could not alter the tide of battle. Eliminating you should not be difficult, Luo Lei replied calmly. This statement caused the left king's mockery to dissipate, while the onlookers held their breath, a flicker of anticipation igniting within them. Simultaneously, they witnessed the man extend his hand, a seemingly ordinary chessboard materializing before him. Host, the world rules permit you to activate 3 moves settle only once. You wish to use it now? Yes, Luo Lei responded without hesitation, with countless zombies flooding the northern district. Hesitation was not an option. His night of enlightenment had been for this very moment, to wield the power of the chessboard to thwart the zombies, with a swift gesture, amidst a dazzling array of lights. A black chess piece began to coalesce at his fingertips like a collapsing star. The potent aura was not the starlight power of a warrior, but rather the essence of the world's laws. Below, the left king glared with a thunderous expression at Luo Lei. You are merely pretending. The strongest among humanity are but diamond-level warriors, and no matter how grand your display, you cannot transcend this limitation. With her icy words, the air around the left king erupted with a series of explosive sounds as she elevated herself. Utilizing her domain to teleport hundreds of meters away, she intended to personally confront this human and discern the truth behind his facade. Her sixth-tier peak strength was her assurance. In the city, the second elder, a diamond-level warrior, instinctively clenched his fists. He understood all too well the formidable nature of the left king, one of the two subordinates of the zombie king, whose sixth-tier peak prowess was no trifling matter. He believed that even the pinnacle diamond-level elder would struggle to withstand her might. The magnitude of her assault, combined with the inherent advantages of being a zombie, surpassed the limits of any individual human. Unless, the second elder recalled a man who had ascended beyond the diamond level 17 years prior. As the tension in the air thickened, the left king advanced inexorably towards the cloaked figure in the sky, her domain nearly reaching him. In that critical moment, Luo Lei placed the black piece onto the chessboard. Click. The sound of the piece striking the board resonated throughout the darkened world. In that instant, the entirety of existence seemed to dim. The only sound that filled the air was that singular, clear sound of the chess piece being placed. Simultaneously, the sixth-tier left king felt as though she were being crushed beneath an insurmountable weight. Plummeting uncontrollably from the heavens to the earth below, a tremendous impact created a deep crater in the city, revealing the once mighty female zombie now sprawled on the ground, her attire tattered beyond recognition. Despite exerting all her strength, the left king found herself utterly immobilized, her eyes filled with an indescribable shock. She sensed an overwhelming gravity pressing down on every inch of her being. What kind of power is this? This force stood in stark contrast to the powers wielded by warriors and their otherworldly kin. The left king could scarcely fathom that a mere chess piece cast by a human could impose such immense pressure upon her. The power of that single chess piece did not merely affect the left king. Countless residents in the northern district bore witness to the spectacle. As the celestial piece was placed, the tide of zombies flooding the city succumbed to a terrifying force. Collapsing to the ground, unable to move, this unfathomable scene left both warriors and citizens wide-eyed in astonishment. They had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps the man would engage in a fierce battle with the left king, or that the figure in the sky would be forced to flee, or even. Yet, they had never anticipated that the sixth-tier left king would be subdued in an instant by this man. Even the millions of zombies within the city were similarly oppressed. Such a feat surpassed all conceivable limits. The figure of the man in the sky appeared almost divine, exuding an unreasonable strength that seemed unparalleled even among other beings of the violet crystal level. How dare he treat her this way, when he was merely human, an inferior being compared to those favored by the gods? After a brief moment of shock, the left king in the pit felt a surge of intense rage. The presence of the man before her was infuriating. Ignoring her cries, the man in the sky, Lore, closed his eyes slightly as yet another piece, illuminated by the radiant laws of the world, converged into his hand. This ability, 3 pieces set, had been comprehended from the chessboard not long ago and was a formidable weapon. With a soft sound, the second piece fell onto the board, and the sounds of the world faded away, leaving only the gentle clinking of the chess piece. In that instant, the glowing heavens brightened, and the left king felt the pressure on her increase at least threefold. Cracks echoed within her, as she, a peak sixth-tier being, collapsed to the ground in utter humiliation. Human, you will regret what you have done, she roared. In contrast, the ordinary zombies in the city streets were even more vulnerable than the left king. As the second piece landed, waves of ordinary zombies shattered under unbearable pressure. The third piece was swiftly picked by Lore, and upon seeing it, the left king's eyes widened in disbelief. With a single sound, the third piece echoed through the universe, sending a deep resonance across the land. The pressure, akin to the heavens collapsing, swept over the earth, causing the zombies to burst like fragile bubbles, unable to withstand the onslaught. Even the few fifth-tier zombies exploded upon the arrival of the third piece. In this moment, the left king sensed a fatal danger. With a dull thud, she, along with millions of zombies she commanded, was reduced to nothingness. As the power of the 3 pieces manifested, the entire northern district fell into a profound silence. Countless citizens gazed up at the man in the sky, realizing for the first time that a single individual could possess such overwhelming power. One man annihilated millions of zombies, including a peak 6th-tier female zombie and several 5th-tier ones. It felt like a dream, as if a deity had descended among them, once the ability was fully executed. Tion, acting on behalf of the host, retrieved the chessboard. The will of the heavens deemed that 3 pieces set could only be used once. This world was not a super realm, and the combat system was not elevated to great heights. If such a super ability had no restrictions, it would surely disrupt the very fabric of the heavenly powers. However, while the host could not wield it, Tion could replicate this ability, which influenced the laws of gravity in the world. Within the system's marketplace, such power could be called divine, yet it was not simple. This was the reason Tion lingered near the will of the heavens. Moreover, because the Northern District had survived against the original narrative, the chaotic plot had once again created a loophole in the world's will. The points surged, ultimately settling at 60.13 million. As the last zombie perished within the city, Tion's voice, as the system, suddenly resonated in Lore's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed 100,000 zombies, achieving the title, Zombie Reaper, in the Black Iron tier. Reward: unlock 1 level of the 7 injuries chain, bestowing a legendary silver battle armor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed 1 million zombies, achieving the title, Zombie Reaper, in the Bronze tier. Reward: unlock 1 level of the 7 injuries chain, bestowing a legendary golden battle armor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed 5 million zombies, achieving the title, Zombie Reaper, in the Silver tier. Reward: 1 fully restored experience card, upgrading the God-slaying sword to legendary quality. The flurry of notifications momentarily left Lore bewildered. Simultaneously, the myriad hidden injuries began to mend under Tion's restoration. With his lost power gradually returning, golden, legendary quality, Lore clenched his fist, relishing the long-lost strength. Regrettably, there were no resurrection items. Once more, he opened the system panel, and the achievement options had completely refreshed, now displaying 3. Top-tier achievement, King of Slaughter, Zombie King tier. The Zombie King is the greatest enemy of all humanity, yet no one can punish him. Killing the Zombie King personally can achieve this title. King of Blood, Blood King tier. The Blood King rules over the Western world, viewing humanity merely as livestock. Killing the Blood King personally can achieve this title. Raise a child, King of Sand tier. The son's strength remains feeble. Take him to the territory of one of the 3 kings, allowing him to grow independently. After reviewing these achievements, Lore muttered to himself, Zombie King, Blood King, King of Sand, they're all old acquaintances. The man departed, leaving only his silhouette behind for all to see. Under the dim sky, the crowd began to stir. That man saved us. Incredible. Who could he be? None of the Violet Crystal Warriors wielded a chessboard as a weapon. In any case, we survived, saved by that man, not by any other base city. At noon in the Magic City, an old world, even at the brightest moment of the day, the clouds hung heavy, and sporadic radiation rain never ceased. Within an ancient manor, the right king knelt on one knee before a seemingly emotionless zombie king. You say the left king and her millions of zombies are all dead. The zombie king lightly tapped the table. Yes, it must be the humans who intervened. The right king, a massive figure with muscles like boulders, spoke heavily. This revelation ignited a fierce glint of murder in the zombie king's eyes, using offerings as bait to lure countless low-tier zombies into a trap. Humans, they have truly taught this king a lesson. Though his tone was calm, any rational being could sense the simmering rage beneath. The right king, sensing the gravity of the situation, proposed, My king, should we contact Li Shantu from the human side to understand the situation? The ability to annihilate the left king and millions of zombies indicates that humans are hiding much. No need, replied the one-armed youth in the chair, rising slowly. After suffering such great losses, I will make the entire human race understand the consequences of angering me. As he spoke, the zombie king stood up. Gather all 6th-tier beings and head to the Jiangnan base. Yes, at the Jiangnan city base, the heart of all human bases, within the highest council chamber, 5 council members argued passionately. Millions of zombies have been exterminated. We must locate the one who obliterated the zombie tide. A Mediterranean middle-aged man, filled with excitement, asserted, with such power, he cannot be merely at the violet crystal level. In fact, the one who annihilated the zombie tide is our second king. A king? What good is that? Retorted an elderly man with a white beard, his expression grim. Did you not witness the outcome of the first king? What we should be contemplating is not how to resist, but how to survive. As he spoke, the old man emphatically struck the table. Consider that millions of zombies have been eradicated. What shall we do now? Who will bear the wrath of the zombie king? Why should we bear it? Exclaimed an elder in a traditional suit, slamming the table, that I believe it was a good kill. If the zombie king seeks to harm us, we should confront him. In the past, we were powerless due to the lack of advanced combat strength. Now that we have a top-tier powerhouse capable of annihilating millions of zombies, why should we fear them? Short-sighted, the white-bearded elder looked troubled. Let us not even discuss whether the one who obliterated the zombie tide is truly a king. Even if he is, how do we find him? And even if we do find him, can we ensure he is truly a match for the zombie king? Such decisions, taken in direct opposition to the zombie king, if made incorrectly, could spell disaster for all humanity. Silence fell over the room. At the second seat of the long table, Lishantu raised his hand to calm the others. As his voice resonated, the remaining three fell silent, albeit begrudgingly. Shantu, share your thoughts. You have always had a broader perspective. The white-bearded elder encouraged. I believe we should offer compensation, Lishantu replied, his expression somber. We represent nearly all humanity. Each step must be taken with utmost caution. Everyone understood that both the zombie king and blood king claimed to be descendants of the divine. They were united. If war broke out, even with a new king joining, they would still be unable to contend with these two seventh-tier beings, as the new king might not possess the strength to face three opponents as the first king had. This reasoning left the Mediterranean man and the elder in the traditional suit momentarily speechless. Chapter 170. The current monarch. If compensation is to be made, how shall we proceed? We are dealing with millions of zombies. It is unlikely that the zombie king will entertain the idea of peace with us. The middle-aged man from the Mediterranean wavered slightly. There was indeed merit in Lishantu's words that it is regrettable that humanity is so weak. The losses incurred by the zombie king are substantial, compelling us to strive for restitution. Ishana took a deep breath. If we were to eliminate the armed forces of the Huaibei city and offer them to the zombie king, perhaps we could secure peace, or even friendship, between us. Bang! As this statement echoed, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit, known for his temper, glared fiercely, his tiger-like eyes almost ablaze. Offer the Huaibei base city? Why not suggest sending your mother over instead? Hearing the old man's familial insult, a fleeting shadow crossed Lishantu's eyes. Without this compensation, what leverage do we possess? Huaishu, would you care to speak? The elderly man in Zhongshan looked desperately towards the seat of honor, where sat a middle-aged gentleman with graying hair and glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Compensation is indeed necessary, the gray-haired man mused. Though there is no need to offer up Huaibei base city, if such compensation were essential, what fear would we have of war? Is that so? Lishantu expressed curiosity. Does the leader imply that there are other means of compensation available? Let us adjourn. Ignoring Lishantu, Li Huaishu turned his gaze to the others. I will handle the situation with the zombie king. You may attempt to make contact with the northern district. Upon hearing the meeting's conclusion, the remaining individuals, each wearing expressions of concern, began to organize their documents one by one. The leaders departed, leaving only Li Huaishu, who was sorting papers, and Lishantu, who leaned back in his chair. You are increasingly displeased with me, Lishantu remarked coldly. I am only considering the welfare of all humanity, yet you have never acknowledged my thoughts. Li Huaishu paused at the unfiltered words, raising his gaze to meet that of the man of similar age before him, shaking his head in disappointment. Are you unaware of the consequences of your actions? What actions? Everything I have done thus far has been for the benefit of humanity. I am far more suited to the position of leader than someone as indecisive as you. With Lishantu's declaration, Li Huaishu no longer held back. Yesterday, you dispatched helicopters to drop bombs in the northern district. What was the rationale behind that? Lishantu replied. The northern district was already under our control. What issue is there with that? There is a distinction between being compelled and acting voluntarily. Li Huaishu rose. In these perilous times, do not create further chaos. This position is not as comfortable as you might imagine. With that, Li Huaishu exited the conference room, leaving Lishantu's expression a tempest of emotions. In the central district, within an unremarkable abode, the door creaked open. Clad in a coat, Li Huaishu entered. Had anyone else stepped into this room, they would have been captivated by the overwhelming array of documents scattered about. As per usual, he took a seat on the wooden chair, greeted by yet another stack of information on his computer. No one knew he possessed an exceptionally intricate intelligence network. As he perused the documents, a line caught his eye. The Blood King has awakened from slumber, enraged by the murder of his only offspring, and is en route to the central district, expected to arrive by 9 this evening. The Zombie King, furious over the annihilation of his horde, is leading 9 6th-tier zombies and is also expected to arrive tonight. The Blood King, the Zombie King. Sighing, he pondered who said the threat of the Zombie King was the only one. The Blood King, incensed over his child's death, might prove to be an even more formidable adversary. If this situation is mishandled tonight, it could herald the slaughter of all humanity, focusing on a crucial detail. Li Huaishu brought up an individual's profile. Name: Luo Kai. The only son of Luo Lei, his strength is at the peak of bronze, armor quality unknown. Night fell swiftly. The central district, as always, glimmered with vibrant lights illuminating the entire city. Colosseums, casinos, and establishments of ill repute opened their doors as the clock approached 9. Under the luminous full moon, a colossal humanoid creature with flesh wings stretching over 20 meters loomed ominously above the city, instilling terror. Humanity, pay for my offspring's life. The Blood King's enraged voice echoed beneath the full moon, shattering the eardrums of many. The entire city fell into a momentary silence. Why such fury from the Blood King, who had traveled from afar? A booming voice emerged as Li Huaishu, clad in purple crystal armor, stepped into the night. Who has killed my offspring? I shall rend him limb from limb. The Blood King regarded the human leader before him, his crimson eyes alight with danger. Invite the Blood King to my residence. I know who the murderer is. Tell me directly. The Blood King's serrated teeth glistened with fresh blood. Hearing the Blood King's words, the man sighed slightly and handed an information sheet to the Blood King. Murderer: Luo Kai. Reason: identification records reveal that Luo Kai is the undefeated champion of the Northern District's Coliseum. At that time, Min deemed Luo Kai a threat due to his talent, leading to an attempt on his life. However, when the order team arrived, only the remains of Min and Kaluan were found. Thus, the likelihood of Luo Kai being the murderer is exceedingly high. Current location: Northern District. As he finished reading, the Blood King's fury surged to its peak. He glared at Li Huaishu. You humans have nurtured such disrespectful scum of the Blood Clan. The responsibility lies heavily upon you. Prepare 100,000 humans. Once I capture Luo Kai, they shall accompany my son in death. Very well. Li Huaishu took a deep breath, recognizing the tragedy of the week. When the Blood King departed from the sky, most below remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Not long after, accompanied by dense black clouds, thunderous roars echoed from the horizon, signaling the presence of one of the world's most powerful beings. Before the other party could enter the city, Li Huaishu promptly intercepted the Zombie King and the 9 6th-tier zombies. Li Huaishu, the Zombie King, regarded the man before him, his dark pupils radiating an unmistakable sense of oppression. Was this all you're doing? Understanding the implication, Li Huaishu immediately shook his head. You overestimate me, Zombie King. Even if I rallied all humanity, it would be impossible to resolve the matter of millions of zombies in a single night. Regardless of whether it was you or not, the annihilation of my millions of zombies must be attributed to humanity. I am here to ensure that you understand the consequences of provoking me. Zombie King, we are willing to compensate for your losses. Compensation? The youth scoffed. What could you possibly offer? A piece of information. Information? The Zombie King nearly thought he had misheard. Are you wasting my time? Seeing the scornful expression on the youth's face, Li Huaishu continued. What if it pertains to Luo Lei? Luo Lei? At the mention of this name, the Zombie King's eyes flared with a fleeting terror, quickly replaced by boundless fury. After so many years, hearing that name again stirred intense emotions within him. I know the whereabouts of Luo Lei's only child. I possess all the information you seek. Give it to me. In that moment, the Zombie King felt the phantom pain of his severed left arm, a memory of the brutality he had endured at Luo Lei's hands, now deeply ingrained in his psyche. To hear news of Luo Lei's son was to uncover a target for revenge. If you, Zombie King, agree to disregard the previous matter, I shall provide you with the information. You wish to settle everything for a single piece of information? The right-hand envoy, positioned behind the Zombie King, regarded Li Huaishu with incredulity. Different information carries different values for different individuals, does it not? Zombie King agreed. The Zombie King, under the incredulous gaze of his right-hand envoy, took the documents from Li Huaishu. I indeed accept, but if the individual I seek is not the offspring of that man, I shall throw you into the horde of corpses, leaving you unable to live or die. It must be accurate. Li Huaishu smiled bitterly. Watching as the Zombie King and Blood King departed with their newfound information, he exhaled the tension he had been holding. They had been successfully diverted, preserving the Central District. Had it not been for that information to distract both parties, the Central District would undoubtedly have been torn asunder by the 2 7th-tier kings, reducing it to a hellish battleground. Returning home, he turned on the lights. In the room sat a middle-aged man on the sofa, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. You leveraged my son as a bargaining chip, shifting all blame. Your cunning remains ever sharp. After all these years, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Luo Lei, Li Huaishu, having changed his shoes, appeared enlightened. He removed his glasses and rubbed his brow. You understand I had no choice. Luo Lei replied. You could reveal all my information. It would have a greater impact than the news of my son. Hearing this, Li Huaishu shook his head. Your injuries have yet to heal. Have they? Lu Mu Chun has already informed me. You are humanity's only trump card. Nothing must happen to you. That is also my only child. Luo Lei's tone intensified as he sprang to his feet. My safety is not something my son should bear the burden of. What do you intend to do? Li Huaishu furrowed his brow. Do not think of rescuing your son. Those two are no longer the same as they were 17 years ago. Do you believe that I will remain the same as I was back then? Luo Lei strode toward the door. If those two dare to harm my son, I will make them reacquaint themselves with the current god of slaughter. Chapter 171. Old matters. Without any hesitation, Luo Lei departed. Inside the house, Li Huaishu poured himself a drink into 2 glasses, silently gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the human city in this apocalyptic era. How I wish to avoid sacrificing Shao Kai. He is my nephew. But you must understand, if you fail, humanity will be utterly devoid of hope. In the North District, the city had yet to recover from the onslaught of the zombie tide. The streets, with only a few streetlights and a handful of passers-by, accentuated the city's pain. The North City Federal Court, which was once the headquarters for the 7 diamond-level leaders, had now become a temporary refuge for the Dawn Organization. Following yesterday's battle, the Dawn Organization naturally took control of the city, with its members arriving from great distances. 3 amethyst level and 33 diamond level experts strengthened the organization, transforming the North District into a place entirely unrecognizable from its former self. Within the North City Federal Court, soft moonlight illuminated the corridor. An elder dressed in traditional attire finished reading a letter, and with a burst of star-like energy from his palm, he incinerated it. Humph! The Central District is making excuses, claiming ignorance of the North District situation, hence their failure to provide assistance. Such is the standard tactic of those leaders. Beside him, the second elder, Mo Tiansong, sighed. Wasn't the West District of the Huaibei base city sent away in a similar fashion back then? They expect the North District to forget this incident and revert to the previous state led by the Central District. How absurd. Not far from the 2 elders, an old woman leaning on a cane remarked. Why ponder so much? Our Dawn Organization has finally taken root. As long as we locate that esteemed individual, everything will progress positively. The third elder's words prompted the other 2 elders to nod in slight agreement. Just as they continued discussing the future of the Dawn Organization, a member rushed in urgently. Elders, the monitoring department has detected high-level alien beings approaching the North District. What? The 3 elders furrowed their brows in unison. In Block 434 of the North District, on the 8th floor, Luo Kai sat cross-legged, meditating. Now at the pinnacle of bronze, he still grappled with understanding his first martial technique. The rapid elevation in his level left him struggling to adapt. Knock, knock. Unexpectedly, the door was rapped upon. Luo Kai slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his trance. The door swung open to reveal an elderly man in a suit, guilt etched across his features. Hello, Luo Kai. I am Lu Mukin. In the cramped room, Luo Kai silently polished the broken sword in his hands. You say you know my father? Indeed, the god of slaughter has long been my unwavering belief, the god of slaughter. Savoring the novelty of the term, Luo Kai asked, could you share the details of his story? Has Master Luo not spoken of it? Lu Mukin sighed. In my memory, my father was either drinking or inebriated. It appears the master has suffered deeply. In truth, your father was magnificent. One might say he was among the greatest individuals of our calamitous era. As he spoke, Lu Mukin habitually lit a cigarette. 20 years ago, that was when your father truly entered the public at that time. He was merely an exceptional black iron warrior, far inferior to your current self. A stroke of fate. Your father entered the territory of the participants. After narrowly escaping death, everyone was astonished to find that his once exceptional quality battle armor had evolved to epic quality. It is worth noting that once the quality of battle armor is determined by nature, altering it thereafter is immensely challenging. Prior to that, there had only been one success in upgrading from ordinary to exceptional quality, and never had anyone achieved a transition from exceptional to epic. As for the leap from epic to legendary, that remained a mere concept. From that moment on, your father embarked on relentless training, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, through sheer diligence and insight. He rose to become a top-tier amethyst-level expert. It was also during that year that your father met your mother. Lu Mukin exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression tinged with sorrow as he seemed on the verge of recounting a painful tale. As the foremost individual of the younger generation, Your father was essentially the de facto next leader. However, such dominance incited deep-seated envy in others. They sought to undermine him. Thus, they targeted your mother, a woman they believed would be far easier to deal with than your father. Yet they miscalculated, for your mother was a formidable amethyst-level expert, and her battle armor was of legendary quality. This revelation ignited a frenzy among the upper echelons, and under some individuals' deliberate dissemination, the three self-proclaimed divine beings descended upon the world. They sought to eliminate your mother, wishing to eradicate any threats. Faced with three seventh-tier entities, tears glimmered in Lu Mukin's eyes as he shook his head gravely. We were left with no choice. That was the moment we wronged your father the most. On that day, Li Shantu proposed the idea of kidnapping your mother, who had just given birth and was in a state of extreme weakness. Li Shantu intended to offer your mother to the three kings in exchange for humanity's peace. Lu Mukin chuckled bitterly. It was clear to all that Li Shantu was provoking Luo Lei into a confrontation with the three kings. If Luo Lei perished, he would have the opportunity to claim the leadership position that he eventually succeeded, yet the leadership still eluded him to that time. Everyone recognized the scheme, yet none dared to speak out. Fearing the wrath of the three kings, they all believed that by sacrificing your mother, the situation would calm down. On the day your mother was offered, the emotions of all were complex. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lu Mukin squinted. That day, Li Huaishu, who was kept in the dark, learned of the situation that he searched tirelessly, scouring many places, but could not find your mother. Ultimately, he arrived at Li Shantu's residence. When he emerged, he was drenched in blood. Li Huaishu had slain all of Li Shantu's family, an event that left Li Shantu's wife in a state of mental illness. Yet no matter how many lives were taken, it could not alter your mother's fate. So, my mother was killed by Li Shantu. Luo Kai's voice trembled with restraint. Chapter 172. You are here to find me, aren't you? Indeed. Those present at the time all bear guilt. Lu Mukin extinguished his cigarette. Had anyone extended a hand instead of feigning ignorance, perhaps your mother's fate would have been rewritten. These words left Luo Kai momentarily silent. Lu Mukin continued. At that time, your father was still in the old world, searching for postpartum care items for your mother. However, when he returned, elated with his findings, everything had changed for him. In my recollection, that was the only time your father cried. After that, a furious Luo Lei sought out Li Shantu, intent on vengeance. The reasons for what transpired thereafter remain unclear, yet you now understand that Li Shantu still walks the earth. Upon hearing of your mother's demise the following day, your father ventured alone to confront the three kings. In that battle, your father was driven to madness, disregarding his own life. Though he was a peak amethyst-level expert, against three seventh-tier aliens, even his frenzy proved futile. Ultimately, when he had exhausted all his strength, as everyone watched in silence, the corpse king poised to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Lei, he broke through. He forged a new realm entirely on his own. At this point, Lu Mukin's breathing grew frantic. Your father ascended to the rank of king, his power multiplying manifold. He wielded his sword and severed the hand of the corpse king with his bare hands. He tore the wings from the blood king. With a single punch, he shattered half of the body of the participant king. In that battle, your father commanded the attention and reverence of all humanity. Alas, it all came to an end. Why? Luo Kai's curiosity was piqued, because out of the gods Lu Mukin concluded his tale. Luo Kai's perception of Luo Lei underwent a profound transformation. It turned out that his father was so powerful. Was his mother's death truly the reason for his constant drinking? Now, our survival environment as humans has grown increasingly dire. Lu Mukin gazed out the window. Kid, do you know? Your uncle has already used you as a bargaining chip. Me? As a bargaining chip? Indeed. Lu Mu inhaled deeply. In truth, my presence here is at the behest of M.R. Li Huaishu. Preserve the majority. We are compelled to make a choice concerning you and your father. Even though your talent is indeed that I understand, Luo Kai interjected, interrupting Lu Mu's words. Sheathing his broken sword, he added, if it means serving as a bargaining chip for my father, I harbor no regrets. Sighing heavily, the elder appeared despondent. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted in the distance, shaking the entire northern district under the night sky. Countless individuals awoke from their slumber. What is happening? They have arrived. Lu Mu took a deep drag from his cigarette. On the city streets, the three elders of the Dawn organization lay amidst the ruins, blood trickling from their lips. Their gazes turned simultaneously toward the pitch-black sky. There, two towering figures loomed, resembling insurmountable mountains. The Blood King's dark red skin revealed muscles beneath the surface, as veins pulsated visibly with each flap of his crimson wings. In contrast, the Corpse King appeared almost human, save for his unnaturally pale skin. What do you intend to do? The three elders struggled against their injuries, their voices tinged with despair. The Corpse King and the Blood King were undoubtedly the two most formidable entities in this world. Facing either alone would be beyond their capability, and now both had traversed thousands of miles to this very spot, leaving the Northern District with no room for resistance whatsoever. We are merely here to find someone. The Corpse King grinned. Spare your lives for now, but you have 10 minutes to locate a little fellow named Luo Kai. Should you fail, the Northern District will cease to exist. You? Imo, Tiansong exclaimed. Agitated, the elder beside him, however, composed himself and inquired of the Corpse King, "What is your purpose in seeking this individual?" As he spoke, the elder felt a twinge of fear. It was unimaginable that one person could elicit the simultaneous interest of these two beings. Yet, just as the elder's question fell, the Blood King abruptly took to the skies to eye in the next moment. A vicious whirlwind obliterated buildings within a 300-meter radius. You are only fit to assist us in locating our target. Not to question us, the Blood King seethed. Ask one more question, and I shall slay half the people here. His words dripped with brutality. Upon learning the identity of the murderer, the Blood King's rage had only intensified. However, on the journey here, he encountered the Corpse King and discovered that the very individual behind the death of his only son was, in fact, the son of that man. This revelation ignited the Blood King's fury to its zenith. The scars from when his 4 wings were torn away still haunted him. He yearned to meet this Luo Kai immediately and inflict every conceivable torment upon him, ensuring the demise of that man's son. Witnessing the Blood King's near-mad state, the 3 elders exchanged glances of resolve that we will not surrender any human. One declared dough. The Corpse King raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If you do not hand over Luo Kai, this city will pay the price. Listening to the Corpse King's words, the elder slowly shook his head. Corpse King, such tactics may work on Li Huaishu and his ilk, but they will have no effect on our Dawn organization. Regardless of who that person is, as long as he is not a heinous criminal, we will not betray him. Each word was heavy with conviction. Yet, it was clear that there was a willingness to sacrifice permeating their tone. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly admirable integrity, the Corpse King mocked, gazing at the 3 elders. Then, observe closely, for duty or obstinacy, countless lives in the Northern District shall be lost. As the chilling voice echoed. The sky darkened ominously, twisting with the proliferating source of the virus. Should the Corpse King unleash this attack upon the Earth, a quarter of the Northern District would be instantaneously contaminated and assimilated. The 3 elders of the Dawn organization clenched their fists in anguish, heartbroken for the innocent citizens caught in the crossfire. Yet, they understood the necessity of maintaining their principles. If they acquiesced to the Corpse King today, they would be no different from those leaders who sought survival through betrayal. Objectively, one life seemed less significant than the lives of the entire Northern District. But from another perspective, did that single life truly have to be extinguished? They lacked the authority to determine another's fate. In this era, the Dawn organization needed to uphold its own convictions. A truly laughable and foolish group, the Corpse King remarked, his patience wearing thin. Above, the dense realm of the virus could descend upon the city in less than a minute. Are you searching for me? A youth with striking features suddenly emerged from the shadows at the end of the shattered street. Chapter 173. He is still alive. At the moment the boy appeared, the auras of the Blood King and the Corpse King surged to an apex. He looked remarkably like another version of himself. The Corpse King glanced at his severed left arm, his dark eyes filled with intense hatred. The Blood King sneered. I never imagined that after the great deity vanquished Luo Lei, he would leave behind an heir. Under Karen S. protection, even my only son could be killed. Your prowess rivals that of your father S. His bloodthirsty voice regarded Luo Kai as if he were already dead. Meanwhile, the 3 elders of the Dawn organization exchanged shocked glances as they pieced together the significance of the names Luo Kai and Luo Lei. They were of the same lineage. This was the son of the God Slayer. Without needing many words, the 3 elders positioned themselves before Luo Kai. Young master, you must flee. We will hold them off. Understanding the importance of this boy to Luo Lei, they were resolute in ensuring Luo Kai's safety. The Blood King's eyes gleamed with fury as he observed the elder's protective stance. Your defense of that boy has angered me. Cold words fell from his lips as he transformed into a crimson shadow, darting toward the 3 elders. Protect! The elder cried out. 3 majestic suits of purple energy armor materialized. Diamond skill, spirit shield, diamond skill. Rock solid, purple crystal skill, domain control. The 3 layers of concentrated starlight energy coalesced into a formidable barrier. In that instant, the Blood King, fueled by rage, struck with a devastating blow aimed at the 3 elders. Boom! The terrifying shockwave swept away debris for hundreds of meters around. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the 3-layered barrier. The overwhelming disparity in power rendered their numbers futile. With a thunderous explosion akin to artillery fire, the accumulated force shattered the defenses, sending the three purple crystal elders hurtling through the air like ragdolls amidst a cloud of blood mist. Watching the three elders sustain devastating injuries, Luo Kai clenched his fists tightly. "It is your turn now, little one," the Blood King's minuscule crimson pupils fixed upon Luo Kai. "Shall we test my poison first? Let him taste the agony of decaying cells." A green light flickered at the Corpse King's fingertips, excitement gleaming in his dark eyes. Do not kill him outright. I wish for him to suffer in place of his father, day and night. The Blood King cautioned the Corpse King. "That is precisely my intention." The Corpse King replied with a smirk. In the Central District, within a grand conference hall, Li Huaishu observed the situation projected on the screen, his fingers digging into his palm. Satellite surveillance monitored every district. And the scene before him was that of Luo Kai facing an insurmountable predicament in the Northern District. It appeared that the child of Luo Lei was still alive. The conference hall was populated with over 100 individuals, comprising yellow, white, and black races, an assembly of the absolute leaders of the 7 billion humans across the globe. The unfolding events astonished most of them that we owe a debt to their family. Yet now we find ourselves incapable of compensating them. And worse, we must consider surrendering him. Under the overwhelming weight of circumstance, these leaders wore expressions of profound sorrow. The relentless march of time had eroded their confidence in resisting foreign entities. This was a desolate end of days. Perhaps the root of despair lay not with the outsiders, but rather within the human psyche's tendency to flee from responsibility. As the leaders exchanged complex glances, the scene on the screen shifted. Amidst the wreckage of the streets, Luo Kai, whom all deemed incapable of any resistance, boldly proclaimed to the two kings in the sky, "I know I cannot escape, which is why I have stepped forward." "Your decision is commendable," the Corpse King replied, the virus swirling at his fingertips. "Had you not emerged, millions would have perished because of you. I wish for you to agree to one condition: kill Li Shantu." The words escaped from Luo Kai's lips as the gaze of over 100 individuals in the central conference hall turned towards Li Shantu, who sat in a shadowy corner, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, the Corpse King grinned with twisted amusement. "Are you negotiating with me? If you refuse, I shall take my own life immediately. Your desire to torment me will surely be thwarted." In a desperate bid to swap his own demise for that of his enemy, Luo Kai found himself contemplating the final act of service he could offer to his father. The sentiment was profoundly melancholic and impotent. However, in the next breath, Luo Kai, filled with a grim resolve, was abruptly startled to discover that he could not move. His very lifeblood seemed to have frozen in place. "You wish to die before me?" The Blood King's mocking words echoed in silent derision. "You must repay your father's debt." As the space around them rippled, the Blood King's claws lunged towards Luo Kai, evidently intent on seizing the youth. The leaders observing this scene through surveillance cameras could no longer bear to watch. Surely, this was how it should end. At the very least, they had quelled the wrath of the Corpse King and the Blood King, thereby safeguarding millions of lives. Yet, just as everyone believed the curtain was about to fall, the situation took a sudden turn. As the Blood King's elongated claws nearly pierced Luo Kai's shoulder, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him, reaching a fever pitch. Not far away, the Corpse King also furrowed his brow heavily. Gazing into the pitch-black sky, suddenly, a flash of crimson light, akin to a blood-soaked dragon, tore through the darkness and descended from the heavens, crashing before the Blood King. The ground crumbled beneath the immense force of the impact, sending the royal figure reeling. Thick clouds of dust erupted into the air. The Blood King and the Corpse King exchanged glances, their expressions shadowed by astonishment. The world around them fell into an eerie silence. Amidst the swirling winds, the dust gradually settled. When all eyes fixed upon the center of the collapsed earth, a scarlet longsword, seemingly forged from the very essence of blood, stood solemnly among the rubble. The sword of slaughter. The moment the Blood King and the Corpse King laid eyes upon this sword, their faces transformed with shock. It was this very sword. How could it be? Was he still alive? The leaders in the central base city were so taken aback that many rose to their feet, their astonishment rivaling that of the two formidable beings. Li Huaishu's heart tightened. Has he truly returned? At that moment, the sky of the northern district was enveloped in a brilliant golden-red hue. Countless individuals gazed upwards, beholding a throne seemingly conjured from the depths of purgatory, descending with an air of supreme authority. One severed arm, one broken wing. Clearly, no one had informed these two cripples that this child's father still lived. Chapter 174. Legendary Martial Arts. Luo Lei. The Corpse King and the Blood King stared fixedly at the man in the heavens, their pupils trembling with disbelief. It truly is this man. Having survived the battle with the Lord all those years ago, he had not perished, and judging by the circumstances, he had fully recovered. The slaughtering God King had returned. The three elders of the Dawn organization, on the brink of unconsciousness, could hardly contain their excitement upon seeing that figure in the sky. Luo Kai, who had previously been bound by the Blood King, felt the pressure on him ease. Turning to gaze at Luo Lei, who radiated golden light, he was overwhelmed by an intense sense of awe. This man remained as disheveled and unkempt as ever. Yet seated upon the throne, he emanated an undeniable authority. This was his father. Ding, the countdown began. 103 seconds remaining. Yetion's voice prompted a slight nod from Luo Lei. That is sufficient. With a mere flicker of his mind, a heavy crimson domain expanded from his center, enveloping both the Corpse King and the Blood King entirely. Luo Lei, do you wish to wage war against us? Inside the domain, the two super beings, after the initial shock, felt a cold hatred simmering within their eyes. Wage war? You are not worthy. The Corpse King scoffed. Even if you have recovered, what of it? 17 years have passed. Do you truly believe we have remained stagnant? 17 years. Indeed, time is the best crucible for strength. The current three kings were far removed from their former selves when they had only just reached the 7th tier. Not stagnant? Luo Lei beckoned, and the sword of slaughter, embedded in the earth, returned to his grasp. Yet I see you still appear as cripples. His words pierced deeply into the hearts of both kings. Had it not been for the bloodthirsty power Luo Lei had left within their wounds, they would never have regained their strength. You seek death. The Corpse King seethed with rage at the mention of their most despised words. It is time you repay the debt for the severed arm you inflicted upon me. Without exchanging many words with the Blood King, the Corpse King charged directly at Luo Lei. Were it not for the past, he would have never dared confront Luo Lei alone, for the disparity in strength was painfully clear. But now, the Corpse King was no longer the man he had once been. A dense virus coalesced into a singular point at his fingertips, glowing with a ghostly green light. This virus could likely elude even the gods. Repay your debt for the severed arm. Luo Lei leveled the sword of slaughter at him. You seem to have forgotten about a woman you killed. Having slain my wife all those years ago, and now seeking to harm my son, the debts must be settled. With that declaration, a wave of golden red sword light burst forth from the blade, summoning the vast might of the heavens and earth. The leaders monitoring the battle via satellite were rendered speechless in shock as they witnessed the once bright sky appear to collapse like a ceiling, converging into a colossal sword, descending with cataclysmic force. This was the power of a king, capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Observing the attack, the Corpse King displayed a look of disdain. Is that the fourth martial technique, the heavenly cloud slash? In the past, such an attack might have harmed me, but now, the green glow at his fingertips intensified as the Corpse King braced himself to meet the onslaught. Behind him, the Blood King watched the descending sword slash, feeling an inexplicable unease rising within him. Suddenly, a flash of gold caught his eye. No, this sword was unlike any before. Upon recognizing the golden light, the Blood King's heart skipped a beat. Previously, Luo Lei's strike had been purple, signifying an epic level. Today, this sword was golden. What could that possibly represent? Boom! In the Blood King's gaze, the Corpse King was reduced to a mere insect, struck down into the earth by the colossal sword plummeting from the heavens, sending debris flying. How could this be? What should have been a scene where the Corpse King withstood Luo Lei's attack with ease had instead culminated in utter defeat. If this had occurred in the past, even with Luo Lei facing three opponents, he could never have achieved such a dominating stance. Wait, the Blood King's pupils suddenly fixed on the throne behind Luo Lei. There lay 7 crystals representing the quality of battle armor. 1, 2, 3, for that originally 7 purple-red source stones, 4 of which had now transformed into a golden-red brilliance, gold. This signified legend. The martial technique Luo Lei had just unleashed was of legendary caliber. The leaders watching the screen grasped the significance, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The quality of his battle armor had ascended from exceptional to epic, and now, from epic to the realm of the utterly unattainable legendary level. This, in itself, was a legend. Is this what you call the current king? Witnessing the unfolding events on screen, Li Huaishu exhaled deeply. He had never anticipated that Luo Lei's power had reached such heights. Compared to his own prime, it was more terrifying. It was unfathomable how he had transformed from a mere invalid to someone who surpassed his own pinnacle. 57, 56, 55 that the system interface continued its slow countdown. Boom! Luo Lei plummeted to the ground, the dense dust swirling like a donut. As the dust began to clear, the Corpse King, now embedded in the deep pit, trembled violently. The sharp zombie virus that once radiated from his fingertips could not even be unleashed before it extinguished. Your power, that how could it have increased so dramatically? His voice faltered, the severity of his injuries evident. After your death, perhaps your lord can provide you with an answer. You wish to kill me? The Corpse King gazed at the man, his dark pupils finally betraying a flicker of fear. Luo Lei remained silent, gripping the sword of slaughter, advancing step by step toward the Corpse King. The previous strike had been delivered without restraint. Seeking a swift resolution, Luo Lei, what do you intend to do? The distant Blood King called out. Do not forget your identity. The Corpse King and I share divine lineage. As a human, if you kill him, can you withstand the wrath of the deity? The Blood King's words struck Luo Lei as childish. Prompting a wry smile, he halted before the incapacitated Corpse King. Raising his sword without hesitation, he truly intended to kill the Corpse King. But would this provoke the anger of the gods? Within the conference hall, many watching the unfolding events expressed renewed concern. If the Corpse King, Blood King, and other formidable beings were the towering mountains in the hearts of humanity, then the gods were the ultimate taboo within their thoughts. Chapter 175. Summoning the great demon Lord. A multitude of gazes focused intently on Luo Lei and the Corpse King, just as all were poised to witness the Corpse King's demise at the hands of Luo Lei. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in chaos. In the celestial expanse, the golden red domain belonging to Lorelei has been suppressed and collapsed to its utmost limits. At this moment, the Corpse King in the deep pit trembled violently, his expression filled with immense excitement. The Blood King, with wings folded, cast a respectful gaze towards a certain direction in the sky. Could it be that a shiver of fear unexpectedly surged within the hearts of all the leaders watching the screen? Meanwhile, countless citizens in the northern district focused their eyes on the heavens above. The chaotic space resembled a torn pocket, revealing a pitch-black rift. Under the gaze of myriad beings, a woman clad in pearlescent garments, with flowing silver hair and an expression of indifference, stepped barefoot through the spatial fissure. Welcome, my lord. The Blood King's voice resonated with intense waves of emotion. The Corpse King shouted desperately, my lord, save me. Ultimately, he has arrived. Most people in the conference hall slumped down in despair. The divine being is the most powerful existence in this world. Without exception, he unleashed the zombie virus upon the demon city. Bringing forth the initial calamity to the world, he established the vampire race in the west, exacerbating the disaster further. Even the countless mutated beasts originated from his hand. Humanity understood that this being was indeed the ultimate adversary of all human civilization. Yet, no one could surpass him, and even in thought, they were reluctant to entertain the idea, for the pressure he exerted on humanity was insurmountable. After his appearance, Yi Tian in the system space was secretly thrilled. The fish had been caught so swiftly, much to his surprise. Under the collective gaze of the world, the woman appearing in the sky fixed her gaze upon Lorelei. The peak state of Lorelei surprised her. Release him. Her emotionless voice sounded like a commonplace command. Lorelei, what now? The master has come. You dare not kill me, right? Ha ha. The Corpse King, suppressing his injuries, was filled with mockery in his dark pupils. Release me. You despicable human. Just as his taunt escaped his lips, the Corpse King suddenly saw a flash of bloodlight erupt before his eyes. A head was sent soaring, blood gushing forth, and the Corpse King's face still bore the remnants of his earlier arrogance. In the final moment of his life, his mind was frozen with 6 words. Lorelei, how dare he? Thud, the Corpse King's head rolled away like a soccer ball. Silence enveloped the surroundings that he was slain. Even if the deity had spoken, he was still killed. Ding, congratulations, host, for achieving the title, Slayer King, Corpse King. Reward, removal of the 5th level 7 wounds chain, and 1 character summoning card. Just as the system prompt rang in Lorelei's ears, the woman in the sky displayed no emotional reaction to the Corpse King's demise, only feeling her authority slightly diminished. It seems that after years without action, you have forgotten the power of this deity. 39, 38, 37. That the countdown of the restoration card still had a considerable time left, Lorelei's gaze shifted toward the woman who appeared insurmountable in the eyes of countless onlookers. You have forgotten, so I wish to take half a minute to see the disparity between us now. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered into fine powder. With a powerful recoil, Lorelei instantly appeared before the woman, his blood-red sword slashing directly at her pristine throat. This action abruptly quickened everyone's heartbeat. Everyone in the Central District Conference Hall held their breath. The Slayer King had already made the deity shed 2 drops of blood. Could he achieve that again now? Bloodshed does not equate to victory. The deity is simply unbeatable. In the desolation above the ruins, Lorelai's speed caught the woman off guard. She reached out, and a faint force of law materialized in her palm that a seemingly gentle yet profoundly refined power, like a silken veil, collided with the blood sword in Lorelai's hand. Bang! The sword struck the veil as if a cow had plunged into the sea, making no progress whatsoever. As the force was completely absorbed, an avalanche of power surged toward Lorelai. There was no possibility of resistance. Lorelai was like an ant, instantly sent flying beyond the ruins, crashing through buildings. Do you truly believe you are the only one who has challenged me and can stand against me? Boom! No sooner had the sound faded than Lorelai burst forth from the ruins again. Sixth technique, madness / unfathomable. Tens of thousands of ice spikes materialized at the woman's casual wave. Having experienced disdain in the past, she would not grant this human even a sliver of opportunity. However, just as this deity prepared to fully comprehend Lorelai, she was taken aback to see Lorelai not charging directly at her from a distance. The Blood King, wide-eyed, fixated on the sword in his chest, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never anticipated that Lorelai would dare to act against him under the deity's very gaze. If he had been somewhat prepared, he could not have evaded this lethal strike. With the sword drawn, the Blood King fell to the ground, his eyes refusing to close. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the title Slayer King, Blood King. Reward: unlocking the 6th level of the 7 wounds chain, and 1 designated reward task. Still not enough. Feeling his power restored to the level of purple crystal, Lorelai glanced at the restoration card. 3, 2, 1. Time had run out. If it were just against the Blood King and the Corpse King, the timing would have been just right. But now, there was still the most troublesome existence above, witnessing the Blood King's death before her eyes. The woman's gaze finally bore a hint of coldness. First the Corpse King, then the Blood King. Having lost 2 of her creations in succession was undoubtedly a slap in her face. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Tens of thousands of ice spikes, in an instant, enveloped Lorelai with unparalleled penetrating power. Each ice spike was capable of rivaling the full force of the Corpse King and the Blood King. Lorelai could not possibly withstand it. Dad, even someone of the Bronze Realm like Rokai sensed the extreme danger his father faced at this moment. When those ice spikes fell, his father would be unable to survive. Amidst the roar, Rokai's legendary battle armor appeared, and in a frenzy, he charged toward Lorelai. Surrounding the ruins, several diamond and gold warriors, shocked by Rokai's legendary battle armor, also displayed expressions of sorrow. The seemingly crushing power made everyone once again recognize the might of the divine. The divine is invincible. Standing at the center of divine punishment, Lorelai gradually calmed down. The system can only rely on you now. With a final resolve, Lorelai placed all hope on the character's summoning card in his hand. Use the character's summoning card. Ding! Summoning card successfully used. Congratulations, host, for summoning the Great Demon Lord. Chapter 176. The Fall of the Deity. For Lorelai's reckless gamble, Yi Tian could only say that fortunately, the system was his. Character: Great Demon Lord. Strength: 9 stars. Notes: this summon character shares an equal relationship with the host and is a time-limited summon. Before Lorelai could finish reading the information about this summon character on the system page, tens of thousands of ice spikes had already descended. No, Rokai's eyes turned red. Others were equally tense to the extreme. Lorelai is the strongest of humanity and their hope. He cannot die. Boom! Ultimately, the sky full of ice spikes crashed into the earth with a thunderous roar. At this moment, everyone's hearts turned cold as ashes. Lorelai had not escaped. This is the consequence of provoking the deity. The woman's indifferent words in the sky plunged everyone into despair. That I will kill you. Consumed by grief and anger, Rokai's battle armor began to shimmer with a changing hue. In the throes of extreme emotional turmoil, he broke through to silver. However, the boy seemed entirely oblivious to his newfound strength. Like a frenzied little lion, amidst the gasps of the crowd, he charged straight toward the deity in the sky. Stop. You're walking to your death, young master. The Lord is already dead. You cannot die too. The 3 elders, barely conscious until now, were on the verge of fainting upon witnessing Rokai's actions. The words of the people were lost on Rokai. He only wished to kill, to avenge his father by slaying the woman above. Such a frenzied disposition persisted until a powerful hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. Before you seek to kill her, first assess your own strength. In your current state, you would only be throwing away your life. The man's voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, reached his ears, and Rokai turned around in excitement. Dad, you're not dead. That was the Slayer King. It was Lorelai. He was still alive, as the figure of that man reappeared. Many people suddenly cried out. Unscathed, the woman in midair, upon seeing Lorelai remain entirely unaffected, witnessed a change in her previously indifferent expression for the first time. That IT shouldn't be possible, even if this human were to elevate another level. He shouldn't have evaded unscathed. The woman deeply understood the ferocity of her strike. It was far beyond what Lorelei could have dodged. Just as she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a seductive voice unexpectedly emerged behind her. Could it not be that someone has taken him away? The sudden words, like a chilling wind, caused the goddess to tremble all over. She turned abruptly. Behind her stood another woman. The woman's elongated and alluring legs were enwrapped in dark, scaly armor, while her slender waist supported two proud peaks. The deep crevice was partially concealed by cascading locks of hair, leading to a neck that glimmered like exquisite jade. When the goddess locked eyes with her, the other's striking crimson lips curled into a smirk. Upon witnessing the great demon lord, a solemn expression gradually adorned the goddess's face. The aura emanating from her adversary instilled within her a being of divine essence, a profound sense of danger she had never encountered before. Indeed, did this mean you were opposing me, a deity? A heavy pressure enveloped the goddess, radiating an imposing aura around her. Although the darkly clad woman, shrouded in demonic energy, posed a slight threat, the goddess held unwavering confidence in her own prowess. For she was the singular deity in existence, the epitome of perfection. No creature in this world could surpass her. Not only did she save him, but she also needed to eliminate you, for that was the task assigned by that individual. With a hint of melancholic resignation, the great demon lord, Ziqian, unleashed a cataclysmic force. Under the trembling heavens, the goddess's domain shattered like a broken mirror. The inky darkness of night returned, heralding the emergence of a colossal shadow of a demon. Towering over 1,000 meters, as the goddess bore witness to the full display of her opponent's power, her once placid gaze quivered in disbelief. This force was beyond anything this realm ought to possess. The celestial upheaval captured the attention of countless onlookers. Luo Lei also fixed his gaze upon the two figures locked in confrontation above, while the system provided a general overview. He remained uncertain about the nuances of their respective powers, instilling within him a profound sense of concern. System, what does the 9 stars represent in terms of strength? It signifies overwhelming dominance, Yi Tian stated. Indeed, the great demon lord, at the level of a demon master, was a top-tier entity even in the realm of cultivation. Even if several self-proclaimed deities dared to challenge her here, they would still be mere fodder. One must admit, such effortless laborers spared Yi Tian a considerable expenditure of points. Overwhelming, the term echoed in his mind, and in the next moment, the scene in the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Boom! A tall woman adorned in black makeup, akin to a streak of lightning, effortlessly tore through the layers of this world's space. Arriving before the goddess in an instant, a 3-meter-long curved blade materialized in her grasp, its edge expanding in the goddess's gaze. Everything transpired too swiftly, so swiftly that the goddess could hardly react. Boom! Before the multitude of astonished onlookers, the goddess plummeted. Like a shattered crescent moon, she spiraled towards the earth, her divine radiance dimming with each passing moment. However, before she could reach the ground, the black lightning that had struck her pursued relentlessly. The sound of flesh being rent asunder echoed faintly, the purest form of dismemberment. The combat experience of the great demon lord surpassed that of anyone in this world. This lethal combination of strikes left the goddess, who was deemed invincible in the eyes of humanity, utterly defeated, crushed beyond recognition. Bang! Amidst the relentless slashes of the blade, the goddess fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In mere seconds, she was rendered incapable of further action. This was a one-sided massacre. Her opponent was already several tiers above her in terms of strength. Yet even so, the great demon lord showed no signs of underestimating her, engaging fully without leaving even the slightest opening. What could possibly account for the emergence of such a being, one that she could not hope to contend with? The strongest entity in this world should rightly be her, the goddess. A chill enveloped her neck. She recognized the massive curved blade tainted with divine blood. You are not human, are you? The wounded goddess, her aura waning, spoke clearly. Why do you fight for humanity? The protagonists of this world have long ceased to be them. Even if I perish, their extinction is inevitable. A group of weak, selfish, greedy, and hypocritical beings. What right do they have to govern this world? Crack! Before the goddess could continue, the great demon lord's blade shimmered ominously. The goddess's face, once stoic, now bore an expression of disbelief, her eyes widening in horror at the realization that her ending would come in such a manner. Had she known it would culminate like this, she would never have appeared. Shaking off the blood from the blade, the great demon lord regarded the goddess's lifeless form. What purpose do your words serve? I am merely executing a task. Chapter 177. The task of reviving the wife dead. The goddess is dead. The goddess has truly perished, staring in stunned silence at the lifeless form of the goddess beneath the great demon lord's blade. All were rendered speechless. It happened too swiftly. The weight that had pressed upon their hearts for nearly a century was suddenly lifted, leaving an unsettling sense of unreality. Many turned their gazes towards the woman wielding the massive curved blade, their hearts filled with confusion. Until now, they remained unaware of the great demon lord's origins. In the central base city, all leaders gathered in the conference hall, witnessing the events that transpired in the northern district. Their hearts filled with overwhelming joy. The goddess is dead. They have finally triumphed. Quiet down, everyone. The voice of Li Huaishu, the foremost leader, resonated powerfully, bringing a measure of calm to the tumultuous gathering, contained within the gaze of the assembled leaders. He suppressed his excitement. If I recall correctly, when Luo Lei battled the goddess, everyone declared that should the goddess fall, you would seek justice on his behalf, rising to punish the true culprit who murdered his wife. Yes, today, the goddess has perished. The corpse king and blood king have also met their ends. His words bore no semblance of concealment. This day, Li Huaishu, brother of Luo Lei's wife, had awaited for 17 long years. 17 years ago, the barely 20-year-old Luo Lei and Li Huaishu, upon learning of Li Shantu's heinous acts, yearned to slay him at every turn. Yet, protection had been extended to the murderer by a few elder figures whom no one dared offend, those who held dominion over humanity's fate in the apocalypse. At that time, neither Luo Lei nor Li Huaishu possessed any voice. No matter how furious they were, it bore no fruit. Only when Luo Lei ascended to kingship did the people's attention converge upon him, leading to the subsequent promises. Throughout the years, Li Huaishu, through sheer determination, ascended to leadership. The longer he occupied this role, the more he comprehended the deep-rooted support behind Li Shantu to truly bring about his demise. His own strength alone was insufficient. In the conference hall, after Li Huaishu's declaration, over 100 individuals gradually fell silent. Their gazes flitted towards Li Shantu, whose expression shifted, exchanging silent glances with one another. In unison, none spoke. After a brief silence of several seconds, an elder with a prominent scar on his face remarked flatly, "If Luo Lei were the one to slay the goddess, then naturally the promise would hold." But the one who killed the goddess was not Luo Lei, was it? As this statement surfaced from the crowd, Li Shantu, seated in his position, allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. Meanwhile, Li Huaishu felt an uneasy stirring within. Indeed, so many years had passed. The dead could not be resurrected, and the perpetrator had offered apologies. There was no need to cling to this matter any longer. Another voice emerged from an elder leaning upon a cane. Soon, another added, "Li Huaishu, as a leader, you ought to prioritize the development of humanity. Personal grievances should be set aside." Who are the forces behind Li Shantu? They are the Source Stone Hall, a group that controls the very lifeblood of humanity in this world. It is well known that humans are not born capable of becoming warriors. To become a warrior, one must purchase a source stone, the cheapest of which costs 100,000. However, there are only two avenues to obtain a source stone. First, a warrior must willingly relinquish all their power to condense a source stone. Second, it is through the Source Stone Hall. The source stones condensed by warriors result in the loss of a warrior with each stone produced. The number of warriors in the world continues to dwindle due to this method. The emergence of the Source Stone Hall has shattered this cycle, providing methods for producing source stones, liberating humanity from the declining population of warriors. Given the current state of the world, the Source Stone Hall is a pivotal force that can sway the entire situation if the threats posed by the goddess and the corpse king and blood king still loomed. All present would recognize Luo Lei as the sole savior. Yet now, with the goddess's demise, the threat has dissipated. What value does Luo Lei hold now, with external factors no longer influencing their position? No one would risk offending the behemoth that is the Source Stone Hall for a promise made 17 years ago. Observing the silent complicity of those around him, Li Huaishu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Realizing the truth, after living for so many years, he had been foolish and naive. Li Huaishu, today is a day of celebration. Be joyous. Below, Li Shantu smirked with satisfaction, then stood. We shall meet on the day of the new leader's selection. With that, he adjusted his suit and, accompanied by two subordinates, exited the conference hall. The others, fully aware of the situation, silently gathered their belongings and began to depart, for the goddess had fallen, and a new era was on the horizon. The inevitable division of humanity, compelled to unite, was about to unfold. The following day, at the foot of an endless mountain range, two figures, one large and one small, gaze into the distance. This is the Greater Shingon Range, a realm transformed by the advent of a cataclysmic world and the emergence of otherworldly energies. The forests here expand rapidly, teeming with formidable beasts, making it one of humanity's forbidden zones. The cold wind rustles through the fabric of their ropes, causing Lorelai's eyes to narrow slightly. A forbidden land? Rokai inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Father, what brings us here? Shao Kai, you possess remarkable talent, Lorelai replied, his voice laced with praise, eliciting a sheepish smile from Rokai. However, possessing talent does not equate to complacency, Lorelai continued, crossing his arms. It was here that I fortuitously acquired a fragment of the root of the king of ginseng, which transformed the quality of my battle armor. I hope you too can seize your own opportunities here. Opportunities? Rokai mused, suddenly enlightened. You intend for me to hone my skills in the Greater Shingon Range? Precisely. The cold wind swirled around them, igniting a fervor within Rokai's heart. For reasons unknown, he felt a profound sense of destiny upon hearing of his training in this very place, as if it were preordained to go forth. I shall await your return outside. Yes, Rokai nodded resolutely. I will not disappoint you. Father. 2 minutes later. Ding, raising a child, achievement, in progress. The notification from Yi Tian prompted Lorelai to exhale a breath of relief, and he promptly opened the system panel. His gains from yesterday's battle had been substantial. Not only had he vanquished a deity, but the unlocking of the 2-7 injuries chains was an undeniable boon. Yet among these rewards, Lorelai's gaze lingered most on the designated reward task. System, activate the designated reward task. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement, revealing the intensity of his emotions. Ding, please specify your reward. The system will adjust the task's difficulty based on the reward's value. System, the reward I seek is the resurrection of my wife. As the words left his lips, Lorelai held his breath, anxiously awaiting the system's response, fearing it would reject his request. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Yi Tian's voice echoed from the system space, glancing towards a certain direction before dispatching the prepared documentation. Soon after, Ding task has been generated. Please pay attention to the details. At that moment, a wild grin spread across Lorelai's unshaven face. The system had indeed not failed him. The task unfolded. Notification. Due to the high difficulty of the task reward, the task's difficulty has been correspondingly elevated. Task 1. Personally eliminate Li Shan 2. Task 2. Personally slay the deity. Upon the completion of these tasks, the reward will be the resurrection of the host's wife. As he read the details on the panel, tears welled in Lorelai's eyes. It was true. The system could indeed assist him in bringing his wife back to life. Amidst his indescribable excitement, he found himself momentarily distracted by the second task. Personally slay a deity? Hadn't the deity already perished? Chapter 178. Lorelai dares not kill you. Is the deity truly dead? Indeed, it had perished. But it had also returned. Within the system space, Yi Tian stood beside the tall and imposing demon lord, Ziqian, with a cluster of extraneous orbs of light hovering over his right shoulder. Before them stood a goddess draped in tattered garments, her stunning features tinged with frost. Why, at the moment of my soul's destruction, did you save me? As she spoke, the goddess's gaze shifted from the demon lord to Yi Tian, who stood at the center. The demon lord's demeanor toward this man startled her. I saved you because you still hold value in this world. Yi Tian's words deepened the chill in the goddess's eyes. You wish to use me? Do you intend to make me a mere puppet? I am not that kind of person, Yi Tian countered, shaking his head. I merely wish to discuss a collaboration. Never. Speaking with you inferior beings is torment. Collaboration is a delusion. If you refuse to cooperate, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, Yi Tian replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, the goddess turned to the restless demon lord. Falling silent, you say? Half an hour later, the goddess left the system space, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Tian pulled up his system panel. Lorelai. 50 Rokai. 50 as expected. The absence of completed key plot lines meant that the main antagonist had been dealt with, and the host's fortune points remained stagnant, preventing the creation of the creator's world currency. It was reasonable. Even if the heavenly Tao were a fool, upon discovering that the ultimate boss had perished in the early plot, it would undoubtedly reformulate the narrative, potentially giving rise to a new antagonist. Fortunately, the slaying of the goddess had merely been an experiment. If it had succeeded, Yi Tian would have reaped enormous rewards. However, even if it had not, his backup plan would still prove useful. With a foundational understanding of death and resurrection, the goddess, now a final boss, had become an ally of Yi Tian, regardless of how the narrative shifted. He now held absolute dominion over the discourse, yet he felt a pang of regret over the points expended yesterday. The Demon Lord's entrance fee in this world was a staggering 10,000 points per second. Although the Demon Lord worked for free, the cost of shielding against the heavenly Tao's consciousness was not insignificant. Had his own strength been sufficient to overpower the goddess, Yi Tian would have preferred to take matters into his own hands to save costs. Nonetheless, in the grand scheme, having secured the goddess as a formidable piece on his chessboard, he had not incurred a loss. 3 days swiftly passed. Today marked the leader election, to be held in the heart of the Jiang'an base city. Over 100 prominent leaders from various bases had arrived early, all donned in formal attire. While throngs of reporters awaited eagerly that in the most affluent area of the city center stood a lavish private estate. Within the estate, a corpulent elder with sagging facial muscles and a pallid complexion sat quietly, fishing in a pond filled with ornamental fish. Behind him, Li Shantu had stood in respectful silence for an indeterminate duration. What's the matter? Afraid to attend the leader election? The elder's murky eyes narrowed slightly, the ornamental fish glistening in the pond. Listening to Uncle Wang's words, Li Shantu's face betrayed his inner turmoil. I heard that Lorelei has come to the city center today. Is that so? The elder's expression remained largely unchanged. That is indeed good news. Our strongest human has returned, but his arrival at this moment is clearly aimed at me, Li Shantu confessed, revealing his anxieties. Faced with the corpse king, Li Shantu had been obsequious yet self-serving. Before the elder, however, he resembled a child, unable to conceal his feelings. So, you are afraid? The elder inquired, adjusting his fishing rod. This question prompted a moment of silence from Li Shantu. After all, he is a king. And what of it? The lax-faced Wang Pu dismissed the concern. Your actions in the past were not misguided. Had you not acted as you did, humanity would have suffered tremendous losses because of that woman. Remember, you stand on the side of righteousness. Why hide from him? As he spoke, the elder turned slightly to face Li Shantu behind him. Even if, for the sake of argument, you were truly in the wrong. What of it? Have you forgotten that we old fellows oversee the Source Stone Hall? With us backing you, no matter how strong Lorelei may be, even as a king, he is but one man. He would not dare to strike against you. These words eased the tension on Li Shantu's face, but soon worry returned. But so many years have passed. Will he truly still exercise restraint? If Lorelei disregards everything and truly kills me? What then? What if he coerces you to reveal the methods of source stone production? These thoughts had plagued Li Shantu for days. Lorelei possessed absolute power, seemingly holding the initiative and authority in every respect. HMPF, the elder chuckled as he shook his shoulders. Every year, various individuals attempt to pressure us at the Source Stone Hall to disclose the methods of producing martial artist source stones. Have you seen anyone succeed? Those capable of obliterating the Source Stone Hall are not limited to Lorelei. There are those in the West as well. Yet they have not dared to act against us all these years. Do you know why? Because they are afraid. They understand that should they provoke us, the chain of martial artists' source stone production would snap. The other allied base cities would unite against them. As he spoke, Wang Pu's toothless mouth spread into a grin. Martial artist source stones are like salt. They are a consumable necessity. If we do not produce them, the world will see no overflow of martial artists. And that is a consequence no one can abide. As for your concerns about Lorelei forcing us to reveal the secrets of source stone production, Wang Pu's murky eyes glinted with insight. What can he do to compel us? Kill us. Ha ha ha. That serves us no purpose, for once the secret is out, in this dog-eat-dog world, we would only meet a swifter demise as long as we control the martial artist source stones. We control the lifeblood of all. Humanity will undoubtedly stand by our side. No matter how strong he is, Lorelei is but one man. He would not dare to oppose all of humanity. It was evident that Wang Pu and his fellow overseers of the Source Stone Hall had a profound understanding of the situation. It is precisely due to their fearless attitude in the face of death threats that those who covet the means of producing warrior source stones find themselves at a loss. They have truly stood firm in this apocalyptic world for many years, slowly rising. Wang Pu reeled in his fishing rod and said leisurely, "Go on. If Luo Lei is wise, he will not harm you." I understand. Li Shantu inhaled deeply, finally revealing a confident expression on his face. Chapter 179. Luo Lei really dares to kill you outside. Rain fell heavily, and the wet ground splashed water with each step. The auditorium was nearly filled with an audience, and the aisles beside the seats were crowded with reporters filming the live broadcast. The election of a leader is a matter of great significance for all humanity. Almost everyone online was discussing this event. In this round of preliminaries, there were only two candidates, Li Huaishu and Li Shantu. Oh my, it's Li Huaishu again, the candidate for the 10th consecutive year. Still seeming so secure, I think Li Shantu is also quite good, having been a candidate for 7 years. It's about time he won the election this year. I concur with the previous speaker. Li Huaishu has been in office for so long without any remarkable achievements. Perhaps we should give Li Shantu a chance. He might usher us into a new era. What good does it do to say anything? In the end, it all comes down to the votes of those leaders. In the reporter's broadcast room, the comments rolled in incessantly. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the two protagonists of this grand event entered in succession. The next moment, an elder stepped onto the podium. The new leader will be chosen today between Li Huaishu and Li Shantu. I hope that whoever the result favors will lead humanity to a better future. Upon hearing such words, most people in the audience nodded earnestly. Now that everyone had gathered, it was time to invite Li Huaishu to deliver an important speech. Applause erupted in every leadership election segment. Candidates were given an opportunity to speak. It primarily involved outlining their plans for leading and proving their capabilities, akin to a campaign for votes. However, in front of these leaders, the distinction between speaking and remaining silent was negligible. Their votes would remain unchanged regardless. Li Huaishu clearly understood this and felt little enthusiasm for the speech. Most of his thoughts were elsewhere. Through his intelligence network, he had already learned that Luo Lei had arrived at the central base city. At this moment, he remained silent, neither hiding nor boasting. Yet he sensed that Luo Lei would not remain so complacent. The speech concluded, and the voting phase commenced. One by one, the leaders rose and walked toward the 2 ballot boxes at the foot of the podium. Compared to previous elections, Li Huaishu felt like an outsider. He simply sat quietly, watching as ballot after ballot was cast into Li Shantu's box. Could it be that Li Huaishu had committed some unforgivable act? Why was not a single vote cast for him? It was quite possible. Audiences in various broadcast rooms began to speculate. Li Huaishu looked up at Li Shantu, only to find the latter already casting a mocking glance in his direction. Though no words were exchanged, they comprehended each other's thoughts. Li Huaishu had anticipated this situation. After the death of the deity, the nature of leadership had transformed. In the apocalypse, one must possess ability to rise as a leader. After the apocalypse, one must have connections to ascend. This was the stark reality. The tide had turned, and no matter how unwilling Li Huaishu was, he felt utterly powerless. After all, in the eyes of others, he had already stood against the Temple of Source Stones after bringing up that matter in the assembly hall days earlier. The voting results quickly emerged. The new leader was Li Shantu. Applause erupted. A smile crept across Li Shantu's lips as he stood on the platform. Finally, after all these years, I have reached this position. He felt grateful to Luo Lei and that woman for killing the deity and altering the world's landscape. Enabling his ascent, amidst his murmured words, Li Shantu became completely enraptured. Until, boom, without warning, the entire auditorium's ceiling was cleaved by a streak of crimson sword light. The torrential rain outside poured in. Many in the audience screamed and retreated. In the misty sky, a man stood suspended, holding a bloodied sword aloft, coming into view before all. Had the threshold for becoming a leader sunk to such depths? In the sky, the man's voice thundered like a storm, causing many to wince in pain. Li Shantu looked up in disbelief. Luo Lei? Upon seeing this man, his initial panic dissipated. Recalling Wang Pu's words from earlier, he felt slightly more at ease. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? You are destroying the election venue. Do you realize you are committing a crime? Such behavior? Luo Lei's expression remained largely unchanged. Cold raindrops cascaded down his weathered face. His wolf-like gaze fixed on Li Shantu. I never claimed to merely destroy the venue. His indifferent voice fell. Luo Lei's figure vanished from the sky. Gone. Li Shantu was momentarily taken aback, and others were equally bewildered. Tap the bloodied sword, now drenched and even colder, suddenly rested against Li Shantu's neck. In that instant, he trembled violently. Those nearby were struck with horror. When did he appear here? Luo Lei, what are you doing? Stop. The situation was impossible to ignore for those present. One by one, the leaders manifested their battle armor. A surge of formidable energy converged, pressing directly towards Luo Lei. The terrifying power would have even the pinnacle of purple crystal staggering. Yet, Luo Lei was evidently unfazed, even if his strength had not fully recovered. Luo Lei, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will become the enemy of all humanity. Li Shantu's voice turned hoarse as he had never been so acutely aware of death. All humanity, that is merely your perspective. An unrestrained powerhouse is undoubtedly terrifying. Luo Lei's hand tightened around the sword. No, slicing sound. Li Shantu's eyes widened. His only question now was why Wang Shu had been so certain that this madman would not act against him. Chapter 180. abandoning justice to become a leader, only to die. This turn of events left those who had initially been furious at Luo Lei's actions momentarily stunned, without uttering a single word. He had directly killed Li Shantu. Such a cold-hearted approach. Was this still the Luo Lei they remembered? Luo Lei, you have killed the new leader. An elderly man leaning on a cane shouted in outrage. The elder's voice prompted Luo Lei to glance over. Legendary golden martial technique. Shattering soul. Ugh. The furious elder stiffened, collapsing to the ground after Luo Lei calmly departed. Wow. The audience, who had not dared to breathe, erupted in chaos. Had Luo Lei gone mad? Killing two people in quick succession, what was he trying to accomplish? On the street, Luo Lei gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, revealing a hint of relief. So this jade pendant was still in your possession. A man's voice came from behind. Just from the voice, Luo Lei recognized who it was. Without turning around, he tucked the pendant away. You've chased me all the way here, intending to indoctrinate me with that lofty theory of justice like 17 years ago. Luo Lei's words elicited a bittersweet smile from Li Huaishu, who held an umbrella. I always considered myself a rational person. Even when my sister died, in the midst of boundless rage, I refrained from killing Li Shantu because doing so would lead to countless indirect deaths. For that reason, I not only spared him but also impeded your revenge. Reflecting on it now, that was not rational. It was foolish. My perspective has been wrong all along. Today, your approach is what ought to be deemed correct. This. Luo Lei remained non-committal. As you wish. As long as you have a clear conscience, let the floodwaters rise. Having witnessed the faces of those leaders in the meeting room 3 days prior, Li Huaishu was thoroughly disillusioned with them. He felt that his long-standing self-sacrifice for the greater good was a farce. Do as you wish. Listening to Li Huaishu's words, Luo Lei clenched his fist. I actually want to give you a good thrashing. Li Huaishu. 10 minutes later. Bang. Clutching his stomach and lying in a puddle, Li Huaishu, sporting a swollen face, looked at Luo Lei's departing figure and grinned. Definitely deserved it, though the punch landed a bit too hard. Li Shantu's death had ignited a frenzy among all humanity. After all, Luo Lei had made no attempt to conceal the fact that he had killed his opponent in the midst of the leader election. Within the confines of a vast estate, 3 venerable elders of the Source Stone Hall sat upon their sofas, their expressions grim. The audacity of Luo Lei was intolerable. He brazenly assassinated Shantu before us, showing us utter disdain. Indeed, with Shantu's demise, vengeance must be exacted. The 2 elders seethed with anger, akin to dogs whose tails had been stepped upon. However, one among them recognized the futility of brute force against Luo Lei's overwhelming might, who said one must rely solely on power to deal with an adversary. Reclining on the sofa, Wang Pu exuded an air of confidence, as if everything was under his control. Have you forgotten how we compelled Luo Lei to abandon his pursuit of Shantu and confront that deity instead? We shall issue a decree, effective immediately, to cease the production of martial artist source stones. As he spoke, Wang Pu opened his murky eyes, knowing that the cessation of source stone production due to my actions would jeopardize the safety of millions. I cannot believe Luo Lei would remain indifferent. When he comes to confront me, I shall demand he forfeit his powers. Hatred tinged his voice. Following these words, an unexpected voice resonated throughout the room. At your age, your thoughts remain rather naive. As he spoke, a man clad in a damp robe entered through the doorway. Upon seeing him, the once calm elders sat up in alarm. Luo Lei? 1, 2, 3. Observing the 3 elders, who had barely changed over the years, a chill crept across Luo Lei's cheek beneath his robe. These individuals, even if not marked for death by the system, were certain to fall by his hand. What do you intend to do? The elders felt a growing sense of unease at Luo Lei's demeanor. Indeed, Luo Lei's next statement caused their pupils to constrict in fear. I have come here, naturally, to kill. You dare to slay us? Wang Pu's incredulous face reflected disbelief. Are you aware of the consequences? Should we perish, the legacy of martial arts will be severed. Is it? If the legacy is severed, so be it. Why should I care? A crimson wave of energy swept through the surroundings, unsettling the 3 elders with Luo Lei's murderous intent. How could this be? Luo Lei's entirely unexpected attitude filled the elders with horror. This was not how it should be. Did he not value the loss of martial arts among humanity, which would indirectly lead to countless deaths? 17 years ago, it was under threats such as theirs that Luo Lei had relented. Yet now, where had his compassion gone? Where was his concern for the world? It had vanished. What did this signify? It signified that the ironclad barrier between man and beast had been utterly obliterated. As Luo Lei began to center his thoughts solely on himself, no one in this world could restrain him any longer. Boom! From the outside, The estate erupted with a deafening roar, followed by the collapse of substantial walls under the relentless downpour. Clad in black, Luole departed the villa alone as evening descended. The two elders who had spent the day in the bathing city returned to the estate. Upon witnessing the state of the estate, they were left dumbfounded. "Elders, you have finally returned." The members of the Source Stone Hall had eagerly awaited the return of the two surviving elders. What had happened here? One elder, a bald man, pointed at the collapsed estate. Clearly filled with questions that it was Luole. He murdered the three elders. As the member spoke, he produced a computer and displayed the surveillance footage. In the footage, Luole exhibited no signs of concealment. His actions in slaying the three elders were executed with ruthless decisiveness. Bang! The bald elder's eyes glinted with fury as he slammed his palm on the table. Utterly brazen, the incident with Shanu has yet to fade, and now he has slain our three elders. Mobilize all experts from the Source Stone Hall to pursue him. Elder, Luole is a king. We cannot defeat him. Concern flickered in the eyes of the others. Then we must apply pressure on the upper echelons of the major base cities, compelling them to take action. Another elder, marked with age spots, appeared to possess more influence. That night, the rain-soaked city reflected a mosaic of lights. In the central meeting hall, dozens gathered around a colossal circular table. If you do not make Luole pay the price today, the production of source stones will cease for a day. The two elders shouted this declaration to the assembly, causing several leaders to darken in countenance. You two, having reached this stage, Luole will undoubtedly have no qualms. Your lives are perpetually at risk. It would be prudent to disclose the methods of source stone production to us, lest, humph, the bald elder erupted, standing in agitation. If we perish, the legacy of martial arts will be lost. How can you protect us? They steadfastly clutched the source stone production plans. In this predicament, the upper echelons found themselves with limited options. Will you truly ignore it? Should those two elders perish, the ranks of martial artists will dwindle. Who can accept that? As the meeting concluded, a joint announcement from the major alliance-based cities sent shockwaves through the already tumultuous online realm. Luole has slain the leaders, assassinated a chief, and murdered our three elders. He seeks to sever humanity's path of martial arts. He is a traitor to humankind. Under pressure from the remaining two elders, all high-ranking officials rallied together. Perhaps Luole once brought hope to humanity, serving as its savior. However, in light of the future of martial artists, the upper echelons chose the latter. Chapter 181. The Annihilation of the Source Stone Hall in an Instant. Luole found himself entirely opposed to all of humanity. Countless voices called for Luole's departure, demanding he take his own life in atonement, denying his humanity. Witnessing such a scene, the remaining two elders wore expressions of triumph. All of humanity stands with us. Does Luole dare to confront the entire world? Above the clouds, there existed a court suffused with a sacred aura. Emerging from the steaming hot spring, a goddess gracefully ascended the shore. The water evaporating from her skin, enveloped in a cascade of rosy light, her cool, white garments adorned her form. The goddess's inherently indifferent gaze fell upon the earth below. According to that individual, the time for collaboration has now begun. As memories of Yi Tian in the system space flickered through her mind, the goddess's beautiful eyes sparkled. The following day, as the populace prepared to resume their furious typing, continuing their tirades against Luole, they were jolted to discover that the posts about Luole had been replaced by a series of crimson alerts. The Yamato Alliance-based city has been annihilated overnight. The Nordic Alliance-based city has been annihilated overnight. The Western Alliance-based city has been annihilated overnight. The information that met their eyes felt like a cruel jest, yet the posts were official. As they opened these threads, searching for the truth, they found, at 10 o'clock last night, the sky above Yamato Alliance-based city, a deity appeared. She obliterated the entire city. At midnight, the goddess arrived at Nordic Alliance-based city. The official reports oozed a palpable sense of helplessness, solely due to the words goddess. For many ordinary people, goddess was an unfamiliar term. Due to the secrecy of the upper echelons, the common folk were even unaware of the existence of the Corpse King. Today, with the destruction of the three major base cities, the upper echelons could no longer conceal the truth. Descriptions concerning the goddess began to surface. As the populace gradually came to understand, it felt as though their worldview was being fundamentally reshaped. Compared to the shock experienced by ordinary people, the leaders of the major alliance-based cities were in a state of utter chaos. The goddess, she is still alive. How could this be? She was clearly dead. The annihilation of three large base cities in a single night left humanity at the brink of survival. In the expansive conference room of the Central District, The upper echelon struggled to maintain composure. They had previously believed the goddess to be deceased, and humanity would be liberated. The era of humanity was to dawn. Yet the goddess's return plunged them back into despair. We must take the initiative. Otherwise, judging by the goddess's methods, humanity will face extinction within days. How shall we strike? Who can contend with the goddess? Among the leaders, a bald, middle-aged man surveyed the room like a tea this moment. All eyes instinctively turned to Li Huaishu, awaiting his decision. However, today, Li Huaishu was absent. He had announced his resignation the day before, relinquishing all his positions. In the brief silence that ensued, an elder with a white beard tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should attempt to negotiate with the goddess, to see if there is a chance for her to relent." Relent? The man in the Zhongshan suit scoffed. "Given the current situation, is there any possibility for reconciliation between us? Indeed, waging war against the goddess is now inevitable. We require formidable warriors to oppose her." Amidst the discussion, several high-ranking officials recalled a certain individual. "We could seek that woman. She was the one who initially killed the goddess." Yes, having witnessed the power of the great demon lord. The officials felt invigorated. Just as this thought took root, a piece of news arrived. The woman wielding the curved blade has appeared. She has appeared. Excitement spread across the faces of the leaders. However, the subsequent information that followed cast a pall over the entire assembly hall. The woman was slain by the goddess. The exhilaration within them had yet to fully simmer down when a bucket of cold water was poured over them. "Now what shall we do?" The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the uncertainty of the other. "We seem to still have Lorelei," the bald man spoke. Although no one saw him conquer the divine in the northern district, he managed to slay 2 kings beneath the gods' very gaze and evade the gods' icy spear attacks. Judging by sheer strength, he is indeed the only human capable of grappling with a deity. But after our treatment of him yesterday, will he still intervene? The others felt a sense of awkwardness upon hearing this. One moment they had branded him a traitor, and the next, they were relying on him. It felt like a slap in the face. He will intervene. A man wrapped in bandages entered the conference room. Huaishu. Upon seeing him, many high-ranking officials brightened. "I come bearing news," Li Huaishu stated directly at the entrance. "If you wish for Lorelei to act, you must first obliterate the Source Stone Hall." Obliterate the Source Stone Hall? The crowd was momentarily stunned. "How is that even possible? Consider it," Li Huaishu said with little elaboration. Obliterate the Source Stone Hall, and then act. That was Lorelei's intention. Since the 2 individuals from the Source Stone Hall could use the lifeblood of human warriors as leverage, why could he not use the current situation to negotiate? Fighting for all humanity was a thing of the past. Now, he fought solely for himself. In the suburbs of the central base, within a villa, 2 elders glanced at the messages from their subordinates, both scoffing. Is Lorelei a fool? Such a threat is laughable. Indeed, how could the higher-ups dare to move against us? We represent the lifeblood of warriors. Unconcerned, the 2 continued to sip their tea. They believed all they had to do was wait for the higher-ups to pressure Lorelei. Another day passed, and during this time, 3 alliance-based cities were annihilated. If no one halted that god, humanity might truly face extinction. The Source Stone Hall must be eradicated to compel Lorelei to act. During the day, it was unclear how many meetings had occurred. Compared to yesterday, many people's tones had shifted 180 degrees. However, some still held firm. The Source Stone Hall is the lifeblood of our human warriors. Without them, no new warriors will arise. And tell me, what is more important, the present or the future? A leader slammed the table, rising. In the current situation, decisions must be made swiftly. Your indecisiveness will only lead to greater losses. Let us vote directly. Further disputes are meaningless. With these words, others nodded in agreement. It was indeed time for a resolution. Should they annihilate the Source Stone Hall and apologize to Lorelei for his intervention? Or should they preserve the Source Stone Hall to ensure the continuity of martial arts among humanity? Time was scarce. The votes were tallied among the dozens of high-ranking officials present. The decision to obliterate the Source Stone Hall passed with an overwhelming majority of 26-3, an unequivocal consensus. Chapter 182. The Final Battle, Part 1. At a new stronghold of the Source Stone Hall, within a villa, the bald elder inquired, "Has Lorelei not been compelled to show himself yet?" The purple crystal-level guardian appeared very respectful. "There has been no word from the higher-ups." The bald elder shook his head. "Though those higher-ups have their methods, the disparity in strength is a hard truth. They cannot threaten Lorelei. That is what they should consider." On another chair, an elder with many age spots leisurely remarked, "As long as we restrict the production of source stones, the higher-ups will naturally devise ways to deal with Lorelei." "Indeed," the bald elder sneered. Once Lorelei is captured, I will make him understand the price of angering the Source Stone Hall. Suddenly, the villa's door was forcefully kicked open. A large group of official enforcers burst in, surrounding the two elders before they could react. Enforcers from the base city? The two elders frowned simultaneously. What is the meaning of this? Gentlemen, this farce must come to an end. The captain of the enforcement team drew a long sword from his waist. The eyes of the bald elder and the other elder narrowed. Are you trying to kill us? Who sent you? Do you understand the consequences of killing us? This is a unanimous decision from the higher-ups. The consequences have certainly been considered, the captain replied as he charged toward the two elders. Insanity. Pure insanity. The two elders were filled with disbelief as they watched the oncoming attack. They represented the legacy of martial arts. Yet the higher-ups were genuinely attempting to kill them. The nearby purple crystal-level guardian attempted to intervene, but was immediately blocked by another purple crystal-level enforcement deputy. The guardian could only watch helplessly as the captain's sword swept across the two elders' necks. In the original text, the greatest antagonistic force against humanity was preemptively obliterated under Yi Tian's instigation. At this moment, within the system space, Yi Tian observed Lorelei's fortunes rising once more to Elishantu, the five elders, each of them. Individuals who should have been slain by the original protagonist, perished due to Lorelei. Lorelei's protagonist luck surged by 30, reaching a staggering 80. He had essentially secured his position as the new protagonist of this world. From that vast rift in the world, Yi Tian profited 30 million points. Just a little more was needed to achieve 100 in the outside world. Upon learning of the Source Stone Hall's fate, Lorelei let out a long sigh. He opened the system panel. The progress of the mission to resurrect his wife still had one task remaining: the slaying of the god. If he could fully restore to his peak and wield legendary martial skills, he felt he would indeed possess the strength to fight. But now, Ding the host's son has gained a significant opportunity. His strength transformed, achieving, fostering the child. Achievement reward, 7th level 7 wounds chain removal. Legendary throne bestowed, 1 drop of demon blood in his mind. Yi Tian's voice was timely for Lorelei. Feeling the familiar yet purer starlight energy within him, Lorelei suppressed his excitement and inhaled deeply. The slain God King, have returned. As night enveloped the land, in Jiangnan Bay City, beams of searchlights meticulously scanned the skies for anomalies. The actions of the deity over the past few days had put every base city on high alert. Tonight, there should be no issues in the sky. A patrolling pilot reported the situation. Let's hope so. After shutting off the intercom, the patroller intended to circle back. Just as he maneuvered the helicopter, an unusual light appeared on the horizon. The pilot squinted at a fiery red figure continued to enlarge, until finally, boom, a figure flew backward, crashing into the central urban area, causing the entire city to tremble. Beep, beep, beep. The streets of the urban area erupted into chaos. Tensions had already been high over the past few days, and the sudden deafening noise snapped countless individuals' nerves. Who was that? Numerous searchlights converged on the crimson figure that had just plummeted from the sky. In the focus of the beams, a tattered, half-kneeling youth appeared before everyone. The aura emanating from the boy left all in shock. The purple aura signified a top-tier purple crystal-level warrior. How old could this child be? Yet, beyond considering his strength and age, most were more curious about how he had fallen to such a state. Roar. The boy on the ground flushed red, a massive energy within him yearning for release. Fight me! He bellowed, and in the next moment, like a cannonball, he shot toward the dark clouds above. In the sky, that a glimmer of coldness emerged in everyone's eyes. Boom! The boy showed no signs of stopping, charging up only to be struck back down. As the earth trembled once more, people's gazes shifted skyward. Amid countless anxious eyes, a serene figure descended from the heavens, bearing an expression of indifference, as if a supreme ruler had arrived over the city. The deity, she has come. Oh no, I just got 32 girlfriends. I don't want to die yet. Our Jiangnan Bay City is surely doomed. The moment the goddess appeared, the entire city felt as if shrouded in a layer of gloom. Yet, in the next moment, the boy who had been struck to the ground twice surged upward once more, fueled by boundless power. His target was unmistakably the goddess, seeking death, witnessing the boy charge at her repeatedly. The goddess felt her anger swell. This human not only devised a scheme to devour her cultivated 10,000-year ginseng king, but also treated her as a mere opponent to digest his power. Fleeing while battling here, did he think she had no temper? The energy of the entire world was drawn and depleted. The colossal hand forged from ice descended upon Lorelei with a thunderous strike. Boom! The furious blow instantly sent the boy reeling like a bird with broken wings, blood spewing as he was hurled back. Amidst the roaring noise and swirling dust, Lorelei fell silent, just as the goddess prepared to deliver a finishing blow. In the city, figures clad in purple crystal battle armor soared into the air. Officially, only 5 purple crystal warriors were known to be present in the central urban area, but now, looking up at the sky, the number of purple crystals soared to at least 20. This could be said to be the strongest defensive force among all human-based cities. Chapter 183. The Decisive Battle, Part 2, in the city. As more than 20 amethyst-level warriors took the stage, the higher-ups felt no sense of relief. Deities of such caliber regarded the presence of amethyst-level beings as inconsequential unless they were of a higher order. Thus, they collectively thought of one individual eye in the sky. Upon seeing these warriors, the goddess appeared contemplative. She was somewhat irritated by that impudent youth, realizing that tonight marked the final day of the collaboration he had spoken of. Gazing at the 20 or so warriors before her, the goddess remarked casually, "If this is all your strength, then you shall all vanish from this world tonight." Her blunt words sent a shiver through the hearts of the assembled. She truly intended to annihilate the Jiangnan-based city. They resolved to act in unison, striving to inflict damage upon her. Among the amethyst-level warriors, the strongest, a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of amethyst level, took command. Upon receiving orders, the others sprang into action as the citizens below observed the unfolding scene. Their anxiety reached a peak. With the presence of 20 amethyst-level warriors, surely they could at least impede the goddess? Just as this thought emerged, the situation in the sky shifted dramatically. Before the onlookers could even witness the onset, the deity lightly gestured, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that rippled outward. Each wave was equivalent to the full-force strike of over 10 amethyst-level warriors. In an instant, one amethyst-level warrior after another plummeted back to the city center like dumplings in boiling water. The insurmountable gap in power became glaringly evident. They couldn't even approach her. The fallen amethyst warriors lay defeated. Utterly despondent, they could scarcely fathom how Lorelei had managed to wound this deity in the past. "We cannot stop her," one amethyst warrior murmured, nearing despair. The vast chasm of disparity left him devoid of any will to fight. As he faltered, the possibility of halting her dissipated. Amidst the ruins, Luokai slowly rose. Though covered in wounds, his aura had grown increasingly formidable. Having consumed the medicinal power obtained from the king of ginseng, he had only partially absorbed its effects. Under the astonished gazes of the other amethyst warriors, Luokai was enveloped in a suit of radiant golden-purple battle armor, legendary armor of the amethyst level. Several individuals gasped in astonishment. This caliber of amethyst-level armor nearly signified the foremost among the non-royalty. With a mighty roar, Luokai soared into the sky once more. Upon seeing him, the goddess furrowed her brow and waved her hand, sending him crashing back to the ground. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Rather, it felt like the beginning. After landing, Luokai stood again, charging towards the goddess. Inevitably, he was sent flying once more. Coughing up blood, his eyes grew ever brighter, and his aura intensified. He charged at the goddess again. Within the city, some onlookers gaped in disbelief, entranced by the spectacle. This young man epitomized resilience. He sensed that a higher realm was drawing nearer. With a resounding thud, after his final attack, Luokai staggered backward, eyes shut tight. His aura was surging, and enlightenment was dawning upon him. He was on the brink of a breakthrough. However, just as he was about to cross this threshold and step into a new realm, a thunderous roar echoed across the city. "Touch my son. Did you consult me first?" The booming voice caused Luokai to tremble. His moment of clarity vanishing, he turned towards the source, his heart heavy with unspoken frustration. He had come so close. As Lorelei's furious voice resonated, a blood-red throne appeared on the horizon, seemingly birthed from the depths of hell, bearing the sword-wielding Lorelei, who defied the void. It was Lorelei. Upon witnessing this figure, many in the city felt their hearts race. He had truly arrived. Numerous high-ranking officials smiled, feeling the weight of their burdens lighten considerably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a minor accomplishment. Timely arrival. Reward. Absolutely realistic inflatable doll. Etion's voice echoed, and even Lorelei's stern countenance momentarily faltered at the absurdity of the reward. The freshly minted, timely arrival achievement was easy to attain, yet the reward seemed rather dubious. At that moment, Lorelei remained oblivious to the fact that his son's enlightenment had been interrupted by his timely arrival. Naturally, Luokai's interruption ultimately stemmed from Yetion. The rapid increase in Luokai's power surprised Yetion somewhat. However, it was understandable. The greatest antagonist on the human side had perished. The Corpse King, the Blood King, and even the King of Ginseng were all dead. The narrative had progressed to its climax. since the world S was adjusting Luo Kai's strength according to the plot's pace. Had he not been stopped during his breakthrough, he would have reached a royal level, potentially endangering even the deities to prevent such an occurrence. Yi Tian had no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic. Once again, it is you. Seeing Lorelei, the goddess's beautiful eyes reflected indifference, surprise, and a hint of disdain. Lorelei, grasping the god-slaying sword, took a deep breath, confronting the foe he had never triumphed over. Today, we shall decide our fates. Understanding that only by slaying the deity could his wife be resurrected, he showed no signs of retreat that a mere human dares to challenge a god's life or death in response to the goddess's disdain. Lorelei wielded his sword. Boom! A surging aura shattered the surrounding space, resonating with explosive force. In the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, 7 golden red stones on the throne behind Lorelei erupted with an overwhelming aura. Legendary, 7 legends. Shouts of excitement filled the air. Legends were already rare, but to witness 7 at once was unprecedented. As the first king in human history, Lorelei was nothing short of perfection. Mad slash. 1 golden red stone shone brilliantly upon the throne. Unlike before, Lorelei now confronted the goddess directly. The goddess also slightly restrained her power, her fingers weaving threads of LAWD in an instant. The citizens beheld a clash of blood red and radiant white. 2 hues resembling celestial auroras collided, leaving cracks in the fabric of space. Facing Lorelei, the goddess felt a twinge of alarm. Originally intending to unleash her full might, she found herself compelled to exert 6 or 7 parts of her strength. Chapter 184. Conclusion. Staring blankly at the sky, the citizens gradually shed their initial trepidation. Lorelei could contend with a deity, and it was a fair fight. This outcome was more than anyone dared to hope for. However, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that felt utterly dreamlike. With a sickening sound, flesh was rent by iron, echoing clearly across the sky. The scene froze that Lorelei's sword had pierced the goddess's chest. This sight left millions agape. Feeling as if reality had shattered, Lorelei had pierced a deity with a single stroke. In truth, it wasn't only the others who found it surreal. Even Lorelei himself struggled to believe it. Had he truly achieved this before reaching the point of desperation? Was he too powerful, or was the goddess too weak? With a sickening squelch, the long sword withdrew from the goddess's chest. She swayed unsteadily, gazing at Lorelei. Without a word, she closed her eyes, radiant threads of light escaping her form. With a resounding thud, the deity, who had loomed over humanity like a harbinger of doom, fell. The suddenness felt both shocking and strangely fitting. In that moment, Lorelei's protagonist luck reached a perfect 100 ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward generation in progress. Ye Tian's words instantly diverted Lorelei's attention. A reward for completing the task. Could it be time for the long-awaited reward? The prospect of resurrecting his wife filled Lorelei with unparalleled exhilaration. Ding! Due to the reward violating the laws of the heavens, the system will forcibly unlink upon generation. Please choose whether to extract the reward. Extract. Of course, he would. Lorelei began, but abruptly stopped. The excitement faded from his face. So, after I resurrect my wife, you will vanish. Ding! The host is correct. The task reward extraction will end in 3 days. Dad, you're so cool. Luo Kai shouted as he approached. That you're the best. Patting Luo Kai's head, Lorelei smiled faintly. Though his mind was elsewhere, in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After the goddess's demise, humanity entered an era of rapid advancement. Notably, it turned out that the 6 base cities purportedly destroyed by the goddess had merely been shrouded by her formations. It remained unclear who had spread the panic. By the coffee table, Li Huaishu poured a cup of tea for Lorelei. You are now the hero of the world. Why do you still wear such a gloomy expression these past 2 days? No problem. Luo Lei shook his head, picking up the steaming tea from the coffee table. Is there really nothing going on? Can you still hide it from me? Li Huaishu chuckled. Come on, tell me what it is. If it's something you can't handle with brute force, perhaps I can assist. Luo Lei shook his head, unwilling to share. Are you thinking about a woman? Suddenly, Li Huaishu's voice took on a teasing tone that was uncharacteristic of him. Luo Lei frowned. What are you talking about? I saw a certain inflatable item at your place yesterday. Upon hearing this, Luo Lei's expression stiffened. Honestly, you don't need to dwell on the past too much. What's done is done. If you have feelings, you could easily find another partner. Get lost. Frustrated, Luo Lei sprang to his feet and leapt out the window, prompting Li Huaishu to chuckle softly. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today. Remember to bring Xiao Kai over tonight. In the quiet room, Luo Lei flipped through a yellowing photo album. The album featured only 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man was Luo Lei, and the woman was his wife. System, will we meet again? He closed the album, gazing at the system interface before him, where a 10-minute countdown marked his limited time for choices. If all goes well, we shall meet again. The thought of reuniting was a promise Luo Lei longed to hear, yet it felt more distant than ever. Thanks to you, I have been pulled from the brink of despair to this point. He sighed. Luo Lei was not one to express his emotions easily, and as the final minutes ticked away, he opted to redeem his rewards. This had always been his goal, yet after redeeming, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, and he found no joy in it. System, have you truly departed? That night, a series of loud bangs illuminated the dark night sky with brilliant fireworks. The city was ablaze with lights, a scene never before witnessed since the cataclysm. Li Huaishu, busy alone in the kitchen, shook his head. The cataclysm hasn't truly passed. Yet he brought out the fireworks of the old world. As he spoke, the final dishes were served. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. These two, father and son, were quite punctual. Chuckling to himself, Li Huaishu opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Standing at the entrance were not only Luo Lei and Luo Kai, but also Chapter 185, Adjustment, a new world in the real world. It was also the Mid-Autumn Festival. Under the influence of the first light world currency, the night sky was bright and clear, with the moon appearing like a polished disk. Yi Tian's return was akin to tossing a stone into the ocean, causing not a ripple. Is this another world? The voice of the goddess in the system space was filled with astonishment. Yi Tian smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. However, the creator system immediately chimed in. That's right. This is merely one of the many worlds we traverse. You, in your obscure corner of the world. How can you still be unyielding? The goddess was momentarily taken aback. The cooperation we discussed still holds, right? Having witnessed Yi Tian's capabilities, she was keenly aware of their original agreement. She had already complied. And now it was Yi Tian's turn to fulfill his promise. Of course, Yi Tian nodded slightly. From now on, you can follow me like the great demon lord, journeying through the myriad realms. As Yi Tian's words echoed, the creator system eagerly interjected, Girl, you stand to gain immensely. You have no idea how many thousands of gods and demons are waiting for this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's lips twitched slightly. The goddess, however, remained oblivious to anything beyond, nodding slightly. Traversing through the myriad realms, beyond the limitations of her original world, was precisely the transcendence she sought, with the goddess now part of the system space. The creator system did not cease its chatter. Essentially, that entity was quite the chatterbox. In time, the goddess would realize that much of what it said was trivial. On the cobbled path illuminated by the moonlight, a small world coin, imbued with pure energy, appeared in Yi Tian's hand. This was obtained from the previous apocalyptic world, and its attributes were elusive. With a mere flick of his power, the world coin shattered, dispersing threads of energy that melded into the entire world. The following day, Yi Tian reviewed the system panel. With the addition of the fourth world coin, the overall system progress reached 4. He was still a tad short of 5. And as of now, he felt no discernible change. Turning to the harvest from the last world, the most notable gain was the increase in points. A staggering 97.42 million points, sufficient to forge another great demon lord. Furthermore, there was the 3-word determination divine ability that he had gleaned from the heavenly laws. It was among the absolute elite of the martial arts he had collected so far. The training system of the battle armor warriors, though not exceptionally strong, was unique in its own right. Additionally, the demon blood derived from the goddess's divine blood was also remarkable. While it might hold little value among the strong, it would prove significantly beneficial in the early stages. Lastly, with the goddess added to the mix, it could be said that the last world yielded abundant rewards. Dinkling. A phone call interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts. He glanced at the caller ID and answered casually. Hello, is this Yi Tian? Yes, it is. Mr. Yi, the court's judgment has been rendered. The house left by your father has been awarded to you. The house? Initially bewildered, Yi Tian quickly recalled, several years ago, after his father's passing, the only property he had inherited became a point of contention among relatives who sought a share, claiming that he was merely an adopted son. The dispute over the house had led to a prolonged court battle. Now that they were calling, it was no wonder Yi Tian had forgotten Yangqing. The trees lining the streets cast shadows over patches of sunlight, in this rare quiet corner of the alley. A small storefront caught his eye, Old Ye's pet shop. The sign was yellowed, and the rolling shutter door bore signs of rust. Seeing this familiar place, yet missing the familiar face, filled Yi Tian with a sense of melancholy. This was the property left behind by his father. Upon opening the shop door, he found the interior somewhat cluttered. Yi Tian calmly began to tidy up. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. The fervor surrounding the Shunghua incident had not yet subsided when yet another sensational event left the world in shock. In a certain county hospital in Zhengzhou, 350 babies were delivered in a single day. In the Chaoyang district of the capital, over the past 2 days, 3,000 little citizens have arrived. In a city hospital in Guangxi, within 3 days, 10,000 future cousins have been born, as if by some prearranged agreement. Not only in China but across various nations, birth rates surged to unprecedented heights. Netizens were abuzz with excitement, their astonishment palpable. Brothers, my 60-year-old girlfriend just gave birth. Twins, I'm flabbergasted. 7 girlfriends showed up, all claiming they were pregnant. But I only had a single encounter with each. I no longer wish to be a midwife. It's too terrifying. Each mother seems to have at least twins. The strongest case was a 17-baby delivery. My ancestors never had this many descendants. As they read through these concrete posts and information, many netizens found themselves laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Yet soon, those who mocked others became embroiled in the same situation. According to incomplete statistics, the original world saw a daily birth rate of 370,000, roughly the population of a small county. However, now, the daily birth soared to 3.7 million, equivalent to the population of an entire city. Such a tenfold increase in fertility caught countless individuals off guard. Scientists worked tirelessly to analyze the phenomenon, ultimately concluding that the price of small umbrellas would rise, suggesting a possible career change. Amidst the deluge of information flooding the internet, Yi Tian, the instigator of it all, found himself thoroughly amused. The fourth world coins effect was, in fact, new life, perfectly corresponding with the previous apocalyptic world. Boss, are you in? A woman's tentative voice floated in from outside. Yi Tian's thoughts snapped back as he looked up at a sweet-looking woman, dressed casually, peeked through the slightly ajar door. Yi Tian had spent the last few days at the pet shop. And after his efforts, the establishment left by his father had been completely revamped, looking far cleaner and tidier than before. After a brief exchange, the woman clearly noticed Yi Tian inside. Are you the new owner of the pet shop? Upon catching a glimpse of Yi Tian's striking profile, her eyes brightened. Yes, how can I assist you? I have some matters to attend to out of town and cannot take my dog with me. Can I leave him here? The woman led in a black and white Siberian husky with an intelligent demeanor. Yi Tian glanced at the dog, which was panting and looking back at him. Their eyes met. You can leave him here. Just fill out your personal information and the duration of the stay. Shifting his gaze, Yi Tian spoke to the woman. A few minutes later, after discussing the dog's care, the woman added Yi Tian on WeChat, a smile brightening her face. Woof woof, the husky barked as it saw its owner leaving. Then, watching her retreating figure, it whimpered and laid down on the floor. Are you accustomed to this? Yi Tian chuckled as he sat in a chair. The husky perked its ears, glancing at Yi Tian, its mood evidently low. Thus, the following week unfolded while Yi Tian's pet shop gradually welcomed new pets. One day, while reading a novel, Yi Tian glanced around the shop, observing a dog, a pig, a duck, a chicken, and a hamster, all languishing in their cages. That he could distinctly feel their anxiety and despondency. Such emotions could not be alleviated merely by providing food and water. Sighing, he thought that he had grown somewhat bored over the past few days, so he decided to take them for a little adventure before their owner returned. Rising from his seat, Yi Tian closed the novel in his hands and stretched. At that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire pet shop. As the light faded, so did Yi Tian and the pets. The book fell to the ground, revealing the title, Contract Era. Every contract beast of mine is a divine beast. Chapter 186, A New World Under the Twilight. The world was a lush expanse that a magnificent iron-feathered eagle soared over the verdant forest, exuding an overwhelming presence. Higher in the sky, a colossal city floated, bathed in ethereal twilight, a realm known as the Sky City. This was a bastion of human survival, elevated above the surface's safety zones. In District 99, a hospital, a young man lay in a ward. His gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. The harsh light of the energy-saving bulb was blinding, yet it failed to rouse him from his stupor. Mom, have I disappointed you and Dad? His voice was barely a whisper. Beside him, a glamorous woman with tear-filled eyes replied, Don't say that, no matter what you become, you will always be our pride. But I am ruined, the young man said, his voice tinged with agitation. My beast tamer space has been destroyed. I can no longer be a beast master. The pride he once felt had morphed into despair. There will be a way for you to recover, the woman insisted, fighting back tears. She then took out her phone. Your dad is calling. I'll let him speak to you. As she spoke, she held the phone to the young man's ear. Dad, waste. came the man's voice, devoid of emotion. Just those two words dimmed the young man's eyes. He was not surprised by his father's words. They were the harsh truth in this era where beast masters were revered, failing to be one equated to being worthless. The woman, holding the phone, grew anxious. Gu Shanha, how can you speak like that? Do you know the suffering our son has endured? Before she could continue, the call ended abruptly. Furious, the woman glared at the disconnected call on the other end. A weary middle-aged man in a suit sat at his desk, his eyes closed in fatigue. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table, causing cracks to spread across its surface. Xiaohe, chairman, a thin young man, entered the office. Investigate that young man named Su Wei from the college Beastmaster League. A fierce glint appeared in Gu Shanha's eyes. He inflicted such harm on my son. He must pay the price. Understood. Xiaohe nodded. In this world, humanity numbered roughly 1 billion. The Sky City reigned over various safety zones, and its residents possessed considerable abilities. Gu Shanha had established a foothold in the Sky City and elevated his company to a first-rate echelon, showcasing power beyond ordinary comprehension. Thus, Xiaohe displayed no surprise at Gu Shanha's orders. Wealth inherently signified strength. Shortly after Xiaohe left the office, Gu Shanha's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting slightly. Hello, Principal L. Is this Gu Shanha? Your son, Gu Yan, has been expelled from our school after a unanimous discussion. The principal's tone was indifferent. Expelled? Why? Gu Shanha frowned. Our school has no need for waste. Principal Li replied casually. Gu Shanha's gaze turned frigid. Are you truly certain about this decision? Huh? Are you trying to threaten me? On the other end, Principal Li reclined in his chair, showing no sign of fear. I admit Gu Yan has always been an outstanding student, and I even considered him a key player in this year's Beastmaster exam. Unfortunately, his beast tamer space has shattered, and he was defeated by a subpar student. We cannot afford to face humiliation. Hearing this, Gu Shanha's grip tightened around his phone, causing the screen to crack slightly. He realized this man was kicking him while he was down. At the hospital. The woman comforted Gu Yan, saying, Your dad is calling. I'll answer it. In the dimly lit VIP room, a warm ambience enveloped them. Gu Yan lay in bed, his eyes vacant, as his thoughts drifted back to the previous day. As the only son of the Gu family, he had exhibited exceptional talent as a beast master from a young age. At just 18, he had ascended to the rank of Beastmaster Grandmaster, even contracting an A-class deep pool ice python. Among his peers, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Yet, just yesterday, during a league match, he, a seed player, had lost to a so-called waste. Hundreds of thousands of spectators were left in shock, and Gu Yan found it inconceivable. How could he, a junior Beastmaster, have lost to someone merely at the intermediate level? Yet, inexplicably, he had suffered a sudden bout of discomfort during the match and consequently lost. While losing a match might have been bearable, the aftermath was devastating. His contract beast had vanished, and along with it, his beast tamer space. Each time he reflected on this, despair washed over him. Struggling to rise from his bed, he gazed out the window at the slowly moving Sky City, which constantly presented a changing sky view. With less than half a month remaining until the global Beastmaster examination, Gu Yan, who had waited 18 years for this moment, found himself without the qualification to participate. How absurd. Just then, the door to the ward creaked open. Gu Yan paused, thinking it was his mother returning. However, upon turning, his gaze froze at a man clad in a jacket and a cap, his face shrouded in shadow, stood before him. You! Gu Yan exclaimed, recognizing Su Wei. Seeing the visitor, Gu Yan's emotions surged. The man opposite him smirked as he closed the door. It seems our genius still has quite the impression of this waste. What do you want? Gu Yan tightened his fists. Su Wei removed his cap. Oh, Gu the great genius. Have you forgotten our wager? If I lost, I would apologize for my earlier rudeness. If you lost, you would have to annul your engagement to Duanmu Mingyue. Now it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Gu Yan furrowed his brow. That was merely your assertion. I never acknowledged you. Haha, quite right. You have always looked down on me, Su Wei said dramatically. But now, you are the waste. Are you here to humiliate me? The term waste felt like salt on an open wound, leaving Gu Yan agitated. I would never stoop to such lowly pursuits. Su Wei scoffed. I anticipated you would refuse to honor the wager, which is precisely why I have come bearing good news. As he spoke, he approached Gu Yan's bedside and leaned in slightly. I can restore your beast tamer space and make you a beast master once more. Really? Gu Yan's heart raced. Absolutely. You only need to pay a small price. What price? Despite knowing this individual had caused his ruin, hope began to flicker within Gu Yan, leading to a conflict within him. Rest assured, There are merely two conditions, Su Wei said, a hint of cunning in his demeanor. The first condition is to annul your engagement to Duanmu Mingyue and have her come to me. The second condition is to become my subordinate and lead the Gu Corporation under my command. If you can fulfill these two conditions, I will restore you immediately. Impossible. Gu Yan's voice was filled with anger and determination. Su Wei's expression turned cold as he raised an eyebrow. You should consider this carefully. It may be your last chance. Ji Yuyan shook his head earnestly. You are too greedy. If I were in your position, I would certainly agree, but alas, the unexpected turn of events left Su Wei displeased. With a wave of his hand, a massive serpent, emanating an aura of extreme cold, slithered out from the beast tamer space. The deep pool ice python. Upon seeing this contract beast, Gu Yan's heart tightened. This was the A-class beast that had accompanied him for years. How can you do this, robbing me of my contract beast for your own gain? A dying man need not know too much. Su Wei's tone was clear. If negotiations fell through, he would kill Gu Yan. With Gu Yan dead, his fiancée, Su Wei licked his lips at the thought of that pure and alluring beauty. You wish to kill me? Gu Yan grasped Su Wei's intentions. The latter shook his head. No, it is the deep pool ice python that seeks to kill you. Why? Gu Yan clenched his fists in the arena. You won. I did not use my family's influence against you. Now, you are the one threatening my life. Because you possess too many valuable things, Su Wei relished the sight of despair in others. Wealth, power, beauty, resources, and contract beasts. These were gifts bestowed upon you at birth. Yet I, having exhausted all my efforts to ascend to the celestial city, find this utterly unjust, despite my relentless toil and undeniable superiority. Not a soul acknowledges my existence, and there you stand, a worthless wretch, basking in the adoration of countless admirers. Su Wei's voice dripped with profound hatred. You remain unaware, do you not? The reason for your defeat yesterday was the poison I administered before your entrance. Behold, even such underhanded tactics are within my grasp. I possess a far broader vision than you. Poison? At this revelation, Gu Yan erupted in fury, but it was of no consequence that in that very moment, the suffocating pressure of the abyssal ice serpent enveloped Gu Yan entirely. Am I destined to perish? The flicker of unwillingness surged within him. He could accept dying amidst the onslaught of beasts or on the battlefield, but he refused to succumb to the hands of this despicable man. Ding Yitian's card, the divine beast contract system, has been activated. Will the host choose to bind? The unexpected voice resonated in Gu Yan's mind, momentarily stunning him. Bind, that he uttered instinctively. Ding, congratulations, host, on a successful binding. You have been granted a feigned death card. Chapter 187. The sun dipped below the horizon. After leaving the 99th District Hospital, Su Wei returned home. Inside the disheveled abode, a mechanical entity sat before a rapidly scrolling computer screen. In the corner lay the lifeless form of a man. If Gu Shanhe were to witness this, he would recognize the deceased as Xiao He, the man he had dispatched to investigate Su Wei. In this world, the martial prowess is classified into Beast Tamer, Master Beast Tamer, Grandmaster Beast Tamer, Supreme Beast Tamer, and Extraordinary Beast Tamer. As an elite talent of the Celestial City, Xiao He had already achieved the rank of Junior Grandmaster Beast Tamer, possessing 3 contract beasts. Yet now, it seemed he had perished without even summoning his beasts. Master, you have returned? The mechanical entity turned to Su Wei. Yes, Su Wei replied casually, gesturing towards the corner. What transpired here? He was a member of the Gu Corporation. The robot's eyes flashed red. He sought to investigate you and discovered my presence, hence I eliminated him. The Gu Corporation. Su Wei scoffed. I wonder what expression Gu Shanhe will wear upon discovering his son's demise. In light of the threats faced by the master, Tian Xie has procured some information for you. The robot continued, handing a document to Su Wei. Flipping through the pages, a smirk crept upon Su Wei's lips. Impressive. This is all incriminating evidence against the Gu Corporation, sufficient to bring them to ruin. Tian Xie, truly a remarkable extraterrestrial civilization's legacy. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the hospital. The sole scion of the Gu Corporation lay on the brink of death. Experts of the highest caliber shook their heads in dismay. Time sped by, and a week slipped away in the depths of darkness. Gu Yan vaguely heard the distant voices of his parents. Yet, amidst all, a different voice resonated clearly, seemingly uttering words like Yi Tianan system. Cold, trembling. When Gu Yan opened his eyes once more, the aged ceiling came into view. Surveying his surroundings, he recognized this as the early version of his family's old house. Am I still alive? As his senses returned and consciousness reawakened, Gu Yan's breath quickened. Impossible. He was acutely aware of the abyssal ice serpent's immense power. His bones had surely been crushed. In such circumstances, death was inevitable. Ding host has awakened. The feigned death card has been consumed. The voice echoing in his mind left Guyen momentarily speechless that a luminous screen appeared before him, rendering him momentarily astounded, noting that the host seemed dazed. Yi Tian promptly transmitted all relevant system information directly into his mind. This method, surpassing verbal explanations and written accounts, was the true enlightenment. Indeed, as a flood of information cascaded through him, Guyan's myriad questions began to crystallize. The system, he had acquired such a divine artifact. In other words, I survived because the system's feigned death card saved me. Ding host's understanding is correct. Can you restore my beast tamer space? Upon grasping the nature of the system, Guyan could not feign indifference. Every beast tamer possessed a beast tamer space, a sanctuary for their contract beasts to rest and cultivate, the very foundation of a beast tamer. Upon hearing the question, Yi Tian expressed a hint of exasperation. There's an introduction for that. Why must you inquire further? Ding, this system is also known as the Yi Tian card, the Great Villain System. Please open the system interface. It contains the answers to your inquiries. Is that so? A luminous screen materialized before Guyan. Main character. Su Wei, personal information. Unknown. Requires points to unlock. Female lead. Duanmu Mingyue, personal information. Unknown. Requires points to unlock. Lines of information scrolled past Guyan's eyes, gradually clarifying his thoughts. The protagonist possesses protagonist luck. The female lead has her own fortune. If I can diminish their fortunes, I can profit from it. And restore myself. So, I am a villain. After perusing the information presented by Yi Tian, Guyan chuckled lightly. Through the system, he realized he could return to his former self. Whether he was indeed a villain seemed secondary. After extracting himself from the system's page, Guyan was abruptly met with the sound of fierce argument echoing from the living room. This old house was not solely his domain. In the living room, a middle-aged man and an elegant lady stood facing off against a group of 3 men and 2 women. Uncle, aunt, it has been made abundantly clear Jiu Yen is not only incapacitated, but has also become a vegetable. Do you intend for Mingyue to marry a lifeless husk? Among the 3 men and 2 women, a striking beauty stood beside a freckled girl, who spoke in a sharp tone. Jiu Shana's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze landed upon the striking beauty. Is this your wish? Duanmu Mingyue bit her soft lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Bring your parents here. If your Duanmu family wishes to annul the engagement, we will accept it. This single statement caused a ripple of fear among the 5 opposing figures. As one of the foremost figures in the Celestial City, Gu Shanha's authority was formidable. However, such authority bore little weight for Su Wei among the 5. Bring your parents here. Chairman Gu, do you still believe this is a week ago? A plethora of damning evidence had surfaced, leading to the company's utter collapse, property mortgaged, and debts overflowing. What right do you have to meet the head of the Duanmu family? I wager it won't be long before your living expenses become a concern. The mocking tone was unmistakable. Beside her, Duanmu Mingyue frowned, disliking her family's arranged marriage. She merely wished to discuss the matter amicably. Su Wei's words had strayed too far. You are correct. I am indeed not what I once was. Gu Shan's piercing gaze bore down on Su Wei. Yet even so, I could still twist your head off and stuff it where the sun does not shine. Do you believe me? A roar reverberated from behind Gu Shana. A display of formidable power. It was one of his contract beasts, a mature grade Qiyang tiger. This faint yet potent growl set the contract beasts of the opposing 5 on edge. In light of this display, Su Wei tempered his demeanor. Though with Tian Xie's assistance, surpassing this old man was merely a matter of time, he still felt somewhat lacking. Let us return to the matter of the engagement with Mingyue. Su Wei suggested, producing a card. If I am not mistaken, with the company now bankrupt, you must be in dire need of funds. I possess 10 million. Should you agree to annul the engagement with Duanmu Mingyue? It is yours. Su Wei's declaration, coupled with his ostentatious display of the card, left his companions in a state of shock. Good heavens, Su Wei usually appears unimpressive. Who knew he was so wealthy? A hidden tycoon among us. The freckled girl excitedly whispered to Duanmu Mingyue. This man is incredibly handsome. He is willing to spend so much for you. Far better than that indifferent Guyan. In truth, this money was extracted by Tian Xie from internet loopholes during this period. Although humanity's confidentiality systems had reached unprecedented levels, a few minor vulnerabilities remained for Tian Xie to exploit. Begone. I have no need for your money. Ji Yushanha clearly would not bow to such financial incentives. Su Wei felt a twinge of difficulty. If not for Duanmu Mingyue's deep concern regarding the constraints of the engagement, he would not be wasting time here. You must consider carefully. with Gu Yan in his current state. The costs incurred daily are not trivial. Rejecting this money now, have you contemplated your future? This statement bore the greatest weight. Ji Yuyan's mother, recalling her son still lying in the room, felt tears welling in her eyes. Her resolve wavering. Bang! The door was suddenly flung open with great force, drawing the attention of everyone present. Ji Yuyan? Yinner, seeing Gu Yan step out of the door, appearing just like any ordinary person, left everyone momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? Su Wei's heart was in turmoil, beyond the realm of words. Under the assault of the deep pool's icy serpent, Gu Yan becoming a vegetative state was already an immense stroke of luck. Yet now he stood there, seemingly unscathed, which undoubtedly reshaped Su Wei's understanding of reality. That money will be of no use to me. It will serve you well for your coffin. Gu Yan's robust voice bore no trace of illness. In that moment, Su Wei, clutching his bank card, felt his expression shift from shock to unease. If Gu Yan was alive, he could easily reveal what transpired 7 days prior in the hospital, once Gu Yan's account was exposed. Su Wei's situation would become exceedingly precarious, leaving him in a passive position. Yinner, how are you? Do you feel unwell? The wealthy matron surveyed Gu Yan with tears of joy. I'm fine, Gu Yan reassured, patting his mother's shoulder. Indeed, he was not only fine, but had also gained a system capable of rewriting his destiny. Witnessing his son's transformation from despair, Gu Shanhe, Gu Yan's father, nodded approvingly, opting for silence. Ding the host's revival shattered the protagonist Su Wei's perception, rewarding 300 points. Ding the host's revival left the heroine Duanmu Mingwei in shock, rewarding the host with 200 points. Ye Tian's voice prompted Gu Yan's gaze to shift toward the 5 individuals in the living room. These points were still insufficient for restoring the Beastmaster's space. Pondering silently, Gu Yan approached the 5 individuals. Su Wei, usually the most talkative, now appeared apprehensive, pocketing his bank card and keeping his head down. The other 4 remained engulfed in shock and confusion. The hospital authorities had declared that the best outcome for Gu Yan was to lie in bed for a lifetime. Yet now it was as if they were slapping those authorities in the face. Gu Yan's gaze traversed among the group, finally settling on Duanmu Ming, as my fiancé. Mingling with such lowly individuals, you truly lack self-respect. Without hesitation, a sharp rebuke left his lips, rendering Duanmu Mingwei, dressed in a refreshing light green, momentarily speechless. Come here. On what grounds? Being scolded and hearing Gu Yan's command, Duanmu Mingwei's cheeks puffed up, her temper flaring. You want me to tell your parents about this incident today? Gu Yan knew that the Duanmu couple were the treasures that suppressed Duanmu Mingwei. Sure enough, upon hearing Gu Yan invoke her parents, Duanmu Mingwei's resolve wavered, reluctantly stepping closer to Gu Yan. Observing this scene, Su Wei's expression darkened. In his perception, Duanmu Mingwei was already his woman, yet now she was being coerced by another man. However, the next moment, the sight before him sent Su Wei into a complete frenzy. As Duanmu Mingwei approached Gu Yan, he wrapped his arm around her waist. Leaning in, Gu Yan pressed his lips against her soft, tender ones, eliciting muffled sounds from her. Ding the host's actions incited Su Wei's furious rage. Rewarding 2,000 points. Ding the host's actions left Duanmu Mingwei in a daze, rewarding 1,000 points. Chapter 188. Restoration. The scene rendered the entire living room silent. Duanmu Mingwei's muffled sobs echoed clearly. The wealthy matron patted Gu Shanhe, sighing in relief that her child had matured. What are you doing? The furious roar erupted from Su Wei. This useless Gu Yan dared to kiss the goddess of his heart. He had never even held Duanmu Mingwei's hand. Yet, Gu Yan remained unfazed, indulging in the kiss while Duanmu Mingwei's struggles subconsciously softened. Breathing heavily through her nose, she gasped, "Bastard!" Every inch of Su Wei's body trembled with rage. The aura of a senior Beastmaster poured forth. Within merely a week, he had ascended to a higher level. The assistance from the heavenly mechanism was undeniably significant. He strode directly toward Gu Yan. However, before he could reach Gu Yan, an unprecedented pressure enveloped him entirely. Boom! Amidst the crimson glow, a paw the size of a human head emerged from the Beastmaster's space. Ji Shanhe glared coldly at Su Wei. You intend to lay a hand on my son in my presence. The terrifying pressure caused Su Wei's bones to tremble, bringing him to a clearer state of mind. Yet, gazing at Gu Yan, who remained immersed in the moment, Su Wei felt an insatiable fury consume him. Gu Yan's act, without Duanmu Mingwei's consent, was a crime. A crime. Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Gu Yan released the limp Duanmu Mingwei. I merely shared a tender moment with my fiancée. And in your words, that constitutes a crime. We used to frequent hotels together. What does that count as? His words emerged without a hint of embarrassment. The others present were astounded by his revelation. Left speechless. Impossible. Su Wei could hardly believe Gu Yan's assertion. Her purity is clearly intact. You're fabricating lies. Her purity remains intact because it's meant to be preserved for the night of our official wedding. Gu Yan replied, pausing before adding, in truth, there are many games that can be played without losing purity. His casual words struck Su Wei like a lightning bolt, causing him to stagger, his face contorted with rage. Gu Yan. Ding the host's actions led to Su Wei's emotional breakdown, rewarding 3,000 points. With a significant influx of points, Gu Yan firmly grasped the upper hand. They seemed to have forgotten they were there to call off the engagement. Shouting so loudly, are you trying to remind me to announce something to everyone? Gu Yan looked at Su Wei, his words hinting at deeper implications in that moment. Su Wei regained his composure. He understood that Gu Yan referred to the incident from 7 days prior when he was hospitalized and nearly killed. This matter was supposed to remain hidden forever, either with Gu Yan's death or in his vegetative state. Yet now, clenching his fists, Su Wei's hatred for Gu Yan reached an apex from the moment Gu Yan appeared unscathed. He had lost control of the situation. Enough, my family does not welcome strangers. You all may leave. Addressing Su Wei and the others, Gu Yan refrained from exposing the incident, instead issuing an eviction order. Having gleaned insights about the protagonist's halo from the system, he understood that revealing the matter now might have some lethal impact, but it would ultimately fail to deliver a substantive blow to Su Wei. It would be wiser to hold it as leverage for a more opportune moment. Hearing Gu Yan's dismissal, Su Wei glanced at the still-dazed Duanmu Mingyue standing beside Gu Yan, unwilling to depart. Gu Yan, you're nothing but a useless person who isn't even a beast master, clinging to Mingyue. Are you even a man? Admittedly, even in Su Wei's eyes, Duanmu Mingyue had already been thoroughly plundered by Gu Yan. Yet as long as the main driver had not been accessed, he could still accept it. You call me a useless person who isn't a beast master? Gu Yan chuckled. During his time in the hospital, not being able to become a beast master was his greatest sorrow. Su Wei's words felt like salt in his wounds. However, now thanks to the system, everything was different. System, restore my contract space, he silently commanded. Ding the host consumed 3,000 points, successfully restoring the Beastmaster space, leaving a remaining balance of 3,500 points. Who told you that I could not become a Beastmaster again? As Gu Yan spoke. An aura of a Beastmaster gradually emanated from him, enveloping the room. With this manifestation, Su Wei's pupils widened in disbelief, his breathing intensifying. Impossible. The Beastmaster space was shattered. How could it be restored? His strength remained intact. This spectacle not only left Su Wei speechless, but also sent shockwaves through the others present. Currently, aside from the absence of a contract beast due to the broken Beastmaster space, Gu Yan appeared entirely normal. Predictably, another wave of points flooded in. Yenner has truly recovered. The wealthy matron patted Gu Shanha's arm, tears welling in her eyes. This scene left Gu Shanha equally stunned. Having occupied a high position for many years, he understood precisely what the shattering of the Beastmaster space represented. Gu Yan's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. To call a senior Beastmaster a useless person is absurd from any perspective. Isn't it? Gu Yan's gaze fell upon Su Wei, disdain evident in his demeanor. Yet, upon closer inspection, a glimmer of seriousness lurked in his eyes that in the past, when adorned with titles, Gu Yan would not have spared Su Wei a second glance. But now, through the system, he recognized that this individual warranted serious consideration. Perhaps it was Gu Yan's contemptuous expression that provoked Su Wei, or perhaps it was the restoration of Gu Yan's Beastmaster space that he found intolerable. In extreme resentment, Su Wei sneered, "So what if you've recovered? You still can't defeat me. Gu Yan, the Grand Beastmaster examination is just a week away. Do you dare to place a bet with me?" A bet? The familiar scenario elicited an odd expression from Gu Yan. Are we talking about a bet involving poison? At this, Su Wei faltered, unable to respond. Let us wager on who ranks higher in this global Grand Beastmaster examination. If I were to lose, I would no longer entangle myself with Mingyue. Should you lose, then I implore you to refrain from appearing in Mingyue's sight. This wager, to others, seems fundamentally sound. The loser walks away. Yet, bound by the system, Gu Yan is no longer influenced by the protagonist's dim-witted aura. My relationship with Mingyue is that of an engaged couple. As an outsider, you ought to depart. Why should I gamble with you? Upon hearing this, Su Wei was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps he had never contemplated that his wager would be met with refusal. Are you afraid? Su Wei instinctively employed reverse psychology. Typically, at this juncture, his opponents would become indignant and fall into his trap. However, he was utterly unprepared for Gu Yan's earnest nod. Yes, I am afraid, he added. taking a deep breath as if to steady himself. I fear that I might lose to you, which would result in Mingyue's departure. She is a living, breathing individual and should not be subjected to our wager. Tsk.I in the system space. Yution detected an innate aura of a master actor. He had not bestowed any acting abilities upon this individual. Meanwhile, Duanmu Mingyue stood in stunned silence, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at Gu Yan. His words took her by surprise. However, having just endured a forceful kiss, her lips still throbbed painfully, a transgression that could not be excused. Su Wei felt as though he had struck a pillow with all his might, experiencing immense discomfort. Let us depart. This is humiliating enough. The onlookers were already enveloped in awkwardness, merely observing the interaction between Gu Yin and Duanmu Mingyue. They realized that they were the true outsiders. Su Wei's expression darkened. Today, encountering Gu Yin marked the moment he had been most humbled in his life. Gu Yin, as a beast master, I hope we may meet again. His tone was laden with veiled threats, a beastmaster daring to threaten a beastmaster grandmaster. Such was Su Wei's confidence. Since acquiring the heavenly mechanism, more than half a month had passed, during which he had undergone a transformative change. His prowess had surged from a novice beastmaster to a senior one, and he had even replaced his first contracted beast with a deep pool ice python. According to the heavenly mechanism, in a few days, the deep pool ice python would undergo metamorphosis, potentially achieving A-grade quality and perhaps even A-grade before the Beastmaster Grand Examination. Elevating the quality of contracted beasts is something no one else in the world can accomplish. This was the wellspring of Su Wei's confidence. Ignoring the latter part of Su Wei's words, Gu Yan watched as the group left in disgrace before turning his attention back to Duanmu Mingyue. Her parents, understanding the situation, discreetly retreated to their room to avoid the confrontation. Are you not leaving? The question caused Duanmu Mingyue's brows to furrow beneath her dark hair. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Though we have an engagement, do you realize how outrageous your earlier behavior was? I am unaware of my own transgressions. Ji Yuyan's gaze fell as he replied. I only saw you bringing a group into my home, pressuring my parents and allowing others to humiliate them. The anger that Duanmu Mingyue had been accumulating was shattered in an instant by Gu Yan's words. Regardless, I cannot marry someone I do not love. Duanmu Mingyue's tone was resolute. Your actions today have only solidified my convictions. With that parting remark, she swiftly departed, as though fearing reprimand, her demeanor somewhat flustered. As the surroundings quieted, Gu Yan smiled knowingly, not because of that foolish woman, but rather at the system panel before him. In less than half an hour since his appearance, he had amassed 8,000 points. After deducting the points necessary for restoring the Beastmaster space, he still retained 5,000. System, how might I utilize these points most judiciously? With such a substantial amount of points in his possession, Gu Yan first inquired of Yution. Asking me? Quite astute. Yution internally lamented the shrewdness of this new host. Had previous hosts exhibited such proactive inquiry, their progress and strength would have advanced significantly. Due to the constraints of the world's will, Yution could not bestow immense power upon the host from the outset. Only as the world's will became increasingly chaotic could he appropriately enhance the host's abilities. In the initial stages, the utilization of points is crucial for the host. Ding detection indicates that the host has attained the rank of Novice Beastmaster Grandmaster.